Welcome to the Doomsday world. In the Doomsday world, Lord, you will face the first wave of mutant zombies in 35 hours. Please protect your life and your main base. Good luck. The cold system prompt sounded in Zheng Haotian's ears. He looked around blankly and found himself standing in front of a dilapidated stone house. Two farmers in work clothes were saluting him respectfully. This is a survival game that 3.5 billion people around the world are forced to participate in, and he has become a lord in the end times. But Zheng Haotian soon discovered something was wrong. Farmer Zhang Daqiang swung his axe so fast that an afterimage appeared, and a large tree was felled in 3 minutes. Liu Laowu stood on the hillside and could clearly see the hair in the grass 5 kilometers away. How could this be an ordinary farmer? He was clearly a superhero with a built-in plug-in. While other lords were still worrying about the daily output of 100 units of wood, Zheng Haotian easily broke through the 1,000-unit mark with the help of special farmers. Upgrading the main base requires 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 1,000 units of food. At the moment, wood is enough. Next, Zheng Haotian turned his attention to stone. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Daqiang, who was cutting wood in the forest, immediately stopped his work and quickly walked towards Zheng Haotian. "My lord, what can I do for you?" Zhang Daqiang asked respectfully. "Zhang Daqiang, if I ask you to collect stones, your special abilities can also come into play, so you can get twice the result with half the effort?" Zheng Haotian asked. Zhang Daqiang shook his head and said, "My special ability is limited to farming and logging, and it is useless for other work. If you ask me to collect stones, I can only do it according to normal efficiency." Zheng Haotian nodded slightly. Indeed, when he checked the personal ability column, he found that the description of the special ability clearly stated that it was only applicable to farming and logging. However, normal efficiency is also acceptable. "Then let's go collect stones," Zheng Haotian ordered. "My lord, collecting stones requires tools. Please exchange them." Zhang Daqiang reminded respectfully. "Okay." Zheng Haotian agreed. The quarrying tool is a hoe. The system shows that 20 units of wood and 25 units of iron ore are needed to exchange for a hoe. "Exchange," Zheng Haotian ordered decisively. "Wood, 510, stone, 100, iron ore, 75, food, 100. As the resources were consumed, the hoe was exchanged successfully. Zhang Daqiang then entered the main base, took out the hoe, and prepared to start working. Wait, Zheng Haotian suddenly discovered that Zhang Daqiang's physical strength was only 35 out of 100. It turned out that although the farmers were generated by the system, they also needed to rest like ordinary humans. After 2 hours of logging, Zhang Daqiang had consumed most of his physical strength, which was completely normal. "My lord, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Daqiang asked with his head down. "Take a rest for half an hour first," Zheng Haotian said. Zhang Daqiang showed a grateful look on his face. At the same time, his loyalty increased by 3 points to 63. Zheng Haotian was moved. It turned out that loyalty could be improved in this way. He opened the system panel and checked the food item. What the hell? Just bread and jerky? Zheng Haotian was surprised. The types of food provided in the system are quite limited, which is a bit embarrassing for people who are used to Chinese food. Exchange 10 units of bread. These resources can be exchanged for physical objects through the system, and physical objects can also be exchanged for resource units. Just like just now, when Zhang Daqiang was cutting down trees, he did not bring back the branches of the trees. Instead, the system directly converted them into resource units. There was a flash of light in the stone house, and the bread had been exchanged. Wood, 510, stone, 100, iron ore, 75, food, 90. Fuck, 10 units of food only exchanged for 2 pieces of bread. Zheng Haotian was a little confused. He handed a piece of bread to Zhang Daqiang. "Thank you, lord." Zhang Daqiang took the bread respectfully, and his loyalty increased by 2 points to 65. Zhang Daqiang was not polite and ate it in a few bites. It didn't take long for him to finish it. Zheng Haotian had just taken 2 bites. Although the bread tasted good, Zheng Haotian would only treat this kind of food as breakfast rather than a main meal, so he was not very interested in it. Seeing Zhang Daqiang licking the butter on his fingers, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but tear off half of the bread and handed it to him. Zhang Daqiang was stunned and waved his hand quickly. "This is the adult's lunch. How dare I eat it?" Zheng Haotian rolled his eyes impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. Just eat it if I give it to you. You do manual labor, so eat more." Zhang Daqiang was stunned and seemed unable to accept such a high treatment, with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Lord. I will do my best to repay your kindness." As he spoke, the loyalty level jumped directly from 65 to 80. "Fuck, it's just half a loaf of bread. Is it that serious?" Zheng Haotian was a little stunned. After eating the bread, Zhang Daqiang followed Zheng Haotian's instructions and rested on the spot. At this time, Liu Laowu had not returned to hunt. According to calculations, 10 units of food can be exchanged for 2 kilograms of bread, so the remaining 90 units of food is 18 kilograms of bread. Zheng Haotian realized that the food situation was very tight. He suddenly thought that the system also had a trading function. Just like a window suddenly opened, Zheng Haotian instantly realized that it was not cost-effective to assign Zhang Daqiang to quarry. It would be better to let him continue to cut wood, use his special ability to obtain a large amount of wood, and then exchange stones with other players, which would bring more economic benefits. He immediately opened the system backend and entered the trading platform. Since he had only entered the game 2 hours ago, the activity on the trading platform was still very low. Zheng Haotian put out 500 units of wood. The system quickly displayed other resources that could be exchanged. 100 units of wood could be exchanged for 30 to 50 units of stone, and the exchange amount fluctuated according to market demand. Zheng Haotian entered the exchange amount without hesitation. 500 wood for 250 stone. As soon as the wood was posted, someone left a message in the chat box. "Fuck, which boss has so much wood in just 2 hours? The boss is really a boss. He gave 500 units of wood. What is exactly the resource I lack? I have plenty of stone. Let's exchange it." In less than a minute, Zheng Haotian's 500 units of wood were exchanged for 40 units of stone. Soon after, another player made a trade. Because the game had just started, players' resources were very limited, and many people could only exchange scarce resources through trading. Especially for players around the city, it is easy to collect various foods, but wood and stone are relatively scarce. 10 minutes later, all the wood that Zheng Haotian posted on the trading platform was exchanged. It seems that as long as we help each other and exchange our surplus supplies for scarce resources, all players will grow rapidly. Zheng Haotian knows this very well, but he also realizes that human hearts are unpredictable. If zombies really appear, the current security situation may be broken. I must arm my territory as soon as possible. He secretly decided in his heart. Liu Laowu is back. He was dragging a wild boar weighing 300 or 400 kilograms, and as soon as he returned to the territory, he fell to the ground. Zheng Haotian was startled. It turned out that Liu Laowu had very little strength left. Zheng Haotian quickly exchanged a piece of meat jerky and a piece of bread and handed them to Liu Laowu, who was almost unable to stand. "My lord, I have accomplished my mission and caught a wild boar," Liu Laowu said breathlessly. "Don't talk yet. Eat something and replenish your energy," Zheng Haotian instructed. Liu Laowu thanked him gratefully and took a bite of the bread impatiently. His loyalty instantly increased by 3 points. "Take a break after eating," Zheng Haotian continued. Liu Laowu nodded repeatedly and continued to eat voraciously. At this moment, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the system panel. "Food detected. Do you need to decompose it?" "Yes." Zheng Haotian chose yes without hesitation. The help of the system really saved a lot of trouble. After a moment, a faint light flashed on the wild boar and then disappeared. Decomposition completed. Obtained 370 kilograms of pork and a complete wild boar skin. You can choose to store it in kind or convert it into 1,850 units of food resources. Zheng Haotian thought that although wild boar meat was good, it could not be cooked, and the shortage of food was more urgent. He chose to convert it into food resources without hesitation. Wood, 785, stone, 140, iron ore, 75, food, 1930. In the end times, the supply of food must be kept absolutely sufficient. Zheng Haotian decided that he would rather delay the upgrade of the main base a little bit than exchange food for stone. At this moment, Zhang Daqiang was cutting wood and Liu Laowu was resting. It would be great if there were more farmers working together. Zheng Haotian sighed. Suddenly, he noticed that Liu Laowu's physical limit was not 100, but 120. Zheng Haotian was surprised. Liu Laowu went out hunting for more than 4 hours, and his physical strength increased after he came back. He couldn't help but be stunned. Farmers can also level up. What's going on? Is it because of the experience points gained from work? Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but smile. He subconsciously opened the world chat bar. After a while, Zheng Haotian did not check the chat content. Unexpectedly, when he opened it, there were tens of thousands of messages in the chat box. Are these people so idle? Zheng Haotian thought to himself. Oh, I'm so worried. My peasants are so miserable. They're even thinner than me. They're so slow in digging, or they only dug 24 units in 3 hours. Another one is even worse. I sent him out to search, but he came back exhausted and only brought back more than 20 kilograms of radishes. It's terrible. Brother, you're lucky. At least you still have 2 peasants working. I only have 1 left. Doesn't a 1-star main base produce 2 peasants every day? How come you are so outstanding, but you only have 1? Don't mention it. I sent someone out to hunt, but not only did he not bring back a single hare, he even became a delicious meal for a tiger. Fuck, you still have tigers there? Who says it's not true? I don't even dare to send the peasants too far away now. If there are no peasants, I will be left alone. Hello, bosses. Please pay attention. Everyone stop chatting. Something important has happened. It concerns everyone's life and death. If you're listening, deduct 1. This message came from Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai. 111. Within just a few minutes, almost everyone was refreshing the screen continuously. Obviously, the number of players in this service area alone is already huge, and in fact there may be a large number of players who have not seen this information. Okay. Wei Tai's voice finally came. I just connected to another service area. This is a big event. They just started the countdown. Zheng Haotian's heart skipped a beat. There are 24 hours left in this countdown. Although we are not sure what will happen after the countdown ends, it is likely to be the countdown to the end of the world. We must be prepared. Oh my god, this can't be true. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, you represent the authorities. You can't just scare us ordinary people. Is the end of the world coming? The first wave of mutant zombies is coming. Ha! The end of the world has come. We players are doomed, for sure. The guy upstairs, just die by yourself. You can't represent us. That guy's crazy. I've concluded the diagnosis. Enough of the nonsense. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, do you have any good suggestions? If the doomsday really comes, how should we deal with it? Wei Tai replied, I have a suggestion. Everyone listen to it. Big brother, please speak. Everyone, be quiet. Don't interrupt. Let Lieutenant Colonel Wei speak. Wei Tai continued. According to my observation, our players are widely and diversely distributed. Some places have abundant food resources, but other resources are very scarce. In some places, for example, a player said that his territory was on a deserted island, where there was no tree, so wood resources were almost impossible to obtain. But the farmers there fished, so food was not a problem. Everyone's situation is different. If we can cooperate on a fair basis, exchange resources and upgrade the main base as soon as possible, build stronger defense facilities, and even build barracks to deal with zombies and ensure our future survival. What do you think of this proposal? When Zheng Haotian saw this proposal, he immediately felt that it was very practical and reasonable. He couldn't help but type in voice. The Lieutenant Colonel's suggestion is very good. We'd better formulate trading standards as soon as possible to avoid price gouging. And we must act as soon as possible. After all, the countdown has begun. Wei Tai replied, Brother Haotian is right. This is not my strong point. Whoever is good at it should set the standards. I'm a senior accountant. I think I can do it. What are you waiting for? Time is running out. Hurry up. Oh no, I'm dead. My territory is on the prairie. There is no wood or stone mines. Ha! My territory is on a very small island. There are no other humans except me and my farmers. Unless the zombies can swim, this is the safest place. Stupid. There are no other animals on the island? Animals will mutate too. Zheng Haotian did not participate in their discussion. His mood became heavy and nervous. The chat message just now made him realize that zombies might not be the only threat. Mutated beasts might even be more threatening than zombies. This doomsday world is not the real world. The rules are completely different, and any common sense does not apply. Even zombies appearing in the forest are not uncommon. Such a small stone house, with 2 small peasants, what can it stop? Upgrade. Upgrading the main base is the most urgent task at the moment. Chapter 5. Main base upgraded. The trading rules are finally announced. Wood, food, stone, and iron, or have clear exchange rates. 100 wood equals 80 food equals 40 stone equals 20 iron ore. Logically speaking, iron ore is the most scarce, and wood is less valuable than food. Overall, this rule is quite reasonable. But when it comes to actual trading, the situation is not necessarily that simple. Once food is scarce, everyone will soon starve to death, and without other resources, there's no way to upgrade. In fact, from the perspective of importance, food is the most critical. Zheng Haotian knew this well and traded 800 units of food without hesitation. What he needed most at the moment was stone. According to the rules, 800 units of food can be exchanged for 400 units of stone. Adding the 140 stone he already has, this is enough to upgrade, and there is even some left over. Zhang Daqiang was cutting wood. His labor force had increased significantly, and the stock of wood had exceeded 1,000 units. Now, he just had to wait for the stone to arrive. As soon as the transaction was opened, 800 units of food immediately shocked everyone. Each player's initial resources were 100 units, and suddenly someone took out 800 units of food. He must be a rich man. Is this man crazy? The end of the world is coming, and he dares to take out so much food. Isn't he afraid of starving to death? Haha, he is so stupid. He doesn't know how precious food is. He actually sold it so easily. It must be that his head was caught in the door. When zombies are everywhere, it will be impossible to farm or hunt. What are you talking about? I just grabbed 100 units of food. Go grab it. Wait a minute. You guys grabbed all the 800 units of food. Your hands are so fast, it's like you're cheating. How come 800 units of food are gone? Master, is there any more? Let's do another one. Zheng Haotian looked at this scene and didn't expect it to be so fast. In just half a minute, the transaction was over. The corners of his mouth rose, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly checked his resource column. Wood 1135, stone 540, iron or 75, food 1130. System, I want to upgrade. As soon as the words fell, a faint light suddenly flickered around the stone house, and a halo continued to surround it. Zheng Haotian's heartbeat accelerated, and he stared at the stone house in front of him with anticipation. He waited quietly for 5 minutes until the light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Congratulations, Lord. Your main base has been successfully upgraded to a 2-star level. In a flash, the entire stone house was completely transformed. The original bungalow suddenly had an extra floor, the building area doubled, and the height of the ground floor increased by a full meter. Around the main base, a wall has been quickly built, and a 4-meter-high wall surrounds the entire base tightly. The originally dilapidated Lus outer wall has been transformed into a bluestone structure, which is stable and solid. Zheng Haotian was extremely excited. He turned his gaze from the stone house to the distance and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Check properties. Building, main base. Level, 2-star can produce 3 peasants per day. Population, 1/20th number of buildings. 1/10th storage space. 0/19999. Upgrade conditions. 300 iron ore, 3,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 3,000 food. When you reach the next level, you will need iron ore. Zheng Haotian walked into the main base with excitement. It turned out that the main building had not just 1 room, but 3. At the end of the middle room, there was a spiral stone staircase. He walked up the stone stairs and came to the 2nd floor. There was not only a large room on the 2nd floor, but also a terrace. Standing on the terrace, Zheng Haotian took a deep breath, his heart filled with pride. Come on, Doomsday World. Whether it's zombies or monsters, Zheng Haotian, can survive well. Once the resources were consumed, Zheng Haotian's inventory immediately returned to the starting point. 145 timber, 40 stone, 75 iron ore, and 130 grain. Produce farmers. A 2-star main base can produce 3 farmers every day. Zheng Haotian started production without hesitation. Not long after, a faint light flashed in the main base, and a fat farmer walked out, looking shrewd and capable. Just as I was about to check the stats of this peasant, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to player Haotian, the first to advance to a 2-star main base, rewarded with special building blueprints, a bronze sparrow tower and an arrow tower blueprint. Reward resources, 300 wood, 200 stone or 100 iron or 300 food." This news spread across the entire server almost instantly. Fuck, it's only been a short time, and he's already leveled up? What? How'd he get so many upgrade resources? I'm so envious and jealous. I'm still short of half the resources, but he's already upgraded. Is he cheating? Boss, please support me. Boss, where are you? Please protect me. Could he be the legendary RMB player? Please tell me the secret to quickly acquire resources. The entire service area was instantly in an uproar. There were very few players who could level up so quickly. Many players were still working hard and hadn't even gathered a quarter of the resources, but Zheng Haotian had already successfully upgraded. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. Chapter 6, Special Buildings. Greetings, Lord. My name is Xiao Bin. Zheng Haotian was in a trance for a moment, then looked up at the new farmer. An interesting thought flashed through his mind. You look like the comedian who has one foot forever in the foot-washing city. Name, Xiao Bin. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 150/150. Abilities, mining, searching. Special abilities, concentration, mining, fanaticism, mining. Loyalty, 60-inch. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, and after carefully looking at Xiao Bin's information, he found that his physical fitness was 150. This was far higher than the initial physical fitness of Zhang Daqiang and Liu Laowu, whose physical fitness was only 100. Zheng Haotian's mind moved. Could it be because his occupation was a miner among farmers? Mining requires physical strength, which should be the reason for his high physical fitness. Then, Zheng Haotian looked at Xiao Bin's special abilities, concentration and fanasia, both of which seemed to be related to mining. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh. It seems that this fat guy's mining speed must be very fast. Xiao Bin, you can start your work now. Bring some dry food with you before you go, and make sure to rest when you're tired, Zheng Haotian said, and at the same time, he exchanged 2 kilograms of bread and 1 kilogram of jerky from his resource column and gave them to Xiao Bin. Thank you, sir. Xiao Bin took the food gratefully, a happy look on his face, and his loyalty increased by 5 points. Zheng Haotian watched Xiao Bin leave, thinking to himself, Xiao Bin is quite interesting. I wonder if the farmers who will produce tomorrow will also have some special characteristics. Next, Zheng Haotian noticed the drawings of 2 special buildings, the Bronze Sparrow Tower and the Arrow Tower. The Bronze Sparrow Tower requires 500 stone, 500 wood, and 50 iron ore, while the Arrow Tower requires 200 stone, 200 wood, and 10 iron ore. He opened his resource column, wood 485, stone 240, iron ore 175, food 415. Although the resources required for the Bronze Sparrow Tower were not enough, the resources for the Arrow Tower were enough. Zheng Haotian did not build the Arrow Tower immediately. He knew that this kind of defensive building sounded a bit urgent, but the countdown had not yet started, so he decided to wait a moment. He looked at the conditions for upgrading the 3-star main base. 300 iron ore, 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 3,000 units of food. Zheng Haotian was excited. These resources can be collected quickly, and upgrading should not be difficult. Suddenly, he thought of a question and asked, System, as long as you care more about farmers, their loyalty will increase. Then what will happen if the farmer's loyalty decreases? The system responded, the initial value of loyalty is generally 60. If loyalty decreases, the farmer's work efficiency will be affected. If it drops to a critical point, the farmers will choose to leave you. On the contrary, the higher the loyalty, the higher the work efficiency, and when it reaches above 90, the peasants will never betray. Zheng Haotian suddenly realized, so that's why? No wonder the growth of wood is so fast. It turns out that it's because the work efficiency has improved. So, Zheng Haotian began to prepare daily necessities for the farmers. He opened the exchange column and saw many items that could increase loyalty. Simple wooden beds, simple bunk beds, simple dining tables, etc. He selected bunk beds, stools, and clothes hangers to put in the farmers' rooms. Once these items were placed in the room, the empty space instantly felt like home. The second floor of the main base was no longer empty. Zheng Haotian put a simple wooden bed for himself. After doing this, he opened the world chat bar to see what other players were talking about. Are your farmers okay? Why are my farmers so inefficient and only 55 loyal? Brother, your operation is really bad. My 2 peasants have already reached 70 loyalty. The efficiency is super high. Wow, so that's how it is. I've learned something. Speaking of farmers, fate is really playing tricks on me. I used to be the second in command in my unit, but now I have to serve 2 farmers. What a reversal of life. Haha, I've been chopping trees for 2 hours and my hands are numb from exhaustion. I'm about to collapse. I really want to go home. How many resources do you need to upgrade? I'm almost done. I just need ore and some food. What are you waiting for? Let's trade. Zheng Haotian looked at the news leisurely, and his heart was full of pride. He had farmers with golden fingers, and his efficiency was much higher than others. Gradually, he became more and more confident in this group of farmers, especially Xiaobin. His increased loyalty made Zheng Haotian feel that these farmers would become more and more useful in the future. Suddenly, a piece of news caught Zheng Haotian's attention. Everyone, pay attention. My countdown has begun. Everyone, check yours. Zheng Haotian's heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately exited the chat box and checked his resource bar. The countdown in the upper left corner showed 23:58. The end of the world has finally come. Zheng Haotian took a deep breath, knowing that if even a gold-finger player like himself could not survive the end of the world, then other players would have no hope. The challenge of the end of the world has quietly begun. Chapter 7. Unlocking the Bow and Arrow. 3 hours later, Zheng Haotian's resources progressed smoothly, and the countdown had reached 2055. His iron or resources reached 327, and a surprise brought by Xiao Bin made Zheng Haotian feel very relieved. The two special abilities of concentration and fanaticism obviously greatly accelerated the speed of resource collection. As long as we wait one more day and produce a few more peasants, the speed of resource increase will be even faster. Zheng Haotian did not stop, opened the architectural drawings of the Arrow Tower, and made all preparations. No one knew what would happen when the countdown ended. When the Arrow Tower was completed, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but exclaimed. He originally thought it was an ordinary Arrow Tower, but it turned out to be more than 8 meters high, like a bunker. The tower is divided into 4 floors, each with multiple observation holes, which can easily accommodate 20 to 30 people, and can be used to arrange archers or gunners to shoot at distant enemies. A spiral staircase runs from the bottom to the top of the tower, making it convenient for people to go up and observe. Zheng Haotian stood on the top floor of the Arrow Tower, looking at the scene below. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies came to his mind. His heartbeat accelerated, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It can't be true. There are forests all around here. Will zombies really come? From the top of the Arrow Tower, one could see Zhang Daqiang cutting wood in the distance. Zheng Haotian suddenly thought, we have the Arrow Tower, but what about the bow and arrows? He immediately opened the system panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that the bow and arrow production option had been unlocked. This was not available before. In other words, once the Arrow Tower was built, the system automatically unlocked the relevant weapons. Types of bows include wooden bows, 60 wood, wooden hard bows, 100 wood, and iron hard bows, 60 wood, 20 iron, or only available to those with sufficient strength. As for arrows, there are wooden arrows, 2 wood, and iron-headed arrows, 2 wood, 1 iron ore. Zheng Haotian looked at these production options and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The price of a bow is not expensive, but arrows as consumables are quite expensive. With my current resources, how many arrows can I make? This is fucking hellish difficulty. Zheng Haotian laughed at himself. But what could the special architectural blueprints of Doomsday Tower be? Since it's a special building, it must be good. He sighed and complained. It's a headache to count down to the end of the world. We have to guard against unknown dangers and speed up construction at the same time. It's really a headache. However, he himself didn't know that if other players knew that had even unlocked the bow and arrow, they would definitely be envious and go crazy. Zheng Haotian did not hesitate and immediately exchanged it for a wooden hard bow, and then exchanged it for 100 iron-headed arrows. Although wooden arrows are cheap, their power is limited. Only iron-headed arrows have sufficient lethality. Holding the bowstring, Zheng Haotian immediately felt the good feel of the hard bow. He skillfully drew out an arrow, bent the bow, and shot it quickly after aiming at the target. The arrow cut through the air and accurately shot into the tree trunk dozens of meters away, making a buzzing sound. The quality of this hard bow is quite good. I didn't expect that as an archery enthusiast, I could find a place for it. Zheng Haotian said with emotion. He couldn't help but smile, remembering that he had been in the archery club for 3 years and archery was a common thing for him. Now this skill finally came in handy. Although this bow is far less light than modern compound bows and is relatively difficult to use, Zheng Haotian doesn't care. Even if the countdown ends and zombies really attack, I won't be completely defenseless. At the top of the Arrow Tower, the breeze blew gently. Zheng Haotian's clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stood there with a somewhat heroic posture. At this moment, he felt as if he had become a hero in a doomsday world, ready to meet the upcoming challenges. Chapter 8. Obtaining the bow and arrow blueprint, standing on the bronze sparrow tower, Zheng Haotian was full of energy and confidence. However, when he looked back at the deep and dark forest, he suddenly began to feel scared. He felt that this arrow tower alone was not enough. What if the apocalypse broke out and a zombie tide came? Isn't this often written in novels? I wonder if we can build a wall first, at least as a defensive fortification. Zheng Haotian suddenly had an idea and immediately opened the system. Fence with 300. A fence that can block wild animals is the basic guarantee of your life. Stone wall, stone 500. A solid stone wall is the foundation for your peace of mind. City wall, wood 1,000, stone 5,000. This is just a small section of the city wall. There is still a long way to go if you want to build a city. Zheng Haotian looked at the three options of fortifications helplessly. From the simplest wooden fence to the most majestic-looking city wall, the resource requirements varied greatly. In the end, he had no choice but to choose the most basic wooden fence. In the system, the terrain around the stone house base was displayed, and the green cursor indicated the location where the fence could be built. Zheng Haotian saw that he only had 900 pieces of wood left, so he gritted his teeth without hesitation and clicked build. A faint light flashed, and a circle of wooden fences appeared out of thin air around the base. The turquoise fence was about as thick as a wrist. Although it was not very sturdy, it at least enclosed a small yard for the base. "My lord, I killed an elk." At this time, Liu Laowu walked in from outside the fence, carrying an elk on his shoulder with a proud look on his face. Zheng Haotian looked at the prey on his shoulder, and his heart was suddenly filled with surprise. Wow, this elk is almost as good as a cow, and it would definitely be a lot of physical resources. "Laowu, you've worked hard. Drink some water." Zheng Haotian handed over a bowl of water and watched Liu Laowu take it with a smile. Liu Laowu drank all the water in one breath and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. This is the water poured by the Lord himself. It's very sweet. I saw 2 elks today. It's a pity that I was too slow in drawing the arrow and the bow force was too weak. Otherwise, I would have been able to hunt too," Liu Laowu said with some regret. Zheng Haotian's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, "The hunting bow is not good? This is not difficult. I happen to have a good bow, which is just right to increase the loyalty of my subordinates." "Laowu, you have made a great contribution today. From now on, we will rely on you for food in the territory. I have a good bow here. Use it first. When the territory is built up in the future, I will replace it with an iron-framed bow for you." Zheng Haotian smiled and handed Liu Laowu the wooden hard bow he used. "My lord." Liu Laowu took the bow and could hardly believe his eyes. His voice was trembling. "My lord." "Name, Liu Laowu. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 50/100. Abilities, reconnaissance, hunting. Special abilities, eagle eyes, vision is twice that of an average person. Loyalty, 90. Liu Laowu's status was updated, and his loyalty was directly increased to 90, reaching the stage of will not betray. Zheng Haotian was satisfied that this investment was worth it. He exchanged a bow for a loyal and reliable subordinate. The sky gradually darkened. The last rays of sunset disappeared, and Zhang Daqiang returned to the base, carrying a logging axe. He was covered with sawdust, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Zheng Haotian poured him a bowl of water as usual, but unfortunately, Zhang Daqiang was a little dull and did not show any special gratitude, resulting in no increase in his loyalty. Seeing that Zhang Daqiang barely responded, Zheng Haotian secretly decided, "It seems that I have to make this guy work twice as hard tomorrow. If he doesn't sharpen his axe, he won't be fed. The landlord doesn't have any surplus food. He wants to live a good life without loyalty? You're so flattering." Soon, Qiao Shan, with his hair covered in dust and a hoe almost worn off, walked into the base. Zheng Haotian handed him a glass of water. "Old Qiao, you've worked hard. Drink some water." Qiao Shan took the water and took a sip. Zheng Haotian noticed that Qiao Shan's loyalty had increased to 70. Although it was still not very high, it was a significant improvement over before. Zheng Haotian looked at him with satisfaction and thought to himself, "This is what a good subordinate should be like. At least he should show some appreciation." As night fell, a bonfire began to burn in the yard, and the warm firelight reflected the surroundings, and the aroma was overflowing. A large deer leg was roasted on the fire, and the fat kept dripping, making a squeaking sound. Zheng Haotian brought 3 subordinates to the room on the first floor. 2 bunk beds had already been placed there, and the beds exuded the fragrance of wood. "Is this for us?" Zhang Daqiang touched the bed frame, his eyes showing surprise. Xiaoshan sat on the mattress and bounced lightly, looking very happy. The Lord treats us like a national hero. We will serve the Lord. Zhang Daqiang said gratefully. Seeing the three people's joy about the bed, Zheng Haotian was secretly proud. Zhang Daqiang's loyalty increased by 5 points, reaching 75. Name: Zhang Daqiang. Occupation: farmer, carpenter. Physical fitness: 64/100. Abilities: logging, farming. Special abilities: get twice the result with half the effort, hard work, logging, farming. Loyalty: 75. Zhang Daqiang evolved because of a bed and gained a new hard work ability, which made Zheng Haotian recognize his value even more. The decline in physical strength was halved, which was simply a magical skill. Comrades, you have worked hard for the territory, and I, the Lord, must also consider your health. Our territory will get better and better, and I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Zheng Haotian took the opportunity to make some encouraging words to further improve his relationship with his subordinates. At night, the bonfire continued to burn in the yard, and the guards on the arrow tower began to take up their night duty. Liu Laowu downstairs had already begun snoring, but the chat channel seemed unusually lively. Many players were anxious because of the countdown, and the chat area was filled with despair and panic. Zheng Haotian looked at these chat messages and sighed in his heart. He knew that he could be prepared, but not all players could do so. Thinking about this, Zheng Haotian suddenly remembered the bow and arrow blueprint he exchanged today. Hey, I remember getting a blueprint today. He recalled that he had seen this when exchanging bows and arrows before. He could not send resources directly, but he could post blueprints so that others could learn how to make bows and arrows. So he quickly exchanged the blueprint and posted it on the world channel, while setting a small charge, 10 stones per use. Wei Tai said, Boss Haotian, I thank you on behalf of all mankind. If this blueprint can help us overcome the difficulties, mankind will never forget you, and the motherland will never forget you. Zheng Haotian looked at these messages of thanks, and although he felt somewhat relieved, he still couldn't completely relax. He knew that the end of the world had just begun, and the real challenge was still to come. Chapter 9. Getting Rich Overnight. Wei Tai's speeches always made Zheng Haotian feel honored. After all, everything he did, whether for humanity or for the country, was meaningful. In this apocalypse, Zheng Haotian could feel that everything he did was contributing to the world. For example, the hardwood bow in his hand only cost 100 pieces of wood, but if he wanted to upgrade it to a second-level base, he would need a lot of resources, and the gap was huge. In some places, players don't even have trees to use and can't get enough wood. Even if they finally find wood, it's still not enough to support the upgrade of the main base. The countdown is about to end, and the end of the world is about to come. No one knows what will happen next. Zheng Haotian suddenly found that there were 2 more blueprints on the world channel. He clicked on them and saw that they were blueprints of generators, wires, and light bulbs, and the publishers were Wang Lu and Zhang Chong respectively. Another big boss has arrived. Zheng Haotian's heart moved. Big Boss Haotian with 1 bow and arrow blueprint actually brought out 2 big bosses. Big boss, please bring them with you. 3 big bosses, please lend me some iron or I will return 10 times the amount I borrowed. Thank you Wang Lu and Zhang Chong for your contributions to mankind. The country will never forget you. Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai's speech inspired people as usual. The blueprints showed that these blueprints could not only be exchanged for resources, but also be exchanged for other blueprints. Zheng Haotian immediately exchanged the generator blueprint and the wire and light bulb blueprint in the system store. Although these things are of little use at present, they will definitely become the cornerstone of base construction in the future, and it will definitely not be a disadvantage to redeem them in advance. However, when Zheng Haotian saw the 2 extra drawings in the system backpack, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. The generator needs gasoline, right? Where can I get it? He couldn't help feeling depressed when he thought of his current situation. With his current slash-and-burn lifestyle, there is no way he could produce gasoline, and those big guys obviously didn't consider this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold him the blueprints so cheaply. Zheng Haotian sighed, threw the 2 temporarily unused blueprints into his backpack, turned around and glanced at the countdown. There are only 18 hours and 22 minutes left. The countdown will end at noon tomorrow. I must conserve my energy and prepare for the end of the world. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the world chat channel was still very lively, as many people had trouble falling asleep because of the impending doomsday. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, has the country organized any rescue? Yes, yes, my territory is all stone. The two farmers are loggers, and they only mine 100 pieces of ore a day. At this rate, I will have to build a cemetery for myself with stones tomorrow. You are lucky because you have stones. I'm all seawater here. Just now, a farmer was washed away by the waves and almost drowned. These people were almost in despair, but Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai was still trying to encourage them. Don't worry, the country will not forget you, and the relevant departments will definitely find a way. We can't give up on ourselves. Although this world is a little weird, as a human being, we must face it bravely and work hard to survive. In the future, we will uncover the truth for this world together. Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai's words inspired many people. Although they were a little panicked, they still chose not to give up and worked hard to survive. The next day, when the sky was bright, Zheng Haotian woke up from his deep sleep. It was really admirable that he could sleep so soundly before the end of the world. His courage and calmness really made people admire him. It has increased so much. When Zheng Haotian saw the amount of resources in the system column, he instantly woke up from his hazy state. Wood, 1304280, stone, 328, iron ore, 205, food, 539. The timber column suddenly exceeded 1 million. Seeing all this, Zheng Haotian couldn't believe his eyes. He even thought he was still dreaming and hurriedly pinched the base of his thigh. A sharp pain woke him up completely and, at the same time, filled him with excitement and agitation. It's happening. It's really going to take off now. He watched the resources in the system bar continue to grow and finally realized how lucky he was. If there were no 3 gifted farmers, no timely upgrade to the second-level base, and no thought of putting up the blueprints, this vast amount of resources might have been sold to others, and then I might have become the leek harvested by others. But now, I have become the one harvesting other people's resources. I have money. I don't know how to spend it. Zheng Haotian sighed with a smile. Although he didn't know how to spend these resources, he knew that at the current stage, almost no one could surpass this amount of resources. Walking out of the bedroom, Zheng Haotian stood on the small terrace on the second floor and saw Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Shan on the Arrow Tower still chatting, looking relaxed. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box and looked at the channel that was still full of tension. Can anyone save me? My peasants have been eaten by wild beasts. I'm so scared to be alone. Go upstairs in that direction. You should be able to run into other people's bases. Everyone work hard. Today's farmer quota has been refreshed. There are 10 hours left in the countdown. Are you ready for your final words? 100 stones equals 20 iron ores. The people above are crazy. Iron ores are not that expensive. Zheng Haotian felt a sense of urgency when he saw this information. The news on the World Channel was full of panic and helplessness, and some people obviously didn't know how to deal with the coming doomsday. He closed the private message and opened more than a dozen trading windows. Zheng Haotian quickly started the transaction, exchanging 500 wood for 300 stone, 200 iron ore, and 150 food. As soon as the transaction information was released, there was an immediate frenzy of buying. Many people could already feel the pressure brought by the countdown, and everyone's nerves were on edge. The timber was sold out, but Zheng Haotian did not put more on the market. After all, resources were limited now, and the most that could be exchanged were small transactions, and he did not want to appear too ostentatious. It's okay to show off a bit at first, but continuing to show off may cause unnecessary trouble. Who knows how the world will develop? If a major integration of resources occurs and his identity as a super rich man is discovered, he will probably get into trouble. Zheng Haotian was busy dealing with these affairs all morning and had no time to pay attention to even the 3 loyal farmers. Seeing that the Lord had not prepared breakfast, Liu Laowu took the initiative to go hunting in the woods. Not long after, he brought back a large red deer, roasted it with Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Baojian, and then sent it to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian looked at the 3 loyal farmers with emotion, thinking to himself, farmers with high loyalty can really act independently. It seems that I need to show more kindness in the future and train them to become a real Iron Army. You haven't eaten either, right? 1 deer leg is enough for me. You can share the rest. Zheng Haotian broke off a deer leg and gave the rest to his 3 farmers. My lord Wu, my lord has been so good to us. I have no way to repay you. Liu Laowu was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He even knelt down and cried bitterly. Zheng Haotian was deeply moved when he saw this. Zhang Daqiang and Xiao Baojian also showed grateful expressions. In order to pull up these three people, Zheng Haotian was sweating from exhaustion. This is too much of a favor. Don't give us so much food next time. If more than a dozen people come, my old waist will really be broken. Zheng Haotian held his waist, a helpless expression on his face, and laughed secretly in his heart. Chapter 10. Level 3 base. Zheng Haotian was busy trading resources all morning, which made him feel as if he had become a capitalist and was carrying out a large-scale resource operation. After the sun rose, Zheng Haotian finally exchanged all the resources. He sent the three farmers to their respective posts and began to walk around the small base yard. He carefully considered in his mind how to get the best start. The resources must be spent carefully and not wasted. Otherwise, once the construction is completed and it is not right, it will be demolished and rebuilt, which will waste too many resources. The most fundamental thing is to upgrade the main base. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. But upgrading the main base requires the completion of supporting buildings. Now I've built the Arrow Tower, but I still need residential houses, farmland, and a blacksmith shop. After checking all the buildings needed for the upgrade, Zheng Haotian suddenly felt that he was not that rich. To build all these buildings, the consumption of resources was quite huge. So he exchanged the blueprints of three types of buildings in the system: residential houses, farmland, and blacksmith shops. Then, he chose the locations he liked and placed the three buildings respectively. The appearance of the house made Zheng Haotian shudder. It turned out to be a simple thatched house. However, the blacksmith shop looked good. It had a stove and anvil. The only thing missing was a blacksmith. The construction of farmland gave him a headache. When the base was upgraded to the second level, there was no farmland at all. At that time, hunting could still make a living. But now, with the increase in population, hunting alone can no longer meet the needs. In the future, there will be thousands of people in the base. If there is no farmland, what will these people do? However, the land around the base is very compact, and Zheng Haotian does not want to take up too much space to build farmland, which will affect the future layout of buildings. After careful consideration, he decided to build the farmland 300 meters away from the base, so that the farmer's work efficiency will not be too low, and at the same time, it can save space around the base. After completing the construction of these three buildings, Zheng Haotian finally clicked the upgrade button of the main base, and his heart was filled with anticipation. With a flash of fluorescent light, the original two-story building instantly became a three-story building, and the house as a whole became larger. The original gray-white rock wall turned into black rock, which looked more rugged and mysterious. Congratulations to player Haotian, the first to upgrade to a 3-star main base, rewarded with special building blueprints. One trap blueprint. Reward resources: 400 wood, 300 stone, or 200 iron, or 400 food. This announcement instantly ignited the entire world channel. Zheng Haotian felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement as he watched the news pouring in. Father Haotian, come and take your son home. Is this Haotian, the GM? There must be inside information. Haotian must have found the bug here. Let him hand it over. Brother Haotian, do you have a loan service? Borrow 1 and return 10. Brother Haotian, I'm 18 years old, fair-skinned and beautiful. Can you help me? You can do whatever you want when we meet. The news from the World Channel almost made Zheng Haotian a little overwhelmed. His identity was obviously noticed by everyone, and many people even began to discuss whether he had some special resources or skills behind him. The hidden plan has been exposed. It seems that my identity can no longer be hidden. I am the world's richest man. I will reveal my identity. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Suddenly, his private message popped up. He opened it and saw that it was from Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai, Haotian. At a time when the entire human race is suffering from the apocalyptic crisis, I hope you can lead everyone out of the apocalypse and survive. This private message contained no request or order, but more of a request. Zheng Haotian did not reply, nor did he think much about it. Right now, he himself did not know what would happen tomorrow. So how could he have the time to take on the mission of saving humanity? Zheng Haotian opened the World Channel and saw everyone discussing the remaining time of the countdown. He also began to build supporting buildings for the 3-star base. First, he decided to strengthen the base's walls and expand the base's area. The original simple wooden fence was no longer suitable for the current base, and he needed a more solid defense. He chose a bluestone wall that was 300 meters long and wide. Under his guidance, these walls were quickly completed. After the wall was built, Zheng Haotian suddenly remembered that the third-level base could summon 4 farmers every day, and today's quota had not been used yet. Summon. Zheng Haotian ordered the system without hesitation. The system responded, and 4 streams of light flashed before his eyes, and 4 new peasants appeared in front of him. Commoner Zhao Tai, I pay my respects to the Lord. Commoner Li Si, I pay my respects to the Lord. Commoner Wang Biao, I pay my respects to the Lord. Commoner Zhang Erqiang, I pay my respects to the Lord. The 4 peasants knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Zheng Haotian looked at their status bar and almost laughed out loud with joy. Name Zhao Tai. Occupation, peasant. Physical fitness, 200/200 abilities. Smelting, forging special abilities. This is a blacksmith with outstanding talent. The iron he forges is extremely tough. Loyalty, 60. Looking at Zhao Tai's information, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but sigh. This is really what I want. A blacksmith appeared right after the blacksmith shop was built. It seems that I am really the destined protagonist. Then, he looked at the second farmer, Li Si, and saw that he had the abilities of hunting and trapping, and that he would definitely gain something every time he hunted. Zheng Haotian was delighted. Now we have a stable source of food. Name, Li Si. Occupation, farmer, physical fitness, 100/100. Abilities, hunting, traps, special abilities. Every hunt will yield a reward, loyalty, 60. Looking at the third farmer, Wang Biao, who has the ability to hunt and cut wood, especially the special ability of bringing back a certain amount of wood every time he hunts, Zheng Haotian was even more shocked. This ability is simply amazing. If I can protect him well, I won't have to worry about wood and prey. Name, Wang Biao. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 150/150. Abilities, hunting, logging, special abilities. Each time you hunt, you will bring back a certain amount of wood, and vice versa. Loyalty, 60. Finally, it was Zhang Erqiang. Although he looked normal, his special ability of getting twice the result with half the effort meant that the efficiency of every task he did could be doubled. Zheng Haotian was secretly proud of himself. It seems that I really made money today. Name, Zhang Erqiang. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 150/150. Abilities, logging, farming, special abilities. Get twice the result with half the effort. Loyalty, 60. Zheng Haotian distributed dry food to the 4 people, and everyone's loyalty increased. According to his arrangement, they each went to do their own work. Just as Zheng Haotian was about to continue the construction, Liu Laowu's voice came over. Lord, I hunted a strange bull. Zheng Haotian frowned when he saw Lao Lu dragging a rotten grass cow into the base. The cow was already rotten and hairless, like a zombie cow with some strange disease. Hurry up and drag out. Zheng Haotian covered his nose and asked hurriedly, Where did you hunt it? I saw it in the forest on the other side of the mountain. There are many animals with strange diseases there. This cow should be theirs. Liu Laowu replied. Zheng Haotian's heart was shocked, and he felt uneasy. This place is not simple. We need to find out as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Peasants Become Soldiers. Zheng Haotian knew, without thinking, that the patient with the strange disease Liu Laowu mentioned was most likely a zombie. Seeing the rotting zombie cow, Zheng Haotian secretly became alert. There were only 2 hours left in the countdown, and the zombies could arrive here at any time. Everyone, work faster, and come back to get jerky as a reward. Zheng Haotian immediately issued an order to all the farmers through the system. The farmers under his command immediately sensed the Lord's intention and began to work with all their might. The growth of resources was in full swing, and Zheng Haotian knew that he had to stockpile as much supplies as possible before the zombies arrived. Thinking of this, he quickly exchanged a trap blueprint in the system and quickly posted it on the World Channel. Each use required 10 wood. Then, he began to lay traps outside the bluestone wall of the base. These traps were flap traps with deep pits underneath, which could effectively trap the enemy and prevent them from climbing out. But one trap was obviously not enough, so Zheng Haotian continued to use up all the trap blueprints and lined up hundreds of traps around the bluestone wall. Looking at the remaining resources, he finally stopped. If everyone has a bow, they can guard the arrow tower, and the resources will be just enough. Zheng Haotian began to calculate carefully and made final preparations for the upcoming battle. He decided to build an arrow tower at each of the 4 corners to form a defensive circle. As each arrow tower was gradually completed, his resources were close to 3 digits. Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian had another idea in his mind. Iron bow. I must use an iron bow. In the system store, Zheng Haotian saw knives, axes, guns, swords, and other weapons that looked extremely sharp, but he only had peasants in his hands. How could he use these melee weapons? So he chose to exchange 8 iron bows and 400 iron arrows, and finally used up all the remaining resources. Just as Zheng Haotian was about to wait for the zombies to attack, the resource column changed, and the price of wood suddenly soared. From 1,500, it quickly rose to 500,000. Zheng Haotian instantly realized that the trap blueprint must have been discovered by someone else. This morning, he wasn't the only one with the bow and arrow blueprint on the world channel. Various other blueprints began to appear, and the price of wood soared as a result. But it's not too late. There's still half an hour. Zheng Haotian looked at the countdown and realized that more construction was needed. At this last moment, he had to make final preparations for the upcoming battle. He opened the system and checked the buildings that could be built in the third-level base, and selected several buildings that he thought were very important. In order to set traps before, he was reluctant to build things, but now he finally had enough resources to complete them. Zheng Haotian immediately began construction. First, he selected 2 stone guards as the defense force of the base. These 2 stone statues were tall and solid, and could increase the defense of the base. With a flash of blue light, 2 huge stone guards appeared at the gate of the base. They were 4 meters tall, almost as tall as the bluestone wall, and looked extremely powerful. Then, Zheng Haotian built a barracks. Looking at the gray tent with the flag of the word soldier flying, he was a little surprised. It turns out that farmers can only become soldiers after training. This made him pay more attention to the farmers under his command, because they not only have natural skills, but once they are trained, their combat effectiveness will definitely be stronger after becoming soldiers. Zheng Haotian didn't waste time and called Zhang Daqiang and others back to prepare for their training. At this time, there were only 20 minutes left before the countdown to the end of the world. Everyone enter the barracks and receive training. Zheng Haotian gave the order. The function of the barracks is very special. Those who enter are ordinary farmers, and when they come out, they become soldiers. What's more amazing is that the training process takes almost no time. It only takes a few seconds for the farmers to complete the transformation. Zhang Daqiang was the first to enter the barracks, followed by Qiao Shan, Liu Laowu, Zhao Tai, and others. A golden light flashed, and a few seconds later, Zhang Daqiang walked out from the other end of the barracks. His linen clothes had been replaced with cotton armor, and the axe in his hand had become a spear. Name: Zhang Daqiang. Occupation: soldier. Physical fitness: 100 out of 100 abilities. Farming, logging, defense, special ability. Get twice the result with half the effort. Loyalty: 85. Zhang Daqiang's occupation and loyalty have changed, and he has gained an additional defensive ability, which makes Zheng Haotian a little surprised. It seems that after becoming a soldier, the ability of the peasants has been improved. Although there is no big change, at least they are no longer as easy to escape from battle as before. The same was true for the following peasants. Although the changes were not significant, it was clear that their fighting spirit had increased. Zheng Haotian knew that this was what he needed, a loyal iron army. Seeing these changes, Zheng Haotian was very satisfied. Then he distributed the iron bows he exchanged to 7 farmers. The moment each of them received the bow, their loyalty increased rapidly, especially Liu Laowu, whose loyalty originally reached 90, and it increased to 100 with excitement. The loyalty of new farmers, such as Zhao Tai, also increased by 10 to 15. Now, all the farmers can guard the base. Zheng Haotian said to his farmers. He left Zhao Tai by his side and arranged the other farmers to defend the Tonkei Tower. With 5 minutes left in the countdown, Zheng Haotian and Zhao Tai climbed up one of the arrow towers. Holding an iron-framed bow in hand, they greeted the farmers on the other arrow towers, preparing to meet the approaching zombies. At this time, the world chat channel has become extremely lively. If I get bitten, I will bite it back. We all have mouths, so who is afraid of whom? It's over. The guy who got bitten is probably dead. The countdown hasn't ended yet. How did he get bitten? I haven't seen any zombies here yet. I heard that some people left the base to look for food. I have seen dozens of zombies here. Fortunately, I built a wooden fence. Zheng Haotian opened the chat channel and watched the news about zombies. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the impending disaster. Is Lieutenant Colonel Wei here? Zheng Haotian suddenly remembered the private message and sent it. Brother Haotian, what's wrong? Wei Tai replied to Zheng Haotian while setting up a homemade trap. Zheng Haotian knew that Wei Tai's skills were very helpful to him. Although the trap was simple, it could play a good defensive role. Moreover, Wei Tai had already built a wooden fence with the remaining resources, which also brought Zheng Haotian some peace of mind. I hope I can survive, Zheng Haotian said to himself, preparing for the most difficult moment. Chapter 12. Zombies Attack. Zheng Haotian knew that Wei Tai, as a lieutenant colonel in the military, had a unique way of dealing with crises. To survive in the apocalypse, making friends with someone like him who had special skills would undoubtedly lay the foundation for future mutual assistance. Giving timely assistance is particularly important at such a critical moment, and being able to help others, especially when they need it most, can often establish an immortal friendship. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, I still have some resources here. I can't help you much, but I hope it can help you survive this. After weighing it in his mind, Zheng Haotian decided to send 10,000 pieces of wood and a trap blueprint to Wei Tai. Although it's not much, at least it can give him more defensive means at this critical moment. Thank you, Brother Haotian. I accept this favor. I will repay you in the future. Wei Tai took the resources without hesitation and quickly set up traps. His small base was less than 200 square meters. He used 10,000 pieces of wood to set up 2 circles of traps, providing great security for himself and his 2 farmers. After doing all this, Zheng Haotian closed the world chat channel. The remaining time was getting shorter and shorter, and there was only 1 minute left in the countdown. At this moment, any resources were no longer important. Whether he could survive depended on his ability to cope with the situation at this moment. As the countdown reached 0, Zheng Haotian looked at the scene in front of him. It should have been a clear sky, but for some reason, a layer of white fog suddenly rose in the mountains and forests. The fog rolled and quickly enveloped the entire base. The thick fog made it almost impossible for Zheng Haotian to see the situation in the distance. Everyone stay alert. If you see any moving target, shoot an arrow. Zheng Haotian reminded loudly, with the iron bow in his hand, ready to shoot at any time. In the mist, as strange noises sounded, Zheng Haotian stared at the front. His 4 arrow towers were able to cover the perimeter of the entire base. The guards of each arrow tower were in their respective positions, ready to welcome the approaching zombies. As the roars became clearer and clearer, Zheng Haotian's heartbeat began to accelerate. In the mist, several rotten zombies were staggering towards the base. They did not seem to be in a hurry, as if they were slowly walking towards their own death. Zheng Haotian gave an order, shoot. Without any hesitation, Zheng Haotian issued another order, and the 8 farmers guarding the arrow tower drew their bows one after another, and arrows cut through the air and accurately shot at the approaching zombies. Although other than Liu Laowu, Zheng Haotian, and Li Si, the other farmers were not good at archery, but with everyone's collective efforts, arrows rained down on the zombies. In the mist, several zombies instantly became hedgehogs. As the roars became clearer, more zombies began to walk out of the fog and approach the base in groups. Zheng Haotian's heart tightened, and he prepared for a greater challenge. In this continuous rain of arrows, the farmers' archery skills were constantly improving, and their accuracy gradually increased. The system suddenly sounded a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for comprehending the archery skill. Continuous arrows. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he could also awaken a skill. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the awakening of the skill was a huge improvement for him. The skill of the continuous arrow made every arrow he shot more deadly. The lethality of the arrow was greatly enhanced. It was no longer just hitting the target, but could kill with 1 arrow. The awakening of the continuous arrow greatly improved Zheng Haotian's combat ability, allowing him to become a human turret in battle. He continued to issue instructions and cooperate with the farmers in other directions for support. The sky gradually darkened. Although the zombie tide did not slow down, Zheng Haotian gradually took control of the situation with the help of his awakened skills and traps. Those traps effectively stopped most of the zombies' attacks, while Zheng Haotian and his peasants continued to provide fire support on the arrow tower. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt again. Ding! The boss is about to appear. Please be prepared, Lord. Zheng Haotian's mood tightened, and the system's prompt sound made him alert. Boss, it must be stronger than ordinary zombies. Be careful. He immediately began to concentrate and prepare to face the upcoming boss. Suddenly, a yellow mark appeared in the mist. As the yellow mark slowly approached the city wall, Zheng Haotian finally saw clearly that the zombie had a yellow light bulb on its head and was much faster than the other zombies. Little guy, if it weren't for the system prompt, I wouldn't have known that you were a boss. Zheng Haotian sneered. Since you came out by yourself, don't blame me for the rain of arrows. Following the order, Zheng Haotian and Zhao Tai shot arrows at the same time. The arrows hit the target instantly, and Zhao Tai also shot the arrow in his hand. The boss, disguised as an ordinary zombie, let out a shrill roar, suddenly accelerated, and quickly approached the city wall. Zheng Haotian's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Shoot it to death!" Fortunately, with the system's identification, Zheng Haotian was able to spot the boss early and avoid the danger of it rushing into the base. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, the boss was shot into a hedgehog before he even got close to the wall and finally let out a desperate roar and fell to the ground. As the boss fell to the ground, the zombie's attack seemed to be coming to an end. The roar in the fog gradually disappeared, and the thick fog began to slowly dissipate. As the scene in front of him gradually became clearer, Zheng Haotian let out a long sigh, feeling that the zombie attack was finally over. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although this battle was not particularly dangerous, the fatigue brought by archery still made him sweat profusely. I don't know how the others are doing. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat channel and saw a message flashing by quickly. Many people were discussing the zombie attack. What should I do when the zombies surround the city? My fence is about to break. Who can save me? Why are there zombies chasing me, even though I'm hiding on a skyscraper? I envy you for having zombies to accompany you. I can only stand on an island and fish. Has anyone discovered that zombies can drop materials? Zheng Haotian simply browsed through the information, and suddenly one thing puzzled him. Why did no one mention the existence of the boss? The zombie with the yellow mark was obviously a boss. Didn't everyone notice that this might be another special system benefit he had, and only he could see this information? Congratulations to Lord Haotian for surviving the zombie attack. The system prompt sounded again. Boss Haotian is awesome. That is so powerful. Help me, there's a very strong zombie here. It's this Haotian again. If he wasn't the GM, I would be doing a handstand and eating shit. After the system announcement was sent out, the world channel suddenly became lively, and many people asked Zheng Haotian for help. Zheng Haotian casually shot out 100 iron-headed arrows and gave them to one of the players who asked for help, and thought, it seems that this system is indeed not simple. It is really not easy to get such benefits in the end times. After ending the zombie crisis, Zheng Haotian finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to continue to face the next challenge. Chapter 13, worthy of being Haotian's father. There were various comments in the chat box. Through these comments, Zheng Haotian learned one thing. The scale of zombies he encountered might be the largest among all people. Because his main base was already level 3, the specifications of the Doomsday were naturally different. When other zombies attacked, it basically came in groups of 2 or 3, with the most not exceeding 10. But when it came to our own zombies, at least 300 were shot dead, not to mention those that were swallowed by the flip trap. In total, there were more than 500 zombies in the entire attack. This difference should be due to the level of the base, but this is a good thing. The higher the level of the base, the more ways there are to deal with zombies. There are more zombies, and their strength is just SOSO. They can be killed by a few iron arrows. This was the result without using the Stone Man Guards. If he had deployed the Stone Man Guards today, the battle would probably have ended even faster, but he always had to keep some trump cards in reserve. The crisis is over. Everyone, follow me out to check and see if anyone is dead yet. Shoot them with an arrow. After coming to his senses, Zheng Haotian took his 7 peasant soldiers out to check. There were more than 300 badly decayed corpses lying around the camp, many of them so horrifying that people couldn't bear to look directly at them. The flip traps that swallowed the zombies disappeared without a trace after being triggered once. They were indeed disposable. Zheng Haotian also forced himself to suppress the churning in his stomach before he barely checked the battlefield. Qiao Shan and Qiao Baojian, who were standing by, were so moved by seeing their lord leading the charge that they advanced on the spot. The loyalty of other farmers also increased significantly, and they're almost close to full loyalty. This made Zheng Haotian overjoyed. It seemed that sharing the joys and sorrows with his farmers was also an effective way to increase their loyalty. Because he saw in the chat channel that zombies would drop materials, Zheng Haotian looked carefully and found that many zombies had a dim ball of light on their bodies. Is this considered a monster drop? Reach out and touch the light ball, and the system will send information in time. Wood 100. As the finger touched the light ball, it shattered, and the resource column indeed increased by 100 pieces of wood. Zheng Haotian touched the light balls one by one and gained some resources. Cleaning up the battlefield is hard work, and Zheng Haotian naturally would not do it himself, as he could not stand the smell. But he had enough peasants under his command, and soon all the zombie corpses were gathered together. He had plenty of wood, and when he lit a fire, the flesh and blood of the zombies quickly shrank, and the corpses were soon burned to ashes under the raging fire. After counting, we collected more than 1,000 pieces of wood and a number of stones. After a night of fighting, the sky gradually brightened after the battlefield was cleaned up. When dawn arrived, the system issued another notification. Event: Zombie attack. Progress and first place, Haotian. The second citizen, Mechanic. Third place, Swordmaster. 10th place, Wei Tai. The system announced the rankings, and the comment section was boiling again. There's so many big guys, but Haotian Dad is still the number one. He really deserves to be called Haotian Dad. Why is my name not there? System, do you look down on me, fat tiger? So you can get a flower name? Exporting sea fish is nutritious and delicious, and only exchanges for resources. 10 big guys. Is there anyone willing to be my younger brother? Just give me some resources if I can lick your ass and be willing to work for you. Luo Z, Class 2, number 18 middle school. I will always love you. The comment section is as unreliable as ever. No one talks about serious matters. First place in the Doomsday Defense War. Rewards are as follows. Mechanical Warrior times 1. Electronic Components times 10. Shiki Constitution Pill times 2. Zheng Haotian looked at the reward with excitement. This was a battle reward, so it must be extraordinary. Click to receive. A flash of light passed by, and a tall and well-proportioned pure silver mechanical warrior appeared in front of him. At the same time, a small pile of electronic components and a small jade bottle appeared on the ground. He picked up the electronic component, took a look at it, and had no idea what it was used for, so he threw it into the system backpack. The system had an introduction to the Corpse Demon Constitution pill, which could enhance physical fitness after taking it. Looking at the mechanical warrior in front of him, Zheng Haotian was very interested. Because this mechanical warrior is covered in dazzling silver white, Zheng Haotian named her Shan. Shan, tell me what you can do. Zheng Haotian walked towards the main base while asking the mechanical warrior behind him. Report to the master. I can conduct armed reconnaissance, automatic alert, automatic combat, patrol. The function of flash is not related to combat. Otherwise, how can it be called mechanical warrior? Looking at the naked Shan, Zheng Haotian exchanged a robe in the system store to cover his body. Although the pure metal body was not good-looking, it was immoral. The 7 peasants under his command looked at Shan with strange eyes. After a night of fighting, the smoke cleared and Zheng Haotian felt exhausted. He just wanted to have a good rest. He sent the peasant soldiers back to their work and went back to the main base to sleep. At the door of his room was the mechanical war girl Shan, staring at him with electronic eyes. He slept well and did not wake up until the afternoon. On the dining table in the hall on the first floor, there was a roast chicken prepared by Liu Laowu. Zheng Haotian liked this loyal and independent subordinate more and more. When he arrived at the yard, the scorching sun made it impossible to open his eyes. The steaming heat made the air dry. There was a clanging sound in the blacksmith shop. Zhao Tai was making arrowheads. In the future, he only needed to provide the materials and some basic weapons, and Zhao Tai would be fully capable of doing the job. Climbing up the arrow tower, you can see Zhang Daqiang cutting wood and Erqiang farming in the distance. Lao Lu, Li Si, and Wang Biao should be hunting in the woods now. That's how life should be. Everyone has their own duties. As a lord, I also have to worry about the territory. I glanced at the mechanical warrior beside me, but it was a pity that she was just a robot and could only be used for fighting. It was difficult to even chat with her. I opened the system and clicked on summon. Today's farmers haven't been summoned yet, and I've already lost a lot of resources in the morning. There was a flash of light, and 4 peasants knelt on the ground to listen to the instructions. Zheng Haotian briefly checked the status of the 4 people. They were all good. Everyone had dual abilities, and their special abilities were also very powerful. First, they entered the barracks to get gilded, and then they were given tools to go out to work. Since you have been summoned, you must work for your master. Haotian will not keep idle people. After taking a look at the resources, it is growing very fast, but there is still some distance before large-scale construction can be carried out. He opened the world channel, put up all his blueprints for sale, and sold the arrows he picked up for the second time. Unfortunately, the resources he got were very few. Because the first wave of Doomsday Crisis has passed, many people have saved enough resources to upgrade the secondary main base. They have no spare money and no desire to consume. Zheng Haotian didn't see any business opportunities, so he quit the chat channel. As for those people who were talking nonsense in the channel, he naturally ignored them. Chapter 14, Preparing to Invest in an Island. The private message flashed, and because I had set up friend communication, the message could only be from my only friend, Lieutenant Colonel Wei. Brother Haotian, thanks to your support for the trap, otherwise I would have been defeated this time. Wei Tai's sign made Zheng Haotian feel satisfied. It turned out that giving timely assistance was more effective. Brother Wei is very lucky, so a few zombies are no match for him. Keep working hard, brother. The third level base is the real beginning. There will be many good things there, and the higher the level of the base, the better it can cope with risks. After a simple reply, Zheng Haotian opened the system mall again. The pictures here are much cuter, filled with all kinds of props. A lot of things can be purchased at the level 3 main base. Zheng Haotian has his eyes on a cool long sword, which only costs 100,000 iron ores. Unfortunately, all his resources have to be used on the blade, so he has to miss out on this cool long sword. After browsing them all, my mouth was watering, but I didn't move my fingers to buy anything. I had to save resources to build other buildings. Upgrading the main base was the key. At present, resources are somewhat limited, and Zheng Haotian is also helpless. This is how things are. Saving resources bit by bit is the way ordinary people play. After all, only a few people can suddenly become rich by themselves. After getting off the arrow tower, Zheng Haotian took out the small jade bottle containing the corpse ghost physique pill. System introduction. This thing can enhance physical fitness. It shouldn't be harmful, right? Looking at the black and smelly pill, Zheng Haotian really didn't have the courage to take it. In the end, he made up his mind after reading the introduction again and again. The corpse demon constitution pill melts in the mouth, and a strong stench actually turns into a refreshing fragrance when it enters the mouth. But after a moment, Zheng Haotian began to abuse the system. The rewards are all 3-no products, not humane at all. Even if it's hair removal and marrow cleansing, it doesn't have to be so old-fashioned. They actually rely on diarrhea to detoxify. Can't they just sweat and take a shower to complete the hair removal and marrow cleansing? Zheng Haotian squatted in the dense forest, with crackling sounds behind him. Looking at his painful yet comfortable expression, it seemed that the corpse ghost physique pill was working. Originally, the corpse demon constitution pill did not have such serious side effects. Who made him eat both pills in one gulp? The fact that he did not die from the shit should be considered a blessing from the system. The effect of the elixir took effect quickly, and by sunset, Zheng Haotian had already felt the changes in himself. The physical changes are the most obvious. It seems as if I have endless energy. I open my status bar. Name, Zheng Haotian. Occupation, Lord. Physical fitness, 300/300. Abilities, command, encouragement, strengthening the body. Special ability, strong luck allows you to thrive in this world. Skill, chain arrows. The Lord template is not much different from the peasant template, except that as a Lord there is an additional skill box. It's a pity that he only knows how to shoot a string of arrows. I need to practice more in the future and try to master other skills as soon as possible. There's a new ability called Strengthen the Body in the ability column. You don't have to guess that this is a life-saving skill. I feel my body again, and I feel more satisfied than ever before. The reward for first place is truly extraordinary. I am getting ahead at every step. At sunset, all the farmers returned and darkness once again dominated the mountains and forests. A bonfire was lit in the yard, and Li Si was doing his duty diligently on the arrow tower. Thank you for your hard work. I am lucky to have your assistance. We will have to work hard and strive to get through safely every time. As Zheng Haotian was speaking, he exchanged a jar of wine for the farmers. Looking at the system prompt about the loyalty increase, it turned out that just as he expected, everyone's loyalty was rising. These days have been spent in a tense atmosphere, fearing that he would be the one who could not survive when the end of the world came. He tried his best to prepare for a rainy day and to obtain resources. Today, he can finally take a break. Looking at the farmers who were reluctant to drink in small sips, Zheng Haotian is really satisfied with his current life. Your subordinates are versatile and capable, and many things can be done naturally without you having to put in any effort. When you have nothing to do, you can browse the chat area or go to the mall to exchange some scarce materials with your advanced level, and then go and reap the profits. Is there a better life than this? Just like now, Zheng Haotian has exchanged a lot of spears and swords in the third-level system store. These things are not expensive, but he can exchange them for twice the resources with just one resale. After all, he's the only one in the world with a level 3 base. World Chat Channel. Boss Haotian is here again. Boss, do you need any accessories? I am willing to serve you. Does Boss Haotian have any predictions for the next apocalyptic event? A lot of people disappeared. Were they eliminated? I wonder if my goddess has come into this world. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, didn't you say that the country was organizing a rescue operation? Why haven't we seen any rescue workers yet? I suddenly envy the guy on the island. Although he's lonely, he doesn't have to face zombies. Then come on, I don't want to stay on the island for a moment. Someone come and replace me. I'll do it. I'll trade my big boss for your little island. The chat area was still lively. Zheng Haotian was like an old villain hiding in the darkness, shouting at everyone. There are still no constructive topics in the chat area. People are either complaining or expressing fear. They're all old people who have experienced the end of the world, but why can't they see the situation clearly? Right now, there is no way to take shortcuts except to fight a desperate battle. Seeing that some people actually envied the man on the island, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but sneer. Now it was only the first round with a dozen zombies. Of course, he could envy that guy for being able to get through it safely without fighting. But in the later stage, he could almost judge that there would inevitably be flying zombies or ferocious beasts. What should he do then? The island's ecology is single. Even if two farmers both fish, a lot of resources will be wasted, which will inevitably lead to slow development. If you take one step slower, then when the end of the world comes again, or after 3 or 4 times, the base on this island will inevitably be breached. Zheng Haotian knew, without thinking, that the brothers on the island must have realized it and were making various efforts. Otherwise, he would not have seen this person speaking every time he entered the world channel. Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian's eyes suddenly lit up. If the development is relatively rapid in the early stages, it can have many advantages, such as abundant resources, high efficiency of farmers, and time saving. How about opening a branch base to hunt for food for ourselves? Zheng Haotian suddenly thought that maybe he could help his brothers on this island. The unique environment there made it easy for him to gain a foothold in the early stages, but development always requires resources, and the resources restricted his growth. Is my brother there? Zheng Haotian opened the chat box and sent a private message. Boss Haotian? It's really you, Boss Haotian. Are you here to save me? I really don't know what to say. Before Zheng Haotian could speak, the guy opposite him was already talking incoherently, which shows how famous Zheng Haotian is in the world. Chapter 15. Shock from Haotian. Zheng Haotian was a little amused and could only interrupt the other party's excitement. Brother, don't get excited. Listen to me. I want to make a deal with you. Trade? When Xiaoguang heard these 2 words, he couldn't help but look at his barren territory. As a small scum, what was there in him that was worthy of trading with the big boss Zheng Haotian? Boss Haotian, what do you like about me? Just tell me. Even if it's me, as long as the conditions are right, it's not impossible. Forehead. 3 black lines appeared on Zheng Haotian's forehead. No kidding. I think your current geographical location is unique, so I hope to cooperate with you in development, but I will take 90 of all the gains. Zheng Haotian directly stated his request. Harvest? But Boss Haotian, I even have to search for food for my own farmers. So how can there be any harvest? Xiaoguang said helplessly. Zheng Haotian immediately replied. It's very simple. As long as you promise me, I will provide you with the resources for the initial construction. Of course, we must sign a contract and write down the conditions just mentioned. Is this true? Of course. Sign it now. Xiaoguang was originally a college student who was inexplicably drawn into this apocalypse. Although he did not experience the first wave of zombie attacks, he was also in a state of confusion. Now Zheng Haotian has come out and said he wants to help him. For him, this is like pie in the sky. How can he not be excited? In that case, let's not waste any more time. Please sign this contract. If I am capable enough in the future, I will try my best to rescue you from the island. Hearing Zheng Haotian's invisible promise, Xiaoguang signed the contract with some excitement. The next moment, an invisible relationship was established between the 2 people through the system. Fight! Congratulations to Lord Haotian. You have successfully established a sub-base. As a reward, the daily population of the main base will be increased by 1. What? Zheng Haotian was confused. Is there such a good thing? What does it mean to increase the daily population by 1? What this means is that it was originally a level 3 base and could only produce 4 peasants a day. But now it's 5 a day. After upgrading to level 4 base, that will be 6 per day. In this crisis-ridden apocalypse, the number of farmers undoubtedly represents the strength of the base. At this moment, Zheng Haotian just wanted to shout, "Woohoo, take off. Be calm, be cool. Don't be complacent. Now is the time for us to develop on our own. Only if we survive now, there will be unlimited possibilities in the future." Zheng Haotian thought silently. After summoning the extra farmer, he was sent to the barracks to practice. Then he communicated with Xia Guang about the amount of resources he needed, exchanged wood for enough other resources in the world chat box, and sent them directly to Xia Guang. All the farmers in the base were sent out to work. Although Zhang Daqiang and his men were trained as soldiers, it did not mean that they had lost their special abilities as farmers. Not only that, the farmers who became soldiers had their physical strength limit further increased, and their endurance became better. "My lord, we are back." The hunting team, led by Liu Laowu, returned to the base first, each of them carrying an elk weighing more than 100 kilograms. "Everyone has worked hard. Take a break and drink some water." "Thank you, lord." Liu Laowu took the water from Zheng Haotian with a grateful look on his face, and the other farmers did the same. In their stereotype, the lord is high and mighty, and a lord like Zheng Haotian who always cares about the peasants is definitely worthy of their gratitude. After comforting Liu Laowu and others, Zheng Haotian began to study the rewards given by the system. There is no need to talk about the corpse demon constitution pill. Although the process is not satisfactory, the effect is still great. The mechanical warriors have not been deployed yet, so it is unclear how powerful they are. What Zheng Haotian was most confused about were these 10 small crystals flashing blue light, which were the so-called electronic components. In this age of fire sticks, how should we use these electronic components? Zheng Haotian felt confused, but he soon figured out what to do. Opens the world chat box. "What's the problem if you don't understand? Just ask." At this time, everyone was discussing Zheng Haotian, a cheating existence, and Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai said something that left everyone speechless. Strong is strong. No amount of gossip can erase this ironclad fact. Zheng Haotian then issued an announcement, interrupting everyone's chat. "Does anyone know what electronic components are used for? Please send me a private message and I will answer you for a fee." As soon as the question was asked, the chat area exploded again. What are electronic components? Boss Haotian is so awesome that he's actually in a high-tech. "Oh my god, I can't even get the wood. And you actually got the electronic components?" Master Haotian has confirmed that he is the GM. "Please help me." Ding dong. Zheng Haotian ignored the complaints because someone had already messaged him privately. "I can tell you what the electronics do, and even tell you where to find more, but you need to give me half of them." Looking at the message and the name of the sender, Zheng Haotian's expression became a little strange. Wang Lu, the owner of the generator blueprint. That's right, the person who sent the message to Zheng Haotian was Wang Lu, the owner of the previous engine blueprint. If there is no second Wang Lu and a second generator blueprint, then it's me. Wang Lu replied humorously. "Since it's you, there shouldn't be any problem with the news. Just tell me. Then Lord Haotian has agreed to my conditions? If so, why not sign this contract first?" Wang Lu sent a contract with system effectiveness to Zheng Haotian. The contract clearly states the conditions that Wang Lu just proposed, and the most important point is undoubtedly that the electronic components will be divided in half. Half is too much. If you are just providing information, I can give you 5 at most. No matter how much I gain, you will only have 5. Zheng Haotian certainly could not agree to such an unfair clause, so he stated his conditions. "Make a deal. This is a revised contract. Sign it." Zheng Haotian was a little stunned to see that Wang Lu agreed so readily. Is Boss Haotian planning to go back on his word? Of course not, but if the information you provide is inaccurate, this contract will be invalid. You can add this point. In just a few sentences of conversation, Zheng Haotian had already discovered that this Wang Lu was no ordinary person. Sure enough, the presence of the blueprint at the very beginning has its own special abilities. No problem. After the wrangling, Zheng Haotian signed the contract and subsequently obtained all the information about electronic components. Chapter 16 Ruins Exploration Plan. I didn't expect that electronic components are the core components of mobile phones, But the manufacturing of mobile phones actually requires a third-level factory. Zheng Haotian muttered to himself. According to the information we got from Wang Lu, the main use of electronic components is to manufacture mobile phones for communication. This phone is not a stereotypical smartphone, but can only be used for remote communication. But even so, it can be said to be extremely precious in this apocalyptic world when zombies are rampant. Moreover, Wang Lu also mentioned a place where more electronic components can be found, the ruins of the city. The once prosperous city has now become a hotbed of zombies. Under the ruins, in addition to rare materials, there are hordes of zombies. I must make a good plan first, otherwise I can't explore the city ruins easily. Zheng Haotian thought secretly. Of course, the sooner the electronic components are obtained, the better, and Wang Lu has made it clear that as long as she is given enough resources, there will soon be a level 3 factory in her base. This means that as long as there are enough electronic components, mobile phones can be manufactured continuously. Liu Laowu, come here for a moment. Yes, Lord, please give your orders. Liu Laowu said respectfully. His loyalty has reached 90, and his loyalty to Zheng Haotian has almost risen to the level of faith. I have a mission for you. Led Zhao Si and Zhang Daqiang to explore the edge of the city ruins. You don't need to go deep. Once you sense danger, you can retreat on your own. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian decided to send Liu Laowu, who had reconnaissance capabilities, with 2 other farmers to get a general idea of the situation of the city ruins. What I learned from Wang Lu was that the city ruins were very dangerous, and the total number of zombies inside was probably more than the total number of zombies in the first attack. And more importantly, there are mutated zombies inside, which makes the city ruins even more dangerous. Zhao Si, Zhang Daqiang, follow me. After saying hello, Liu Laowu took Zhao Si and Zhang Daqiang away from the base. Zheng Haotian was not idle either. There is now a fence outside the base, which can serve as a buffer, but it is not very useful in terms of protection, so the stone wall still needs to be built. During the subsequent exploration of the city ruins, Zheng Haotian planned to leave Zhao Tai at the blacksmith shop to forge weapons and have the rest of the farmers go with him. If necessary, he would even lead the team himself. Of course, this would have to wait until Liu Laowu brought back the intelligence. So when there is no one guarding the base, the city wall becomes indispensable. Building a city wall, 1,000 wood and 5,000 stone are required. Seeing the huge resources needed to build the city wall on the system panel, Zheng Haotian thought for a moment and decided to focus on the second column of stone walls. Building a stone wall, 500 stones are required. The third-level base covers an area of about 3,000 square meters, with the length and width being almost equal. Calculating the length in squares, the required stone wall length is about 650 meters. A stone wall built with 500 units of stone is only 1 meter long. So if you want the entire base to be protected by a stone wall, you will need 325,000 units of stone. For other people, this is already an indescribable number, but for Zheng Haotian, it is not impossible. Looking at the number of resources on the system bar, Zheng Haotian gritted his teeth and directly hung almost all the wood on the world chat box. 500 units of wood were exchanged for 280 units of stone, for a total of 600,000 units of wood. WTF, is Boss Haotian going to build a mountain? Why do you need so many stones? Shocked. A certain tycoon actually owns more than 1 million pieces of timber and is suspected of having cut down a forest. Support Boss Haotian. I will exchange it for 1,000 units of wood. I'll change 2,000. I'll change 5,000. Zheng Haotian originally thought that it would take at least several hours to replace all the hung wood. But I didn't expect that my fame was so great that everyone who saw the information exchange would contribute more or less the stones they had. However, in just over 10 minutes, all the stones Zheng Haotian needed were gathered. At this time, his number of resources is wood, 74280, stone, 352458, iron ore, 786, food, 489. Start building the stone wall. Zheng Haotian is a capable person and he does what he says. The moment the stone was in place, he began construction of the outer stone wall of the base. The stone wall is 3 meters high, and except for a small iron door at the entrance, the rest is made of rough stone. Although it doesn't look sophisticated enough, its defensive power is amazing. A solid stone wall protects the base, so ordinary zombies are nothing to be afraid of. Most of the stones were used in one go, and the base was tightly protected by thick stone walls. Within a 5-kilometer straight line range facing the base, Zheng Haotian sent people to dig more than a dozen traps of various types, which served as the first line of defense for the base. 2 stone giants guarded the entrance of the stone wall, serving as the second line of defense for the base. The appearance of the stone wall naturally adds a third layer of protection to the base. I dare not say it is indestructible, but as long as you are not extremely unlucky, the safety of the base can be guaranteed. Zhao Tai, process the arrowheads of these bows. I want them to be sharper and more penetrating. As you command, my lord. Zheng Haotian handed about 100 iron-headed wooden arrows to Zhao Tai in the blacksmith shop. If he decided to personally participate in the operation of exploring the city ruins, the bow and arrow would become his main weapon. Time passed quickly, and the latest peasant summoned not long ago had finished his training in the barracks. As luck would have it, Liu Laowu also brought his men to the stone wall outside the base. Old Liu, come in through the iron gate. Zheng Haotian's voice reached Liu Laowu's ears, and then he gently pushed open the iron gate and walked into the base. Your Excellency, I have discovered some bad news. Liu Laowu said respectfully. What's wrong? Explain it clearly. Zheng Haotian frowned slightly. He had a bad premonition. It's a small discovery. Every time we find an entrance to a city ruin, there are a large number of zombies. And there seem to be some particularly tall zombies in the innermost part. Okay, I got it. By the way, Lord, did you build those stone walls outside? Of course, I plan to lead a team to search the city ruins myself. These stone walls are built to protect the base. Zheng Haotian said lightly. Chapter 17, Upgrading Base Buildings. My lord is so awesome. Liu Laowu instantly turned into Zheng Haotian's fangirl, and little stars seemed to appear in her eyes. What is this? It's just a stone wall now. Later our base will have its own wall. Zheng Haotian said this with great pride. The loyalty of soldier Liu Laowu has reached 100. Congratulations, Lord. You have your first death soldier. Death warrior? Zheng Haotian looked at the reverence in Liu Laowu's eyes, which was a kind of respect that a man would die for his friend. I, Liu Laowu, swear here that I will always be loyal to Lord Haotian. I will not hesitate, even if it means my death. Old Liu, Zheng Haotian suddenly had a strange feeling that these summoned farmers were not just tools as he thought, but real people with independent personalities. All of you go to the blacksmith shop and strengthen your weapons. When Zhang Daqiang returns from logging, we'll set off for the city ruins. As you command, Lord. The loyalty of Li Si and Zhang Erqiang also increased by 3 points. Although not as much as Liu Laowu's, it is also a good sign. It seems that building a base is the key to increasing loyalty. If we want them to all reach 100 points of loyalty, we need to make the base stronger. Although the loyalty of the farmers under Zheng Haotian is not low, loyalty is something that the higher the better. After checking the few remaining resources and the conditions required to upgrade the 4th level base, Zheng Haotian suddenly felt that the road ahead is long and arduous. To upgrade the base to level 4, you need 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, and 200,000 food. The base has 10 different buildings, and 3 of them are above level 3. The materials may be available after renting 1 or 2 more blueprints, but at most, there are only 4 types of buildings in the base at the moment. Houses, fields, blacksmith shops, and barracks. Moreover, these 4 are only level 1 buildings. If you want to upgrade them to level 3, you need some special materials. The materials needed to upgrade to level 2 are simple. A residential house only requires 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 100 units of iron ore, and 800 units of food. It only takes 1,000 stones to upgrade a field to level 2. A blacksmith shop requires 500 units of iron ore. As for the barracks, the requirements are somewhat special. After 20 people have been trained, it can be automatically upgraded to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 requires 200 people to be trained. Zheng Haotian only has 9 peasants under his command, and he doesn't know when he will be able to upgrade the barracks, so the 3rd level barracks is not in his consideration. First, upgrade the houses, fields, and blacksmith shops. Zheng Haotian opened the system panel and clicked the upgrade button. The houses were built for farmers to live in. After all, as a lord, he could not always live with his subordinates, otherwise it would be inappropriate. The 1st level residential buildings are small 1-story bungalows where farmers have to squeeze into bunk beds, and it is a bit crowded. The 2nd level residential houses were transformed into 2-story villas, which could easily accommodate 30 or 40 people. The first level fields only cover about 3 acres, while the second level fields are directly expanded tenfold. If all the food could be grown, it would probably be enough to feed several hundred people for a year. When the blacksmith shop was upgraded to level 2, Zhao Tai rushed out excitedly. My lord, did you upgrade the blacksmith shop? Zhao Tai looked a little too excited, which made Zheng Haotian a little puzzled. I did it. Thank you, lord. My blacksmith level has been upgraded along with the blacksmith shop. Now, as long as I have the materials, I can forge excellent weapons. Farmer Zhao Tai's loyalty increased by 10 points. Excellent weapons? Zheng Haotian showed a puzzled expression. My lord, fine weapons are weapons with certain properties that can increase our abilities. If I have a fine-grade hammer, I have a certain chance of forging a higher-level weapon. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. Could it be the same as in the game? Equipping weapons can improve the four-dimensional attributes? What is after the excellent level? Is there a higher level? Zheng Haotian asked. Yes, lord. After the fine grade, there are excellent grade, epic grade, legendary grade, and mythical grade equipment that can only be made by great craftsmen. It is indeed so. What Zhao Tai said was basically consistent with Zheng Haotian's guess. What advanced equipment can you make now? Since Zhao Tai can already make advanced equipment, Zheng Haotian naturally wants to make the best use of him. My lord, I can forge an excellent iron-framed bow, excellent chainmail, and excellent saber. Zhao Tai replied respectfully. Very good. What materials do you need? I need you to make 9 pieces of fine-grade chainmail, 2 fine-grade iron-frame bows, and 7 fine-grade sabers. I'm sorry, lord. I can only produce 1 piece of fine equipment every day now. Moreover, it takes 5 units of fine iron to make a fine chainmail, 2 units of fine iron, and 1 unit of animal tendon to make an iron-framed bow, and 10 units of fine iron to make a saber. Zhao Tai said apologetically. As for the animal tendons, do you think this is okay? When they were dissecting the bison before, there was a piece of beef tendon, so Zheng Haotian handed it directly to Zhao Tai. My lord, this could be used after some processing. Zhao Tai replied after pulling the tough beef tendon. As for refined iron, could it be refined from iron or? My lord, 20 units of iron or can produce 1 unit of refined iron, but it will take me half an hour to refine it. Zhao Tai replied. Then put down your work and help me make an iron bow. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Haotian gave his orders. If there was an excellent weapon, it might have a brilliant effect on the plan to go to the city ruins. As you command, my lord. Zhao Tai took the beef tendons and iron ore and went to work, while Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. Zhao Tai just said that if he could be given a high-quality hammer, his forging efficiency would be further improved. So, Zheng Haotian wanted to ask if anyone else knew about high-quality equipment. I'm here again, asking you a question. Has anyone heard of sophisticated equipment? What new tricks has Boss Haotian come up with? Instead of talking about electronic components, he's talking about sophisticated equipment. I just asked my farmers. When they heard about the advanced equipment, they were very excited. They thought I was going to give them equipment, but I could only tell them that I didn't have any. Chapter 18. A terrifying fatal blow. No way, no way. Could it be that Boss Haotian has the legendary sophisticated equipment? I pay my respects to Master Haotian. I'm only 28 years old, and I'm so light and weak that I beg you to take me down. Zheng Haotian was speechless. It seemed that the chat box in this world had never been in its proper shape. But after a lot of nonsense, someone stood up and said something useful. Lord Jolie, I just asked my farmer, and he introduced me to the meaning of excellent equipment. I will share it with you. If you find it useful, please give me some food. I haven't eaten enough for 3 days. My farmer has a special talent, which is reading a lot of books, so what I say below is absolutely true. Excellent equipment is actually equipment with special properties. For example, an excellent sword can have a sharpness +1 property, and an excellent armor can have a sturdiness +1 property. Above the excellent level equipment, there are also excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical equipment. Of course, the attributes they add are even more powerful. Moreover, these equipments can not only be used by farmers, but they will also be equally effective if used by our lords themselves. After reading Zhou Li's speech, Zheng Haotian immediately rewarded him with 100 units of food. What Zhou Li said has indirectly confirmed that Zhao Tai's remarks are correct, and judging from the comments in the world chat box, no one has ever seen what sophisticated weapons look like. This means that at this moment, the only one who can create sophisticated equipment is Zheng Haotian's family. I pay my respects to Boss Haotian and thank him for the 100 units of food as a reward. Zhou Li received the reward and immediately posted a public message to express his gratitude. As expected of Boss Haotian, he gave me 100 units of food. I haven't stockpiled 100 units of food yet, boo-hoo. The one upstairs is making a noise, and I'm making a noise downstairs. Woo-woo-woo. If anyone has a fine quality hammer, you can private message me, and I will buy it at a high price. Zheng Haotian somehow sent out a message about the acquisition, and then closed the world chat box. My lord, the little people are back. Zhang Daqiang still had 50 points of physical strength left, but Wang Biao only had 10 points of physical strength left. However, the giant deer on his shoulder caught Zheng Haotian's attention. My lord, this is a giant deer that I encountered while cutting wood. I caught on my own initiative. Please forgive me. Wang Biao put the giant deer down from his shoulder, and it was still alive. Seeing this scene, Zheng Haotian instantly realized Wang Biao's terrifying ability. This time it was just a matter of luck, but next time, something even more surprising might happen. Bringing back the prey deserves a reward. How could I blame you? Huh? Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Thank you, Lord, for not blaming me. Wang Biao said a little excitedly. He didn't expect that Zheng Haotian didn't blame him at all for his not doing his job behavior. Okay, you've all worked hard. Go take a rest and eat something. There will be other tasks later. Thank you, Lord. It is our honor to work for you. Seeing Zheng Haotian being so considerate, Guang Tuchong and Wang Biao almost knelt down. Ding! Food detected. Do you want to decompose it? Can living things be decomposed? Zheng Haotian was surprised. System prompt. All creatures captured by the Lord can be decomposed. Then break it down. Zheng Haotian was just thinking about how to deal with this giant deer, and the system has already given him the best option. After dissecting the giant deer, we obtained a whole deer skin, a pair of antlers, and 325 kilograms of venison. Zheng Haotian still kept the deer skin and antlers, and the remaining venison was exchanged for more than 1,000 units of food. After all, after exchanging in this way, you don't need to worry about food preservation. Although only staple foods can be exchanged now, it can also be regarded as hard currency. More than 20 minutes later, Qiao Baojian also dragged his tired body back to the base. His enthusiasm for mining brought Zheng Haotian nearly 1,000 units of iron or income in the morning. Old Joe, if I give you an excellent grade mining pick, will it help your mining? Zheng Haotian suddenly thought that if the high-quality hammer could improve Zhao Tai's abilities, then perhaps other high-quality production tools could also improve the abilities of his farmers. My lord, if I had a high-quality pickaxe, I might be able to collect silver and gold, and the mining efficiency would be greatly improved. Qiao Baojian answered respectfully, with some anticipation on his face. His passion for mining makes him passionate about everything related to mining. Go and rest first. I'll try to get you one later. Thank you, Lord. I am grateful, Qiao Baojian said excitedly, and his loyalty increased by 5 points at once. Of course, Zheng Haotian knew that he had just painted a big picture. If the loyalty increased in this way did not ultimately allow the farmers to get what they wanted, it would probably be lost in an instant. Time passes by little. Lunchtime came quietly. Zheng Haotian invited a group of farmers to have dinner together, and only then did he notice that the extra farmer he summoned for training in the barracks had also come out. Name Lu Fu. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness, 120/120. Abilities, cooking, decomposition, defense. Special ability, golden index finger. When the finger touches, golden light appears and delicious food is achieved. Loyalty, 65. Zheng Haotian was attracted by the ability of Lu Fujin's index finger, which he had just mistaken for a golden finger. I am Lu Fu, the humble servant, and I am honored to meet you, Lord. Lu Fu, I have some ingredients here. I'll leave today's lunch to you. Yes, sir. I will live up to the Lord's trust. Lu Fu took some venison and dry food given by Zheng Haotian and walked towards the house, where there was a simple kitchen. Just as Lu Fu was preparing the meal, Zhao Tai's hearty laughter was heard from the blacksmith shop. Aha, I succeeded. Congratulations, brother Zhao. Liu Laowu looked at the longbow in Zhao Tai's hand that was flashing with a blue light, and a flash of desire passed through his eyes. My lord, I have lived up to your expectations and successfully crafted an excellent iron-framed bow. Zhao Tai took the longbow, walked out of the blacksmith shop, came to Zheng Haotian, and handed him the longbow. Zheng Haotian glanced at the longbow, and the system panel appeared immediately. Weapon, iron bow, excellent grade. Attribute, hit +1. Special ability, critical hit, 1 chance of killing prey with 1 hit. Hiss, the attribute of hit +1 is still pretty standard, but the special ability of the critical hit at the end is so terrifying. Chapter 19, heading to the city ruins. Holding the high-quality iron bow tightly in his hand, Zheng Haotian took aim, and suddenly an inspiration came to him, with an inexplicable sense of confidence arising spontaneously. Is this the effect of hit +1? Zheng Haotian thought to himself. With the appearance of this powerful iron-framed bow, Zheng Haotian became more confident about his upcoming journey to the city ruins. Zhao Tai, you did a great job. Zheng Haotian was not stingy with his praise. Thank you for your praise, Lord. This is all thanks to your upgrading of the blacksmith shop. I am just benefiting from your help. Zhao Taiyan smiled. Your Excellency, the food is ready and you can enjoy it, Lu Fu said as he walked out of the house. Zheng Haotian was just about to invite everyone to eat together when the private message interface of the world chat box suddenly flashed. What does she want from me? Could it be? You guys go eat first, I'll come over later, Zheng Haotian said to Liu Laowu and others. As you command, my lord. After everyone left, Zheng Haotian opened the private message interface and saw the message from Wang Lu. Boss Haotian, are you ready to go to the city ruins? Wang Lu asked the most direct question. That's right, I must get the electronic components. Zheng Haotian did not hide it, but did not say when he would go. Boss Haotian, I suggest you go tomorrow, because the zombies in the city ruins will launch a night attack tonight. By tomorrow, the number of zombies in the city ruins will definitely be greatly reduced, and your chances of obtaining electronic components will also be greatly increased. Wang Lu slowly said a shocking news. How do you know there will be a zombie attack tonight? My farmer killed a wandering zombie this morning and got a clue from it. Wang Lu replied. Zheng Haotian closed the private chat and opened the world chat box. There was still some ordinary transaction information and complaints and rants from self-destructive lords. Zheng Haotian did not see anyone else stand up and say that there would be a zombie attack tonight. Lord Wei Tai, I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. After Wei Tai emphasized 3 times in a row, the messages in the world chat box stopped abruptly, waiting for the urgent notification from the lieutenant colonel. According to reliable intelligence, from 12 o'clock tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the zombies in the ruins of the city closest to our territory will launch a large-scale attack, and there's a possibility that mutant zombies will appear among them. Please start preparing protective measures immediately to survive this wave of zombie attacks. The country will not give up on rescuing you. After seeing the news, Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. Just when I was wondering why no one reported the zombie attack at night, Wei Tai stood up and reported the news in the official name. Are you kidding? It's been less than a day since the last zombie attack, and now there's another one. I'm doomed to die tonight. I only have 3 peasants, and they all died in the last zombie attack. Now I'm the only one left in this huge base. What's that? My base is half surrounded by 3 cities. Who knows how many zombies will come at night? A series of complaints and grumblings appeared in the world chat box again, so Zheng Haotian closed it without hesitation. Now he was also in deep entanglement. Should I survive the zombie attack tonight before going, or go directly in the afternoon? Which choice should I make? Zheng Haotian analyzed the pros and cons of the 2 situations. If we follow Wang Lu's advice and survive the zombie attack at night, the number of zombies in the city ruins will definitely drop significantly the next day. But does this mean it's safer? Uncertain, because most of the zombies who finally returned to the city ruins alive were not ordinary zombies. They were more likely to be mutated zombies. Although the quantity has been reduced, the quality has been increased. Generally speaking, safety is not guaranteed. If he chooses to go directly to the city ruins this afternoon, Zheng Haotian will have to face the dense group of zombies that Liu Laowu mentioned, and the danger will also be great. I'm not going to hunt zombies. If we move faster, even if there are more zombies in the city ruins, they won't be able to hurt us so easily. Besides, the electronic components are in a state-owned factory not far from the city ruins. We don't need to search deeply, so we don't have to worry about the number of zombies. Perhaps because of their large numbers, the zombies' defense will be more lax, making it easier for us to search for electronic components. After thinking it over again and again, Zheng Haotian made a decision. Don't wait until tomorrow. Go this afternoon. Without hesitation, Zheng Haotian walked toward the house. It was time to taste the cooking skills of the golden index finger. Welcome, Lord. As soon as Zheng Haotian walked into the house, all the farmers stood up from their seats, bowed 90 degrees to him, and called out respectfully. Everyone, don't be so polite. Please sit down and eat. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. The farmer sat down, and when Zheng Haotian wanted to sit with them, he was stopped by Liu Fu. Your Excellency, your lunch is here. Why should I eat alone? Zheng Haotian was a little puzzled. My lord, I am your servant. How dare I eat at the same table with you? Liu Fu said respectfully. Zheng Haotian was speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, they did need to have a certain understanding of the master-servant relationship. Otherwise, the relationship would become a mess. I see. But today must be an exception. Zheng Haotian walked directly to where the farmers were sitting and said loudly, Today is not just a lunch, it may be everyone's last meal, so I hope to eat with you all. After lunch, except for Zhao Tai who will stay in the blacksmith shop, everyone else will follow me to the city ruins. We need to find the items we need among the thousands of zombies. Thank you for your gift, Lord. We are willing to do anything for you, even if it means risking our lives. The farmers roared sincerely, with a morale so high that it is difficult to describe in words. Liu Fu, bring all the dishes over here. I will stand with everyone. Zheng Haotian gave an order. As you command, my lord. Soon, Liu Fu piled the table with dishes. As the golden index finger, it is probably really hard to find anyone who can compare with Liu Fu in terms of cooking and tasting food. He is a professional chef, and his reputation is well-deserved. After having a full meal, Zheng Haotian did not waste any time and announced directly that he would personally lead the team to the city ruins. Chapter 20. The Plot to Divert Trouble. After organizing the equipment, Zheng Haotian arranged Zhao Tai and Liu Fu to guard the base. Then he took Liu Laowu and his party out of the base and headed towards the nearest city ruins. My lord, I have prepared delicious food for you at the base, waiting for your triumphant return. Liu Fu shouted loudly. Zheng Haotian's act of eating with everyone just now made him feel sincere respect for him. I will also work hard to create high-quality equipment to contribute to the Lord's foundation. Zhao Tai said unwillingly. Zheng Haotian looked at the two of them with relief, then turned around and led the team away. With two such loyal men guarding the base, he felt safe enough to explore the ruins of the city. My lord, the place ahead is where we arrived this morning. There's a group of zombies wandering around the outermost part. If we want to go in, I'm afraid we have to get rid of them. After walking east for about half an hour, Liu Laowu stopped Zheng Haotian and pointed to the ruins not far ahead. Everyone, keep absolutely quiet and stay where you are. Lao Lu, take me over to see the situation clearly. Yes, my lord, please follow me. Liu Laowu took a step forward, like an old hunter on the hunt, followed by the equally agile Zheng Haotian. After taking the corpse demon constitution pill, Zheng Haotian's physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people. So many actions that he could not do before can now be done easily. My lord, look, it's right there. Liu Laowu stopped in front of a ruined building, used the broken wall as a cover, and stuck his head out. About 10 meters away from them, a large group of zombies were wandering around. Why so many? Zheng Haotian was a little surprised. The number of zombies in front of him was not just dozens or hundreds, but a huge crowd of at least thousands, and more than a dozen of them were much larger than ordinary zombies. It was obvious that they were mutated zombies. That's not right. There weren't so many when we came in the morning. How come there are so many in just a few hours? Liu Laowu was also a little puzzled when he saw this. But Zheng Haotian figured it out immediately. What I learned from Wang Lu about the zombie attack at night was obviously true. Now this group of zombies gathered at the edge of the city ruins are obviously preparing for a night attack. After all, it's such a big city, and with the speed at which ordinary zombies move, it's really time for them to gather at this point. This group of zombies should be preparing for a night attack. Zheng Haotian expressed his thoughts. Could it be that their target is our base? Liu Laowu couldn't help but covering his mouth. Zheng Haotian nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, the target of this group of zombies will undoubtedly be his base. After all, the closest one to here might be Zheng Haotian's base. What should we do? Lord, should we withdraw and strengthen our defense? The best solution Liu Laowu could think of was to rely on the stone wall of the base to block the zombie horde. That was the last resort. Now we still have other methods to try, such as diverting the trouble to someone else. Liu Laowu looked puzzled, but Zheng Haotian had no intention of explaining. He turned around and ran towards where the others were waiting. "Lord, you're back. How's the situation?" Zhang Daqiang stepped forward and asked with concern. "There are more zombies than in the morning, and there are more than a dozen mutated zombies alone, so the plan of rushing in by force is cancelled. We need to find a more appropriate method," Zheng Haotian said slowly. The expressions of all the farmers changed slightly, and the two good friends Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang looked eager to try. Li Si and Wang Biao looked a little nervous, while Qiao Baojian was a little absent-minded and didn't seem to care too much about the increase in the number of zombies. "My lord, we will follow your arrangements in everything." Liu Laowu stroked his chest with his left hand, looking very respectful. "Very good. Next, tell me my thoughts. If you have different opinions, you can speak out. There is no need to be too restrained," Zheng Haotian emphasized. "After all, 3 cobblers are better than zhuge. What everyone comes up with together is of course more accurate and reasonable than what one person comes up with subjectively. I will follow the Lord's orders. Actually, my idea is very simple. Since we can't force our way in, why not divert the trouble to another place and lead these zombies to other directions? Not only can we enter the city ruins to search for electronic components, but these zombies will also target other bases for night raids, and the safety of our base will be greatly guaranteed. My lord is wise. In this way, we have achieved 3 goals with 1 stone." Liu Laowu led the applause. "I am willing to help lead the zombies away." Liu Laowu, who had just finished praising, raised his left hand. He was the first to recommend himself. Unfortunately, Zheng Haotian did not agree to his request to fight, but chose to go into battle himself. "Old Liu, I know the contribution you have made to the base, but I'm afraid none of you are suitable for this mission except me," Zheng Haotian said helplessly. In order to lead away a group of nearly 1,000 zombies, one not only needs to have nimble footwork, but also the ability to fight and attract the hatred of the zombies. Zheng Haotian, who possesses an excellent iron frame bow and has taken the corpse ghost physique pill, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Perhaps if the high-quality iron frame bow is given to Liu Laowu to use, he might be able to barely lure the zombies away. But there is no doubt that his speed will be much slower than Zheng Haotian's, which will directly lead to serious consequences. For example, Liu Laowu died. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. I will lead the zombie group in another direction. You take the opportunity to enter the National Factory building in the ruins. Find the electronic components for me, even if you have to dig deep underground, and then bring them all out. Zheng Haotian began to give orders. "Yes, I will follow the Lord's orders." Although everyone was still very worried about Zheng Haotian's safety, the gap in status between the Lord and his subordinates forced Liu Laowu and others to watch silently, because they could not stop it. "Let's get started. Everyone get ready." After Zheng Haotian finished his last sentence, he rushed out directly. His target was the group of nearly 1,000 zombies. "You little zombies, if you have the guts, come with me," Zheng Haotian roared. Then he drew his bow and put an arrow on it. The bow was an excellent iron-framed bow, and the arrow was a reinforced iron-headed wooden arrow. Whoosh! A loud bang was heard that broke through the air and directly hit a huge mutant zombie. Bang! This huge mutant zombie actually fell directly to the ground and was shot to death by Zheng Haotian. Could this trigger a fatal blow? Chapter 21 Bald Chong is injured. Hiss! Roar! Woo! As the mutant zombies fell, the zombie group began a series of chain reactions. Waves of terrifying roars and screams came from the zombie group, and the remaining dozen or so huge mutated zombies rushed towards Zheng Haotian's location like crazy. "Too slow, idiot!" Zheng Haotian pulled out another arrow from the quiver behind him, aimed at the fastest mutant zombie, and shot it directly. "Call out!" The arrow hit the mutant zombie right in the chest, but failed to penetrate its body, and this time it did not trigger a fatal blow. Apart from staggering, this mutated zombie behaved as if nothing had happened. It followed the other mutated zombies and continued to rush towards Zheng Haotian. "The skin is so thick, it seems I can't shoot the heart." Zheng Haotian began to retreat slowly. The current distance was enough for him to shoot 3 arrows. He had to knock down as many mutant zombies as possible to attract more zombies' attention. The zombie that just fell down was hit in the eye by me, which directly destroyed its central nervous system. So keep aiming at its eyes. He drew his bow and drew his arrow. Before the next second arrived, Zheng Haotian shot the arrow at the second mutated zombie. Phew! The sound of the sharp arrow piercing the eyeball and entering the brain was very crisp. Just as expected, The mutant zombie fell directly to the ground and was killed instantly by Zheng Haotian. Roar. The fall of the second mutant zombie completely aroused the ferocity of the zombie group. Nearly 1,000 zombies rushed towards Zheng Haotian like a tide. Zheng Haotian also knew that it was time to run away. Just as Zheng Haotian was leading the zombies away, Liu Laowu and his group on the other side also began to take action. Everyone, hurry up. The Lord has risked his life to personally lead the zombie swarm away. We must not let him down. We must find enough electronic components, Liu Laowu said passionately, with the demeanor of a temporary captain. Understand. Laowu, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task, Zhang Daqiang said with a chuckle. The others did not respond, but their agile footsteps and rapid speed expressed their seriousness. Liu Laowu is at the front of the team, and his reconnaissance ability can still play a big role at this moment. For example, discovering escaped zombies hiding in dilapidated buildings. Be careful, there are 3 zombies ahead. Get rid of them quickly, Liu Laowu said in a low voice. Then he took out the bow behind him, put on a modified iron-headed wooden arrow, and shot directly at one of the zombies. The remaining 2 belong to us. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang rushed out at the same time, swinging their axes and chopping at a zombie each. Phew! Phew! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the heads of the 2 zombies flew into the sky. They were actually beheaded by the 2 brothers. Good job, Daqiang. Well done, Erqiang. Liu Laowu and Xiao Baojian uttered words of praise one after another. It must be said that the cooperation between these 2 was indeed perfect. Keep moving forward. Daqiang and Erqiang, follow me and be ready to take action to eliminate the zombies on the road at any time. Liu Laowu rearranged the positions so that he, Zhang Daqiang, and Zhang Erqiang moved forward side by side. Everyone, be careful. The National Factory building is ahead, and there may be more zombies inside, Liu Laowu reminded everyone. Everyone's eyes became sharp, and they were ready to deal with any emergency. Before the end of the world, the state-owned factory was used to produce electronic products. What makes it different from ordinary factories is that the production here mostly adopts a combination of manual and machine methods, so a special kind of zombie is naturally born. Mechanical zombies. Bang! When Liu Laowu kicked the factory door open with force, the roar of machines suddenly rang out. Oh no, Laowu, be careful! Zhang Daqiang shouted loudly, and then rushed directly in front of Liu Laowu, colliding heavily with the figure that was rushing towards Liu Laowu. Puff! Daqiang. Liu Laowu was shocked, angry, and almost crazy. Although he and Zhang Daqiang were responsible for hunting and logging respectively, they were both Zheng Haotian subordinates at the same time and had a very good relationship. Moreover, Zhang Daqiang was injured in order to protect him. Break the damn thing into pieces. When Liu Laowu was angry, the 2 strong men on the other side had already swung their axes and chopped hard at the culprit in front of them. Bang! To their surprise, Zhang Erqiang's axe actually bounced back, and his body flew backwards. He only stabilized with the help of Wang Biao. What the hell is this thing? A transformer. Xiao Baojian looked at the silver-white iron lump in front of Liu Laowu and couldn't help but complain. Only Liu Laowu could see that at the core of this silver-white machine, there was a corrupt and distorted human face. This was a suit of armor controlled by zombies. Laowu, why isn't it moving? There's only this one mechanical zombie in the factory right now, and it was temporarily killed in the collision with Zhang Erqiang's axe. Daqiang, are you okay? Liu Laowu ignored Xiao Baojian's questions, but walked to Zhang Daqiang and helped him up from the ground. Ahem, I'm fine. Everyone, go find the electronic components quickly. We can't delay the Lord's important work. Zhang Daqiang coughed twice, and blood could be vaguely seen at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his injury was not light. Hold on. The Lord must have medicine to heal your wounds. You'll be fine. Liu Laowu's voice was a little choked. Old Liu, why are you so fussy? Erqiang, you take over the command now and go find a location where the electronic components are stored. Understood. Take care. There was a strange look in Zhang Erqiang's eyes when he looked at Zhang Daqiang, but in the end he nodded and agreed to Zhang Daqiang's order. Buzz. What no one noticed was that in the corner, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, more mechanical zombies woke up. Outside the ruins of the city, Zheng Haotian was still running wildly. Behind him, there were still 10 huge mutant zombies, and 3 kilometers behind the mutant zombies, there was a pond consisting of nearly 1,000 zombies. Damn it! Won't these guys get tired of chasing? Zheng Haotian felt helpless. He had realized that chasing zombies was just torturing himself. After all, they don't get tired. Instead, they follow you like loyal servants forever. No, we have to find a way to get rid of them. Otherwise, they will catch up sooner or later. Zheng Haotian's mind raced, and when he saw a small group of creatures not far away, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 22: Mechanical Zombies Appear. In normal life before the end of the world, people often defined rats as creatures with disgust and disdain. And when the rats have experienced the baptism of the end of the world, the only thing left for people may be fear. After all, if a group of mice the size of a calf pounce on you, they can probably chew a person to pieces without leaving any bones in an instant. But the mice were obviously in trouble today because they were targeted by Zheng Haotian. Stupid, you're too slow. After having the goal of guiding the trouble, Zheng Haotian relaxed a lot. He turned around and shot another arrow, causing the mutant zombie in the front to stagger again. Roar. This harassment made the zombies violent again, and their voices also spread to the rat zombie group not far away. Perhaps humans and rats are inherently incompatible, and this has not changed even after they have all turned into zombies. After hearing the roar of the mutant zombies, the rat zombies also began to become manic. Zheng Haotian was a man of great skill and courage. He turned around and shot an arrow at the group of rat zombies. The arrow went straight through the hearts of two huge rats, nailing them to the ground. After this attack, the rat zombies went completely berserk and rushed towards Zheng Haotian like a tide. The rest of the battlefield is left to you. Zheng Haotian stopped suddenly and rushed directly towards the forest outside the city ruins. Zheng Haotian knew very well that as long as the mutant zombies and rat zombies gathered together, they would not have time to chase him. As expected, Zheng Haotian, who climbed up a tree to take shelter, witnessed with his own eyes an alternative battle between humans and rats after their natures changed. I have to say that the rat zombies are very brave, and the mutant zombies are also very powerful, and the battle situation was at a stalemate for a while. I don't think I have anything to do now. Let's go see if they found the electronic components. Zheng Haotian didn't pay too much attention to the zombie war. He was still concerned about his farmers and the electronic components he asked them to find. He moved a little outwards, but still roughly returned along the original route. After about 20 minutes, Zheng Haotian returned to the place where he first entered the city ruins. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Haotian followed the route taken by Liu Laowu and others and ran straight towards the National Factory building. On the way, they also dealt with several zombies who were not aware of their own dangers. Under the power of the sophisticated iron-framed bow, almost all of them were killed instantly by Zheng Haotian. After all, this is a weapon that can kill even mutated zombies instantly. Since Liu Laowu and his team had already cleared out the zombies along the way, even if there were a few that escaped, they were easily dealt with by Zheng Haotian. So, after just 10 minutes of travel, Zheng Haotian arrived outside the National Factory. Something's wrong. Zheng Haotian twitched his nose, and a faint smell of blood came into his nostrils. Is there some terrifying existence here? Otherwise, Liu Laowu and the others wouldn't have been injured so badly. Zheng Haotian thought in his mind. Without much hesitation, he stepped into the factory the next second. No matter how dangerous it is inside, he has to go in. He must get the electronic components, and his farmers cannot give up any of them. 15 minutes ago, Liu Laowu and his team thought that after dealing with the mechanical zombies at the door, the factory should be generally safe, but an accident happened at this time. Buzz. A violent buzzing sound was heard by everyone, and Liu Laowu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. The mechanical zombie made the same sound when it appeared just now, so this also means, oh no, everyone, find a place to hide. There are still iron lump zombies in here. Liu Laowu shouted, then carried Zhang Daqiang on his back and rushed inside quickly. He wanted to find a place where he could resist the attacks of the mechanical zombies. Zheng Haotian glanced at the two of them, then looked at Li Si beside him, and the two of them also chased in the direction Liu Laowu went. As for Qiao Baojian and Wang Biao, they were some distance away from the other four, and outside the room they were searching, there happened to be 3 mechanical zombies with a silver-white luster. They had no time to join up with the other 4. Brother Biao, what should we do now? There are 3 lumps of iron outside. Although Qiao Baojian is very enthusiastic about mining, he has no interest in these lumps of iron. There are 6 of them over there with Liu Laowu and his men. We need to deal with them ourselves. Wang Biao's eyes gradually became sharper, and he clenched the axe in his hand tightly. Xiao Baojian could only hold his pickaxe tightly. Having been trained in the barracks, he also possessed considerable combat effectiveness. Compared with Xiao Baojian and Wang Biao, Liu Laowu and his three companions are in a more dangerous situation. Haven't you found the electronic components that the Overlord wants? Lao Lu, put me down. I'm just a burden now. Zhang Daqiang's injuries were more serious than expected. It seemed that his internal organs were damaged. He was a little unconscious at the moment. Don't talk. If you hadn't rushed out, I would be like this now. No matter what, I will never leave you alone. Liu Laowu said, gritting his teeth, his slightly dark face full of determination. Not good, Liu Laowu exclaimed. Let me. Just when Liu Laowu had to face a mechanical zombie head-on, Zhang Daqiang rushed over with a roar and hit the mechanical zombie hard with an axe. Bang! As a result, the mechanical zombie was pushed back a small step, and cracks appeared on the palm of Zhang Daqiang's hand where he was holding the axe. One can imagine how great the impact was. Go! I'll entangle it. Daqiang, be careful. Liu Laowu rushed towards the nearest office. He wanted to put Zhang Daqiang down and then come back to join the battle. Together, let's show these idiots how powerful we are. Li Si held a hatchet in his hand and stood back to back with Zhang Daqiang as 6 mechanical zombies began to surround them. Okay, beat them. Drink. Zhang Daqiang shouted angrily and chopped the nearest mechanical zombie with the axe in his hand, actually launching an active attack. Despite their great fighting spirit, the gap in strength was difficult to make up. Li Si and Zhang Daqiang were gradually forced back by 6 mechanical zombies, and the scars on their bodies became more and more numerous. We can't go on like this, or we'll all die. Li Si, you go first and hide. I will lead them all away, and then you can leave here. Zhang Daqiang decided to sacrifice himself. What nonsense are you talking about? We'll be fine. Maybe the Lord will be here soon. There was a crack on Li Si's hatchet. Just when they were distracted by the conversation, the mechanical zombie waved its mechanical arms and attacked them again, and the hatchet in Li Si's hand was directly knocked away. Life hangs by a thread. Crisis is coming. Chapter 23. Saving the 2 strongmen from rage. Seeing that the mechanical zombie's mechanical arm was about to hit Li Si's head, Zhang Daqiang had no time to think. He flew over and pounced on him, and was about to face death. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard by everyone, and an arrow piercing the clouds hit the distorted face on the mechanical zombie's body like a stroke of genius. Ah! A sharp cry was heard, and the mechanical zombie fell directly to the spot. Zheng Haotian's fatal blow appeared again. My lord, it's the Lord who has come to save us. Xiao Baojian was the first to discover Zheng Haotian's presence, and then everyone became excited. The loyalty of Soldier Zhang Daqiang has increased to 100. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for having a second death warrior. Moreover, during the crisis, Zhang Daqiang also realized a new ability, bloodthirsty and violent. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness 180/180. Abilities, logging, farming, guarding. Special abilities, double the result with half the effort, bloodthirsty frenzy, breathtaking battle, combat capability increased by 300. Loyalty, 100. Greetings, Lord. I have no way to repay you for saving my life, so I will entrust my life to you. From now on, I will be your loyal soldier. Zhang Daqiang had experienced a life-and-death crisis, and now he felt like he was reborn. The word excited was not enough to describe his emotions. Now is not the time to show your loyalty. Let's solve the current trouble first. Zheng Haotian was also a little scared at this moment. If he had arrived a step later, he would probably have lost one of his men. As expected, Wang Lu was right. The city ruins were indeed full of dangers. Even if he lured away most of the zombies, the remaining ones that were hidden were enough to pose a threat to the lives of his men. As you command, Lord. Zhang Daqiang directly activated his latest ability. His eyes turned blood red, and his aura became extremely violent. Break it for me. Bang! A mechanical zombie was directly knocked away by the violent Zhang Daqiang, and the metal parts in front of it broke and flew out. The bloodthirsty and violent power is so strong. Well done. Zheng Haotian praised, bent his bow, and shot another arrow at another mechanical zombie. My lord, I am here to lend you a hand. Liu Laowu rushed out from the side, took out the bow and arrow from his back, and started attacking the mechanical zombies. With the joining of Zheng Haotian and Zheng Haotian's powerful, bloodthirsty, and violent abilities, the mechanical zombies were defeated step by step and were soon completely eliminated. Phew! Thanks to the Lord for arriving in time. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Xiao Baojian said breathlessly. He had just dealt with a mechanical zombie alone. It was my mistake. If I had brought the mechanical warrior here, you wouldn't be in danger. Zheng Haotian said with some self-blame. At first, he wanted to bring the mechanical war girl with him, but when he thought that there were only Zhao Tai and Lu Fu in the base, he finally left the mechanical war girl in the base. My lord, it is my fault. If I had been more careful, Daqiang would not have been injured so badly. Liu Laowu looked painful. What? Daqiang is injured? Where is he? Zheng Haotian's excited expression changed the look in the silent Wang Biao's eyes, and Li Si and Xiao Baojian were also moved. Having a lord who cares about his subordinates so much, they suddenly felt that a gentleman will die for his friend. Soldier Wang Biao's loyalty has increased to 100. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for having his third death warrior. Zheng Haotian heard the system prompt and turned to look at Wang Biao. From his eyes, Zheng Haotian saw an unreserved trust. The loyalty of the peasants does not only mean whether they will betray the Lord, but also their trust and faith in the Lord. Daqiang, drink some water quickly. How are you? Zheng Haotian took out the water bottle he carried with him and handed it to Zhang Daqiang. My lord, why are you here? I'm fine, but the task you assigned to me has not been completed yet, and we haven't found the electronic components yet. Zhang Daqiang struggled to stand up, but was stopped by Zheng Haotian. Don't move. Drink the water. Lao Lu and the others will go to find the electronic components. You must take care of yourself. Otherwise, how can you work for me in the future? Zheng Haotian's tone sounded tough, but it was full of care. Zhang Daqiang's eyes turned red instantly. He hadn't felt this kind of warmth for a long time, the feeling of family care. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Daqiang took the kettle with trembling hands. The loyalty of soldier Zhang Daqiang has increased to 100. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for having a fourth death warrior. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have found the best way to increase farmers' loyalty. 3 words: share weal and woe. Zhang Daqiang's loyalty had already been raised in 90 before, but it has not changed since then. This time they came together to the city ruins to share weal and woe in times of crisis. Zheng Haotian has already gained 3 loyal warriors. This is the kind of existence that will never abandon him no matter what the situation is, and is the kind of existence that he can definitely rely on. Wait a few days after you go back to recuperate. I'll ask Lu Fu to cook some nourishing food for you. Zheng Haotian patted Zhang Daqiang on the shoulder and said. Zheng Haotian is not a cold-blooded person. Although these farmers were summoned out of thin air, since they have chosen to be absolutely loyal to Zheng Haotian, he will naturally do his best to make them stronger. My lord, I found it. When Liu Laowu's voice sounded, Zheng Haotian knew that the purpose of this trip had been achieved. Zheng Haotian stood up, asked Li Si to take care of Zhang Daqiang, and then walked towards Liu Laowu's position. This is a corner of a warehouse. Liu Laowu is holding a box of items flashing blue light. There is no doubt that these are electronic components. So many. Zheng Haotian was a little surprised. A rough estimate is that there are at least a few hundred in a box, which means that as long as he upgrades the factory to level 3, he can produce hundreds of mobile phones for communication. By then, even if it cannot cover an entire province, it will be more than enough to cover an urban area. Congratulations, Lord, for achieving the purpose of this trip. Liu Laowu smiled. He felt satisfied that he could make Zheng Haotian happy. Very good. Everyone has worked hard this time. Let Lu Fu prepare delicious food for everyone when we go back. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, and everyone was about to return. Thank you, Lord. Liu Laowu searched the warehouse carefully again, and finally found only this box of electronic components. So, Zheng Haotian ordered them to leave. Zhang Erqiang carried Zhang Daqiang on his back, and the relationship between the 2 brothers seemed to become closer after this trip to explore the ruins. Excuse me, please wait. Just as everyone was about to walk out of the ruins of the city, a deep voice came from behind. Chapter 24, The Unaware Team. After hearing the voice, Zheng Haotian stopped and turned to look behind him. This was a small team of nearly 20 people, and the one who just spoke was the middle-aged man standing at the front of the team. Is there anything wrong? Zheng Haotian looked alert. He knew very well that this was not a peaceful era. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was not the zombies, but their own kind. Excuse me, have you just come out of the ruins of a city asked the middle-aged man. We didn't go in. There were too many zombies outside, and we were about to leave. Zheng Haotian chose to keep some things to himself as regards strangers. Really? Then how about teaming up to explore together? According to reliable information, there are intermediate resources in the city ruins that farmers cannot collect. They are essential for upgrading the base in the future. The middle-aged man made the invitation with a smile. No need. Thank you for your kindness. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. I wish you a fruitful harvest. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned gloomy. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, we will have to use unfriendly methods. What do you want to do? Zheng Haotian's eyes gradually turned cold. You and your peasants just finished exploring the ruins of the city, right? They all seem a little tired? TSK. One of them is seriously injured. Are you sure you can take away all the harvest intact? When the middle-aged man said this, Zheng Haotian's eyes were faintly murderous. Want to rob him? Dream on. Li Si, take good care, Daqiang, and the rest of you. Get ready for battle. Zheng Haotian's order showed his determination. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Just 5 of us want to deal with 20 of us. Qin Hong, stop wasting time talking to him and kill him. If the peasants are obedient, recruit them, and if they are disobedient, kill them. There is no time to waste. It is said to be late, but it is fast. Zheng Haotian took out the bow and arrow directly, and his first target was the person who had just spoken. Not good. Chen Fa, be careful. Phew. You. An arrow pierced the heart. Zheng Haotian's sudden attack made the middle-aged man and his group unable to react at all. The lord named Chen Fa died instantly. Go ahead, capture those lords first. My lord, leave it to me. Zhang Daqiang rushed out like a tiger and punched the middle-aged man Qin Hong. Damn it, how dare a mere peasant like you act so arrogant in front of me? Qin Hong did not choose to dodge, but directly punched forward. He was quite confident that he could rob people on the road. But unfortunately, the person he met was Zhang Daqiang. Just before rushing out, Zhang Daqiang activated his special ability of bloodthirsty violence. At this moment, he was so strong that he could tear a tiger apart alive. Click! Ah! A scream came out of Qin Hong's mouth, and his right hand broke. His body flew backwards several meters, and his right hand lay limply on the side. Retreat quickly! This team of 20 people was formed by 4 lords gathered together, led by Qin Hong and Chen Fa, who had just been shot through the heart by Zheng Haotian. As for the other 2 lords, they can only be said to be there to make up the numbers. Call out. Phew. Everyone stop. Whoever dares to run another step will suffer the same fate as him. Zheng Haotian shot another arrow, directly pinning the fastest runner to the ground. With an excellent iron-framed bow in his hand, and given that he had practiced archery himself, it was no exaggeration to say that he never missed his target. Yes, I'm sorry, this was all Qin Hong's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We were forced to do this. That's right, the 2 of us were forced, and they're the masterminds. Please let us go. Qin Hong was grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Zhang Daqiang and brought in front of Zheng Haotian. The remaining 2 lords also came out tremblingly. Forced? Ha! Zheng Haotian sneered. Birds of a feather flocked together. If these 2 lords really did not want to join Qin Hong's team, they would probably end up like him just now, being robbed as soon as they refused. Zheng Haotian was also unwilling to waste time with this group of people. After all, Zhang Daqiang was still injured. How did you get together? Zheng Haotian asked. It was Qin Hong. He had a tool on him that seemed to be able to sense the location of the nearby lord base. He was the one who brought us together. As expected, temporary alliances were all vulnerable. As soon as Zheng Haotian asked the question, one of the tall and thin lords told him everything. My lord, this is what we found on him. Zhang Daqiang handed Zheng Haotian a small round radar-like instrument, which currently displayed 4 small red dots. According to what the tall and thin lord just said, there is no doubt that this is the instrument that can sense the lord, and the red dot on it represents a lord. Powerful lord, can you give us a way to live? We have barely survived the zombie attack. If it weren't for the zombie night raid tonight, we might not have survived it. And if Qin Hong said he could help us upgrade our base, we wouldn't have risked coming to the city ruins. Another lord next to the tall and thin lord sobbed. My lord, no. They never thought of giving us a chance to live at the beginning. If not, Liu Laowu saw that Zheng Haotian was a little conflicted and spoke quickly. Old Liu, I leave it to you. Please handle it cleanly. Zheng Haotian turned his head. After all, as a lord, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Yes, sir. No, no, let us go, please. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Liu Laowu had a ferocious look on his face. Wang Biao looked calm, and Xiao Bin had a complicated expression, but the moves of the three were equally quick and decisive. The next moment, the two lords lost their life. As soon as the lord died, the peasants began to flee in all directions. Zheng Haotian did not send anyone to chase them because there was no need. Without the lord's protection, these farmers probably won't survive long in this zombie-ridden apocalypse. Let's go, it's getting late. Zheng Haotian took the lead and rushed towards the base. The little incident outside the city ruins was harmless, and Zheng Haotian accidentally obtained a radar that could detect nearby lords, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Welcome back, Lord. I have prepared a dinner. Outside the base, Lu Fu saw Zheng Haotian and others returning and immediately came out to greet them. Lu Fu, search around the territory to see if there are any herbs that can treat internal organ damage and external injuries. Zheng Haotian ordered. As you command, I'll go right away. Lu Fu hurriedly took his tools and began looking for herbs. Everyone go to the private house to clean and tidy up first, and then go to the dining room to eat together. As you command, Lord. Chapter 25, The Quiet Night calls again. Lu Fu, who possesses cooking and decomposition skills, has no means of treatment, but he can identify and pick some basic herbal ingredients. After Zheng Haotian gave the order, it took him only a dozen minutes to bring back herbs for treating external injuries and internal injuries. Greetings, Lord. I have collected the hoa grass and yanyuan fruit to treat external injuries and internal organ damage. Lu Fu said respectfully to Zheng Haotian after arriving in the dining room. Thank you for your hard work. Put your things down first and have dinner together. Thank you, Lord. Lu Fu felt grateful. How kind and approachable a lord is who can dine with his peasants. Daqiang, you should stay at the base and recover from your injuries these few days. You don't need to go out and cut wood. How can this be possible? Lord, I'm fine. I'll be fine after taking the medicine. Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Zhang Daqiang couldn't help but spoke directly. Lord, please forgive me. I don't mean to refute you, but Zhang Daqiang suddenly realized that he had said something disrespectful and was about to kneel down to apologize, but was held back by Zheng Haotian. Don't be so restrained. I know you want to contribute to the construction of the base, but you have to remember that your body is the capital of the revolution. Only with a healthy body can you build the base better. Yes. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Zhang Daqiang had tears in his eyes. If his loyalty had not been already at the maximum value, he would have been afraid that it would have increased a lot after this wave of harvest. Come, eat. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, and everyone began to enjoy the food. After the meal, night fell quietly. Zheng Haotian, who had nothing to do, subconsciously opened the world chat box. Can anyone help me? I've seen a large group of zombies attacking. How can my small base possibly stop them? I still need 100 units of iron or to upgrade the base. I'm begging for some kind-hearted people to help me. I'll pay you back double afterwards. Lord Wei Tai, everyone must hold on. As long as we survive tonight, the country will come to rescue you. Don't give up hope. Words of help, words of encouragement, words of despair. These three are the main tones in the world chat box tonight. Of course, there are some people who still make fun of their own existence in despair, but they are very few. Zheng Haotian casually sent 100 units of iron or to one of the lords who asked for help, and then closed the world chat box because there was no need to read it anymore. No one knew how many of the lords who spoke tonight could survive. And tonight, Zheng Haotian's base is destined to be peaceful. When heading towards the city ruins, he had risked his life to lead away all the zombies that were originally going to attack the base, and also caused a group of rat zombies to lose the opportunity to attack the base. It was Zheng Haotian's action that saved the life of another strange lord. Zhao Tai, the blacksmith, may have a fanatical nature hidden in his heart, just like Xiaobin. He never seems to get tired of crafting fine-grade equipment. He started building it when Zheng Haotian and his companions left, and he did not stop until they returned from the ruins of the city. Even Zheng Haotian asked Lu Fu to deliver dinner to him separately. I greet the Lord. As night fell completely, Zhao Tai finally stopped casting. He held in his hand a broadsword about 1 meter long with a faint blue sheen. Obviously, this is a sophisticated weapon. Is this the elite-grade saber? Zheng Haotian knew that among the 3 types of elite-grade equipment that Zhao Tai could make, the only weapon besides the iron-framed bow was the saber, so he guessed it right. reporting to the Lord, "This is an excellent grade saber. I failed twice, but finally managed to forge it." Zhao Tai's face was full of excitement. "Thank you for your hard work. That's all for today. Go wash up and get ready to rest." "Yes, sir. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I'll go right away." Zhao Tai handed the saber to Zheng Haotian and then walked towards the house. Zheng Haotian began to look at the saber in his hand. Weapon, saber, excellent grade. Attribute, sharpness +1. Special ability, tear. The wound of the person hit will continue to bleed. The properties of the saber can only be described as average, and its sharpness was also within Zheng Haotian's expectations. As for this special tearing ability, it seems a bit useless in the apocalypse. After all, zombies don't care how much blood they bleed because they have no blood to bleed. It is impossible for the base to be left without anyone on guard at night. Even though Zheng Haotian has roughly confirmed that there will be no zombie attack tonight, he still arranges for Zhang Erqiang and Wang Biao to keep watch. The mechanical war girl, who does not need to rest, is of course also part of the watch. Putting the saber aside, Zheng Haotian laid down on the bed, staring at the empty ceiling with his eyes open, wondering what was going on in his mind. Not long after, soft snoring sounds were heard. Nothing happened overnight. When Zheng Haotian opened his eyes, he had already spent a peaceful night. After getting up and washing, Zheng Haotian went straight to the dining room. Lu Fu had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. It must be said that with a dedicated cook, the food conditions have indeed improved a lot. "I'm here to see you, Lord." When they saw Zheng Haotian appear, all the farmers knelt down respectfully to greet him. "No need to be so polite. Everyone get up." "Wang Biao, was there any movement last night?" Zheng Haotian asked. Reporting to the Lord, "Nothing happened last night, and it was very quiet outside the base." Wang Biao replied respectfully. Zheng Haotian nodded, then invited everyone to have breakfast. "My lord, this is not possible. We're just farmers. How can we have 3 meals a day like you?" Lu Fu said hurriedly. "Lu Fu, from now on I want everyone to have 3 meals a day. If there is not enough food in the base, then I will join everyone in only eating 2 meals a day." Zheng Haotian said seriously. This. Lord, you are so kind to us." Lu Fu's chubby face was full of emotion, and tears streamed down his face. Soldier Lu Fu's favorability increased by 10 points. After breakfast, Zheng Haotian prepared to start a new day of summoning. Today, he could summon 5 farmers. Start summoning. There was a flash of light, and 5 unfamiliar faces appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Name Bianyu. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 100/100. Ability, collection, treatment. Special ability, cure all diseases with medicine. As long as there is the right medicine, there is no disease that cannot be cured. Loyalty, 60. Seeing the attributes of the first farmer, Zheng Haotian's mouth curled up slightly, and a full-time doctor arrived. Chapter 26. Build a factory and get the construction platform blueprint. "I, Bianyu, greet you, Lord." "I, Long Biao, greet my lord." "I, Feng Sun, greet you, Lord." Commoner Wu Jun greets the Lord. Commoner Wu Kun pays respect to the Lord. Among the 5 newly summoned farmers, except Bianyu, who is a full-time medical practitioner, Long Biao and Feng Sun are good at hunting and searching, with abilities similar to Liu Laowu, while Wu Jun and Wu Kun are good at negotiation and diplomacy. It seems that Wu Jun and Wu Kun's abilities are of no use, but Zheng Haotian knows very well that they will definitely be of great use in the future. After all, there are many brave men and strategists who are good at reading and writing seem to have just appeared under his command. Old Lu, Long Biao, and Feng Sun are now in your care. There aren't many prey left in the base. Take them out hunting. Bring a bow and arrow, and be careful. As you command, I will not let you down. You two follow me. Liu Laowu already had the aura of a team leader, and Long Biao and Feng Sun followed him to prepare for the hunt. Erqiang, take Bianyu to the private residence to check on Daqiang and see if his injuries require further treatment. As you command, my lord. Dr. Bian, please follow me. Zhang Erqiang was very polite to Bianyu, who had a small mustache. Doctors are worthy of respect, especially in this doomsday era. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, the 2 of you go to the barracks for training first, and then stay with me for a while after that. As the Lord commands. 2 elegant farmers walked towards the barracks. Then Zheng Haotian sent Wang Biao, Qiao Bin, and others out to work while he opened the base panel. Building, factory, level 1 star. Construction requirements, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of iron ore. Attribute. Unknown can be viewed after construction is completed. A first-level factory actually needs so many resources. It's probably still a long way to go before it can manufacture mobile phones. Zheng Haotian frowned. However, construction is still necessary. This kind of base comes with basic buildings, which do not require design drawings and can be built as long as there are sufficient resources. Zheng Haotian certainly will not be stingy. Taking a look at the resource panel, the amount of wood is still far ahead of other resources. It is conceivable that the design drawings hanging in the world chat box have been borrowed again. Build a factory. Zheng Haotian clicked the build button, and a modern factory building began to slowly take shape. After checking the factory, it showed that the construction would take an hour, so Zheng Haotian had to put it aside temporarily and do other things. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. He ignored the nonsense and went straight to the private chat box with Wang Lu and send message. The electronic components have been found, and I have a deal I want to discuss with you. The first sentence informed Wang Lu that he had been to the city ruins, and the second sentence was the main purpose of his conversation. Boss Haotian is awesome. I thought you would go today. What's the deal? If Boss Haotian needs me for anything, just tell me. After chatting for a few days, Wang Lu became much more active than she was at the beginning when she was reserved. Want to upgrade your base to level 3. Zheng Haotian didn't think that Wang Lu, who could throw out the blueprint, was a newbie, so he directly threw out the benefits. Boss Haotian, what do you mean? Wang Lu, who was in the base, felt his heart beating violently. Literally, you want to help me upgrade the base? Wang Lu felt like pie in the sky, but she soon became alert again. Why are you helping me? Rather than saying I'm helping you, it's more like a transaction. I want the reward after you upgrade the base. Zheng Haotian said bluntly. Reward? You want architectural drawings? That's right. If the reward is not the drawings, the other things will also belong to me. Zheng Haotian did not deny it. Good. Even if she handed over all the upgrade rewards, she would definitely make a profit. After all, it would take time for her to gather enough resources for the upgrade. The drawings Wang Lu threw out were not as practical as Zheng Haotian's, so not many lords were willing to use them. Therefore, she did not think the drawings were of much use. Do you have 3 different buildings now? Upgrading a level 3 base requires 3 different buildings. However, as long as there are enough resources, the fields, houses, and blacksmith shop drawings provided in the base can easily allow the base to have 3 different buildings. I've built a piece of land and a house, but I still lack the resources to build a blacksmith shop, Wang Lu said bluntly. Including the resources you need to upgrade the 3rd level base. How much do you need in total? We have enough wood, but we are short of 2,000 units of stone and 500 units of iron ore. As for food, the peasants under my command eat too much, so, Wang Lu said somewhat embarrassedly. Lord Zheng Haotian requests to trade with you, exchanging 2,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore, and 5,000 units of food for the reward after you upgrade your base. Do you agree? Boss Haotian. Wang Lu's eyes suddenly turned red when she heard the system prompt sound. Zheng Haotian actually gave her 5,000 units of food directly. This food was not only enough for her to upgrade the base, but also enough for her and her farmers to survive for more than 10 days. It's the end of the world, and I'm just trying to make myself stronger. You don't need to be moved. Zheng Haotian hasn't met Wang Lu yet, and he doesn't want to have another fangirl out of nowhere. I am grateful for your kindness. I will upgrade the base right away. Wang Lu stopped being pretentious and accepted the resources given by Zheng Haotian. He built a blacksmith shop and then began to upgrade the base. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu, the second main base to be upgraded to a 3-star base. Reward, a special building blueprint, a construction platform blueprint. Reward resources, 300 wood, 200 stone, 100 iron, or 300 food. Oh my god, another big guy comes begging for upgrade strategies. I don't even have a level 2 base. Boss Wang Lu, I am 18 years old, light and flexible, and good at all kinds of postures. You idiot upstairs, Boss Wang Lu is a woman. Lord Wei Tai, congratulations to Lord Wang Lu for successfully upgrading the 3rd level base. I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute your own strength to the country. Wang Lu did not pay attention to the information in the world chat box, but directly traded it to Zheng Haotian after receiving the upgrade reward. Boss Haotian, if you need my help in the future, please don't be polite to me. After Zheng Haotian replied, he closed the private chat and began to study the newly obtained drawings. Special blueprint, construction table. Construction requirements, wood 2,000, stone 1,500, iron ore 1,000. Attributes, unknown, can be viewed after construction. Note, this is a one-time blueprint, extremely valuable, and I hope the recipient will use it properly. Chapter 27 Construction Platform Summoning Robots. Zheng Haotian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it was a one-time construction blueprint. This means that in this doomsday, there might only be one construction platform. Zheng Haotian opened the resource panel and took a look. Primary resources. Wood, 154631. Stone, 7653. Iron ore, 2368. Food, 1986. Intermediate resources. Refined iron, 16. Zhaotai smelts iron ore and purifies it. Special resources. Electronic components, 326. There were just enough resources for the construction platform, so Zheng Haotian did not hesitate and directly selected a vacant lot next to the factory and started building. As Zheng Haotian clicked the construction button, a building shaped like a summoning platform for summoning farmers gradually took shape. This was the construction platform. Is this also a summoning function? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but guess. The construction of the platform took only 5 minutes, perhaps because it was a one-time blueprint. Zheng Haotian checked the properties, and an expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. This is really a summoning building, and it is used to summon robots. This might be the legendary black technology. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the properties of the construction platform. Building construction platform. Level 1 star. Attributes. You can summon a mechanical servant every day. Upgrade requirements. Wood 8,000, stone 4,000, iron ore 2,500, fusion core 20. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and only obey the orders of the Lord, so they cannot be given as gifts. Zheng Haotian was very interested in the 4 words fearless and daring to die in the remarks. As for not being able to give it away, he was not a fool. How could he possibly give such powerful black technology to others? However, the number of resources required for this upgrade, as well as the first appearance of the material fusion core, made Zheng Haotian temporarily give up the idea of upgrading the construction platform. Summon mechanical servants. Zheng Haotian directly chose to summon. As the white light flashed, a mechanical creature about 2 meters tall with a silver-white luster appeared on the construction platform. Name Robert. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy, 500/500. Attributes, great strength, charge, fearless. Loyalty. Mechanical servants are absolutely loyal to the Lord. Greetings, Lord. Robert walked down from the construction platform, knelt on one knee in front of Zheng Haotian, and spoke in an electronic voice. This looks really awesome. Zheng Haotian looked at Robert, who was full of metallic luster. Such a mechanical servant might be able to wipe out Liu Laowu's team. This is the charm of technology. I don't know who is more powerful compared to the mechanical warrior girl rewarded by the system. Zheng Haotian thought curiously. At this moment, Bianyu walked out of the house and came in front of Zheng Haotian. Greetings, Lord. I have already examined Zhang Daqiang's injuries. In order for him to get better as soon as possible, I need some herbs. Can you let me go out of the base to collect them? Bianyu asked respectfully. Need to get away from a base? Bianyu has no fighting ability, and Zheng Haotian will not allow him to go far away alone. Your Excellency, I don't know. I will start looking around the base. Is that so? That's fine too. Robert, follow Dr. Bien and keep him safe. As you command, my lord. Zheng Haotian directly sent out mechanical servants to protect Bianyu. This lord looks very special. With his protection, I will definitely be able to collect the herbs I need this time. Thank you, Lord. Farmer Bianyu's favorability increased by 5 points. Go ahead, but be careful. As you command, my lord. Bianyu turned and walked out of the base, and Robert followed closely behind him like a loyal bodyguard. Time passed slowly. Zheng Haotian looked at the increasing resources and began to plan to upgrade the buildings in the base. At this time, the construction of the factory was also completed. The construction is finally completed. Let's see what the first-level factory can produce. Zheng Haotian clicked to view the factory. Building. Factory. Level 1 star. Productivity. Wire. 1 meter/30 minutes. Requires copper. Ore. Electric light. 1/20th minutes. Requires glass and tungsten wire. Generator. 1/24th hours. Requires copper and iron ore. Upgrade required. Wood 20,000. Stone 10,000. Iron 5,000. It can actually produce generators. Zheng Haotian was shocked. Is this really going to develop into a high-tech base? However, copper ore seems to be an intermediate resource, as well as tungsten wire and glass, which Zheng Haotian has none of at the moment. The current base is no different from the wild at night. Basically, you can only see clearly under the dim moonlight. But if you can install electric lights, it will be completely different. These things may be found in the ruins of the city, but there must be a lot of zombies in there now, so it seems that we can't produce electric lights for the time being. And now if we want to upgrade the factory, it seems that there are not enough resources. Zheng Haotian was puzzled. It was easy to earn resources, but they seemed to be spent faster than they were earned. While Zheng Haotian was busy building the base, Liu Laowu and others who were hunting outside were also busy. Originally, they could hunt bison and giant deer by themselves, but they brought along Long Biao and Feng Sun, who were also good at hunting, so they directly targeted a herd of bison. Brother Liu, are these our targets? Long Biao asked, looking at the herd of bison. That's right. If we can bring back a few bison, the Lord will definitely be very happy. Liu Laowu said excitedly. But there seem to be too many bison. If they go crazy, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand them. Feng Sun felt that Liu Laowu's target choice was not appropriate. Now that zombies are rampant, it is not easy to find this group of uninfected bison, so we need to overcome the remaining difficulties. Upon hearing this, Long Biao and Feng Sun nodded at the same time. What Liu Laowu said made a lot of sense. If you have no objection, just follow my instructions. Long Biao, how is your archery skill? Within 100 steps, hitting the bull's horns is not a problem. Long Biao replied, very good. Then you will be responsible for delivering the fatal blow to the bison. Feng Sun, come with me. We need to find a way to disperse these bison. After Liu Laowu assigned the task to Long Biao, he took Feng Sun with him to approach the bison herd. This group of about 30 bison were still enjoying the fresh green grass, unaware that danger had quietly approached them. Call out, Moo! Liu Laowu aimed his bow and arrow at a little bison at the edge, then loosened the bowstring, and the arrow shot at the little bison's tender buttocks like lightning. The commotion of the bison herd is about to begin. Chapter 28 returning with a full load and an unexpected discovery. This was Long Biao's first time participating in hunting. Although he was good at it, this was his first time participating in a group operation. He clenched the iron bow in his hand. The original hardwood bow had been discarded by Zheng Haotian and placed in the arrow tower. It was originally intended for newcomers like Long Biao and Feng Sun, but Long Biao showed great strength, so he directly used the iron-framed bow. It can definitely kill him with one strike. Long Biao climbed up a tree and now was looking at the group of bison from the hard branches, his eyes full of confidence. Feng Sun, shoot an arrow at the farthest buffalo. Okay. While Liu Laowu was giving the order, he also bent his bow and shot a series of arrows at the 3 nearest bison. Call out! Call out! Both arrows hit the target accurately, and the bison herd was successfully disturbed and separated. 3 of them rushed towards the direction preset by Liu Laowu, while the other large group rushed in the opposite direction. Beautiful! There was a slight change in Feng Sun's eyes when he looked at Liu Laowu. It was a kind of admiration. Let's go and catch up. If the dragon is more standard, the rest will be easy. Liu Laowu had a calm expression. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them could only carry 3 bison at most, it would not be impossible with 2 more arrows. Good. The 2 men quickened their pace and chased in the direction of the 3 bison. Long Biao's eyes began to look forward. Now fall down. The iron bow was pulled to its limit by the dragon flag's tremendous force, and then his right hand released the string. An iron-headed wooden arrow flew out of the air and hit the nearest panicked bison. Whoosh! Phew! It! Moo! With the sound of breaking through the air, the iron-headed wooden arrow pierced into the bison's heart fiercely. The bison let out a scream and fell down. Moo! The other 2 bison became even more panicked and inexplicably chose to run away separately, but Long Biao only had time to shoot 1 arrow. Feng Sun, go help Long Biao, and leave the last one to me. Okay, Senior Liu, be careful. Feng Sun began to refer to himself as a junior. Long Biao bent his bow and drew his arrow, and another arrow flew into the air. Moo! Wanna run? Dream on. In addition to the bison that was shot down by the dragon flag, another one actually ran in the opposite direction. Liu Laowu stepped directly on the tree beside him and jumped directly onto the back of the bison. Moo! After someone rode on its back, the bison became even more violent, shaking its back constantly in an attempt to shake Liu Laowu off, and continued to rush farther away without stopping. Stop it! Liu Laowu took out his hunting knife and chopped directly at the bison's neck, which was a fatal spot. Phew! Moo! Blood gushed out from the bison's neck, but its steps became faster as it made its final struggle. The bison continued to move forward for about 3 minutes, then whimpered and fell down. I didn't expect to run so far. It looks like it will take some time to get back. Liu Laowu stood firmly on the ground the moment the bison fell. After confirming that the bison was dead, he prepared to carry it and meet up with Long Biao and the other two. But at this moment, a strange sound came into his ears. Hurry up! With these few people, we will have enough food for the next week. Liu Laowu was puzzled and walked towards a voice. Through a bush, Liu Laowu saw 6 or 7 ragged people surrounding 2 people dressed as farmers. What are they doing? Liu Laowu was a little confused. So. Who's there? Not good. Liu Laowu knew that he was no match for this group of people alone, so he immediately started running in the direction they came from. Stop! Ignoring the voice coming from behind, Liu Laowu had already guessed the identity of this group of people. Because this place is not far from the city ruins, and the people are wearing ragged clothes, if nothing unexpected happens, these people should be the lost refugees in the ruins. This is a kind of existence that is close to being a half-zombie, with human intelligence and some zombie characteristics, such as cannibalism. Liu Laowu's pace was very fast, which was the result of his daily training in chasing prey, so the lost refugees behind him could only barely catch up with him. But this also forced Liu Laowu to give up the bison. Phew, I finally got rid of it. After running for more than 10 minutes, Liu Laowu looked back and could no longer see the lost refugees. No, we have to go back and inform the Lord. This group of lost refugees is arresting farmers everywhere, which is definitely a huge hidden danger. Liu Laowu didn't stop, but started moving again and went to meet Long Biao and the other two. Senior Liu, what's wrong with you? After running for about another 10 minutes, Liu Laosan finally saw Long Biao and Feng Sun, and Feng Sun could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Liu Laosan. Hurry up and carry the bison. Let's go back to the base. Okay. As if they saw Liu Laosan's urgency, the two of them did not ask any further questions, but nodded in agreement. The 3 men carried the bison and rushed to the base as quickly as possible. At the base, Zheng Haotian received a private message from Xiaoguang. Boss Haotian, my farmers are now able to go fishing. I will give you the harvested food. Lord Xiaoguang gives you 20,000 units of food. So much. Zheng Haotian was a little surprised. Even if several of his farmers hunted together, it would be difficult for them to harvest so much food in a day. This is all thanks to the help of Boss Haotian. I built a secondary base and summoned a farmer who is good at fishing. Plus, there's an abundance of seafood here on the island, so we have harvested so much food. Xiaoguang said excitedly. Then, I'll take it without hesitation. I have something else to do, so I won't talk about it for now. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Old Liu, what a great harvest. We managed to kill 2 buffaloes in such a short time. You must have worked hard. Go drink some water and take a rest. Zheng Haotian saw that Liu Laowu only had 10 points of energy left, so he quickly told him to go and rest. My lord, I have something important to report. What is it? Tell me. After getting consent, Liu Laowu quickly told Zheng Haotian about the incident when he encountered the lost refugees while chasing the bison. Lost refugees? We didn't seem to encounter them the last time we went to the city ruins. Zheng Haotian had a strange expression on his face. After I saw it, this name suddenly popped up in my mind. Please do not underestimate it, Lord. Liu Laowu said anxiously. I see. It seems. Zheng Haotian already had an idea in his mind. This was probably controlled by the consciousness of this world, and the so-called lost refugees were probably just a kind of wild monster. Zheng Haotian comforted Liu Laowu and asked him to take a rest, but the sound of an uninvited guest was heard outside. Hand over the people, or I'll destroy your base. Chapter 29, Easily Eliminate Lost Refugees. The moment he heard the voice, Zheng Haotian was a little slow to react. Destroy his base. Could this be the reinforcements sent by the monkey? My lord, this voice belongs to the group of lost refugees. Liu Laowu recognized the voice in the next second. How they find this place? Please forgive me, Lord. These guys must have followed us to find the base. Liu Laowu knelt on one knee and begged for Zheng Haotian's forgiveness. Huh, what crime have they committed? It would be better if they come to us, so we don't have to waste time looking for them. When Zheng Haotian heard that the lost refugees would attack the farmers, he had already made up his mind to eliminate them all. After all, he didn't want the lives of his farmers to be threatened outside his base. "Thank you, Lord, for not punishing me," Liu Laowu said gratefully. "Okay, come with me to see these desperate guys. They actually want to destroy my base. I want to see if they can withstand my arrow tower." Zheng Haotian seemed to be in high spirits. With towering stone walls as protection, arrow towers, and a secret weapon, the mechanical war girl, how could he possibly be afraid of just a few lost refugees? "Who are you?" Zheng Haotian led his men to the arrow tower closest to the stone wall and looked down at the 6 lost refugees outside the base. "Boss, it's him. He just spied on us." Among the 6 people, a lost refugee with a pointed face and monkey cheeks pointed at Liu Laowu, who was beside Zheng Haotian, and then spoke to the leading lost refugee next to him, without paying attention to Zheng Haotian's questions. "Hand over the guys around you, and then pay us a peasant as tribute every day, and I will consider not razing your base to the ground." The leader of the lost refugees made a big fuss and actually wanted to make Zheng Haotian's base their colony. "It seems like you guys don't understand what I'm saying, so I won't waste my time. Laowu, get ready to shoot." "As you command, Lord." Zheng Haotian was not idle either. He took out the high-quality iron bow behind him. The 4 of them drew their bows and arrows at the same time, launching the first wave of attack against the lost refugees. "Damn it, I'm going to destroy your base and turn you into food. I can actually dodge it." Zheng Haotian was still very confident in his bow and arrow. Plus, the iron-framed bow had a +1 hit rate attribute. Logically, it was certain that every arrow would hit the target, but the lost refugee leader actually dodged it. "My lord, lost refugees usually have some special abilities, so we must be careful," Liu Laowu reminded. Let's see if he can dodge the next arrow." Zheng Haotian snorted coldly, bent the bow, and drew the arrow again. This time he used 80 of his strength, directly twisted the bowstring, and rotated it 360 degrees. When such an arrow is shot, not only will the shooting speed be more than doubled, but it will also have a spiral shape and extremely strong penetrating power. This is a new archery technique that Zheng Haotian has figured out. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the face of the leader of the lost refugees outside the base changed instantly. He had no time to dodge, so he grabbed the subordinate next to him and pressed him in front of him. Phew! The arrow pierced directly through the heart of the lost refugee and still had enough force to pierce into the body of the lost refugee leader. Come on, destroy his base. Unfortunately, Jianshi ultimately failed to gain the attention of the leader of the lost refugees and only solved the problem of an ordinary lost refugee. When the lost refugees became angry, their bodies began to swell up, as if they had transformed into the Hulk. Each one of them reached a height of more than 2 meters and began to climb directly onto the stone wall. Is this their special ability? It's really terrifying. Zheng Haotian was surprised, but he calmed down immediately. Now is not the time to panic. Aim at the one in front and shoot him down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows rang out in the face, and the lost refugee who rushed the fastest was shot off the stone wall by the arrows. Mechanical warrior, it's time for you to show off. Zheng Haotian and 4 other men shot arrows for long-range attacks, while the close combat was naturally left to the fearless mechanical war girl. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound was heard, and a silver-white figure rose into the sky, rushing directly towards the remaining 4 lost refugees. Bang! A punch without any embellishment, the collision of metal and flesh. What kind of monster is this? Boss, save me. The mechanical warrior's seemingly thinner fist actually directly pierced through one of the lost refugees, and rotten flesh and blood splattered in the air. Run! Go back and call for help. The leader of the lost refugees turned around, jumped off the stone wall, and started running away without looking back. Mechanical warrior, don't let him get away. As you command, my lord. The mechanical warrior's eyes glowed red as she chased after the fastest lost refugee leader. Damn it, you stinky woman, don't force me. To outsiders, the mechanical warrior actually looks no different from a normal person. Only Zheng Haotian can see her true nature. The leader of the lost refugees had obviously threatened the wrong person. The core of the mechanical warrior did not fluctuate at all. It leaped up like a fly and then landed heavily in front of the leader of the lost refugees. Bang! No nonsense, just a clean and powerful punch. Then he picked up the limb body and slowly walked towards where Zheng Haotian was. Call out. When Zheng Haotian shot the last arrow, the 6 lost refugees who attempted to flatten the base all turned into cold corpses. The whole team is wiped out. It's that simple. Hey, there are still equipment explosions. Zheng Haotian saw 2 small balls of light emerging from 2 corpses, so he reached out and touched them directly. Obtain the equipment mace, excellent grade. Obtain item city ruins blueprint, 1 copy. These guys actually have blueprints? Zheng Haotian was a little surprised that this group of lost refugees wearing tattered clothes actually had such delicate things as blueprints. Laowu, take care of their bodies. The others, follow me back to the base. As you command, my lord. After sending Liu Laowu to deal with the remaining matters, Zheng Haotian brought the others back to the base. Checking the properties of the mace in his hand, Zheng Haotian felt that Zhang Daqiang would like it very much. Equipment. Mace, excellent grade. Attribute, strength +1. Special attributes. Heavy strike, 1 blow will turn steel into mud. TSK. If this is coupled with the bloodthirsty violence of the 2 strongest men, I'm afraid the mutated zombies won't be able to withstand it. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. Then he opened a map of the city ruins, with the detailed terrain and resource points marked on it. Zheng Haotian's heart, which had finally calmed down, suddenly became restless again. This city ruin is so awesome. Chapter 30 Blessing Attributes. Restraining his restlessness, Zheng Haotian knew clearly that with his current overall strength, it was definitely not enough to capture the ruins of a city. No matter how many resources you have to be alive to enjoy them. Now the most important goal is only one, to build a base. When he can upgrade the construction platform and summon more mechanical servants, can a few zombies and lost refugees stop his attack? You guys go and have a rest first. Let Lu Fu get you some food to fill your stomachs. When the others come back, it will be almost time for us to have lunch. Thank you for your grace, Lord. We just need to drink some water. There is no need to waste food. Liu Laowu and the other 2 were deeply moved. They had never thought that they could eat food other than regular meals. The loyalty of Long Biao and Feng Sun increased by 10 points respectively. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, no need to talk about this matter anymore, and signaled Liu Laowu and the other 2 to go and rest. Mechanical warrior, you should stay in your room too. As you command, my lord. After Zheng Haotian arranged everyone, he opened the world chat box again. He decided to inform everyone about the missing refugees so that everyone could be mentally prepared. My lords, I am Haotian. I have something to tell you. Please read carefully, especially those lords who have city ruins near the base. As soon as Zheng Haotian spoke, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, and one speech after another followed. What new discoveries has Boss Haotian made? Could it be that we can return to the original world through the ruins of the city? From the tone of Boss Haotian, this doesn't seem to be good news. It should be related to zombies, right? Lord Wei Tai, please keep the chat box quiet for the moment and let Brother Haotian continue speaking. After Wei Tai stepped forward to give a reminder, everyone instantly became much more obedient. Perhaps this is the benefit of being an official. The reason I'm speaking out is because there is a city ruin near my base. Here's what happened. Zheng Haotian told the story in detail about how Liu Laowu encountered the lost refugees, discovered that they were capturing ordinary farmers, and how the lost refugees finally found the base and transformed to launch an attack. This is how it is, so everyone must remind their farmers to be careful. After all, one less will have a great impact on the construction of the base. Zheng Haotian stopped speaking after saying the last sentence. He had no time to pay attention to the rest of the comments from the crowd. After all, being able to speak out the truth was already an act of kindness on his part. Lord Wei Tai, thank you, Brother Haotian, for your reminder. Everyone, remember to protect yourself. I will contact the country as soon as possible. Believe me, the country will never give up on us. The complaints in the chat box were calmed down by Wei Tai's speech, and everyone started to work busily again. Zheng Haotian was no exception. If he wanted to upgrade the 4th level base, he would need 4 different types of buildings and a huge amount of resources, all of which required him to plan carefully. Currently, the base has houses, level 2, fields, level 2, blacksmith shops, level 2, barracks, level 1, factories, level 1, and construction platforms, level 1. The 3rd level base provides architectural drawings for breeding farms. Apart from these, there are still 4 types of buildings needed to upgrade to a 4th level base. Zheng Haotian checked the base warehouse and suddenly saw a design drawing in the corner. Architectural drawings: bronze, sparrow tower. Construction requirements: stone 500, wood 500, iron or 50. Attributes: unknown, can be viewed after building. How could I forget this? Zheng Haotian knocked his head. This was the drawing he got at the beginning. Build the Tongke Tower. After selecting the location in the center of the base, Zheng Haotian clicked on construction. 3 minutes later, a retro altar-like building appeared in the base. For copper pillars carved with phoenix patterns stand around the altar, and the bronze sparrow tower as a whole exudes a mysterious atmosphere. Zheng Haotian directly chose to view the properties. Building Tongxue Tower. Attributes: blessing, invest a certain amount of sacrifices, more rewards may appear. Shelter, unlocked, summon, unlocked. Upgrade requirements: wood 10,000, stone 5,000, iron 2,000, copper 500. The properties of this bronze sparrow tower are really powerful. Although there are still 2 attributes that have not been unlocked, Zheng Haotian has already vaguely guessed that this bronze sparrow tower is definitely not simple. Moreover, its architectural drawings were also one-off, which ruined Zheng Haotian's idea of renting it out. Greetings, Lord. When I was cutting wood, I happened to see a wild buffalo and brought it back. Wang Biao cut down 1,360 units of wood in the whole morning and even took advantage of the opportunity by the way. However, Zheng Haotian keenly noticed that this bison seemed very similar to the 2 that Liu Laowu and his team brought back. Wang Biao, where did you get this bison? Zheng Haotian asked casually. My lord, I saw a wild rabbit when I was cutting wood, so I chased it, but I didn't catch it. I picked up this bison on the way back. Wang Biao answered truthfully. Picked it up. Zheng Haotian was shocked. Wang Biao's special ability was too terrifying. How could he have such a magical operation? I understand. Go and take a rest. As you command, my lord. Zheng Haotian did not decompose the bison directly, because Lu Fu's decomposition ability could utilize the bison more thoroughly. So all the prey from then on was decomposed by Liu Fu. The farmers returned to the base one after another, and Bianyu also collected the necessary medicinal materials not far from the base, and gathered the materials for several wound medicines. This was an unexpected gain for Zheng Haotian. After all, in this era of medical shortage in the end times, medicines for external injuries may become life-saving necessities at any time. After inviting the farmers to have lunch together, Zheng Haotian asked them to take a short rest before going out to work. He had nothing to do, so he continued to open the world chat box and peek at the screen. At this time, a message asking for help attracted him. Is there any big man who can save me? There are too many zombies here, and the farmers can't catch any wild animals. I'm almost starving to death. Now is the 3rd day since the end of the world. Zombies have begun to roam around the base. So many lords are in a dilemma. Food is scarce. Not all farmers are as good at hunting as Zheng Haotian and can always bring back prey. Their farmers often return in disgrace, empty-handed. Zheng Haotian thought for a moment and sent a message. Food for resources, preferential prices, limited food, first come, first served. Chapter 31: Blueprints and Special Resources. Zheng Haotian's news is always the most shocking. As soon as the information about food exchange is sent out, it is immediately followed by countless "I want" messages. At first glance, there's a strange feeling. Boss Haotian, I want to exchange 50 units of iron or for 100 units of food. Please help me. I am starving to death. I'll exchange 500 units of wood for 100 units of food. I'll exchange 500 units of stone for 200 units of food. There were countless messages about wanting to trade food, but what they sent out were all some primary resources, which Zheng Haotian didn't need right now. I only need intermediate and special resources. You don't need primary resources. If you have building blueprints, believe me, you will definitely not suffer a loss in terms of food quantity. If you need anything, please private message me. If you have any malicious private messages, I will block them directly. After Zheng Haotian sent the last message, he temporarily closed the world chat box, because he knew that someone would come and chat with him privately soon. Ding dong. Private chat notification sounds rang continuously, and Zheng Haotian opened one of the chat boxes. Boss Haotian, I have 50 units of copper here. How much food can I exchange for it? The food will definitely satisfy you. Let me ask you first, where did you get your copper ore? Zheng Haotian needed copper ore, but 50 units were obviously a little less, so he needed to get to the bottom of it. I don't know either. One of my farmers who is good at mining brought it back to me, but I can't use it to build a base. It's not as useful as iron ore. 200 units of food in exchange for your 50 units of copper ore. Zheng Haotian certainly wouldn't give a high price for other people's useless things. After all, he was collecting junk. Boss Haotian, can you give me more? I have 4 or 5 farmers who need to eat. I'll give you 20 more units, and you can let your farmers continue to mine copper. I'll exchange food for you at this price. Zheng Haotian stated a price. Okay, thank you, Boss Haotian. The first transaction is completed. After spending a mere 220 units of food to exchange for the intermediate resource copper ore, Zheng Haotian was even more excited about the next transaction. When he opened the second private chat, the other party directly sent a bunch of things to him, catching Zheng Haotian off guard. Boss Haotian, these are all what I found in the ruins of the city. I'll give them to you. All you need is food. 2 rolls of tungsten wire, 3 sets of lithium batteries, 30 units of glass, a worn-out blueprint. It was a pile of odds and ends, but Zheng Haotian saw tungsten filaments and glass among them, so he naturally couldn't give up. These are indeed useless, but I can accept them and give you 150 units of food. Boss Haotian, you finally replied to me. Do you think it's okay? Zheng Haotian didn't have time to talk nonsense and asked directly. Actually, these are all for you. I have a building blueprint that I want to exchange with you for 2,000 units of food. Zheng Haotian subconsciously looked at the other person's name, Fong Ming. This is obviously a girl's name. The first thing she says is 2,000 units of food. Is she still daydreaming? Boss Haotian, believe me, this blueprint is definitely worth more than 2,000 units of food. Seeing that Zheng Haotian did not reply, Fong Ming hurriedly sent another message. Show me the drawings, and then I'll consider whether to trade with you. Zheng Haotian didn't want to be cheated. Good. Fong Ming did not hesitate and directly sent the drawings to Zheng Haotian. She was not worried that Zheng Haotian would take her things. After all, Haotian was a celebrity. Architectural drawings library. Construction requirements. Wood 8,000, stone 5,000, iron or 2,000. Attributes. Unknown, can be viewed after building. Note, the normal operation of the library requires an administrator. Please build one at your discretion. Zheng Haotian was moved. Although he didn't know what the nature of the library was, the word culture was enough to attract him. There's no doubt that if this library is established, he will be able to see a lot of information that others don't know, because it will definitely be written in the books. This building blueprint can only give you 1,800 units of food. Add the other materials just now, and I'll round it up to 2,000 units. Let's trade. Zheng Haotian directly gave 2,000 units of food to Fong Ming and accepted all the items she sent. Thank you, Boss Haotian. With these foods, I can last for several more days. Zheng Haotian naturally accepted Fong Ming's thanks, but did not reply. Instead, he started to check the next private chat. It has to be said that food is very attractive to these lords to a certain extent. After completing the 50th transaction, Zheng Haotian exchanged 35,000 units of food for 5 building blueprints, 500 units of copper or 200 units of glass, and a large amount of special materials. This time, I made a lot of money. Thank you all for your enthusiastic trading. Today's trading is over. If there's a chance next time, I will continue to exchange food for special resources. Boss Haotian is mighty. I'm just curious about how Boss Haotian has so much food. I know, it must have fallen from the sky. The idiot upstairs. Zheng Haotian smiled. If food could fall from the sky, it would probably be before disaster. Looking at the 5 disposable building drawings in his hand and his limited remaining resources, Zheng Haotian decided to put them aside for the time being. Building a breeding farm. Building farm. Level 1. Attributes. Domestication. Increase production. Upgrade requirements. Cultivate 3 types of organisms, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, and 200 iron ore. Note, adding farmers who are good at breeding will further increase the output value. The 8th type of building is done. Although he had a breeding farm, he still lacked the organisms that could be bred. Zheng Haotian had an idea in his mind. This morning, Liu Laowu said that they encountered a group of bison. If we catch some and tame them, we can then have farmable creatures. Greetings, Lord. I have recovered. Just as Zheng Haotian was thinking, the 2 brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang walked out of the house. Daqiang, it's been less than a day. You might as well take one more day off. Zheng Haotian was unwilling to sacrifice a farmer due to overwork. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Please rest assured, Dr. Bien has said that I can work normally, and normal work will be more conducive to my recovery. Upon hearing this, Zheng Haotian checked Zhang Daqiang's attributes and found that the injured status had indeed disappeared, except for the word weak in the physical strength column. Then you and Erqiang should go cut wood together. Remember to do it within your ability and take care of your health. As you command, Lord. Chapter 32 Improved Blueprints to Reduce Demand. All the farmers were arranged to go out, and Zheng Haotian checked the effectiveness of their work. Zhao Tai refines fine iron in the blacksmith shop and forges high-quality equipment. He has currently forged 2 pieces of high-quality chainmail. Liu Laowu, together with Long Biao, Feng Sun, and Li Si, formed a hunting team and prepared for a major operation. As for Wang Biao, who is also good at hunting, he chose to act alone because he could hunt while cutting wood. This special ability made him more suitable for hunting alone. Xiaobin found a mining area and was digging frantically. He could dig about 450 units of iron ore every hour, which was equivalent to the efficiency of 10 ordinary miners. The 2 brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang went to a dense forest nearby to cut wood. Originally, Zhang Daqiang could harvest about 670 units of wood per hour. When Zhang Erqiang is added, the 2 brothers can bring Zheng Haotian a harvest of 1,500 units of wood every hour. It is true that brothers working together can achieve great things. Accompanied by his mechanical servant Robert, Bian continued to collect some necessary herbs, while the mechanical warrior stayed guarding Zheng Haotian. As for the 2 negotiation experts, Wu Jun and Wu Kun, Zheng Haotian discovered their new abilities. Lord, we can help you improve the architectural blueprints to reduce the construction requirements. Just as Zheng Haotian was studying the construction order of 5 drawings, including the library drawings, Wu Jun, who was standing by and watching, spoke up. What? Really? You can do this? Zheng Haotian took a look at the attributes of the 2. Name Wu Jun. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness, 110/110. Abilities, negotiation, improvement, defense. Special ability, silver tongue. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy. The offensive power of words is sometimes quite strong. Wu Kun's attributes are very similar to Wu Jun's. The difference is that his special ability is that he is invincible among the crowd and is better at debate. We dare not deceive our Lord. Everything we said is true. Wu Jun and Wu Kun said while kneeling. Very good. Hurry up. Then these 5 drawings will be handed over to you to improve. How long will it take? Zheng Haotian helped the 2 of them up, and his courteous look moved them deeply. Unlike Zhang Daqiang and other rough guys, Wu Jun and Wu Kun are more like weak scholars, so they are more delicate in terms of emotions. Zheng Haotian, as a high and mighty lord, was willing to dine with them without putting on airs, and he had just been so kind, which immediately increased the loyalty of the 2 men. Thank you for your trust, Lord. We will never let you down. Farmer Wu Jun's loyalty increased by 10 points. The farmer Wu Kun's loyalty increased by 10 points. Go ahead, tell me if you need anything. I will try my best to satisfy you. As you command, Lord. With gratitude, Wu Jun and Wu Kun took the 5 drawings back to the house and began to study and improve the drawings. My lord, I have finished my work in the kitchen and would like to go out of the base to collect some ingredients for dinner. Not long after Wu Jun and Wu Kun left, Lu Fu came out of the kitchen and said, Okay, just be careful. If you meet Dr. Bian, go with him. Zheng Haotian naturally agreed. As you command. Thank you for your concern, Lord. With Zheng Haotian's usual kind treatment, the farmer's loyalty is constantly rising. Although it has not reached 100, most of them have exceeded 80 points, which makes them the kind of people who are basically impossible to betray. Zheng Haotian opened the base panel and checked the results of the past few days. Buildings, main base with 1 sub-base. Level, 3-star, can produce 5 farmers per day. Population, 6/50ths. Number of buildings, 7/20ths. Storage space, 156,809/999999. Upgrade conditions, wood 100,000, stone 50,000, iron 10,000, food 200,000. The base has 10 different buildings, and 3 of them are above level 3. Currently, the highest building in the base is only level 2, and various resources are also wasted due to the construction of other buildings and trading. It can be said that it is still a long way from being upgraded. However, even Zheng Haotian found it so difficult to upgrade, let alone other lords. Currently, only Zheng Haotian and Wang Lu have reached level 3. Although Wei Tai also privately asked Zheng Haotian if there was a shortcut to upgrade, Zheng Haotian's answer was naturally no. He had accumulated resources bit by bit on his own. The factory is up and running now, but it seems to be missing a manager to manage it. Let's start by producing some light bulbs and wires. Zheng Haotian clicked on the factory, put copper or tungsten filament and glass in, and then clicked on the production of light bulbs and wires. As for the engine, the system prompted that it would require a factory manager who was proficient in engineering to preside over production. However, Zheng Haotian didn't care. He could summon 5 more farmers tomorrow anyway, and there would definitely be people who were proficient in engineering among them. Zheng Haotian was so confident. Greetings, Lord. We have improved a building blueprint. Wu Jun and Wu Kun walked out of the house and handed Zheng Haotian a drawing that was glowing slightly. It was the architectural drawing of the library. Architectural Drawings Library, improved. Construction requirements, wood 5,000, stone 3,000, iron or 1,500. Attributes, unknown, can be viewed after building, enhanced. Number of times used, 2 halves. Zheng Haotian didn't know what to say for a moment. This was too powerful. Not only have the building materials been reduced by almost half, but their properties have also been strengthened. Most importantly, the blueprints that could only be used once can now be used twice. Good. Very good. Very good. Zheng Haotian praised them 3 times in a row. Wu Jun and Wu Kun were both a little shy, and their faces turned slightly red. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. This is what we should do. You deserve my praise. The value of this improved library blueprint far exceeds its original value. Zheng Haotian continued. Those who have made contributions must be rewarded, and those who have made mistakes must be punished. This is my principle in life. Go to the blacksmith shop to find Jiao Tai, and each of you will receive a piece of fine-grade chainmail. This, Your Majesty, this is not possible. We are just civilians. How can we use such precious equipment? Wu Jun quickly declined. I have made up my mind. No need to say more. Go and get it. Thank you, Lord. The brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun had tears in their eyes and felt an urge to die for their friend. No need to be polite, just go. I have one more thing to report to you, Lord. Chapter 33. Giant Albino Deer Trap to Defeat the Enemy. Zheng Haotian glanced at Wu Jun and nodded for him to continue. My lord, if possible, I hope you can build the library first so that we can look up information in the library and then modify the architectural drawings. This will be faster and the improved drawings may be better. Wu Jun said slowly. No problem. Go get your mail armor and I'll build the library. Zheng Haotian took a look at the current amount of resources and found that the library would be more than enough after the building renovation. As you command, my lord. Wu Jun and Wu Kun did not refuse Zheng Haotian's kindness and started walking towards the blacksmith shop. Zheng Haotian then opened the blueprint and began to build the library through the system. Whether to build a library, 5,000 wood, 3,000 stone, and 1,500 iron ore are consumed. Zheng Haotian clicked yes without a doubt. As the white light flashed, a building similar to the library Zheng Haotian remembered seeing in elementary and middle school slowly emerged in the base. Building library. Level 1 star. Attribute. Learning. Farmers can enter the library to learn various skills. Upgrade requirements. Wood 10,000, stone 6,000, iron or 3,000, wisdom crystal 1. Note. The skills learned depend on the farmer's own understanding. This library is so awesome. Can I go in and learn some skills? But what is this wisdom crystal? I actually needed to upgrade the library. Zheng Haotian was amazed by the properties of the library. Although they were not extraordinary, the word learning was very mysterious and had infinite possibilities. Moreover, Zheng Haotian dared to be sure that among all the buildings in the base, this library was definitely ranked first. Is this the library? It really feels intellectual. Thank you, Lord, for your help. Wu Jun and Wu Kun walked out of the blacksmith shop, already wearing high-quality chainmail with a light blue luster. After seeing the library, Wu Jun felt grateful again. Farmer Wu Jun's loyalty increased by 20 points, and the current loyalty is 90. The loyalty of Farmer Wu Kun has increased by 20 points, and the current loyalty is 90. Zheng Haotian checked the properties of the chainmail and found that it was basically consistent with his guess. Using it to protect the only 2 members of the think tank was a good use of it. My lord, let's go to the library and continue to improve the blueprints. Okay, go ahead. Zheng Haotian waved his hand. As you command, Lord, the 2 brothers said in unison, and then walked directly into the library. Although the library is currently lacking a formal administrator, since Wu Jun has the idea, it is not impossible for him to take on the role temporarily. While Zheng Haotian was building the base in full swing, the hunting team outside was also not idle. They encountered the biggest enemy they had ever encountered. Dragonmark, be careful. Oh, in the wilderness, a 2-meter-tall and 5-meter-long white giant deer was roaring and rushing towards the Dragonmark. Fortunately, Liu Laowu reminded him in time, and Long Biao fell to the ground and rolled, barely avoiding the attack of the white giant deer. This albino deer is too scary. Senior Liu, let's retreat quickly. Feng Sun suggested retreating. It's so fast we can't escape. Instead of being followed back to the base by it, we might as well plan to kill it. Liu Laowu said coldly. Ever since he was followed by the lost refugees last time, he has become more cautious and will not bring danger into the base so easily. I see. Let's kill it then. Feng Sun's eyes became sharp, and he shot the arrow in his hand directly at the albino deer. His goal was the albino deer's eyes. Li Si, quickly find a place to set up a trap. We will hold it back and will never let it disturb you. Understood, Lao Lu, leave it to me. Liu Laowu knew very well that to deal with this albino deer, recklessness would not work. They needed to use certain strategies, one of which was traps. Oh, Feng Sun's arrow hit the albino deer in the face, but missed its eyes because the deer turned its head at the last moment. However, this attack also successfully angered the albino deer, and it gave up attacking Long Biao and instead rushed towards Feng Sun. You're too slow, idiot! Feng Sun sneered, shot another arrow, and then ran away. He also understood that the bow and arrow could only cause superficial injuries to the albino deer. Oh, the huge body of the albino deer quickly rushed behind Feng Sun, and at this moment, another arrow shot from another direction. Call out, idiot, I'm over here. Come after me. The archer was Liu Laowu. The arrow he shot was more powerful than Feng Sun's, and the iron head penetrated directly into the albino deer's skin around the waist. Oh, the albino deer's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, it was completely enraged. Don't chase Senior Liu. Chase me. Long Biao roared, bent his bow, and drew his arrow, shooting directly into the albino deer's right eye. If the albino deer had not closed its eyes in time, it would have been shot blind. However, even so, its eyelids were cracked and grayish-white blood flowed out. The three of them kept attracting the attention of the albino deer. Fortunately, this mutant deer had a low IQ. Otherwise, if they had defeated them one by one, Li Si would not have had time to set the trap. Lao Lu, it's done. Let it this way. Liu Laowu was delighted when he received the news from Li Si. He quickly asked Long Biao and Feng Sun to stop attacking, and he shot another arrow at the albino deer. Idiot, your time of death has come. Oh, come and chase me. Liu Laowu quickly ran towards the place where Li Si set the trap. As long as he could lure the albino deer into the trap, it would be close to death. I didn't notice it when I was attracting it just now, but this albino deer is really fast. The 5-meter-long figure ran wildly like a hurricane, and Liu Laowu was almost caught up even though he tried his best. Now Lao Lu, jump. Following Li Si's voice, Liu Laowu leaped forward, and the albino deer behind him also pounced forward. Their movements were similar, but their fates were very different. Liu Laowu jumped over the trap, and the albino deer fell into his trap. Woo! With a scream, the albino deer that fell into the trap was stabbed all over its body by a random knife. After struggling for a moment, it became motionless. Lao Li, your trap is great. Liu Laowu sat down on the ground and gasped. These are the trap maps given by the Lord. Li Si touched his head. The reason why the trap was so powerful was thanks to the trap maps given to him by Zheng Haotian. Old Liu, you usually look pretty cool, but this time you're a little bit off. A comical figure jumped out. Xiao Bin, why are you here? Chapter 34, Lucky Zhou Health Epic White Deerskin. Liu Laowu was naturally surprised to see Xiao Baojian suddenly appear. I was mining nearby and heard some noise, so I came over to check it out. It turned out that Lao Li was digging a trap, so I helped him, Xiao Bin explained. I didn't expect that the hunting team would end up near the mining area by accident. It was quite a coincidence. Then let's lift this albino deer up together. This deer is so big. Maybe we can find something good here. Liu Laowu said as he walked towards the trap. Xiao Baojian and Li Si followed closely behind, and Long Biao and Feng Sun from the distance also ran over. 1, 2, 3, hard. Several people tied up the albino deer's limbs with ropes, and then pulled it up together. It has to be said that beneath its huge appearance, its weight is also immeasurable. The 5 people tried their best and finally pulled it out of the trap. Call. This thing is too heavy. Xiao Baojian pretended to be out of breath, which made everyone who originally felt a little tired laugh, and they didn't feel tired anymore in an instant. Let's carry it back. Cook Lu Fu might have a better way to deal with it, Liu Laowu suggested. None of them were good at decomposition, so naturally they had no way to properly deal with the albino deer. The best way, of course, was to drag it back to the base. I agree. Everyone agreed. So everyone tied up the albino deer again, and then Li Si made 4 small wooden wheels, making the transportation of the albino deer a little easier. With everyone's efforts, the albino deer was quickly transported out of the base. Zheng Haotian looked at the giant albino deer in front of him and was naturally extremely surprised. He didn't know what to say. Lu Fu hasn't come back yet. When he comes back, I will ask him to decompose the albino deer. Since you guys are back, don't go out hunting for now. Go to the library and study. Originally, Zheng Haotian planned to go to the library to study in person, but was told that the Lord could not learn more knowledge from it, and it could only be used for the peasants. When Zheng Haotian saw Liu Laowu and his group coming back, of course he wanted to let them experience this powerful building first. As you command, Lord. Without any objection, the 5 people entered the library for further studies one after another. With Wu Jun as the temporary librarian, the maximum number of people who can study in the library at the same time is now 10. I don't know which one of them has a higher level of understanding. Looking at the albino deer in front of him, Zheng Haotian originally thought of using the system to decompose it, but was reminded that the system did not support the decomposition of non-food prey. This means that this albino deer cannot be eaten. Zheng Haotian is really curious about what its specific uses are. It seems we can only wait for Lu Fu to come back and decompose it. Zheng Haotian waved his hands helplessly and began to check the layout of the base and think about the next course of action. Greetings, Lord. I have completed my training. About half an hour later, Xiao Baojian was the first to walk out of the library, and Zheng Haotian was surprised to find that his loyalty had also increased to 100 points. Xiao Bin, why did you come out so soon? Did you gain anything? Zheng Haotian asked in a puzzled tone. Thank you, Lord, for giving me this opportunity to further my studies. I don't know how to repay you, so I can only swear here. From this moment on, I, Xiao Bin, will be Lord Haotian's most loyal subordinate. I will swear to protect the Lord until my death and complete all the tasks assigned by the Lord. Xiao Baojian rarely looked serious, and that expression made Zheng Haotian unable to recover for a while. Good, you're thoughtful. Zheng Haotian was deeply moved. The more loyal farmers there were, the more stable his base would be. After all, if there are no internal worries, why should we worry about any external troubles? However, Zheng Haotian did not continue asking questions, but directly checked Xiao Bin's attribute panel. Name, Xiao Bin. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness, 200/200. Ability, mining search. Special ability, super concentration, mining critical hit x100. Super fanaticism, mining, special, or obtaining chance x100. Loyalty, 100. Skill, lucky aura, passive. Xiao Baojian's abilities have not changed, but his special abilities have been strengthened so much, and he has also gained a passive skill, Lucky Halo. However, there is no explanation, so Zheng Haotian doesn't know what this skill does. Xiao Bin, what is the function of your skills? Zheng Haotian asked directly. Your Excellency, the Lucky Halo is the greatest achievement of my further studies. Although it cannot be activated automatically, it can make me luckier in everything I do. Xiao Bin explained respectfully. Zheng Haotian was still a little confused. The word lucky was quite abstract and seemed to be a useless ability. I am Lu Fu, the humble servant, and I am here to greet the Lord. Lu Fu, you're back just in time. Come and dissect this albino deer. Lu Fu returned to the base, carrying a basket of unknown cooking ingredients, and it seemed that he did not run into Bien Yu and Robert. As you command, my lord. Lu Fu put his things down, took out the kitchen knife he carried with him, and performed the magical butchering an ox operation right in front of Zheng Haotian. The flesh and bones of the albino deer separated in an instant. Its hard skin was so fragile under Lu Fu's superb knife skills. Zheng Haotian was stunned. This cook seemed to have some talent. Wasn't it a waste of his talent to keep him staying in the kitchen all the time? My lord, this is what I got from the body of an albino cow. Lu Fu handed a ball of light to Zheng Haotian. This is silver treasure chest, unopened. Although I don't know how this ball of light looks like a treasure chest, but since the system shows it this way, it should be correct. There's actually a treasure chest dropping. Zheng Haotian muttered. I was about to open the treasure chest, but suddenly I thought of Qiao Baojian. Doesn't he have a passive skill called Lucky Aura? Why not let him open the treasure chest? Qiao Bin, this is for you. Help me open it. As you command, Lord. Qiao Bin took the silver treasure chest and opened the treasure chest in the light ball the next second. Equipment: white deerskin, full body armor. Level: epic. Attributes: toughness +8, defense +8. Special attributes: indestructible, cannot be destroyed by ordinary external forces. Skill: sacrifice, defend against a fatal attack at the cost of destruction. Zheng Haotian was stunned when he saw what was in Qiao Bin's hand. Epic full body armor? Qiao Bin's lucky halo is simply unbelievable. Chapter 35: Nightfall and Violent Zombies. Qiao Bin had a smile on his face. He also knew how amazing the equipment he got from the silver treasure chest was. You are very good. Zheng Haotian didn't know how to praise for a moment. Everything is thanks to the Lord. If the Lord hadn't sent me to the library for further studies, I wouldn't have the white deerskin I have today. Qiao Bin said with a smile. There is no need to belittle yourself. You have made great contributions. Since you opened this white deerskin, it belongs to you. Zheng Haotian directly threw the white deerskin back to Qiao Bin. Qiao Bin quickly knelt on the ground, holding up the white deerskin in his hands, and said quickly, My lord, this is not allowed. My life is worthless. You should wear this white deerskin. You are our root. I usually stay in the base and don't go out. You are more suitable for this full body armor than me. No need to say more. Zheng Haotian did not give Qiao Bin a second chance to refute. It's not that Zheng Haotian doesn't value his life, but he knows that as the core of the base, he cannot lead the charge, so the chance of him being actually harmed is much smaller than these farmers who are running around outside. After some ideological struggle, Zheng Haotian finally decided to make this first piece of epic equipment play its due role. Here, Lord, please agree to one of my requests. Otherwise, I would rather commit suicide here than accept this white deerskin. Qiao Bin's eyes were red, not because of anger, but because of endless gratitude. He never knew that there was a lord who could be so kind to his peasants. Not to mention that the white deerskin is the first epic equipment. It is also a full body armor that can cover the entire body, and its defense is absolutely amazing. And it also has a sacrifice skill, which is simply a second life. However, Zheng Haotian chose to give it to Qiao Bin, who opened it from the treasure chest. This was almost like giving his second life to Qiao Bin, giving him a second life. Tell me, what's your request? Zheng Haotian was as democratic as ever. My lord, if there are zombies attacking the base, or any activities that require leaving the base, you must allow me to return the white deerskin to you. Qiao Bin said very seriously. Good. Thank you, Lord, for your help. I will never let this white deerskin come to shame. Qiao Bin hammered himself hard and made a promise to himself and to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian looked at the meat and bones of the dismembered albino deer with a puzzled look. These things were obviously inedible. Was there any point in keeping them? Lu Fu, can we destroy these? After all, the meat is not edible. Zheng Haotian said, My lord, the meat of this albino deer is indeed not suitable for human consumption. However, I have observed that the energy contained in this meat is very powerful. Perhaps it could be used to feed livestock. Lu Fu knew that a breeding farm had been built in the base, so he said this. But since we can't eat it, can the farmed bison really digest it? Will have an indirect impact on us in the future. Zheng Haotian saw the problem at a glance and asked directly, Don't worry about this. I'm 80% sure that the cattle can metabolize all the toxins after eating it. Lu Fu assured. In that case, let's destroy the bones. My lord, the bones of this albino deer are quite hard, and the antlers are directly ossified. I think they should be good materials for making weapons and equipment. Why don't we ask Zhao Tai if he needs it? Lu Fu suggested. Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly. This Lu Fu really didn't want to waste anything he had decomposed. Okay, then just give it to Zhao Tai. As you command, Lord. Just as Lu Fu said, Zhao Tai regarded the bones of the albino deer as treasures, and even boasted that there was a high chance of making excellent equipment from them. Zheng Haotian smiled. It turned out that no matter what the material was, it would be useful as long as it was given to the right person. As night fell, farmers came back from outside one after another. It is worth mentioning that Bien, you had a great harvest. The herbs he collected were enough to prepare 300 units of wound medicine, 50 units of detoxification pills, and 20 units of bowel-protecting pills. It can be said that it can treat both external and internal injuries, so there's no need to worry about poisoning. There is no doubt that Chef Lu Fu was the chef for dinner, and because there were plenty of side dishes, Lu Fu prepared 20 different dishes for this meal. Each dish was full of characteristics, with excellent appearance and taste. After this meal, all the farmers had happy smiles on their faces. Even though the work was very hard throughout the day, with such a caring lord and delicious food, everyone was very satisfied. Nightfall. Zheng Haotian, who originally wanted to rest early and wait for the call of a new batch of farmers tomorrow, was destined to have his plans disrupted. Woo woo. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded throughout the base. Zheng Haotian jumped out of bed in the next second and walked straight outside. All the farmers came to the base square with solemn expressions on their faces, as if something terrible was about to happen. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. The messages in it were very messy at this time, but they revealed a very important message. Zombies are going berserk. Is there any big guy who knows what happened? The peasants in my base all look like the world is coming to an end. May I ask the people upstairs, aren't we in the end times now? My farmer told me a piece of news. The zombies outside the base suddenly started to go berserk and may attack the base at any time. Seeing that the messages in the world chat box were a bit messy, Zheng Haotian closed it. It would be better to ask his farmers directly. Wu Jun, do you know what happened outside? I am here to see you, Lord. When the farmers saw Zheng Haotian appear, they all bowed respectfully. It's an emergency. No need to be polite. Just tell me what happened. Zheng Haotian asked. Reporting to the Lord, I don't know what exactly happened, but I suddenly felt panicked and ran here involuntarily. Wu Jun smiled bitterly, his face full of confusion. Notice, dear lords, the zombie army has discovered your existence. They will destroy your base at all costs. Tonight's zombie rampage has just begun. Notice, dear lords, the zombie army has discovered your existence. They will destroy your base at all costs. Tonight's zombie rampage has just begun. Notice, dear lords, the zombie army has discovered your existence. They will destroy your base at all costs. Tonight's zombie rampage has just begun. After 3 announcements in a row, everyone fell into deep thought. Chapter 36, Mysterious Energy, Last Safe Week. In the world chat box. After about 5 minutes of silence, the first message came from Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, if I'm not mistaken, everyone should have received the news. It's over, it's over. We finally managed to survive 2 zombie attacks, but I didn't expect that they were just warming up and the main force didn't go out at all. 3 of my peasants have died. My base is in tatters. Let alone a large-scale attack. Even if a small wave of zombies comes, I will definitely die. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, please save us. Lord Wei Tai, please have mercy and save us. Why doesn't the country come to save us? I don't want to die. Whoa. The feeling of despair almost instantly enveloped the hearts of most lords. The turmoil at night had already made everyone panic. This so-called notice was undoubtedly the last straw that broke everyone's psychological defenses. Lord Wei Tai, everyone must hold on. Comfort the peasants under your command and do your best to build the base so that you can hold on until the country comes to rescue. Everyone must believe in the country. The country will never give up on you. At this time, Wei Tai could not give everyone anything except chicken soup. After all, he himself was also very nervous. Is the country really coming back? Notice, a mysterious force has descended. The zombie riot has been temporarily quelled, and all lords will have a 7-day safety construction period. Notice, a mysterious force has descended. The zombie riot has been temporarily quelled, and all lords will have a 7-day safety construction period. Notice, a mysterious force has descended. The zombie riot has been temporarily quelled, and all lords will have a 7-day safety construction period. It was another 3-time announcement, but this time it was like sweet dew in the desert, making many lords breathe a sigh of relief, and some even made some lighthearted remarks. For the first time, I felt that being notified that I had 7 days to live was a blessing. There are still 7 days left. I will definitely be able to build the base to level 3. I will not die in this damn place. I want to go back. I'm already at the 2nd level base now. I have 7 days left to build a 4th level base. Lord Wei Tai. Perhaps God has sensed our thirst for life, so he gave us 7 days of buffer time. In these last 7 days of safety, I hope everyone can share what they have, help each other, and build the base together. Believe me, hold on, the country will definitely come. After closing the world chat box, Zheng Haotian's mind also emerged with the arrangements for the next 7 days. First, build the base to level 4. Whether it can be upgraded to level 5 depends on subsequent upgrade needs. Then he would explore the city ruins again, but this time, he would go deeper into the city ruins. The map he got from the lost refugees would come in handy. There are 7 days left, 2 days for layout, and the 3rd day for trying to break through the outer perimeter of the city ruins. This time, Zheng Haotian did not plan to act stealthily, but to kill his way through and wipe out all the zombies. Since the mysterious power has suppressed the zombie riot, it means that as long as Zheng Haotian can control the situation well, he will only face a small number of zombies. Everyone go back and get some rest. Nothing will happen tonight. As you command, Lord. A group of farmers walked towards the house, and Zheng Haotian returned to his room and lay on the bed. The world chat box gradually calmed down, except for a few people who were still complaining about the unfairness of the world and why they were forced to come to this world. Other lords chose to recuperate. After all, complaining is never useful. The apocalypse in the second half of the night was as peaceful as a peacetime era. Apart from the different sounds coming from different environments, there were almost no unexpected events. The next morning, Zheng Haotian woke up with the wake-up service of the mechanical warrior. This was a function he discovered by accident. Greetings, Lord. I greet you, Lord. You're welcome. After breakfast, everyone can go back to work. Zheng Haotian said to the farmers, As you command, Lord. Breakfast is a relatively luxurious thing, and perhaps only Zheng Haotian has the ability to make it available to farmers. After all, not everyone has enough food. My lord, I have something to report. Liu Laowu stepped forward and said, Old Liu, just tell me what's on your mind. Zheng Haotian nodded. Reporting to the lord, I have discovered a breeding farm in the base. If possible, I can lead a team to capture a few live bison and raise them. This way, our food will be better guaranteed in the future. Liu Laowu said slowly. Actually, I have the same idea, but there is no one who is good at breeding at present, and it is not easy to tame bison, so there is no need to rush for now. Zheng Haotian actually had this idea in his mind a long time ago, and farmland actually needs people to cultivate it. My lord, I sense that a new companion will arrive today, and perhaps there will be a companion who is good at taming. Xiaobin suddenly said. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, but thinking about his lucky halo yesterday, he decided to give it a try. Walking to the summoning altar, Zheng Haotian began the summoning of a new day. I, Sun Jiabao, greet the Lord. Han Lei, the humble man, greets the Lord. I, Chen Ming, greet you, Lord. Little Queen, Li greets the Lord. My daughter, Shuiying, greets the Lord. 3 men and 2 women appeared in front of Zheng Haotian after a flash of white light. Name, Sun Jiabao. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 100/100. Abilities, taming animals, breeding. Special abilities, beast language, can communicate with wild beasts. Beast fusion, cooperate with wild beasts to fight. Loyalty, 70. After Zheng Haotian checked the attributes of the first farmer, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Bin twice more. Can this Xiao Baojian still make predictions now? Surprisingly, the first farmer summoned was good at taming and breeding animals. Doesn't this just meet the needs? Old Liu, it seems that the breeding plan can be carried out. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. The arrangements were subsequently made. Liu Laowu, listen to my orders. You lead Li Si, Long Biao, Feng Sun, and Sun Jiabao, a total of 5 people, to capture the bison. The farm can currently raise 15 bison, so you should do what you can. As you command, I will not let you down, my lord. You guys follow me. Liu Laowu immediately led the team to leave the base, and everyone else also began various tasks. Chapter 37. Housekeeper Wang, Li's hunting in progress. The 4 newly summoned people were still standing there, waiting for Zheng Haotian's assignment, but of course Zheng Haotian had to study their abilities first. Name, Han Lei. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 220/220. Abilities, carpenter weapons. Special ability, ingenuity, special bonus for crafting wooden weapons. Loyalty, 70. Looking at Han Lei's attribute panel, a special figure emerged in Zheng Haotian's mind. That was a famous craftsman in Chinese history. He was also only good at casting wood-based weapons, but he was not inferior to any blacksmith. Gongshu Ban. Could he be the same person as Gongshu Ban? If so, he should be able to make a lot of mechanical weapons. Zheng Haotian felt a hint of anticipation. Name Qinming. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 300/300. Ability, radiation resistance, blasting. Special abilities, super strong physique, can resist 100 millisieverts of radiation, exquisite detonation. Any bomb in his hand can exert a terrifying effect. Loyalty, 70. The physical fitness was as high as 300, which had already shocked Zheng Haotian, but the subsequent explosive attribute made Zheng Haotian realize it. He has a terrifying bomber. Today's summons is simply absolutely amazing. Zheng Haotian knew very well that the peasants of other lords could not have such powerful attributes. It was only him, with his godlike aura of a protagonist, that could summon such terrifying peasants. With Qinming, as long as we provide him with enough bombs, those zombies in the ruins of the city will be nothing. Zheng Haotian was in high spirits for a moment, even though he didn't have any bombs. Name Wang Li. Occupation, civilian. Physical fitness, 100/100. Ability, management, calculation. Special abilities, command, strong ability to control the overall situation. If a man has it, he could be a general, and if a woman has it, she could be a good wife. Audit, accurately calculate resource consumption to reduce internal friction. Loyalty 80. When Zheng Haotian saw Wang Li's attribute panel, four words appeared in his mind. Butler got it. Zheng Haotian still remembers very clearly a saying from peacetime. Behind every successful man, there's a calculating woman. In the construction of bases in the end times, such a behind-the-scenes steward is also needed. Obviously, Wang Li can definitely take on the role behind the scenes. My lord, I noticed that there are a lot of resources wasted in the base. Can you let me take charge of it? Just after Zheng Haotian and Wang Li looked at each other, the other party actually spoke directly. Can you see the consumption of resources in the base? Zheng Haotian asked with some surprise. Reporting to the Lord, yes, I don't know why, but these data appeared in my mind. Wang Li bowed slightly and said, then to what extent do you think you can save if the resources are left to you to allocate? Zheng Haotian continued to ask. I can't guarantee it, but if the estimate is correct, it should be able to save at least 20 of resource consumption. Wang Li said slowly. 20%. I know that I didn't save much. Please forgive me, Lord. Wang Li misunderstood Zheng Haotian's meaning. 20% was not a small amount, but too much. Think about the resources consumed by the previous buildings. If we could save 20, we would probably have enough resources to upgrade the base to level 4 now. If the Lord sends my daughter to the library for further studies, perhaps we can save more resources in the future. Wang Li gave Zheng Haotian another surprise without making any noise. Very good. Wang Li, listen to my order. I will appoint you as the base manager, and you will be fully responsible for the overall planning of the base's resource consumption. You can also enter the library to study at will. Zheng Haotian said with a serious expression. It is still necessary to highlight the Lord's demeanor when making an appointment. Thank you, Lord. I will not let you down. Housekeeper Wang Li's loyalty increased by 10 points. Wang Li's loyalty actually increased due to the prompt appointment. You can check the number of resources now. Yes, sir. Wang Li left the 4 people and went to the library because detailed tables of previous resource consumption were stored there, which could be regarded as the base's own calculator. Just as Zheng Haotian was examining the newcomers in the base, Liu Laowu had already led the team to the hunting ground. This time their goal is not to kill, but to capture alive, which is more difficult, so they must prepare the best plan in advance. Li Si, go set a trap that can trap at least 5 bison. We should capture as many bison as possible this time. Understood, leave it to me. Li Si showed a confident smile, and then began to look for the best place to set the trap. Jiabao, how long does it take you to tame a wild buffalo? Liu Laowu looked at Sun Jiabao, the newcomer in the team. Reporting to Captain Liu, if the bison is not in an angry state, it should only take 5 minutes. If it is in an angry state, it will take an extra 10 minutes to calm it down. Sun Jiabao said, puffing out his slightly fat belly. As a person with the ability to tame animals, he himself looks very friendly and full of humor. Okay, I got it. A plan has already taken shape in Liu Laowu's mind. Jiabao, Longbiao, you stay where you are and wait for orders. Feng Xuan, come with me to count the number of bison. Okay, Senior Liu. Understood, Captain Liu. The 4 people were divided into 2 teams. Liu Laowu and Feng Sun moved quickly and soon found a hidden bush and began to count the specific number of bison herds. This group of bison were exactly the ones they hunted last time. Perhaps out of nostalgia, the bison finally returned to their original habitat. 1, 2, 23, 24, 25. Senior Liu, I counted a total of 32 bison, 5 of which were calves. Hearing Feng Sun's words, Liu Laowu nodded, and he also counted 32. Feng Sun, you have a very important task next. Are you confident that you can complete it? Liu Laowu suddenly said with a serious expression. Please rest assured, Senior Liu. No matter how difficult the task is, I will do my best to carry it out. Feng Sun said seriously. Very good. I need you to control the trend of the herd and prevent them from dispersing. Understand. Leave it to me. Although he was not sure whether he could do it, Feng Sun agreed immediately. Then get ready. I will forcibly separate one of the bison from the group. All you need to do is control the rest of the bison within a certain range. Clear. The hunting operation is about to officially begin. Chapter 38 made Shuang's lucky 6+1. Liu Laowu's eyes gradually became sharper, which was a sign of entering hunting mode. Right now, Feng Sun, follow up. Receive. Liu Laowu jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards the nearest bison at the fastest speed. This bison happened to choose a fertile grassland alone and arrogantly drove away the other bison, which gave Liu Laowu the best opportunity. Moo! Liu Laowu rode on the bull's back at lightning speed, grasped the thick horns tightly with both hands, and used force to guide the bull's charge towards the location of Long Biao and Sun Jiabao. Feng Sun, the rest is up to you. Although the bison under him was jumping and sprinting, Liu Laowu still managed to successfully control its direction to the position he wanted, and the bison began to rush towards the position of Sun Jiabao and the others. However, this also disturbed the other bison in the herd. In an instant, several bison began to run in all directions, preparing to stay away from this troublesome place. Where do you want to run to? Come back here. Feng Sun bent his bow and drew his arrow. His archery skills were only slightly worse than Liu Laowu's, and to some extent, his accuracy was actually better than Liu Laowu's. Feng Sun bent his bow and shot arrows 3 times in a row, hitting the bison that wanted to escape at strange angles and forcing them back into the herd. Feng Sun here did not disappoint Liu Laowu's trust. He single-handedly controlled the commotion of the bison herd. However, it was also thanks to Liu Laowu that he did not make too much noise. Otherwise, if the entire herd was in chaos, it would not be something that one person could control. On the other side, Liu Laowu was riding the angry bison and approaching the position of Sun Jiabao and the others. It's Senior Liu. He seems to be riding a wild bull. Long Biao had sharp eyes and saw Liu Laowu's figure one step ahead. Long Biao Jiabao, set up a tripwire and stop this guy. Liu Laowu shouted. Hearing the sound, Long Biao and the other man quickly took action and set up a thick rope between the 2 big trees. You are so ungrateful. Fall down now. Liu Laowu slapped the bull's back with both hands, and his whole body flew into the air. The next second, the angry bull was tripped to the ground by the strong lasso, and the ground was covered with dust. At the same time, Liu Laowu unloaded the force with a difficult turning movement and stood steadily on the ground. Jiabao, I'll leave it to you from now on. Leave it to me, but it may take some time. After Sun Jiabao said that, he walked towards the fallen bison, imitating the sound of a bison. Long Biao, come with me to see how Li's siege trap is set. Once Jiabao has tamed this first wild bull, we can start the next move. A smile appeared on Liu Laowu's face. The first step was the most difficult one. Then taming other bison in batches would be a piece of cake. Okay, Senior Liu. Zheng Haotian didn't know that the hunting activity of Liu Laowu and his group was so exciting. Now, he was surprised by the last farmer summon today. Name, Shuang. Occupation, civilian. Physical fitness, 80/80ths. Ability, blessing, luck. Special ability, luck 6+1, the luck of the 6 people closest to her +1. Loyalty 80. When Zheng Haotian looked at Shuang carefully, only one word appeared in his mind. Beautiful. This is a kind of beauty that makes people want to get close to it, but it is not charm, but the kind of indescribable purity. It emerges from a mud without being stained, and washes in the clear water without being coquettish. As elegant as lutis, as pure as novlutis. Zheng Haotian spent a full 10 minutes admiring her appearance, and a healthy blush appeared on Shuang's fair face. My lord, is there something on my face? Shuang couldn't help but ask. There is Zheng's kingdom. Shuiying was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what Zheng Haotian meant. Nothing. Zheng Haotian's face turned red. Having been a stay-at-home all his life, this was the first time he saw a beautiful woman turn into a pig brother. It's not that the housekeeper Wang Li is not beautiful, but there is still some gap compared to Shuiying. It's similar to the gap between top stars and minor stars before the apocalypse, but only in appearance. Judging from her abilities, Shuiying's existence seems a bit vase-like. Although the attribute of luck is powerful, having luck alone seems a bit useless. Shuiying, what is the purpose of your blessing? In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zheng Haotian chose the most relaxed way of communication, asking questions. My lord, I can pray to God to make your movements outside smoother or to make your body healthier. Shuiying replied in a clear voice. After hearing the answer, Zheng Haotian felt that it's just a vase. The ability to pray sounded like a prayer, which was a bit flashy. May I ask if my lord is dissatisfied with my abilities? In fact, I can do some other things, such as needlework and organizing clothes. Please don't despise me, lord. Shuiying's voice was a little choked, as if she had noticed the change in Zheng Haotian's expression. No, since you are good at these, you could be my maid from now on, Zheng Haotian said quickly, comforting Shuiying. Is this true? My lord is willing to let my daughter be your personal maid? Thank you so much, my lord. Shuiying was so excited that tears were about to flow out. Yes, you will be my, personal maid from now on. Zheng Haotian didn't react for a moment. He just said the maid. He didn't say the personal one. Maid Shuiying's loyalty is increased to 100, and she has learned special skills. Zheng Haotian was dumbfounded. She is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and is easy to deceive. This Shuiying is really a top-notch existence. Letting her be a personal maid, her loyalty level actually went up to the maximum level. Doesn't that mean? Shaking his head vigorously, Zheng Haotian threw away the bad thoughts in his mind. He was an honest man. However, Zheng Haotian was still very interested in the special skills that Man Zhongxing had just comprehended, so he clicked on Shuiying's attribute panel again. Name, Shuiying. Occupation, maid. Physical fitness, 80/80ths. Ability, blessing, luck. Special ability, luck 6+1, the luck of the 6 people closest to her +1. Loyalty, 100. Special skill, luck blessing. It can increase one person's luck by 1 point every day, up to a maximum of 10 points. Fuck. 1 point of luck per day is too much, right? But the maximum is 10 points, which is a limit. Zheng Haotian was surprised and felt a little regretful at the same time. If luck had no limit, then it would only be a matter of time before he became the luckiest man in the world. Chapter 39. Bronze Sparrow Tower prays for a smooth hunt. Zheng Haotian looked at Shuiying's delicate face and couldn't help teasing her a few more times, making the beautiful maid's face blush. Oh yeah, I forgot about you two. Zheng Haotian looked at Han Lei and Chen Ming and gave orders. Han Lei, go to the blacksmith shop and meet Zhao Tai. He's a blacksmith. Maybe you two will have something in common. As for Chen Ming, you should go to the barracks for training first, and then go to the library for further study. Come back to me after that. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian arranged the two of them, and then looked at Shuiying, who was looking at him eagerly. My lord, what should my daughter do? Just wait until dark and warm my bed. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but tease again. The blush on Shuiying's face that had just disappeared reappeared, making people want to take a bite. My lord, you are so bad. Haha, since you want a mission, I'm quite interested in your abilities. Why don't you use your ability of blessing first? Zheng Haotian smiled and said, Yes, my lord. Since you are my maid, you can call me Lord Haotian from now on. Yes, Lord Haotian. Shuiying bowed obediently. After a few seconds, Zheng Haotian saw that Shuiying did not take the next step. Just as he was about to ask, Shuiying spoke. Master Haotian, Shuiying sensed that there's a blessing building in the base. If Shuiying activates her skills there, it may have a better effect. When Zheng Haotian heard Shuiying's words, he immediately realized that she was talking about the Bronze Sparrow Tower. No problem, I'll take you there. The two of them walked one after the other and soon arrived at the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Shuiying asked Zheng Haotian for permission and went up to the Bronze Sparrow Tower after getting his consent. The moment she stepped onto the Bronze Sparrow Tower, for pillars carved with phoenix patterns flashed dazzling light, as if welcoming Shuiying's arrival. Great Spirit, I pray to you and bless my lord. May you make all his actions go smoothly. Shuiying knelt gently on the Bronze Sparrow Tower, clasped her hands together, looked up to the sky with her eyes closed, and muttered some words. At the same time, the light above the bronze sparrow tower became even brighter, and the sound of a phoenix could be faintly heard. Zheng Haotian showed a look of surprise, but he didn't know that it was because of this prayer that Liu Laowu and others were able to successfully complete the hunt. In the wilderness, Li Si has made a trap that can tie up 5 bison at the same time, and Sun Jiabao has successfully tamed the first bison. Jiabao, we'll need this cow to be a spy next. Can it still communicate with other bison now? No problem, its communication ability is still there, and I can roughly command it to do something. In response to Liu Laowu's question, Sun Jiabao nodded. Very good, then let's set off to the bison herd now. Liu Laowu smiled. When a few people arrived at the herd of bison, Feng Sun had basically calmed down the bison. It can be said that he had completed the task assigned to him by Liu Laowu excellently. Senior Liu, all the bison are here, and not a single one has run away. Feng Sun said with a smile. Well done, now let's hand it over to Jiabao. Liu Laowu praised, and then signaled Sun Jiabao that he could start the next step. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiabao nodded, then leaned over and said a few words in the bison's ear. Moo! The bison made a gentle sound, and then walked back towards the herd. Seeing the disappeared bison reappear, the bison herd caused a small commotion again, but after the tamed bison called a few times, the herd quieted down again. Next, the tamed bison did not just eat grass quietly, but began to call out and communicate with several bison around it. Moo! After a series of bull calls, 5 other bison actually followed the tamed bison and left the herd, and began to run towards the location where Li Si set the trap. Success, Long Biao said excitedly. Don't take it lightly. We haven't really succeeded yet. Liu Laowu was more serious, and asked everyone to follow the bison. Feng Sun still stayed where he was and watched the herd of bison. Moo! The tamed bison cleverly jumped away from the trap, but the remaining 5 bison were not so lucky and fell into the trap one after another. And after triggering the mechanism, it can't move and can only make a moo sound for help. They never imagined that one of their own kind might be a spy sent by humans. Yes, you are a very competent bull rapist. Li Si couldn't help but teasing the tamed wild bull. Okay, don't waste time. Jiabao, you stay here to tame these wild buffaloes. Li Si, let's move on to the next trap. Seeing that things were developing so smoothly, Liu Laowu decided to be greedy and tame all these bison. Because he had the trap drawings with him, Li Si was able to set the traps much faster. When Sun Jiabao tamed the first bison, he had already prepared 3 traps. After instructing Niu Jian on his next actions, Sun Jiabao began to use his abilities to tame the bison in the trap. Liu Laowu and others brought Niu Jian to the bison herd again, ready to repeat the previous action. After a while, Niu Jian successfully lured out 5 other members of his tribe and started running towards the second trap. Just like the first trap, Niu Jian successfully lured 5 other bison of the same tribe into the trap. This time, Liu Laowu asked Long Biao to stay behind to guard and wait for Sun Jiabao to tame the bison in the first trap. Together with Li Si, he brought Niu Jian back to the bison herd. This time the operation was not so smooth. The disappearance of 10 bison in a row had made the leader of the bison realize that something was wrong. The leader, which was slightly larger than ordinary bison, rushed to the side of Niu Jian. Old Liu, it seems like we've been discovered. Li Si couldn't help but say. It seems that we can only catch 10 bison. Seeing this, Liu Laowu also felt that today's hunting was over. But at this moment, for some reason, the buffalo leader suddenly changed direction and did not target the most bizarre bull rapist, but went to another buffalo. This cow is so lucky that it hasn't been discovered yet. Li Si couldn't believe it. But the fact is that the Niu Jian has started to seduce his own kind again. By the time 5 bison fell into the third trap, Sun Jiabao in the first trap had also been tamed. What everyone didn't know was that the reason the hunt went so smoothly was actually thanks to Shuiying's prayers. Chapter 40, returning with a full load and building a cold weapon platform. The hunting operation went quite smoothly. The 5 tamed bison in the first trap followed Sun Jiabao obediently. The first tamed bison continued to follow Liu Laowu and his group to lure its companions. Moo! Even with Shuiying's blessing, the buffalo leader still found that something was wrong. There were only 10 buffaloes around him, and 5 of them were calves. It's too late to find out now. Liu Laowu had already reminded Feng Sun, so he also noticed the changes in the buffalo leader. He immediately pounced out and rode directly on the back of the buffalo leader. Hurry up! Feng Shuan must be in chaos over there. I need to rush back to help as soon as possible. I understand. After hearing Liu Laowu's words, Long Biao began to speed up and run towards the trap. The hunting operation has reached its final moments. After making sure that the fourth batch of bison had also fallen successfully into the trap, he ordered Long Biao to guard the spot, and Liu Laowu quickly ran in the direction of Feng Sun. I had originally thought of letting Niu Jian stay beside the first trap, but this guy seemed to be a little too excited and actually wanted to go back and continue to seduce his companions. You bastard! Liu Laowu was a little amused, but still did not oppose Niu Jian's actions. Moo! This first tame guy seemed to have become much more spiritual in just an hour or two and could actually understand what Liu Laowu said. Feng Sun, don't be polite to it. Liu Laowu saw Feng Sun riding on the back of the wild buffalo leader from a distance, and it seemed that Feng Sun was a little restrained. This is because the order given by Liu Laowu was to control the herd. If Feng Sun took care of the buffalo leader, the other buffaloes would definitely run away. However, in the stalemate, the buffaloes still held on to the idea that the leader can win, and so they did not run away. Okay, Senior Liu, you must be tired after making so much noise. Then just lie down. Feng Sun pulled the bull's horns hard with both hands, then slapped the bull's back with both palms, then flew off the bull's back and kicked the buffalo leader in the face. The series of combos left all the bison dumbfounded. They stared at each other with their big copper bell-like eyes, revealing a human-like expression of disbelief. They were evenly matched just now, but the next second it seemed that their leader could not hold on any longer. Moo! With a terrible cry, the buffalo leader saw the appearance of Niu Jian and Liu Laowu, realized that something was wrong, and directly gave the order to escape. Senior Liu, it's letting them escape. Got it, I'll leave them to you. Liu Laowu patted Niu Jian lightly. This guy would be able to control the stability of the herd. Moo! As expected, Niu Jian roared directly at the remaining bison, which roughly meant stay where you are and don't move. At this moment, the buffalo leader was in despair, looking at Niu Jian with vicious eyes. He knew very well that the reason why he fell into this situation was all thanks to this fellow tribesman. How dare you be so violent? Get down! Bang! After knowing that the herd was under control, Feng Sun was no longer polite to the buffalo leader. Another fierce elbow hit the soft calf directly. The sudden pain made the buffalo leader fall to the ground. Woo! The buffalo leader whimpered, and it was not known whether it was due to the pain in his abdomen or the grief and anger at the act of cow rape. The next thing was very simple. After Sun Jiabao tamed all the trapped bison in order, he came to the location of the bison herd and began the final taming. Until all the bison followed Niu Jian, the bison leader became completely desperate, and now he was just a lonely bull. Moo! Niu Jian shouted excitedly. The new king has ascended the throne. Finally, when Sun Jiabao was about to use his ability to tame the buffalo leader, just as he began, the sound of successful taming was heard, and the buffalo leader surrendered on his own. The operation went well. The hunt is over. Let's go back. Zheng Haotian didn't know that Liu Laowu and his team had tamed 32 wild buffaloes. At this time, he was attracted by an architectural drawing. Architectural blueprint. Cold weapon stand improved. Construction requirements. Wood 4,000, stone 2,500, iron or 1,000. Attributes. Unknown can be viewed after building. Enhanced. Number of times used. 2 halves. My lord, judging from the architectural style, this building can be used for mass production of cold weapons. I think it will be of great help to the base. Wu Jun said as he handed over the blueprint. Yes, it works a lot and is very helpful. A marketing plan has already appeared in Zheng Haotian's mind. Based on this cold weapon table, he can start selling weapons instead of only exchanging food for special resources. Wu Jun, you didn't let me down. Keep up the good work. Zheng Haotian praised. My lord, thank you for your compliment. This is all because of the exquisiteness of your architectural drawings. Wu Kun and I have only made slight improvements to them, Wu Jun said modestly. After asking Wu Jun to go back to the library to study other drawings, Zheng Haotian prepared to start building the cold weapon platform. My lord, I have observed the resource exchange ratio in the current world chat box. If we trade wood for stone for construction, we can save 20 of resource consumption. Just as Zheng Haotian observed the amount of resources and was about to start building, the voice of housekeeper Wang Li rang out. Oh, You can also check the exchange rate. Your Excellency, yes, Wang Li said respectfully. Although her attributes did not change significantly after returning from her first study in the library, her overall calculation ability was still as strong. Very good, then I'll listen to you. According to what Wang Li said, Zheng Haotian exchanged wood for the required stone in the world chat box, and then began to build a cold weapon table. This is the 11th building in the base. However, in order to accumulate enough resources to upgrade to the 4th level base as soon as possible, Zheng Haotian knows that the construction of this cold weapon platform is very critical. Greetings, Lord. We have lived up to your expectations and successfully tamed 32 wild bulls. 32. Zheng Haotian was shocked by the huge herd of bison. After hearing Liu Laowu's report, the shocked expression on his face lasted for a long time. Just wait, I'll upgrade the farm to level 2. The current level 1 breeding farm is simply not enough to accommodate so many bison. So Zheng Haotian invested resources without hesitation and upgraded the farm to level 2, which can now accommodate 50 different kinds of livestock. After Liu Laowu and others drove the bison into the farm, the cold weapon stand that Zheng Haotian had just built also revealed its exquisite appearance. It seems that I will become a weapons dealer in the future. Zheng Haotian looked at the properties of the cold weapon table, with a slight smile on his face. Chapter 41. Longsword in exchange for resources and city building materials. Building, cold weapon platform. Level 1 star. Productivity, longsword 1/30th minute, consumes 50 iron ore. Crossbow, 1/1H, consumes 30 iron ore, 20 wood, 1 animal tendon. Long spear unlocked, Zhuge crossbow unlocked. Upgrade requirements, wood 8,000, stone 5,000, iron or 2,000. Although it's just an ordinary blank weapon, the manufacturing speed is much faster than Zhao Tai, making them one by one. Zheng Haotian thought excitedly. My lord, we would like to apply to continue going out hunting. After Liu Laowu and others settled the bison herd, they only left son Jiabao to look after it, and the others applied to go out again. Don't overwork yourself. Your physical strength isn't very strong. Go back to the house and rest for a while. Thank you, Lord. We will never forget your kindness. The 4 of them knelt down, moved, and then walked back to the house. A word of concern may not have much effect when spoken by others, but as a lord, Zheng Haotian can make the farmers grateful even if it is just a simple word of concern. After sending the people away, Zheng Haotian prepared to try out the cold weapon table. After looking at the amount of iron ore, Zheng Haotian decided to produce 10 swords as the first batch to test the waters. 30 minutes for one piece was still a bit too long, but when Zheng Haotian saw that with the participation of a blacksmith, the time could be shortened to 1/10, he directly called Zhao Tai over and put him in charge. Zhao Tai, please stay here for 30 minutes. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian asked Shuang to bring out a chair from the base hall, and he sat down and waited for the sword to be produced. Master Haotian, you have been working so hard for so long. Why don't you take a rest first? I will give you a massage. Shuang said this, and without waiting for Zheng Haotian to respond, she gently pressed her soft hands on Zheng Haotian's shoulders. Smelling the delicate fragrance of virginity beside him and feeling the tingling sensations on his shoulders, Zheng Haotian felt for the first time that coming to this doomsday was not such a bad thing. If it were in the past peaceful times, he would not have received such treatment. It is true that misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Liu Laowu and his group's strength had almost recovered. However, Zheng Haotian did not let them continue hunting. Instead, he arranged for them to continue studying in the library. After all, food was not in short supply now. Zhao Tai walked out of the cold weapon table with 10 silver-white swords and placed them in front of Zheng Haotian. Greetings, Lord. These are the 10 long swords that were produced. You've worked hard. Go back to the blacksmith shop and take a rest. Thank you, Lord. Zhao Tai walked towards the blacksmith shop, while Zheng Haotian began to observe the properties of the sword. Equipment, long sword. Level, normal. Attributes, sharp. Unlike fine equipment, this sword could be considered very ordinary, with only one attribute, sharpness. Its specific properties may still require experiments to determine. Zheng Haotian picked up a long sword, which was quite heavy and required a person with a certain amount of strength to wield easily. He swung in the air a few more times, and there were bursts of air-tearing sounds. It could be seen that the attack power was just as good. Sure enough, the products of the base must be top quality. Even though the attribute panel is very ordinary, its function is still significant. Zheng Haotian knows that he can sell it for a good price. Opens the world chat box. Zheng Haotian simply ignored the Lord's idle chatter and began editing the message. For sale, equipment, sharp swords, 10 in total, only in exchange for intermediate resources or above, or building blueprints, etc. If you're interested, you can private message me. Zheng Haotian directly hung one of the swords on the world chat box, and its bright silver appearance immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. Oh my god, Boss Haotian actually has such awesome weapons, 10 of them. Are we playing the same game? I guess Boss Haotian doesn't even want to use this kind of standard weapon. My poor farmers are still using hoes to resist zombies. Who isn't? Last time, a farmer like me lost his axe for chopping trees while fighting off zombies, and now he's not working. The person above is talking too much nonsense. Boss Haotian, I want one. I've already sent you a private message. Me too, I want one. I want one too. Zheng Haotian did not open the private chat interface immediately. Good things will always have buyers, and he has more than just these 10 weapons. He continued to click on the cold weapon table and chose to produce a crossbow. Zheng Haotian wanted to see the difference between this crossbow and a bow and arrow. After leaving the people in the chat box alone for about 10 minutes, Zheng Haotian opened the first private chat interface. Boss Haotian, I will exchange 200 units of marble tiles for a long sword. Zheng Haotian clicked on the properties of the marble floor tiles, and the 4 words city building materials displayed on it attracted Zheng Haotian's attention. Where did you get this material? Boss Haotian, you finally replied to me. I thought you were not interested in my materials. As soon as Zheng Haotian sent the message, the other party replied immediately, obviously having been staying in the private chat interface. I got this material from a ruin near my base. It looks very high-end, but I'm not sure about its specific use. Zheng Haotian got an ambiguous answer, but he was also a far-sighted man, so he would naturally not let go of this special resource marked as city building materials. Since you don't know its purpose either, these 200 units of marble tiles are not enough to exchange for a long sword. Zheng Haotian sent a message. But Boss Haotian, this is all I have. Can you give me another one? The other party said pitifully. Zheng Haotian thought for a moment and felt that it was definitely not worth it to just replace it like this. But the marble floor tiles were something he could not give up. How about this? The ruins near your base must have other similar resources. I can give you this sword, but you have to trade anything you get from the ruins to me. Of course, I won't let you pay for it in vain. I have a lot of other things here. Even if you don't like them, I can still exchange them with food. What do you think? Zheng Haotian finally chose to exchange it with a lord named Lin Feng, also for other transactions in the future. Of course, thank you so much, Mr. Haotian. You are my savior. That's not necessary. Since you agree, let's sign the contract. Zheng Haotian felt a little disgusted. He had no interest in men at all. Okay. The contract was signed quickly, and Zheng Haotian completed his first transaction. Chapter 42, Next Steps, Hunting Zombies. The transaction continues. Zheng Haotian opened the next private chat interface. He knew what was being traded this time. Boss Haotian, 50 units of intermediate resource refined iron in exchange for your longsword. 100 units of refined iron for one. You can pay a deposit of 50 units first, and I'll give you the sword, and then I'll make up the other 50 units within 2 days. Zheng Haotian knew that there would always be someone with a blacksmith on hand, and that refining fine iron was only a matter of time, and there weren't many technical problems. In exchange for these refined irons, Zhao Tai could save some time on refining, and the base could also have a few more pieces of high-quality equipment. Change, Boss Haotian. Let's sign the contract. As long as Zheng Haotian agreed to the exchange, even if he added some conditions, no one chose to refuse, and the 10 swords were quickly traded. However, there were some things that Zheng Haotian was more interested in, so he also sent a message saying that the transaction would be conducted after 2 p.m. During this time period, he could use the cold weapon table to make more long swords. Greetings, Lord. Wang Biao's body was covered with wounds, but he was carrying a wild boar with huge fangs, and his momentum was not diminished at all. Zheng Haotian looked over in the direction of the voice and checked Wang Biao's attributes, and discovered that the opponent's physical strength had dropped to only 6 points, and he was still injured. Wang Biao, put down the prey on your body. Shuiying, go and call Dr. Bien to come and treat him. As you command, Lord Haotian. Shuiying hurriedly walked towards the house, as Wang Biao's injury could not be delayed. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I'm fine. Wang Biao's eyes were full of emotion. He felt that his efforts were not in vain. It was really his luck to be able to serve such a lord. Drink some water first. Dr. Bien will be here soon. Zheng Haotian handed Wang Biao a glass of water. Although there was no system loyalty increase notification sound, Zheng Haotian knew very well that Wang Biao's loyalty was not far from reaching the maximum value. After a while, Bian came over with a medicine box, asked Wang Biao to sit down, and treated him. It was almost noon, and the other farmers also returned to the base one after another. Xiao Baojian, who was mining, and Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang, who were logging, all brought back a large amount of primary resources for Zheng Haotian. In addition, Xiao Baojian discovered a precious mineral deposit and obtained 300 units of copper ore. Everyone has worked hard this morning. Go take a break. Dinner will be served soon. Zheng Haotian patted everyone on the shoulder and said something personal. Thank you, Lord. Everyone thanked him and then moved to a private house to rest. My lord, Wang Biao's injuries are not serious. They're just superficial wounds. I have already treated him. He will be fine as long as he has a good rest. Bien said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Bien. Let's go eat together. Thank you, Lord. Zheng Haotian has gradually become accustomed to his identity as a lord and has adapted to the respect of the farmers, but he still maintains a humble attitude. This is the fundamental reason why the loyalty of the farmers in the base is far higher than that of other lords. After Liu Fu notified everyone to have dinner, Zheng Haotian took Shuang with him and asked Zhang Daqiang to notify everyone in the library, and they went to the dining room to have dinner together. Today's lunch was very sumptuous. Under Zheng Haotian's instructions, Liu Fu prepared a whole beef feast for everyone. As for the wild boar that Wang Biao had just brought back, Liu Fu planned to save it for dinner. After dinner, Zheng Haotian called everyone to a small meeting to arrange the next action plan. I need everyone to act together this afternoon. Suspend your basic tasks and go hunt zombies outside the city ruins. Zheng Haotian looked at the farmers. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang are holding logging axes, and Erqiang has a huge saber behind him. They can serve as tanks for the corpse hunting team and are essential for clearing the way. Liu Laowu, Long Biao, and Feng Sun, with 3 high-quality iron-frame bows and a tube of refined iron-headed wooden arrows behind them, are real archers and must-have for output. Li Si has a strong ability to set traps. If he encounters a large group of zombies, his traps can definitely serve as the finishing touch. He is simply an assassin. Xiaobin could have played a very effective role in the corpse hunting operation, but he comprehended the skill of Lucky Halo, which endowed him with a very mysterious ability, just like a mage, and was irreplaceable. Zheng Haotian also planned to send Bien out. His healing ability could serve as the team's hidden energy source and an auxiliary leader. Of course, in order to protect the doctor's safety, Zheng Haotian sent the mechanical servant Robert to protect him closely. As for Wang Biao, his physical strength had not yet recovered, so Zheng Haotian decided to let him stay in the base to recuperate for an afternoon. The above is the composition of the hunting team, but it seems to be lacking a leader. My lord, I would like to join the corpse hunting team. Butler Wang? This time you're hunting corpses and will be facing terrifying zombies. You'd be more suitable to work inside the base. Zheng Haotian subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, Wang Li did not give up. Instead, she continued, My lord, I have observed the team, and it seems that it lacks a commander. My ability just meets the requirement. So in order to better complete the corpse hunting mission, please allow me to join. Zheng Haotian looked at Wang Li. Her eyes were very determined, which he had never seen in other farmers' eyes. Okay, I agree, but Zhang Ji, you are responsible for protecting Butler Wang. As you command, Lord. The mechanical warrior's electronic eyes flashed, and then she walked behind Wang Li. My lord, the mechanical warrior is your personal bodyguard. How can she be used to protect me? Wang Li couldn't help but say, I'm safe in the base, and you need her protection more. If you don't let her follow you, I won't allow you to participate in this corpse hunting operation. Zheng Haotian did not give in this time. Thank you, Lord. Wang Li bowed slightly, the emotion on her face hard to hide. Housekeeper Wang Li's loyalty increased by 10 points. Okay, everyone, take a break and check your equipment. If you need anything, go find Zhao Tai and get it directly. I'm waiting for everyone's triumphant return at the base. I wish everyone a smooth corpse hunting operation. The little girl. Thank you, Lord. Zheng Haotian accompanied everyone until they were ready and watched them leave the base. Looking at such a large team, Zheng Haotian suddenly felt a surge of pride in his heart. The corpse hunting operation is just the first step. Next, I will conquer the entire city ruins until I conquer the world. Chapter 43, Obtaining the driver's manual to inquire about the whereabouts of the car. Watching the corpse hunting team disappear from his sight, Zheng Haotian turned around and walked back into the base. The peasants were taking action, and as a lord he certainly couldn't stop. Shuiying, go inform Zhao Tai to come to the cold weapon station. Then go to the library and ask Wu Jun to come with me. As you command, lord. After Zheng Haotian gave the instructions, he opened the panel of the cold weapon table and handed the 3 completed crossbows to Liu Laowu and the other 2. Although the attributes are not strong, it is easy to operate and may be useful at certain critical moments. Click to make 30 long swords. If Zhao Tai comes to guard the place, the time can be shortened to 1.5 hours, which is almost exactly the transaction time agreed by Zheng Haotian. I greet my lord. May I ask what you can do for me? After a while, Zhao Tai arrived at the cold weapon table and began to make a long sword. Wu Jun also followed Shuiying to Zheng Haotian. See if this can be improved. Zheng Haotian handed Wu Jun a booklet with the words driving manual written on it in large letters. Wu Jun flipped through it and said, Your Excellency, I have seen similar skill books in the library and can try to improve them. Very good, then let's improve it first. As you command, lord. Wu Jun said respectfully, bowed and walked back towards the library. Zheng Haotian exchanged this driving manual for a long sword in the morning. The reason for exchanging it with a long sword is that it can be used repeatedly. This means that Zheng Haotian can let all the farmers in the base learn driving skills, so that they won't have to rely on just 2 legs to go out in the future. However, there's still one problem that has not been solved, and that is the issue of vehicles. Zheng Haotian doesn't know where to find a usable vehicle. It seems that it is time to ask for help from the lords again. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. As usual, many lords were chatting and sending some useless words. Quiz with prizes. Whoever knows where to find a vehicle will be rewarded with a morning sword if he or she sends me a private message first. If he or she can help me find enough vehicles, I can give him or her one as a gift. Zheng Haotian's speeches always cause a commotion in the world chat box, because every time he releases something that many people want. That's awesome. We were still thinking about how to get enough food, and Boss Haotian started playing with cars. Boss Haotian, what's the point of having a car? The farmers in the base are just like people in ancient times. Even if they're given a car, they can't drive it. Don't you know that Boss Haotian doesn't have a treasure that can help farmers learn to drive? You're still worried about Boss Haotian. You're really just sitting in a well and looking at the world from afar. A topic was thrown out and attracted countless responses, but Zheng Haotian did not check them one by one. He was waiting for someone who actually knew the vehicle information to chat with him privately. Brother Haotian, have your farmers learned to drive? Originally, Zheng Haotian would not answer this kind of question, but the person who sent the message was the official representative Wei Tai, so Zheng Haotian still replied, Not yet, but I'll find a way. Then I suggest you let the farmers learn to drive first, and then go find a vehicle because you need to drive the vehicle back for where you find it. Wei Tai sent another useless message. Thank you for your concern. I will. Colonel Wei suddenly sent me a private message. Is there any information about the vehicle? Zheng Haotian asked tentatively. Zheng Haotian always felt that Wei Tai would not be a boring person. Since he chose to chat with him privately, it must be related to the vehicle information. Yes, I do know the information about the vehicles, but I am not sure whether the vehicles there can be started or whether there is enough fuel. Wei Tai's words made Zheng Haotian happy. As long as he could find a vehicle, the fuel problem would definitely be easier to solve. There must be a gas station in the city ruins, and Zheng Haotian had already made the decision to capture the city ruins. Let's put the fuel issue aside for now. Lord Wei, please share the location of the vehicle with me. The rewards I just sent in the world chat box are valid. Zheng Haotian replied. Actually, this is news that a farmer of mine got accidentally. He saw some vehicles in an unknown bunker, and according to my inference, there should be vehicles inside the city ruins as well. However, these 2 places are quite dangerous. Wei Tai said, Is there a specific location of the bunker? My bunker should be quite far away from you. You could try to send farmers who are good at searching to look for other bunkers near your base. Before Zheng Haotian could speak, Wei Tai continued, I won't take your sword for nothing. I have 30 units of fuel here, and I'm not going to drive. Let's just exchange it for your sword. This. Zheng Haotian looked at the 30 units of fuel that were traded and directly gave Wei Tai a long sword. Information counts as 1 handful, fuel counts as one handful. In another base, Wei Tai looked at the two silver-white swords in his hands, and for a moment he didn't know what to say in response. Zheng Haotian put the fuel away and brought Shuang to Tonkei Tower. It was time to pray for the corpse hunting team. Just as Zheng Haotian was praying, the corpse hunting team was about to reach the edge of the city ruins, and Wang Li, as the commander-in-chief, also issued the first order of this trip. Everyone, rest where you are. Feng Xuan, Long Biao, the two of you go explore the edge of the city ruins and see how many zombies are gathered there. As you command, Butler Wang. Feng Sun and Long Biao left the team and walked slowly towards the edge of the city ruins. They needed to make sure not to disturb the nearby zombies. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, you two must pay attention to your surroundings at all times. If anything happens, you will be the team's first line of defense. Wang Li's expression was very serious at this moment, with an inexplicable aura of a commander emanating from her. As you command, Steward Wang. The two brothers Daqiang and Erqiang patted their chests and said that they could do it. Li Si, go find a place to set up a few simple traps first. If there are a lot of zombies on the edge, they will be effective. Wang Li continued. As you command, Butler Wang. Li Si took the order and immediately began to look for a suitable location to set the trap, and then started to get busy. Xiao Bin, you are responsible for maneuvering. Go to help whichever side has the most pressure. Understand, Butler Wang. Xiao Bin changed his comedic expression and became very serious. Dr. Bien, please protect yourself. If anyone gets hurt, you'll be needed to step in. Don't worry, Steward Wang. Just leave it to the old man. Just after Wang Li gave the order, Long Biao and Feng Sun also arrived at the edge of the ruins. Chapter 44. The corpse hunt starts smoothly. As far as the eye could see, zombies stood in groups, with 3 groups in total visible. 18-19. There are about 30 of them in my group. Feng Sun said softly. The other 2 groups are about 20 and 40 respectively. Long Biao also roughly estimated the number of zombies. But there seems to be no special zombies in there. The mechanical zombies that Senior Liu mentioned do not exist. Feng Sun muttered. As early as when they came to investigate, Liu Laowu reminded them to check and see if there were any special zombies. After all, the mechanical zombies last time were quite terrifying. Then let's go back and report. The 2 reached a consensus and began to retreat towards the team. After a while, the 2 returned to the team and reported their observations in the briefest terms. Are there less than 100? If we want to lure out one group of zombies alone, can we do it? Wang Li asked after listening to the report. The 3 groups of zombies are relatively close to each other, and we have never dealt with them before, so we don't know if they could detect any movement nearby. Feng Sun said truthfully. They don't know how sensitive the zombies are, so they can't make a judgment. Then we have to be prepared to fight off attacks from nearly 100 zombies at the same time. It seems we have to take advantage of the terrain. Wang Li muttered a few words to herself, and a feasible plan quickly formed in her mind. Liu Laowu, your archery skills are more accurate than Feng Sun and the other 2. Take them with you and try to lure out one of the groups of zombies. The rest of you should follow behind them and be ready to fight the zombies at any time. As you command, Butler Wang. Everyone answered in unison and then began to act. Are you sure there are no special zombies? Liu Laowu asked again. He wanted to confirm this. Senior Liu, the zombies we saw were all very similar. There was no special existence like the one you mentioned. Feng Sun replied. Liu Laowu nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no terrifying mechanical zombies, ordinary zombies are easy to deal with, even if there are more of them. Liu Laowu stopped talking and soon arrived at the observation position where Feng Sun and the other 2 were just now. After taking a quick look at the group of zombies, Liu Laowu identified his first target. To ensure safety, we will try to attract the attention of only one group of zombies. If the other 2 groups of zombies make any moves, you can create some noise from a distance. Clear. After Liu Laowu gave the order, he took out the bow and arrow behind him, aimed at the selected zombie near the edge, and shot an arrow directly. Call out. With a sound of breaking through the air, the arrow hit the group of about 30 zombies and directly nailed one of the zombies to the ground, making it unable to move. Liu Laowu's archery skills have become even more sophisticated. Roar. The zombies roared and rushed directly towards Liu Laowu, and the sound also attracted 2 other groups of zombies. Call out. Call out. Long Biao and Feng Sun shot 2 arrows in another direction. The huge sound of breaking through the air drowned out the roar of the zombies. Although it did not attract all the zombies from the other two groups. About 2/3 of the zombies were led to another place. Well done. You two hold back those two zombies while I lead these over. Understood. Senior Liu, just leave it to us. Liu Laowu continued to bend his bow and shoot arrows, pinning another zombie to the ground. The group of zombies quickly rushed over, leaving Liu Laowu no chance to shoot the third arrow. Everyone get ready. Daqiang and Erqiang. We can't let them break through the defense line. Li Si, how many zombies can your trap? Reporting to Butler Wang, 20 zombies can't get out once they go in. There are 3 such traps. Li Si said confidently. Very good. Try to lead them toward the trap. Wang Li gave another order. Everyone responded, and Liu Laowu also arrived at this moment. Erqiang, each of us will lead a group. I'll go in this direction. After Zhang Daqiang said that, he rushed towards the group of zombies. His logging axe was like a magic weapon and directly chopped a zombie away. Zhang Erqiang nodded at his brother, and then also rushed towards the group of zombies. His excellent saber glowed with a light blue luster, and he directly cut a zombie in half from the waist. Butler Wang, I don't think we need to use traps. Bien Yu couldn't help but say as he looked at Zhang Erqiang's violent appearance. Robert, go and help them. Liu Laowu, don't just stand there, shoot the arrows. As you command, Butler Wang. Liu Laowu fired 5 arrows at once, hitting the vital points of 5 zombies and knocking them down directly. This was Robert's first battle, and his metallic appearance had already demonstrated that his fighting ability was definitely not weak. Bang! Without any embellishment, he directly punched the zombie. The tremendous force and hard arm made a huge hole in the zombie's body, and the pieces of flesh flew around. Since there is no need for traps, I will join in. Li Si is not only good at setting traps, he took off the hunting knife from his waist, rushed into the group of zombies unwillingly, and selected a lone zombie. Xiaobin was relatively calm because he knew that he didn't need to take action anymore. With just a few people at the moment, it was more than enough to deal with just a few dozen zombies. Drink! With an angry roar, Zhang Erqiang went into a bloodthirsty frenzy. The saber in his hand was like a divine weapon, chopping zombies one after another like chopping melons and vegetables. He was like a god of war descended to the earth, and no zombie could withstand his attack. The arrows shot by Liu Laowu seemed to have eyes. They found the scattered zombies and hit them one by one, killing them directly. Robert is the toughest one. His mechanical body allows him to not fear the attacks of zombies. He only needs to attack without any defense. Every punch he threw knocked a zombie to the ground. Apart from Zhang Erqiang, who had gone bloodthirsty and violent, he killed the most zombies in the whole arena. The seemingly huge group of zombies couldn't last more than 3 minutes under the hands of just a few people. When Zhang Erqiang cut the last zombie in front of him into 2, the first battle of the corpse hunting team ended with a great victory. None of the members suffered any harm. They hunted down nearly 50 zombies, which would probably be 3 meters high if piled up. Everyone did a great job. Liu Laowu, let Long Biao, and Feng Sun lure the other 2 groups of zombies over here and take care of them all in one go. After Wang Li praised, she gave another order. As you command, Butler Wang. Liu Laowu quickly ran towards Long Biao and the other 2 and spoke directly to inform them. Soon, under the lure of the 3 people, the remaining zombies were also lured out. The crowd resolved the battle with another one-sided massacre, which put Wang Li's initial anxiety at ease. Butler Wang, what do you think this is? Chapter 45. Zombie Crystal Core encounters Bronze Armored Corpse. Just as Wang Li was about to praise everyone, Li Si picked up a shiny object from the ground and handed it to her. Hey, why does this thing look a little strange? Li Si, where did you find it? A curious expression appeared on Wang Li's face. Butler Wang, I just saw it fall out of the head of a zombie. Li Si was also a little confused and could only tell what he had just seen. Falling out of your head? Wang Li pressed lightly on the shiny object in her hand that looked somewhat like crystal, but for a moment she couldn't tell what it was used for. There is a powerful life energy in here. At this moment, the mechanical warrior standing next to Wang Li suddenly spoke. Life energy? What's its use? Wang Li looked at the mechanical warrior, as if she knew something. The information is incomplete, and I cannot answer. The mechanical warrior made an electronic sound. Wang Li looked at the mechanical warrior helplessly. This sudden remark was probably meant to whet people's appetite. Since it fell out of the zombie's head, let's look for it carefully, collect all the crystal cores we can find, and bring them back to the Lord. Maybe he knows the real use of this thing. As you command, Butler Wang. In this Doomsday, the summoned peasants are strictly divided into different levels, and everyone respects Wang Li, who was appointed as the commander-in-chief by Zheng Haotian. After Wang Li gave the order, everyone acted together. Regardless of the stench emitted by the zombie, they began to dissect its head and search for the presence of the same crystal core. Butler Wang, I found one here. Butler Wang, there are some here too. Me too. After a while, everyone found similar crystal cores in the zombies' heads, but not all zombies had them, only about 1/3 of them. It turns out that not every zombie has this thing. Wang Li put away the 30 or so crystal cores handed over by everyone, and then thought for a while. Let's bury the zombies right here, and then we'll continue to move forward into the ruins of the city. As you command, Butler Wang. After Wang Li gave the order to bury the bodies on the spot, everyone quickly took action. Li Si is best at digging traps. His traps are usually set underground, which may also be related to the trap map that Zheng Haotian gave him. It took about 5 minutes, and the remains of nearly 100 zombies were buried underground. Without the zombies, the air around them became much better. Long Biao and Feng Sun were still the ones exploring the way, but the zombies at the edge of the city ruins had been basically cleared out, so Wang Li chose to let the large group follow the two of them instead of waiting there. The mechanical warrior girl protected Wang Li every step of the way, and Bianyu was also protected by Robert. Just now, he took the opportunity to treat Zhang Haotian's skin injuries while burying the zombies. The logistical support work was still quite in place. The two brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Haotian were holding logging axes and standing at the front of the team, about 10 meters behind Long Biao and Feng Sun. This distance was enough for them to deal with most possible emergencies. Butler Wang, it seems that the Lord has not asked us to enter the city ruins. Should we continue to walk around the edge? Liu Laowu asked. Having once been involved in an operation in the city ruins, he knew very well that once one went inside, the chances of encountering danger would increase exponentially. This area of city ruins is very large. If we move along the edge, it will waste too much time. Besides, this operation is to prepare for conquering the city ruins later, so we might as well try to open a path first. Wang Li had already made a decision in her mind. She took out the map of ruins that Zheng Haotian handed to her before leaving from her waist, thought for a moment, and continued to move forward in the selected direction. Wait, something's happening. Long Biao, who was exploring the way ahead, made a stop gesture. When Liu Laowu saw it, he quickly stopped the team. At the same time, Feng Sun also walked towards the team. What's going on? Wang Li asked directly. Reporting to Butler Wang, a group of zombies appeared ahead, right at the entrance of the street, and we can't find a way to go around them. Feng Sun reported. How many are there? It seems to be about the same as the 3 groups just now combined, and there are mutated zombies in it. Feng Sun said after a pause. What kind of mutated zombies are they? How many of them are there? Liu Laowu couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to see another group of mechanical zombies. Wang Li also looked at Feng Sun, waiting for his answer. I'm not too sure. It's a kind of zombie with a brass-colored body and looks a bit bigger than ordinary zombies. Feng Sun described the general appearance of the mutated zombie. As for the number, there are about 6 or 7, but I haven't counted them exactly yet. Liu Laowu, do you think we can deal with them? Wang Li asked. I don't know either. It's better to defeat them one by one and use traps. Liu Laowu shook his head. He didn't know the combat effectiveness of the brass mutant zombies and couldn't make a judgment. Hearing this, Li Si stamped the ground under his feet and said helplessly, No, this is already a concrete floor. I can't set traps here unless I lead them into the forest. Just when everyone was thinking about how to deal with the group of zombies ahead, Long Biao suddenly shouted, Everyone run. Those zombies are chasing us. How so? Wang Li asked the question, but before she got an answer, she turned around and said to everyone, Retreat first. Retreat to the forest. As you command, Steward Wang. A huge group of zombies, led by several sturdy bronze zombies, rushed towards the corpse hunting team. Roar. With a roar, one of the brass zombies broke away from the team and pounced towards the nearest dragon mark at a very fast speed. Not good. Call out. Seeing this, Liu Laowu had no time to react. He simply bent his bow and shot an arrow at the brass zombie behind Long Biao. It did not penetrate as imagined, but was directly bounced away by the brass skin of the brass zombie. However, the powerful impact force still caused its steps to pause for a moment, and the dragon mark escaped successfully. This brass color is clearly a layer of armor on its body. It's too hard, Liu Laowu complained. No, these brass zombies are too fast. We won't be able to run away in time before they catch up. Wang Li's mind raced, and she finally made a decision. Kill these brass zombies first. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, stop it. At Wang Li's command, the two brothers Daqiang and Erqiang turned around and faced the fastest brass zombie, also known as the bronze-armored zombie. Bang! When the axe hit the bronze-armored corpse, it actually made a sound of metal collision. The defense of this bronze-armored corpse was quite terrifying. Chapter 46, Intense Battle. The first level 3 building. Zhang Erqiang's saber also fell on the bronze-armored corpse at the same time. There was still the sound of metal collision, but the bronze-armored corpse was sent flying backwards under the huge force. But at this moment, the second bronze-armored corpse also arrived. Roar! Leave this to me. Liu Laowu bent his bow and drew his arrow, firing 5 arrows in succession. 5 arrows flew with the sound of breaking through the air, directly knocking the second bronze-armored corpse away. And the 5 arrows landed at the same position, which caused a bright white spot to appear on the bronze skin of the hard bronze-armored corpse. It seems that this bronze-armored corpse is not indestructible. Drink! On the other side, Zhang Erqiang roared angrily, and his bloodthirsty rage was instantly activated, and he chopped the bronze-armored corpse's head with a saber. Bang! With a loud bang, the copper-armored corpse's metal head was separated into 2 parts from its body under the influence of powerful external force, and the fastest copper-armored corpse fell to the ground and could not get up. Well done! Li Si shouted like a fangirl. The next moment, the third and fourth bronze-armored zombies arrived together, and Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang were forced to fight one each. Liu Laowu's arrow attack lured the second bronze-armored corpse out of the team, and he began to attack the white dot at the beginning. His superb archery skills, plus the attribute bonus of the excellent iron-framed bow, made his aim extremely accurate. The white spot on the bronze-armored corpse gradually began to turn black, and it was obvious that it was about to penetrate. Robert, you too. Originally, the situation seemed to be under control, but 3 more bronze-armored corpses arrived one after another, and Wang Li had no choice but to send out her mechanical servant Robert to fight. Li Si and Qiao Baojian also fought against one of the bronze-armored corpses. As for the last one, it was left to Long Biao and Feng Sun to deal with. In the team, apart from the mechanical warrior who was protecting Wang Li, the only one left was Bianyu as a backup for healing. The atmosphere at this moment seems to be getting more and more tense. Zheng Haotian, who was in the base, had no idea that the corpse hunting team had encountered a big battle. However, he did not relax, but was exchanging resources through the world chat box, preparing to upgrade the base to level 4. It seems that we have almost enough resources, but Wang Li is not here right now, so the upgrade will have to wait for now. Zheng Haotian opened the resource panel. Primary resources. Wood, 156480. Stone, 36458. Iron ore, 15,786. Food, 36547. Intermediate resources. Refined iron, 263. Copper ore, 678. Tungsten white, 67. Special resources. Electronic components, 352. Marble floor tiles, 50. Fuel, 35. After checking the resources, Zheng Haotian turned his attention to the buildings in the base. The base now has 11 different types of buildings, but there is not a single level 3 building. The highest level is only level 2 residential houses, level 2 farms, level 2 fields, and level 2 blacksmith shops. Among them, the upgrade of the farm actually consumes the least resources, but it requires a certain number of breeding. The same is true for the fields, which require a certain number of plantings. Therefore, it will take some time for Zheng Haotian to upgrade these 2 buildings to level 3, but it doesn't require so much trouble for residential buildings. They can be upgraded when there are enough resources. If you want to live a good life, you must first live well. Zheng Haotian knew very well that although the peasants he summoned were stronger than those of other lords in many aspects, they were also flesh and blood beings with emotions. If we want all the farmers to stand wholeheartedly with the base, it is essential to provide them with a comfortable living environment. Then give them a surprise. Zheng Haotian opened the construction panel and clicked on upgrading the houses. Building residential house. Level, 2-star. Attributes, comfortable, safe. Resident population, 16/20. Upgrade requirements, wood 5,000, stone 3,000, iron 1,500, food 3,000. This is a residential house before the upgrade. Its properties are actually very ordinary, but for the farmers, it is a warm home. It is more real when it is a little more ordinary. Should we upgrade the houses? Without a doubt, Zheng Haotian chose yes. As the amount of resources decreased, the vacant land where the houses were located underwent tremendous changes. White light enveloped the entire house, and a two-story duplex building disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by an exquisite and spacious villa. "Greetings, Lord." Lu Fu walked out of the house and saluted Zheng Haotian with excitement. "Get up. No need to be so polite." Zheng Haotian supported Lu Fu slightly. "Thank you, Lord, for building such a beautiful residence for us. I also have my own independent kitchen outside. I will definitely make more delicious food to repay you in the future," Lu Fu said excitedly. Zheng Haotian didn't know that a third-level residential house would actually come with an independent kitchen. This was a pleasant surprise. "Then I can't wait. Go get used to the new kitchen." "As you command, Lord." The farmer Lu Fu's loyalty increased by 10 points. It's easy to make a chef grateful to you. The first is to praise his cooking, and the second is to provide him with a place where he can cook even better dishes. It seems that the blacksmith shop can also be upgraded, but let's wait until Wang Li comes back. Zheng Haotian walked toward the library while thinking. Although the Lord could not gain any powerful abilities from the library, it did not prevent him from learning some other things. Bang! After a loud bang, the last bronze-armored corpse fell to the ground. Zhang Daqiang is still the one who has killed the most zombies. His bloodthirsty and violent skills are indeed too exaggerated. Although it would affect his sanity to a certain extent compared to the increased combat effectiveness, this is completely acceptable. Get ready, there's still a group that hasn't been dealt with yet. Wang Li's face was very calm. She had already roughly grasped the strength of the corpse hunting team members. For ordinary zombies, as long as there are no more than 500 of them, it is only a matter of time to deal with them. As for the mutated zombies, they must find their weaknesses, otherwise even just one of them could cause them a lot of trouble. That was the case with the bronze-armored corpse just now. If Zhang Daqiang had not chopped off the head of one of them and discovered that this could kill them completely, the result would probably not be so good now. Understood, Butler Wang. Everyone responded and quickly dealt with the bronze-armored corpse on the ground. They collected 7 crystal cores that were larger than the previous ones and handed them all to Wang Li. After completing this, the zombie group also came to the crowd with heavy steps. Free play kill. Kill. Chapter 47. Giant zombie in the center of the ruins. Except for Bianyu, who was in charge of logistics, and Wang Li, who was in command, all members of the corpse hunting team rushed forward. The 3 long-range archers hardly stopped, repeating the precise bow and arrow movements, hitting the zombies' vital points. The most brutal and meaningless one was still Zhang Daqiang. None of the zombies hit by him fell down intact. The battle was over in just 5 minutes. Just like not long ago, corpses were left all over the ground, and the unpleasant smell filled the air again. Wang Li once again issued the order to bury the zombies on the spot. Of course, before that, they still took out the crystal cores in the zombies' heads as usual. This time, about 1/3 of the zombies still had crystal cores. Now I would like to ask for your opinions. After the zombies were buried, Wang Li did not tell everyone the next plan, but asked everyone with a serious expression. Butler Wang, if you have anything to say, please speak frankly. If at the beginning Liu Laowu respected Wang Li only because of Zheng Haotian's orders, then now he does it from the bottom of his heart. Although Wang Li did not personally participate in the 2 battles against zombies, her command role was absolutely indispensable. Then I'll just say it straight. Wang Li paused for a moment and said in a very serious tone, "Raise your hands if you think we should continue to go deeper into the ruins of the city." Zhang Daqiang raised his right hand without hesitation and expressionlessly. Zhang Daqiang glanced at him, then looked around at the others with a hint of hesitation, but finally raised his right hand. Except for Zhang Daqiang and his brother, the other members looked at Wang Li with puzzled eyes. They had no objections. As long as Wang Li made a decision, they would carry it out. Are Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Daqiang the only ones willing to continue exploring the city ruins? Why don't you want to? Wang Li asked calmly, without any emotion in her tone. Butler Wang, what the brothers mean is very simple. You decide whether it is to continue the exploration or take other actions. We will follow your lead. Liu Laowu spoke the true feelings of everyone. We'll explore around the perimeter of the city ruins, kill as many zombies as possible, and then return to base. Wang Li finally decided not to go any further. It's not that there's no need for this, but the bronze-armored corpse taught her a lesson, making her realize that the current corpse hunting team is not strong enough to support further hunting. Otherwise, there is a high probability of casualties. The order Zheng Haotian issued was only to clear out the zombies on the edge and reduce the number of zombies in the city ruins. If this resulted in the loss of members in the zombie hunting team, then she would be blamed. As ordered by the butler, after Wang Li gave the order, the corpse hunting team began to move along the edge of the city ruins. Wherever they went, the zombie groups were lured out and then all eliminated. The corpse hunting team was like a city ruins cleaning team, clearing out the disgusting zombies. In fact, each city ruin was once a real city, and the one closest to Zheng Haotian's base was once called Manhwa City. This is a small city covering an area of only 3,000 square kilometers, but it also has a population of nearly 1 million. Imagine if half of them unfortunately turned into zombies. The number would be 500,000, which would be a huge number for a small lord like Zheng Haotian. Even if only 1/10 of the zombies in the city were dispatched, it would be more than enough to destroy his base. And this should have happened last night, thanks to the appearance of that mysterious energy, which gave all the lords a chance to breathe. In the center of such a city full of zombies, there's a place that all zombies dare not approach. This is a zombie that is larger than a 10-meter-high building. It stands in the center of the city, with winding blood vessels all over its body. These blood vessels flowing with black blood even hung down to the ground, as if they were rooted in the earth, which looked particularly strange. There was no living life within 100 meters of this giant zombie, not even a single zombie. It stood with a huge body and a terrifying alien head on top. Its facial features were similar to those of humans, but at the moment they were all closed. Even its ears and nose were just attached to that terrifying face. 100 meters away from this giant zombie, there were groups of zombies lurking around. The number of each group far exceeded what the zombie hunting team encountered at the edge of the wasteland. What's even more terrifying is that among these zombies, there are hundreds of bronze-armored zombies, hundreds of mechanical zombies, and some with strange shapes, which are obviously not ordinary zombies. What was very strange was that they were all staring at the giant zombie in the center, as if they were worshipping someone. Suddenly, the giant zombie opened his eyes. Those huge eyes were only gray and white, and looked very empty, without any normal pupils. They seemed to be just decorations. But the next second later, a blood-red light appeared from the giant zombie's eyes, and a blood-red halo with a radius of 10 meters appeared under the giant zombie. And a human-like disdainful expression appeared on the giant zombie's face. If someone witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would probably be so scared that they wouldn't be able to sleep well for 3 days. Roar! With a roar, the earth shook and the group of zombies 100 meters away suddenly became agitated. Immediately afterwards, a strange sound came from the bloody mouth of the giant zombie, and the zombie group began to surge out like a tide, heading towards where the corpse hunting team was at the moment. Just when the ground shook, the members of the corpse hunting team also felt the movement. At this time, they had just successfully dealt with a group of about 200 ordinary zombies and were carrying out the final work of extracting crystal cores and burying them. Was there an earthquake just now? Li Si was not the first one to feel the tremor, but he was the first to speak out. Wang Li's expression changed slightly, and a feeling of uneasiness just surged into her heart. Butler Wang, I think we should go back. There was something wrong with Xiaobin's face. It was an expression of fear. He was afraid of something. But we have only dealt with the third group of zombies, and there are almost 200 more not far away. There's clearly plenty of time, but Liu Laowu had a puzzled look on his face. He didn't quite understand why Xiaobin suggested returning to the base. Butler Wang, please listen to me. Let's go back to the base. Xiaobin's tone began to become tough. Wang Li glanced at him, then turned to look into the ruins of the city. Finally, she nodded slowly and said to everyone, "Stop burying. Let's go back to the base." Chapter 48. The Role of Crystal Cores to Upgrade Farmers. The members of the corpse hunting team obeyed the orders. After Wang Li gave the order to retreat, without any hesitation, everyone began to return along the same route and set off on their journey home as the sun was setting in the west. The return journey was relatively smoother. After all, the surrounding zombies had been almost completely dealt with by the members of the corpse hunting team. But what they didn't know was that half an hour after they left, nearly 10,000 zombies arrived at the edge of the ruins, including hundreds of mutated zombies. Just as this group of zombies tried to continue moving in the direction of the corpse hunting team's retreat, an invisible shock wave directly knocked them back. Whether it is an ordinary zombie or a special zombie, none of them can be avoided. Roar! Another roar sounded and the ground shook again. The nearly 10,000 zombies no longer rushed to the edge, but turned around and moved into the ruins of the city. Inside the base, Zheng Haotian walked out of the library slowly with a hint of doubt on his face. He had been in the library for nearly 2 hours and had been reading the same book the whole time. A book titled The Last Notes, which can also be said to be a diary, records the experiences of a man named Feng Yuzi in the end-of-the-world land called airspace. At first, Zheng Haotian just wanted to read it to kill time, but the more he read, the more shocked he became. If what was described in it was true, then the world they were in now would be too huge. Zheng Haotian did not finish reading this book because he needed some time to digest the previous content, and Wu Jun also informed him that the members of the corpse hunting team had returned. "Greetings, Lord. Everyone has worked hard. Let's go down and take a rest," Zheng Haotian said to everyone with a smile, then waved to Wang Li. "Wang Li, come and tell me about the hunting situation." "As you command, Lord." Everyone saluted in unison, and then the rest of the corpse hunting team members, except Wang Li, walked towards the house. The peasant dragon mark loyalty increases by 10 points. Farmer Fengshuan's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haotian heard a prompt sound in his ears. The third-level residential house successfully shocked all the farmers. Reporting to the Lord, I did not wipe out all the zombies in the periphery this time. I only dealt with 6 groups of zombies, with a total number of about 600. Wang Li said respectfully. "That's a lot, very good. But you seem to have something else to say, so go on." Zheng Haotian praised. The team of only a dozen people, including the mechanical servants, killed nearly 60 times the number of zombies, which was really good. Wang Li paused for a moment, then took out a small cloth bag from her waist, which contained the zombie crystal core. Among them, 196 were obtained from the heads of ordinary zombies, and 7 were obtained from the heads of bronze-armored zombies. "What is this? Where did you get it?" A look of curiosity appeared on Zheng Haotian's face. "My lord, I call it crystal core. I don't know what its specific function is yet. As for where I got it from, it actually has a lot to do with the task you assigned me." Wang Li's words made Zheng Haotian even more confused, but fortunately she did not keep him in suspense, but spoke out. "This was dug out from a zombie's head." "What? There is such a thing in the zombies' heads?" Zheng Haotian had an expression of disbelief. "Items rich in life energy have been detected and can be used to upgrade farmers." Just as Zheng Haotian took out a crystal core and looked at it in his hand, the system's voice sounded again. "Upgrade farmers? How to upgrade?" Zheng Haotian's heartbeat began to accelerate, and he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His peasants are already very strong. If he could upgrade them, wouldn't that be incredible? "Lord, what's wrong with you?" Wang Li couldn't help but ask when she saw the inexplicable excitement on Zheng Haotian's face. "I know the use of this crystal core, but it still needs further research. You should go and have a rest first." Zheng Haotian prepared to try to upgrade the farmers. As for who to upgrade, he thought about it in his mind and subconsciously looked at Shui Ying beside him. "As you command, my lord." Wang Li bowed and walked towards the library. She preferred the library to resting in a private house. "Master Haotian, did I do something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Shui Ying blushed slightly, then lowered her head shyly. "No, I just suddenly thought of something about you. You didn't do anything wrong," Zheng Haotian said with a smile. This maid is too shy. Zheng Haotian even feels reluctant to use her to experiment with the upgrade function of the zombie crystal core. "System, will this upgrade fail? Explain to me how it works." The peasants summoned by the Lord are beings from another dimension and have similar properties to the Lord himself. When farmers have enough life energy, they can experience evolution in their life level, which is referred to as upgrading. The Lord can understand this as an upgrade in the game, and it will not cause harm to the peasants, but the properties after the upgrade also depend on the peasants themselves. Zheng Haotian was inexplicably moved. This was the first time the system gave so many explanations. In the past, it had been useless even if he had begged for them eagerly. "In that case, I have nothing to hesitate about. Help me upgrade my maid Shui Ying." The farmer's attributes are too good. The life energy required for upgrading is insufficient, and the upgrade fails. "Huh? This?" Zheng Haotian was stunned. "There are 7 large and 195 small crystal cores in the cloth bag in my hand, a total of 202 crystal cores, but I can't even upgrade one Shuiying? Who can be upgraded with this amount of energy? Farmers that can be upgraded in the base. Zhang Daqiang, Lu Fu, Long Biao, Feng Sun. Except for Zhang Haotian, Liu Laowu, Wang Biao, Xiao Bin, and Shuiying just now. Other farmers can be upgraded, but the energy system required for the upgrade is not provided. It seems I can only figure out on my own. Since Daqiang can be upgraded, let's choose him. Zhang Daqiang and Liu Laowu were the first farmers summoned by Zheng Haotian after he came to this world, and their loyalty has reached the maximum at this moment. For Zheng Haotian, there is actually a special meaning in it. Shuiying, go to the house and call Daqiang over to me. Zheng Haotian ordered casually. Yes, Lord Haotian, I'll go right away. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Daqiang came to Zheng Haotian in a hurry. Greetings, Lord. May I ask what you want me to do for you? Zhang Daqiang was still very respectful. Daqiang, I need your cooperation for something. You may feel a little uncomfortable, so please bear with it. As you command, thank you for your concern, Lord. Begin, upgrade Farmer Zhang Daqiang. Chapter 49 Beast Attack City, first level up to level 4. Upgrade Farmer Zhang Daqiang? Yes or no? Zheng Haotian looked at the system panel and firmly clicked the yes button. The moment Zheng Haotian clicked the button, Zhang Daqiang was enveloped by a strong white light, and another building in the base also emitted the same light. Is that Tonkatai? As far as the eye can see, it is the bronze sparrow tower full of mysterious atmosphere. Zhang Daqiang's body suddenly floated up, and under the control of an unknown force, began to move towards the bronze sparrow tower. Zheng Haotian had thousands of questions in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. He could only follow Zhang Daqiang closely and watch him float in the bronze sparrow tower in the end. At this moment, the crystal core in the cloth bag in Zheng Haotian's hand flew out inexplicably. 7 larger crystal cores floated above Zhang Daqiang's head, emitting a mysterious yellow light. There were also some crystal cores of ordinary zombies, about 100 in total, surrounding Zhang Daqiang, making the white light on his body even more intense. Zheng Haotian kept staring at Zhang Daqiang's changes. Shuiying beside him remained silent, but also quietly activated the blessing skill. After all, this was what Zheng Haotian wanted to accomplish. Zhang Daqiang, floating in midair, closed his eyes and had a calm face, as if he was asleep. Ding! Upgrade successful. The white light instantly converged. Zhang Daqiang slowly landed on the bronze sparrow tower, and then slowly opened his eyes. Zheng Haotian did not ask, but directly checked Zhang Daqiang's attributes. Name, Zhang Daqiang. Occupation, second-class soldier. Physical fitness, 350/350. Abilities, farming, logging, defense. Special abilities, double the result with half the effort, bronze armor and golden body. Loyalty, 100. Skill, transformation, triple physical strength consumption. Zheng Haotian frowned slightly. Zhang Daqiang's upgraded attributes seemed a little disappointing, not as huge as he had imagined. However, the physical strength value has increased from the initial basic 100 to the current 350, which is considered good. There is also one more special ability and one more skill. Zheng Haotian could only comfort himself in this way. After all, the crystal core had been consumed and he couldn't start over. Greetings, Lord. I have no way of repaying your kindness in saving my life. After Zhang Daqiang woke up, he immediately knelt on his knees in front of Zheng Haotian, his face full of seriousness and loyalty. Get up. Zheng Haotian stretched out his hand and helped Zhang Daqiang up. He was the old friend who had followed him the longest. Seeing his initial respectfulness and current devotion, Zheng Haotian was actually somewhat touched. At least he was still a pretty good lord. After the upgrade, Zheng Haotian arranged for everyone to visit various places in the base. When they arrived at the farmland, Zhang Daqiang insisted on working, and Zheng Haotian did not stop him. After all, this piece of land had been barren before. It's almost time. Shuiying, go check on Lu Fu's dinner preparations. Okay, Master Haotian. After spending a day together, the new maid became more intimate with Zheng Haotian. After a while, Shuiying came back. Lu Fu has prepared dinner. We can go over, Shuiying said with a smile. Great, then let's go to the dining room to have dinner together. Zheng Haotian laughed heartily. As you command, Lord. Everyone shouted in unison, which scared Zheng Haotian, but at the same time, he felt extremely proud. Before coming here, he was just an ordinary person, But now he's a lord who commands more than a dozen peasants with different abilities, and he also owns such a huge base. Boom! Roar! Oh! It was beginning to darken. Zheng Haotian and a group of farmers had just finished enjoying the dinner carefully prepared by Lu Fu and were about to take a break when a series of strange noises reached their ears. What's that sound? It seems to be very close to us. Zheng Haotian looked at the farmers with a puzzled expression. Reporting to the Lord, it sounded to me like the cry of a wild beast, but there don't seem to be many wild beasts around our base. Last time I searched within 100 miles, and there were no wild beasts. Liu Laowu did not hesitate and reported everything he knew to Zheng Haotian. It should be wild beasts, but why did these beasts suddenly riot? Zheng Haotian still had some doubts in his mind, but it was too late to think about it. They needed to drive away those restless beasts, otherwise they would most likely be implicated by the rioting beasts. Relying on the arrow tower, we can open the gate of the base on the stone wall appropriately, and then let some of them in. Then we can catch them in a trap. Zheng Haotian led everyone to the stone wall and looked at the army of beasts that were still gathering at the door. He issued a combat order. As you command, Lord. After a response, everyone quickly arrived at the combat position. Liu Laowu, Long Biao, and Feng Sun were stationed in an arrow tower each and had absolute air superiority. Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang came to the gate of the base and opened a hole in the gate according to Zheng Haotian's instructions. A sturdy tiger broke through first and reached the inside of the base. Leave this guy to me. Wang Biao was like a god descending from heaven, with veins bulging on his hands, and he punched the mad tiger directly. Judging from the situation of the fight, Wang Biao was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he was hitting the tiger hard with one punch after another. The two brothers did not stop their actions, and soon several huge beasts were released into the base. Li Si, you and I will each have one, Xiaobin called him, and then he brought the pickaxe down hard on the body of a cheetah, which was a fairly normal-sized leopard. Clear. Li Si didn't pause and chopped it up fiercely with the hatchet. The battle continued. Zheng Haotian was not at all weak and chose to fight the beast head-on. The beasts that attacked the base were very numerous in variety. Perhaps they were just doing it to cope with the test, and I believe they will soon forget about it. Ding! System announcement. Lord Zheng Haotian led the peasants to successfully defeat the beast attack. Ding! System rewards. 5,000 units of wood, 3,500 units of stone, and 1,680 units of iron ore. He was the first one to resist the beast attack, but the reward was somewhat disappointing, so Zheng Haotian started more important work. Zheng Haotian casually opened the world chat box and quickly closed the chat status. It seems that no one knows why the beast suddenly went berserk, but there are not many people who can hold on now. Zheng Haotian sighed. Unfortunately, he couldn't help everyone. My lord, I have noticed that you intend to upgrade the building. Why don't we too do the math? That's right, I want to build the first level 4 base. Chapter 50 Wei Tai seeks help from the mysterious blue-purple light. Wang Li's leadership ability not only gives her leadership that exceeds that of ordinary farmers, but her insight is also strong. If she were placed in ancient China, she would be a great general like Zhang Liang and Han Xian. In the end times, she also became Zheng Haotian's right-hand man. The materials needed to upgrade a level 4 base are 100,000 wood, 50,000 stone, 10,000 iron ore, 200,000 food, and 10 different types of buildings, 3 of which are level 3. Wang Li spoke at a normal speed and stated the conditions required for upgrading. I've calculated that upgrading the farms, fields, and barracks requires a corresponding number of breeding, planting, and training. The Bronze Sparrow Tower, the manufacturing platform, and the library are all special buildings, and the required special materials are not available in the base. So it's best to choose 2 of the 3 buildings, the blacksmith shop, the factory, and the cold weapon platform, to upgrade. Zheng Haotian nodded. He had also thought about it. Wang Li's analysis was very accurate. The blacksmith shop is already a second-level building. I suggest that you use it as one of the buildings. You can also consider upgrading the factory as the other one. The required materials are sufficient. Let's start upgrading as you said. Zheng Haotian did not hesitate. The sooner he upgraded, the more sense of security he would feel. Wang Li sat there, took out a pen and paper that she had gotten from somewhere, and began to calculate nonstop. About half an hour passed before Wang Li slowly stood up. As expected by the Lord, I have coordinated the upgrade plan and reduced resource consumption by 20. Zheng Haotian showed a look of joy on his face. This way, after the upgrade was completed, he would still have a lot of materials left over. Start upgrading the blacksmith shop. Zheng Haotian opened the base panel and found the blacksmith shop option. He consumed 10,000 wood, 3,500 stone, and 5,000 iron to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 3. The upgraded blacksmith shop covers an area of nearly 500 square meters, which is almost 5 times larger than the original one. It also looks more mysterious, with red and black as the background colors, as if it is always covered by flames. I am Zhao Tai, the humble man, and I am here to greet the Lord. When the blacksmith shop started to upgrade, Zhao Tai came to Zheng Haotian excitedly. It had not been long since the last upgrade, but because the blacksmith shop had been upgraded to level 2, Zhao Tai had benefited greatly and was able to create sophisticated equipment that he had not dared to imagine before. This time, he was promoted to level 3, and his abilities were sublimated once again. If there are enough materials, perhaps excellent level weapons can be made without any problem. No need to be so polite. Go to the cold weapon counter first. Wait until the blacksmith shop is upgraded, then go back. Zheng Haotian said softly. As you command, Lord. After the cold weapon platform was built, Zheng Haotian did not stop it from operating. Long swords and crossbows are being mass-produced all the time. Even though Zheng Haotian may not need them, it is a good thing to use them to exchange for resources. Not only did it allow Zheng Haotian to obtain a lot of resources that he didn't have, but it also improved the combat effectiveness of other lords. The lords living in this apocalypse at this moment are not enemies, but allies. Even if you can save one more person, it means you have left an extra way for your future self. The upgrade process is somewhat lengthy. It takes 1 hour to upgrade the blacksmith shop, and it takes 5 minutes to upgrade the factory from level 1 to level 2, but it takes a full hour to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Only after they are upgraded can Zheng Haotian upgrade the entire base. The night had fallen completely silent. Liu Laowu led everyone to deal with the beast's corpse and clean up the bloodstains in the base. Although the smell of blood still exists, it is much better than before. The resources rewarded by the system are not many, but the materials Lu Fu obtained by decomposing the corpses of wild beasts can be said to be quite abundant. First of all, there are nearly 300,000 units of food, and the rest of the materials, such as animal skins, tendons, teeth, and bones filled up the entire open space. Zheng Haotian comforted everyone and asked those who needed a rest, and those who needed to keep watch to go to the designated locations to keep watch. The base soon became quiet again. During the gap between upgrades, Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. He wanted to see how many people could speak freely. The beast's attack at night, in such large numbers, would probably destroy many bases. Zheng Haotian didn't understand why they said there would be a 1-week safe period last night, but they encountered a wild beast rampage the next night. Could it be that the mysterious energy only worked on zombies? Lord Haotian, I am Wei Tai. Can you help me once? Zheng Haotian saw a private message asking for help from Lieutenant Colonel Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, just tell me what you want to say. No need to be so polite. If I can help you, I will definitely not refuse. Zheng Haotian was still very polite to this official representative. Thank you for replying to me. My base suffered heavy losses in Operation Beast tonight. I sacrificed 3 peasants, which is 1/3 of my men in my base. There was a hint of despair in Wei Tai's words. How do you want me to help you? Zheng Haotian did not make any unnecessary comfort, but responded directly. If possible, I hope you can lend me a few peasants. It only takes 1 day. I will personally lead the peasants to explore a place tomorrow. If everything goes well, my base can be successfully upgraded to level 3. Zheng Haotian frowned slightly. Borrowing people? How can I borrow? Lord Wei Tai, the distance between us is uncertain. How can I lend farmers to you? If you need it, I can provide you with some more resources. Zheng Haotian did not refuse outright, but his implicit refusal was still very obvious. As long as Lord Haotian agrees, I have a way to get your peasants to my base. Let me think about it, and I will give you an answer tomorrow morning. Zheng Haotian closed the private chat. Apart from not having decided whether to lend the money or not, the blacksmith shop and factory had also been successfully upgraded to level 3. Start upgrading the base. Saving the upgrade conditions, consuming 80,000 wood, 42,000 stone, 8,000 iron ore, and 160,000 food to upgrade the base to level 4. Yes. Zheng Haotian looked at the 20% reduction in resource consumption and clicked the upgrade button with a smile on his face. A blue-purple light descended from the sky and enveloped Zheng Haotian's base. The outermost stone wall began to spread further away, and the area of the base was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magical scene made Zheng Haotian stunned. Chapter 51. Everyone is shocked by Wang Lu's background. Upgrading the level 4 base did not take as long as upgrading the level 3 blacksmith shop and factory. Almost as soon as Zheng Haotian reacted, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level base, and be rewarded with a special building mecha platform and a resource gift package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level base, and be rewarded with a special building mecha platform and a resource gift package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level base, and be rewarded with a special building mecha platform and a resource gift package. 3 world-class system notifications were sounded in succession, and all the people who were originally shrouded in the tragedy of the beast's siege could not help but exclaim in admiration, revealing expressions of shock that only they could see. Woo woo woo. All my peasants just died to protect me. Now I'm the only one left in my base. Congratulations to Mr. Haotian for his first upgrade to level 4. Can you give me a hint on how to upgrade my level 2 base to level 3? Why did this happen? My peasants actually chose to run away in the end. If I didn't have a long sword, I might have died. Although everyone was shocked about Zheng Haotian's upgrade to the 4th level base, their attention was still occupied by the wild beast attack at night. Most of the lords who are no longer speaking tonight are no longer alive. Everyone has gradually realized the cruelty of this apocalyptic world we live in today. Boss Haotian, do you have time to chat? Just as Zheng Haotian was about to close the world chat box and check the resource gift package, the private chat box flashed. Zheng Haotian took a look and saw that it was a message from Wang Lu. What is it? Just tell me. After Zheng Haotian sponsored Wang Lu to upgrade her base to level 3, he did not contact her for a while, and she did not take the initiative to contact Zheng Haotian. This was the first time. First of all, I have to congratulate Haotian for his first level 4 upgrade. Secondly, of course, I want to ask you, how did you do that? Wang Lu knew very well how difficult it was to upgrade the base to level 4. Not to mention the astronomical amount of upgrade resources. Even 10 different buildings were not something that could be accomplished so easily. It was just by chance that I succeeded in upgrading. I can't really explain the specific method. Although he funded Wang Lu, it does not mean that Zheng Haotian will share all information with her. She is at most a subsidiary. It seems that Boss Haotian is quite good at keeping secrets. How about this? I'll use one of my secrets to exchange for a method to upgrade. What do you think? Wang Lu said something strange. Zheng Haotian paused for a moment, then silently typed the word OK. Before I tell you my secret, I have a harmless question for Boss Haotian. Do you think that we came here by accident? Or is it destiny? Wang Lu's mysterious words made Zheng Haotian even more confused. What on earth was she trying to say? It seems that Boss Haotian still thinks this is just an accident. But if I tell you that this is not an accident, will you believe it? Wang Lu noticed Zheng Haotian's thoughts and sent another sentence without waiting for a reply. The power of words is sometimes very strong, especially when it involves some information that humans are eager to know. That is when it is most powerful. That's the case right now. Zheng Haotian was eager to know what Wang Lu would say next, which might really reveal the mystery of this apocalyptic time travel. Tell me everything you know. There is a hint of solemnity in Zheng Haotian's words. Boss Haotian, let me tell you a story first. As Wang Lu read his words, Zheng Haotian felt like he had come to a mysterious family. The royal family of Ikagawa, located in Hengi District, Chongran City, Jiangbei Province. There is a story circulating in Ikagawa District, which consists of only 7 words. The Wang family of Hengi is not to be messed with. This does not mean that the Wang family is powerful in both the black and white worlds. In fact, there is no one in their family who is involved in either the black or white world. They are just an ordinary civilian family. But they have been passed down for thousands of generations. No one knows who the original ancestor of the Wang family is, and no one except the Wang family dares to step into the Wang family ancestral temple. Because no one who has gone in has ever come out. Wang Lu is the 1000th generation inheritor of the Wang family in Hengi and the only female inheritor of this generation. She knows many things that others have never understood or even dare not believe. The Wang family actually came from the end of the world. Zheng Haotian was stunned. So everything he is experiencing now was actually arranged by others? But how is this possible? Things that go against common sense are often difficult for people to accept Just like when everyone goes out wearing clothes, but you're the only one naked, you will be rejected by everyone. I didn't make this public because I was afraid that people would think of me as an alien, even though I am indeed an alien. There was a hint of bitterness in Wang Lu's words. Why did you choose to tell me? Zheng Haotian uttered his first words after a long silence. Because I think you can save me. After closing the private chat box with Wang Lu, Zheng Haotian still couldn't calm down for a long time. Originally, he thought that an accident had transformed him from a lazy loser into a powerful lord. Who would have thought that there was a backstory behind everything? As for when the end of this apocalyptic game will come, this has become an unspeakable pain in Zheng Haotian's heart. He did not agree to Wang Lu. At least he couldn't do it for now. To save someone who has a close relationship with the mastermind behind the scenes, just because she revealed some information to him. That price is too high. Lord Haotian, what's wrong with you? Shuiying saw the confusion and pain on Zheng Haotian's face and asked in a voice as soft as a silver bell. Nothing. Maybe I'm a little tired. Zheng Haotian shook his head and didn't tell the truth. Then, Shuiying helped the Lord take a bath and massage his shoulders. After saying this, a blush appeared on Shuiying's fair face. Although this was what a maid should do, Shuiying was still very shy the first time. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything and nodded slightly. After a while, Shuiying prepared the bathtub and adjusted the water temperature to the appropriate level. My lord, Shuiying will change your clothes for you. Shuiying gently unbuckled the belt around Zheng Haotian's waist, then took off his clothes and brought him into the bathtub. Call! The steaming bathtub brought Zheng Haotian unspeakable comfort, and he couldn't help but let out a sound of enjoyment. When Shuiying placed her small hands on Zheng Haotian's shoulders and began to knead them gently, his frown slowly relaxed. Chapter 52. The Horrible Attributes of the Mechas, Searching for the Basement. Bing! Zheng Haotian opened his somewhat heavy eyes and casually placed his hand on Shuiying's body beside him, causing her to cry out. It has only been a few days since the end of the world, but Zheng Haotian was under tremendous pressure. However, after experiencing last night, it seemed that all the pressure had dissipated. Now that you are here, make yourself comfortable. The most important thing now is not to complain about the environment, nor to resent the unfairness of fate, but to work hard to build the base and strive to withstand wave after wave of attacks. In the end, he even has the ability to turn the tables and uncover the mastermind hidden deep in the dark. Master Haotian, you are awake. Shuiying will get up and help you dress and wash. Shuiying had a pair of bright big eyes under her long eyebrows. When she saw Zheng Haotian looking at her with a smile, she hurriedly stood up. But as soon as he moved, he felt a burning sensation and fell back down. You worked hard last night. Have a good rest today. I can do it on my own. Zheng Haotian touched Shuiying's head lovingly, then got up and got dressed. The sky was just beginning to get light. According to a 24-hour clock, it was probably around 6:30, which was considered relatively early. The farmers all got up and started washing. Lu Fu, the chef, got up early to prepare breakfast. By this time, a sumptuous breakfast had been prepared. I'm honored to meet you, Lord. Please have breakfast, Lord. When Lu Fu saw Zheng Haotian coming out, he hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, No need to be so polite, Lu Fu. Go and tell everyone to come and eat together. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. As you command, my lord. I will go and inform them immediately. Zheng Haotian came to the dining room first, and Lu Fu quickly notified everyone. More than a dozen farmers sat in their seats with happy smiles on their faces. We, the little ones, greet our lord. No need to be polite. Let's have breakfast together. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. With his noble status and humble attitude, why should he worry that the farmers would not be convinced and loyal to Zheng Haotian? After breakfast, those who should mind, those who should hunted, those who should cut wood, those who should forge iron worked as iron, and those who should collect herbs collected herbs. Everyone did their corresponding work. The only difference was that Zhang Daqiang let his younger brother Zhang Erqiang go out to cut wood, while he himself went to the fields to farm, so as to prevent the field from being abandoned. Zheng Haotian brought a breakfast into the room, fed Shuiying gently, watched her fall asleep, and then went about his business. After opening the system panel, Zheng Haotian first checked the basic properties of the 4th level base. Buildings, main base with 1 sub-base. Level, 4-star, can produce 5 farmers per day. Population, 6/200. Number of buildings, 11/50. Storage space, 56809, /9999999. Upgrade conditions. Wood 1 million, stone 500,000, iron 100,000, food 2 million, copper 2,000, silver 500, gold 100, marble 500, jade 80. The base has 10 types of level 4 buildings and a city core. After reading it, Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly and clicked on the item that was rewarded for yesterday's upgrade. As for when he could upgrade the base to level 5, it might not be possible in a short period of time. Open the resource package. Zheng Haotian opened the exquisitely packaged resource gift package, and the next second, he gained a little more confidence in upgrading the base. Obtain 500 silver or 100 gold or 500 marble tiles, 80 jades, and 1 city core. Is this the benefit of being the first to upgrade? Zheng Haotian felt as if something was just pie in the sky, a little unreal. The resource gift pack does not provide any primary resources, but it is just enough for the advanced resources and special resources needed to upgrade the 4th level base. Zheng Haotian took out the city building core and took a look at it. This is a diamond-shaped energy block that flashes with strange light. Not only does it look extraordinary, but it also contains a very terrifying and powerful energy. Zheng Haotian suddenly realized that the next step might not just be a base, but a city. The base is like the foundation of a city, with many buildings, but lacking an urban ecosystem. Perhaps this city-building core plays this role. All of this is just speculation. The specific situation can only be known after Zheng Haotian has accumulated enough resources for upgrading and completed the upgrade of 10 level 4 buildings. After taking another look at the resources in the resource gift pack, he began to look at the next reward from last night. Mecha Platform. Building Mecha Platform. Level, 4-star. Products, Small Mecha, Industrial Mecha, Agricultural Mecha, Medium Mecha, Mayan Mecha, Unlocked, Lytion Mecha, Unlocked, God-Killing Mecha, Unlocked. Upgrade requirements, 500,000 low-level resources, 40 energy cores, a set of level 5 mecha design drawings. It's really the mecha manufacturing. Zheng Haotian was ecstatic. This was real high-tech. Zheng Haotian had only seen mechas in novels and cartoons. Before he came to the end of the world, that world had not reached this level of technology. In this doomsday era, when technology is failing, the emergence of mechas will definitely allow Zheng Haotian to stand at the forefront of everyone. What he just saw were just the general properties of the mecha platform. And then Zheng Haotian clicked on the manufacturing plan for the first small mecha. Equipment, Small Mecha. Level, L1. Attributes, Defense plus 200, Speed plus 300, Attack plus 200, Strength plus 500. Skills, Charge, Energy Cannon, Laser Sword, Jedi Bounce. Driving. Master the Mecha Operation Manual. Manufacturing requirements, 5,000 iron or 300 titanium alloy, 100 tungsten iron, 1 energy core. Is this the property of a mecha, or is it just a most ordinary small mecha? Zheng Haotian was dumbfounded. With powerful attribute bonuses and mighty skill blessings, it is like a war machine. There's no doubt that even a weak person can become a Superman after putting on this mecha. However, the manufacturing requirements gave Zheng Haotian a headache. He had never even heard of titanium alloy, tungsten iron, and energy core, let alone owning them. Moreover, driving a mecha is just like driving a car, and one needs to master the corresponding skill manual, which shattered Zheng Haotian's idea of owning a mecha immediately. However, now that we have the mecha platforms, how far away can mechas be? Wang Lu, maybe you really need to rely on me. Zheng Haotian looked up at the sky. The map in the last note of Chapter 53, News from the Basement. It's a new day, and Zheng Haotian's base has reached level 4, so he can summon 6 farmers. After being upgraded, the residential house can accommodate 50 people, so it is still a long way to go before reaching the upper limit. In addition, Zheng Haotian has plenty of food, so he naturally chooses to summon the full number of people. I, the humble horse guard, greet my lord. I Guisun, greet my lord. I Lu Biao, greet the lord. I Ma Jun, greet my lord. I Xiong San, greet my lord. The commoner Nanji pays homage to the lord. 5 men and 1 woman, the result of today's summons. Zheng Haotian roughly checked their attributes. Ma Wei was good at mining, and his talent was similar to Qiao Bin's, but slightly inferior. Guisun has a special search skill. As long as he is given a rough map, he can accurately locate the location he needs to find. This makes Zheng Haotian's eyes light up. Liu Biao is good at throwing and is a burly and strong man. Ma Jun has a handsome appearance, and his talent is library management. Zheng Haotian was delighted. It seemed that Wu Jun was no longer needed. Ma Jun, who had the same name as him but a different surname, could do the management. Xiongsan looked to be at least 2 meters and 5 feet tall, and Nanji standing next to him looked like an underage girl. However, Xiongsan's talent made Zheng Haotian a little difficult to understand. What does beast transformation mean? Can you turn into a bear? Zheng Haotian asked directly because he didn't know. Reporting to the Lord, when I transform into a beast, I can possess the strength and defense of an adult grizzly bear, and it will be no problem for me to deal with 20 ordinary people. Xiongsan said respectfully. Zheng Haotian was a little disappointed. Just dealing with 20 ordinary people? Then this beast transformation skill was a bit useless. Zheng Haotian looked at the last and only woman, Nanji. Her ability is that of a female worker. It seems that the base can finally have standard uniforms. Zheng Haotian's mouth corners slightly raised. This group of grown men wear shabby clothes every day, and there are all kinds of them, which really don't look very nice. Although it is the end of the world, Zheng Haotian knows in his heart that uniformity is sometimes not just for the sake of appearance, but also a way to improve combat effectiveness. Otherwise, why does the military require uniform dress? Nanji, come with me. The rest of you can go to the barracks for training first. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian brought Nanji to the base hall and told her to sit down. Nanji, with your sewing skills, can you use various animal skins to make clothes? Zheng Haotian asked softly. Reporting to the Lord, I can do it. Moreover, I have a set of embroidery needles passed down from my ancestors, which can speed up the sewing process. Nanji said in a playful tone with a hint of intelligence between her eyebrows. If you were asked to make an identical uniform, how long would it take you to finish it? We need to consider the level of workmanship. If it is rough, my daughter can finish 4 sets in an hour. 1 hour is equivalent to 2 hours, which means that Nanji can complete a set of rough clothing every half an hour. The uniforms don't actually need to be very exquisite. Their main purpose is to give the farmers a stronger sense of belonging. Zheng Haotian even plans to give the base a name. In this way, when farmers need to introduce themselves when they go out, they can say that they are from a certain base. Very good. I have some animal skins here. You can start sewing here. As for the style, you can choose whatever you like. Zheng Haotian took out some furs that were stripped from the wild beasts last night, including soft tiger skins and mink skins, as well as tougher leopard skins and bison skins. As you command, Lord, I will make the finished product as soon as possible. Great. You can start now. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the library. There were no buildings that needed to be upgraded now, and he had nothing to do, so he decided to take a look at the last notes from yesterday. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. The farmers finished a morning's work and walked back from the base with a hint of fatigue. But there are exceptions, such as Li Si, who looks very excited and does not seem to be tired at all. Greetings, Lord. I have something to report to you. Zheng Haotian knew that it was almost time for lunch, so he walked out of the library and called a few farmers who also liked to hang out in the library. After finishing the training in the barracks, Ma Jun walked towards the library as if he was guided, and had a quarrel with Wu Jun as soon as he entered. The reason is that Wu Jun did not arrange the books according to the correct classification, which would cause inconvenience to people who came to the library to read. But Wu Jun's explanation was also very reasonable. There were not many books in this library, and the arrangement he had just made was to suit Wang Li's reading habits. And it was estimated that only Wang Li would read the book, System Planning. But Ma Jun was still a little unhappy, and finally it was Zheng Haotian who stepped in personally to make the two shake hands and make peace. Wu Jun, all library matters can be handed over to Ma Jun from now on. If you and Wu Kun are willing to stay in the library all the time, you can go directly there at any time. Zheng Haotian gave instructions as they walked. As you command, Lord. Wu Jun's voice sounded a little frustrated, but he quickly adapted to what Zheng Haotian said. His job was not to guard the library. He was a negotiation expert. The scene returns to the base lobby. There were beads of sweat on Li Si's face, but his expression of excitement was very strong. Li Si, if you have anything to say, just say it. Zheng Haotian asked slowly. My lord, the place you are looking for is the one you emphasized this morning. Basement? Have you found the basement? Zheng Haotian was a little nervous and excited. If there is a basement, will there still be a car? Now that we have a car, will it be far from traveling in a convoy? Yes, my lord. I was hunting and chasing a deer, and then I don't know why I appeared in front of a basement. Li Si's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but the discovery of the basement was real. You'll be credited for your contribution. If you can really find a vehicle, you will be the driver of the first vehicle. No matter how good-looking it will be yours, and no one can take it away from you. Zheng Haotian's tone was a little seductive. Thank you, Lord. I will do my best. Li Si followed the footsteps of others, and just when Zheng Haotian was about to go, Guisun, who was following behind him, pulled Zheng Haotian's clothes. My lord, I think this is the place that Brother Li Si was talking about. There was a map in Guisun's hand, and the position of his finger on the thumbnail was exactly the same as Li Si's description. Chapter 54. Learning to Drive and Exploring the Basement. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment when he heard Guisun's words, then hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Where did you get this map?" "Reporting to my lord, I saw it in a book and thought it might be useful, so I took it down," Guisun said respectfully. "Which book?" Zheng Haotian asked. "My lord, the book is called The Last Chronicle." Zheng Haotian became even more confused. Why didn't he see any map in the last notes? He also flipped through the entire book. "You just said that you found the place described by Li Si on the map? Are you sure?" "I dare not deceive the Lord. I am sure that Mr. Li Si is talking about this location on the map," Guisun said with certainty. "Very good. You will join the exploration team this afternoon. I hope you can successfully find the vehicle in the basement." Zheng Haotian felt excited. Guisun didn't just have the ability to explore, but he was actually a living map. He looked at the map in Guisun's hand repeatedly, but could not find any correspondence between Li Si's description and any location on the map. After all, it was reduced too many times. "As you command, Lord." Let's go. Let's go have lunch first." Zheng Haotian laughed and patted Guisun's shoulder heartily. After resting for a whole morning, Shuiying had finally recovered. She got up and followed Zheng Haotian, being very well behaved. Zheng Haotian looked at the sumptuous food on the table, but felt that something was missing. After thinking carefully for a moment, he realized it. There was only food, but no drink. It would be great if this plate of fried venison could be paired with a glass of Fatty's happy water. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. The crispy and tender crispy venison, paired with the bubbling and chilly fat boy happy water, is probably a divine enjoyment. After finishing lunch perfunctorily, Zheng Haotian set a goal of finding drinks and then took everyone for a walk outside the library. This morning, Li Si found the place I was looking for. It's a basement, and it contains things that are crucial to the next step of our base's construction. This is a car, a tool that allows us to move quickly. With it, our range of activities will be greatly expanded, and it can also be used as a means of transportation. So I decided that this afternoon, we will form a team, led by Wang Li, to go to the basement to look for the car. Do you have confidence? Zheng Haotian's speech was very passionate, and the last question made all the farmers agitated. Have. The one-word answer almost shook the sky apart. Zheng Haotian was also startled. Fortunately, Shuiying supported him. Very good. Seeing everyone's expressions, I am also very confident. But before going to the basement, everyone needs to learn a skill. Zheng Haotian took out the car driving manual that had been improved by the brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun. After being improved, the manual can enable a farmer to master basic driving skills in as little as half an hour. Of course, if you want to be completely proficient, you also need actual practice combined with the driving manual. However, as long as you have a general grasp of it, you could drive the car smoothly. Li Si, you go first. Everyone go and rest. After the fourth person has mastered the driving manual, we will set off for the basement. As you command, Lord. Li Si came to Zheng Haotian excitedly and took the car driving manual from him. To study in the library. If there's anything you don't understand, you can just ask Wu Jun. After everyone returned to the house to rest, Zheng Haotian spoke to Li Si and reminded him to study hard. Yes, sir. Please rest assured. I will master the car driving manual as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian nodded, then took Shuiying and walked towards the base hall. After arriving at the base lobby, Zheng Haotian thought for a while and finally clicked on the private chat interface. He wanted to ask someone something. Lord Wei Tai, do you have time to chat? I would like to know some information about your underground vault. Zheng Haotian did not hide anything, but directly stated his purpose. Lord Haotian, no matter what you want to ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Wei Tai quickly sent a reply message. Can you please tell me what happened to your farmer the last time he entered the basement? And did anything happen during the process? There is no doubt that the reason why Zheng Haotian wanted to know all this was to provide some useful information to the team that was about to go to the basement to explore in the afternoon. After all, there's an old Chinese saying that goes, "Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle." If we can get some information about the basement, it will certainly be of great help to the subsequent exploration team's actions. Well, actually, my farmer died last night. I don't remember clearly what I said before, but it seems that he encountered something horrible and was frightened. Was he injured then? Zheng Haotian asked this because he wanted to know how dangerous the basement was. Although he was not injured, his physical strength limit was inexplicably reduced by 20 points, and he looked sick, otherwise he would not have died last night. Alas, Wei Tai sighed. Zheng Haotian understood what he meant. He had not yet considered Wei Tai's request last night. Mainly, he didn't know who to send to help Wei Tai, so he could only pretend not to know for the time being. Thank you very much. If everything goes well, I will come and talk to you again. After Zheng Haotian said the last sentence, he closed the private chat box. Li Si, who was studying, did not disappoint Zheng Haotian. In just half an hour, he had mastered the basic driving skills and passed Wu Jun's test, so it was time for the next person to learn. Very good, Li Si. Go and notify Liu Laowu to come and study, and then take a rest for a while. Zheng Haotian had a satisfied smile on his face. As you command. Thank you, Lord. Soon, at Li Si's notice, Liu Laowu went to the library to study the car driving manual. The next things to learn are Long Biao and Feng Sun. The reason why Zheng Haotian asked the two of them to continue learning was because he found that it seemed easier for people with hunting abilities to learn driving skills. Just as Zheng Haotian thought, the four of them finished their learning in the shortest time of half an hour. This means that it's time to set off for the basement. Wang Li is the chief commander, Liu Laowu is the deputy, and the members are Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, Li Si, Long Biao, Feng Sun, Wang Biao, Qiao Bin, Bianyu. There were 5 people in one car, so Zheng Haotian sent out a total of 20 people, including Robert and the mechanical warrior, to form a basement exploration team. Is everyone ready? Zheng Haotian said excitedly. Ready, my lord. Then let's go. Chapter 55. 2 strong men in the dark basement were injured. At Zheng Haotian's command, a team of 20 people set out from the base with great momentum and headed towards the unknown basement. Watching the farmers under his command leave, Zheng Haotian was still a little worried, because these were almost all the manpower under his command. If the car wasn't so important, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Once the car can be successfully found in the basement this time, the development of the entire base will be accelerated again, and it may even be possible to build the first city of the apocalypse before the safety countdown ends. Shuiying, let's go and pray for them. Lord Haotian, they will return safely. Shuiying held Zheng Haotian's hand and pressed his knuckles, which was a way to relieve stress. Yeah. Zheng Haotian nodded vigorously. Although the team of 20 people was not large, Wang Li still divided them into 4 groups in an appropriate manner. Among them, the 4 who had learned car driving skills were in different groups to avoid confusion when they found the vehicles later. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, Wang Biao, and new member Xiong San form a group with Liu Laowu. Qiao Bin, Sun Jiabao, and new members Ma Wei, Liu Biao, and Li Si are a group together. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, and new members Ma Jun, Sun, and Long Biao form a group together. The last group is composed of Wang Li, Mechanical Warrior, Bianyu, Robert, and Feng Sun. They're the group with the highest safety factor. After all, the combat power of Mechanical Warrior and Mechanical Servant Robert is quite terrifying. After the team members were assigned, Sun's group was assigned to serve as a guide to find the shortest route to the basement. Zhang Daqiang's group is the pioneer group at the front of the entire team, ready to deal with crises that may arise at any time. Xiao Bin's group was responsible for the rear guard, while Wang Li's group was protected in the center because they were the logistics command group and could be considered the most important. The exploration team maintained a normal pace, neither too fast nor too slow, while also maintaining the highest level of vigilance. Sun, how far is it? After walking for nearly 5 kilometers, Wang Li called Sun over to ask him about it. Reporting to Butler Wang, according to the instructions on the map, it's still about 6 kilometers away. If everything goes well, we will be there in half an hour. Sun took a look at the map and answered respectfully. If we can find a car successfully, it will be much faster to get back to the base. However, we still have to prepare for the worst outcome, so we have to speed up. After thinking for a moment, Wang Li informed everyone of her decision. Then, everyone rushed towards the basement at twice the speed as before, consuming a point of physical strength every minute. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a plain. There was a dense forest behind her, but in front of her was a barren wasteland. The huge contrast made Wang Li more alert. Behind differences, there are often hidden crises, just like what happens in life. If everything is the same as always, then you will just feel familiar and safe. And once certain changes occur, when these changes are big enough, danger may come quietly. In life, we have the right to choose to maintain the old things. But at this moment, Wang Li had to bite the bullet and lead everyone to the plane because the basement was just ahead. Li Si, are you sure the basement is here? Wang Li asked with the idea of confirmation. Yes, Butler Wang. It's just in front, but the wind didn't seem to be so strong in the morning. Li Si nodded. When he unexpectedly came here in the morning, the wind around him was not strong. Guisun, is this the location on the map? Wang Li asked Guisun again cautiously. Reporting to Butler Wang, the map does show that it is nearby. Guisun also gave a positive answer. Wang Li did not hesitate any longer. Time would not stop, so she had to move forward. Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, prepare to enter the basement first. As you command, Butler Wang. After walking only 100 meters into the plane, Li Si found the entrance to the basement, and Wang Li also chose to go in directly. Lifting open the warehouse door covered with luss, Zhang Daqiang jumped down without hesitation, and Zhang Erqiang followed closely behind him and jumped directly down. When the sound of the floor was heard, Wang Li's question followed. What's going on? Is there any situation down there? Wang Li's voice was very loud. If she had a mobile phone, she might not have needed to shout across the air. Butler Wang, it's very open down there, but a little dark. Please be careful when you come down. Zhang Daqiang answered Wang Li's question while looking for possible light sources. After receiving the reply, Wang Li immediately began to arrange for other people to enter the basement one after another. The exploration team must act together. Liu Laowu, your team will go down first, followed by the Longbiao team and the Fengshuan team. Dr. Bian and I will go down last. As you command, Butler Wang. Although the basement is some height from the ground, it is nothing for the strong farmers. As for Wang Li herself, she has the mechanical warriors to help her. After 5 minutes, everyone arrived at the basement safely, and Wang Li also understood what Zhang Daqiang meant by darkness. It's pitch dark when you stretch your hand out. This is a very appropriate description of the environment in the basement. However, Wang Li was well prepared. Soon a bright flame lit up in Liu Laowu's hand, revealing the surrounding environment. Roar. At the moment the torch lit up, a roar and a black shadow pounced toward Zhang Daqiang, who was at the outside of the team. Careful. Everyone saw this scene, but all they could say was this seemingly useless sentence. Zhang Daqiang's body was knocked away by the black shadow, but Zhang Erqiang rushed towards the black shadow without any fear. What the hell is this? In the light of the fire, everyone saw a dark shadow fighting with Zhang Erqiang. This is a bat-like creature that is about the size of a 5-year-old child. The reason why it is not directly called a bat is simply because its size is so large. Erqiang, be careful of its teeth. Bian, you saw Zhang Erqiang fighting a bat monster and gave him a reminder. However, many times, some things cannot be avoided just by knowing them, just like the attack of the bat monster in Zhang Erqiang's hand. Zhang Erqiang was originally holding the bat monster's hands tightly, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain, and then he involuntarily let go of his hands, letting the bat monster fly away. No, be careful. Everyone's reminder was still a step too late, and Zhang Erqiang's palm had been bitten hard by the bat monster. Go to hell. Zhang Erqiang became wild and bloodthirsty, and he chopped the bat monster to the ground with one axe. Despite the good performance, Zhang Erqiang was injured. Chapter 56. The maze-like path, moving forward in groups. The wound, caused by the bite of the bat monster, was still bleeding. Without anyone reminding him, Bian Yu hurriedly carried the medicine box to Zhang Erqiang and quickly provided treatment. This bat looks to be extremely poisonous, but luckily the bite was very short-lived and the toxin didn't have time to circulate throughout the body. As long as the main toxin is removed, the remaining toxin will be easy to deal with. Bian Yu looked at Zhang Erqiang's wound, analyzed it, and then quickly began the process of bandaging and disinfecting it. His movements were quite skillful. Take this medicine. Bian Yu took out another pill the size of a little finger and fed it directly into Zhang Erqiang's mouth. Dr. Bian, is Erqiang okay? As a qualified commander, Wang Li naturally would not forget to be considerate of her subordinates. Reporting to Butler Wang, I have controlled the toxicity of this bat monster. As long as you take this bottle of Qingling pill for 3 days, the remaining poison in the body will be completely dissipated. Bianyu stroked his slightly long beard and answered respectfully. After hearing what Bianyu said, Wang Li's expression looked a little better. However, this was a bad start, and Wang Li became more cautious in her next actions. Put torches all around. With light we won't be so prone to accidents like this. As you command, Butler Wang. Everyone began to place torches around the room, and the basement instantly revealed its original appearance. The place where Wang Li and others are at the moment is like a secret room. There is a stone bed in the corner. Looking around, there are some stone tables and stone chairs, but overall it still looks a bit empty. Butler Wang, there's a road here. Li Si's voice was not loud, but it just happened to reach Wang Li's ears, and she looked in the direction of the voice. It is more like a secret passage than a road because it is surrounded by stone walls. Keep going. The mystery of the basement could not stop Wang Li and others, but Zheng Haotian came to the command team under Wang Li's instructions and accepted the protection of 2 mechanical servants. The team continued to move forward, led by the most sturdy Xiong San, who was wearing a chain mail specially made by Zhao Tai, which made his body look even bigger. Before, the brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Haotian kept Xiong San behind them in order to take care of the newcomer, but now they have to let Xiong San step forward. After walking 100 meters along the secret passage, 2 forked roads appeared in front of the exploration team, so Xiong San stopped. Butler Wang, what should we do next? There are 2 roads ahead. Liu Laowu frowned. According to his past experience, a fork in the road means double the danger. Wang Li also looked a little hesitant. She was considering whether to split into 2 teams. After all, there might be cars behind these 2 passages. If they explored one path at a time, the time consumed would be unacceptable to them. After all, they had to leave time to get back to base. Liu Laowu, your group will take the dragon mark and go through the left passage, and I will take the rest of you through the right passage. Wang Li finally gave the order to explore separately. As you command, Butler Wang. Although Liu Laowu felt that there might be danger, he did not refute Wang Li. After all, there were only these 2 choices at the moment, and he also preferred to explore separately. Without hesitation, Liu Laowu and his 9-member team walked into the left passage. Zhang Haotian followed Wang Li and the others because he was injured. Wang Li watched Liu Laowu and others disappear and waved her hand towards the right passage. This time, it was the mechanical servant Robert who stood at the front of the team to lead the way. Zheng Haotian, who was in the base, had no idea that the exploration team had started off badly. He was in the base factory, studying the production capacity of this 3rd-level factory. Building, factory, level, 3-star. Productivity, wire, 1 meter/10 minutes, requires copper, or electric light, 1/8 minutes, requires glass and tungsten filament. Generator, 1/8 hours, requires copper, or and iron, or refrigerator, 1/12 hours, requires copper, or iron, or plastic, solid freon. Mobile phone, 5/24 hours, requires glass, plastic, iron, or electronic components. Upgrade requirement, 200,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 iron, 1,000 copper, and a factory manager. I hadn't noticed before, but it turns out that the factory can already produce mobile phones. If I had known earlier, I should have let them wait a day before exploring the basement. If the mobile phone was manufactured, it would be more convenient for them to move around. For some reason, Zheng Haotian felt panicky, as if the exploration team's operation might not go smoothly this time. Lord Haotian, Butler Wang will definitely lead everyone to complete the task successfully. Shuiying had already prayed for everyone, and when she just woke up today, she added a little luck to Zheng Haotian. I trust her, and I trust them even more. But I still need to prepare my cell phone. Zheng Haotian clicked on the mobile phone production in the factory and checked the specific quantity of materials required. Product mobile phone. Level none. Function communication. Production requirements. Glass 5, plastic 5, iron or 3, electronic component 1. When Zheng Haotian saw the amount of materials needed for production, he was stunned. It's not because it's too much, but because I feel that it requires too little. This gave Zheng Haotian a feeling that as long as there were enough electronic components, he could produce mobile phones indefinitely. Since the materials needed are small, let's just produce it first. Zheng Haotian didn't think about it anymore and just clicked on production. With the consumption of 5 electronic components and other materials, the factory entered into production operation. All he needs to do now is wait. After 24 hours, Zheng Haotian will be able to obtain 5 mobile phones produced in the end times. This is still worth looking forward to. The cold weapon platform in the base has also been upgraded to level 3. Zheng Haotian naturally would not forget his long-awaited Zhuge crossbow, which is the pinnacle of small crossbows. While Zheng Haotian was busy with construction, the underground library exploration team encountered another trouble. Looking at the corridor in front of her, Wang Li's face turned a little ugly. This was a corridor that was even narrower than the previous one, and could only allow one person to pass through, but this was not the reason why Wang Li looked unhappy. The main thing is that this corridor has no ground. There's a bottomless darkness below it. If you want to pass through here, you can only support yourself with your hands on both sides of the wall, and then move slowly. And if you're not careful, you may fall into an endless abyss. Butler Wang, should we go through next? Feng Sun was undecided and waited for Wang Li's instructions. We can't give up halfway, let's go. Wang Li's eyes suddenly became firm, and then she gave the order to go through the corridor. Chapter 57, Crisis and Outsmarting the Bat Monster. Let me go first. Xiaobin gave Wang Li an affirmative look. After getting a response, he jumped up and supported himself on the walls on both sides of the corridor with his hands and feet. The process of going up was relatively smooth. After stabilizing his body, Xiaobin began to move slowly towards the other end of the corridor. This corridor is estimated to be about 100 meters long, so this is not only an action that tests your courage, but also requires sufficient endurance. Butler Wang, I'm going too. Li Si immediately jumped up, stood firmly between the walls, and chased after Xiaobin at a constant speed. When Feng Sun wanted to follow the two seniors, Wang Li stopped him. Wait for them to pass by first. There's no rush. To be safe, Wang Li chose to let Feng Sun take action only after seeing Xiaobin and the others successfully arrive at the other side of the corridor. This corridor seemed to be just a test of courage and endurance, and did not contain the other traps that Wang Li had imagined. After Zhang Daqiang reached the other side of the corridor with the help of Robert, Wang Li also stood back to back with a mechanical warrior and began to walk along the other side, sticking to the wall. Everything went very smoothly, and the corridor was finally conquered by everyone. Keep going. As you command, Butler Wang. Wang Li's team continued to move deeper into the basement, while another team of explorers also encountered difficulties. Liu Laowu looked at the stalactite column not far away, on which hung upside down more than a dozen giant bats exactly the same as the ones just now. Senior Liu, I just counted them. There are 13 bat monsters in total. Long Biao's tone was a little heavy. Just now, Zhang Daqiang was seriously injured by just one bat monster, but there are 13 of them here. How are they supposed to get through? What should we do? If we continue to move forward, we will definitely attract their attention. Xiong San said in a muffled voice, with a hint of worry on his face. We can't force our way in. Even if we can get through, it will result in casualties for our team. Liu Laowu's face was solemn. The 13 bat monsters were already somewhat unsolvable. Why don't we lure them out one by one and kill them? There are 9 of us. As long as we act quickly and pay attention to protection, we can definitely deal with a bat monster without any harm. Wu Jun stood up and suggested. It's a good idea, but the bat monsters are quite sensitive. What if we lure them all over here? We'll have to bite the bullet then. Wu Kun on the side was not very satisfied with this idea. What else can we do? We can't just give up like this, right? Wu Jun said helplessly. Liu Laowu listened to everyone expressing their ideas, but he finally decided to adopt Wu Jun's opinion. The sensitivity of bat monsters is indeed very high, but as long as you can grasp the critical distance, it is not impossible to lure them out one by one. It just requires a lot of skill. So Liu Laowu decided to take part in the battle himself. Xiong San, once the bat monster pounces down, I need you to control it immediately. The others must also be quick, accurate, and ruthless. We must not give it a chance to escape. Understood, Commander Liu. Everyone agreed in unison, and Liu Laowu then slowly moved forward. Long Biao, if any accident happens later, I will personally lead the bat monster away, and you will notify everyone to evacuate here and take another road to meet up with Butler Wang and the others. Do you understand? Liu Laowu said in a low voice. He actually had the idea of sacrificing himself. Senior Liu, there's no time for you to waste time. Answer me. Do you hear me clearly? Liu Laowu's face was stern, and his serious expression forced Long Biao to nod to show that he understood. Very good. Stand aside for a moment, and when I tell you to run, you will run immediately. Okay, Senior Liu. Long Biao looked at the short but mountain-like man in front of him. Liu Laowu's words just now had conquered Long Biao. Why shouldn't we respect a commander who is willing to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates? Right now, run. Liu Laowu bent his bow and drew his arrow, but instead of shooting at the bat monster, he shot a stalactite about 10 meters in front of it, making a low sound. It was this sound that made the bat monster on the outermost edge open its blood-red eyes and rush towards Liu Laowu at an extremely fast speed. There was only one bat monster, which meant that Liu Laowu's strategy of luring monsters was successful. Xiong-san, it's your turn, Liu Laowu called out, and the tall Xiong-san rushed out, slashing directly at the bat monster in the air with a saber in his hand. The sharp chopping action and huge size directly entangled the bat monster, preventing it from continuing to chase Liu Laowu and Long Biao. Everyone, come together and kill it. Call out. After Liu Laowu said this, he pulled the bowstring again, aimed at the bat monster and shot it, finally piercing it through. It was this blow that stopped the bat monster's life at this moment. It was simply a shot of genius from Liu Laowu. Long Biao, you stay here. I can do it alone from now on. Liu Laowu did not get complacent about successfully killing a bat monster. Because he knew in his heart that this was just the beginning, there were still 12 left, and they had to be dealt with. Call out. Following the same pattern, Liu Laowu shot arrows at the stalactites in front of the bat monster in the same way as before, and used the vibration to lure out the outermost bat monster. Drink! The second bat monster was dealt with even more neatly. Xiong-san roared angrily, and cut the bat monster in the air into 2 pieces with 1 slash. Well done, keep going, Liu Laowu praised, and then continued to move forward to lure the monster. The subsequent monster luring operation went very smoothly, although there was a minor incident in the middle. When Liu Laowu was luring the last 2 bat monsters, both of them rushed over. But it was not a big deal. After everyone had some experience in dealing with it, the 2 bat monsters were easily dealt with. Is everyone safe? Liu Laowu asked with a hint of excitement on his face. Just now he felt that his archery skills had made a leap forward. Now he could shoot 7 arrows at the same time, and he could also control the landing point of each arrow. We're fine, Commander Liu. Everyone was also a little excited. They had just killed 13 bat monsters. The individual combat power of this kind of monster exceeded that of ordinary mutated zombies. Very good, let's move on. Liu Laowu waved his hand, and the members of the exploration team stepped over the corpse of the bat monster and walked deeper into the stalactite cave. What no one noticed was that a certain dead bat monster actually moved strangely. Chapter 58. Zhuge Lianyu Han, Lei's Transformation. Inside the base, Zheng Haotian was checking the cold weapon table that had been upgraded to level 3. As he expected, the Zhuge crossbow had indeed been unlocked. Building, cold weapon platform. Level, 3-star. Productivity, longsword 1/10 minute, consumes 50 iron ore. Hand crossbow, 1/20th minute, consumes 30 iron or 20 wood, 1 animal sinew. Long spear, 1/30th minute, consumes 100 iron or 30 wood. Zhuge crossbow, 1/1H, consumes 10 iron or 50 wood, 1 animal sinew. Javelin, not unlocked. Upgrade requirements, wood 80,000, stone 50,000, iron or 20,000. Shuiying, go to the blacksmith shop and call Zhao Tai over. Zheng Haotian decided to make a Zhuge crossbow first to show it off. In order to make it faster, Zhao Tai naturally had to do it himself. Okay, Master Haotian. Shuiying bowed and walked towards the blacksmith shop. After a while, Zhao Tai followed Shuiying and came to the cold weapon table. Greetings, Lord. Zhao Tai saluted respectfully. No need to be polite, just go to the cold weapon platform. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. As you command, Lord. Zhao Tai strode into the cold weapon table, and at the same time, Zheng Haotian clicked to make Zhuge crossbow 1 set. It originally took an hour to make, but with Zhao Tai's help, it was completed in just 5 minutes. When Zhao Tai walked out of the cold weapon platform with the Zhuge crossbow, Zheng Haotian was still a little bit unbelieving. The speed of improvement is more than 10 times. My lord, this is the weapon you asked me to make. Its exquisite structure is really eye-opening, but I haven't been able to study it thoroughly. There was a trace of regret on Zhao Tai's face, and the look he gave Zhuge Lianyu was like a beautiful girl he was longing for. Zhao Tai, if you want to study it, you can take your time, and I can let you make a few more. Zheng Haotian said calmly as he took the Zhuge crossbow. Zhao Tai shook his head and sighed. My lord, this is not a matter of quantity, but I am not destined to be with her. Seeing Zhao Tai like this, Zheng Haotian stopped trying to persuade him, but just looked at the Zhuge crossbow quietly. It looks only half the size of an ordinary crossbow, but through the mechanism, one can see the sophisticated structure inside. Looking closely, it seems to be a whole and not made up of multiple parts. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but admire it. It was indeed a weapon with the ability to overturn the situation of a battle. The Zhuge crossbow lived up to its reputation. Just from the appearance, Zheng Haotian really couldn't tell what effect it had, so he still had to check its properties. Equipment: Zhuge crossbow. Level: normal. Attributes: burst power shot. Number of loaded arrows: 50/50ths. Note: with the best bows and crossbows, 100 of them can capture a city. Judging from the attributes, it doesn't seem to be very exaggerated, but the last line of words written on the equipment shows how terrifying Zhuge crossbow is. Can 100 people destroy a city? If I'm not mistaken, the city is a level 5 base. Right now, the fastest Zheng Haotian has only just built a level 4 base, but it doesn't seem that difficult to make 100 Zhuge crossbows. But I don't seem to have even 100 people who can use Zhuge crossbow. Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly. Because of a piece of equipment, he actually fantasized about conquering the world. That's quite an ambition. By the way, Lord, I know someone who can improve this crossbow. It's Han Lei. He can definitely do it. After being silent for a moment, Zhao Tai suddenly shouted out excitedly. The sudden sound startled Zheng Haotian, causing Shui Ying beside him to roll her eyes, as if blaming him for scaring Zheng Haotian. In that case, let's call Han Lei over to take a look. Zheng Haotian nodded. Although Zhuge Liannu is already very powerful, no one would mind if it could become even stronger, right? Shui Ying, go call Han Lei. As you command, Lord Haotian. Shui Ying bowed, then stepped back and walked towards the blacksmith shop again. The reason why Zhao Tai is familiar with Han Lei is that he also hangs around the blacksmith shop all the time. However, unlike Zhao Tai, Han Lei did not make anything useful, but he carved a bunch of wooden dolls. I am Han Lei, the humble man, and I am here to greet the Lord. No need to be polite, get up. Zheng Haotian checked Han Lei's attribute panel. His loyalty was still maintained at the initial 60 points. This might be the lowest loyalty in the base. Zheng Haotian still had a doubt in his mind, but he still handed the Zhuge crossbow to him. Take a look at this thing. Zhao Tai said you might be interested in it. Zheng Haotian handed over the Zhuge crossbow with a calm expression. Zhao Tai didn't dare to speak. Without Zheng Haotian's permission, he would not go past his lord to talk to another farmer. This was a manifestation of his loyalty. However, when he saw Han Lei taking the Zhuge crossbow and beginning to observe it carefully, Zhao Tai's face showed an unconcealable excitement. Han Lei hesitated to speak, his hands constantly fiddling with the Zhuge crossbow. Click, click. Han Lei's hand speed was getting faster and faster. In almost the blink of an eye, the Zhuge crossbow in his hand was disassembled into a pile of parts and then scattered on the ground. Han Lei, you. Wait, don't disturb him. Zhao Tai's first reaction was that Han Lei had messed up, but then Zheng Haotian's voice made him realize that the consequences of destruction were not necessarily bad. Brother Tai, go to the blacksmith shop and use iron to restore these metal parts from the past few years. Oh, and grind out an extra hole here. Han Lei had no intention of explaining. Instead, he picked up a few metal parts on the ground and spoke directly to Zhao Tai. Listen to him. When Zheng Haotian saw Han Lei's appearance, he thought of some masters immersed in their works. Han Lei was like that at the moment. As you command, Lord. Zhao Tai would refute Han Lei, but he would naturally obey Zheng Haotian's words. He quickly took a few metal parts and headed to the blacksmith shop. Han Lei still didn't say a word of explanation at this moment, but just sat on the ground, took out a carving knife, and started working on the original wooden parts. Soon, Zhao Tai returned to the cold weapon table with several parts made of fine iron, while Han Lei continued to carve on his own, and this time there were actually a few more parts than before. Give me the parts. Han Lei shouted excitedly. What's wrong with you? Zhao Tai complained, but still handed the parts to Han Lei. Then Han Lei waved his hands among the pile of parts. After 2 minutes of combined operation, an exquisite crossbow appeared. Chapter 59. National Questioning of Loyalty Versailles. Zheng Haotian didn't guess the beginning, but he vaguely guessed the result. However, when he took the modified Zhuge crossbow from Han Lei, he was also a little stunned. Equipment: enhanced Zhuge crossbow. Level: excellent. Attributes: continuous, powerful, instant, destroyed after use. Number of loaded arrows: 80/80ths. Note, a combination of bows and crossbows. 100 of them can break through a city. Instantaneous release is a threat, so don't operate it lightly. Thank you for your trust, Lord. I have done my best to fulfill your mission. After seeing Zheng Haotian's shocked expression, Han Lei bowed with a smile on his face. Farmer Han Lei's loyalty increased by 20 points. A reminder sound rang in Zheng Haotian's ear, which made him hesitate again. He didn't do anything just now. He just gambled and gave the Zhuge crossbow to Han Lei to operate. This caused the loyalty, which had never increased, to increase again. Previously, Zheng Haotian believed that only by sharing hardships with his farmers could his loyalty be maximized. But now it seems that as long as the farmers' work needs are met, their loyalty will increase rapidly. You did a great job. You definitely made an invaluable contribution to the creation of this Zhuge crossbow. Zhao Tai, prepare a set of fine-grade chainmail for Han Lei. Zheng Haotian took this opportunity to further enhance Han Lei's loyalty, but this chainmail seemed to be of no use. Yes, my lord. Zhao Tai replied respectfully. Thank you, Lord, for your reward. Han Lei smiled, but Zheng Haotian did not hear the system prompt sound of the increased loyalty. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was confused again, and he planned to ask in the world chat box later. For the Lord, the loyalty of the peasants is the most important thing besides the base. There are not many farmers now, and Zheng Haotian can pay attention to them one by one. Naturally, his loyalty will not drop below 60, and it can even be no lower than 80. But as there are more farmers in the future, Zheng Haotian will inevitably overlook some of them. For example, Han Lei was ignored by him before. This is only a short period of time, so Han Lei's loyalty can still be maintained at 60, but if it is ignored for a long time, it will probably drop. My lord, please forgive me. I was so excited when I saw the prey that I acted in vain. Please punish me. Han Lei was frightened when he saw the changing expressions on Zheng Haotian's face, and he quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Please, Lord, spare Han Lei. It's my fault for talking too much and shouldn't have mentioned him. Zhao Tai also knelt down and began to plead for Han Lei. Zheng Haotian was dumbfounded. When did he say he was going to punish Han Lei? Didn't he just reward him? Hurry up. I'm so happy to get such a powerful crossbow. How could I blame you? Zheng Haotian said helplessly. Han Lei and Zhao Tai looked at each other. They didn't think that Zheng Haotian's expression just now was happy. Little did he know that it was actually Zheng Haotian who was thinking about the issue of loyalty, not what had happened before. Thank you, Lord, for not punishing us. Han Lei and Zhao Tai stood up and bowed deeply to Zheng Haotian again. Han Lei, let me ask you a question. Can you keep making this kind of Zhuge crossbow? My lord, if there are bows and crossbows like the ones before, I can modify them all. Hearing Han Lei's answer, Zheng Haotian smiled. Doesn't this mean that it can be manufactured infinitely? Very good. Zhao Tai, you continue to stay at the coal weapon table. I will make 10 more Zhuge crossbows. Han Lei, go back to the blacksmith shop and take a rest. When Zhao Tai finishes making the 10 Zhuge crossbows, their enhancement will be handed over to you. Zheng Haotian gave orders to the two with a serious expression, which showed the invisible aura of a lord. Yes, lord. The two men saluted respectfully. After watching the two people begin to carry out his orders, Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. I have a question, and I hope the lords who know about it can tell me, and we can discuss it together. As soon as Zheng Haotian sent the message, the miscellaneous messages in the world chat box suddenly disappeared, and the new ones were all replies to him. Boss Haotian is too polite. If you have anything to ask, just ask directly. I don't know anyway. Hey, isn't there a quiz with prizes this time, Mr. Haotian? I thought I could get some free stuff again. Wait for Boss Haotian to ask questions. There is a farmer in my territory who has the attribute of wisdom. Maybe I can answer it. A series of messages appeared. After Zheng Haotian glanced around, he saw that a certain lord had sent out a message about having special farmers. He was delighted and then sent out his doubts. I'd like to ask, how do you improve the loyalty of your farmers? Only some of the farmers in my base have reached the maximum loyalty level. Zheng Haotian's seemingly question-like sentence caused the world chat box to explode. Loyalty is at full value? Did I see that wrongly? Can loyalty be raised to full value? Are you really here to ask questions, Boss Haotian? You're not here to attack us? The average loyalty of the peasant in my base is 60 points. I pay my respects to the master of Versailles literature. Master Haotian is so arrogant. Please teach me how to raise the peasant's loyalty to 80. Seeing all the complaints, Zheng Haotian was speechless. Was he too unsatisfied? But shouldn't the Lord try his best to increase the peasant's loyalty to the maximum value? However, among the messy replies, there were still some thoughtful replies from lords, one of which attracted Zheng Haotian. Lord Wu Wenjun. First of all, I want to express my respect to Mr. Haotian, because you can make the loyalty of 5 or 6 farmers full value, which shows that you must be very good to the farmers. Secondly, I would like to take this opportunity to express my own opinion, because I also have a farmer with full loyalty in my base. Another big guy is here. Awesome. Can the administrator please mute the people upstairs? Can you please listen to class? Zheng Haotian smiled. Is there an administrator in this world chat box? You thought you were watching a live broadcast. Lord Wu Wenjun, I'm not a big shot. It was just an accident. If you don't mind, you can listen to me. Maybe you can understand the real way to improve loyalty. The lords who were staring at the world chat box at this moment all kept silent tacitly. Just last night, when a wild beast attacked the city, a farmer I summoned who was good at gathering was thrown to the ground by a wild wolf, and his neck was almost bitten off. I couldn't help myself, and rushed over to smack the wolf away with my hoe. I saved him, but I was also entangled by the wolf. Chapter 60 Car Warehouse deep in the basement. When many lords saw this, they couldn't help but admire the lord named Wu Wenjun, who actually risked his life to save a farmer. For many lords, the summoned peasants are their subordinates who could be controlled at will. And just like an NPC in the game, they do not need to care about their life or death. Lords who have such ideas often have peasants whose loyalty is not very high, and may not even reach the passing level of 60. When Zheng Haotian saw the news, he recalled the moment when he harvested his first farmer with a loyalty of 100. It seems that it was because he was not afraid of danger and saved his farmers in the face of the terrifying mechanical zombies. But it's impossible for me to risk my life to save people every time, right? And I can't always control it so well. Zheng Haotian thought helplessly. Lord Wu Wenjun, I was actually very scared at the time, and I just acted on impulse. But if I were to choose again, I would probably save my peasant. After all, he is also a living being. After fighting with the wolf for a while, I was slightly injured, and then the loyalty of my farmer became 100. Wu Wenjun briefly told his story and then stopped speaking. I understand. The farmer was touched. After all, if it were me, I would also be very touched if someone saved me from danger. But are the farmers really worth saving at all costs? What if we die and the base is destroyed? Wouldn't that harm all the farmers? When Zheng Haotian heard the speech of one of the lords, his mind was filled with thoughts. That's right. The prerequisite for improving loyalty is to protect your own safety and the safety of the base. Thank you for your discussion. I have come to a conclusion. That is to work hard to build the base. Zheng Haotian closed the world chat box and ignored the subsequent comments from others. For him, every minute and every second of building the base was precious. Let's first see which buildings can be upgraded to level 4. While Zheng Haotian was busy with construction, the underground library exploration team was also not idle. The two teams encountered obstacles at the same time. Why are there so many zombies here? Wang Li looked inside through a piece of glass. A large group of zombies were wandering aimlessly. The number was almost the same as when they were clearing the edge of the ruins before. But back then we were in an open environment, and there were more people than we have now, so we were able to eliminate them successfully. The current environment is not only narrow, but also a completely enclosed space. It is extremely difficult to clean up so many zombies in such a place. Butler Wang, what should we do next? This is the only way in. Feng Sun asked helplessly. He also understood that a strong attack was unrealistic, but if he retreated like this, wouldn't all the long journey he had just taken be in vain? Let me think about it. There must be a solution. Wang Li's face was serious, and the image of zombies behind the glass appeared in her mind. At the same time, Liu Laowu's team is also facing a difficult choice. Are we really going down there? Looking at the huge dark hole in front of him, Long Biao showed hesitation on his face. They were already walking downwards at the beginning, but when they reached the end of the road, they had to go down again. Isn't this a joke? There is no road ahead. Liu Laowu said in a heavy tone. There are only two choices now, either retreat or go on. But, compared to the group of bat monsters just now, the unknown pit is more frightening. Perhaps this is human instinct. Although I have been appointed as the deputy commander-in-chief, it does not mean that I can decide everything. So this time we should retreat. We, the minority, should obey the majority. Liu Laowu said to everyone with a serious face. Commander Liu, You make the decision. We'll listen to you. Xiong San said in a muffled voice with a silly smile on his face. Let's vote. Liu Laowu shook his head slightly. He couldn't decide whether everyone should stay or go according to his own ideas. There are 18 tusks here. Each person takes 2. If you choose to leave, put both tusks in this small hole. If you choose to go down, put 1 tusk in. Finally, if there are more than 14 tusks, we will retreat. Liu Laowu humanely adopted the secret voting system. If real names were required, I'm afraid some people would have gone ahead and done it. Come on, don't waste time. Liu Laowu urged everyone. Then the team members took 2 animal teeth one by one, and then made their choices one by one. When Liu Laowu went to put his tusks and count them, he was shocked to see that there were only 8 tusks in the pit. Since everyone's choice is the same, let's give it a try. Let's fight. In order to complete Zheng Haotian's instructions, everyone chose to give it a try. Isn't it just a mere hole? Nothing. I'll go first. Everyone follow me one by one, and be careful. Yes, Commander Liu. A smile appeared on Liu Laowu's face. Nothing made a leader happier than the unity of the team. Liu Laowu began to slowly climb down along the wall of the pit, using the protruding rocks around him, followed by Long Biao and Zhang Daqiang. 9 people followed the wall of the pit to the bottom of the pit one after another, and finally landed on solid ground. No one was injured. The moment the torch was lit, an expression of excitement appeared on Liu Laowu's face. That's a car? We found a car. No one expected that the car they were looking for was actually hidden in this dark pit. We must have taken an unusual route. Look over there. Liu Laowu's attention was not only attracted by the car, he also noticed the surrounding environment. This is an underground garage with dozens of cars parked there, and it has a special garage door. According to Liu Laowu's speculation, one can definitely walk out through it. What are we waiting for? Let's drive away. Xiong San said excitedly. Long Biao, go check out the condition of these cars, and try to see if they can be driven. Liu Laowu ordered. Okay, Senior Liu. Long Biao excitedly walked to a car and tried to open the door, but after trying for a long time, the door didn't move at all. What's going on? Liu Laowu asked with a puzzled look on his face. Senior Liu, the door is locked and cannot be opened. Long Biao smiled bitterly. Let me. Xiong San swung his burly body to the side of the dragon logo, pulled the car door hard, and prepared to dismantle it violently. But the car door seemed to be welded and remained motionless. Just smash the glass. Chapter 61. Driving to join forces and attack the zombies. Bang! With Liu Laowu's approval, Xiong San no longer hesitated and directly chopped the car window with a knife. The car window was not as strong as the door and was smashed to pieces. Then Long Biao successfully opened the car door from the inside. Everyone, go try other cars and see if there are any that can be opened. Liu Laowu instructed everyone. After everyone tried one by one, they finally found that every car door could not be opened, as if they were all locked. Xiong San, smash the glass of another car, and don't touch the others for now. Liu Laowu certainly knew that it would be better if the car was complete, but now they needed at least 2 cars. Yes, Commander Liu. Bang! Xiong San casually split the glass of another car, and then imitated Long Biao's actions and opened the car door from the inside. Okay, don't waste time. Let's go out from this driveway and see if we can find Butler Wong and the others. Everyone get in the car, quickly. Long Biao shouted from the driver's seat. Starting a vehicle without a key is something that is not covered in car driving techniques, but Wu Jun had already anticipated the possibility of this happening, so he gave some guidance to the people who were learning it. So, at this moment, Long Biao started the car with ease. Liu Laowu also started the car quickly. The cars here are all 5-seater off-road vehicles with huge wheels and rectangular fronts. Buzz. After everyone was in the car, 2 roars were heard one after another, and Long Biao drove the car for the first time. Long Biao drove straight through the gate that had just been opened. The vehicle driven by Liu Laowu behind him kept a safe distance of 3 meters from Long Biao, which was also taught in the car driving manual. After the car drove out of the gate, there was a spiral upward road. Since it was his first time driving, Long Biao controlled the speed to 60 miles per hour, which was neither fast nor very slow. Just now they asked us to go down into the pit, and now they're making us go around in circles. I really don't know what the person who designed this was thinking. Long Biao couldn't help but complain. Maybe it's because it's safer this way, said Ma Jun, who had been silent all the time. Safe. Upon hearing this, Long Biao's face became even more confused. The spiral road has a very good buffering effect on the basement. Even if there is a serious explosion outside, It is difficult to affect the cars stored in the basement. Wu Jun explained with a smile, and Ma Jun next to him nodded. How do you know so much? Long Biao was speechless. This was considered little-known knowledge. Read more, Ma Jun said with a straight face. Long Biao shut his mouth decisively. He was the one with the lowest education level in this car. The two brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun spend all day in the library. Ma Jun is even a librarian. Even Guisun has read more books than him. Although the road out is a bit winding, there are no forks, so there's no risk of taking the wrong road. Finally, we've reached the straight road. After driving for about 10 minutes, the spiral road turned into a straight road forward, and Long Biao said excitedly, "We are still underground here, and there should be an uphill road ahead." Guisun, the co-pilot, added. Long Biao nodded. According to the distance they had walked before, it shouldn't take long to reach the ground. Long Biao, look ahead, there's a fork in the road. Multiple choice questions are here again. The view from the driver's seat is wider, so Long Biao had already seen the fork in the road before Guisun spoke. Let's ask Senior Liu which road to take. Long Biao pulled the car over to the side of the road. Seeing this, Liu Laowu, who was behind, naturally stopped the car, and then Long Biao got out and walked to the rear driver's seat. Senior Liu, there's a fork in the road to the right. Should we go straight or turn? Long Biao asked helplessly. Another fork in the road? The design here is really complicated. Liu Laowu thought for a while. After a moment, he said, keep going straight. If you find the exit right there, turn around and come back to find me. I'll drive to the right fork. Okay, I understand. Everyone can see the speed of the car, so even if there's a fork in the road, it will only take a few minutes to explore it, so there's actually no need to worry about it. Starting the car again, Long Biao drove straight towards the straight road, while Liu Laowu turned and drove into the fork on the right. Standing outside the glass window, Wang Li thought for a long time and finally decided to give it a try. Facing danger head-on, even if there's a risk of getting hurt, is much better than retreating without a fight. Let's discuss the battle plan. Forget about the stormy attack. What we need to think about is how to disperse them, Wang Li said to everyone with a serious face. Although the road here is narrow, it can still accommodate more than 100 zombies. Moreover, the space inside is not large. Any small movement will probably alarm all the zombies. Feng Sun said helplessly. The division tactic seems to be impossible at this moment. Just when everyone was racking their brains and was at a loss, a strange sound came from far away and gradually became clearer. Something seems to be approaching on the other side of the room. Wang Li's expression was a little excited. There's always a way out. If some of the zombies can be attracted by the sound from the other side of the room, then they can consider a forceful attack. With two large mechanical servants leading the charge, their combat effectiveness cannot be too weak. They're moving, Butler Wang. Those zombies are really moving. Feng Sun said excitedly. Great. Everyone get ready, and when the number is reduced by half, we will rush in immediately. Wang Li gave the order. As you command, Butler Wang. Shortly after turning to the right fork in the road, Liu Laowu discovered a light not far away. He subconsciously thought that the exit of the basement was in front of him, so he stepped on the accelerator hard, wanting to get out as soon as possible. However, the closer he got, the more he felt something was wrong, because the road was still straight, and there was no uphill road leaving the tunnel as he had imagined. Isn't this the way out? Liu Laowu thought to himself. Commander Liu, there seems to be a room ahead. When the vehicle approached to a certain distance, Liu Laowu also saw the open door. Oh no, it's a zombie! A group of creatures familiar to Liu Laowu rushed out of the bright room. Looking at those distorted faces, it was meaningless. They were zombies. Liu Laowu started to reverse the car directly. He didn't want to be surrounded by zombies. After all, one of the windows of the car was broken. Buzz. The sound of turning around and starting the engine became louder, and more zombies rushed out of the room. Just as Liu Laowu was about to drive away, a familiar figure appeared in the rearview mirror. It's them. Chapter 62. Cultivating Spiritual Seeds in Level 4 Fields. Seeing Liu Laowu suddenly become distracted, Xiongsin next to him hurriedly reminded him. Commander Liu, drive quickly. We can't leave. Butler Wang and the others are just opposite this room. Liu Laowu had a serious expression on his face. In just a few seconds, he had guessed what Wang Li and the others had just experienced, so he knew very well that he could not leave now, but had to help attract the attention of the zombies. Buzz. Bang. Ignoring the questions of the three people in the car, Liu Laowu put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and directly knocked a group of zombies behind him into the air. Roar. The sudden attack caught the zombies off guard, and they let out roars. And because of this, the zombies in the room continued to pour out. Dog zombie, hurry up and follow your grandpa Liu. Liu Laowu turned around and shouted at the group of zombies. In fact, he was not only trying to attract the zombies, but also to let Wang Li and the others in the room know that they were coming. On the other side of the room, Wang Li's face lit up with joy when she heard the familiar voice. She knew that Liu Laowu and his team had completed the mission. It's Lao, Liu, and the others. Everyone, hurry up and kill these zombie dogs. We're going to reunite with Lao Liu. Li Si excitedly swung the hunting knife in his hand and directly chopped a zombie in front of him. Robert stood silently at the front of the team, killing each zombie with one punch, like an iron wall. The mechanical warrior on the other side was much more agile, moving through the zombie swarm like the wind. Every strike knocked down a zombie. Her efficiency was no slower than Robert's, and even faster. Feng Sun stood in front of Wang Li and Bianyu, never stopping to bow, an arrow in his hand. Although his archery skills are not as good as Liu Laowu's, he can still hit the target with a single shot. More than 50 zombies rushed out of the room, so there were basically only these few left. Under the fierce attack of Wang Li and her group, they arrived at another door opposite the room in just a few minutes. These are the only guys left, right? Kill them. Li Si rushed out excitedly. This hunter guy now regarded himself as a melee fighter. Everyone come together. At Wang Li's command, Robert and the mechanical warrior directly surpassed Liu Laowu and took the lead in contacting the zombie group. Within 3 minutes, there was no zombie left standing in front of them, and the two teams finally met up successfully. Butler Wang, we have accomplished our mission. We have found the cars, and quite a few of them. Liu Laowu walked up to Wang Li and said with a smile, very good. Our trip has taken quite some time. Let's collect the zombie crystal cores first, and then we'll leave here. As you command, Butler Wang. Everyone started to act again, skillfully taking out the crystal core from the zombie's head. Li Si did not do this, but returned to the room where the zombie was and began to search the room. Hey, what is this? When Li Si opened a drawer, he found a pile of keys inside, with numbers marked on them in order. Never mind. Let's show it to Butler Wang first. Li Si took out all the keys and came to Wang Li. Butler Wang, I found this in there. Li Si handed the key to Wang Li. This scene was seen by Liu Laowu, who was standing nearby, and he immediately came over. Where did you find this? The moment Liu Laowu saw the key, he guessed its use. Not surprisingly, it should be the key to the car. We found them in the room. There was a drawer with all these things in it. Li Si explained casually. Butler Wang, this should be the car key. Can I try it? Wang Li naturally would not refuse, and handed the key to Liu Laowu. Liu Laowu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, began to check the key after passing it. According to the number marked on the vehicle, he found the corresponding key. Then he inserted the key from outside the car door, which was very smooth. Then he turned the key, and with a click, the car door opened. Liu Laowu walked up to Wang Li with excitement on his face and said, here are the car keys. Then Liu Laowu explained that because they did not have the key, they could only break the window by force and start the vehicle through a special method. Now that we have the key, such operations can be omitted and the integrity of the car can be guaranteed. Butler Wang, I'll drive Li Si and Feng Sun to the garage first, and then drive 2 cars over to pick you up. Liu Laowu suggested. Okay, then go ahead. Okowo. Liu Laowu nodded, then called Li Si and Feng Sun, and the 2 of them hurriedly got into the car. The 3 of them drove towards the basement where the cars were stored. When the exploration team takes action, Zheng Haotian was checking the buildings in the base. He wanted to select 10 buildings that could be upgraded to level 4. Buildings like the Bronze Sparrow Tower and the construction platform were not within his consideration. The upgrade of these 2 buildings requires more chance. After all, the materials for the upgrade are unheard of. However, compared to these 2 types of buildings, there are still buildings in the base that are easier to upgrade, such as fields. Currently, the fields are planted with some grain seeds that Zhang Daqiang got from somewhere, and the 3rd-level fields seem to have the effect of promoting growth. The seeds, which had been planted not long ago, had already sprouted green buds and had grown to about 5 centimeters tall. Although the farmland is a bit useless, it is still good to be considered a level 4 building. It's not easy to collect all 10 level 4 buildings. However, the first upgrade to level 4 was rewarded with a mecha platform, which was directly a level 4 building, which reduced some of Zheng Haotian's burden. Without further ado, Zheng Haotian directly clicked the button to upgrade the field. As a certain amount of materials were consumed, The field gradually widened under the influence of a mysterious force, and then a greenhouse-style building was erected on it. Although it's useless, it still looks pretty good when displayed. Zheng Haotian's mouth curled up slightly. A greenhouse was added to the 4th level field, which looks more imposing from the outside than the original 3rd level field. If the 3rd level is the land of ordinary small farmers, then the 4th level is close to the land of wealthy landlords. As usual, Zheng Haotian clicked on the properties of the field. Building Lingtian. Level, 4-star. Attributes, planting, cultivation, spirituality, can cultivate spiritual seeds. Yield, depend on the type of plant. Special attributes, increase production, increases production by 30 on the original basis. Upgrade requirements, cultivate 100 special spirit species. Strange knowledge was gained again. It was the first time that Zheng Haotian saw the word spiritual seed, so he consciously opened the world chat box again. Does everyone know what a spirit seed is? Chapter 63 Wang Lu's gift to the exploration team returns. Zheng Haotian's questions always spark heated discussions, and this time is no exception. Boss Haotian, can you please let us build the base in peace? You keep making weird things. The above person can choose to block it. Anyway, I am quite happy to see Haotian showing off. Is there any big guy who can explain the spiritual seeds that Big Boss Haotian mentioned? Can they be the seeds that can grow farmers? Although Zheng Haotian himself had no reason to hope, he was still a little disappointed when he saw that everyone's speeches were irrelevant. Just as he was about to close the world chat box and go to the library to look up information, the private chat interface lit up. Does she know something? Zheng Haotian was delighted. Wang Lu would not look for him for no reason, especially when he had just asked a question. Lord Wang Lu gives you 3 rose spirit seeds and 1 man-eating flower spirit seed. Wang Lu, what are you doing? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. What did it mean to send it directly? Boss Haotian, I didn't know how to use this spirit seed before. After all, it requires a level 4 spirit field to plant it, and my base is only level 3. It just so happened that I saw you asking this question, so I gave you these useless spirit seeds. Don't be polite, Wang Lu said generously. This kind of gift without any reason is actually worse than a trade. After all, the hand that takes the money is indebted. It would be fine if the spirit seed was really of no use, but if it was of great use, then Zheng Haotian would owe him a favor. What do you need now? I can exchange resources with you. Zheng Haotian was still not prepared to accept a gift for no reason. No need, Boss Haotian. Didn't you help me for no reason before? Why not let me give you something in return? Wang Lu said helplessly. Zheng Haotian shook his head secretly, took out the modified Zhuge crossbow, and gave it directly to Wang Lu. Lord Haotian gives you a Zhuge crossbow as a gift. Boss Haotian, are you really going to give me this weapon? This attribute? Wang Lu was shocked. Zheng Haotian was too generous. At first she thought this small crossbow was nothing special, but when she checked its properties, she was stunned. This is simply a magical tool. This is for you. I don't want you to die before I can come find you. If you need anything else, you can tell me. Zheng Haotian closed the private chat box after he said that. Wang Lu stayed in the lobby of his base for a long time without saying anything. In the end, he just sent the word, thank you, and then closed the private chat box. Everyone is likely to meet a noble person in the journey of life. There is no doubt that Zheng Haotian is Wang Lu's noble person in life at this moment. Zheng Haotian didn't care what Wang Lu thought. Anyway, he didn't want to owe favors to anyone, especially in this precarious end times. It was too difficult to repay favors. Why put off until the future something that can be dealt with a reinforced Zhuge crossbow? Anyway, this weapon can be mass-produced. It's just a matter of time. After getting the spiritual seeds, Zheng Haotian naturally couldn't wait to go to the field and prepare to plant them. Tip: planting requires professionals with professional skills. Zheng Haotian was dumbfounded. Does farming also require professional skills? This is the first time he has heard of this. Isn't it just loosening the soil, digging a hole, and then burying the seeds? Is there anything else to it? But the system's prompt meant that Zheng Haotian's idea of planting the spirit seeds himself had failed, and he could only wait for Zhang Daqiang to come back. Then let's go take a look at the next building that can be upgraded to level 4. Zheng Haotian thought helplessly. Outside a room in the basement, Wang Li and her men had already collected all the zombie crystal cores. A total of 40 crystal cores were produced from more than 100 zombies, which was quite a lot. In addition to the crystal core, Wang Li keenly discovered that some instruments and documents in the room might also have some value. so she prepared to take them all away. It would be a waste to keep them anyway. After everything was done, Liu Laowu and the other two drove back here. One of the cars had a broken window, but the other two were intact. Butler Wang, let everyone get in the car. Okay, everyone get on the bus according to the assigned teams and put these things in the back. Wang Li gave the order. Everyone immediately took action, moved the instruments and documents into the trunk of the car, and then got in the car. Set off. Liu Laowu shouted at the two cars behind him, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the straight road. The journey was very smooth, and there were no obstacles or uninvited guests like on the way here. Until they met up with Long Biao and his 5 companions, the 4 cars finally drove on the ground. After arriving on the ground, the vehicle stopped. Wang Li got out and talked to several drivers, then told them that they could drive directly to the base. The road in the forest was neither wide nor narrow, but for safety reasons, the 4 cars drove on one road, with Long Biao in the lead and Feng Sun following behind. The roar of the car engine more or less attracted the attention of the creatures in the forest, but as soon as the accelerator was stepped on, the beasts were left far behind. The distance that would normally take them an hour to complete, even if they ran at full speed, only took them less than 15 minutes when they drove. Inside the base, after hearing the sound of car horn, Zheng Haotian trotted out of the base. For rugged off-road vehicles outside attracted his attention. I am now considered a car owner. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but think with some pride. Greetings, Lord. Everyone got out of the car and saluted Zheng Haotian respectfully. No need to be so polite. Everyone has worked hard. Let Lu Fu prepare a snack for you tonight. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. Everyone come in first. The 4 drivers will park their cars over to the residential area. Wang Li, tell me about your trip. As you command, Lord. The 4 drivers led by Liu Laowu got back into the car, and the others walked into the base and went towards the houses. Wang Li followed Zheng Haotian and came to the hall of the base. Did you find 4 cars this time? Zheng Haotian asked casually as they walked. Reporting to the Lord, we found a total of 32 cars in the basement, but because there are only 4 drivers, those cars can only remain in the basement for the time being. Wang Li replied respectfully. Pretty. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but clap his hands hard, which scared Shui beside him. In this way, our team can officially begin to be formed. Chapter 64 Team Formation Fixed Summoning. After walking into the base hall, Zheng Haotian sat down. Shui came behind him and massaged his shoulders, while Wang Li stood in front to report. At first we passed through the forest and came to a wasteland. Then, under the leadership of Li Si, we entered the basement through a secret door. At the fork in the road, I asked everyone to split into 2 teams. In the end, Liu Laowu led his men to find the vehicle and then joined us. Wang Lijian briefly recounted the process of exploring the basement, but Zheng Haotian understood that the difficulties they experienced were definitely not that simple. Thank you for your hard work. Please stay in the base for the next few days. I plan to rebuild the base, and I need your coordination skills. Yes, sir. I will do my best to assist you, my lord. Wang Li said respectfully. You go down and have a rest first. When dinner is ready, I'll ask Shui to call you. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. I will obey your orders. Wang Li bowed and left the base hall. Master Haotian, you've been busy all day. Let Shui massage your legs. After massaging his shoulders, Shui squatted beside Zheng Haotian and began to gently massage his calves. A tingling sensation like an electric shock spread throughout his body. Dinner was ready soon. The main thing is that when the exploration team returned, the sun had already set and it was almost time for dinner. Tonight's dinner is as sumptuous as usual. Although it is not as luxurious as the Manchu Han banquet, there are still all kinds of delicacies from land and sea on the table. Zheng Haotian naturally gave all the seafood he got from Xiaoguang to Lu Fu. With his golden finger cooking skills, even steamed sea fish can make people salivate. However, the increase in population still brought him some problems. It's okay if there are 20 or so people now, but if there are 30 or even 40 or 50 people later, it might be a bit difficult for Lu Fu to cook alone. Zheng Haotian naturally understood this principle, so he prepared to start adjusting the way of summoning farmers. This was something he figured out after studying the base's architecture for a day. It turned out that as long as he was willing to give up a summoning spot, he could specifically summon a farmer with similar attributes to a farmer in the base. In other words, if Zheng Haotian wanted more chefs, he could give up one spot and then summon 5 chefs similar to Lu Fu to solve the cooking problem in the territory. Of course, if Zheng Haotian didn't want to go through so much trouble, The system would provide dry food to restore the farmer's physical strength. However, he knew very well that it was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Now the farmers in the territory have become accustomed to rich meals. It is obviously unrealistic to ask them to eat steamed buns again, not to mention that Zheng Haotian himself is unwilling to do so. Therefore, a team of chefs is still necessary. But before that, Zheng Haotian needed some professional archers. After all, the powerful weapon, like Zhuge crossbow, could not be left alone. The second night of the safe period was obviously calmer. Apart from the occasional chirping of nightingales, there was not even the sound of wind blowing through the treetops. Lying on the bed, with his right hand holding the sleeping Shuang, Zheng Haotian felt a little confused. Although the construction of the base was far ahead of other lords, Zheng Haotian still couldn't be happy. The zombie plague 5 days later was like a huge stone pressing on his heart, and the pressure was great every moment. The construction of the base has hit a bottleneck due to resource issues. It is almost impossible to upgrade it to a level 5 base, that is, to build a city within 5 days. And even if you manage to upgrade successfully, it doesn't mean you will be able to survive the zombie disaster. Even if we survive the zombie disaster, what about other bigger disasters that will follow? It seems that everything is endless. In fact, I don't want much. It's enough for everyone to live a safe and healthy life. Swaying in his arms moved a little, rubbed her little head against Zheng Haotian's chest, then found the most comfortable position and continued to sleep. Zheng Haotian smiled and closed his eyes. Tomorrow will definitely be better. The next morning, when Zheng Haotian opened his eyes, Swaying in his arms was already standing by the bed with a smile on her face. Master Haotian, Swaying has prepared toiletries for you. You can get up, dress, and wash up. Okay, thank you for your help, Zheng Haotian said casually. This polite attitude made Swaying smile even more. A humble lord is often more liked by his subordinates. With Swaying's help, Zheng Haotian put on a robe newly sewn by Nanji. On it was a traditional Chinese character, Can, embroidered with golden silk thread, symbolizing Zheng Haotian's noble status in the base. Sister Nanji's craftsmanship is really great. This dress is so beautiful. Swaying praised Zheng Haotian casually while helping him dress. It's really good. Zheng Haotian also showed a satisfied expression. Nanji's skillful hands deserve praise. In just one day, she completed the sewing of 15 sets of standard uniforms and also sewed 2 sets of robes for Zheng Haotian. Go tell everyone to have breakfast. A new day has begun. Okay, Lord Haotian. Swaying walked out of the room with a smile. After a delicious breakfast, Zheng Haotian arranged work for everyone according to their talents. Zhang Daqiang did not go to cut wood, but took the 4 spirit seeds given by Zheng Haotian and went to the fields to tinker with them. Liu Laowu was also temporarily detained. Zheng Haotian planned to use him as a template to summon 5 other farmers with archery skills. Start summoning. Zheng Haotian clicked the summon button and selected Fix Summon. After a flash of white light, 5 agile figures appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. I Zhoutai, greet my lord. I Huangzhong, greet my lord. I Liguang, greet the lord. I Zhongbao, greet my lord. I Wang Tsong, greet the lord. The 5 people were of similar height to Liu Laowu. After clicking on their attributes, they were all capable of reconnaissance and hunting, but their loyalty was only the initial 60 points. Liu Laowu, from today on, you will be the captain of the reconnaissance team in the base, responsible for all reconnaissance tasks. These 5 people will be your subordinates, and Feng Sun and Long Biao will be deputy captains. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian said seriously. Understood. I will follow your orders, Lord. Liu Laowu was very excited. This was the first time he was officially given an order. From this moment on, his occupation will no longer be a farmer or a soldier, but the captain of the reconnaissance brigade. Feng Sun and Long Biao were also standing aside with excitement on their faces. They did not go out to carry out the hunting mission, but were waiting for the formation of the reconnaissance team. You can go to the blacksmith shop to get your weapons now. Let these 5 people go to the barracks for training first. As you command, Lord. Chapter 65. Spirit Seed Sprouting Man-Eating Flower City Defense. An 8-person reconnaissance team was formed. Although the number of people was small, it was more than enough for the current base. Combined with the powerful properties of Zhuge crossbow, this 8-man team could easily deal with 200 zombies. The reconnaissance team is just the first step. What Zheng Haotian ultimately wants to form is a large fleet of off-road vehicles, each equipped with a commander, a scout, an assault officer, and a doctor. A total of 32 vehicles have been discovered so far, which requires 32 convoy members. However, based on the current number of people, it is still far from enough. Let everyone learn driving skills first. Zheng Haotian thought secretly in his heart. Anyway, the car driving manual can be studied repeatedly, so it would definitely be a good idea for every farmer to take some time to learn such a skill. After Liu Laowu and his men left, Zheng Haotian set off to the fields. He was still full of curiosity about the spiritual seeds from yesterday. When Zheng Haotian and Shuiying came to the field together, Zhang Daqiang was immersed in his own world, kneeling on the ground with soil and a red seed in his hands. Lord Haotian, do you want me to call him? Seeing this, Shuiying wanted to remind Zhang Daqiang. After all, he had not saluted when Zheng Haotian came over, which was disrespectful to the Lord. Zheng Haotian put his index finger to his lips, signaling Shuiying to keep quiet and not disturb Zhang Daqiang. When Zheng Haotian saw this scene, he realized that Zhang Daqiang was in a state of concentration, and this kind of concentration would most likely greatly improve the efficiency of one of his actions. For example, now we should be cultivating spiritual seeds. Because of this, Zheng Haotian naturally would not disturb Zhang Daqiang. He just waited quietly for changes to occur in the spirit seed in Zhang Daqiang's hand. Concentration seems to be contagious. Zhang Daqiang closed his eyes and felt the soil and spirit seed in his palms. Zheng Haotian looked at the red rose spirit seed without looking away, while Shuiying stared at Zheng Haotian's serious face. At this moment, time seems to stand still, until that hint of green appeared. This has sprouted. Zheng Haotian found it a little unbelievable. It hadn't been planted in the ground yet, but it had sprouted in the palm of his hand. Zhang Daqiang still didn't notice Zheng Haotian beside him. After seeing the green sprout appear in his hand, he carefully put it into the small hole that had been prepared. Then he gently fiddled with the soil around it until the spirit seed was completely covered, leaving only a hint of tender buds that represented the breath of life. Well done. I greet the Lord. Please forgive me for not noticing your arrival. Zhang Daqiang quickly saluted Zheng Haotian. You are focusing on cultivating spiritual seeds. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be afraid. Get up quickly. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. The scene just now really shocked him. Thank you, Lord, for not punishing me. Cultivating spiritual seeds is my job. Zhang Daqiang said respectfully. Okay, tell me how you cultivated the spirit seeds just now. I saw you just holding a handful of soil, and then the spirit seeds sprouted. Zheng Haotian asked curiously. Reporting to the Lord, I am using the medium of soil to awaken the life energy hidden inside the spirit seed, which makes the spirit seed germinate. Zhang Daqiang explained slowly. Is this possible? Zheng Haotian was speechless. Could it be that Zhang Daqiang was the legendary elf? Could he communicate with plants? Zhang Daqiang also noticed Zheng Haotian's confusion, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't know how to explain it. My lord, you can actually think of the spirit seed as the egg of an oviparous animal. What I did just now was like hatching, awakening the vitality that was already hidden in the spirit seed. Zheng Haotian suddenly realized that it was not that Zhang Daqiang was so powerful, but that this spirit seed itself was a special existence. I see. Does this spirit seed need any other special care next? Zheng Haotian continued to ask. After the vitality is awakened, the spirit seed has stronger vitality than ordinary plants. We just need to let it grow naturally. And, my lord, this is a 4th level spirit field. I guess this spirit seed will mature tomorrow. Zhang Daqiang smiled and said with some emotion, Not bad, very good. Then you can continue to cultivate other spirit seeds. I won't say anything and we'll just watch from the side. As you command, Lord. Under Zheng Haotian's instructions, Zhang Daqiang took out another spirit seed of the carnivorous plant. This spirit seed is larger than the 3 rose spirit seeds combined. It is about the same thickness as an adult's thumb. It is green all over, but has a strange hint of red in the middle. With the same action, Zhang Daqiang picked up a handful of soil from the ground, placed the Venus flytrap on top, then knelt gently on the ground and closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, a young seedling of the carnivorous plant appeared, which was green and full of vitality. Zhang Daqiang planted the seedlings of the carnivorous plant spirit seed about 10 meters away from the rose spirit seed, then looked at Zheng Haotian and smiled. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, my lord. I have successfully hatched this carnivorous plant spirit seed. Zhang Daqiang said with a smile on his face, feeling very happy. I noticed that you placed the two spirit seeds at a great distance from each other. Why is that? Zheng Haotian, who is good at observation, raised another question. Reporting to the Lord, the spirit seed of the man-eating plant is different from the spirit seed of the rose. It is a creature with powerful attack power. If it is not planted alone, other plants nearby will be destroyed by it. Zhang Daqiang explained patiently. How big can it grow at most? Can it be about the same size as a human? After listening to Zhang Daqiang's description, Zheng Haotian immediately had an idea in his mind. Zhang Daqiang thought for a moment, then said, My lord, this is my first time dealing with spiritual seeds, so I'm not sure. But according to normal growth rules, the size of the flower will be 1000 times the size of the seed. I just estimated the size of the piranha plant. If it is 100 times the size of its seeds, then it is estimated to be the size of an adult's arm. If it is 1,000 times the size of its seeds, then it is almost the size of an adult. This is really great. Zheng Haotian has already imagined a city defense with piranha plants in his mind. Planting the piranha plant spirit seeds in a circle around the city wall will be the best defense mechanism. At that time, even if zombies attack, if they want to break through this first line of defense, there will inevitably be heavy casualties, and it can also buffer the zombies' offensive. Let me ask another question. When the piranha plant matures, will it produce other seeds? Chapter 66 Vehicle Transformation Positioning Armored Vehicle. Hearing Zheng Haotian's question, Zhang Daqiang smiled innocently and then answered respectfully. Reporting to the Lord, the piranha plant is a hermaphrodite and will produce seeds when it reaches adulthood. Very good. Then you can cultivate the spirit seeds here with peace of mind. If you need anything, come to the hall and find me directly. As you command, Lord. It didn't take a long time to inspect the fields. Zheng Haotian then walked to the factory, where props for remote communication, mobile phones, were being manufactured. Zheng Haotian was also very curious about what the mobile phones produced in the Doomsday factory would look like. Maybe the functions are not very powerful, but as long as it has the ability of long-distance communication, it has already met Zheng Haotian's requirements. Clicking on the factory, Zheng Haotian looked at the progress bar for mobile phone production, which showed that it would take another 2 hours, and he became more and more excited. Just when Zheng Haotian was about to go to the library to discuss the subsequent construction of the base with Wang Li, he met Han Lei, who was looking for him on the way. I am Han Lei, the humble man, and I am here to greet the Lord. Han Lei saluted respectfully. From yesterday till now, he has improved and upgraded all the Zhuge crossbows produced by the coal weapon station. At this moment, there are 15 enhanced Zhuge crossbows in the base. No need to be so polite. Judging from your appearance, do you have something to talk to me about? Zheng Haotian saw that Han Lei came to see him specifically, so he asked casually, My lord, I do have something I want to discuss with you. Han Lei said honestly with a silly smile on his face. Just tell me what's the matter. Zheng Haotian would naturally not stop his peasants from actively giving advice. He was very clear about the truth that people are a mirror to help you understand your gains and losses. If he wanted to make the base better, he could not do without the farmer's help. Then I'll dare to say it directly. In fact, it is related to the 4 cars that the Lord brought back. Han Lei said it directly, without hesitation. Oh, Zheng Haotian looked puzzled, waiting for Han Lei's explanation. I observed those cars up close yesterday, and I think some improvements can be made. If such a big piece of iron is only used for traveling, then its function is too simple. Zheng Haotian immediately became interested. It seemed that Han Lei had developed the transformation ability on his own. First it was Zhuge crossbow, and now it's cars. However, the Zhuge crossbow was modified before because it contained many wooden parts. The car is made purely of steel and does not contain any wood at all. Can Han Lei still modify it? What are you going to do with it? Zheng Haotian asked with a curious expression. I plan to install a set of long-range attack equipment on the car, connect it through certain mechanisms, and fix it on top of the car. Then I will add anti-collision mechanisms at the front and back of the car to enhance its strength. Finally, I will install an emergency speed-up device at the rear of the car so that it can be used to escape faster in dangerous situations. As Han Lei spoke, he took out a blueprint from his waist, on which was a drawing of what he said the car would look like after the modification. Are you planning to convert it into an armored vehicle? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but said in surprise. I'm sorry, Lord. I don't understand what an armored vehicle is. But judging from your expression, I think it's the same as you. Han Lei said seriously, leaving Zheng Haotian speechless. This guy is definitely a straight man. Just go ahead and do it. Take whatever resources you need from the base warehouse and report to Butler Wang. Zheng Haotian naturally agreed in the end. With such a precise improvement blueprint, Zheng Haotian couldn't possibly refuse Han Lei. Otherwise, what would happen if this guy stopped using his brain in the future? What's more, Zheng Haotian himself is also very much looking forward to the appearance of this armored vehicle after it is completed. As you command. Thank you, Lord, for your help. Han Lei excitedly tinkered with the car, and Zheng Haotian also arrived at the library smoothly. My daughter greets the Lord. I greet the Lord. No need to be so polite. You guys just continue doing your own things. Wang Li, come with me. As you command, Lord. In addition to the administrator Ma Jun and the negotiation brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun, there are also Zhang Erqiang, who is learning driving skills, and Lu Fu, who is studying recipes in the library. After calling Wang Li, Zheng Haotian asked everyone to continue their activities, and he took Wang Li to a meeting room in the library. Excuse me, Lord. Is the reason you are looking for me to start building the base? Wang Li asked playfully. Your intuition is accurate. Yes, I am planning to upgrade some buildings in the base, and I need your help to save some resources. Now, relying solely on farmers' harvests outside, the rate of resource increase is much slower. The few design drawings that were put out for rent had already exhausted their usage, so the resources did not see the previous significant increase. Putting aside special resources, the total number of primary resources on hand by Zheng Haotian is only about 500,000. It sounds like a lot, but if you just build a base, there won't be enough resources, so of course you have to save as much as possible. Yes, sir. I will start the calculation now. I wonder which building the Lord is going to upgrade first. Wang Li asked respectfully. Zheng Haotian thought for a moment, then pointed to the icon of a residential building on the base's building layout. Let's upgrade the residential buildings to level 4 first. Compared to other buildings, residential houses consume the least resources. Moreover, upgrading residential houses can bring happiness to the farmers in the base, thereby improving their loyalty. Why not do it? Understand. Please wait a moment, Lord. I will start calculating the consumption. Zheng Haotian took this opportunity to check the properties and upgrade requirements of the third-level houses. Building on Sheen, residential building. Level, 3-star. Attributes, comfort, safety, recovery. Resident population, 28,100. Upgrade requirements, wood 30,000, stone 20,000, iron 15,000, food 20,000. The upgrade of residential houses only requires the consumption of primary resources, but the quantity is nearly 6 times more than when upgrading from level 2 to level 3. This is a lot for Zheng Haotian, who is a little short of money at the moment. About 10 minutes later, Wang Li stopped writing and drawing on the paper and came up with a construction method that saves the most resources. My lord, look at this. If we use this material ratio, we can also upgrade the residential buildings to level 4, and the total resource consumption can be reduced to 3/4 of the original amount. Pretty. Wang Li is indeed a good accountant. After taking all factors into consideration, she managed to reduce the upgrade materials by 25. That's amazing. Zheng Haotian didn't hesitate any longer and directly clicked the button to upgrade the house. Do you choose to upgrade to level 4 safe housing? Yes or no? Yes. Chapter 67. The Injured Wang Biao Branch Story. After choosing yes, Zheng Haotian began to wait for the upgrade of the house, and this time the speed was even faster than before. With the flash of white light, the villa changed again. 3 6-story duplex apartment buildings appeared on the site of the original villa, arranged in the shape of a Chinese character. Zheng Haotian took a rough look and found that there were 6 suites on each floor. Each suite was about 150 square meters in size, with a separate living room and bathroom. Definitely a well-off 3-bedroom apartment. There are 3 buildings and 108 suites, each of which has 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. This upgrade will further increase the number of people that the base can accommodate. However, when Zheng Haotian checked the properties of the house, he found something wrong. It seemed that it could no longer be upgraded. Building on Sheen, residential building. Level, 4-star. Attributes, comfort, safety, recovery, happiness. Resident population, 28,500. Upgrade requirements, unable to continue upgrading. Does it mean that the base can only accommodate 500 people at most? Or is this the maximum capacity of a level 4 base? Zheng Haotian had a question in his mind. However, for the current population of the base, the maximum number of residents of 500 is more than enough to meet the demand, so there's no need to rush, and you can just study it slowly. The third level 4 building of the base has been completed, and the resources have been almost consumed, so the top priority now is to obtain as many resources as possible. Zheng Haotian already has a choice in his mind. Wang Li, try to calculate the materials needed to upgrade other buildings in the base so that I won't be unable to upgrade them normally when you're not at the base later. Okay, my lord, I'll start now. Zheng Haotian nodded and stopped disturbing Wang Li's work. Instead, he went to the side of the library, took out a book, and began to read it with relish. When people enter a state of concentration, they seem to be unable to sense the passage of time. This is the case with Zheng Haotian at this moment. Immersed in reading, he felt a moment of tranquility, as if he was not in the end of the world, nor was he a lord, but just an ordinary worker who was recharging his batteries in the library. Call! Putting down the book in his hand, Zheng Haotian felt as if there seemed to be something more in his mind, not only the knowledge in the book, but also a personal experience. Master Haotian, Captain Liu came to see you just now and seemed to have something to report. Seeing that Zheng Haotian stopped reading, Shuiying obediently handed him a glass of water and said softly, "Oh, I understand. I'll go back to the base lobby now, and you go and notify him to come over." Zheng Haotian said casually, "Yes, Lord Haotian." The two walked out of the library together. Wang Li was still calculating. Ma Jun and others bowed respectfully when they saw Zheng Haotian. After a while, Zheng Haotian returned to the hall of the base. He had just checked the progress of the factory's mobile phone manufacturing when Liu Laowu came into the hall under the leadership of Shuiying. "Greetings, Lord." "Liu Laowu, what do you want to talk to me about? Just tell me directly." Zheng Haotian said slowly, his tone calm. "Your Excellency, I want to talk about the reconnaissance team. The team members have completed the military camp training and have become qualified soldiers. May I ask if Your Excellency, needs us to carry out the mission?" Liu Laowu said in a sonorous and forceful voice. "He can no longer stay in a base." Great. But don't worry for now. Let them learn how to drive a car. You three can go explore outside the base. You could drive a car." "Thank you, Lord. I will let them learn car driving skills right away," Liu Laowu said excitedly. It seemed that he was really a little nervous. There were only 20 minutes left before the phone was completed, so Zheng Haotian didn't do anything else. He just prepared to open the world chat box and check out the chat records of some lords. But at this moment, Liu Laowu came back, less than 2 minutes later, and his face looked a little flustered. "Liu Laowu, what's making you so panicked?" Zheng Haotian couldn't help but ask when he saw this. "Report to the Lord, Wang Biao is back, and he is seriously injured." "What? Come with me to take a look." Shuiying, go and inform Dr. Bienyu. Zheng Haotian's expression also became nervous, and he hurriedly instructed Shuiying. "Yes, Lord Haotian." Hurrying to the gate of the base, Feng Sun and Long Biao were supporting Wang Biao, and next to Wang Biao was a middle-aged man who was in a coma. "Wang Biao, are you okay?" Zheng Haotian asked with concern. Judging from his attributes, his physical fitness, which was worth nearly 300 points, was now reduced to only 5 points, and he was also in a seriously injured state. "Greetings, Lord, sir." "No need to salute. I have asked someone to notify Dr. Bien. Please don't speak for now." Zheng Haotian frowned. Logically speaking, the area around the base was relatively safe. Wang Biao's injuries were quite serious. There must be something hidden behind this. Wang Biao nodded, but pointed at the unconscious middle-aged man beside him and said intermittently, I rescued him. He was in the forest. He was being chased by someone." "Okay, let's talk about it later. No rush." Zheng Haotian patted Wang Biao on the shoulder. This farmer who always had a harvest when he went out seemed to work particularly hard every time. After a while, Bienyu hurried to the door carrying a medicine box and examined Wang Biao's injuries on the spot. Reporting to the Lord, Wang Biao has a large burn on his body. The reason why he is so weak is because of excessive blood loss. I need to perform surgery on him immediately. After checking Wang Biao's injuries, Bienyu had a serious expression on his face. It was obvious that this injury was not as minor as the last time Zhang Daqiang suffered. "Just tell me what you need, and I'll have someone send it to you." Zheng Haotian looked like he didn't care how many resources he spent as long as Wang Biao could be cured. "I have prepared the medicine, but it requires a quiet environment. Lord, please take it to a private residence." Bienyu said respectfully. He was well prepared. "Okay." Feng Sun, Long Biao, quickly help Wang Biao to the house. Zheng Haotian immediately said to Feng Sun and Long Biao, "As you command, Lord." The two men took the order and directly supported the weak Wang Biao on the left and right, and moved towards the house at a steady speed. Zheng Haotian did not follow him, but looked at the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. Just now, Bianyu also took the opportunity to check on him, but this guy was just a little tired, so he fell into a coma. Liu Laowu, carry him to the lobby of the base and feed him the medicine that Dr. Bian just gave him. As you command, Lord. Ding. Contact the character Fong Tian, start the side story, and save the Institute. Chapter 68 Researcher Fong Tian joins the base. The system prompt made Zheng Haotian stunned for a moment. It seemed that the person Wang Biao risked his life to save was not meaningless. This side plot seemed to have some significance. Research Institute. Could it be related to our traveling through the end of the world? Or this is what they came up with. Zheng Haotian's mind was full of thoughts, but everything was just speculation. In fact, there's no need to think too much about it. Just wake Fong Tian up and ask him directly. Liu Laowu carried the middle-aged man Fong Tian on his back, and Zheng Haotian walked in front with Shuiying, and they soon arrived at the hall of the base. After arriving at the hall, Shuiying took the initiative to hand over a cup of water, and then Liu Laowu not too gently fed the pill into Fong Tian's mouth and gave him a sip of water. Ahem! After a burst of choking coughs, Fong Tian slowly opened his eyes. Who are you? Fong Tian struggled to stand up from the ground, but whether it was because he was too tired or for other reasons, he fluttered a few times and decided to sit on the floor of the hall. Before asking this question, would you like to introduce yourself first? Why are you being hunted? Zheng Haotian had a serious expression and his tone was a little condescending. For this guy whom he met for the first time, Zheng Haotian had to make him clear about his position, otherwise it would have a great impact on the subsequent conversation. You saved me? Alas, actually you shouldn't have saved me. Fong Tian was surprised for a while, and then he couldn't help but sigh. I feel that if you hadn't chosen to escape and then asked for help, my men wouldn't have gone to the trouble of saving you, or even been seriously injured because of you. What do you think? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but sneer. He hated this kind of person who had a strong desire to survive, but was unwilling to admit it. Sorry, I don't want to die either. Maybe it's just instinct, but if possible, I would like to thank your men in person. Fong Tian showed an apologetic look on his face. He is receiving treatment, so there's no need for you to thank him. What you need to do now is to clarify your identity and why you are being hunted. Tell me everything. Zheng Haotian didn't want to waste time talking to this person, so he said directly. When Fong Tian heard this, a conflicted look appeared on his face, and he didn't seem to want to tell what happened. Liu Laowu, throw him out of the base. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian decided to put pressure on Fong Tian again and gave orders directly to Liu Laowu, etc. Fong Tian panicked. He had difficulty even standing up. If he was thrown out of the base, his life would be in danger at any time. He didn't want to die yet. My base doesn't need an unclear person. You only have two choices. Either tell me your identity clearly or get out of my base. Zheng Haotian supported his knee with his right hand, looking down at Fong Tian with an air of dominance. Fong Tian finally gave in, lowered his head and sighed softly. Oh, I'll tell you. Zheng Haotian stared at Fong Tian and listened to him tell a story which he didn't know whether it was true or false. My name is Fong Tian. I am a research officer at the Yuanshu Research Institute. I am responsible for the research of energy virtualization. I am also considered a researcher with some strength in the institute. Everything was peaceful and our research was going smoothly, but 7 days ago I discovered a plan they were working on. What's the plan? When Zheng Haotian heard the time of 7 days, his heart instantly rose. Isn't this exactly the time point when they traveled to the end of the world? Creating a god. Creating a god? What does that mean? Although Zheng Haotian could think of something from the literal meaning, he still chose to continue asking. I only heard those two words, and then I was noticed and had to leave quickly. You haven't been discovered? If you haven't been discovered, why are you still being hunted down? Zheng Haotian is not so easily fooled. And you didn't just find out about their plan today, did you? Why didn't you escape earlier? At first I thought they hadn't found me, but for some reason, people I thought I was familiar with started to disappear one after another, and I started to panic. So, I started to think of a way to escape from the Institute, but because the security level of our Institute is very high, I never found an opportunity. Just today, I seized an opportunity and successfully escaped from the Institute. But I never thought that they had been monitoring my every move. I had just escaped from the Institute when a group of pursuers followed me. If it weren't for your men, I'm afraid my fate would be the same as my companions. Fong Tian had a look of pain on his face, which could not be faked. Just like a person falling from a wealthy life into the slums, the pain and despair are difficult to describe. Perhaps nothing happened to your companions. Zheng Haotian's words stunned Fang Tian for a moment, and then he looked at him with incredible eyes. Are you sure? But how do you know they are okay? You were just comforting me, right? Fang Tian smiled bitterly. Desperate people always seem to mistake dry firewood for a lifeline, only to find in the end that it is of no use at all. It's not just a consolation. I am certain that if you are willing to trust me, I can assist you and help you rescue your companions. Zheng Haotian's speculation was based on the prompts given by the system. Since the side storyline is called Saving the Research Institute, it is impossible for all the people in the Research Institute who are familiar with Fang Tian to die. Otherwise, is there any need to save them? If they are all villains, it would be better to just destroy them all. Are you telling the truth? How dare you? Who allowed you to question the Lord? Liu Laowu was furious. This Fang Tian was really ungrateful. Of course what I said is true, but I can only say that I will try my best to help you. But whether I can really do it depends on chance. Zheng Haotian gestured to Liu Laowu, then spoke to Fang Tian in a serious tone. Okay, as long as you are willing to help me, even if my companions have really passed away, I will never say anything. I will also join your base forever, serve you as the Lord, and use my research capabilities in your base. Although Fang Tian is middle-aged, he has the vigor and vitality of a young man. Under Zheng Haotian's enthusiasm, he directly chose to join the base. Zheng Haotian was naturally happy to hear this. The addition of such a new member not only meant that the side story would unfold smoothly, but also brought new vitality to the base construction. On behalf of all members of the base, I welcome you to join us, Researcher Fang Tian. Chapter 69. The so-called energy virtualization of the research equipment dropped from the sky. Seeing Zheng Haotian's warm smile, Fang Tian was also infected and couldn't help but smile. Liu Laowu next to him looked at him with a more friendly look than before. I have to say that there is a difference between outsiders and our own people. By the way, Lord, I don't know if I can go and see the brother who saved me now. I really want to thank him in person. If he hadn't stepped forward, I'm afraid I would really be in danger of my life. Fang Tian was still thinking of Wang Biao in his heart. After all, saving his life was not a small favor. Of course, no problem. I also want to go and see how he is doing. Let's go together. Zheng Haotian agreed immediately. Thank you, Lord. Fang Tian consciously put himself in the role of a subordinate and began to behave respectfully towards Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. It is much easier to get along with people who know what's good for them. The distance from the base hall to the residential house was only 100 meters, and the group of 4 arrived quickly. At this time, Bianyu had not yet finished treating Wang Biao. Those guys are so cruel. They actually used energy guns. If I were hit by them, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. When Fang Tian saw Wang Biao's wound, a trace of anger and reluctance appeared on his face. What is an energy gun? I forgot to ask you just now. Why are there burn marks on Wang Biao's back? Was he hit by the energy gun you mentioned? Zheng Haotian asked directly, with a curious expression on his face. Yes, the wound on his back was caused by an energy gun, which is why it looks like a burn. And the energy gun I'm talking about is actually one of the results of our previous research. It virtualizes physical energy to form a special energy weapon. Fang Tian explained patiently. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Fang Tian might not think that the energy gun was anything special, but Zheng Haotian knew that if each of his farmers could have one, the base's combat effectiveness would definitely more than double. This energy gun may very well become the key to the final victory over the zombies. After a pause of a few seconds, Zheng Haotian looked at Fang Tian with an expectant look and then asked in a serious tone, "If you were given enough materials, can you make an energy gun?" Hearing Zheng Haotian's question, Fang Tian hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Zheng Haotian immediately showed disappointment on his face, but at this time, Fang Tian spoke again. Making energy guns requires specific instruments. In fact, the materials needed are not very special. You just need to smelt some steel and add some special parts. The most important thing is the instrument that can virtualize the energy and inject it into the gun body. Fang Tian said slowly. Does your research institute have such an instrument? Zheng Haotian asked excitedly. Of course, the instruments in the research institute are very complete. If I can have a complete set of energy virtualization equipment, I can not only make energy guns, but even more powerful energy cannons. Fang Tian said confidently. After hearing this, Zheng Haotian secretly made up his mind that he had to go to the research institute no matter what. Even if he couldn't rescue Fang Tian's companions, as long as he could snatch the equipment and bring it back, he would make a lot of money. Lord Haotian, didn't Butler Wang and his men bring back a batch of strange things yesterday? Why don't you ask them to take a look? Shui Ying suddenly said. Zheng Haotian then remembered that what Wang Li and the others brought back yesterday was not only 4 cars, but also crystal cores and some instruments and documents that they were not familiar with. It just so happens that a researcher dropped by the base today. Maybe he is familiar with these instruments and documents. Greetings, Lord. While the two were chatting, Bianyu completed the operation in a sweat, and the burn marks on Wang Biao's back were covered with a layer of red and green ointment. No need to be so polite, Dr. Bian. How is Wang Biao now? Zheng Haotian waved his hand and then asked. Reporting to the Lord, I have already treated the wound on Wang Biao's back and applied a special healing ointment. However, due to blood loss, he is still in a coma, but he will recover in a few days. Bianyu replied respectfully. Zheng Haotian nodded and praised. Well done, you can go and have a rest first. Leave this to Long Biao and Feng Sun to take care of it. Thank you for your consideration, sir. I will go to rest first. Bianyu took his leave and left. Zheng Haotian glanced at the sleeping Wang Biao, then said to Fang Tian, Researcher Fang, Wang Biao is fine now. You can come and thank him when he wakes up. Come with me to a place first. There are some things that need your help to identify. As you command, Lord. Fang Tian also heard what Bianyu had just said. After taking a final look at Wang Biao, he followed Zheng Haotian out of the house, while Liu Laowu stayed. The morning hunting plan was canceled, and the 3 of them needed to stay to take care of Wang Biao. Yesterday's instruments were moved to an empty room in the library. When Fang Tian entered the library, he was first surprised by the huge number of books. Then when he saw the pile of instruments, he finally couldn't help but scream out, Oh my God, please keep quiet in the library. Ma Jun rolled his eyes at Fang Tian and told him to keep quiet. But Fang Tian was still very excited and said excitedly, My lord, this is the energy virtualization instrument I mentioned, and it is a complete set, exactly the same as the one in the Research Institute. Are you sure? Do you want to check it again, carefully? Zheng Haotian felt something was wrong. Could Fang Tian be so sure just by looking at the appearance? I'm very sure. My lord, I have been operating these instruments for 10 years. I can tell whether they are real or fake just by touching them, without even looking at them. This is a complete set of energy virtualization instruments. Fang Tian said with certainty. When Zheng Haotian heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Could this be the legendary divine weapon that dropped from the sky? No, it was a research instrument that dropped from the sky. Now that we have this set of equipment, how long will it take you to make an energy gun? Zheng Haotian was most concerned about the equipment. I need to debug them first. These instruments need to be connected to electricity for use, but I looked, and there seems to be no power supply in this room. Fang Tian showed a puzzled expression. There aren't any here, but there's a factory in my base that can produce generators and wires. It should be enough for you. That's great. Can you move the equipment to the factory as soon as possible? Once I debug it, I can start producing energy guns right away. Zheng Haotian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, Of course, no problem. Chapter 70, Car Transformation Expectation Energy Gun. Everyone in the library immediately put down their work and began to move the instruments at Zheng Haotian's instruction. Zheng Haotian arrived at the factory first and selected 10 production generators and 100 meters of electrical wires at once, which was definitely enough for the instruments. With everyone working together, the instrument was quickly moved into the factory and placed in a corner of the factory. Since there are quite a few instruments, they still occupy a certain position. The next step was to wait for the production of the generator and electrical wires to be completed. During this process, Fang Tian began to fiddle with the instruments, and from time to time, he picked up a document to discuss it. Who calculated this formula? They didn't even notice the decimal point was missing. It's so unprofessional. Hey, this design is interesting. It turns out that this can be done this way. If we continue with this virtualization method, we should be able to increase the speed even further. Fang Tian, talking to himself, really scared Shui Ying. She hid behind Zheng Haotian and looked at Fang Tian with fear from time to time. Lord Haotian, does he have some problems? Shui Ying asked in a low voice. Zheng Haotian smiled and shook his head slightly. Scientific researchers like Fong Tian sometimes do things that ordinary people cannot understand. After all, there's often only a fine line between genius and madness. Zheng Haotian did not stay in the factory waiting, but walked towards the blacksmith shop. The energy gun's outer shell and some delicate parts required Zhao Tai's help to complete. Fong Tian had already given him the blueprint just now, so what Zhao Tai had to do now was to make the outer shell of the energy gun according to the blueprint. When Zheng Haotian arrived at the blacksmith shop, he saw a car parked outside, and next to the car, a figure was busy doing something. This person is Han Lei. What he is doing now is using his special skills to transform the car in order to improve its performance. Greetings, Lord. After seeing Zheng Haotian, Han Lei immediately stopped working and bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. I'm here to see Zhao Tai. Just continue to modify the car. By the way, how long will it take you to complete the modification of this car? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, if everything goes well, I can complete the car shell and install the instant acceleration device in an hour. As for the attack equipment on the vehicle, we may need to study it further. I just discovered that the mechanical weapons we designed before are somewhat unreasonable and too weak. Han Lei explained that with his idea of perfection, it would probably take some time for this modified car to take shape. No need to rush. Take your time. What matters is not speed, but quality. As you command, Lord. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, he walked into the blacksmith shop, where Zhao Tai was busy making equipment. Ever since the blacksmith shop was upgraded to level 3, Zhao Tai has been able to forge excellent equipment, but so far, he has not been able to successfully forge one. I'm honored to meet you, Lord. May I know what brings you here? When Zhao Tai saw Zheng Haotian, he immediately stopped what he was doing, walked up to him, and asked respectfully, Yes, there is something going on, Zhao Tai. Take a look at these design drawings. Can you make them? Zheng Haotian handed the design drawings given by Fong Tian to Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai took the design drawing, squinted his eyes, and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he nodded. My lord, these blueprints seem to be parts for a special weapon. I can make them, but it will take some time. Please forgive my poor eyesight, but I think this weapon has no combat power. Why did the Lord ask me to make it? As a professional blacksmith, Zhao Tai's eyesight is completely fine. The shell of the energy gun does not have combat power, but it can contain and release virtualized energy. The combat effectiveness can only be manifested after it is combined with the virtual energy. The shell created now is just a shell. You don't need to think too much about this. Once you build it, I will let you see its power later. Zheng Haotian revealed a mysterious smile. As you command, Lord, I will start crafting this special weapon now. Make as many as possible. If you don't have enough materials, just go to the warehouse and get them. Just report to Butler Wang. As you command, Lord. Zhao Tai saluted respectfully, watched Zheng Haotian walk out of the blacksmith shop, and then began to forge the iron. He had already memorized the design in his mind. Ding! Completed Generator 1. Wire, meters, 10. Zheng Haotian's face lit up with joy when he heard the system prompt sound. Although 1 generator and 10 meters of electrical wire are not enough, Fong Tian can get busy first. As long as the instrument for virtualizing energy is installed and debugged, and then Zhao Tai finishes building the outer shell of the energy gun, the base's first energy gun will be born. Walking slowly into the factory, Zheng Haotian took out the generator and wires and handed them directly to Fong Tian. This generator may not be enough. You can use it first. The second one will be completed soon. Zheng Haotian explained to Fong Tian to prevent him from saying that the generators were insufficient. Okay, Lord, having one is actually pretty good. I'll start installing the equipment now. Fong Tian held the wires and began to connect various instruments in a strange way. First, one end of the wire was connected to the generator, then it was passed around a retro computer-like device with a huge monitor, and then connected to a spiral-shaped device. A 10-meter-long electric wire was like an ordinary flower rope in Fong Tian's hand, and was used quite easily. Soon, he connected all the instruments together with just a 10-meter-long wire. My lord, this generator needs fuel to start. Do you have any? This is what you were talking about. Zheng Haotian had guessed that it would be needed, so he took it out in advance. This was a gift from Wei Tai to him. Of course, Zheng Haotian finally chose to exchange it with a long sword. Yes, you give it to me. Zheng Haotian handed the fuel barrel to Fong Tian. Then Fong Tian opened the cover on the top of the generator and poured the fuel directly into it. As the generator button was turned on, a buzzing sound of the generator was heard, and a series of instruments began to light up their own unique lights. Great. The instrument is indeed very complete, and it can be barely powered by a generator. Fang Tian said excitedly, and then looked at Zheng Haotian. My lord, everything is ready, except for the shell. Chapter 71, Long-Distance Communication Standby. Looking at the circular instrument placed in the middle of the instrument, with the blue and purple light emanating from it, it has a magical feeling. This is the core equipment for energy virtualization. Is it enough to just put the energy gun shell here? Zheng Haotian asked curiously. That's right in theory, but because the shells of each energy gun are different, we need to adjust the degree of energy infusion. Doesn't that mean that if enough energy can be infused into it, the power of this energy gun will be infinitely expanded? Zheng Haotian continued to ask. This time Fang Tian shook his head and did not agree with Zheng Haotian's statement. Reporting to the Lord, the amount of energy infusion only determines the number of times the energy gun can be used, not the number of energy shots that can be fired at one time. To be precise, the power of an energy gun still depends on the strength of the energy it emits at one time, which is basically the strength of the energy gun shell. Fang Tian explained it again, and Zheng Haotian nodded as if he suddenly understood. The degree of energy infusion represents the size of the energy gun's magazine, and the power of the energy gun depends on the amount of energy contained in each bullet loaded into the magazine. In that case, is it possible to create an energy gun that is bigger than your pistol model? A strange idea came to Zheng Haotian's mind. This is theoretically possible, but each energy gun, even the pistol-sized one in my design, requires at least 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Some even require several thousand kilowatt-hours. So, if we want to design a larger weapon, I'm afraid the energy consumption will be even greater. For now, we might as well just build the energy gun first. Fang Tian emphasized the possible problems that might arise in the situation described by Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian nodded. It was true that he had not thought enough and was a little too radical. Then I'll listen to you. Please debug the instrument again and try to ensure that there are no problems in the subsequent operations. Zheng Haotian reminded again. As you command, Lord. Without Zheng Haotian saying much, Fang Tian was also prepared to continue his research. After all, research was his job and his hobby. Ding! Mobile phone 5 has been produced. When Zheng Haotian was about to leave the factory, another system prompt stopped him. The manufacturing of the mobile phone is finally completed. Great! Now we can finally try long-distance communication. Zheng Haotian showed excitement on his face. He walked towards the workshop where mobile phones were produced, and soon came out with 5 mobile phones that looked like retro Xiaolingtong. Lord Haotian, is this a cell phone? Shuiying looked at the cell phone in Zheng Haotian's hand with curiosity. Not long ago, Zheng Haotian and Shuiying roughly explained the uses of mobile phones, including communication and entertainment. However, it seems that this Xiaolingtong can only be used for communication, and it is estimated that it has almost no entertainment function. That's right, but it's a little different from what I imagined. Let me take you to try out its functions. Zheng Haotian took Shuiying's hand and took her to the gate of the base. Take this phone now and go back to the lobby of the base. No, go straight back to your room. Okay, Master Haotian. Shuiying walked towards the room obediently. Just when she was halfway there, the cell phone in her hand suddenly made a strange ding-ling-ling sound. Why is the phone ringing? Lord Haotian didn't say it would ring just now. Shuiying looked confused, but instinctively pressed the only button on the phone. Hello. What? Shuiying, can you hear me? Who are you? Lord Haotian? Is it you? Lord Haotian, how did you get into this little thing? Are you okay? Shuiying looked at the little pager in her hand in panic. She was looking for the entrance. She wanted to rescue Zheng Haotian from inside. Zheng Haotian couldn't help laughing for a moment. Shuiying, don't be anxious. Listen to me. Put the phone to your ear first, so you can hear more clearly. Okay, Master Haotian. After hearing Zheng Haotian's instructions, Shuiying immediately did as she was told. I want to emphasize to you that I am not locked in the small phone in your hand. I am still at the entrance of the base. The reason why you can hear my voice from it is because its function is long-distance communication. Not only within the base, even if we're thousands of miles apart in the future, as long as it is here, we can communicate. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian told Shuiying everything in what he thought were the simplest words. That's great, Master Haotian. I'm glad you weren't locked up. You scared Shuiying. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh again. Even through the phone, he could imagine Shuiying patting her chest at this moment. You continue to walk into the room. I'll try the functions of this phone again. Zheng Haotian ordered. Okay, Master Haotian. Shuang put the phone to her ear and continued walking towards the room. During the walk, Zheng Haotian kept asking questions like, "Can you still hear me?" The final test results made Zheng Haotian very satisfied. The mobile phones produced by the base were indeed of high quality. Although due to manufacturing issues, the mobile phone cannot have rich and colorful entertainment functions, but this remote communication is still very useful. Zheng Haotian can participate in many actions remotely in the future. Moreover, if the team is forced to act separately, they can look after each other instead of relying on luck to reunite like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Now let's go to the fields, and you come and join me. Zheng Haotian gave the last instruction via the phone and then terminated the call. Taking the phone from his ear, Zheng Haotian glanced at the small display screen that was 3 centimeters long and wide. On it was a battery icon that Zheng Haotian was very familiar with. The call just now lasted nearly 15 minutes. There are a total of 6 bars of battery life on the battery, and it is still full. Equipment: mobile phone. Level: normal. Function: communication. Attributes: sufficient power. Communication can be continued for 120 hours. Ultra-long standby. Power can be maintained for 30 days when not in use. Power: 99,100. After checking the properties, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel happy. It turned out that the functions produced by the base were powerful. Putting the mobile phone in the pocket of his robe, Zheng Haotian walked towards the field. After such a period of time, he believed that Zhang Daqiang's training must have reached a certain level. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Lord Haotian, but I got here before you. Shuang smiled playfully and arrived at the field first. Chapter 72, Energy Machine Gun, Transformation Completed. Zheng Haotian smiled. Shuang is becoming more and more lively now. Compared with the restrained at the beginning, he likes the current Shuang more. Daqiang, how is the cultivation of the spirit seeds going? Zheng Haotian asked calmly, while Shuang walked obediently to Zheng Haotian's side. Reporting to the Lord, the 4 spirit seeds have been successfully cultivated and planted in the appropriate locations. With the nourishment of the fertile spiritual field, it will probably not take long for it to mature, and then we can harvest more spiritual seeds. Zhang Daqiang's face was full of excitement. In fact, he cares more about spirit seeds than Zheng Haotian. Perhaps it is because of his interest in professional skills, but more importantly, spirit seeds are very magical to Zhang Daqiang. Very good. Then you can continue to work. Remember to combine work and rest, and don't overwork yourself. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I will definitely balance work and rest. Zhang Daqiang said gratefully. Zheng Haotian has come here for the 2nd time today. He is not only concerned about the cultivation of spiritual seeds, but also about the farmer Zhang Daqiang. After leaving the fields, Zheng Haotian went to the blacksmith shop. He felt that Zhao Tai should have almost completed the production of the energy gun shell. Zheng Haotian was still quite looking forward to the powerful energy gun. Greetings, Lord. Han Lei saluted respectfully at the door of the blacksmith shop. The car parked at the door had changed a lot, especially the protection and acceleration devices installed in the front and back of the car, which was full of technology. It has to be said that carpentry skills are really the essence left by our predecessors. They are not inferior to modern technology at all. Even many things that modern technology cannot do can still be accomplished with carpentry skills. The car has been modified well. It's almost finished, right? Zheng Haotian asked with a smile. Reporting to the Lord, as long as the last protective device is installed, the basic transformation will be completed. The only thing missing is a sophisticated weapon. But don't worry, I will develop the weapon system as soon as possible. Han Lei said in an assuring tone. I believe you. As I said before, don't be in a hurry. Quality is more important than speed. Zheng Haotian patted Han Lei on the shoulder and then walked into the blacksmith shop. Han Lei behind him showed a look of gratitude. Such a considerate lord was worthy of his lifelong following. Farmer Han Lei's loyalty increased by 10 points. The corners of Zheng Haotian's mouth rose slightly. He already had the answer to the question of farmer's loyalty in his mind. Treat others equally and stick to your heart. These 8 words are enough to prevent all the farmers from committing acts of betrayal. Greetings, Lord. I'm just about to come look for you. Zhao Tai's face was filled with excitement when he saw Zheng Haotian. Oh, is the energy gun shell completed? Zheng Haotian asked with a smile. Yes. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and have completed all the objects in the design. However, there is one thing I would like to ask for your forgiveness, Lord. Zhao Tai changed his excitement and said with difficulty. What's wrong? Just tell me. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, indicating that Zhao Tai didn't need to be too nervous. I felt that the object in the design was not powerful enough, so I took advantage of the extra time and forged another item on my own initiative, which consumed more resources. Zhao Tai said a little embarrassedly, "Is it just a consumption of resources? It doesn't matter. As a blacksmith, it's normal for you to forge when you have sudden inspiration. You don't need to be so cautious." Zheng Haotian smiled. Deep down, Zhao Tai still regarded himself as an appendage of Zheng Haotian and would be very worried if he overstepped the mark. "Thank you, Lord, for not punishing me." Zhao Tai bowed respectfully. "By the way, I'm curious about the other objects you forged. Please give them to me as well." "As you command, I'll get it out right away." Zhao Tai turned and walked into the inner room. After a moment, he came out with a machine gun-shaped weapon in his hand. "Is this what you forged on a whim? I hope you'll have more such inspirations in the future." The moment Zheng Haotian saw the machine gun in Zhao Tai's hand, he instantly became excited. "Isn't this the shell of an energy machine gun? As long as the power of the energy virtualization device in the factory is increased a little bit, maybe it will be possible to charge this machine gun. In this way, a heavy weapon will be born. With an energy machine gun, he might be able to fight 500 zombies alone. This is a lord playing a joke on me." Zhao Tai was puzzled and thought secretly in his heart, "It is a clear waste of resources to make this lump of iron. He doesn't think it is of any use at all. It is even worse than an ordinary arrow. Okay, I'll take all these things away. Your next job is to continue forging the things on the design. You don't need to worry about the consumption of resources." "As you command, Lord," no matter what it meant. Zhao Tai knew very well that he would not go wrong if he did as the Lord wished. With a smile on his face, Zheng Haotian took the energy machine gun casing, and some parts out of the blacksmith shop. The next destination was undoubtedly heading directly towards the factory. When Zheng Haotian and Shui Ying arrived at the factory, Fang Tian was still immersed in his own research world. It was not until Shui Ying reminded him that he realized that Zheng Haotian had arrived. "Greetings, Lord. I'm really sorry. I just saw a problem with a small formula, so I calculated it again and didn't notice you coming." Fang Tian said apologetically, "Don't be so restrained. I am happier that you can immerse yourself in your research than if you were respectful to me." Zheng Haotian said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord. You are such a great Lord." Fang Tian was a little excited. Zheng Haotian's words were so touching. "Oh, this is the energy gun shell. My blacksmith just made it. Here are the parts. Check to see if they meet the requirements for charging." Zheng Haotian first handed the energy gun shell to Fang Tian, and the energy machine gun was placed aside. Fang Tian looked at the shell of the energy gun carefully, stroked the gun with his hand, and his body began to tremble slightly. This is simply too perfect. Lord, your blacksmith is so amazing." As long as this energy gun is fully charged, the power of one shot is estimated to be enough to smash a concrete wall, and the magazine can hold up to 200 rounds. Fang Tian's voice trembled a little. He had never seen such a perfect energy gun shell. I'm happy to hear you say that. Oh, by the way, take a look at this. If you increase the energy debunking power, can you charge it as well?" Zheng Haotian laughed and handed the shell of the energy machine gun to Fang Tian and felt his trembling hands. Chapter 73. Charging the terrifying energy gun for the first time. Seeing Fang Tian trembling with excitement, Zheng Haotian understood that this thing seemed to mean something special to him. "Plop! Fang Tian, what are you doing?" Zheng Haotian hurriedly supported the kneeling researcher. "My lord, I was too excited. I was so rude. I'm sorry." Fang Tian held the shell of the energy machine gun, his body still shaking, his eyes slightly red. "If you don't mind, I can listen to your reasons." Zheng Haotian calmed down. He needed to calm down the excited Fang Tian, otherwise it would be quite detrimental to the subsequent energy infusion. "Of course I don't mind. If the Lord is willing to listen to my nagging, I am naturally very happy to do so." Fang Tian nodded repeatedly and tried to control his body from shaking so violently, but he still did not put down the energy machine gun shell in his hand. What I said before about large weapons consuming more energy was actually just an excuse. This is a bottleneck in our research because we have never been able to create an energy gun shell that can accommodate greater energy intensity. So I was worried that it couldn't be made here, so I made this excuse. But I didn't expect that your blacksmith could actually make such a delicate shell. Fang Tianbian started sobbing as he spoke. For a researcher, Being able to make a breakthrough in a research that has been going on for a long time is definitely the greatest affirmation of his efforts. Don't be too excited. This is just the beginning. We still need to charge them next. You need to calm down, Zheng Haotian said calmly. Understand. Lord, please give me some time. Fang Tian slowly placed the energy machine gun casing on the table, as gently as placing a precious treasure. After putting down the energy machine gun shell, Fang Tian walked straight to the instrument with the largest display screen and quickly tapped his fingers on the keyboard-like input device in front of him. After knocking continuously for nearly 5 minutes, Fang Tian stood up calmly, turned to look at Zheng Haotian, then bowed and saluted, indicating that the next step could begin. Then start your operation. Zheng Haotian waved his hand and took Shuiying out of the range where the instrument was placed. Fang Tian picked up the energy gun casing, then skillfully installed the remaining parts, then turned to Zheng Haotian and said, My lord, it may take a lot of energy to charge this energy gun. Can you pour 2 more barrels of fuel into the fuel machine? No problem. I'll put the fuel here. You can add more when you need it. It will also save the fuel tank of the fuel engine from being full. Zheng Haotian had already prepared the fuel and placed it directly next to the fuel machine for Fang Tian. All preparations are ready, and the next step is to witness the moment of energy virtualization and energy infusion. Fang Tian placed the assembled energy gun shell in the center of the circular instrument. As Fang Tian pressed the start button, the circular instrument began to emit bursts of white light, and the energy gun was also pulled by a powerful energy and floated in the center of the circular instrument. Be born. Energy gun. Fang Tian put on a thick pair of goggles, stared at the round instrument, and then couldn't help but scream. In perfect tacit understanding, as the shouts rang out, a burst of blue-purple light shone from the surroundings of the circular instrument onto the outer shell of the energy gun at the center of the circle. Hiss hiss. Lightning-like arcs of electricity danced in the circular instrument, and the metal casing of the energy gun was covered with a rich blue-purple luster, as if it itself was blue-purple in color. Zheng Haotian remained silent. This was a real high-tech weapon. Compared with it, the previous Zhuge crossbow was nothing. And precisely because of this, Zheng Haotian's doubts became even stronger, because the level of technology that Fang Tian possessed was far beyond the reach of the present Doomsday, let alone the world he lived in before he traveled through time. Where exactly is he from? And what exactly is that research institute? Zheng Haotian secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he must get everything clear. The manufacture of the energy gun was in full swing, and Fang Tian was not idle for a moment. He observed the charging process while controlling the amount of energy input through instruments. Time passed minute by minute. While waiting, Xiao Bin and his group who were working outside began to return to the base one after another. Shuiying was arranged by Zheng Haotian to greet them, but he himself was reluctant to leave the factory. Witnessing the birth of the base's first energy gun may be of historical significance. The charging process gradually came to an end. The blue-purple light became increasingly intense, approaching black, and Fang Tian's expression became increasingly solemn. According to his previous manufacturing experience, as long as he can survive the final energy infusion, the energy gun will be completed. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard, and the blue-purple light disappeared in an instant, leaving only an energy gun with a black luster standing at the center of the circle. Fang Tian walked towards the circular instrument with excitement, then grasped the handle of the energy gun with his hand and took a closer look. My lord, it's done. Holding the energy gun in both hands, Fang Tian strode towards Zheng Haotian and handed the energy gun to him. Can be fired by pulling the trigger. Zheng Haotian looked at the energy gun in his hand curiously. Apart from the brighter color, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary pistol. That's right, and its recoil is very small. The interval between bullet firing can be shortened to 0.1 second. Fang Tian was still very excited. Just listening to what you said, I really don't feel anything. Why don't we try its power? It's all up to the Lord. Zheng Haotian nodded, then walked outside with the energy gun, and Fang Tian followed closely behind him. Lord Haotian, Xiao Bin and the others have returned and are resting in the house. Lu Fu has also prepared lunch. Shuiying whispered beside Zheng Haotian. Are you all back? That's great. Go, and tell everyone to come to the gate of the base. Today, let everyone open their eyes and see the power of the energy gun. Okay, Master Haotian. Shuiying went to notify, while Zheng Haotian and Fang Tian arrived at the door one step ahead. Zheng Haotian raised the energy gun, put his index finger on the trigger, aimed at a big tree 10 meters away, and then gently pressed the trigger. Boom! A blue-purple electric light shot out from the pistol and hit the tree directly. Then there was a loud bang, and the whole tree exploded into pieces on the ground. In addition, there are still some sparks of fire on the ground. The power of the energy gun is so terrifying. Chapter 74. Han Lei, the envious energy machine gun. Just as Zheng Haotian was testing the gun, Li Si had already arrived at the gate of the base before others. After seeing the shocking scene, he couldn't help but gasp. If this bullet hit a person, wouldn't the person be turned into ashes? Greetings, Lord. I dare to ask, what is this horrific weapon? It is so powerful. It's simply a miracle. After Li Si bowed respectfully, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked directly. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you when they all arrive. Zheng Haotian smiled and then started playing with the energy gun in his hand again. The shiny black appearance and the seemingly ordinary gun body actually hide such terrifying power. It is simply a typical example of playing the pig and eating the tiger. Fong Tian, how powerful do you think the energy machine gun will be if it is successfully manufactured? Zheng Haotian thought of the energy machine gun shell again. As long as there's enough energy supply, it is very likely to be charged successfully, and its power will only be greater than this pistol. I don't know, but judging by the power of this energy gun, the power of the energy machine gun is estimated to be 3 or 4 times stronger than this one. In fact, power is not the most important thing. The biggest advantage of the energy machine gun is that it can fire continuously and has stronger coverage firepower than the energy gun. Fong Tian answered seriously. Zheng Haotian nodded. He was very satisfied with this speculation, but it would probably take some time to manufacture the energy machine gun. While chatting, everyone arrived at the gate of the base one after another, including those in the library, Zhao Tai, who was busy forging, and Han Lei, who was modifying the car. They all arrived at the gate. I called everyone here because I wanted to demonstrate a new weapon I acquired. It's called the energy gun. The name doesn't sound anything special, so I'll just show you what it is. Zheng Haotian didn't say much nonsense. After a brief opening speech, he raised the energy gun and aimed it at another tree 10 meters away. Boom! The scene was almost the same as before. With a loud bang, the targeted tree turned into debris on the ground. Everyone present, including Li Si, who had just watched it, showed a look of fear at the same time. When people see this kind of horrific weapon, they always think about themselves. What would happen if I was hit? Obviously, once you are hit, even if you were just affected, there will be no chance of survival. My lord, is there a more powerful version of this weapon? It suddenly occurred to me that I could install it on the car, which would solve the car's firepower problem. In addition to being frightened, Han Lei's face showed a strange blush. He was very excited now. Are you sure this could be installed on the car? Will it affect the overall performance? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. The car that Han Lei modified was mainly made of wooden parts, which he was good at, but the energy gun and even the energy machine gun were all made of iron. No problem at all. I have reserved space for the weapon system. As long as it is a weapon with strong firepower, it can be perfectly fitted. I can issue a military order. Han Lei said confidently. If it's really as you said, then maybe there really is something more powerful than this. Zheng Haotian was talking about the energy machine gun. Zheng Haotian then glanced at Fong Tian and received his affirmative look. I wonder what everyone thinks about this weapon. Don't be shy. Anyone who has any ideas can speak up. Zheng Haotian looked at everyone and said, reporting to the Lord, I feel that this weapon is too powerful. If it is used for hunting, I'm afraid there will be nothing left. Xiaobin said, rubbing his nose. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Baojian was really the funny guy. It is certainly not used for hunting, and the base's breeding farm has already bred the first batch of bison calves. We may not even need to hunt in the future, Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Long live the Lord. Everyone cheered in unison. If it's used to guard the base, I think it would be a very good weapon. But if it's used to hurt people, it would be a bit inhumane. Nanji glanced at the trees in the distance, a trace of pity showing on her face. Everyone fell silent. Zheng Haotian felt somewhat helpless. If no one had come to attack him, he would not have used such a powerful weapon. But if someone dared to go too far, he would not have any mercy. Okay, let's all go to the dining room and eat. Zheng Haotian waved his hand and told everyone to go to the dining room for lunch, and the matter of the energy gun came to an end. After lunch, Han Lei did not leave, but waited for Zheng Haotian. As soon as he saw Zheng Haotian walking out of the dining room, Han Lei immediately went to greet him. Greetings, Lord. You just said that there are more powerful weapons. Can you take me to see them? Han Lei asked a little embarrassedly. Why are you so anxious? I said there is, so of course there is, but it hasn't been manufactured yet. Then I'd like to ask, when can it be manufactured? Han Lei looked like he would not give up until he got to the bottom of it. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh, and Fang Tian beside him said, if everything goes well, it shouldn't take long. Han Lei looked at Fang Tian, his lips curled up into a strange smile. Fang Tian couldn't help but tremble, and he soon understood the meaning of this smile. The location where the energy deduplication instrument is placed in the factory. Fang Tian is connecting several newly manufactured generators in an attempt to fully charge the energy machine gun. The energy provided by just one generator is indeed not enough. Brother Han Lei, can you go and rest for a while? I will start charging the energy machine gun when I am ready. Fang Tian looked at Han Lei helplessly. Ever since this guy knew that he could create an energy machine gun, which was a more powerful weapon than the energy gun he used in the morning, he has been following him like a dogskin plaster, never leaving his side. It's okay, I'll just take a look, you just do your own thing. Han Lei smiled innocently. He would not leave until he got the energy machine gun. Well, Fang Tian was really helpless, but he was too lazy to pay attention to Han Lei anymore and just continued to install the generator on his own. After everything was ready, Fang Tian solemnly picked up the outer shell of the energy machine gun and slowly placed it in the center of the circular instrument. The charging of the energy machine gun is about to begin. Chapter 75. The first team tests the zombies. A total of 10 generators supplied power simultaneously, and the circular instrument almost instantly turned into a black energy source, with only a little bit of blue and purple visible through it. As Fang Tian continued to operate, the black energy began to turn white, as if everything would turn into the opposite when it reached its extreme. Han Lei was stunned. Is this the manufacturing process of a truly powerful weapon? This is too terrifying. Han Lei watched everything unfold in silence without making any further sound, until Fang Tian finally brought out a black and white machine gun, and Han Lei then became extremely excited. Give it to me now. Brother Han Lei, don't be so anxious. I need to first check whether the charging is truly complete. Fang Tian was speechless. Since Zheng Haotian had already given the order, how could he not give the energy machine gun to Han Lei? This guy was just too impatient. Okay, come and look quickly. My modified car is just missing this weapon. Han Lei still had that anxious expression. Okay, I'll give it to you right away. Fang Tian smiled bitterly, then began to carefully examine the black and white energy machine gun. Its appearance had a profound feeling that made people unable to help but take a second look. Is it done? Is it done? You've been watching it for a long time, right? Han Lei asked 3 fatal questions in a row, leaving Fang Tian speechlessly looking at the time. It's only been less than a minute. I'm so drunk. Okay, here you go. Under pressure from Han Lei's magic power, Fang Tian handed the energy machine gun to Han Lei after confirming that it was successfully charged. Thank you, Researcher Fang. Thank you very much. After Han Lei got the machine gun, he held it tightly in his arms, as if he was hugging his girlfriend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Then he quickly ran out of the factory, his destination no doubt being the car outside the blacksmith shop. Fang Tian also followed out, but he went to inform Zheng Haotian. Greetings, Lord. I have completed the production of the energy machine gun. However, because Brother Han Lei is too anxious, I can only give it to him directly. Fang Tian said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. This is what Han Lei does when he comes across something that interests him. It doesn't matter. We can go together to see how his car has been modified. Zheng Haotian laughed and walked out of the base hall while speaking. Fang Tian followed Zheng Haotian, while Shuiying was busy with other things and did not follow Zheng Haotian. The two of them quickly arrived outside the blacksmith shop, and at this moment Han Lei had completed the final step of installing the energy machine gun. A modified car with an armored shell and terrifying energy weapons appeared in front of several people. Standing in the front was Han Lei with a satisfied look on his face. How can I describe his expression? It was like the expression of a father who raised his child to become the richest man in the world. Pride and glory are not enough to describe it. It's simply pride and endless satisfaction. Han Lei, is the modification of your car now complete? Zheng Haotian asked with a smile, interrupting Han Lei's moment of complacency. Greetings, Lord. Yes, I have completed the last step, the installation of the weapons system. This car now not only has more powerful power than before, but also has amazing defense and terrifying attack power. I think even 1,000 zombies can't destroy it. Han Lei said confidently. Very good, now that you've said so. It would be a shame if we don't try its power. Zheng Haotian had an idea in his mind. The best way to try out this powerful energy weapon is obvious, and that is undoubtedly the ruins of the city. There are still quite enough zombies there, enough for the energy machine gun to drink some zombie blood. Han Lei showed an excited expression. Good Steel is not afraid of fire. He was very confident in his modified car. Han Lei, go to the house and ask Liu Laowu, Xiong-san, and Zhang Daqiang to come over. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian did not plan to go out himself, but instead planned to let Liu Laowu lead the team and drive the modified car for a stroll in the city ruins. Han Lei was so excited that he almost ran all the way to the house, and he and Liu Laowu and others also ran back to the blacksmith shop. I'm here to greet you, Lord. What can I do for you? Liu Laowu asked, enduring his fatigue, after taking a few breaths. My reconnaissance captain, I have a task for you. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Please give me your orders, Lord. I will do my best to fight for it, even if it means death. Liu Laowu became excited instantly after hearing the words of the investigation captain. For men, glory always seems to be the most important thing, more important than anything else, and more able to attract their attention than anything else. You drive this modified car and take Xiong-san, Zhang Daqiang, Han Lei, and Fang Tian with you to the city ruins. I hope to hear the roar of machine guns in the base and send all the zombies you see to heaven. Can you do it? Zheng Haotian said excitedly. Able. Liu Laowu suddenly became excited. At this moment, even if he was asked to pick the moon from the sky, he would say yes. Very good, you set off now. I hope to see you return safely before dark with news of victory. Zheng Haotian gave the order with a smile on his face. As you command, Lord. Liu Laowu gestured to everyone to get in the car, and then he quickly sat in the driver's seat. After everyone was seated, Liu Laowu saluted Zheng Haotian, then stepped on the accelerator and sped straight towards the ruins of the city. 15 minutes later, the modified car had arrived at the edge of the city ruins, which was more than 3 or 4 times faster than walking. Han Lei, how do you operate the weapons in the car? Demonstrate for me. Xiong-san fiddled with it for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't figure out how to use the energy machine gun on the roof because he couldn't find the weapon system control area inside the car. It's actually very simple. You just need to come to this position and activate the exterior mode, and you can see what's happening outside from inside the car. Then use this to lock the target and press the attack button. Da-da-da-da. Boom. For sounds rang out in succession, and the next second there was a loud rumbling sound. A dilapidated wall 20 meters ahead was directly blasted into powder by the energy machine gun, which shows how powerful it is. I understand, but it seemed like you didn't aim at the target just now. Xiong-san said in a muffled voice. Han Lei was speechless for a while. He was just demonstrating the operation. Look ahead. Xiong-san is ready to attack. The loud noise just now attracted the zombies around, and the modified car was relatively large in size, so it naturally attracted the attention of the zombies. Transformed cars versus zombie army. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 76. Crawler machine gun demonstrates power. The zombies gathered even faster than Liu Laowu had imagined. In just half a minute, a black mass of zombies gathered in front of the modified car. It seems like there are more zombies here than before. A solemn expression appeared on Liu Laowu's face, and he looked at the group of zombies in front of him with some confusion. You should know that they had come to the edge of the city ruins just a few days ago and hunted zombies. The number of zombies at that time was not small, but it was definitely not as many as it is now. It seems that their hunting actions not only failed to reduce the number of zombies, but instead made them more numerous. Liu Laowu secretly wrote down this detail and would report all to Zheng Haotian after returning. Captain Liu, can we start shooting now? Xiong-san asked after observing that the number of zombies was increasing. Wait a little longer, let them gather closer. Liu Laowu said calmly. Now they are still at a safe distance, and he didn't see any mutated zombies among the zombie group, so they can wait for a while. Now shoot. When the zombies could no longer crowd together, Liu Laowu gave the order to shoot. Da-da-da-da. Press the attack button once, and 4 energy bullets will be fired instantly. Boom! Another violent roar sounded, and the group of zombies in front of them was like a piece of torn cloth, broken into pieces scattered around. This is so cool. Xiong-san's face was a little flushed. He was too excited. Pay attention to the left and attack again. Liu Laowu was more cautious. He observed that the zombies had not been completely eliminated, so he gave the order again. Xiong San naturally pressed the attack button without hesitation. With another loud noise, the zombie group was reduced to only a few lone zombies slowly wandering around. The power of the energy machine gun has been tested. Now let's try the defensive capabilities of the modified car. Hanlei sugestiert. No problem. Then let's start with these last few zombies. Liu Laowu agreed immediately, then stepped on the accelerator and drove the modified car directly into the remaining zombies. Bang! The speed plus the strength of the car shell directly turned several zombies into a pool of mud, and the scene looked somewhat bloody. These few zombies alone don't seem to be enough to show the defensive power of the modified car. Why don't we go deeper and try? The order issued by Zheng Haotian was to test the performance of the modified car. Although the performance was not tested to its limit, it was still a comprehensive test. Given Liu Laowu's cautious character, he could actually drive the car back to the base to report now. But when Han Lei suggested continuing to go deeper into the city ruins, Liu Laowu looked at the others with an inquiring look, and they also showed a hint of expectation. Okay then, but if I think it might be dangerous to go deeper, I'll turn around and come out immediately. Do you have any objections? Liu Laowu said this at the very beginning. He didn't want any bad consequences to happen to the team members because of a small test. Of course, I'll follow Captain Liu's instructions in everything, Xiong San Han said with a smile. So, Liu Laowu stepped on the accelerator, and the modified car drove past the remains of the zombies and continued to move inward along the edge of the city ruins. What they didn't know was that the movement just now had attracted the attention of higher-level zombies. Roar! Inside the city ruins, there are some zombies that lie on all fours and can jump onto the walls. Their limbs can secrete a highly potent mucus, which is why they can climb walls and fly. The flexibility of this type of zombie determines their aggressiveness. They roam around in the ruins of the city, and every time they attack, a life is lost. They originally lived close to the central area, but are now rapidly moving toward the edge. They have already set their sights on Liu Laowu and his group. Captain Liu, why do I feel like it's safer inside than outside? I didn't see a single zombie. Han Lei looked at the scene in the mirror somewhat helplessly. They had been moving forward at a constant speed for 10 minutes, but they didn't even see a zombie. It's indeed a bit strange. When we entered here before, zombies appeared endlessly. Could it be that they know the horror of modified cars? Liu Laowu was also a little confused. Then why don't we? Roar. Just when Han Lei felt bored and wanted to suggest leaving, a roar came from not far away and was heard by everyone. Just when I was about to leave, a big guy came unexpectedly. We could just deal with him and then retreat. Han Lei showed an excited expression. Now, they have no fear of zombies at all. After all, with such powerful modified cars around, what can a mere zombie do to them? We can't let our guard down. Judging from the sound, they should be mutant zombies. They might be difficult to deal with. Liu Laowu had a serious expression and spoke in a very serious tone. Xiong San, be ready to shoot at any time. No need to wait for my order. Understood. Leave it to me, Captain Liu. Xiong San's eyes were focused on the 180-degree range ahead, his palm covering the attack button, and the reaction time for shooting was less than 1 second. Roar. Another roar sounded, and a shadow instantly flashed past everyone's eyes, so fast that Xiong San had no time to press the attack button. No, it's too fast. Xiong San frowned. Even though there was only one zombie, he still couldn't lock it. Luckily, there is only one. If it dares to act arrogantly again, we will just crash it to death. Han Lei waved his fist toward the outside. Roar! Roar! 2 roars were heard in quick succession, and it was obvious that they were emitted by another mutant zombie. Now, there are 2. Zhang Daqiang said expressionlessly. I'm afraid there are more than a single digit. Look ahead. Liu Laowu's face became more and more ugly. A group of zombies with such strange speed just now appeared in front of them. Xiong San, keep shooting ahead. Receive. Xiong San didn't stop and continued to press the attack button with his hand, targeting the group of mutated zombies lying in front of him. Da-da-da-da. Boom. There was a series of sounds of energy bombs being fired and buildings being bombed, and dust was splashed all around, suddenly turning gray. We retreat. Liu Laowu understood that he couldn't fight head-on now, and the right choice was to retreat for the time being. However, at this moment, the body of the modified car suddenly trembled. Bang! Immediately afterwards, There was a loud bang, and Liu Laowu felt something appear on the roof of the car, avoiding the view of the exterior mirror. Oh no, they fell on the energy machine gun. But did something really fall on the energy machine gun? Fong Tian, who had been silent in the car, showed a hint of joy when he heard Liu Laowu's angry voice. Researcher Fong, do you have any solution? Han Lei asked with a puzzled look on his face. Since they dared to land next to the energy machine gun, they are courting death. This energy weapon can do more than just fire energy bombs. As he spoke, Fong Tian took out a coin-shaped object from his body and stuck it directly on the top of the car. Hiss! A burst of lightning and crackle sounded on the roof of the car, followed by several screams. Chapter 77 Glutton's Retreat Emergency. Everyone in the modified car felt the huge energy coming from the roof and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Xiong-san couldn't help being curious and asked directly, Researcher Fong, how did you do this? The energy machine gun actually has the ability to protect itself. Fong Tian smiled wickedly, and the mature charm of a middle-aged man was released in an instant. If there were any young girls present, they would probably be fascinated by him. Researcher Fong, can you please stop smiling like that? It makes me feel creepy. Han Lei accidentally caught a glimpse of that smile and got goosebumps. If I had known this would happen, I should have smiled at you earlier. Fong Tian suddenly remembered that when he was pestered by Han Lei not long ago, this guy was also a dogskin plaster. Actually, the principle is very simple. Fong Tian began to calm down and explain the explosion of energy weapons. You all know that energy weapons are made by me converting powerful energy into virtual energy and then filling it into the outer shell of the gun. So the energy weapon itself is actually a collection of energy. Once it explodes, it will have a terrifying energy field. And just now, I used special means to stimulate the energy inside the gun to burst out, so I was able to get rid of those zombies. Fong Tian smiled. Xiong-san figured out the meaning and couldn't help but shudder. Doesn't this mean that if someone masters this activation method, then the person using the energy weapon would be in danger of life at any time? What if someone else masters this method? Xiong-san asked directly. Fong Tian shook his head slightly and said calmly, This is something I processed during the manufacturing process. Without a specific way to virtualize energy, there is no chance to stimulate its energy. Everyone suddenly realized that this was a safety device. No matter who stole the energy machine gun, it would be useless because Fong Tian always had control. Those guys don't dare to chase us. There was a hint of joy in Liu Laowu's voice. After all, no one wanted to be chased by a group of terrifying zombies, even if they were protected by a modified car. No matter what, we'd better retreat first. It would be bad if other mutated zombies appear. Zhang Daqiang said silently. Howl! Almost at the same moment when Zhang Daqiang finished speaking, a violent howling sound reached everyone's ears, and everyone couldn't help but hold their ears tightly. What's that sound? It's shaking me to death. Xiong-san complained while covering his ears. Everyone open your mouth wide. Fong Tian shouted. But at this moment, the strong howl disappeared. Why did you suddenly stop calling? Han Lei asked subconsciously. Not barking is not necessarily a good thing. It is possible that it has already come near us. Bang! The body of the modified car shook violently, and a huge external force acted on its right side. Everyone looked at Zhang Daqiang with a hint of resentment, as if saying, Could you please stop being such a pessimist? Boom! There was a sound of something huge falling to the ground, and then everyone saw the culprit who had caused all this. It makes no sense. This is also a zombie. It is shaped like a human, nearly 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Its 2 giant long legs are so thick that they can be compared to the pillars on the side. The nails on its hands are black, its whole body is purple-black, its face is distorted, and it has fangs in its mouth. It looks extremely terrifying. Howl! Captain Liu, speed up. This was obviously not something they could deal with, and the only way now was to retreat immediately. Liu Laowu endured the pain in his eardrums, stepped on the accelerator, and kept falling backwards. The street was narrow, and he had not found a place to turn. Oh my god, look what it's doing. Han Lei made a frightened sound. The huge mutant zombie not far from them did not chase after them, but grabbed one of the crawlers with one hand and put it directly to its mouth. Then he opened his bloody mouth with fangs and started eating them one by one. Fuck, this guy is so scary. Everyone was shocked. The crawler that almost overturned the modified car just now can only become food and is crazily preyed upon by the newly emerged zombies. I think this guy should be called a glutton, but this habit of overeating is not good. Han Lei shook his head and said, but if you eat like this, it's fast and easy to get full. Zhang Daqiang didn't understand why everyone was so resentful just now. He was just expressing his own guess. Very fast, easy to eat. For some reason, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly emerged in everyone's heart. Oh no, everyone sit tight, that guy's starting to chase us. Liu Laowu reminded. He had found the turning position and began to step on the accelerator, tried to escape from the city ruins as quickly as possible. What Zhang Daqiang just said was another accurate prediction. After eating, isn't it time to start the cat and mouse game? This kind of chase might help the glutton digest its food, but Liu Laowu and his group were complaining bitterly. The crawlers were already difficult to deal with, and now there came a glutton that fed on crawlers. It was still unknown whether they could successfully escape from the ruins of the city. Captain Liu, let's test the acceleration device. It's on your right, the red button. Han Lei saw the glutton getting closer and closer through the external mirror and warned him directly. Why didn't you tell me about this thing earlier? Liu Laowu was speechless. He should have told me about it when he was escaping just now. Because as soon as Han Lei started to speak, Liu Laowu pressed the red button. Buzz. There was a strong acceleration like the roller coaster going downhill, and everyone even felt a sense of weightlessness for a moment. Because it doesn't feel very comfortable, Han Lei endured the nausea in his chest and said the unfinished words. Liu Laowu now has the feeling that Zhang Daqiang is a damn prophet, and this Han Lei is an iron hindsight expert. Although it doesn't feel very good, the effect is still very good. After accelerating, the glutton was left 100 meters behind by them. Now it was impossible for him to catch up because they were only a few dozen meters away from the edge of the ruins. Liu Laowu knew very well that those mutated zombies seemed to be restrained by something, preventing them from leaving the city ruins. So as long as they left the city ruins, they would be safe. Call. Finally, it's out. Seeing the glutton reluctantly retreating back into the city ruins, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, shut up. Zhang Daqiang looked depressed. He was not allowed to speak. Is there still human rights? Chapter 78, Continued Transformation. As it turned out, stopping Zhang Daqiang from speaking was a wise decision, and Liu Laowu's convoy had a smooth journey back to the base. What are the results of the experiment? After receiving the news that Liu Laowu and his group had returned, Zheng Haotian immediately went to the gate of the base to greet them. His first thing was to inquire about the modification of the cars, because this would determine the overall combat effectiveness of the base in the future. I greet the Lord. Zhang Daqiang has recorded the results of the experiment. You can take a look at it. After Liu Laowu bowed respectfully, he handed over a small notebook, which was a byproduct of the library. Zheng Haotian flipped through the modified car's speed, the attack strength of the energy machine gun it was equipped with, the hardness of its armor, and finally its ability to accelerate to the limit. It could be summed up in 4 words: Steel Beast. Yes, very good. Zheng Haotian's joy was revealed on his face. With such a powerful modified car, he would be more confident in dealing with the zombie riot. Captain Liu, have the people in your reconnaissance team mastered car driving skills? Zheng Haotian asked, suppressing his inner joy. Reporting to the Lord, there are currently 8 people in the reconnaissance team, and all of them have mastered car driving skills. It was meaningless. Under Zheng Haotian's instructions, Liu Laowu had already asked the 5 people who had joined to learn car driving skills. After nearly a day, they naturally mastered it. Then there's no time to lose. There's still some time before dark. Drive 2 cars to the basement and bring back 6 more. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams you may have. Zheng Haotian understood that vehicles, which might become strategic materials in the future, should be in his own hands as soon as possible. As you command, Lord. Liu Laowu did not hesitate at all. After receiving the order, he immediately walked towards the house. He wanted to gather the investigation team and set off immediately. Han Lei, you may also be busy. The work of modifying the car cannot stop. I want you to complete as many similar modifications as possible. I will also let Fang Tian cooperate with you to complete the production of the energy machine gun. Leave it to me, Lord. Han Lei looked excited. After personally testing the modified car, he had more other ideas in his mind. Han Lei also left in a hurry, leaving only Zhang Daqiang, Xiong San, and Fang Tian at the scene. Daqiang, Xiong San, you 2 can go back to the residential area first. Fang Tian, come with me. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian asked Zhang Erqiang and Xiong San to go back and rest, but called Feng Tian alone, and it was obvious that he had something to say. Are you still a little confused about why I called you here alone? Zheng Haotian said with a smile as he walked. Feng Tian also smiled and said, if I was a little confused just now, I don't have any doubts now. I can probably guess why the Lord called me. Oh, really? Then you might as well guess first. Zheng Haotian followed Feng Tian's words. Then I will make a bold guess. If there is any deviation, please forgive me, Lord. Feng Tian bowed and spoke slowly. The task that the Lord just assigned to Captain Liu and Han Lei was roughly aimed at strengthening the overall combat capability of the base. At present, I don't know what crisis the base is facing, so I couldn't guess anything at the time. But just now, Lord, you suddenly stopped me, and after you told me to cooperate with Han Lei's work, then I guess the next thing you're talking about must be related to me. Plus the Lord's smile. I dare to guess whether the Lord is ready to save my colleagues. Feng Tian's logic was very clear at the beginning, but when he talked about saving his colleagues later, his voice suddenly became excited. Are you so sure that I'm going to save your colleague? Zheng Haotian smiled, and there was a hint in his smile that Feng Tian could not understand. So I'm just making a bold guess. No matter what the Lord does, I will stand by and help you. Feng Tian said righteously. Haha. Zheng Haotian laughed, and then patted Feng Tian on the shoulder. Let's go. Go to the blacksmith shop and talk to Zhao Tai to see if there is any room for modification of the energy machine gun shell. I will never go back on my word. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, he left without letting Feng Tian follow him. Feng Tian looked at Zheng Haotian's back. There was something crystal clear in his eyes. Then a look of determination appeared on his face, and he turned around and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Shuiying followed Zheng Haotian closely, her eyes full of admiration. The Lord used both kindness and power, just like a wise man in the world. My Lord, are you asking me why I didn't just explain it to him directly? Zheng Haotian said with a smile while looking at the little maid. Shuiying is a little curious as to why Lord Haotian is so smart. It's simply not a wisdom that ordinary people can possess. Shuiying started to flatter him. Zheng Haotian touched her head and said, Feng Tian was not summoned from the base after all, so he cannot be treated the same as others. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Shuiying's delicate face still showed some confusion, and her eyes were a little bewildered. Aren't they all Zheng Haotian's men? The reason why Feng Tian followed me was first because Wang Biao saved his life, and secondly because I promised to rescue his colleagues and friends for him. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for someone else? Zheng Haotian is very clear about the importance of the matter, and Feng Tian's existence is currently indispensable to the base. The emergence of each energy weapon has the potential to make a contribution to the future of the base. Shuiying understands. Lord Haotian wants to completely subdue Researcher Feng. Shuiying said seriously. It's not just because of this. Zheng Haotian showed a trace of helplessness. Shuiying was still too naive. Just when Zheng Haotian returned to the base hall to carry out construction work, Liu Laowu had already led the reconnaissance team out of the base and headed towards the basement. Captain Liu, are we rushing to the basement just to drive a few more cars back? New member Zhang Bao asked in confusion while sitting in the passenger seat. As subordinates, we just need to follow the orders of our Lord. No need to say too much. What's more, the Lord's move is also for the sake of safety. After all, resources like cars cannot be found everywhere. Liu Laowu said lightly. I understand. Captain Liu, I am a little short-sighted. Zhang Bao smiled innocently, but a strange look flashed in the corner of his eyes. Chapter 79 Wu Jun leads the team to assist Wei Tai. The drivers of the two cars were Liu Laowu and Feng Sun respectively. Both of them had improved their driving skills significantly since the last time. In order to make the time less tight, both of them drove at the maximum speed, speeding all the way, which broadened the horizons of several new members. This time, the time spent on reaching the basement was nearly half that of the previous trip, and it only took a mere quarter of an hour to arrive. We will go into the basement next. Feng Sun, please follow me carefully. Liu Laowu said something to the Xiaoling Tong installed in the car. This was the first time he used this thing. Don't worry, this isn't my first time here. The next second, Feng Sun's voice came from the PHS, and the communication function of the mobile phone was verified once again. You kid. Liu Laowu smiled helplessly, for he was afraid that Feng Sun would be rash. After a brief conversation, the two cars entered the entrance of the basement one after another. In a dark forest, there is a huge swamp, and about 100 meters south of the swamp, there There is a small base covering an area of 2 to 3,000 square meters. This seemingly inconspicuous small base was owned by Wei Tai, who had previously spoken on behalf of the country in the world chat box. Alas, I don't know what Lord Haotian has thought about. Did he forget what I said before? Wei Tai stood on an arrow tower of a base, looking at the swamp not far away, his face full of worry. Next to him stood a pretty woman. My lord, are we just going to wait for those poisonous creatures to continue to come to our door? The woman asked Wei Tai, with a hint of sadness and confusion in her tone. If Ringo and the others hadn't died, we could still use the anti-poison formation to fight the poisonous creatures in the swamp, but now, alas, Wei Tai sighed heavily. He had a tool in his hand to deal with the next crisis, but due to lack of manpower, he couldn't use the tool at all. But haven't you borrowed people from other lords? Through the one-time teleportation array, they should be able to get here immediately. The woman asked again. Wei Tai shook his head helplessly. If Zheng Haotian really agreed to lend someone to him, why would he be so distressed? I'm not sure yet whether the Lord is willing to lend people to me. After all, every farmer is a valuable fighting force. Wei Tai said slowly. Lord, does this mean that our base is about to be finished? Xiaoyun can no longer accompany you. The woman's tears fell almost as she spoke. Wei Tai felt heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. No matter what it takes, I must ask Lord Haotian to lend me 3 people. Wei Tai shook his fist fiercely, then opened the private chat box with Zheng Haotian. Hey, it seems someone is looking for me. Zheng Haotian looked at the flashing red light on the system panel. This was a message notification when someone was messaging him privately. Shuiying, go inform Wu Jun, Zhang Daqiang, and Zhang Erqiang, and tell them that I have something to talk to them about. After opening the private chat box and seeing Wei Tai's words, Lord Haotian, are you there? Zheng Haotian immediately thought of the other party's purpose in looking for him, and then instructed Shuiying. As you command, Lord Haotian. After Shuiying walked out of the base hall, Zheng Haotian also replied to the first message. How can I give him to you? Zheng Haotian's very direct words startled Wei Tai, who was looking at the private chat box in his base. Lord Haotian, are you willing to lend me the person? Wei Tai asked hesitantly. What? Don't you need it now? Zheng Haotian said teasingly. No. Of course I need it. That's why I came to you. Thank you for your generous help. Wei Tai was completely excited now. Anyone who gets a great hope of survival in despair would be as excited as him. Lord Wei Tai, don't get excited. Tell me the method first. Otherwise, how can I give the person to you? Zheng Haotian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had heard the excitement in Wei Tai's tone, and he kept sending out several exclamation marks. Okay, I'm sorry, Lord Haotian. This is really important to me. After Wei Tai calmed down for several seconds, he gave an item to Zheng Haotian. Consumables. Teleportation array map. Duplicate. Function. Transmission. Number of times. 1010. Note. At most one person can be teleported at a time, and the teleportation distance does not exceed 100 kilometers. It can only be teleported from the secondary array to the main array. This thing, are you sure you want to use it this way? Zheng Haotian could hardly hide his inner shock at this moment. This small piece of parchment actually had the ability to teleport. This was beyond his understanding. Lord Haotian, I know you may think that I am wasting resources, but for me, this is really a helpless act. Wei Tai said with a wry smile. The teleportation array map is good, but life is more important. Since you said so, I can only sigh and say it's a pity. Zheng Haotian really wanted to get this prop with a hint of magic, but he was not the kind of person who would take things by force, so naturally he couldn't force Wei Tai to hand it over. Hearing Zheng Haotian say this, Wei Tai also breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, one should always be on guard against others. Wei Tai had actually thought about the consequence that Zheng Haotian would simply take the formation diagram away without helping him, but fortunately, such an unpleasant thing did not happen. I will lend you the 3 men as I said before, but you must also promise me that you will treat them the same way you treat me. If you dare to use them as cannon fodder, I will make you pay a price you cannot imagine. By the way, my base factory has already produced mobile phones that can communicate remotely. The warning in Zheng Haotian's words was very obvious. As a lord, this was necessary protection for his farmers. Please rest assured that I will definitely ensure the safety of your 3 farmers. Unless all my own farmers die, your 3 farmers will definitely be safe. Wei Tai made the promise without hesitation. He knew that this was the final step that was needed to fulfill Zheng Haotian's promise. You get ready over there. I will send someone over soon. After Zheng Haotian said this, he looked at Wu Jun and the other two who had already arrived in the hall. We, the little ones, greet our lord. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, signaling the three to stand up. I called you here because there's something I need you to do. It may be dangerous, so I have to warn you. If you encounter force majeure, remember to put your own protection first. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian said seriously. Understood. Lord, please rest assured that we will keep our bodies useful to serve you. Chapter 80 Tank Battalion Xiong, San, and his family. Hearing the three people's firm answers, Zheng Haotian nodded. He was still very confident about Wu Jun and the other two. Listen carefully. This mission requires you to go to another lord's base, follow his instructions, and help him complete a task. Daqiang, you're the overall person in charge of this operation. Keep this phone with you. You can contact me after dialing. If there is any emergency, remember to notify me in time. And this energy gun, Wu Jun, you take it. This time, you are fully responsible for the communication with the lord of the other base and the negotiations with other farmers in the other base. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian gave Zhang Daqiang a PHS and then handed the energy gun to Wu Jun. Okay, no more nonsense, Daqiang. Go first. Let's start teleporting. Yes, Lord. The three of them responded, and then Zhang Daqiang stood up. Zheng Haotian took the parchment and threw it directly on the ground of the base hall, according to the instructions. Then a white halo appeared above the parchment. Lord Wei Tai, I'm ready. Is your side ready? Zheng Haotian opened the private chat box and asked. No problem. Lord Haotian, we can start. An excited voice came from Wei Tai. Zheng Haotian closed the private chat box, glanced at Zhang Daqiang, and nodded slightly. Zhang Daqiang understood immediately, and without hesitation, he stepped into the light circle. Next, Zhang Erqiang and Wu Jun also walked in one after another, and then disappeared from Zheng Haotian's sight. Thank you for coming. My name is Wei Tai, and I am the Lord here. When Wei Tai saw Zhang Daqiang and the other two, his face was filled with excitement, but he forced himself to hold it back and greeted them politely. Greetings, Lord Wei. The three of us are here to assist you tomorrow on behalf of Lord Haotian. I hope you can tell me what needs to be done next. You can call me Wu Jun, and these are the brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang. Wu Jun began to act as a diplomat, and his words left Wei Tai stunned. In Wei Tai's impression, farmers should be rather rigid beings, but Wu Jun in front of him was so eloquent that he seemed like another lord. Is this the reason for Lord Haotian's rise? His peasants seemed to be quite powerful. Wei Tai thought secretly in his heart. Lord Wei Tai, are you thinking about something? Wu Jun noticed that Wei Tai in front of him was a little absent-minded, so he reminded him. Wei Tai suddenly felt embarrassed. His face flushed, and he quickly said, Of course, no problem. Xiaoyan, take the guest to rest first, and I will come over later. Yes, my lord. The woman next to Wei Tai immediately stood up and saluted. Then I'll trouble Miss Xiaoyan. Wu Jun did not rush to question Wei Tai, but agreed to take a break for a while. After seeing Wu Jun and the other two leave with his maid Xiaoyan, Wei Tai hurriedly opened the private chat box and started talking to Zheng Haotian. Lord Haotian, your farmers have arrived at my base safely. Thank you again for your generous assistance. Wei Tai's gratitude definitely came from the heart. After seeing the reply, Zheng Haotian breathed a sigh of relief, and then directly gave the teleportation array map back to Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, please give me the main map. I will return it to you after my men return safely. Zheng Haotian said slowly. Of course, no problem. I'll give you this teleportation array map. After your men go back, I'll give you a copy. Wei Tai used honorifics in his speech. After hearing what Wei Tai said, Zheng Haotian did not refute anything. Since the other party was willing to give it to him, he had no reason to refuse such a magical prop. Maybe it would come in handy someday. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would like you to give the copy of the teleportation array directly to my subordinate Wu Jun. Of course, but I just arranged for my men to take a few people to rest, and I will give it to him later. Wei Tai agreed immediately. Then I would like to wish Lord Wei Tai a successful start and immediate success in advance. Zheng Haotian said with a chilly smile. Thanks to Lord Haotian's good words, from now on, no matter what you need, if you need to come to my place, just let me know. Wei Tai almost patted his chest as he made this promise. After reading the message, Zheng Haotian closed the private chat box. After a while, the pager in my hand rang. Dear Lord, I am Zhang Daqiang. The three of us have successfully arrived at Lord Wei Tai's base. He is very polite to us, but we don't know the specific mission yet. When the call was connected, it was the safety report from Zhang Daqiang. Very good. Then you guys be careful and contact me anytime if you have anything. Zheng Haotian said calmly. He knew that no matter how courageous Wei Tai was, it was impossible for him to do anything extreme to his men at the beginning. Thank you for your concern, Lord. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Zheng Haotian no longer worried about Zhang Daqiang and the others. After all, it was already late today. Even if Wei Tai was in a hurry, he would definitely have to wait until tomorrow to take action. Beep! A clear horn sounded from the gate of the base, and Liu Laowu and his companions had already returned to the base in 8 cars. Greetings, Lord. When Liu Laowu saw Zheng Haotian, he immediately stopped the car, got out, and saluted. Good, I have seen your results. Get in the car and drive it to a private house and park it first. Then it's almost time for us to have dinner. Zheng Haotian looked at the 7 cars following Liu Laowu and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The car retrieval operation was successfully completed. As you command, Lord. With Lu Fu's careful preparation, dinner was a feast for everyone. However, Zheng Haotian also noticed the shortage of staff in the kitchen because Lu Fu's physical strength value dropped by nearly 100 points. It seems necessary to summon a group of farmers to be responsible for meals. Zheng Haotian had this idea in his mind. Another night passed, peaceful and tranquil. The next morning, with Shuiying's careful service, Zheng Haotian came to the summoning platform with a radiant face. He was about to start a new day of summoning. Today, he still chose directional summoning. With the establishment of the reconnaissance team, what the team members lacked most was close combat members, and the first person Zheng Haotian thought of was Xiong San, this giant in size. Do you want to start the directional call? Yes or no? After Zheng Haotian nodded yes without hesitation, a white light flashed, and 5 farmers who were even sturdier than Xiong San appeared in front of him. Oh my God, could this be Xiong San's family? Chapter 81, Preparation Before Rescue. I, the humble bear, greet my lord. I, Xiong Qi, greet my lord. I, Xiong Jiao, greet my lord. I, Xiong Shan, greet my lord. The humble Xiong Yun greets the lord. They're all huge in size, and their names happen to follow a certain pattern. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but think about it more. 5th brother, 7th brother, 9th brother, Uncle Shan, Uncle Yun. Xiong San looked at the 5 new members and couldn't help showing excitement on his face. My lord, I thank you so much. I have no way to repay you for such a great kindness. Farmer Xiong San's loyalty is increased to 100. Zheng Haotian himself did not expect that this time the targeted summoning would actually summon Xiong San's relatives, and it seemed that they were very closely related by blood. Because of this, Xiong San even thought that Zheng Haotian was summoned specially for him. He was so moved that his loyalty level also increased to the maximum. I just wanted to summon a group of tanks, but I didn't expect to summon your relatives. This is a pleasant surprise. You don't have to be too grateful. Zheng Haotian was unwilling to deceive Xiong San, so he told him the truth directly. Xiong San shook his head slightly and then said solemnly, No matter what, this is a favor bestowed upon me by the Lord. From now on, no matter what happens, I will never refuse to die. Then I will give you a task next. Lead your relatives to the barracks for training and let them adapt to the atmosphere of the base as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian said with a big laugh. As you command, Lord. Xiong San happily accepted the task, and then after paying respect to Zheng Haotian, they went directly to the barracks. Zheng Haotian looked at the backs of several people, and his heart was filled with joy. The tank team was taking shape. It seems that the number of people trained in the barracks has reached the upgrade standard and should be increased. Zheng Haotian suddenly thought of something, clicked on the base panel, and selected the barracks. Building, barracks. Level 1 star. Attribute. Training, peasants can only become soldiers after training. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 300 iron, ore, and 20 training times, currently 3320. It can be upgraded. Zheng Haotian didn't hesitate and directly clicked the upgrade button. After the upgrade, the barracks has an additional special attribute, targeted training, which allows peasants who are already soldiers to return to the barracks for further training and improve their exclusive abilities. For example, if Liu Laowu is good at archery, the barracks will design an exclusive archery training for him to further improve his archery ability. This special attribute is quite interesting. In the future, I can ask the idle farmers to come for additional training. Zheng Haotian thought secretly in his heart. After recuperating for an afternoon and a night, Wang Biao had slowly recovered. After all, With Bian Yu's medical skills and Lu Fu's delicious food, the burns and blood loss were not a big problem at all. In addition to some farmers who were responsible for specialized work in the base, Zheng Haotian also kept Liu Laowu, the captain of the reconnaissance team, because he was needed to carry out some search missions. My lord, Dr. Bian Yu came just now and said that Wang Biao has woken up and hopes to see you. Oh, does he have something to talk to me about? Then let's go over there. Zheng Haotian was confused when he heard Shui Ying's words, but he still decided to go to the house. Naturally, he had to show some care for the wounded. When we arrived at the infirmary in the house, Wang Biao was already stretching his muscles. Seeing Zheng Haotian coming, he hurried forward to salute. I am Wang Biao, the humble servant. I am honored to meet you, Lord. No need to be polite. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Sit down quickly. Zheng Haotian hurriedly supported Wang Biao and let him sit on the bed beside him. Thank you for your concern, Lord. My injury is actually not serious. Wang Biao emphasized again while being moved. Zheng Haotian ignored him and glanced at the Dr. Bian Yu on the other side. Reporting to the Lord, Wang Biao's burns have been treated and the new granulation tissue has been basically covered. However, the problem of blood loss may still need to be corrected slowly. As for basic activities, as long as you pay a little attention, you can carry out it. Bian Yu's answer made Wang Biao feel helpless. Couldn't he just say he was fine? If he said that, Zheng Haotian would probably have to let him rest for at least another day. Did you hear that? Wang Biao, you have to pay attention to your activities. For the time being, you should stay in the base to recuperate. You don't need to worry too much about other things. Zheng Haotian said something that Wang Biao could guess, but Wang Biao was not prepared to accept his fate. I understand, Lord, but can I go and see the person I rescued? Is his injury serious? Wang Biao began to ask about Fang Tian. He's fine. He has joined our base, but he should still be busy now. You have to wait until he finishes his work before you can talk to him. Zheng Haotian explained calmly. Wang Biao still couldn't suppress his urge to move, and there was a hint of pleading in his eyes as he looked at Zheng Haotian. Since you want to move so much, it's not impossible. Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly and then said, Thank you, Lord, for your help. Wang Biao became excited immediately after hearing this, just like a patient with ADHD who was no longer restricted in his actions. Seeing Wang Biao's appearance, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but regret secretly. Was his idea of letting Wang Biao participate in the next action really correct? Come with me. I have to find someone else. After saying the last sentence, Zheng Haotian walked out of the infirmary-like room and headed towards the room where Liu Laowu was. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Laowu, the Lord is here. Originally, Shui Ying was supposed to knock on the door to inform, but Wang Biao looked very excited and took the initiative to knock on the door. Wang Biao, are you healed? Dr. Bian Yu's medical skills are really amazing. He was able to cure such a serious injury in such a short time. Dr. Bian Yu's skills are indeed superb, but my physical fitness also plays an important role. Wang Biao emphasized subconsciously. Cough, cough. Zheng Haotian coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two old friends. Please forgive us, Lord. We have forgotten ourselves. Liu Laowu and Wang Biao quickly expressed their apologies. Zheng Haotian shook his head, then said seriously, It doesn't matter, just listen carefully to the next task. Once there are 3 modified cars in the base, I will personally lead the team to the research institute that Fang Tian mentioned and then fulfill my previous promise to him. Before that, I need you to follow the designated route and conduct some reconnaissance. Can you do it? Yes. Please rest assured, Lord. Chapter 82. Secret Sentry at the Research Institute. Inside the base factory, Fang Tian was charging the shells of the 2 energy guns that Zhao Tai had hastily made yesterday. When he successfully completed one of them, he found that Zheng Haotian had come with Liu Laowu and Wang Biao. He quickly took off his research equipment and strode up to Zheng Haotian. Greetings, Lord. I was just concentrating on charging the energy gun and didn't notice you for a moment. Fang Tian said respectfully. He had not yet noticed his benefactor Wang Biao. Researcher Fang, you have worked hard. Take a rest first. I have something to ask you, and they also have something to say to you. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Of course, he would not blame Fang Tian for being too serious. The reason is simple. No boss will be unhappy because his employees forget about their work. Captain Liu, and also benefactor. The moment Fang Tian looked at Wang Biao, he became instantly excited. Plop. Hey, don't be like this, get up quickly. Wang Biao was a little helpless and hurriedly supported Fang Tian. My benefactor, please accept my greeting. If you hadn't rescued me, I would have been a corpse today. I will never be able to repay you for saving my life. Fang Tian did not get up, but bowed directly to Wang Biao. Hey. I'll be angry if you keep doing this. Get up quickly. I'm fine. Why are you worshipping me? Wang Biao said helplessly. Zheng Haotian also spoke calmly. Fang Tian, business is more important. We are from the same base, and there will be many opportunities to repay you in the future. Sorry. Lord Captain Liu, I was a little out of control. My benefactor, don't worry. If you need me in the future, please don't be polite to me. After apologizing repeatedly, Fang Tian stood up and said seriously. Wang Biao showed a helpless expression, wondering if he would still choose to sacrifice his life to save Fang Tian if he was given another chance to start over. This time I came here to ask you about the route from the base to your research institute. I plan to let Liu Laowu go and investigate it first. Zheng Haotian did not waste any more time and directly stated his purpose. My lord, are you really going to help me save people? Fang Tian's heart, which had finally calmed down, became restless again. Zheng Haotian smiled and nodded slightly. Saving lives was naturally the most important thing, but it would be even better if he could attract some more high-tech researchers to the base at the same time. Understand, but my benefactor may know the route to the research institute better than I do. After all, he carried me back, and I only remember the part before I fell into a coma. Fang Tian looked at Wang Biao. As a farmer who was proficient in both logging and hunting, Wang Biao remembered the routes he had taken very clearly. He directly handed over a route map he had drawn. The missing part was exactly the part before Fang Tian fell into a coma. I've thought of this, so I've asked Wang Biao to draw the front part. You finish the back part, and then draw a sketch of the general layout of the research institute that you know. Zheng Haotian said as he gave another instruction. No problem, Lord. Give me some time, and I will finish it as soon as possible. Fang Tian took the drawing from Wang Biao's hand, responded, and immediately took out a pen and continued drawing. After checking the performance of the car, Liu Laowu sat directly in the driver's seat, ready to head to the research institute at any time. About 20 minutes later, Fang Tian completed the supplement of the roadmap and the preparation of the research institute sketch. My benefactor, Captain Liu, when you are 1 kilometer away from the institute, remember not to continue driving. It is best to walk, otherwise you will definitely be discovered by the people in the institute. As far as I know, there are more than a dozen checkpoints within 1 kilometer of the institute, both overt and covert. Once you are discovered by the checkpoints, the institute security team will arrive within a minute, and you may not even have a chance to escape. Fang Tian said solemnly. Zheng Haotian was puzzled when he heard this. If the guards were so tight, how did Fang Tian escape? The day I escaped, it happened to be the time for the rotation of guards at the institute, and the security inside the institute was strengthened more than 10 times, so no one paid attention to the guards outside. That's how I found the opportunity to escape. Fang Tian saw the doubts of several people and explained them himself. So, if we want to attack the research institute in the future, we can only do it openly and not secretly, right? Zheng Haotian asked with a hint of doubt. Yes, Lord. So I don't actually have the idea of rescuing my colleagues in a short period of time. Fang Tian replied with a wry smile. Zheng Haotian pondered for a moment, but ultimately did not change his mind. As the saying goes, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, and what you gain is often proportional to what you put in. If you want to recruit a bunch of top talents, how can you not take a risk? Liu Laowu, Wang Biao, remember what Fang Tian said. When you're about 1 kilometer away, conduct reconnaissance on foot. If you really can't hide, retreat first. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian said seriously. Clear. Lord, please leave it to us. We will definitely be able to understand the defense of the institute thoroughly this time. Wang Biao was very confident, but Zheng Haotian still asked them to take the energy gun that Fang Tian had just made. Be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for your good news. Zheng Haotian watched Liu Laowu drive the car out of the base, but he couldn't help but feel worried. My lord, Captain Liu and our benefactor will be fine. Fang Tian said softly, comforting words. At this moment, Zhang Daqiang and the other two, who were far away in the Weitai base, finally learned the mission they were to carry out. Destroy the poisonous swamp creatures. It sounds a bit adventurous, but in fact the 3 of them are just there to make up the number. So what you mean is that we just need to participate in the arrangement of the rejuvenation formation. Is that right? Zhang Daqiang asked uncertainly. Although he didn't know what the lord in front of him had spent to borrow the 3 of them from his own lord, There was no doubt that the price was definitely not small. Even the teleportation array map is a rare treasure. This is the main thing. Of course, if possible, I would also like to ask you to help eliminate some poisonous creatures, which will also relieve some pressure on us. Wei Taihan said with a smile. Since he had promised Zheng Haotian that nothing would happen to his farmers, Wei Tai would naturally not do anything to harm others and benefit himself, which made the task of Zhang Daqiang and the other two too simple. No problem, Lord Wei Tai. Please rest assured. The three of us will fully cooperate with your actions. Wu Jun said on behalf of the three people. Then I thank you all in advance. I will come to inform you before I leave. Okay. Chapter 83. Swamp Poison Insect Rejuvenation Formation. Zhang Daqiang still had doubts in his heart. This trip was far away from the base, and there was a high possibility of unknown and danger. So as the person in charge, he had to be more careful. Wu Jun, I think we should call the Lord and tell him what Lord Wei Tai just said. Zhang Daqiang said seriously. The two people who should have reached a consensus did not do so this time. Wu Jun shook his head. The mission hasn't officially started yet, so there's no need to bother the Lord now. Besides, it won't be too late to talk to him after Lord Wei Tai takes us to the swamp. Wu Jun said slowly. Wu Jun, who is good at diplomacy, is also good at communicating with others. This requires a strong ability to read people's expressions. Obviously, Zhang Daqiang is still slightly inferior to him. What you said makes sense. I'll listen to you. Zhang Daqiang thought for a moment and finally decided to adopt Wu Jun's idea. The three of them didn't have to wait long. Wei Tai soon brought his maid Xiaoyan back to the reception room where Zhang Erqiang and the other two were. I'm sorry to have kept you three waiting for so long, Wei Tai said respectfully. Lord Wei, you're joking. We've only been waiting for less than a quarter of an hour. How can you say it's a long time? I wanted to praise you for your speed. Wu Jun said with a smile, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Wei Tai also laughed in response, and then said seriously, I hope the three of you can follow my command in the next action, but don't worry, as long as you feel that my actions are deliberately pushing you into danger, you can just refuse. But I implore you three not to give up at this critical moment. Otherwise, all your efforts will be wasted. Wei Tai's eyes were full of pleading, and he was very sincere. Please rest assured, Lord Wei, if you believe in us, our Lord, we will believe in you and do our best to help you. Wu Jun and Zhang Daqiang looked at each other and answered seriously. Thank you all. Let's set off now without further delay. Wei Tai waved his hand, with a look of determination in his eyes. This look was noticed by the careful Zhang Daqiang. It seemed that this operation was indeed not simple. Compared with Zheng Haotian's base, Wei Tai's base appears much simpler, with only 6 or 7 types of buildings. There are no majestic city walls to block the way, but only some short earth walls, which cannot guarantee the safety of the base. Following Wei Tai, Zhang Daqiang and the other two came to the outside of the earth wall, where more than 10 people were already waiting. Greetings, Lord. Set off. Wei Tai did not say any long-winded words of encouragement, perhaps because he had already said it before, but Zhang Daqiang still noticed that Wei Tai's farmers were very loyal to him. Led by Wei Tai himself, the entire base went out in full force, leaving no one behind to defend. It was not known whether this was out of self-confidence or out of helplessness, but this was behavior that Zhang Daqiang had never seen before. Even though Zheng Haotian had left the base before, he did not take everyone with him. After all, if the base was destroyed, all the people would be gone. The group headed north, and along the way there were dense jungles, which brought the natural atmosphere to the extreme. The sight of green all around refreshed people's lungs. But after about 15 minutes, this refreshing feeling began to slowly disappear and eventually became slightly foul-smelling. Prepare the rejuvenation array. We are only about 100 meters away from entering the poisonous swamp. Wei Tai had a good grasp of the distance. When he knew they were approaching the poisonous ruins, he immediately gave the order. One of Wei Tai's men took out a rolled-up sheepskin blueprint. The moment the drawing was opened, Zhang Daqiang felt a vibrant vitality emanating from it. Is this the rejuvenation formation? Judging from the aura, it seems more like one used for recovery. Zhang Daqiang thought to himself in confusion. Brother Wu, Brother Daqiang, Brother Erqiang, please help me suppress the surroundings of the rejuvenation formation. Listen to my commands and stand in the designated positions. Wei Tai ordered. No problem. The three agreed in unison. The vitality of the rejuvenation formation is like a bright pearl in the dark night, very conspicuous in this jungle that is already filled with some poisonous gas. Hiss, whoosh, sigh. Just as Wei Tai instructed his farmers to stand in the positions they had practiced before, strange noises came from the jungle. Oh no! Hurry up, everyone! The poisonous insects are approaching us. The maid Xiaoyan showed an anxious look on her face. Brother Wu Jun, stand on the red dot in the upper left corner. Okay. Wu Jun strode to the upper left corner of the formation diagram. Brother Daqiang, stand on the blue dot in the lower right corner. No problem. Zhang Daqiang quickly took his position. Brother Erqiang, stand on the yellow dot in the lower left corner. Zhang Erqiang nodded, walked silently to the lower left corner, and then stood upright. Just as the three of them stood in place, a slender purple-striped venomous snake flew out from the jungle, like a sharp arrow shot straight towards the center of the rejuvenation array. Xiaoyan, let's start. Wei Tai was standing at the upper right corner of the formation diagram at this time, while the maid Xiaoyan was standing in the middle. After receiving Wei Tai's order, Xiaoyan closed his eyes and whispered some strange words that sounded like some kind of spell. When the heart of Bodhi returns, thousands of trees will grow. When the hearts of all are united, dead trees will come back to life. As the last 16 words of the mantra were uttered, the rejuvenation formation diagram suddenly burst into a rich green light, like a beam of light, rising into the sky in an instant. The flying venomous snake was instantly evaporated by the green light and disappeared on the way forward. Is the power of the rejuvenation formation so terrifying? Wu Jun was a little surprised. Not only him, even Wei Tai himself had never thought that this small movable formation could kill the poisonous snake like an ant and make it disappear from the face of the earth. This is too powerful. It seems that this operation to eliminate the poisonous creatures will be very smooth. Zhang Daqiang muttered to himself in his heart. Zhang Erqiang's eyes moved slightly, but he remained silent. Forward, let's eliminate all the poisonous creatures. Wei Tai shouted encouragingly, and then everyone began to march forward in formation towards the poisonous swamp not far away. Wei Tai obviously still underestimated the attraction of the rejuvenation array to poisonous creatures. Even if one poisonous creature after another died under the rejuvenation array, other poisonous creatures still rushed out one after another, constantly attacking the rejuvenation array with their lives. These poisonous insects are really not afraid of death. Wu Jun said sarcastically. Maybe this is their fate. The poisonous creatures flew towards the rejuvenation array like moths to a flame, and even if they died, they would still continue. Chapter 84. The Poison King appears in the center of the swamp. Puff, puff. Poisonous insects flew over and were then turned into ashes by the rejuvenation array, making a series of indescribable strange noises. Wei Tai did not call for a stop, so everyone continued to maintain their normal walking speed, moving forward step by step towards the poisonous swamp. Everyone hold on. We will reach the swamp areas soon. Wei Tai shouted, encouraging everyone. Maintaining the rejuvenation formation does not mean that there is no consumption at all. Since the formation was activated, it has been continuously consuming the physical energy of all the people in the formation. Although it is not much, it is absolutely unbearable if it lasts too long. Everyone in the formation had a solemn look on their faces. The continuous stream of poisonous insects had consumed even more of their energy than at the beginning, which meant that they could hold out for a shorter time than they had initially planned. If you want to eliminate the poisonous insects in the swamp, the most crucial point is to find their source, the Poison King hidden deep in the swamp. Only by eliminating the Poison King can the problem of swamp poisonous insects be fundamentally solved and Wei Tai's base can be preserved. Xiaoyan, did you feel that guy? Wei Tai's tone was a little heavy. There was no chance to rehearse the battle this time, so anything could happen, and there was a high possibility that some unexpected circumstances would lead to their entire group being wiped out. My lord, if we continue to go deeper, we will definitely find it. Xiaoyan, the maid in the middle of the formation, said affirmatively. Wei Tai felt helpless. Of course he knew they would find it eventually, but his physical exhaustion might not allow him to last until they found it. The one who has consumed the most physical strength at the moment has exceeded 50 points. Even the strong Zhang Erqiang has consumed nearly 30 points at this moment. Fortunately, the formation can be adjusted, allowing farmers with more physical strength to share more of the consumption, and there will be no situation where the entire formation collapses because of one farmer who cannot hold on. Hiss! Another poisonous snake with a purple tongue flew out from the side. It was so fast that it rushed into the rejuvenation array and was about to bite a farmer under Wei Tai. Snort. With just a cold snort, a hand as hard as steel grabbed the venomous snake's vital point. Click. The venomous snake with soft bones and muscles was actually broken directly, and then turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the rejuvenation formation. Thank you for saving my life, brother. You're welcome. It's my honor. Zheng Haotian responded expressionlessly, and then continued to guard his position steadily. When Wei Tai saw this scene, he was surprised and happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to borrow people from Zheng Haotian this time. This was just a small episode. The team continued to move deeper into the swamp. Some small crises like this encountered along the way were also resolved one by one. Fortunately, apart from some physical exertion, no one was injured. Wait! Everybody stop! Xiaoyun, the maid in the middle of the formation, suddenly screamed, then closed her eyes, her mouth moving slightly, and it was unknown what she was saying. Everyone, let's rest here first. Wei Tai echoed, then looked at Xiaoyun seriously. About 5 minutes later, Xiaoyun slowly opened his eyes and pointed his finger to the left. It's just 100 meters away. Everyone, get ready for battle. Kill this poison king, and our base will be safe from now on. Wei Tai spoke with emotion, encouraging his men. Kill it! Kill it! Everyone shouted in unison, and for a moment their morale was high. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting to start the battle with the Poison King. Zhang Daqiang and the other two were obviously more rational. They could all see Wei Tai's caution and seriousness. Everything was suggesting that this Poison King, who had not yet appeared, was definitely extraordinary. Erqiang, don't get too impatient later. If there is an irresistible danger, we can choose to retreat. Zhang Daqiang warned softly. He was afraid that his younger brother would be too reckless. Got it. Zhang Erqiang replied indifferently, not knowing whether he would obey the order if the situation really happened. There was no more opportunity for further communication, as Wei Tai gave the order to advance again, and the battle was about to begin. Puff, puff. Hiss. Hula, hula. The air was filled with purple, poisonous fog again, and the area of the rejuvenation array was compressed to the limit, and everyone was almost stuck together. Hold on, everyone. Wei Tai shouted. But physical strength is not something that can be gained just by persistence. Finally, one of the farmers exhausted his strength and collapsed to the ground. If one person cannot hold on, it means that his part of the pressure will be shared by other people, and everyone will feel a further increase in physical exertion. Damn it, where is this Poison King? Wei Tai cursed angrily. If they continued like this, they would be wiped out in no time. My lord, there it is. Xiaoyun's eyes were as sharp as torches, and his finger pointed forward. At the place where poisonous insects and snakes gathered, a squirrel-like creature was glaring at everyone. Its entire body was purple-black, its eyes were blood-red, and bursts of purple mist emanated from its body. This was the Poison King that Wei Tai had been looking for. Everyone, work harder and let's charge over. Wei Tai said sternly, and then rushed forward, trying to catch the poisonous king in the swarm of poisonous insects. Roar. The squirrel-like Poison King roared like a lion, and the poisonous insect around him became even more crazy. Puff, puff, puff. Bang, bang. A round poisonous insect about the size of a thumb rushed into the rejuvenation formation like a bullet, and another farmer fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Damn it, just get a little closer. Wei Tai held a purple scroll in his hand. The aura emanating from it was surprisingly similar to that of the Poison King not far away. Puff. At this moment, Xiaoyun in the middle of the formation suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the rejuvenation formation burst into an even brighter green light. The range expanded by twice than before, and it was just a little bit away from covering the Poison King. Lord, hurry, Xiaoyun shouted, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyun, I understand. Wei Tai tightly grasped the purple scroll in his hand and suddenly pounced towards the Poison King, like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit, and directly hit the Poison King. Seal it for me. Roar, roar. The purple scroll quickly opened at Wei Tai's roar, and a purple light enveloped the Poison King, trapping it in place. No matter how the Poison King roared, it still could not escape from the purple light column. After struggling helplessly, its body became smaller and smaller until it was sucked into the scroll. Phew, it's finally over. Wei Tai sat down on the spot, gasping for breath, and the poisonous insects and snakes around him seemed to know that their boss had been caught, and they all dispersed, and the surroundings suddenly became clear again. Is this the end? I hope there won't be another one. Roar. Chapter 85. The Real Poison King, Haotian Sacrifices. Just as Zhang Haotian finished speaking, a roar with a higher decibel came from the swamp, and everyone was in a state of tension again in an instant. What's going on? Didn't I catch the Poison King? Haotian, what's going on? Wei Tai hurriedly got up from the ground, ran to Haotian, and asked, Tin-Thing. I don't know either. It seems like there is another one. Haotian's voice trembled and his face was extremely pale. How is this possible? There was not only disbelief in Wei Tai's voice, but also a hint of despair that was hard to conceal. They had already used up almost everything they had to deal with one Poison King, and this extra one would be simply deadly. Roar. Wei Tai had no time to think, because the Poison King, which was several times larger than the one he had just captured, appeared in front of them. Thick purple mist began to spread again, and it was deeper than before. The poisonous insects also began to make all kinds of strange noises again, and under the leadership of the more powerful Poison King, they began to continuously attack the rejuvenation formation. What should I do now? Wei Tai collapsed on the ground in despair. At this moment, he didn't look like a lord at all, but just a poor man who had lost hope. My lord, as long as we can get rid of the Poison King, we still have hope, Haotian said in a weak voice. Wei Tai knew it well, but could they still do it? Plop. Another farmer fainted due to exhaustion, and the light of the rejuvenation array became dimmer and dimmer. If we can temporarily break through these poisons, maybe we can kill the Poison King. Zhang Daqiang said at the beginning that if the situation was not right, they would retreat immediately. But when the critical moment came, he simply couldn't stand idly by, and he decided to stand up. Really? Can you do it? Wei Tai seemed to have grasped the last straw, with an excited expression on his face. Our Lord gave me a powerful weapon, but there are too many poisonous insects now, and we can't get close to the Poison King. As long as we can temporarily break away from the poisonous insects, we could try to kill the Poison King with one blow. Zhang Daqiang's tone was very calm, which made Wei Tai feel more hopeful. Okay, but, my lord, Haotian will accompany you in the next life. Wei Tai did have a way to break through the encirclement of poisonous insects in his mind, but he was unwilling to give the order. The next second, a sad and tragic voice was heard. Wei Tai's maid Haotian had a sharp dagger stuck in her chest, and blood was splattered all around. No, Wei Tai hesitated after all. He failed to save his maid in the first time, and could only watch her life disappear bit by bit. The moment the blood splashed, the rejuvenation array diagram once again burst into a strong green light. In an instant, the poisonous insects between the rejuvenation array and the Poison King were swept away, and Zhang Daqiang reacted instantly. Let's go! Zhang Daqiang roared and rushed out of the rejuvenation formation, rushing towards the lonely Poison King. Call out! Holding the energy gun tightly in his hand, Zhang Daqiang pulled the trigger without hesitation after reaching the shooting range, and a purple electric light instantly reached the Poison King. Hiss! Ouch! Woo! A painful howl came from the Poison King's mouth, and every purple hair on its body stood up, and its whole body trembled. This guy can actually withstand the energy gun. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Daqiang's face. He had personally seen an energy gun shooting at trees. Even a big tree couldn't withstand a shot, but this giant Poison King did it. If one shot is not enough, then shoot again. Zhang Daqiang fired the energy gun again without hesitation, but this time the Poison King dodged it because he was on guard. Second Chong, stop it. Perhaps the previous attack was too powerful. The Poison King actually chose to escape and did not continue attacking everyone. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daqiang naturally refused and casually said something to Zhang Haotian, and the two brothers directly surrounded the Poison King's retreat route. Hurry up, it's going to summon poison, Wu Jun shouted. The power of the rejuvenation array was exhausted again, and the purple mist filled the air again. There was not much time left for Zhang Daqiang. Damn it, drink. After Zhang Haotian entered the attacking state, he was absolutely focused. He took out the saber from his waist and directly blocked the Poison King's escape route. Now, the previous shot was long range, so the Poison King would dodge it. But at this moment, Zhang Daqiang's energy gun was almost sticking to the Poison King's head. Bang! Hiss! After a loud bang, the Poison King's body flew out like a broken package, and then a burnt smell filled the air. Call. Watching the poison slowly recede, Zhang Daqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was really over, but it seems a little imperfect. In the center of the rejuvenation formation, Wei Tai hugged the pale-faced maid Xiaoyun tightly, tears of pain flowing down his resolute face. Why are you doing this? How can you do this without my permission? It was obvious that Xiaoyun could no longer hear Wei Tai's questions. Like the peasants before her, she sacrificed herself for her lord. Zheng Haotian, who was in the hall of the base, was silent for a moment. He had just received a message from Zhang Daqiang. She was slightly happy when she heard that the mission was accomplished, but when she heard that it was accomplished at the expense of Wei Tai's beloved maid, she couldn't help but glance at Shuiying. If one day he were faced with such a situation, I'm afraid Shuiying would choose to sacrifice herself without hesitation. No, we cannot watch this happen. No matter which farmer in the base, Zheng Haotian will not easily put them in danger. To achieve all this, the armed forces must be stronger. Shuiying, go to the barracks and see if Xiong San and the others have completed their training. If they have, notify them to come to the blacksmith shop. Yes, Lord Haotian. After Zheng Haotian gave Shuiying his instructions, he went straight to the blacksmith shop. Currently, the fastest way to enhance armed forces is to equip them with sophisticated equipment. There are already modified vehicles for heavy weapons, but every person, especially the tank battalion, must be equipped with a set of armor and a broadsword. When the moment of close combat comes, they will be terrifying human tanks in the eyes of the enemy. I greet the Lord. No need to be so polite. Han Lei, how is the second modified car going? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, after the last experiment, I have further improved the drawings. If everything goes well today, I can complete the modification of 4 modified cars. The first one is almost finished. Han Lei replied with a smile. He was quite confident in his skills. Boom! As he was speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the blacksmith shop. Chapter 86 Surprise Excellent Energy Gun. Haha. As soon as the loud noise was heard, Zheng Haotian rushed into the blacksmith shop impatiently, and Han Lei followed closely behind him. But before the two of them walked in, a burst of hearty laughter was heard from the blacksmith shop. There is no doubt that it was Zhao Tai. What happened just now? Zheng Haotian asked seriously. It was obviously an explosion, but Zhao Tai could actually laugh. I'm here to greet you, Lord. Please forgive me. I didn't know you were in the blacksmith shop. After hearing Zheng Haotian's voice, Zhao Tai quickly stopped laughing and bowed respectfully. Stop talking nonsense. What happened just now? Zheng Haotian interrupted Zhao Tai directly. My lord, I just did a small experiment and accidentally caused an explosion. Zhao Tai said embarrassedly. He originally wanted to brag to Han Lei outside, but Zheng Haotian actually came, making him swallow back his arrogant words. Experiment? Failed. The explosion just now should have been caused by the failure of the experiment. This is what Zheng Haotian thought. No, I succeeded. The explosion happened because I was too excited and failed to control the boiler, and then it exploded. Zhao Taian smiled and touched his nose. Zheng Haotian was speechless for a while. It turned out that he was too proud of himself. It doesn't matter whether the experiment is successful or not. Are you not hurt? You're the only blacksmith in the base. I don't need to tell you how important you are at a time like this. You should understand. Zheng Haotian's tone was cold, but his words revealed concern. Zhao Tai was touched. He was not a fool, so he could naturally hear that his lord was concerned about him. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I will pay attention next time. On the premise of preserving my own useful body, I will contribute my greatest strength to the armed construction of the base. Zheng Haotian patted Zhao Tai's shoulder gently, silently, but the tall man couldn't help but wipe the liquid from the corners of his eyes, which was not sure whether it was sweat or tears. Since you have succeeded, it is worth congratulating. Congratulations. Zheng Haotian's expression relaxed, and he smiled. By the way, this is the result of my experiment. Please have a look, Lord. Isn't this the shell of the energy gun? But why is it glowing purple? Has it been fully charged? When Zheng Haotian took the energy gun, he couldn't help but feel curious. The moment he checked the properties, Zheng Haotian showed a look of shock on his face. Equipment, purple energy gun. Level, excellent. Magazine, 230230. Skills, super speed can fire 5 bullets per second. Energy storage can absorb energy dissipated in the air. Special skills, lightning bolt, bullets fired cannot be dodged. Critical blow, consumes all energy, hits vital points, and kills instantly. Note: this is a terrible weapon. Please use it carefully. This. Zheng Haotian didn't know what words to use to describe it for a moment. This purple-patterned energy gun was simply a BT-like existence. Zhao Tai, how did you do it? Zheng Haotian's voice was a little dry, and his excitement made him forget to secrete saliva. Reporting to the Lord, I didn't do anything. I just felt that the previous energy gun was not good-looking enough, so I wanted to make it a little bit better. Then the inspiration came to my mind, and it appeared. Zhao Taihan said with a smile, "This is a god-level blacksmith. Such an awesome weapon was created with just one inspiration. If you design it carefully, wouldn't you be able to create an incredible weapon?" Ahem, very good. Zheng Haotian didn't know how to praise him, so he could only disguise himself by coughing. "My lord, it seems someone is coming outside." Han Lei suddenly spoke up. He heard a sound coming from outside the blacksmith shop door. It should be Xiong San and the others. Go out and take a look. If it is them, let them come in directly. Zheng Haotian said casually. "As you command, Lord." Han Lei walked out of the blacksmith shop, and soon after, Xiong San and his 5 relatives squeezed into the blacksmith shop. There were 6 little giants over 2.5 meters tall. Fortunately, after several upgrades, the space in the blacksmith shop was not too small, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate them. "We, the little ones, greet our Lord." "Get up." Zheng Haotian waved his hand. "The reason I asked you to come here is to customize a set of equipment for each of you. In various battles that will follow, you will need to be at the forefront, so a good set of equipment is a must." Zheng Haotian said slowly, his tone relatively calm. "My lord, we don't need any equipment. Our bodies are the best armor, and our fists are the best weapons." "Xiong Wu, don't be rude. The Lord said to equip you with equipment. Just do it." Xiong San hurriedly scolded his 5th brother. "I'm sorry, Lord. I spoke too much." Xiong Wu apologized quickly. "Don't be so reserved. I asked you to come here because I want to hear your opinions. Just speak frankly. But I think that equipment is still necessary. Even if you're physically strong, if you have an extra layer of protection and reinforcement, wouldn't your combat effectiveness be stronger?" Zheng Haotian said with a smile, easing the tense atmosphere a little. "Your Excellency is right. We will obey your orders." Zheng Haotian touched his forehead helplessly. In the end, he still had to think about it, and had no chance to be lazy. He turned to look at Zhao Tai, pointed at Xiong San and the other 6, and said, "I want to make them wear the most suitable armor, which is better protection than the previous chainmail. As for weapons, see what they are used to using and build them according to their requirements. This is your mission today." "As you command, Lord." Zhao Tai agreed without any doubt. "Xiong San, you start first. Tell us what kind of weapon you want." Zhao Tai, measure the size of the weapon first. Zheng Haotian did not leave after finishing his words, but took out a pen and paper to record Xiong San's request. "Yes, Lord," they said in unison. Then Zhao Tai began to measure Xiong San's height, waist circumference, and other data with a special iron ruler like a tailor. "My lord, I would like a large machete, preferably one that is longer than half of my height." Xiong San stated his request in a very general manner. "I want a pair of iron boxing gloves." Xiong Wu said in a muffled voice. "My lord, a 2-handed axe is more suitable for me." Xiong Qi seemed more stable. "My lord, I also want a 2-handed axe, but it only needs to be bigger than the 7 ones." Xiong Jiu said naively. "My lord, we too want spears." Chapter 87 Breaking into the Research Institute System Notice. While Zheng Haotian was busy making equipment for the 6 members of the tank brigade, Liu Laowu had already driven with Wang Biao to the location marked on the map. This place is only 1 kilometer away from the research institute Fang Tian mentioned. "Next we should walk forward." Liu Laowu stopped the car steadily and said in a low voice, "Just be careful not to be discovered by the visible sentries, and then avoid the hidden sentries one by one. Don't be so nervous," Wang Biao said with a smile. But when he saw Liu Laowu's serious expression, he immediately restrained himself. It sounds like a simple thing, but only the person involved knows how difficult it is to avoid more than a dozen light and dark checkpoints within a distance of 1 kilometer. "Wang Biao, I must warn you first. The next actions will be entirely under my command. If you dare to act on your own, don't blame me for not considering our brotherhood." Liu Laowu's expression was very serious, without any hint of joking. "Don't worry, I can tell the importance of things." Wang Biao also looked indifferent. As a part-time hunter, he knew that only by keeping quiet could he catch the prey steadily. Liu Laowu nodded slightly, then stepped into the last kilometer. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, maintaining a speed of 3 meters per second. It was not fast, but not slow either. If everything went well, they would reach the research institute in Fangtian's map in less than 6 minutes. The distance of 100 meters was quickly broken, and the two did not see any sentry post. Perhaps they accidentally avoided the hidden sentry, but they certainly did not avoid the visible sentry, so they passed the first 100 meters smoothly. 10 meters to the left, there is a watchtower with 2 people watching on both sides. Liu Laowu keenly discovered the first sentry post. He gently waved his hand to signal Wang Biao to stop and whispered the results of his observations. Their field of vision only covers 2 surfaces, and they cannot see things below 50 centimeters from the ground. We can just crawl forward and pass through this sentry post. Wang Biao thought for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Okay, but wait and see. They won't just stand still. If they change their position, their perspective will also change. You must stay calm at this moment. If you rush over in a hurry, some unpredictable accidents may happen. Wang Biao nodded to show that he understood. So the two of them lowered themselves to the ground and observed the 2 sentries on the watchtower from a blind spot. It's moving. In the 5th minute, the 2 sentries turned 90 degrees to their right at the same time, then stood still and continued to watch. At this angle, our route forward isn't a blind spot. We could just rush over. Liu Laowu was delighted. Okay. Wang Biao nodded in agreement. The next second, the two of them shot out like half an arrow and flew through the observation area of the first watchtower. What they didn't know was that because they were too anxious, they accidentally stepped on someone lying on the ground, so they once again avoided a secret checkpoint. We just ran about 200 meters. Now the watchtower can't see us anymore. Wang Biao said with a little pride. Don't be careless. We haven't encountered a hidden sentry yet. As for the visible sentry, it is relatively easy to deal with. Liu Laowu's words made Wang Biao immediately calm down. After reaching a cautious consensus, the two continued to move quickly towards the research institute. When there were only 500 meters left, they finally encountered a secret sentry. A secret sentry disguised as a grassland discovered Liu Laowu and his companions, but at the same time, Liu Laowu also saw him. Before the sentry could sound the alarm, Wang Biao pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger and killed the sentry with his elbow. Phew, that was close. Wang Biao patted his chest and said with some fear, Good job. Liu Laowu praised that if Wang Biao had not reacted quickly, they would probably have started running away now. There was no extra nonsense. When Liu Laowu continued to move forward, Wang Biao followed closely behind, not lagging behind at all. The last 500 meters were more difficult than they had imagined. It turned out that Fangtian did not misremember the number of sentries, but that 80 of the sentries within this kilometer were concentrated in the last 500 meters. At 400 meters, 2 watchtowers stood on both sides of the route that Liu Laowu and his companions were advancing. There were 2 people standing on each watchtower. The observation area covered almost all positions, and there was no blind spot to be found. Just when the 2 men were despairing and preparing to retreat, Liu Laowu discovered a way that might avoid being discovered. Crawl up to the edge of one of the watchtowers. In this way, the watchtower at their location will definitely not be able to detect them, and the watchtower on the other side may also miss the detection of this small area due to carelessness. Are you sure you want to fight? Wang Biao was a little confused because he couldn't be sure whether the other watchtower would not see them. It would be a shame not to try. If they sound the alarm, we run outside at full speed. As long as we run to where the car is parked, we will still be safe. One of the reasons why Liu Laowu chose to take the risk was that they would not be caught because they were discovered and they still had a chance to escape. I understand. Don't just stand there. Go ahead. Wang Biao finally chose to support Liu Laowu. The 2 men began to crawl on the ground, moving towards the watchtower little by little. The god of luck was still on their side. Everything went smoothly, and they safely passed the 400-meter reconnaissance. 400 meters might be a bottleneck. In the next 200 meters, Liu Laowu and Wang Biao did not see any sentry post and reached the last 200 meters without any hindrance. That should be the research institute that researcher Fang mentioned. We must be extremely vigilant and not let anything go to waste. Understand. Don't worry. Wang Biao was quite confident. Taking the first step of the last 200 meters, Liu Laowu rushed directly into a bush in front, and Wang Biao kicked a small mound on the left without any hesitation. Click! Click! 2 sounds of bones breaking were heard, and and the two secret sentries were dealt with again. Avoid the visible sentries and eliminate the hidden sentries. Only the two of them knew how thrilling the last 200 meters were. Even though they were left with some scars on their bodies, it was all worth it when they saw the gate of the research institute. Old Liu, are we going in directly? Go straight in. Liu Laowu gently pushed the door open and the two walked in. At the same time, a loud system announcement rang in the ears of all lords. Congratulations to Lord Haotian's farmers for discovering the hidden copy, the God Creation Research Institute, and starting the national mission to destroy the institute. Chapter 88 Research Institute Secrets. The system announcement sounded 3 times in a row, as usual. Not only were the other lords shocked, Zheng Haotian was also somewhat puzzled. He just asked Liu Laowu and the other two to investigate the Research Institute, but how did it end up being a system announcement? Now everyone knows about it. When I opened the world chat box, the quotes that Zheng Haotian expected appeared as expected. Boss Haotian is awesome. He even made a hidden copy. I protest loudly. Boss Haotian is definitely the GM. They are not playing the same game at all. I have to say, I'm jealous. But I still want to ask, can Mr. Haotian take me with him to play the dungeon? I'm a cute girl, and I'm light and soft and easy to push down. At this moment, Zheng Haotian chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Until Liu Laowu and the other two came back, he didn't know what had happened. No, I have to go ask Fang Tian again. Zheng Haotian originally wanted to find Wang Li to discuss the construction of the base, but now it seems he has to wait a while. Lord Haotian, what happened? Shuiying asked with concern. She noticed Zheng Haotian's dazed look just now, and she guessed that something bad must have happened. Zheng Haotian shook his head slightly. This copy incident could only be described as an accident, but it was hard to say whether it was good or bad. Come with me to the factory. As you command, Lord Haotian. Shuiying obediently did not continue to ask questions, but followed Zheng Haotian's instructions. Each farmer in the base seems to have their own unique personality, just like their special abilities unique. But they have one common characteristic, which is unconditional obedience. No matter what orders Zheng Haotian gave, I'm afraid they would execute them without hesitation. Such trust stems from Zheng Haotian's attitude towards them on a daily basis. He never looks down on them, but instead treats them as friends or even family. I'm here to greet you, Lord. You seem to be in a hurry. Is there anything I can do for you? When Zheng Haotian arrived at the factory, Fang Tian had just finished charging an energy gun and was cooling down the equipment. After seeing Zheng Haotian appear, Fang Tian naturally bowed and spoke very respectfully. I do have something to talk to you about. I also want to know more about the Research Institute. Zheng Haotian said slowly, his tone relatively calm. Of course, no problem, but I would like to ask what happened. Fang Tian hesitated for a moment, and there was no special change in his expression. Zheng Haotian and Fang Tian looked at each other, then nodded helplessly. Something happened that is related to your Research Institute, but it is related to our Lord, so I won't go into details. Zheng Haotian explained briefly. Fang Tian was also very tactful and did not ask any further questions, but waited for Zheng Haotian's further questions. Now you can start talking. Tell me everything about the Institute in general, and don't leave out any details about the recent period. As you command, Lord. After pondering for a moment, Fang Tian began to tell a story about him and the Institute. At the same time, Liu Laowu and the other man who broke into the Research Institute had no idea what had happened. The only thing they thought about was to carry out the task assigned by Zheng Haotian. Get to know the layout of the Institute. Old Liu, where should we go next? The map ends here. Wang Biao glanced at the simple map and found that the location of the Research Institute was the end. And if they want to continue going inside, they will have to figure everything out on their own. Now that we're here, wouldn't it be a waste if we leave without exploring? What's more, the Lord said that we should try to understand the layout of the Institute as much as possible. Now is the best opportunity. Liu Laowu's mind turned, and he soon made up his mind to explore and visit the Research Institute. Then I can only sacrifice my life for you. If anything happens, you can't bear it alone, Wang Biao said helplessly. Since Liu Laowu is not leaving, even if he wants to be conservative, he can't leave alone, right? Walk. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the two of them continued to move deeper into the technologically advanced Research Institute. The door they broke into at the beginning was closed by them. As far as the Research Institute was concerned at the moment, they had not been discovered yet, so there was no need to worry about an ambush ahead for the time being. Liu Laowu also remembered what Fang Tian had said before, that the institute was loose inside but tight outside. There were an exaggerated number of sentries outside, but the guard force inside the institute was relatively weak, unless there was a shift change. The time is shown on this phone. It is now 10:20. No matter what the results of the exploration are, we must start returning at 11 o'clock. Liu Laowu set a time node. Okay, you have a final say anyway. Wang Biao looked like, I'll listen to you. After the two entered the door, they walked along the one-way metal corridor. Both sides of the wall were shining with a silvery white metallic luster, and a mysterious atmosphere was faintly dissipating around them. The two of them walked through the approximately 50-meter-long corridor in just 20 seconds and arrived at another metal door at the end. How do I open this door? Is it the same as just now? Wang Biao looked at the metal door, waiting for Liu Laowu's decision. Of course we can't force it open. What if there are a bunch of people inside? Liu Laowu rejected Wang Biao's idea. The violent break-in just now could only be attributed to good luck. After entering the research institute, they needed to be more cautious. So what do you say we should do? It can't possibly open automatically, right? Phew. Just as Wang Biao finished speaking, the sound of a boiling pressure cooker was heard, and the metal door began to slowly open. No, hide quickly. The metal corridor is not completely empty. There are some compartments that appear to be decorative between the metal walls on both sides. The moment the metal door opened, Liu Laowu pushed it hard, pushing Wang Biao into the nearest compartment, and then flew into another one. Researcher Chow, I took the risk of being punished by the deputy director to bring you out this time. You must not cheat me. Don't worry. I'm just going out to experiment with a weapon. I won't go far from the institute. Two unfamiliar male voices came into Liu Laowu's ears. Judging from the content of their conversation, these two people might be researchers in this institute like Fang Tian. That's why I agreed to your request. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such a big risk. You know, because of Fang Tian's escape, the God-making project will have to be extended for another month. Could the Fang Tian they're talking about be Researcher Fang? Liu Laowu began to daydream. Chapter 89. Deploy the next step. Although Liu Laowu and the other man could hear the voices, they did not dare to stretch their heads to see the two people outside. They could only listen to the other person's voices gradually becoming smaller before they dared to walk out from the interval. Old Liu, the door just opened like that. Wang Biao felt like he was dreaming. In just one sentence, the door actually opened by accident. You should talk less from now on. Why do I feel like you and Zheng Haotian are on par with each other? Liu Laowu said something that Wang Biao found difficult to understand, but the latter did not ask any further questions. The two looked at each other tacitly and stepped into the metal door without hesitation. Call. Zheng Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. This time he believed that even if Fang Tian did not tell everything, he had definitely explained 80 of it. It turns out that this so-called research institute actually came from another alien world, a world with more powerful technological power than the blue planet where Zheng Haotian originally lived. Researchers like Fang Tian are selected from the very beginning, then receive special training, and finally are able to enter the institute to carry out research tasks. Even in Zheng Haotian's speculation, the apocalypse they are in right now is most likely just an experimental space in a research institute. Each base is a research unit, an experimental subject with endless variables and development possibilities. My lord, is there anything else you want to ask me? Fang Tian asked softly. Go and do your own thing first. I need to digest what you said. Zheng Haotian shook his head slightly, sent Fang Tian to continue charging the energy gun, and walked out of the factory casually. The maid Shuiying also remained silent, just staying beside Zheng Haotian, quietly looking at Zheng Haotian's slightly hesitant face. Just as Zheng Haotian was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warmth in the palm of his hand. He looked down and saw Shuiying's small hand gently pinching his thenar. Master Haotian, you don't have to worry too much about the research institute. We will all be with you all the time. Shuiying followed Zheng Haotian's gaze, looked at him, and then said something heartwarming. Hearing Shuiying's words, Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, and a feeling of enlightenment came over him. That's right. He has never been alone. Even if this research institute is mysterious, can it withstand the conquest of countless lords? Shuiying, I understand. Thank you. Zheng Haotian hugged Shuiying tightly in his arms, then turned and ran towards the base hall, leaving Shuiying standing there with a confused look on her face. Since the research institute has become a copy, other lords should have obtained some information and tasks. So Zheng Haotian does not intend to continue to face it alone. He plans to continue to act as a person behind the scenes. Opening the world chat box, Zheng Haotian posted an announcement. If you're interested, I could talk to you about some things about the Institute now. Yes, I'm quite interested. Master Haotian has finally shown up. Your days of hiding have made life difficult for so many of our fans. The one who just scolded Haotian can go away now. You are not worthy of sharing the Research Institute's affairs. Zheng Haotian read a few of the comments and found that while he was thinking, someone was madly scolding him in the world chat box. Lord Wu Feng, Lord Lu Ming, Lord Chun Kuan. Zheng Haotian secretly wrote down a total of 13 names. Since these guys chose to criticize him, don't blame him for standing idly by in the future. Although Zheng Haotian will not complain directly, he will definitely not repay evil with kindness, as this is the behavior of a fool. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. If it continues to be so noisy, I will choose to share the information only with some of my friends. As soon as Zheng Haotian said this, everyone shut up tacitly. Even those trolls remained silent. After all, they also hoped to get something like a guide about the Research Institute. Actually, I didn't expect this system announcement. I did send my farmers to explore a place called the Research Institute, but I don't know much about it. Zheng Haotian said slowly. Boss Haotian is too modest. Since you have sent out your peasants, you must have a lot of information. Please share with us. That's right. There's no need to eat alone at a time like this. After all, this is a dungeon mission for all the people, and eating alone can easily lead to death. You bastard, if you don't want to listen, get lost. If you keep saying this kind of trash, believe it or not, I will lead a team to tear down your base when we meet again. Seeing Lord Xiaoguang's speech, Zheng Haotian smiled and felt that his younger brother had stood up to support him. Lord Wei Tai, please be careful with your words. Lord Haotian has come out to share information with everyone. Please do not make any more offensive remarks, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lord Wang Lu, just like Lord Xiaoguang and Lord Wei Tai said, Lord Haotian has no absolute obligation to do anything. I hope some lords will not be ungrateful. Lord Zhou Yong, Boss Haotian has always been very kind to everyone. He sends resources and provides weapons and blueprints. I support Boss Haotian. Some familiar people came out to support Zheng Haotian, which touched him and made him understand more. This end of the world is not just the end of the world for him. Thank you for your understanding and support. I will not waste any more time and will get straight to the point. No one in the world chat box continued to send messages recklessly, but waited quietly for Zheng Haotian's explanation. I learned about this institute through a person who was accidentally rescued by my farmer. He was a researcher in the institute. Zheng Haotian summarized some of the contents that Fang Tian had told him, and then informed the other lords of all of them. Zheng Haotian was very clear about this, because if he continued to deceive at this time, he would most likely end up hurting himself. This is the situation. The Institute is under tight security, and they have weapons far more powerful than ours, so my advice is to do what you can. After Zheng Haotian sent the last message, he fell silent. Boss Haotian, do you mean that we should not do this dungeon mission? But the reward it offers is too generous. That's right, if I can destroy this Research Institute, my base can be upgraded to a level 1, and then I will be a level 3 base. As long as I capture a researcher, I can get the architectural drawings of a small research institute, and from then on I will be on the peak of my life. Looking at the excited lords, Zheng Haotian showed a smile. This was the first step of his plan. Chapter 90 Cooperation Agreement. Daqiang returns. Just as everyone was discussing this, Zheng Haotian's private chat box also flashed at the same time, and it was a message from Wei Tai. Lord Haotian, thank you for your help. My problem has been basically solved, and your farmers can start to return. So fast? Is everything going smoothly? Zheng Haotian was still a little surprised. He originally thought that it would take at least several days, but he didn't expect it to be done in just one night and one morning. It went smoothly. There was a minor incident along the way, but your farmers are all safe and nothing happened. There was a hint of loneliness in Wei Tai's tone. Then congratulations to Lord Wei Tai. Now that the matter has been resolved, I will set up the teleportation array now, and you can ask my peasants to prepare. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything more. He just took out the main map of the teleportation array and started to set up the teleportation array. I'm ready here. They can be teleported. Zheng Haotian sent a message. Okay, wait a minute. After a while, the teleportation array began to flash, and a figure slowly emerged. I greet the Lord. Daqiang, thank you for your hard work. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Soon, Zhang Daqiang and Wu Jun also walked out of the teleportation array one after another and saluted Zheng Haotian respectively. Wu Jun stays here. Daqiang and Daqiang go back to the house to rest first. It will be almost time for lunch when the others come back. Zheng Haotian said softly. As you command, Lord. After Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Daqiang left, Zheng Haotian began to ask Wu Jun about some of the things that happened during their trip. Daqiang has informed me of your mission. How is the mission I assigned to you going? Zheng Haotian asked with his back turned and a low voice. Reporting to the Lord, since the time was short, I didn't have time to talk to everyone. I only got a general understanding of the situation of several farmers. Without anyone knowing, Zheng Haotian secretly instructed Wu Jun to make friends with the farmers in Wei Tai's base. This was a little trick. Tell me about it. I met with 3 farmers in private, namely Fu Lin, Su Yu, and Qin Shu. Through my general questioning, I can judge that they are quite loyal to Lord Wei Tai, no worse than the people in our base. As for their abilities, they seem to be lacking and cannot be compared with those in our base. Wu Jun expressed his judgment. These were also within Zheng Haotian's expectations. Wei Tai is obviously a good manager, and judging from his comments in the world chat box, he has a strong sense of responsibility. It is impossible for such a lord not to be loved by the farmers in the base. However, the lord cannot decide the ability of the peasants. Everything is determined by fate. Is it because my luck is too high? Zheng Haotian thought secretly. With Shui Ying's help, his luck value has now reached 4 points, but he is not quite sure what this value means. Okay, I have a general understanding of it. You can go back to the house and rest for a while. Yes, thank you, Lord. After Wu Jun saluted respectfully, he turned and walked out of the base hall. After the conversation just now, Zheng Haotian had already determined that Wei Tai was a partner worthy of cooperation, so he opened the private chat box again. Lord Wei Tai, do you have any idea to cooperate with me? As soon as Zheng Haotian sent the message, Wei Tai replied immediately. I would love to cooperate with Lord Haotian, but I don't know what I need to do. Wei Tai became a little excited. He quickly calmed down the pain of losing his maid and prepared to do more important things. The content of our cooperation is to destroy the Research Institute together. Of course, what I need is your powerful combat power. Zheng Haotian sent the message with a smile. Wei Tai smiled bitterly. Compared with Zheng Haotian's peasants, how could his fighting force be considered strong? At best, he was just making up the numbers. Lord Haotian, you are joking. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid no one can compare to the peasants in your base. Moreover, there are not many times left to teleport the array. I can't possibly walk to find you with the peasants, right? Wei Tai felt a little confused. Of course not. Please read the system announcement carefully. From Wei Tai's words, Zheng Haotian understood that he had not yet figured out the specific meaning of the task of destroying the Research Institute. The system says this is a national mission. Does this mean there is a Research Institute outside each base? Is this really the case? Wei Tai fell into a misunderstanding at first, but after Zheng Haotian reminded him, he immediately reacted. That's what I guessed too, but you still need to bring people to confirm it. Zheng Haotian confirmed Wei Tai's words. So, you want me to explore the Research Institute near my base? But you just said that the dangers in the Research Institute are no joke. Do I have enough people to do it? Wei Tai thought he could just curry favor with someone, but unexpectedly he still had to do it himself, which greatly increased the degree of danger. This mysterious Research Institute might be more difficult to deal with than the poisonous creatures in the swamp. He couldn't guarantee that he could get through it safely. The strength of your base is among the top 10 among all the lords. If you can't lead the people to complete it, then perhaps most people can't complete it. Zheng Haotian replied calmly that it was okay for Wei Tai to be cautious, but if he lacked courage, it would not be a good thing. This, I understand. Opportunities and dangers always coexist, so if I miss this chance, I may still face death once the safe period is over. It is better to take this opportunity to fight for a chance of survival. Wei Tai waved his fist vigorously. We have been passive all this time. Now it's time to take the initiative. I will provide you with some help. Although I can't provide you with human resources, some weapons and equipment may still be able to improve your peasants. Thank you very much, Lord Haotian. If you need me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask me for help. Wei Tai was really touched. Zheng Haotian was the noble person in his life. After finishing the private chat with Wei Tai, Zheng Haotian did not close the world chat box, but contacted another person. Lord Wang Lu, are you interested in trying out the Research Institute? Lord Xia Wang, There should be some clues on the deserted island where you are. Don't miss them. Lord Zhou Yong, do you want to cooperate with me? Make friends widely and dig deep. Zheng Haotian plans to give everyone a chance to complete this national copy of the Research Institute. All of this has to start with the tall guy. Chapter 91 Robots in the Research Institute. Just as Zheng Haotian began to unite everyone to prepare for action against the Research Institute, the two instigators had already entered the central area of the Research Institute. There's not even a single guard. My worry was in vain. Wang Biao said nonchalantly with a curl of his lips. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. The reason why the defense forces here dare to arrange it in this way must be that there are hidden defenses that we didn't expect. Liu Laowu was relatively rational. After analyzing the situation, he began to move forward more cautiously. After entering the metal gate, they faced a circular passage divided into left and right sides. For the sake of safety, Liu Laowu directly chose to take the right road with someone else. Although this would result in an incomplete exploration, it could ensure that the two people's retreat pace was consistent. Liu Laowu and the others had no idea how big the Research Institute was, but judging from the distance they had quickly walked for 5 minutes, the area covered by this Research Institute was definitely not small. Moreover, it is built inside a cave, which obviously requires complex construction techniques, and this also highlights the scientific and technological strength of the Institute. It's empty here. Should we keep moving forward? Those two guys outside might come back soon. Wang Biao said helplessly. He was not afraid of anything, but he felt that such exploration was somewhat meaningless. Wang Biao, do you think it makes sense for them to design such an empty corridor? Not only does it waste building area, but it also increases the unnecessary time consumption of the people in the Institute. Liu Laowu felt that these two corridors were extremely unreasonable. If there wasn't some mystery behind them, then the designer must have lost his mind. Otherwise, he would never have created such a useless building. You don't think there are things placed on both sides, do you? There is not even a partition. Where to put it? Behind the wall, Wang Biao said sarcastically. Liu Laowu's eyes suddenly lit up. What Wang Biao said made sense. Why couldn't he hide behind the wall? Wang Biao, you are so talented. Liu Laowu gave Wang Biao a big bear hug and began to grope the metal wall. What did I just do? Wang Biao was confused. He couldn't quite understand what Liu Laowu was thinking. After groping for about 10 seconds, Liu Laowu found a small protrusion on the wall, which was similar to a button-like device. Old Liu, what are you doing? Wang Biao couldn't help but be curious and asked with a puzzled look on his face. You said it. There is something behind the wall, and I have found the switch. Liu Laowu pointed with his right hand to the small button pressed by his left hand. Is there really something behind this? I was just saying it casually. Are you going to press it? Liu Laowu's mouth corners slightly raised, and while he remained silent, his finger gently pressed the button-like device on the wall. Snap! A rectangular crack appeared in the metal wall that was originally tightly fitted, and then the rectangular area enclosed by the crack began to rotate, and a metal humanoid creature with closed eyes appeared in front of the two. Oh my god, what is this? A robot? It looks like Robert at the base. Wang Biao was not frightened by the sudden appearance of the robot. Instead, he touched the robot's metal arm with curiosity. Don't move. Liu Laowu slapped away Wang Biao's hands, which were restless, and then began to carefully observe the robot in front of him. From its closed eyes and motionless body, it could be preliminarily judged that it has not been officially activated, but is in a state similar to being shut down. This lump of iron doesn't seem to respond. But what does the iron lump behind this wall mean? Does this base rely on them to guard it? Wang Biao asked in succession, but Liu Laowu was too lazy to answer and continued to search for the buttons on another metal wall. When the button was pressed 3 times in a row, 3 other robots of similar size and appearance appeared and did not respond. How come none of these guys move? Can they just stand there as door gods? If you have the guts, move one of them and show me. Wang Biao said arrogantly. Click. Shut up. Liu Laowu covered Wang Biao's mouth tightly. This guy was very lucky today, and everything he said was true. The first robot they pressed out actually began to move unconsciously. The metal arms and legs were spinning in place, as if doing warm-up exercises in gymnastics. But fortunately, its eyes were still closed. After Wang Biao's mouth was covered, his expression showed a hint of panic. He was also very clear about the consequences if the robot really woke up. Promise me not to talk, and I'll let you go, Liu Laowu said to Wang Biao as a warning. Hearing this, Wang Biao immediately nodded vigorously. The first robot was still moving its hands and feet unconsciously. After all, it takes some time to prepare for movement. To be on the safe side, let's press it back. Liu Laowu thought for a moment, then pressed the start button again. Just as Liu Laowu thought, he pressed the same button again, and the robot turned back again. At this moment, the robot in the second place also began its special warm-up exercise. Liu Laowu followed the same method and pressed the remaining 3 buttons one by one, turning them all back. It seems that this is the reason why they don't set up guards. Once something happens, they can press these buttons and then activate these robot guards. Liu Laowu said softly. Wang Biao moved his mouth slightly and was about to say something, but he held it back for fear of accidentally coming across as a bad mouth. But the startup time seems a bit long. By the time the robot is officially started, the intruder will have already run away. Liu Laowu still couldn't figure out some things. Subconsciously, Liu Laowu glanced at Wang Biao, as if he had something to say. Actually, it's not that mysterious. I was just a little nervous just now. Now I'm fine. You can talk. Liu Laowu said with a smile. It was simply a fantasy that something could be accomplished by just saying a few words. If Liu Laowu had not experienced Zheng Haotian's divine prophecy before, he would not have been so nervous. Phew, it's so hard not to talk. Wang Biao took a deep breath, as if not speaking would suffocate him to death. Laowu, I've thought about your question carefully. Do you think that these robots, just like we just set the time to leave, will also have a time set for them to start up? Click. It was so mysterious. As soon as Wang Biao finished speaking, strange noises came from the metal walls on both sides of the corridor. Liu Laowu was very familiar with this sound. Isn't it the sound of the rectangular area rotating when the button is pressed? You guessed it right again, didn't you? Chapter 92, Escape. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Biao was also dumbfounded. Could it be that his mouth was really blessed without his knowledge? Whatever. Run. If they wait until the robot guards are fully activated, they will probably both die in the research institute. Liu Laowu shouted, and then the two of them ran straight towards the entrance. However, the weather was not good, and everything did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. This time, the robot turned around and actually skipped the warm-up exercise process. Its eyes opened automatically in the next second and quickly locked on a Liu Laowu and the other man. Woo woo woo. The red pupils gave people a cold-blooded feeling, and when the pupils swept across the bodies of Liu Laowu and the other man, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the research institute. Oh my God, we were discovered already. Wang Biao couldn't help but curse. The two of them hid carefully along the way and almost avoided all the sentries. They originally thought that they could continue like this until they had a thorough understanding of the entire research institute, but now it seems that they were overthinking. The reason why it was not discovered at the beginning was because of absolute luck, but the god of luck cannot always favor one party, especially when Wang Biao's mouth was blessed. Here comes another one. After the first robot woke up, it instantly triggered an alarm hidden somewhere unknown, and then the second robot also woke up quickly in response. Old Liu, forget it. We must get out of here quickly, otherwise once we are entangled by the robots, we won't be able to escape. Wang Biao shouted, and then quickened his pace. The second robot quickly chased in the direction the two were running. Just when they were about to be stopped by the robot, Liu Laowu grabbed Wang Biao and jumped out of the metal gate together. Bang! He reacted extremely quickly and slammed the door shut, making a loud noise as he exerted force. But in order to keep the robot inside, he had to do this. We finally escaped. As long as we don't run into those two people who just got out, we can leave smoothly. Wang Biao patted himself on the shoulder and thought to himself without saying a word. Who are you two? Why are you in the institute? Damn, what a lousy mouth. Wang Biao slapped himself hard, reminding himself not to talk anymore. Don't worry about them. Let's charge. Liu Laowu rushed forward, pushed the shorter researcher hard, then ran away, running towards the door outside. Wang Biao was even more ruthless. He kicked the tall researcher in the crotch directly, crippling him. Catch them. Come on. The tall researcher screamed in pain, and then looked at Wang Biao's back fiercely. Regardless of whether Wang Biao could be caught today, the tall researcher had decided that as long as he met Wang Biao alone, he would make sure that the man who hurt him would suffer the same harm. Running fast obviously has its benefits, and Liu Laowu experienced one of those benefits this time. Old Liu, wait for me. Wang Biao shouted. He was almost caught up by the robot. It's time to go back to my old ways again. In order to travel light, Liu Laowu did not carry a bow and arrow, but he took out a small weapon from his waist. Slingshot. A projectile the size of a glass bead was wrapped by the launching area of the slingshot, and then Liu Laowu pulled the slingshot hard. Call out. With a sound of breaking through the air, the robot that almost caught up with Wang Biao actually flew backwards, and the next second, the projectile exploded. It was such a small projectile, but it was so powerful. Old Liu, why didn't you use such a good thing earlier? Wang Biao couldn't help but complain while running. Do you think this thing is simple? This is an energy bomb that researcher Fong specially prepared for me. I only have 5 in total. This thing is not easy to make. Liu Laowu was speechless. If he was willing to use them, perhaps the situation would not have developed to what it is now. The two of them ran madly and soon arrived at the door of the last door. Bang! Liu Laowu didn't hesitate at all. He kicked the door hard and it opened. The people guarding the door were stunned. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive hits, Liu Laowu knocked out the 2 people guarding the goal again. Liu Laowu rushed out directly, followed by Wang Biao. I finally escaped. Liu Laowu rushed in too fast just now, and I was still a little out of breath. We can't be happy too soon. It looks like we have escaped, but there are still many sentries and covert sentries. Wang Biao told the truth. However, considering that they had been here before, if they returned along the same route, Liu Laowu could also work together with Wang Biao to avoid all the checkpoints. Don't think too much, just run. The robot guards could actually come out of the research institute. Wouldn't it be easy for such machines to track humans? Without waiting for the robot guards to catch up outside, Liu Laowu leaped forward and was the first to pass through the first secret sentry back. Wang Biao did not stop either, and the two of them moved smoothly. Call out. Just when the two were secretly rejoicing that they could escape, a laser passed by them and hit a tree in front of them. Boom! The whole tree actually caught fire. This was the attack of the energy gun. That was a close call. This crappy robot really thinks we are easy to bully. Liu Laowu cursed angrily. The next second, he turned around, took out a more sophisticated energy gun from his waist, and shot at the robot that had just fired. Call out. Bang! The robot was actually blown apart and scattered into broken parts. This robot is just average. I thought it was as powerful as Robert. Wang Biao said disdainfully. After Liu Laowu fired a shot, he immediately fled again. It's very simple. If they get entangled, they will be facing continuous enemies. A round-robin battle must not happen at this time. Let's just go straight to the sentry post 200 meters ahead. Liu Laowu said loudly. I understand. Wang Biao echoed. At first they crossed over carefully, but now with pursuers chasing them from behind, they had no time to worry about the small sentry post in front of them. All sentries, listen up and stop them. The tall researcher actually still had the strength to preside over the meeting, which really surprised Liu Laowu. Want to stop us? No way. They ran all the way. It was really a getaway that was not as good as the one they heard about in person, but fortunately they were lucky and they arrived at the place where the car was parked without any danger. You bunch of stinky robots. I'm retreating and I won't play with you anymore. Wang Biao mocked madly. Their exploration of the research institute officially ended due to Wang Biao's trash talk. Chapter 93, 3 Convoys Bombing the Ruins. With the sound of a car engine humming, both the guards of the institute and the robot guards were left behind and could only watch Liu Laowu and the other 2 leave. We must notify the director as soon as possible. Someone actually sneaked into the institute without us noticing. This is a serious guard mistake, said the tall researcher angrily. Researcher Qin, are you confused? We originally ran away, secretly. If we tell the director, wouldn't we be exposed? Do you want to be punished? The short researcher flatly rejected the tall one's idea. Researcher Chow, are you planning to suppress this matter? Don't forget, the mechanical guards have also been dispatched. We can't hide it, said the tall researcher named Qin very unhappily. The short man motioned to the tall man to lower his head. Then he stood next to the tall man's ear and said a few words in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. What? Are you sure? Let me tell you, if what you just said is a lie, from now on we will sever our ties and fight to the death. When researcher Qin heard what the short man named Chow said, his whole face was filled with shock, and it seemed that he could not digest this information for a while. If I deceive you in the slightest, I will be punished by being locked up in a small dark room. Researcher Chow promised sincerely with a serious expression. Researcher Qin showed a struggling expression on his face, but in the end he lowered his head helplessly. Then I'll listen to you this time. Liu Laowu and the other man didn't know that, by some strange coincidence, the noise they made by breaking into the research institute was actually blocked by 2 researchers who made some minor mistakes and was not passed on to anyone else. "I am here to greet you, Lord. I came back a little late. Please forgive me." Liu Laowu saluted respectfully, and Wang Biao beside him followed suit. "No need to be so polite. What did you gain from this trip? Do you have a general understanding of the layout of the Institute?" Zheng Haotian asked with a smile. Liu Laowu was still quite confident that he would not return empty-handed after this trip to the Research Institute. "We have lived up to the Lord's trust and have successfully entered the Research Institute. However, due to some special reasons, we were unable to figure out the structure of the entire institute. This is a rough blueprint I drew based on a route we are taking." As Liu Laowu spoke, he handed a drawing to Zheng Haotian. "There are so many sentries. It seems that our plan to sneak in quietly is still impossible. We can only force our way in." Zheng Haotian looked at the positions and numbers of the visible and hidden sentries marked on the blueprint and muttered softly, "My lord, these sentry posts may change because we were discovered by people from the Research Institute when we came out." Wang Biao's tone was somewhat helpless, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had when facing the two researchers from the Research Institute. "Were you discovered? Are you not hurt?" Although the two men did not appear to have any signs of injury, Zheng Haotian still asked with concern. This subconscious concern touched Liu Laowu and the other two. The emotions from the heart could not be disguised. Zheng Haotian really cared about their safety. "Thank you for your concern, Lord. We ran away in time, so we were not injured." Liu Laowu suppressed his inner emotions and said in a firm tone, "That's good. As for the issue of the sentry post, it doesn't really matter. After all, I never thought from the beginning that I could conquer them directly with powerful force without alerting them." Zheng Haotian looked very heroic. "My lord, you are mighty. My lord, you are so domineering." Zheng Haotian was speechless for a while, patted the two on the shoulders, smiled, and said, "Okay, you did a good job this time. Now come with me to eat." "As you command, Lord." After lunch, Zheng Haotian gathered all members of the Reconnaissance Brigade and the Tank Brigade and came to the outside of the blacksmith shop together. "Sanner, is there something important that the Lord has summoned us for?" Xiong Shan was carrying a metal spear with a fluttering red tassel on the tip of the spear. It was added by Nanji. "Uncle Shan, I don't know either. Anyway, the Lord would definitely not summon us for no reason. There must be an arrangement." Xiong Sen waved his hand and said. This was the first time that the members of the Tank Brigade and the members of the Reconnaissance Brigade met, so when they stood together, they were clearly divided into two groups. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen what the Lord has to say." Shui Ying's voice was not enough to overpower the group of big men, so it was Liu Laowu who was standing next to her who spoke. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked towards where Zheng Haotian was standing. "Don't look at me, look at them." Zheng Haotian felt a little embarrassed being stared at. Although he was now a high and mighty lord, more than a week ago, he was just a stay-at-home and could not stand the feeling of being stared at. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was referring to 3 steel beasts, modified cars equipped with energy weapon systems. "Your next task is to form 3 teams and drive these 3 cars. Let me see their combat effectiveness after they are formed." That's right, Zheng Haotian wants to train his troops. Under Zhao Tai's full-speed production, the Tank Brigade's equipment has been basically completed. Except for the armor that needs to be polished, the rest can be used for combat. All members of the reconnaissance team have also undergone a series of training, and driving and reconnaissance are skills they all possess. In terms of command, Zheng Haotian plans to let Wu Jun, Wu Kun, and Wang Li take on the roles, so that the 3 convoys will have complete personnel. But this is just the first step. Next, they still need to go through real combat training before they can unleash their true combat effectiveness. "I will follow the Lord's orders." Everyone shouted in unison, and then Zheng Haotian gave another order. "Wu Jun, you will lead a convoy. The members are Long Biao and Zhou Tai from the reconnaissance team, and Xiong San and Xiong Yun from the tank team. Wu Kun, you lead another convoy, whose members are Huang Zhong and Li Guang from the reconnaissance team, and Xiong Wu and Xiong Qi from the tank team. Wang Li, you will also be responsible for leading a convoy, the members of which are Zhang Bao and Wang Tsong from the reconnaissance team, and Xiong Jiu and Xiong Shan from the tank team. As you command, Lord." After a while, each commander recognized his members and led them into the modified car. "Liu Laowu, you drive the car, and we'll follow them. I want to personally see the fighting power of the convoy." "Yes, Lord." Liu Laowu nodded respectfully. "Let's go. Target city ruins." Following Zheng Haotian's order, 3 convoys drove out of the base gate one after another. The goal of their exercise this time is to bomb the ruins of the city. Chapter 94. Crushing into the gas station. A total of 4 vehicles drove out of the base one after another. The first 3 were a formation of modified cars, followed by another one in which Zheng Haotian was riding. My lord, you don't have to come in person. I will record all the details. Liu Laowu certainly doesn't want Zheng Haotian to put himself in danger. After all, the city ruins are not a safe place. From their last encounter with the 2 terrifying zombies, the crawlers and the predators, it can be seen that there are definitely more dangers hidden deep in the city ruins than what they can see. Old Liu, it seems that you have forgotten my abilities. Who rescued you from the attack of mechanical zombies the first time? Zheng Haotian's mouth corners slightly raised. He is not an embroidery needle. Although I have been busy building the base during this period, I have not been able to practice archery skills well. However, this kind of muscle memory is not something that can be forgotten if one does not practice for a few days. He still has the necessary combat effectiveness, at least not worse than the 3 commanders in the convoy ahead. What's more, Robert and Mechanical Warrior, 2 mechanical servants, are also by his side to protect him, so there is no need to worry too much about his safety. Liu Laowu knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he just shut up and continued driving. Feng Sun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw this and almost couldn't help laughing. The convoy was moving at a very fast speed. While Zheng Haotian was still looking forward to the spectacular sight of the bombing of the ruins, the cell phone placed in the car rang. After the call was connected, Wang Li's voice was heard. Reporting to the Lord, we have arrived at the edge of the city ruins. There is a group of about 500 zombies ahead. Should we attack? We're here so soon? They're really fast. Wait a moment. Lao Lu, speed up. Let's drive to the side. I want to observe the convoy's combat effectiveness up close. As you command, Lord. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, he told Wang Li to stand by for a while and wait for Liu Laowu to park the car in a suitable observation position, and then Zheng Haotian gave an order. Start. Machine gunners, get ready. Only the voices of 3 commanders were heard coming from the 3 modified cars. Their voices were calm and contained a hint of encouragement. Emission. Da-da-da. As the command fire was given, 3 blue-purple electric snakes flowed out of the energy machine guns on the 3 modified cars, followed by a series of loud boom sounds. The energy machine gun can actually be called an energy cannon. Even ordinary gunpowder shells are not as powerful as energy shells. After a brief 5-second streak, all 500 zombies were wiped out and scattered all around. An unspeakable stench instantly filled the air ahead. Reporting to the Lord, the edge of the city ruins has been cleared. Shall we continue to move forward? Wang Li's voice came from the phone again. Keep going. Zheng Haotian naturally issued a detailed order. The zombies in this marginal area alone were not enough to bring out the full power of the modified car. Moreover, this time it is not just an inspection of the vehicle, but also an inspection of the people in the vehicle. Got it. Keep going. The drivers of the 3 modified cars received orders from their commander at the same time, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the ruins of the city. The car Zheng Haotian was riding and followed closely behind. Da-da-da. The scattered zombies on the road were turned into pieces before they even saw the car, where Zheng Haotian was at the back. Faced with this steel behemoth, they had no ability to resist at all. I didn't encounter those mutated zombies from last time, otherwise it might not be so easy. Liu Laowu muttered. Wang Li, is your vehicle taking the lead now? Zheng Haotian suddenly thought of something. Since they could go deep into the city ruins this time, they should not waste the opportunity. Fang Tian just said that the fuel was running low. Reporting to the Lord, Wu Jun's convoy is now leading the team. We are in the middle, but I can contact him. Banli Raplia respectfully. No need. Keep the current formation. I'll contact him myself. Zheng Haotian hung up the call with Wang Li and dialed Wu Jun's contact code. Wu Yun, I am Zheng Haotian. My lord, I'm here. How can I help you? Wu Jun's voice came from the other side. Next, we'll head to the nearest gas station. Fang Tian said earlier that the fuel is almost used up, so let's go get some back. As you command, Lord. Wu Jun immediately gave orders to the driver, and the convoy began to fix its direction and drove straight towards the nearest place called Fengshan gas station. After entering the city ruins, the convoy's speed dropped significantly. After all, there were still some zombies scattered around, so they had to slow down to eliminate them. It took them 15 minutes to reach the nearest gas station. They had killed more than 1,000 zombies along the way. If they weren't so scattered, this number would probably be several times higher. The energy storage of the energy machine gun is enough for them to fire continuously for an hour. This is the power of the energy machine gun shell created by Zhao Tai's skillful hands. However, the amount of fuel consumed for one charge is actually quite exaggerated, so Zheng Haotian has to take this into consideration at all times. After all, if the weapon system in a convoy is destroyed, then the combat effectiveness of the convoy will basically be destroyed as well. My lord, there is a gas station ahead, but there are nearly 100 zombies inside, and if our energy machine guns open fire directly, it is very likely to detonate the gas station. 10 minutes later, Wu Jun sent a helpless report that they were now faced with a choice. Zheng Haotian's purpose of this trip was to get some fuel back, so of course he couldn't order Wu Jun and the others to fire, otherwise it would be a waste of time. It seems that it is time for the tank brigade to show its skills. No one in the convoy is allowed to open fire. Everyone get off the vehicles and kill these blind zombies. Zheng Haotian said in an excited voice. As you command, Lord. Everyone, get out of the car and prepare to fight. As the three commanders gave orders, the car stopped steadily outside the gas station, and several large tank brigade members got out of the car. Xiong Sin holding machete, Xiong Wu with a pair of iron fists on his hands, Xiong Qi and Xiong Jiu holding two-handed axes, and Xiong Shan and Xiong Yin wielding spears. Tank battalion, assembled. Listen to my orders, charge. Kill. The tank brigade was led by Xiong San. The 6 people really rushed towards the zombie group like human tanks. With one slash of their swords, the zombies were split in 2. This is simply a monster. Chapter 95, Alarmed Retreat. Bang. Xiong Wu is more violent than Xiong San. Because the attack range of his weapon is short, Zhao Taixian has already built the armor on him so that he can exert his normal combat power. So at this moment, he was like an Iron Man, waving his boxing gloves with purple luster, blowing up the zombies' heads with one punch, and entering the pile of zombies as if he was in his own land. The reconnaissance team, bows and arrows are ready. Let's help speed it up. Yes, Vice Captain Long. Long Biao did not let the people of the reconnaissance team idle. As soon as an order was given, all the team members quickly drew their bows and arrows, aiming at the lone zombies. Whoosh! The continuous collision sounds and the sounds of arrows breaking through the air caused the originally terrifying zombies to fall down one by one. In just 2 minutes, all the zombies visible to the naked eye in the entire gas station turned into a puddle of mud on the ground. Xiao Wu, come with me to see if there are any fish that have escaped the net. Xiong Sin ordered. The two then walked in the gas station and cleared out some zombies that had not shown their heads. About 3 minutes later, Xiong San and Xiong Wu walked out of the gas station again. There were new stains on their bodies, and it was obvious that some fighting had taken place inside. Commander Wu, the zombies inside have been cleared out, and no one has escaped. Xiong San reported in a muffled voice. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. I will now go and ask the Lord for instructions on the next steps. Wu Jun said with a smile, and then walked towards the vehicle where Zheng Haotian was. Greetings, Lord. Wu Yun bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. I see the battle is over. Next, you take your men to collect the fuel inside, and then fill the trunks of 4 cars. Zheng Haotian gave the order directly without waiting for Wu Jun to ask. As you command, Lord. Old Liu, go notify Wang Li and ask her to take people to collect the scattered zombie crystal cores. Try to collect all of them. We will collect the ones that were there at the beginning when we go back. Zheng Haotian suddenly remembered that zombie crystal cores were also very useful, and hurriedly instructed Liu Laowu. As you command, I will go and inform Steward Wang right away. Liu Laowu hurried to the convoy, where Wang Li was, and then conveyed Zheng Haotian's order to her. Then a small group of people began to search for the zombie crystal cores that were flashing with crystal light among the pile of zombies. While waiting for the farmers to collect resources, Zheng Haotian did not let himself be idle. He led 2 mechanical servants and Feng Sun to a tall building 300 meters away from the gas station. Looking from a high place, one can see the distorted faces hidden beneath the towering, dilapidated buildings. Are they also like this because of the virus? Or was there another reason? According to Zheng Haotian's thinking, the reason why the residents of this city turned into zombies was most likely the same as the movie he watched on Blue Star, because of the leakage of some zombie virus. However, he has never seen any new zombies appear due to the scratches and bites of zombies, so it is still unknown whether this zombie virus can be spread. But one thing is certain, The zombie virus has the ability to cause individuals to mutate, which is the origin of those mutated zombies. Hey, what is that? Oh no, it's a mutant zombie. Our actions have alarmed them. Zheng Haotian's thoughtful expression suddenly turned into a trace of worry, and he hurriedly ran downstairs while speaking. Facing the mutated zombies, they didn't dare to engage in arrogant hand-to-hand combat. Everyone get in the car quickly and be ready for defense. The fuel has not been loaded yet. Currently, several vehicles are only a little over half loaded. It will take at least 10 minutes to fill up. However, according to the speed of the mutated zombies just now, Zheng Haotian decisively gave up the remaining fuel. Roar. A roar came from a distance, and from the high-pitched tone, it could be judged that this guy was definitely not small in size. The next second, another roar followed. Zheng Haotian covered his face helplessly. There were actually more than one such zombie. Wu Jun, make a tentative attack. If we feel we are no match for our opponent, we will retreat outside immediately. Zheng Haotian issued an improvisation order. As you command, Lord. Wu Jun's expression also became serious. Based on Zheng Haotian's attention and his own judgment, he knew that the mutated zombies he would face next were definitely not comparable to the ordinary zombies just now. Bang! There was a loud bang, the sound of a huge object falling to the ground. A huge figure 3 stories high appeared in front of the convoy. It was a giant toad-like monster. The roar like a bull came from the big sacks on both sides of its huge face. This monster is so disgusting. Wang Li showed a look of disgust. This kind of ugly monster is the most hated existence by women. Listen my orders, energy machine gun, fire. Da. As Wu Jun issued a unified command, the energy machine guns on the 3 modified cars attacked simultaneously. Bullets flashing with blue and purple light bombarded the ugly skin of the toad monster. In an instant, the blue and purple color enveloped the huge monster. Is this the end? Everyone looked at the giant toad monster surrounded by electric light and subconsciously thought that the monster was finished, but the reality was somewhat disappointing. No, everyone be careful, Wu Jun shouted, and just as he was reminding everyone to be careful, the toad monster jumped up, and the bombardment of 3 energy machine guns only left some tiny marks on it. Roar! With another roar, the toad monster stretched out its giant palm and slapped it directly at the modified car. Bang! It hit the vehicle commanded by Wu Kun. Everyone in the car only felt a loud noise, but the modified car was not knocked away or broken, which shows how strong its defense is. All drivers, listen to my orders, retreat quickly, and retreat to the edge of the ruins. Wu Yun Gold. Now there's only one toad monster, and they're already struggling to deal with it. The 2 different roars just now indicate that there is a similar monster behind them. They must retreat. My lord, start retreating. I understand. Let's go first and not cause any impact on them. Zheng Haotian was a little helpless. It seemed that relying on these 3 convoys alone was enough to protect themselves, but it was far from enough to capture the ruins of the city. As you command, Lord. Liu Laowu turned the car around and began to retreat towards the edge of the ruins. Buzz. He stepped on the accelerator hard. The speed increased instantly, and he returned at full speed along the same route he came. The 3 modified cars at the back fought and retreated. The energy machine guns changed direction and bombarded the giant toad monster chasing from behind. At the same time, the vehicles were running at full speed towards the edge of the ruins. Roar! At this moment, another huge figure hurried over. Chapter 96 Further development of small mechas is expected. After the convoy returned to the base, everyone remained silent. The result of this combat drill was obviously unsatisfactory. At the beginning, they did manage to crush everything, but in the end, they were unable to overcome the new difficulties. My lord, if we use some strategies, we should be able to kill those 2 giant zombies. Wang Li bit her lower lip and said unwillingly, but can a strategy you mentioned guarantee everyone's safety? Zheng Haotian asked in a cold voice. Aye, we are all willing to sacrifice for our lord. Wang Li's eyes were filled with determination. Zheng Haotian shook his head slightly. They were willing, but he was not. Although sometimes some sacrifices are inevitable, Zheng Haotian is unwilling to regard this as a necessary choice. They have more and better options. Okay, all you go back. Practice coordination appropriately. Your 3 teams will be arranged like this from now on, and the commander will be responsible for everything. Zheng Haotian wanted to think quietly alone, so he sent everyone away. As you command, Lord. There was still some unwillingness in Wang Li's eyes, and even some madness hidden in them. After everyone left, Zheng Haotian sat quietly in his seat in the hall, while Shuiying gently pressed his shoulders. Lord Haotian, you don't have to worry so much. Everyone is living so well now, Shuiying said softly. She felt a little distressed when she saw Zheng Haotian's worried look. It's not enough. There are some things you don't understand. What we are about to face now cannot be countered with the current force. Zheng Haotian shook his head slightly. He had to find a way to further improve the combat effectiveness of the base members. At the very least, they had to be able to easily defeat the giant toad zombie they encountered today. Shuiying really doesn't understand, but as long as Lord Haotian needs me, I can do anything. Shuiying looked at Zheng Haotian with firm eyes. Thank you. Zheng Haotian gently touched Shuiying's dark hair. If he really needed her to go into battle someday, he would be a failure. The peaceful atmosphere could not last after all. After thinking calmly, Zheng Haotian came up with a way to quickly improve the strength of the base. If we can manufacture the mecha, the farmer's combat effectiveness will definitely be further improved. When upgrading the level 4 base, the system rewarded a level 4 construction mecha platform. However, due to the scarcity of materials, Zheng Haotian had never studied it seriously. After Fang Tian joined the base had certain scientific research capabilities. Since Wu Jun and Wu Kun can modify the architectural blueprints, maybe Fang Tian can also use special methods to make a powerful mecha with limited materials. Zheng Haotian decided to give it a try. After all, his luck has always been good, and who knows, maybe he will succeed this time. Fang Tian, stop what you are doing and go with me. Zheng Haotian took Shuiying straight to the factory and found Fang Tian, who was busy. As you command, Lord. After receiving the order, Fang Tian immediately stopped his research and followed Zheng Haotian out of the factory. Their destination is the 4th level building, the mecha platform, located in the southwest corner of the base. Just come in with me, Shuiying will wait outside. Zheng Haotian told Shuiying to wait outside, and he took Fang Tian into the mecha platform. Each building in the base has its own space. Although the mecha platform sounds like a building similar to the Bronze Sparrow Tower, its structure is actually more like a factory building. It contains many instruments that Zheng Haotian cannot understand. My lord, this is... The moment Fang Tian entered the mecha platform, he was attracted by the sci-fi instrument in front of him. Ion oscillator, high-energy pulse relay, spiral compressor. When Zheng Haotian heard what Fang Tian muttered to himself, he suddenly felt happy. Since he was familiar with these instruments, there was no doubt that he would be able to operate them. Then perhaps improving the materials for producing mechas would not be a dream anymore. Fang Tian, do you know the functions of these instruments? Zheng Haotian asked tentatively. Of course, Lord, I have used all of these instruments in previous trainings, but I only used one type at a time. This is the first time I have seen so many of them together. Fang Tian said truthfully, with a hint of doubt on his face. He knew how to use these instruments, but he didn't know what they could do when put together. My lord, I dare to ask you, do you know what they are used for? Fang Tian finally couldn't resist the scientific researcher's nature of wanting to find out the truth, so he asked Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian smiled, and then said meaningfully, when added together, they can produce a cross-century weapon, and the overall strength may be even more powerful than the energy gun. Producing weapons? But this human body analysis cabin should be used to analyze data. Why do I feel that they're more like producing equipment that humans can wear? Fang Tian expressed his guess. Hearing this, Zheng Haotian suddenly became excited. Isn't a mecha just a wearable device? Fang Tian actually determined the correct function of the instrument through a brief observation. You're right to think so. They are indeed used to produce a kind of equipment, and this equipment is also a kind of weapon. This is the design drawing of one of them. You can take a look at it first. Zheng Haotian suppressed his excitement, turned the manufacturing plan of the small and medium-sized mechas on the mecha platform into a blueprint, and handed it to Fang Tian. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped inside the mecha platform. Zheng Haotian silently watched Fang Tian studying the drawings, while Fang Tian stared at the design drawings in his hand with shock in his eyes. My lord, after about half an hour, Fang Tian finally stopped studying the drawings and called Zheng Haotian in his already hoarse voice. Fang Tian, do you need to take a rest first? Zheng Haotian saw the red bloodshot in Fang Tian's eyes. He had just studied the mecha manufacturing drawings for a while, and he actually spent so much energy. Thank you, Lord, for giving me this opportunity to learn. I understand what you mean. You probably hope that I can build this mecha with limited resources, right? Fang Tian is indeed a highly intelligent person. He actually guessed Zheng Haotian's plan. That's right. So, can you give me a definite answer? Zheng Haotian said with a hint of expectation. Please give me some time, Lord. I will do my best to research alternative materials. The probability of successfully manufacturing a mecha should be more than 80. Good. Very good. Zheng Haotian was very surprised. It seemed that the appearance of the small mecha was just around the corner. Chapter 97 Good News. The piranha plant is mature. Fang Tian took the mecha manufacturing drawings, said something to Zheng Haotian, and hurried towards the factory. He wanted to study and improve the drawings in his area. I hope we can finish improving the drawings as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian prayed secretly in his heart. Today's time is almost over, and the 7-day safe period has entered the countdown to the last 3 days. In the world chat box, people send desperate words every day, but this does not affect Zheng Haotian at all. He firmly believes that everything will go smoothly. He shook his head gently to get rid of all the bad emotions in his mind, then walked out of the mecha platform and prepared to go to the base hall to study the base upgrade. My lord! My lord! Just on the way to the base hall, Zhang Daqiang suddenly ran overexcitedly from not far away, shouting as he ran. Zheng Haotian was a little confused, but he still stopped and waited for Zhang Daqiang to come to him. Daqiang, what happened? Zheng Haotian asked with a puzzled look on his face. My lord, I have good news to report to you. Zhang Daqiang's face was flushed, and his joy was beyond words. Could it be a spirit seed? Zheng Haotian could only think of one thing that could make Zhang Daqiang so excited, and that was something related to spirit seeds. That's right, Lord. The Venus Flytrap's spirit seeds have matured and have produced 50 new spirit seeds. They appear to have stronger vitality than the first one. Zhang Daqiang said excitedly. Really? Come on, take me to see it. When Zheng Haotian heard this, his mood, which had finally calmed down, became excited again, and he quickly signaled Zhang Daqiang to go to the spiritual field with him. The two of them were running, and their speed was so fast that Shui Ying could hardly keep up. In desperation, the latter could only choose to stop chasing and slowly walk towards the spiritual field. Zheng Haotian came to the outside of the spiritual field, pushed open the door of the greenhouse covering the spiritual field, and walked towards the land where the spiritual seeds were cultivated. Lord, be careful! Zhang Daqiang suddenly shouted. At this moment, a black shadow pounced towards Zheng Haotian in front of him. He could only roll sideways to barely avoid the attack from the black shadow. My lord, are you okay? If you were injured, I would be blamed for it. Zhang Daqiang hurriedly checked Zheng Haotian's body and said worriedly. Zheng Haotian gently pushed Zhang Daqiang away, slowly stood up from the ground, and casually said, I'm fine. His eyes were fixed on the creature in front of him that almost hurt him. Is this the mature piranha plant spirit seed? A 1-meter-long green rhizome with a huge pink bud on it. In this huge bud is a mouth full of fangs, with a bright red tongue moving in and out from time to time, which looks quite scary. My lord, I will destroy it right now. It actually dared to hurt you. Zhang Daqiang picked up the hoe beside him and was about to attack the roots of the carnivorous plant. Stop it. Throw the hoe aside. Of course, Zheng Haotian stopped Zhang Daqiang. It was a good thing that the piranha plant was aggressive. After all, it was used for defense outside the city wall. If there's no such attack instinct, what is the use of them? But Lord, it almost hurt you just now. Zhang Daqiang looked at the piranha plant hatefully. This somewhat strange plant was very spiritual. It actually lowered its flower bud under Zhang Daqiang's gaze, as if admitting its mistake. So spiritual. Zheng Haotian murmured to himself. He happened to see this scene. Just when Zhang Daqiang was still thinking about destroying the first man-eating plant, Zheng Haotian decisively said, the attack just now was just its instinct. There's no need to worry too much about it. However, whether it can survive in our base depends on its performance in the future. Zheng Haotian wanted to test the ability of this carnivorous plant. Zhang Daqiang showed a confident expression when he heard this. He was very confident in the fighting ability of the piranha plant. It must be easy to destroy ordinary zombies. Move it out temporarily and plant it outside the base gate. Shui Ying, go notify Liu Laowu to come to the base gate. As you command, Lord. Okay, Master Haotian. The first response was from Zhang Daqiang. After answering Zheng Haotian, He immediately walked to the side of the piranha plant and gently patted the huge flower bud. The carnivorous plant, which was originally a little restless, suddenly stood still and remained motionless. Then Zhang Daqiang began to dig the soil near the roots of the piranha plant with a hoe. This action made the thick roots of the piranha plant begin to tremble. It was afraid. Shuiying has left Ling Tian and went to a private house to pass a message to Liu Laowu. In about 30 seconds, Zhang Daqiang loosened the soil at the roots of the piranha plant, then pulled it up and placed it in a mud basin prepared nearby. This thing is still a bit heavy, Zhang Daqiang said with a wry smile. With his strength, he almost failed to pull out just now. I'll help you. Zheng Haotian stepped forward and picked up the clay basin together with Zhang Daqiang. This time Zhang Daqiang did not refuse because it was really too tiring for him to do it alone. The two men held the clay pot with the carnivorous plant inside and walked straight towards the gate of the base, where test subjects for the carnivorous plant experiments were located outside. Let's plant it on the right side of the gate. This is the first carnivorous plant guarding our base. Zheng Haotian's tone was filled with undisguised joy. As you command, Lord. The piranha plant is a plant after all. When it was transplanted into a pot, it was wilted, but when it returned to the earth, it began to show its fangs and claws again. Greetings, Lord. What can I do for you? Not long after burying the carnivorous plant in the ground, Liu Laowu trotted to the gate of the base and saluted respectfully towards Zheng Haotian. Old Liu, go to the forest and capture some small animals alive. I have special uses for them. Zheng Haotian ordered lightly. As you command, my lord. I will set off right away. For the old hunter Liu Laowu, catching a few small animals alive is a piece of cake. Zheng Haotian didn't have to wait long, just over 10 minutes, and Liu Laowu returned to the gate of the base with a gray rabbit in each hand. Old Liu, throw the rabbit directly in front of the piranha plant. Zheng Haotian gave another order, and then stared at the piranha plant closely. Liu Laowu nodded in response, then swung the two rabbits left and right, and they were steadily thrown in front of the piranha plant. The piranha plant opened its huge buds and bit the two hairs in front of it hard in its mouth. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out almost in the next second. Chapter 98. Night falls, and all parties take action. A chewing sound came from the bud of the piranha plant. Zheng Haotian and the other two who were standing nearby and observing couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The scene of eating something raw was really too shocking. My lord, what is this? Liu Laowu's voice became a little stammering. This is the first line of defense of our base, and it is a very lethal line of defense. Zheng Haotian raised the corners of his mouth, and a smile bloomed on his face. Liu Laowu was called back to the base by Zheng Haotian in confusion, and he followed Zhang Daqiang to start cultivating the other 50 carnivorous plant seeds. After the cultivation is completed, they will be planted outside the base wall. Zheng Haotian will also build a moat between the piranha plants and the wall to irrigate the piranha plants. By the way, Daqiang, why haven't I heard you talk about the rose spirit seed? Is it not mature yet? Zheng Haotian watched Zhang Daqiang cultivating the carnivorous plant spirit seed and suddenly thought of the rose spirit seed. So he asked, Please forgive me, Lord. I forgot about this for a while. For some reason, the rose spirit seed has not been able to mature. It is still just a bud and does not even have any fragrance. When it comes to the rose spirit seed, Zhang Daqiang lost his confidence. This is a problem he can't think of a solution to. Is that so? It's okay. Then you can focus on cultivating the piranha plant spirit seed and make this piranha plant guard take shape as soon as possible. Of course, Zheng Haotian would not blame Zhang Daqiang. Being able to successfully cultivate the piranha plant was already a big surprise. Yes, sir. I will not let you down, my lord. Zhang Daqiang said respectfully. After inspecting the spiritual field, Zheng Haotian walked towards the blacksmith shop again, glanced at Han Lei and Zhao Tai, who were still busy, reminded them to take a proper rest, and then came to the factory again. This time, Zheng Haotian did not disturb Fang Tian. He quietly observed Fang Tian, who was immersed in operating the instrument. This concentration gave him more confidence in his plan to improve the mecha. Time always passes by unknowingly. Night falls on the earth again, and the day ends. It's time to eat. Lu Fu's voice came from the dining room, and everyone came over smelling the aroma. Braised beef tendon, pepper, and salt beef short ribs. Cold beef. It was another sumptuous meal tonight. After dinner, Zheng Haotian asked some people to go to the library for further studies, and the other part to go to the barracks for special training. From now on, everyone needs to improve their abilities as soon as possible, because when the crisis comes, everyone will be a soldier on the battlefield. However, Zheng Haotian still had selfish motives. Shui Ying did not make any arrangements, but stayed by his side to carry out a cross-regional command work. Opening the world chat box, Zheng Haotian clicked on the private chat interface with Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, have you found out the information about the research institute near your base? As early as the morning, Zheng Haotian notified several lords whose bases were well developed, asking them to find out the information about the research institutes near their bases as soon as possible, and then he would give them some help so that they could complete the research institute tasks. Lord Haotian, my men have found the location of the research institute, but for the fear of alerting the enemy, I did not let them investigate further. Otherwise, if they accidentally alerted the existence inside the institute, it would be more trouble than gain. Wei Tai responded slowly. Zheng Haotian nodded. Wei Tai's move was indeed more thoughtful. Tell me roughly where the research institute we are exploring is and what it looks like. Zheng Haotian continued. He wanted to compare it with the research institute here. Okay, Wei Tai described it in detail. According to the investigation conducted by the farmers he sent out, the research institute was built inside the mountain and its appearance was a somewhat barren hill. The reason why we could determine that this is a research institute is because there are 2 guards wearing metal armor outside the door at the belly of the mountain. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find the location of the research institute. Are there only 2 guards on duty? Didn't you encounter any visible or hidden sentries? Zheng Haotian was a little surprised. Was it because the defense of the research institute outside his base was too strict, or was it that Wei Tai was too lax? In comparison, Zheng Haotian felt extremely sad. If the research institute here had this kind of military strength, I would have killed them long ago. Zheng Haotian thought viciously. I haven't heard anything from my farmers, so there shouldn't be any there. Moreover, it's only 2 kilometers away from my base, and we haven't discovered it before. Wei Tai felt a little strange in his heart. This research institute seemed to have appeared suddenly. I understand. You can now gather your own farmers. I will provide you with some equipment and give you remote command throughout the process. I need you to lead your men to conquer this research institute. Zheng Haotian decided to let Wei Tai lead his men to act at night. Okay, everything will be arranged by Lord Haotian. Wei Tai was very cooperative. He knew Zheng Haotian very well, so he was not worried about anything. After temporarily closing the private chat box with Wei Tai, Zheng Haotian opened the private chat with Wang Lu. Lord Wang Lu, how is the thing I asked you to do going? Zheng Haotian asked calmly. The next second after the message was sent, Wang Lu replied. Lord Haotian, I sent people to search the area near the base carefully, and indeed found the research institute you mentioned. It is only 3 kilometers away from my base. How was the defense outside the institute? Can you lead your peasants to break in? Zheng Haotian felt unbalanced again. Why were the bases of these 2 people so close to the research institute? It doesn't seem to be defended. My peasants have walked to the door, but they haven't seen any signs of human activity. Even the metal gate doesn't seem to be so easy to open. Wang Lu's words left Zheng Haotian speechless. He didn't even have the nerve to defend himself. This must be a joke. Then you should prepare yourself now and break in at night. I will give you an energy gun. If the door cannot be opened, you can blast it open. Zheng Haotian made some arrangements and then directly gave an energy gun to Wang Lu. Okay, Lord Haotian, please rest assured. I will definitely lead people in tonight. Wang Lu checked the properties of the energy gun. While she was shocked, she also felt more confident about the action that night. Okay, contact me if you have any questions. After sending the last sentence, Zheng Haotian opened another private chat box. Tonight, he will sit in the base and destroy the research institute without even realizing it. At 10 o'clock in the evening, inside the Wei Tai base, there are a total of 13 farmers who are ready to set off to the research institute at any time. Everyone listen carefully. Our goal tonight is to wipe out the research institute. Do you have confidence? Have. Deafening shouts resounded through the sky. Tonight is destined to be restless. Chapter 99. Research Institute branch calls for all lords to take action. Looking at his subordinates who were dressed in fine armor and holding sophisticated weapons, and then looking at the energy gun in his own hand that was glowing with a light purple light, Wei Tai's confidence had never been greater than at this moment. Follow my orders and set off. There were no cars, so they could only advance on foot, but this did not hinder their high morale nor affect their combat effectiveness in the slightest. Like the Wei Tai base, There were several other bases that were also carrying out preparations for the battle, including Wang Lu, Xia Guang, Zhou Yong, etc. They all received help from Zheng Haotian, both in terms of equipment and information, which enabled them to have sufficient combat capabilities and combat information. Wei Tai, who set off first and was the closest, had already arrived outside the research institute. He was hiding in the bushes nearby and observing, ready to rush up and kill the two guards outside the door at any time. Lord Haotian, we have arrived outside the institute. What should we do next? Wei Tai asked Zheng Haotian while holding a mobile phone produced by Zheng Haotian's base factory. Don't act for now. Wait for the others to get in position and follow my instructions. Okay. Zheng Haotian was feeling somewhat excited. If the 4th and 5th bases jointly launched an attack on their research institute, what wonderful things would happen. Lord Haotian, we are in place. Wang Lu sent a message. Boss Haotian, I have brought the farmers to the outside of the research institute. Xia Guang also sent a message. Boss Haotian, when are we going to take action? We are already outside the research institute. Zhou Yong has also arrived. The remaining few people soon sent news that they had arrived outside the research institute. Zheng Haotian knew that the time to attack had come. Attack! After these two brief words, a group of lords issued attack orders to their peasants, and the quiet night was suddenly broken. Who is it? Oh no! Quickly notify Researcher Liu. Wei Tai's first move was as powerful as thunder and lightning. The peasants under his command charged forward to intercept and knock down the two guards directly at the door. Boom! Then he pulled the trigger of the energy gun, and a purple lightning shot out. The solid metal door turned into pieces after a loud bang. Charge! Control everyone inside! Wei Tai led all his farmers into the research institute, and soon they ran into the robot guard that Liu Laowu and his companions had encountered before. However, under the crushing of powerful force, the robot guards were vulnerable and were all blown to pieces. They quickly advanced to the core area of the research institute. Who are you? Where are the robot guards? Are you talking about those iron lumps? Of course, they were smashed into pieces. Wei Tai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said in a cold tone. Zheng Haotian had reminded him before that he might run into strangers in the base, so there was no need to waste time talking and just capture them alive. Are you ready to surrender yourself, or let my men knock you out? Wei Tai said coldly. Do you know who I am? I am. Bang. Wei Tai was obviously not interested in knowing the identity of this middle-aged man, and he directly signaled his men beside him to knock him out. Search carefully around and take everything you can. As you command, Lord. I originally thought that I would encounter some danger tonight, but I didn't expect to conquer the Research Institute so smoothly. However, Wei Tai noticed that the task posted in the system box was not shown as completed. What's going on? Wei Tai decided to ask Zheng Haotian. After dialing the phone, Zheng Haotian waited quietly for Wei Tai to speak. Lord Haotian, I have led my men to successfully capture the Research Institute, but the mission is not shown as completed. What's going on? Wei Tai asked with some confusion. Not completed yet? Are you sure you have defeated everyone in the Institute? Zheng Haotian was also a little puzzled. Logically, the task should have been completed. In the entire Institute, apart from a bunch of robot guards, there are only 2 guards and a middle-aged man. I didn't see anyone else. Wei Tai said slowly. No one. What's going on? You ask someone to search it carefully first, and I'll ask other people. Zheng Haotian couldn't figure it out for a moment and decided to ask other lords. Okay, Lord Haotian. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Haotian started calling Wang Lu's cell phone. Wang Lu, how is the situation over there? Lord Haotian, I was just telling you why there is only an empty research institute here. There is nothing inside except a bunch of instruments that neither I nor my peasants can understand. Wang Lu's words made Zheng Haotian even more confused. Are these research institutes fake? Unwilling to give up, he contacted Xia Guang and Zhou Yong again, but the results they got were surprisingly similar. The Institute's defensive strength was almost 0, and they broke through effortlessly. Although the equipment provided by Zheng Haotian contributed to this, the fundamental reason was the emptiness of the Research Institute. Why is it completely different from the Research Institute here? There are no sentries, the guards are very weak, and there's only one person? There must be something wrong here. Zheng Haotian hurried towards the factory. Fang Tian had not rested yet, so he wanted to ask about the situation. Fang Tian, my lord, I greet you, my lord. Why are you here at the factory so late? I have something to ask you, Zheng Haotian said directly. My lord, do you have any questions? Just ask. Fang Tian replied respectfully. Do you know how many God-making research institutes there are? What? Do you mean the laboratories that some researchers set up separately for the purpose of conducting experiments? There seem to be quite a lot of them. I had one before, but for some reasons, I returned to the institute headquarters. Fang Tian was stunned for a moment, then said slowly, "Laboratories? Then these are considered branches of the research institute, right?" Zheng Haotian asked. "If you think so, it's actually correct, but the defense inside is probably far different from that of the headquarters. Some researchers even skip the defense altogether." Zheng Haotian understood instantly that what the other lords had captured were branches of the research institute established by the researchers themselves, while outside his base was the headquarters of the institute. If the branches are destroyed, it should have an impact on the institute's headquarters, right? Of course it will. It is very likely that some research will be interrupted directly. Fang Tian nodded and replied. Zheng Haotian smiled, and the next thing would be very simple. First, he notified the lords who had already occupied the institute to move or destroy everything in it, and then Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box. "My lords, it's time to take action against the Research Institute." Chapter 100, Detecting the Institute's Counterattack. Zheng Haotian's idea was very simple. Since Fang Tian had said that destroying the branch would affect the Institute's headquarters, he only needed to mobilize all the lords and let them destroy the Institute's branches near their bases. Perhaps it would not be difficult to face the Institute's headquarters directly. "Boss Haotian, we were blown away by a piece of news in the middle of the night. Please help us. I want to do this mission too, but the farmers in my base are almost starving, so how can they have the energy to attack the Research Institute?" "Boss Haotian, what's the benefit of attacking the Research Institute? This system is unclear. It's better to stay here honestly. It won't affect us. Some lords lack motivation, some lords lack strength, and some lords have neither motivation nor strength." This is the feeling that the information in the world chat box gives Zheng Haotian. When you capture the Research Institute, what you can get may be just some resources, or it may be high-tech equipment, or even some scientific researchers may be captured. The effort you put in is definitely proportional to the reward you get. This may seem like just a mission, but it's actually an opportunity. If you seize it, you can build a stronger base to withstand future crises. I will send you all the strategies for the Research Institute. As for whether you can seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it depends on you. Zheng Haotian knew very well that instead of forcing other lords to attack the Research Institute, it would be better to induce them through reasonable means, which would make more lords decide to attack the Research Institute in the end. Next, Zheng Haotian sent information about the possible robot guards in the Institute, as well as some defensive facilities and how to break into the world chat box. For a moment, no one continued to speak in the chat box, perhaps because they were worried that this precious strategy would be lost. "Let's do it. I'm going to overturn this Research Institute. I support the brother above. For me, forget it. Living a life of idleness and waiting for death is my best choice. Boss Haotian, I want to attack the Research Institute, but I don't have anyone available. Can I ask you for help?" After reading the strategy guide, some passionate lords directly chose to summon their peasants and set out to attack the Research Institute, even though it was already late at night. Some were determined to stay in the base and not have anything to do with the Institute. Only a few of these people spoke out. The last category of people are those who want to do it, but feel they don't have the ability, and hope that Zheng Haotian can help them. Seeing the private chat box start to flash nonstop, Zheng Haotian's mouth curled up slightly. Now it was no problem for him to give these lords a little help, and he was not going to help them for free. Just when Zheng Haotian was discussing the assistance agreement with a group of lords, Wei Tai encountered a special situation. "My lord, someone is looking for you." "Anyone?" When Wei Tai heard the farmer's shouts, he was confused. "Are there other people in this Research Institute?" "Hold him, I'll be right there." "Here, my lord, this man is in a piece of glass. We can't touch him." The farmer said something strange again, and Wei Tai realized that the other party was talking to him through remote video. "There is such equipment here." Wei Tai quickened his pace and followed the farmer around a few corners before arriving in front of an LCD screen with a man with long yellow hair and a mask on it. "Who are you? What's your relationship with the Institute?" Wei Tai, who was the last to arrive, asked the person on the screen directly. The other party was silent for a moment after hearing the question, with an inexplicable coldness in his eyes. "You don't need to know who I am. Now you have two choices. The first is to restore everything here and release the people, and then we will forgive you for trespassing. The second is that I will send people to kill you all and take back everything myself. A slightly magnetic voice sounded slowly. The voice was very calm, as if it was not a threat, but narrating a very ordinary thing. You want to get rid of me with just a few words? Do you think I was scared? I'll give you two choices. First, tell me all your identity information, and I'll consider not pursuing your rude remarks just now. Second, I'll smash your broken display screen to pieces. Wei Tai was a hot-blooded soldier. How could he bear such a threat? I know your choice. The Institute will not let you go. The man on the screen said lightly. Bang! His snap. The axe hit the LCD monitor hard. A flash of lightning and the sound of broken glass were heard, and the figure on it disappeared. Wei Tai said disdainfully, I also know your choice. After the seemingly impulsive action, Wei Tai immediately ordered all the farmers to temporarily stop the action, and then he immediately contacted Zheng Haotian. Lord Haotian, there is a special event. What happens? When Zheng Haotian heard Wei Tai's words, he suddenly became a little confused. Everything was going well just now. It seems there are other people in the Institute. He just warned me through a display screen and asked me to restore everything, but I refused. He said he would send someone over. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think since he said it so calmly, it must be true. What should we do next? Wei Tai's attitude has implicitly shown that he regards himself as Zheng Haotian's subordinate, which is meaningless, and he thinks so too. Don't worry. Even if they want to send someone over, it won't be that easy. Now, move the things up as quickly as possible, then return to the base and prepare for defense. I will find a way to give you more help. Zheng Haotian was also thinking about the words of the man on the screen that Wei Tai had just repeated. There were two pieces of information he could get from them. The first is that they have discovered Wei Tai's attack on the Research Institute, and the second is that they can also send personnel to the vicinity of this branch of the Research Institute. Okay, then I'll tell my men to speed up. I'll contact you if there's anything else. After Wei Tai finished his last sentence, he hurriedly began to do the final finishing work. After trading some of the excess weapons and equipment in the base to those active lords and obtaining more than 30 harvest sharing agreements, Zheng Haotian closed the world chat box. He wanted to encourage everyone to destroy the Institute together. The people in the Institute would not sit idly by and wait for death. What Wei Tai encountered was only the beginning of the Institute's counterattack. No matter what kind of existence you are, I will completely destroy you this time. Zheng Haotian waved his fist vigorously, his eyes very determined. Chapter 101. Successful Improvement After All-Night Research. After experiencing the display screen incident, Wei Tai did not encounter any other problems and returned to his base smoothly with a bunch of high-tech equipment that he could not understand. After hearing the news, Zheng Haotian was happy for a moment, but soon he was no longer happy, because other people have faced similar threats. This may be triggered by a specific condition. After breaking into the Institute for a certain period of time, one will be threatened by other Institute members whose whereabouts are unknown. Zheng Haotian had no other choice but to say the same thing he had said to Wei Tai and appease the lords first. Before they knew it, it was already the second half of the night, and Shuiying beside them couldn't help yawning. If you feel tired, go and rest first. You don't have to stay with me all the time. Zheng Haotian stroked Shuiying's hair and said softly, Lord Haotian, I'm not sleepy. I can stay with you. Shuiying shook her head stubbornly, but the yawn at the next moment betrayed her. Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly and picked up Shuiying by the waist. But I'm sleepy. Please go to another place to accompany me. Zheng Haotian showed a wicked smile, and Shuiying's face turned red. In the base in the second half of the night, except for some slight voices of men and women, everything else seemed so quiet, setting off the vitality of spring. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zheng Haotian was not awakened by Shuiying's gentle call, but was awakened by a listless and excited voice. Success. My lord, I succeeded. What? Zheng Haotian sat up directly on the bed, and his movement was so big that it startled Shuiying, who was standing beside him. Lord Haotian, what happened? Shuiying said sleepily. You take a rest for a while, I'll go out and take a look. Zheng Haotian had already heard that the voice outside belonged to Fang Tian. From his 3 words, successful, Zheng Haotian had already guessed the reason for his excitement. Small mecha blueprint. The improvement was successful. Shuiying seemed to be a little tired. This time she did not force herself to stand up, but obediently continued to lie down and rest. Zheng Haotian quickly put on his clothes, walked out of the room, and came to the lobby of the base. Fang Tian was pacing back and forth anxiously. Greetings, Lord. I have disturbed your rest. I deserve to die. Fang Tian saw Zheng Haotian's slightly sleepy eyes and realized in an instant that he had done something wrong. It's okay. If you have urgent news, it's okay even if you wake me up in the middle of the night. I won't blame you, Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ears, and good medicine tastes bitter. Of course, Zheng Haotian knew this simple truth. He was not the kind of person who was only used to hearing compliments. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. I have successfully improved the mecha blueprint. Now I can use the iron and copper essences in the energy virtualization charging system to manufacture the core and weapons and equipment. In this way, the mecha can be formed. And I used its driving system as a reference, combined with the previous car driving manual, to write a simple mecha operation manual. Zheng Haotian was really surprised this time. Fang Tian had already taken everything into consideration, and his overall view was really unbelievable to him. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but applaud and said with a smile, "Great. Fang Tian, you really impressed me. By the way, you must have stayed up all night researching, right? Give me the stuff and go take a rest. Leave everything else to me." Zheng Haotian patted Fang Tian's shoulder lightly, his face showing an expression of fatigue that was hard to conceal. Although he was very excited about the successful improvement, he had not slept all night after all. "Thank you for your concern, Lord. I have a humble request," Fang Tian said after hesitating for a moment. "Just tell me. I will satisfy you as long as I can do it." Zheng Haotian made a promise. "I hope to witness the birth of the first mecha with my own eyes, and I also hope to have the right to name it," Fang Tian said with a slightly trembling voice. He was afraid that Zheng Haotian would not agree. "The second one is fine. You can name it, but the first one..." Fang Tian showed a trace of frustration. If Zheng Haotian didn't allow it, he would not be able to witness the birth of his work. The result was not what Fang Tian expected. Zheng Haotian immediately said, "You need to take a good rest first. I will have someone prepare the materials for making the mecha. When you have rested enough, we will witness the birth of the first mecha together." "Good. That's great." Fang Tian instantly went from being depressed to excited, with a red glow on his face. "Let's go and rest now," Zheng Haotian said with a smile. "My lord, I don't think I'm sleepy anymore. Why don't we?" Zheng Haotian's eyes narrowed, like the look of a stern parent looking at a child who refuses to go to bed at night, and Fang Tian was so scared that he paused. "I'm going to bed now. Early to bed, early to rise." Watching Fang Tian hurriedly turn around and leave, Zheng Haotian smiled again. Fang Tian's arrival was truly a blessing. Picking up the two things Fang Tian had just handed him, Zheng Haotian checked their properties. Blueprint, small mecha L1 improved. The equipment attributes are as follows. Equipment, small mecha. Level L1. Attributes, defense plus 200, speed plus 330, attack plus 230, strength plus 400. Skills, charge, energy cannon, laser sword, Jedi bounce. Driving, master the mecha operation manual. Manufacturing requirements, 5,000 iron ore, 300 refined iron, 100 refined copper, 1 charging core. The overall properties of the mecha have not changed much, and the skills are exactly the same. The only thing that has changed is the manufacturing requirements. It can be said that this transformation is quite perfect. Another mecha operating manual, which shows that it is sufficient to replace the regular operating manual, allows those who have studied it to master the mecha operating skills. Very good. Zheng Haotian checked his resource panel. Xiaobin has been very helpful recently. Not only has he dug up a large amount of copper mines, but he has also discovered quite a few silver and gold mines. Therefore, the raw materials for refining refined iron and copper are quite abundant. As for the last charging core, Fang Tian still needs to use the energy virtualization instrument to make it, so there is no rush. After a brief thought, Shuang also got up and came to his side, reminding him that it was time to have breakfast. "Okay, let's go together and get down to business after we finish eating." Zheng Haotian took Shuang's hand, and his joy was passed on to everyone around him through invisible actions. Deep in the dense forest, in a dark and gloomy research institute, in front of a pile of extremely sophisticated instruments, an old man with white hair and beard was gently stroking the display screen, which showed Zheng Haotian's face. Chapter 102 Zombies Riot Early. Boom, boom, boom. The old man with white hair and beard tapped the screen lightly. It was unknown what he was thinking about, but one could see the gloom on his face. "Start Plan B." The old man moved his lips slightly and made a dull sound. "Yes, Chief Bai." A mechanical voice responded, and the old man's instructions were conveyed to everyone involved in the plan. In another, even larger space, the originally dim space became bright under the incandescent lamp that lit up in an instant, and a group of men and women in gray and white clothes began to quickly operate the instruments closest to them. In front of each of them, there's a small display screen the size of an adult's palm. Looking closely, what is displayed on it are actually hideous-looking zombies, and the movements of the zombies seem to be controlled by these people in gray and white clothes. Inside the base, after breakfast, Zheng Haotian hurried to the blacksmith shop with Zhao Tai and directly took out a pile of iron, ore, and copper ore. Zhao Tai, how long will it take for me to turn all of this into refined iron and refined copper? Zheng Haotian's direct question made Zhao Tai stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the pile of resources and couldn't help swallowing. My lord, if the refining is completed, we should be able to obtain 500 units of refined iron and 200 units of refined copper. I don't think I can finish it in one day. Zhao Tai was somewhat helpless. His skills had indeed improved a lot compared to before, but basic operations such as refining materials require more patience. Otherwise, it would be very easy to fail. I understand. Then come with me. Zheng Haotian knew very well that there was not much time left, and he needed to come up with a strategically important mecha as soon as possible. So the more refined iron and fine iron, the better. Since Zhao Tai alone can't accomplish it, then let's have 6. It should be possible for it to be accomplished. It was obvious that Zheng Haotian was going to use today's summoning opportunity to summon 5 similar blacksmiths based on Zhao Tai's standard. After Zhao Tai got into position, Zheng Haotian opened the summoning panel and clicked on the directional summoning of farmers. White light flashed, and 5 figures appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Hanju, the humble man, greets the Lord. I, Chen Ke, greet the Lord. I, Feng Kai, greet the Lord. I, Lu Ling, greet the Lord. I, Zheng Yuan, greet my lord. Hanju has dark skin and rough and broad hands. He looks like a strong man, although his height is not an advantage, at only about 1.6 meters. Chen Ke looked delicate and tender, and from the surface he didn't look like a blacksmith at all, so Zheng Haotian curiously clicked on his attributes. Name, Jianke. Occupation, farmer. Physical, fitness 230230. Abilities, internal strength, casting. Special ability, Hunyuan Qi. The equipment forged by him will have Yin and Yang Hunyuan Qi, adding special attributes. Loyalty, 60. Is it so carved? Is the inner strength coming? Zheng Haotian finally understood the reason why he had such delicate skin and tender flesh. With the protection of his internal energy, even if he was molded for many years, he would not suffer any external damage. With this surprise, Zheng Haotian subconsciously checked the attributes of several people one by one. The Dark Hanju has a special bonus in refining materials, and his speed is 3 times faster than that of an ordinary blacksmith. The honest and hard-working Feng Kai has the opportunity to forge armor of a higher level. The weapons made by the somewhat silly-looking Lu Ling will have earth attribute damage and will be heavier than ordinary weapons. Zheng Yuanza is a bit ordinary, but he has the attribute of being diligent in study, which makes Zheng Haotian curious. Zhao Tai, these 5 will be your subordinates from now on. Get familiar with them first, and then start the refining work as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything more. He just gave Zhao Tai an instruction and left. He left the rest to Zhao Tai. As you command, Lord. You guys follow me. Zhao Tai suddenly went from being a lone commander to the team leader of the other 5 people, and he felt a little excited. However, he also knew that all this was only because he had followed Zheng Haotian for a longer time, so he secretly told himself that he must be more capable than these new people. After leaving the summoning platform, Zheng Haotian went to inspect the farm. Under the management of Sun Jiabao, the base can now eat the freshest meat every day. Jiabao, is this calf giving birth again? When Zheng Haotian arrived at the farm, Sun Jiabao was busy cleaning the bloody calf. Greetings, Lord. I would like to report to you that 3 cows gave birth to calves today, and each of them was twins, so there's 6 calves in total. Sun Jiabao said with a silly smile. Yes, this farm is growing more and more under your care, huh? Zheng Haotian smiled. It's all because of the good feed at the Lord's base. Otherwise, these cows wouldn't be raised so well. By the way, I can squeeze out several buckets of milk tomorrow morning. Sun Jiabao said with a satisfied look on his face. Zheng Haotian nodded, praised a few more words, and walked towards the spiritual field. I, Zhang Daqiang, greet my lord. No need to be so polite, Daqiang. How is the cultivation of the man-eating plant spirit species going? Zheng Haotian waved his hand and asked softly. Reporting to the lord, I have already germinated all 50 carnivorous plant seeds and am preparing to plant them around the city walls. Zhang Daqiang said excitedly. Oh, that's great. I'll go with you. Zheng Haotian could also build the moat at the same time. For him, it was just a matter of 2 clicks on the system panel. Yes, my lord. Zhang Daqiang picked up the clay basin containing 50 carnivorous plant seeds that had already sprouted green buds and followed Zheng Haotian towards the base gate. You make a rough calculation and plant the man-eating plant spiritual seeds at even intervals. I'll go build the moat. As you command, lord. Zhang Daqiang walked to the city wall and estimated its approximate length. At this moment, his sight was attracted by a group of dark figures in the distance. Not good. Lord, quickly gather everyone back. The zombie army is coming. Zhang Daqiang called out loudly, which scared Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian hurriedly climbed up the city wall and looked in the direction Zhang Daqiang pointed. His face instantly turned gloomy. Shuang, go notify the people in the reconnaissance team and have them quickly go around and find all the people in the base. Then have the people in the tank team prepare for the city defense. Yes, Lord Haotian. The atmosphere in the base suddenly became tense. No one could have imagined that the zombie army's attack would come ahead of schedule. Chapter 103, Zombie Rising. This is just a warning. Zheng Haotian stood on the city wall, staring into the distance. Among the dark crowd of zombies, he could clearly see several big ones. This was not an ordinary group of zombies. As for the number, Zheng Haotian was a little hesitant to estimate it. It was at least tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. Is this the crisis that was supposed to happen 3 days later? Even if I were given another 3 days, could the base really hold up? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel a little desperate. With him as the lord, there were only a few dozen people in the entire base. How could he, with only a few dozen, stop tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people? Reporting to the lord, everyone has returned to the base. Under the command of Liu Laowu, the reconnaissance team has entered the Arrow Tower for long-range defense. The members of the tank team are also ready for defense. Okay, I understand. After hearing Shui Ying's report, Zheng Haotian forced himself to cheer up. He knew very well that despair would only make despair come faster, and there was no other meaning. My lord, I heard that the base has entered a state of alert. What is going on? Fang Tian ran out of the house in a hurry. He originally wanted to go to the factory, but was notified to join the security. He was confused for a moment, so he came to ask Zheng Haotian. I'm sorry, Fang Tian. The plan to attack the research institute to rescue people may be delayed indefinitely. The base is about to face an attack from nearly 100,000 zombies. Zheng Haotian said helplessly. What? 100,000 is so much. After hearing the news, Fang Tian's face instantly turned ugly, but then he showed a firm expression. My lord, can you prepare the materials for making the mecha as soon as possible? Perhaps it can give us a glimmer of hope. Fang Tian said to Zheng Haotian with a very serious look. I have instructed people to produce the baby as soon as possible, but it shouldn't be that soon at the moment. It has only been about an hour since Zhao Tai and the others were asked to refine the materials. 500 units of refined iron and 200 units of refined copper are not something that can be refined so easily. I will go to the blacksmith shop to ask, sir. We will never let the base be captured. Fang Tian walked in such a hurry that he even forgot to greet Zheng Haotian. However, in such a critical moment, some red tape can indeed be discarded. Lord Haotian, we will definitely be able to defeat the zombies. Shui Ying's gentle face also showed a bit more determination. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, and in an instant, he felt more powerful in his heart. With such subordinates, even partners always by his side, were mere zombies. Then let me give it a try. Are you zombies more resilient, or are my arrow towers and energy machine guns more powerful? Zheng Haotian will personally command this battle. At the same time, in the space where each person held an instrument, a huge display screen rose in the middle, broadcasting the scene of the zombie attack in real time. They were only 1,000 meters away from Zheng Haotian's base. The old man with white hair and beard who had been staying in the dark room also came here and watched the zombies with hideous faces on screen. Captain, we are already within the attack distance of the winged corpse. Should we launch the first attack? A man wearing the same gray and white clothes and a white mask next to the white-haired director said, "It's not time to officially destroy them yet, so let 1/3 of the flying winged corpses launch an attack." "Yes, Chief." After the man finished his report, he immediately walked to a person who was operating the instrument and said a few words. Then the zombies on the screen changed. Liu Laowu was guarding on an arrow tower at the moment. His eyes had never left the zombie group since he climbed up the arrow tower, so he was the first to notice the clues. Oh no, there are actually zombies that can fly. Liu Laowu saw hundreds of zombies flying quickly from the zombie group, and he felt a little panicked. Then he shouted, "Everyone pay attention, some zombies have flown into the sky. Pay attention to their position, let's shoot them down." Zheng Haotian also heard Liu Laowu's voice and was a little surprised. Then he looked up at the sky. A black mass of flying zombies, like a dark cloud, rushed towards the base rapidly and arrived in front of the base in almost the blink of an eye. Shooting. The 8 members of the reconnaissance team, plus the 2 half-baked ones Wang Biao and Li Si, the 10 of them held high-quality iron-frame bows, drew their bows and drew their arrows, and shot arrows at the flying zombies in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid launch speed caused the sky to emit a series of sharp explosions, and the powerful force also caused the flying zombies to fall from the sky like rain. But there were too many of them, and 10 people were not enough to deal with them completely. Soon, the zombies broke through the defense of the arrow tower and entered the base. "You are looking for death." Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, and members of the tank brigade boarded the modified cars at this time, operating the energy machine guns on the roof, aiming at the dozen or so flying zombies that broke through the defense. Boom! After a series of training, facing these not-so-small zombies, everyone was able to aim accurately. After 3 minutes, all the flying zombies had been wiped out. Everyone did a great job. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but praise them. Such an attack was easily defended, which was simply a miracle. "Good job, everyone. Drive all the zombies away. Old Liu, will cook a full banquet for you." "Huh, that's a must." Xiong Sen laughed heartily. The tense atmosphere was eased a lot because of the great victory in the first battle, but soon the next batch of flying zombies took off, and this time the number was twice as many. "Everyone get ready, fire." In front of the display screen, the white-haired chief's face looked a little gloomy. He didn't expect that 1/3 of the flying wing zombies could be destroyed just like that. These were flying mutant zombies that only appeared once in hundreds, and their total number was only a few thousand or so. 1/3 of them were lost in an instant. "Send me all the other flying wing zombies, and then control the zombies to surround their base for me, but don't launch an attack, just keep surrounding them." The white-haired director originally wanted to make Zheng Haotian lose a few of his men, and then control the zombies to retreat as a way of teaching him a lesson. However, Zheng Haotian's behavior just now angered him a little, and he decided to intensify the attack on Zheng Haotian's base. "Okay, Chief. The farmers in the base could wipe out hundreds of flying zombies without any injuries through cooperation. But if the number doubles and the peasants guarding the base have even less physical strength than before, is it still possible to win?" Zheng Haotian quickly gave a positive answer. Chapter 104. Breaking through the bloodline of the city wall base. How is this possible? The white-haired director looked at everything happening on the screen and felt bad all over. 600 or 700 flying zombies were once again destroyed by Zheng Haotian's armed forces. Although some damage was caused to Zheng Haotian's base, it was definitely not what Director Baifa had expected. "Director, the weapon that just attacked the flying wing corpse seems to be the energy weapon we are researching. How could this lord have these?" The subordinates nearby were also a little confused. The energy weapons that had just appeared seemed to be more powerful than what their institute currently had. Damn it, it must be that traitor. The person that the white-haired director was referring to was probably Fong Tian. After all, everything was caused by him. "Captain, since this lord is so ungrateful, why not just let Corpse Queen Yupil launch a general attack?" The white-haired director heard his subordinate's suggestion, looked at the broken pieces of the flying wing corpse on the screen, his face as hard as iron, nodded vigorously, and said in a heavy tone, "Attack." "Yes, Chief." Everyone present moved quickly, operating the instruments, and the zombies outside Zheng Haotian's base also moved accordingly. Liu Laowu's face was solemn. If the number of zombies was the biggest pressure on the base, then the giant mutated zombies among the zombie groups would most likely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. "My lord, they are beginning to attack." The zombies that had been stagnant just now, as if they had received some orders, began to rush towards the base continuously, one after another like waves. Old Liu, don't be stingy with your arrows. Shoot as hard as you can. Fire the arrow tower at full power. Zheng Haotian shouted. The amount of resources was still sufficient. At least there would be no problem in producing ordinary arrows. Daqiang, bring all the modified cars to the door. I want not a single zombie to enter the base. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian quickly gave the order, and everyone took their positions immediately. Now they had to rely on long-range attack weapons to kill most of the zombies, so that they would have a chance to withstand this wave of zombie attacks. Roar! After a burst of arrow attacks and energy machine gun bombardment, the giant mutant zombie in the zombie group finally couldn't help it. It took a big step, stepped directly on the ordinary zombies blocking the way, and rushed towards a modified car. Call out. Bang! The energy machine gun immediately turned its attack around and fired at the giant zombie, but the bullets were concentrated on the giant zombie. Apart from penetrating its flesh, they could not even have any effect on this painless corpse monster. Everyone, concentrate your attacks. Hit the fifth one from the right to the left first. Hit its head. Zhang Daqiang keenly sensed the giant zombie's weakness. He just said that he attacked the zombie's neck, and then the zombie's speed dropped instantly, and there was even a slight pause. Shot! Da-da-da-da. A burst of intensive gunfire rang out, and energy bullets emitting blue and purple light directly hit the giant zombie's neck. After 3 minutes of continuous shooting, Zhang Daqiang told everyone to stop shooting until the energy machine gun sounded an alarm that it was running low on bullets. Just 3 meters outside the base, there were about 30 giant zombies lying there. They all had one thing in common. That is, their heads had fallen to the side of their bodies. Everyone has done a great job, but everyone needs to remember one thing. Don't be complacent. We have attacked these dozens of zombies with all our strength, so we should take the other zombies more seriously. While Zheng Haotian praised him, he also suppressed him a little. Using both kindness and severity is a skill that every base lord needs to master. As you command, Lord. The giant zombie's attack was blocked, and everyone's faces showed excitement. This was a good sign. However, these dozens of giant zombies seemed to be just appetizers. The zombies soon took advantage of their greatest advantage: numbers. The energy machine gun had very few bullets left and could not fire indiscriminately. The task of fire coverage was almost entirely given to the 10 arrow towers standing in the base. Modify the cars to launch a shock attack, then withdraw everything. Zheng Haotian knew that he could no longer let the modified car without firepower stay passively outside the city wall. Now it was time to rely on the city wall to resist the zombies. After receiving the order, Zhang Daqiang immediately led the convoy towards the zombie group. Their hard outer armor made them like a sharp knife, crushing groups of ordinary zombies. Bang! 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 The loud crashing sounds seemed like the farmers' roars, yelling at the zombies, asking them to give up the futile idea of attacking and telling them that it was impossible to destroy the base. That's enough, come back. Zhang Daqiang and his men were getting a little too excited and had gone too deep into the zombie horde. Once they were surrounded by the zombies, it would be difficult for them to get out. Although somewhat reluctant, Zhang Daqiang still obeyed the order and immediately led his team towards the base, once again dispersing the zombies that were almost surrounded and finally returning to the base smoothly. Everyone climb onto the city wall. It's going to be a fierce battle. Zheng Haotian's face looked grim. What just happened was just an appetizer. Whether he could survive the zombie attack would depend on the next close combat. Everyone, including Zheng Haotian, climbed onto the city wall. The arrow tower was still firing arrows continuously, but the zombies also began to use a kind of mutated zombies with thick skin and flesh to hit their heads, and the arrows could not penetrate their skin. The battle line is slowly advancing towards the city wall. The distance is enough. Start throwing the javelin. Since arrows can't penetrate, let's switch to attacking with all metal javelins. The potential energy at high altitude, plus the powerful kinetic energy when the javelin was thrown out, the sharp javelin directly nailed the thick-skinned mutant zombie to the ground, and the zombie's attack speed slowed down again. Not good. Lord, look! Liu Laowu suddenly shouted, and Zheng Haotian looked in the direction he pointed, his face instantly turning ugly. The huge zombies in the zombie group appeared again, but this time they did not launch a direct attack. Instead, they grabbed the ordinary zombies nearby and threw them towards the city wall. Warning! Warning! The base is under attack. Please be prepared, Lord. Zheng Haotian heard a somewhat harsh sound from the system. He casually clicked on the attribute panel of the base, and a green health bar suddenly appeared on it. Building, main base. Defense, 3,500. HP, 499,995,0000. It actually has 50,000 HP. But does this mean that the moment the HP is reduced to 0, the base will be destroyed? Zheng Haotian's body suddenly trembled because the health of the base actually belonged to him. Chapter 105. Mechas show off their power and zombies retreat. Snort. On the city wall, Xiong San snorted coldly and swung the big knife in his hand with great force, directly splitting a zombie thrown over into two halves. His huge body made him like another city wall. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the zombies enter the base. Liu Laowu shouted, then drew his bow and shot a zombie flying in the air directly away. The arrow tower was still firing arrows continuously, and the corpses of zombies piled up outside the city wall were increasing, as if a zombie wall was being built, clinging to the wall of the base. There's simply too many of them. If we continue like this, someone will definitely break in. Zheng Haotian's heart sank. The best way to deal with the current situation was to abandon the base and lead his men to retreat from the mountain behind the base. But the base was linked to his lifeline. The base is there, and the people are there. The base is gone, and everyone is dead. So this idea was directly rejected, and they could only hold on and try to wipe out the zombies. Drink! Xiongqi swung his double-handed axe, and several zombies that came one after another were chopped down from the city wall. The power of the tank brigade was fully demonstrated at this moment. Shuiying, go inform Fang Tian to ignore the mecha for now and recharge the energy machine gun of the modified car. It is too late to take care of the mecha. We must keep things under control. The energy machine gun may be able to turn the tide. Okay, Master Haotian, I'll go right away. Shuiying hurriedly ran towards the factory. Fang Tian should be there. Everyone in the base was busy, including Fang Tian. After getting enough materials from the blacksmith shop, he immediately rushed back to the factory. He needed to make the charging core first. Fang Tian, Lord Haotian asked you to recharge the energy machine gun on the modified car. It's urgent, go quickly, Shuiying said breathlessly. She jogged all the way to the factory. No, my charging core is about to be completed, and I can't do anything else now. Fang Tian refused without hesitation. This is Lord Haotian's order. Do you want to disobey? Zombies are attacking the base now. The energy machine gun is very important. Shuiying was immediately angry. Now is the critical moment. How could Fang Tian disobey the order? No, please go tell the Lord. Let him believe me. As long as the mecha can be manufactured, those zombies will not be a problem. Fang Tian didn't even raise his head, still busy making the charging core. He already regretted taking a rest before. He should have rejected Zheng Haotian's kindness at that time. Oh my, you are such a... Done. Only one step left. Make way. Before Shuiying could finish her complaints, Fang Tian hurried out of the factory with a pile of things in his arms. He was so focused on his work that he ignored Shuiying. Why is this person like this? Shuiying was speechless, and she hurriedly followed him. But Fang Tian ran too fast, and Shuiying could not catch up at all. When she reached the Tongkai Tower, she suddenly had an uncontrollable thought in her mind. She wanted to go up and pray for the base. Zheng Haotian didn't know that Fang Tian chose to go all out at the critical moment instead of following his instructions to recharge the energy machine gun. At this moment, the zombies' attack changed again. Under continuous attacks, the zombies finally built a pseudo-wall that could climb up the base wall. It was formed by thousands of zombies stacked together. Get out of here! Zhang Daqiang roared and kicked the zombie in front of him in the stomach, kicking it off the city wall. The people on the city wall are beginning to feel overwhelmed. Not only are there ordinary zombies thrown out by the giant zombies in the distance, but there are also zombies constantly rushing up along the fake city wall, and they only have a dozen people. Damn it! Start using the energy gun. At Zheng Haotian's command, everyone took out an energy gun, which was the last powerful means of attack. Whoosh! One after another, blue-purple electric energy bullets were fired, and the zombies on the city wall disappeared in an instant. The continuous electric light brought a heavy blow to the zombie group. Everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. This kind of defense not only consumed resources quickly, but also rapidly consumed everyone's physical strength. In just half an hour, everyone's physical strength had dropped by nearly 50 points. Everyone, eat the dry food I made and restore your strength. Lu Fu played no role in the battle, but he was very useful in logistical support. Xiongsan took the patty made of beef and flour and took a big bite, chewing loudly. Not bad. Chef Lu's cooking skills are so good that the dry food he makes is so delicious. Xiongsan praised in a muffled voice. The zombies' attack was interrupted for a moment, but they soon launched a new attack. Don't be stingy with bullets. Teach them a lesson. Zheng Haotian said angrily. As you command, Lord. With Zheng Haotian's order, everyone no longer controlled the energy output of the energy guns in their hands and pulled the triggers repeatedly. For a moment, the zombie group was shrouded in blue-purple electric light. At the same time, Shuiying was praying devoutly. Feng Tian was operating the instruments in the mecha platform, and a technological object was slowly taking shape. Hiss! How could this happen? Is there something wrong with my improvement plan? There can't be any problems now. Feng Tian looked at the production progress on the instrument, which was stuck at 50, and his face instantly turned ugly. It is not uncommon for problems to occur during improvements. If it were under normal circumstances, Feng Tian could correct the errors after a careful study, but it is too late now. Just when Feng Tian was gradually becoming desperate, a sudden inspiration came to his mind, and he gently pressed a button next to him. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the progress bar began to jump rapidly, reaching 100 in just 10 seconds. Was it successful? An exquisite mecha appeared on the mecha platform, and Feng Tian was unable to react for a moment. Haha, success. Damn zombies, wait for me. Feng Tian quickly rushed towards the mecha, pressed a button, and jumped into the mecha. Boom! There was a flash of fire, and the mecha took off instantly. Zombie cubs, prepare to accept the wrath of Lord Feng Tian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of artillery fire was emitted from the mecha, followed by bursts of loud roars outside the base wall. Only then did everyone see the high-tech mecha in the air. What is this? A mecha? Feng Tian succeeded. Zheng Haotian's face showed a look of confusion and ecstasy. My lord, leave it to me next. Feng Tian's voice came from the mecha. No matter what kind of zombie it was, it could not withstand the attack of the mecha's artillery fire and turned into a pile of pieces. However, after a moment, a large number of the originally huge zombie group was missing, and the remaining zombies began to show signs of retreating. The power of mecha is so terrifying. Chapter 106, Zheng Haotian's Doubts. The mechas were still bombarding the zombie horde. The dimensionality reduction attack from above left the zombies powerless to fight back, and they could only flee in defeat. Feng Tian did not continue chasing, but controlled the mecha to land on the open space of the base, and then jumped out of the mecha. I pay my respects to the Lord. Feng Tian bowed respectfully immediately after seeing Zheng Haotian. No need to be so polite, Feng Tian. Thanks to you this time. Zheng Haotian helped Feng Tian up and patted him on the shoulder gently. This time, it was indeed the appearance of the mecha that finally turned the tide. My lord, this is what I should do. I almost failed just now. Perhaps there is something protecting the base, which allowed me to build the mecha. Feng Tian said with a smile. You are too modest. Thanks to you. Zheng Haotian's face was also filled with smiles. Feng Tian did not explain further. The situation just now was indeed very special, and it was difficult for him to explain clearly what made him press the strengthening button. By the way, didn't I ask Shuiying to find you? Why is she gone? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Please forgive me, Lord. I was just at the critical moment of making the mecha, so I did not listen to the maid's message and continued to make the mecha. Feng Tian said hurriedly. Zheng Haotian smiled and shook his head and said, How could I blame you? If it weren't for your persistence, I'm afraid the base wouldn't have been so easy to defend. But even if you didn't listen, Shuiying should have come back to me. Where did she go afterwards? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. I don't know either. Feng Tian smiled bitterly. All right, park the mecha next to the mecha platform. Now that the zombies have retreated, there shouldn't be any danger anymore. Just go and rest. Zheng Haotian patted Feng Tian on the shoulder and said that this dedicated researcher has been working continuously for a long time. My lord, please let me recharge the energy machine gun before I rest. Okay? Feng Tian said sincerely. If he had not been in a hurry to rest before, the manufacture of the mecha would not have needed to be so rushed. So this time he hoped to finish everything before resting in peace. Zheng Haotian looked at Feng Tian's serious eyes, showed a puzzled expression, and then nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord, for your help. Fang Tian happily went to charge the energy weapon, and Zheng Haotian also began to make arrangements for the next step. Wang Lu, go and have everyone clean up the zombies outside the base. Collect all the zombie crystal cores that can be collected, and then count the number. Zhao Tai, you guys continue to refine the refined iron and copper. These are the key resources for manufacturing mechas. Put other things aside for now. Han Lei, remove the weapons from the modified cars first. Then send them to the factory and let Fang Tian charge them. Zheng Haotian gathered all the farmers and then gave everyone an order to respond. As you command, Lord. Watching everyone getting busy, Zheng Haotian returned to the base hall and sat down alone, thinking about the reasons for the outbreak of this zombie crisis. According to the system's prompts, this zombie outbreak should have occurred 3 days after the safe day, but this time it happened earlier than expected. Even I had such a hard time getting through this crisis. I'm sure many bases will not escape the fate of being destroyed this time. Zheng Haotian thought to himself, and couldn't help but feel sympathetic. He managed to hold on this time, but Zheng Haotian had no idea how many times such attacks would occur, and he didn't even dare to think about it. In order to manufacture arrows for consumption in the arrow tower, Zheng Haotian consumed hundreds of thousands of pieces of wood and tens of thousands of iron ore this time, almost emptying the base's already limited resources. It seems that we need to find a way to exchange for more basic resources. Otherwise, once they are consumed, I am afraid that the last reserve will not be enough. Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box while thinking. Just when he wanted to post a message to comfort everyone, he found that there was no information about zombie attacks in the chat box. He was a little confused for a moment. What's going on? Did they all get through it easily? Zheng Haotian thought puzzledly. However, he still did not release the news directly. Instead, he kept it in reserve and chatted privately with Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, is your base okay now? Zheng Haotian asked tentatively. Base? Thanks to Lord Haotian, we have gained a lot of useful things from the Research Institute. I am now preparing to upgrade the base to level 3. There was joy in a message sent by Wei Tai, which made Zheng Haotian understand instantly. This zombie attack was aimed solely at him. What? Zheng Haotian was speechless. Everyone was fine, but his base was the only one that was attacked by such a huge number of zombies. This made Zheng Haotian feel unfair. By the way, Lord Haotian, I will send you the instruments you need right now. Please check them. Okowo. Zheng Haotian was no longer in the mood to continue chatting. He needed to think carefully about what had caused his base to suffer this extra zombie crisis. Leaning back in his chair, Zheng Haotian closed his eyes, brainstorming in his mind. He developed from his own base, explored the city ruins, obtained cars from the basement, sent people to explore the Research Institute, and finally he encouraged all the lords to attack the Research Institute branch. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be that this is really the reason? But how do they control the zombies? Could it be that they are the ones behind all this? After analyzing all the events, Zheng Haotian pointed the finger at the Research Institute. If he wasn't really that unlucky, then the most likely cause of the zombie attack was a revenge by the Research Institute. According to this speculation, this mysterious Research Institute probably already knew everything he had done. What he thought of as working hard in the dark was simply self-deception. If you want to know if it is what I guessed, there is only one way. Zheng Haotian's eyes suddenly became firm. No matter who the enemy in front of him is, he will crush them one by one and let them know that he, Zheng Haotian, is not someone that anyone can afford to mess with. Bang! The glass was smashed heavily onto the tile floor, making a crisp cracking sound, and the intact cup turned into pieces on the ground. Could you please explain to me what that thing that just appeared in the air was? Why was it able to eliminate the zombies so easily? Tell me, the white-haired director roared. He could never have imagined that nearly 100,000 zombies attacked a small base and were beaten back by the enemy. This result completely shattered his original idea of warning the other party. With their useless military force, are they qualified to warn others? Director, we don't quite understand why this happened. The robot-like thing just now was even more powerful than the alpha killer that our institute secretly researched. That's why the zombie army couldn't resist it. Bang! The white-haired director slapped his subordinate in the face and said viciously, "Can I see it? What I'm asking is, why do they have such a thing? Are you trying to tell me that the technological level of their small base has surpassed that of the Research Institute?" The subordinate lowered his head and said nothing, but the facts were already obvious. The technological level of Zheng Haotian's base has surpassed that of the Research Institute without anyone noticing. Chapter 107. Mecha Fusion Enhanced Combat. Zheng Haotian didn't know that his behavior of repelling the zombies had caused trouble for the director of the institute, and even made him begin to doubt the abilities of his subordinates. Of course, if Zheng Haotian knew about this, he would continue to do this. The director of the institute could not have imagined that Zheng Haotian had roughly deduced the root cause of the zombie attack through his own analysis, and only the final step of verification was left. The entire zombie attack lasted no more than 3 hours, but it took almost an entire afternoon for all members of the reconnaissance and tank battalions, as well as Wu Jun, Wu Kun, Sun Xiaobao, and others, to sort out the remains of the zombies inside and outside the base. After Wang Li's final statistics, a total of more than 23,000 zombie crystal cores were harvested. If the rule of 3 zombies producing 1 crystal core is followed, the base's defense this time actually wiped out nearly 70,000 zombies. Of course, the actual number is definitely not that high, because almost every mutated zombie has a crystal core in its body. However, even if every zombie has a crystal core, at least more than 20,000 zombies have been eliminated. Of course, Zheng Haotian did not forget the role of zombie crystal cores. Together with the zombie crystal cores he had collected before, there were now a total of 25,400 zombie crystal cores of various sizes in the base, which could probably strengthen all the farmers in the base. The 2 mechanical servants also played a significant role in this zombie attack. Almost no zombies could break through their defense range. Therefore, Zheng Haotian also planned to study the mechanism of the construction platform again and try to upgrade it so that he could have more mechanical servants. Greetings, Lord. I have already found the time to plant all the piranha plants outside the city walls, and have also used the remains of zombies as fertilizer. I'm sure these piranha plants will grow well. Zhang Daqiang reported to Zheng Haotian with a smile, showing no sign at all that he had just experienced a life-and-death crisis this morning. Very good, Daqiang, you have worked hard. Go and take a rest first. As you command. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. After this collective cooperation to fight against zombies, not only did the loyalty of the newcomers to Zheng Haotian increase, but the farmers also began to have friendly exchanges with each other, and it was a very happy time. The emergence of this situation is exactly what Zheng Haotian wants to see. After all, every farmer is an independent individual, and he needs everyone to radiate their own light. Zheng Haotian walked out of the base hall, and Shui Ying followed closely behind him. She had returned in the morning when Zheng Haotian was thinking about the zombie attack. After asking, Zheng Haotian learned that his little maid had gone to the Bronze Sparrow Tower to pray for blessings. He couldn't help but smile. This was something she had done within her ability. My lord, you still seem a little unhappy. Didn't we successfully overcome the crisis today? Looking at Zheng Haotian's expressionless face, Shui Ying couldn't help but ask. I'm just thinking about things. I'm not unhappy. For some reason, Zheng Haotian was unwilling to admit it. Just like all adults don't want their children to know the hardships of life, Zheng Haotian was unwilling to let the little maid worry too much. A peaceful walk, coupled with casually looking at the buildings in this base that exist because of him, this state is Zheng Haotian's favorite. However, sometimes such an atmosphere is often broken by accidents, and this time seems to be the case. My lord, something happened at the mecha station. Li Si hurriedly ran towards Zheng Haotian, talking loudly as he ran. Mecha station? Shui Ying, go and inform Fang Tian to go to the mecha station. Zheng Haotian subconsciously thought that there was something wrong with the mecha. After instructing Shui Ying to inform Fang Tian, he hurriedly took big strides and ran towards the mecha platform. Li Si could hardly keep up with him. My lord, wait a minute. Li Si called out helplessly. Zheng Haotian did not ask what had happened, because he knew that everything would become clear once he reached the mecha platform. Obviously, his idea was correct. What's going on? Is there anyone inside the mecha? Zheng Haotian looked at the mecha that was in combat mode and asked Li Si directly. I don't know either. Dr. Bien asked me to inform you. He is right there. Li Si pointed at Bianyu, who was standing next to the mecha. Zheng Haotian walked closer slowly. Although the mecha was in an activated state at this moment, it seemed that no one was controlling it, as if this was the mecha's instinct. Dr. Bien, what happened? Zheng Haotian asked directly, his tone calm, and he was not at all panicked by the sudden situation in front of him. My lord, I don't know what happened. I just walked from the house to this area, and then Robert, the mechanical servant you sent to protect me, suddenly ran towards here. Then, under my watch, he merged with this steel machine. Bienyu was still shocked when he said this, as if the scene that happened not long ago gave him a great shock. Fusion? Robert. Zheng Haotian was suddenly confused. What kind of magical operation was this? Robert, are you in there? Zheng Haotian tried to call the mechanical servant, but there was no response from the mecha. How long has this been happening? Zheng Haotian turned around and continued to ask Bienyu. Reporting to the Lord, it has been about 10 minutes. Bienyu replied respectfully. After hearing this, Zheng Haotian pondered for a moment, but it wasn't long. Looking at the current state of the mecha, there didn't seem to be any major problems. It just made everyone a little confused. I'm here to see you, Lord. May I ask what happened? Fang Tian jogged all the way and soon arrived at the mecha platform. After seeing Zheng Haotian, he asked respectfully, Fang Tian, you're here at the right time. Come and see what's wrong with this mecha. Zheng Haotian waved his hand slightly, briefly talked about Robert's fusion of mecha, and then signaled Fang Tian to observe the status of the mecha. Hey, this seems. Fang Tian paused for a moment and was about to express his guess, but the mecha moved. Lord, be careful. Boom! Hot flames spurted out from under the gorgeous mecha, and the next second it soared into the sky, then circled in the air, performing many difficult rotations under the gaze of everyone, as if someone inside the mecha was adapting to his or her own body. It's true, Fang Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the mecha in the sky. What is going on? Fang Tian, please explain it in detail. Zheng Haotian was still very confused. How did Robert learn to operate a mecha? My lord, it should be that your mechanical servant Robert resonated with the mecha, so a fusion phenomenon occurred. Just like the state called man and sword become one, this is the combination of man and mecha. Fang Tian said slowly, his tone still filled with some shock. Will this bring any consequences? Does this mecha have to be controlled by Robert only? Zheng Haotian frowned slightly. This is good news. My lord, Robert is in the current state of controlling the mecha and can exert 120 of its power. The combat effectiveness is definitely far beyond my operation this morning. Fang Tian said excitedly. Zheng Haotian said nothing, staring at the mecha in the sky. Is Robert's unauthorized integration really a good thing? Chapter 108 Wei, Tai summons the National Envoy. After Robert controlled the mecha to move in the air for nearly 10 minutes, it finally landed slowly. Then a figure with a metallic luster emerged from the mecha, and the mecha stopped moving. Greetings, Lord. Loyalty is ingrained in the mechanical servant's bones. As soon as Robert saw Zheng Haotian, he immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee to salute. Robert, how did you suddenly merge with the mecha just now? Zheng Haotian asked. In fact, what he wanted to ask more was why Robert suddenly looked so human. My lord, when I approached here, I felt something inexplicably attracting me, and everything that happened afterwards seemed to be my instinct. Robert seemed to have a sincere, human heart under his mechanical appearance. You seem different from before, right? Zheng Haotian hesitated and asked again. Robert rolled his eyes in a very human way, and this action answered Zheng Haotian's question. This mechanical servant is obviously more intelligent than before. Zheng Haotian's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a majestic tone, Robert, listen to my orders. Please give your orders, Lord. Robert knelt on one knee, performed an ancient Western Knight salute, and placed his fist in front of his chest. From now on, you will be responsible for controlling this mecha. I need you to become the strongest force in the base and maintain the safety of the base. Zheng Haotian said solemnly. Robert obeys the order. I swear to defend the safety of the base to the death. Buzz. Just as Robert answered with a loud electronic sound, the mecha next to him also made a buzzing sound, as if responding to Robert's oath. Okay, everyone, please leave. Go and do your own thing. As you command, Lord. After Zheng Haotian sent everyone away, he returned to the base hall and recalled the mechanical warrior. He wanted to see if the other mechanical servant had also changed. After trying to ask a few questions, Zheng Haotian showed a disappointed expression. The mechanical warrior seemed to be still just a robot and was far inferior to Robert in spirituality. Why did Robert's spiritual power suddenly increase? Could it be that he became like this just because he merged with the mecha? Zheng Haotian guessed in his heart, but he had no idea what the actual situation was. Jingle. While Zheng Haotian was still brainstorming, a private chat reminder popped up, indicating that someone was looking for him. Lord Haotian, there is great news. The news came from Wei Tai, and there was an inexplicable excitement in his words. What happened? Zheng Haotian responded indifferently. I have contacted the country, and I know that the country has never given up on us. Wei Tai said excitedly. What? Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. It was not that he did not understand, but he was a little confused. How come someone from the State Department suddenly appeared and contacted Wei Tai alone? This is all thanks to the instrument you asked me to snatch back from the Research Institute. I tinkered with it when I had nothing to do today and ended up creating a communication signal, which was then detected by people from the National Department who were able to contact me. Wei Tai answered Zheng Haotian's question. I see. Congratulations to Lord Wei Tai. Zheng Haotian did not think that being contacted was a good thing. After all, no matter how powerful the country was, it could not help all the lords who were facing the zombie crisis at this moment. And he, Zheng Haotian, doesn't need any help. Lord Haotian, you don't seem happy? The National Department contacted us, which means we have a chance to return to our original world. Wei Tai was a little puzzled by Zheng Haotian's indifference. At this moment, he was already fantasizing about returning to his original world, and then finding a bunch of friends to brag about his experience at the base for 3 days and 3 nights. If the country can really save people, it can save others first. I can handle everything on my own. If there is nothing else, I have some things to do, so let's not talk about it for now. Zheng Haotian interrupted Wei Tai's speech. He had no interest in this uncertain information. Instead of being happy, he would rather plan to build the base more securely. Wei Tai suddenly felt puzzled, but he wisely did not bother Zheng Haotian anymore. Instead, he went to the world chat box to make an announcement. This matter should be said by him as the temporary national spokesperson. Lord Wei Tai, my lords, I have good news to share with you. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I contacted someone from the National Department through a special instrument, and he promised me that he would rescue us all as soon as possible. The country is coming to save us. Really? Thank the country. Thank Lord Wei Tai. Woo woo. I have finally made it to this moment. Please, country, save me first. My base is running out of food. Brother Wei Tai is awesome. He solved the problem fundamentally. Does this mean we can go back now? As soon as the announcement was issued, all the lords became excited. After all, not everyone had the confidence like Zheng Haotian, and most of them felt that they could not withstand the upcoming zombie attack. Lord Wei Tai, don't worry, everyone. The reason why I came out today to tell you this news is actually because of the order of the special envoy of the National Department. He promised me that as long as everyone obeys the arrangements, we will be able to leave here safely. Okay, I, Liu Qi, will follow Boss Wei Tai's instructions. I, Feng Lin, will also obey the orders of Lord Wei Tai and the special envoy. My humble daughter Yuruo will also follow your instructions. Everyone expressed their willingness to follow the arrangements. After all, since the peacetime, basically no one would disobey the country's orders. Moreover, the news released by Wei Tai was that the country could take them away, which made everyone choose to be honest and obedient. Lord Wei Tai, thank you for your cooperation. For now, please stay calm. Once the special envoy has any new news, I will inform everyone immediately. Zheng Haotian also glanced at the world chat box and became a little more curious about this so-called special envoy. However, he also knew that if he wanted to enter an unfamiliar base now, he would be subjected to the most fierce attack without the control and support of the base lord. So the special envoy of that country will provide remote guidance as before, or does he have other ways to get here? Why should I think so much? Let's go and reinforce the city wall first and build a moat. Zheng Haotian shook his head slightly. Thinking too much would only make him more tired. The real way is to make plans based on the current situation. Chapter 109, Strengthening the Fleet Mecha Capsule. There was not much time left, and Zheng Haotian had no time to think about the origins of this suddenly appearing national envoy. As long as it did not affect him in his base, it would be fine. Shuang, notify Liu Laowu to bring the people from the investigation team to see me. I have something to tell them. Okay, Master Haotian. Zheng Haotian looked at the maid's back as she walked out of the hall. Shuang was now his mouthpiece. Fortunately, the distances between different places in the base were not far. Otherwise, he would probably walk more distance every day than Li Si, who went out hunting. There are only the last 2 days. Zheng Haotian sighed lightly. Although the appearance of mechas has greatly increased the combat effectiveness of the base, who knows if the next zombie attack will be more terrifying than this one. This is like a student who is about to take an exam. He has no idea what kind of difficult questions the teacher will give him, so he can only review all the knowledge points that may be tested. Failing an exam once is not a big deal, But if Zheng Haotian is not prepared for a zombie attack, the cost will be the lives of everyone in the base. He must not be careless. There are still too few people in the base. We already have a bit of an oversupply of weapons, but not enough people to operate them. And to deal with zombie attacks, it's impossible for everyone to be on the front line all the time. Zheng Haotian was somewhat helpless. He could ask Fang Tian and Zhao Tai to speed up the production of weapons, but with the current population, he could only summon a maximum of 6 people every day. In order to increase the combat power in a targeted manner, Zheng Haotian had to use a quota for targeted summoning, which made the increase in population even slower. Although the population of Zheng Haotian's base now far exceeds that of other known lords after the zombie attack in the morning, he still feels that the population is insufficient. Even if the chef Lu Fu, the breeder's son Jiao Bao, the doctor Bianyu, the librarian Ma Jun, the base housekeeper Wang Li, the tailor Nanji, and the 2 diplomats Wu Jun and Wu Kun were all sent to the battlefield, it would only add 8 people. Moreover, they have no experience in group combat, so even if they go onto the battlefield, the combat effectiveness they can exert will be very limited. However, both the energy machine gun and the energy gun showed absolute, overwhelming superiority in this battle. It's just that the number is still a little less, and they must be recharged after use, so the continuity of the battle will be greatly affected. The purpose of Zheng Haotian notifying Liu Laowu to come this time was to strengthen the overall strength of the team by increasing the energy weapons they could control. I greet you, Lord. The reconnaissance team has assembled. Please give me your instructions, Lord. Liu Laowu was wearing a camouflage uniform with a green base and camouflage trousers. This was the land combat uniform designed by Nanji for the members of the reconnaissance brigade. There was a blue and white word, Kin, embroidered on the chest of the clothes. Old Liu, I need you to go to the basement again and drive a few more cars back before dark. Although the cars we have now seem to be enough, the energy machine guns installed on them are consumed too quickly, so we must get a few more. Zheng Haotian knew that Liu Laowu would have questions, so he explained directly. Yes, my lord. I will take people to the basement immediately. Liu Laowu said respectfully. Then, at Zheng Haotian's signal, he led all the people from the reconnaissance team out of the hall. Zheng Haotian did not continue to sit, but waved his hand to Shuiying and said, Come on, come with me to the blacksmith shop. I haven't taken care of those new blacksmiths yet. Okay, Lord Haotian. Shuiying smiled brightly, because Zheng Haotian's tone just now was no longer as dull as before. There were still about 2 hours before dinner time. At this moment, everyone in the base was busy with their work, and Zhao Tai's blacksmith shop was constantly making the sound of ding-dong-dong. Fang Tian, why are you here? Zheng Haotian had just walked into the blacksmith shop when researcher Fang Tian came towards him. Zheng Haotian showed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, Fang Tian should be resting in the house now. After all, the energy weapons that needed to be charged have been fully charged. Greetings, Lord. I'm here to talk to Chun Ku about something. Fang Tian replied respectfully. Looking for Chun Ku? What do you want from him? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. Chun Ku was the farmer he had just summoned today. Fang Tian should have just met him not long ago. Why would he come to the blacksmith shop to find Chun Ku now? Reporting to the Lord, I found that the reason why I was able to successfully manufacture the mecha before was thanks to the Hunyuan Erki contained in the materials refined by Chun Ku. Otherwise, the mecha would probably have been destroyed during the final step of formation. Fang Tian explained with a wry smile. So you came to him this time because you want to build another mecha? Zheng Haotian asked again. Fang Tian shook his head slightly and then said, This is just one of the purposes. More importantly, I need an item that can store the mecha. Otherwise, such a large mecha cannot be moved out of the base, and the energy in its charging core is not enough to support its continuous activities. If there's an object that can shrink the mecha and store it, and it is better if it can be charged on the go, then the mobility of the mecha will be further improved. Can this really be done? Zheng Haotian was a little bit unbelievable. Perhaps this involved the illusory space technology? It was just like the storage ring described in fantasy stories. It was originally difficult to do, but I found that Chun Ku's Hunyuan Erki can provide the equipment with all impossible powerful attributes. So whether it can be successful in the end depends on whether Chun Ku can create a load that has the attribute of shrinking items. Fang Tian said with a smile. To put it bluntly, everything depends on one's luck. Researcher Fang, come here quickly. A calling voice came from inside the blacksmith shop. Although Zheng Haotian felt a little unfamiliar, he guessed that it should be Chun Ku. Brother Chun Ku, what's going on? Fang Tian walked in excitedly, and Zheng Haotian followed behind. Look at this. Chun Ke loosened his clenched right fist, revealing a metal capsule in the palm of his hand, about half the size of his fist. This is... Fang Tian carefully examined the capsule in his hand. Then he showed an ecstatic expression and suddenly hugged Chun Ke tightly. Brother Chun Ke, you are awesome. Zheng Haotian watched the two people's actions, and his mind couldn't help but wander to some inappropriate content for children. It was not easy for him to come back to reality. What is this? Why does it make you so excited? Zheng Haotian asked indifferently. My lord, this is what I was talking about, the mecha capsule. Chapter 1, Liu Laowu was captured and forced to fight. Fang Tian ran out of the blacksmith shop impatiently, holding the capsule tightly in his hand. It was meaningless. He wanted to try out the effect of the capsule. Chun Ke was a little dumbfounded. He turned around and saw Zheng Haotian coming. He bowed quickly. I greet the lord. No need to be polite. You did a great job this time. Come with me to the mecha station to see how your finished product looks like. Zheng Haotian smiled and patted Chun Ke on the shoulder, as if he were a good friend, and invited him to go to the mecha platform together. Thank you, Lord. Chun Ke felt honored, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. And Zheng Haotian also heard the crisp system prompt sound in his ear. Farmer Chun Ke's loyalty increased by 10 points. The two men walked at a fast pace, and Fang Tian seemed to need some time to prepare himself. So when they arrived at the mecha platform, Fang Tian had not yet started operating the mecha capsule. Robert, please move aside. Don't worry, I will just put the mecha into the capsule and will not damage it. Fang Tian looked helplessly at Robert, the mechanical servant who was guarding the mecha with his hands spread out. What's wrong? Fang Tian, why haven't you started the operation yet? Zheng Haotian walked forward and asked. Reporting to the Lord, Robert doesn't let me drive the mecha. How can I operate it? Fang Tian sighed, covering his face. This? Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly. Robert treated the mecha as his own wife and had a strong possessive desire for it. Robert, don't worry. Fang Tian's operation will not damage the mecha. Get out of the way now. Zheng Haotian ordered Robert. With Zheng Haotian's order, Robert of course stepped aside, but his eyes were still filled with worry when he looked at the mecha, and his look at Fang Tian was threatening. It was as if saying, if you dare to damage my mecha, I will not forgive you. Fang Tian was still very confident. He ignored Robert's so-called threat. He looked at the mecha capsule and then at the mecha. He then pressed a button on the mecha capsule and threw it directly towards the mecha. Click! Hiss! There was a sound of a mechanism being activated, and then a black and white mixed gas was released from the capsule, instantly enveloping the entire mecha. The next second, only a capsule the size of a child's fist was left at the location where the mecha had just been, and the mecha had disappeared. Where's the mecha? Robert rushed directly to Fang Tian and picked him up. Stop! Put him down. Zheng Haotian gave the order. Robert put Fang Tian down angrily. If it weren't for Zheng Haotian's order, he would have made Fang Tian pay for it. Why are you in such a hurry? You're just a piece of iron with a bad temper. Watch me do it. Fang Tian complained, but did not argue with Robert. Instead, he picked up the capsule on the ground, pressed the button again, and threw it towards the open space in front of him. Hiss! The black and white gas poured out again, and the next second, the mecha magically appeared at the spot. Robert was simply stunned. He couldn't understand the appearance and disappearance of the mecha. Chun Ke, we succeeded. Fang Tian rushed to Chun Ke and hugged him tightly. He had only been in this base for a few days, but he had already researched out things that he had never dared to imagine before. Robert was not particularly happy. Instead, he walked to the side of the mecha and began to check if there was any problem with it. How is it? Is there anything wrong? I told you, your precious mecha will not be hurt. Fang Tian was quite excited at this moment. Okay, Fang Tian, stop teasing Robert. Go and build a few more mechas. Also, these mecha capsules need to be matched one by one. Zheng Haotian's face was also filled with joy. With the successful development of the mecha capsule, the base's mobile combat capability was once again enhanced. As you command, Lord. Fang Tian pulled Chun Ke directly and started walking towards the blacksmith shop. If they wanted to build more mechas, they would need sufficient materials. Zheng Haotian smiled without saying a word, watched the two leave, then walked to the mecha, picked up the mecha capsule on the ground, and handed it to Robert. Take this, it will come in handy later. As you command, Lord. Robert was still beside the mecha and did not immediately put it into the mecha capsule. He was even a little reluctant to do so. After all, No one wanted their beloved things to be confined in such a small space like a capsule. After inspecting the base, Zheng Haotian returned to the base lobby, took out paper and pen from the library, and began to write the next plan. Currently, resources are already in short supply, but the high-quality iron-framed bows and chainmail produced by the base can now be sold, which may be able to bring back a considerable amount of blood. After all, the most dangerous stage of zombie attacks is about to arrive, and there is no one who doesn't want to strengthen his or her combat effectiveness. Just as Zheng Haotian was about to post a sale notice in the world chat box, a figure rushed into the hall. "My lord, this is bad. Captain Liu, he's been captured." "Zhang Bao, what's going on?" "Don't be anxious. Tell me in detail." Zheng Haotian frowned. Zhang Bao's original military green uniform was a little torn and there was blood on his body. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle. "Report to the Lord. We have been ambushed by people from the Research Institute." "What?" "Apart from some unknown zombie attacks, the biggest threat Zheng Haotian currently faces is this Research Institute. I had planned to prepare a round of force and then go to the Research Institute to find out the truth, but I didn't expect that the opponent would take action first." "How many people are there?" Zheng Haotian said, forcing himself to remain calm. "There were a group of them, and they also had energy guns in their hands. If Captain Liu hadn't risked his life to lead them away, I'm afraid none of us would have escaped. But even so, in the end the others were intercepted halfway, and I was the only one who returned to the base." There was a trace of fear on Zhang Bao's face. "Except for you. Have all the others been caught? Then why didn't they chase them to the base?" Zheng Haotian suddenly felt confused. "I don't know either. After they chased us to a place 100 meters away from our base, they stopped and left. I guess they were afraid of our base." Zhang Bao's voice was still trembling. "Okay, don't worry too much. I will go and rescue them all." Zheng Haotian patted Zhang Bao on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "My lord, you must rescue them as soon as possible. Otherwise the people from the Research Institute will definitely kill them." Zhang Bao said anxiously. Zheng Haotian nodded. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept the challenge this time. Chapter 111 Pre-Sale Preparation. As the saying goes, you have to eat one bite at a time and do one thing at a time. Although Zheng Haotian was extremely worried about the safety of Liu Laowu and others, he would not be impulsive enough to take people to attack the Research Institute directly. Preparation before the battle is very necessary. Since the people from the Institute didn't kill Liu Laowu and the others on the spot, they must be trying to use them to threaten me. So as long as I haven't gone to the Institute, they are still safe. Of course, there is a time limit. Zheng Haotian analyzed the enemies, that is, the Research Institute's thinking, and according to normal logic, it was almost certainly true. "My lord, will the people from the Research Institute set an ambush? If you go directly over there, won't you fall into their trap?" Shui Ying said with some concern. "Even if it's the Hongmen banquet, we have to bite the bullet and drink a glass of wine." Zheng Haotian gritted his teeth. This time, the Research Institute must pay the price. After forcing himself to calm down, Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box, typed the attributes of the fine-grade iron-framed bow and fine-grade chainmail on the public screen, and then noted that the quantity was limited and first-come, first-served. Of course, the price is still relatively high. 300 units of refined iron, 100 units of refined copper, or 5,000 units of iron, and 1,500 units of copper, or can be exchanged for an excellent iron-framed bow. 500 units of refined iron, 240 units of refined copper, or 7,500 units of iron, and 5,000 units of copper, or can be exchanged for an excellent chainmail. When this message, along with the attributes of the previous two pieces of equipment, was sent to the world chat box, it undoubtedly caused heated discussions among everyone. "Oh my god, the attributes of these two pieces of equipment are so fucking awesome. If I wear this chainmail, even zombies won't be able to tear it apart. This fine-grade iron bow has a critical hit attribute. My god, if I'm a little luckier, wouldn't every arrow kill instantly? Please, the two of you above, take a look at the price. Can you afford it? You are dreaming." While everyone was marveling at Zheng Haotian's awesome weapons and equipment, they couldn't help but check their own resource panels, then cover their eyes and cursed in their hearts. This damn Zheng Haotian has no moral principles. Zheng Haotian didn't have time to read these people's complaints. He just put the item up for sale, although the price was a bit exaggerated. After all, this item was uniquely made in his base, and its attributes were indeed strong. Those who wanted it would naturally find ways to gather the resources. As for those jealous people, who has the time to care about them? If they want to go to the Research Institute to rescue Liu Laowu and others, they must first think about how the Research Institute will ambush them. According to the Institute's technological level, it shouldn't be possible to make ordinary traps, but there may be mechanisms, and they also have energy weapons, so we must be careful. If we only have one mecha, and they find a way to control it, then our strongest combat force will be wasted. We must ask Fang Tian to build another one as soon as possible. As for energy weapons, we need to prepare them on the modified vehicles. We can't have too many people, but we can't have too few weapons and equipment. Zheng Haotian muttered to himself, and sent Shuang to the factory to urge Fang Tian to build the mecha as soon as possible, and Han Lei to further enhance the properties of the modified car. After half an hour of ideological struggle, Zheng Haotian made the final decision. What? You want to go and rescue Captain Liu and the others yourself? My lord, I disagree with this. Wang Li's face was serious. As the housekeeper and think tank of the base, she would never allow Zheng Haotian to be in any danger. Yes, Lord, you don't have to go in person. I allow Liu, oh no, it's Captain Liu, and I enter the Research Institute together. This time I will follow the combat team to attack the Research Institute. We will surely capture the enemy easily and achieve immediate success. Wang Biao also interrupted. Almost everyone present expressed their opposition to Zheng Haotian's trip. After all, he was the core of the base, and if something happened to him, everyone would be implicated. I have made up my mind. I must lead the team myself this time. Wang Li, you stay at the base and continue to plan the construction of the base for me. Please rest assured that I will bring all members of the tank brigade with me this time, and 2 mechanical servants will also guard me. The most important point is that I have learned how to operate a mecha. I will have a mecha as a self-defense weapon, so you don't have to worry about my safety at all. Zheng Haotian gave his answer with certainty. As a lord, he had absolute veto power. My lord, please put your own safety first. I think Captain Liu and the others definitely don't want to see the lord get hurt while saving them. Wang Li knew that she could no longer persuade them, but she still reminded them with concern. Don't worry, I will. I promise everyone that I will not only return safely, but I will also bring Liu Laowu and the others back intact. While Zheng Haotian said this, he silently said in his heart, I will make the Research Institute pay the price. Done. Done. My lord, I have created the second mecha. Just as Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a panicked figure rushed into the hall. It was researcher Fang Tian. Very good. Fang Tian, keep up the hard work. I hope to see the third mecha when I come back. Zheng Haotian took the capsule from Fang Tian, then looked straight into the distance, waved his hand vigorously forward, and said 2 words in a majestic voice. Set off. In the underground prison of the Research Institute, Liu Laowu and 7 others had their coats stripped off, leaving only camouflage short-sleeved shirts, and were crammed together in a dark and damp cell. Captain Liu, what should we do next? Will they kill us? Wang Tsong is the youngest in the reconnaissance team. Faced with the current environment, he said with some concern, they won't kill us so easily, otherwise they wouldn't have sacrificed so many robots just to capture us alive in the first place. Liu Laowu was not panicked at all, but seemed extremely calm. What, are they going to keep us locked up forever? Until the Lord comes to rescue us? Long Biao's tone was also very calm, and he firmly believed that Zheng Haotian would not leave them alone. We can't just sit there and wait for death. They are obviously using us as bait. Their real target must be the Lord. If something happens to the Lord because of us, it will be too late to make up for it, even if we die 1,000 times. Feng Sun said anxiously. Liu Laowu didn't say anything. After a moment's silence, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of an idea. Chapter 112 Real-Time Broadcast of Operations Research Institute. 2 mechas, 3 modified cars. Wang Biao, Li Si, Zhang Daqiang, Zhang Erqiang, the mechanical warrior, Robert, all 6 members of the tank battalion, plus Wu Jun, Wu Kun, and Zheng Haotian, a total of 15 combat units. Wu Jun and Wu Kun commanded 2 modified cars, and the remaining one was commanded by Zheng Haotian himself. In a modified car that Zheng Haotian was in, Zhang Daqiang was driving, Erqiang was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zheng Haotian was protected in the middle by the mechanical warrior and robber on the left and right. Whether in terms of safety factor or combat capability, their car is probably the best. Wu Jun, the sentry area of the Research Institute, is just ahead. We don't need to be sneaky this time. I want them to know clearly that I, Zheng Haotian, am here. Through his mobile phone, Zheng Haotian gave orders to Wu Jun in the front car. In one word, do it. As you command, Lord. Wu Jun signaled to Wang Biao, who was driving, to step on the accelerator and rush directly through the sentry area. Wang Biao activated the ejection device of the modified car without hesitation. With a strong thrust, the speed suddenly increased to 200 yards. And just when a modified car that Zheng Haotian was in entered the sentry area, a bold announcement in the world chat box instantly shocked everyone. System announcement: Lord Haotian has launched a war of conquest against the Research Institute. The entire battle will be shared with all lords. WTF. I was wondering why Boss Haotian didn't reply to me. Turns out he went to attack the Research Institute. Awesome. Master Haotian is too hardworking. As lords, how can we risk our lives like peasants? There are many dangers when the emperor leads the army in person. Shut up. Just watch the live broadcast and stop cursing my idol. Zheng Haotian also heard a system prompt in his ears, which instantly reminded him of the announcement when Liu Laowu and Wang Biao first broke into the Research Institute. It seems that this Research Institute really has something. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. But no matter what, since the Institute has already started to arrest his people, there will be no good ending today. Pay attention to the sentries around here, and use the energy machine guns to blast them to pieces. At Zheng Haotian's command, the energy machine guns of the three vehicles began to aim. The sentry on the watchtower suddenly became a naked target. Before he could react, he was blown to pieces by the blue and purple artillery fire from the sky. However, the sharp-eyed Zheng Haotian still noticed that these so-called sentries were nothing more than robots, and there were no real people. No matter how many robots there are, can they withstand my energy machine gun? Zheng Haotian sped all the way. If he hadn't been delayed by shooting on the road, it would probably take less than 30 seconds to cover a distance of 1 kilometer. But even so, in less than a minute, the three modified cars had stopped steadily in front of the gate of the Research Institute. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for successfully breaking through the sentry area of the Research Institute. He is awarded the title of Anti-Research Newcomer. Fuck. Awesome, Crass. The last notice was just posted not too long ago, right? And they broke through the sentry area so quickly. My idol is so awesome. Boss Haotian, YYDS. Please explain what YYDS means. The elderly can't understand it. The title panel is unlocked, and the current title is Anti-Research Newcomer. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. Has a new function been unlocked? But this title is really ugly. He is a newcomer. Could it be that there are old members? However, out of curiosity, Zheng Haotian still clicked on it to check the properties. Title: Anti-Research Newcomer Upgradable. Level: Ordinary. Attribute: When attacking a research institute, the probability of dropping items increases by 1. Could be combined with your own luck attribute. Note: Child, you're already a qualified anti-research warrior. Please keep up the good work. This title seems pretty good. Although Zheng Haotian complained that the title's name was not nice, the attribute seemed really good. This item drop rate is definitely an amazing attribute, and it can even be superimposed with the luck value. You know, Zheng Haotian's luck value is now 4 points. Listen up, everyone inside. Release my men right now, or I will bring my men to destroy your research institute. As the saying goes, be polite before using force. Although Zheng Haotian's speech was not very polite, it gave the people in the institute a chance to reconcile. However, it was obvious that this was a useless effort. My lord, there is no response from inside. Li Si said respectfully. He was ready to rush into the research institute. Humph, you're being so mysterious. I want to see if they can withstand our attacks. Xiong San, use the energy machine gun to blow the door open. Zheng Haotian roared. As you command, lord. Da 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 da. Boom. Xiong San in the car immediately operated the energy machine gun and fired a burst of bullets at the metal gate of the research institute. With a loud explosion, the metal gate turned into debris all over the ground. Tank Brigade, lead the way. We'll go in and look for people. The advancing team was led by Xiong Qi and Xiong Jiu from the Tank Brigade. The two men were holding two-handed giant axes, and their huge bodies could almost block all attacks from the front. My lord, there is a fork in the road ahead. Should we go left or right? After Zheng Haotian and others entered the metal corridor of the base, they did not see a single person, as if the place was empty. We can't miss any road. Wu Jun, Wu Kun, the people in your two convoys go on the left, and I will lead a team on the right. Keep in touch by phone. Zheng Haotian gave the order to act separately without hesitation. Wu Jun showed a worried look. If they dispersed, their combat effectiveness would drop by half. If they encountered an attack from the Research Institute, it might not be so easy to resist. However, since it was Zheng Haotian's order, and in order to find Liu Laowu and the others as soon as possible, it was necessary to act separately, so Wu Jun had no choice but to agree. As expected, the first situation occurred shortly after the two teams separated. Lord Haotian is attacked by 500 robot warriors from the Research Institute. Everyone cheers for him and prays that he can get through this difficult time. Just as the system announcement said, the team led by Zheng Haotian encountered its first crisis. 500 robot warriors? Is this really a research institute? How can my men carry back so many instruments from such a place? This is too scary. Could it be that Boss Haotian is going to die just like that? Which research institute did Boss Haotian go to? Why are there such a terrifying number of combat robots? Zheng Haotian himself wanted to ask whether the system was deliberately playing a trick on him. Half of the 500 robots with a metallic luster had their eyes glowing red. Everyone get ready. Fire. Chapter 113, The Real Energy Core. Faced with this situation, Zheng Haotian would not choose to let the other party take the initiative and directly ordered everyone to open fire. At the same time, he also took out 2 energy guns and, with his left and right hands, he pulled the trigger continuously, shooting at the robots that were still standing still. In the field of vision above Zheng Haotian's right eye, there were green letters 500, 500, and after the 5 of them fired, the number became 498,500. Does this mean that we only killed 2 robots in this shooting? System prompts. When you destroy the robot, it will drop items. You can pick them up by touching a light ball. The light ball will exist for 15 minutes. After hearing the system prompt, Zheng Haotian looked at the 2 fallen robots. There were indeed 2 small balls emitting white light next to them. Click, click. The attack time for Zheng Haotian and his team has come to an end, and dozens of robots are ready to take action. Lord, be careful. Zhang Daqiang screamed in horror because a robot suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Zheng Haotian, and the speed was so fast that he had no time to stop it and could only warn it. Bang! However, robots have their own ways of defending themselves, and the mechanical warrior reacted immediately, directly engaging in a fistfight with the robot that rushed over. Then there was a loud bang, and the extremely fast robot flew backwards, and the number on the molecular position in the upper right corner of Zheng Haotian became 497. This kind of speed-type robot doesn't seem to have very good defense. Zheng Haotian was not nervous. Even if the mechanical warrior girl didn't have time to block it just now, it didn't matter. He was confident that he could dodge the attack. After all, he was an archer. Thank you for saving me. Zheng Haotian smiled at the mechanical warrior and then immediately showed a solemn expression. 10 robots similar to the one just now appeared at once. Do we have to use mechas now? But in this kind of confined and narrow space, the flexibility of the mechas will be completely restricted and the attack power will be greatly reduced. Zheng Haotian was conflicted for a while. He had already put his hand into his right trouser pocket, where his mecha capsule was placed. Drink! With just an angry shout, Zheng Haotian felt a gust of wind passing by him. And then after a flash, the 10-speed robots that rushed up all flew backwards and did not move. Zheng Haotian subconsciously glanced at the number in the upper right corner, and sure enough, only 987 was left. Killed 10 in 1 second? Did I miss something before? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. In the past, the mechanical warrior was only used as a bodyguard for Wang Li. This time, it was the first time that Zheng Haotian saw that this mechanical servant was so powerful. My lord, please hide behind for a while, and leave the rest to us. After Zhang Daqiang fired a shot without success, he swung the axe in his hand hard and chopped a robot flying. With 1 shot, he succeeded and there were 486 robots left. Zheng Haotian looked at the white light balls scattered on the ground, quickly ran to the side, reached out to grab the light balls, and the light balls immediately disappeared, and Zheng Haotian had an item in his hand. Obtain aluminum alloy 10. It's indeed the material from the robot, but it seems there is more. 10 units of aluminum alloy can make more than 1 robot. Combined with other materials, 3 can be made. The attacks of Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang are quite standard, but the 2 mechanical units, Mechanical War Girl and Robert, look a bit exaggerated. They were like diamond drill bits, pounding hard into the pile of robots. Wherever he went, Scrap metal fell to the ground. And of course, there was also the white ball of light that Zheng Haotian wanted to pick up. Obtain iron or 500. Obtain copper or 200. Obtain silver or 100. I don't know if Zheng Haotian was just too lucky or if the robots here just had a high drop rate, but there was something in almost every light ball, and the quantity was quite large. 500 robots sounded and looked like a lot, but under the fierce attack of the 5 people, they were able to suppress their numerical advantage. Since it takes a certain amount of time for the robots to wake up, Zheng Haotian issued an order to attack those robots that are about to wake up first. The 5 men's eyes were sharp, and each of their attacks hit a robot, but they were not destroyed every time, but only some of them would be destroyed in one attack. Zheng Haotian soon realized that the robots that could be destroyed with one blow were those that excelled in speed. These 500 robots are divided into 3 types: those with strong attack power, those with extremely fast speed, and those with extremely strong defense power. Be careful! The reason why the attack-powerful robots were distinguished was because one of them also exchanged punches with the mechanical warrior, and the result was that the 2 were evenly matched. There were 2 robots surrounding Zhang Daqiang at the same time. Zheng Haotian judged based on some characteristics that one of them was an offensive one and the other was a defensive one. After this attack, scars immediately appeared on Zhang Daqiang's body. When Zheng Haotian saw this scene, he became furious instantly and started a bloodthirsty frenzy. The huge, excellent-grade saber with a purple glow slashed fiercely on the body of the defensive robot. After a violent friction sound, Zheng Haotian actually split the defensive robot into 2 halves. Zheng Haotian looked at the number displayed in the upper right corner and saw that it had changed from green to yellow, and the number had become 230,500. However, in just over 10 minutes, they worked together to kill 270 robots. It's not that the robots are too weak, but that they're too strong. Robert, release your mecha. Zheng Haotian was ready to strike while the iron was hot and kill all the remaining robots in one go. As you command, Lord. Robert had been eager to release the mecha. As soon as he heard Zheng Haotian's order, he immediately took out the mecha capsule and threw it gently to the ground. Phew! The same black and white energy. When the color dissipated, a giant silver-white mecha appeared in the room, and the next second, Robert merged with the mecha. The mecha's eyes flashed red. A burst of fire came out from under its body, and it sped up instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived next to a robot. Swish! The laser sword formed by the energy gathered by the charging core, under Robert's precise control, instantly split the 3 robots into 2 halves. At this point in the battle, Zheng Haotian's side had completely taken over, and victory was only a matter of time. Fall down! Bang! With Zheng Haotian's roar and the collision between the saber and the robots, none of the 500 robots were spared. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for defeating 500 robots, and be rewarded with 1 energy core. Chapter 114, Liu Laowu's Self-Rescue. Zheng Haotian took out the energy core that the system had just rewarded him. Its 3-dimensional diamond-shaped appearance shone with a light blue light. It looked like a plain crystal, but the energy hidden in it was enough to power a huge mecha. Is this the energy core? Zheng Haotian asked with a hint of surprise in his tone. This trip to the Research Institute was really fruitful. Not only did they harvest a lot of various mineral materials, but they also harvested rare alloy metal materials such as aluminum alloy and titanium alloy. The most important thing was that they also harvested an energy core. As long as we can rescue Liu Laowu and the others, this trip will be complete. As for whether to really capture the Research Institute, Zheng Haotian was still hesitant because he couldn't be sure that this was really the place behind the Research Institute. After picking up the white light ball dropped by the robot, Zheng Haotian waved his hand for everyone to move on. He picked up his mobile phone while walking, wanted to ask about the situation over there, but the call did not go through in the end. This made Zheng Haotian a little worried. He didn't know whether something in the Research Institute interfered with the cell phone signal, or if something happened to Wu Jun. If it was the former, it would not be a big deal, but if it was the latter, then the robot they just dealt with was the tool used by the Research Institute to entangle them. My lord, trust Commander Wu, and they will be fine with the members of the tank brigade and such powerful weapons as the energy gun. Zhang Daqiang saw Zheng Haotian's worry and comforted him. Zheng Haotian nodded. Now he could only think positively. Everyone, move at full speed. We must not let the people from the Research Institute succeed. Zheng Haotian gave an order, and everyone ran wildly in the metal corridor. In the dark dungeon, Liu Laowu and others are about to face the first torture from the Research Institute. 7 people in gray and white clothes came to the prison door with 14 robots with metallic appearance and flashing red eyes. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing that the other party seemed to want to open the cell, Liu Laowu hurried forward and asked angrily. But Liu Laowu did not get the answer he wanted. These people simply ignored him. One of them pressed a few buttons outside the cell, and with a click sound, the cell door opened. Don't act rashly. Seeing this, the people from the reconnaissance team wanted to rush out, but Liu Laowu stopped them. Since the other party dared to open the prison door so blatantly, they must have a backup plan. It is impossible for them to give them such an obvious opportunity to escape. Captain Liu, let's take this opportunity to rush out and hold hostage those people in gray and white clothes, so that the robots won't dare to attack us. Wang Tsung said anxiously. It's not that simple. Just follow my orders and see what they want to do. Liu Laowu recalled the scene when he first came to the Research Institute. Although he had never been to the dungeon, as long as he could enter the metal corridor of the Research Institute, he would have a way to escape from the Research Institute. Now, even if they could subdue those men in gray and white clothes, they would not be able to find the location of the dungeon exit. It would be better for them to surrender for the time being. Maybe these people would take them away from here. Everyone listen carefully. No matter what happens next, we will not resist. At most, we will suffer some physical pain. They dare not really harm our lives. The cautious attitude of the people in the Institute was the basis for Liu Laowu to dare to implement the self-rescue plan. It's still the same simple sentence. If the people in the Research Institute wanted to kill them, there was no need to go through the trouble of capturing them alive. It would be much easier to just kill them on the spot. Clear. After several runs in, all the members of the reconnaissance team trusted the captain Liu Laowu very much. So no matter how unreasonable the order was, they would follow it one by one. Catch them. The leader said something softly, and then a group of robots rushed forward 2 to 1 and subdued all the people in the reconnaissance team. The leader's face under the mask showed confusion. He thought the people from the reconnaissance team would counterattack, but he didn't expect them to be so honest and not move. You're smart. Take it away. Being held by 2 robots on the left and right, the members of the reconnaissance team were almost unable to move, with their feet even hanging in the air. It is almost impossible to escape the control of the robot in this situation, unless a miracle happens. Fortunately, the plot happened as Liu Laowu had expected. The people in gray and white clothes were really led out of the dungeon by the robot and came to the Research Institute surrounded by metallic luster. Each person will be responsible for interrogating one person. If they don't cooperate, they will be drugged. After the interrogation, the records will be transmitted to the director. A group of people in gray and white clothes nodded one after another, but they never said a word. From beginning to end, only the leader spoke, and the others were like dumb. But Liu Laowu knew very well that a mute could not complete the interrogation work. So it was not that they could not speak, but that the Institute had stipulated the time and place for speaking. Coincidentally, the person responsible for interrogating Liu Laowu was the one who had been talking. When the 2 robots took Liu Laowu hostage into a small closed room and fixed his hands, feet, and body to a special chair, they left the room. At this moment, only Liu Laowu and the man in gray and white clothes who was the leader were left in the room. Before you interrogate me, could you please answer a few questions for me? Although Liu Laowu was trapped in the chair, he was not all panicked. Instead, he looked at the masked man opposite him very calmly. You talk too much. The masked man took a small remote control-shaped object from the side and pressed a button. Hiss! A flash of lightning emanated from the chair under Liu Laowu, and Liu Laowu's whole body twitched and he screamed in pain. This is just a small punishment. If you can't answer my questions honestly, you will suffer more next time. The masked man's voice suddenly became eerie, as if he had turned on the interrogation mode. Liu Laowu felt numb all over from the electric shock and his tongue was tied. He didn't respond for a while, but just nodded slightly. How many people are there in your base? Not including robots. Why are you asking this? Liu Laowu finally recovered, and when he heard the first question, he was a little confused. Answer my question, otherwise you will be punished. The masked man's voice was cold, and he was fiddling with the remote control in his hand, as if he would start the electric shock again if Liu Laowu said something wrong again. Wait, let me tell you, if you don't count the robots, there are more than 30 people in the base. Chapter 1:15 Tank Battalion versus Tank. The masked man did not use paper and pen, but took out a small LCD screen and drew twice on it, as if he was recording what Liu Laowu had just said. All 7 of you will be subjected to the same interrogation. If the testimony of any one of you does not match, then all 7 of you will receive the most severe punishment. So I advise you not to talk nonsense. The masked man said in a threatening tone, "Don't worry, I'm the fish and others are the butchers. I won't be ungrateful." Liu Laowu's tongue began to gradually regain sensation, and he said with a hint of disdain. Long before this group of people came in, Liu Laowu had guessed their purpose, so he had already reminded everyone not to resist them. The meaning was already very clear. They just said what they wanted to know. The members of the investigation team had already received this kind of interrogation training, and they also had a unified set of response words. Next question, what are the defensive capabilities of your base? While the 7 members of the reconnaissance team were being interrogated, a team of 10 led by brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun were attacked by heavy weapons from the Research Institute. Boom! Bang! Tank shells flew in from a distance, blasting holes in the ground. "Commander Wu, what should we do next?" Faced with such a steel monster, Wu Jun couldn't think of any good solution for a while. After separating from Zheng Haotian at the fork in the road, Wu Jun led the team along the metal corridor. As they walked, they actually came to a wasteland that looked like a battlefield and seemed to have walked out of the Research Institute. But when Wu Jun decided to lead his men back, they found that the way back had mysteriously disappeared. They had no choice but to continue moving forward, but soon they ran into trouble. At first, there were only a few scattered robots, but they were easily defeated by the tank brigade members. But soon the trouble escalated into bombardment with guns and artillery, ambushes by people hiding in the dark, and then there was this huge guy in front of them that they couldn't break through. A large tank about 4 meters high. Boom! Bang! Just as Wu Jun led everyone to hide in a defensive fortification and think about how to deal with the tank, the artillery shells fired again, and the splashing gravel hit everyone's faces. "Commander Wu, we can't just sit there and wait for death, otherwise that iron lump will hit us sooner or later." Xiongxin brushed off the dirt on his face and spoke to Wu Jun anxiously. "I know, but the 2 mechas are on the Lord's side, and the energy guns in our hands are completely useless. Unless we can get close to this tank, it will be of no use." Wu Jun was also a little annoyed at this moment. As a commander, he felt for the first time how painful it was to be powerless. "Fuck it. Commander Wu, leave it to us. Cheer, Jioer, follow your Uncle Sean. Sanuer, follow me. Let's rush over and flip this iron lump over." Xiong Yun roared, uttering a curse that only the people of the Xiong family could understand. "No, this is too dangerous. If you're hit by a shell, you won't be able to survive even if you have 9 lives." Wu Jun retorted subconsciously. "There is no other way now. If we keep hiding, the final result will be death. Let them try." Wu Kun said slowly. Wu Jun glanced at his younger brother Wu Kun, then looked at the 6 members of the tank brigade. There was determination in their eyes, the determination to fight to the death. "Okay, remember, you guys must protect yourselves. Your lives belong not only to you, but also to the Lord." Wu Jun struggled for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Don't worry, Commander Wu, just look after us. The tank brigade isn't called that for nothing. Fuck me, you little bear cubs, follow me." Xiong Yun roared and rushed out of the fortifications like an angry grizzly bear, leading Xiong San and Xiong Wu to run towards the huge tank at full speed. Xiong Shan chose a different direction from Xiong Yun. Xiong Yun ran in an arc from the right side towards the tank, while Xiong Shan took Xiong Qi and Xiong Jiu to run in an arc from the left side towards the tank, but the speed of both sides was basically the same. Boom! Bang! Perhaps it was because Xiong Yun's roar was louder. The tank's next shot was aimed in the direction he was heading. With a roar, a huge crater appeared not far in front of Xiong Yun. Fortunately, he braked in time, and only his eyes were narrowed by the dust. "Damn it, this piece of iron is really powerful." Xiong Yun was startled, but he calmed down the next second, sped up again, and took Xiong San and Xiong Wu across the huge shell crater. Xiong Mountain on the other side had not been bombarded and was now very close to the tank's position. "Brother Sean, flip it over." Seeing this, Xiong Yun roared excitedly, once again attracting the attack of artillery shells. Boom! Bang! However, these shells seemed to have deviated from their course. The dust they stirred up only disturbed Xiong Yun and his team, and nothing else happened. "This is garbage. The aim is terrible." Xiong Yun cursed inwardly, forgetting that he had just praised the tank for being awesome. Drink. Finally, Xiong Shan came to the right side of the tank, and, after a roar, he used his strong body to hit the right side of the tank. Boom! A sound like an ancient temple bell came from the impact point, and Xiong Shan staggered back a few steps, but the tank remained almost motionless. Xiong Qi, Xiong Jiu, come together. Yes, Uncle Shan. The next second, 3 strong men over 2.5 meters tall crashed into the right side of the tank. Boom! Another bell sounded, and the 3 of them flew back directly, but the tank also shook slightly. Boom! Bang! At this moment, the tank fired another shell towards the position of Xiong Yun and the other 2. Damn it! You almost blew me to death. Xiong San, Xiong Wu, go help your Uncle Shan. Although Xiong Yun avoided the frontal artillery attack this time, his right leg was cut by the flying debris, and he immediately lost the ability to move. Uncle Yun, are you okay? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want me to die, just go. Xiong Yun cursed angrily. Xiong San and Xiong Wu looked at each other and hurriedly ran to the right side of the tank and rammed the tank together with Xiong Shan. Boom. 1 time. Boom. Twice. Boom. 3 times. The 5 men were knocked down again and again, but they continued even though bright red blood had appeared on their arms. Come on. Damn it hurts so much. Finally, the tank lost its balance in the collision and rolled directly to the left. Tank Brigade overturned the tanks. Chapter 116 Reward Tank Design. Call. The members of the Tank Brigade were breathing heavily. Xiong Shan didn't care about the injury on his arm. He quickly ran to the side of the tank, opened the cockpit, and pulled out the robot inside. Fuck it, let me do it. Bang. Xiong Yun struggled to walk to the side of the tank, took out his energy gun, and shot the robot in the head, causing it to smoke and die. Uncle Yin, are you okay? Xiong Sen couldn't help but ask when he saw that Xiong Yun's thigh was still bleeding. It's not a serious injury. It's just a little skin broken. It's okay. Xiong Yun shook his thigh to indicate that it was nothing serious. Wu Jun and Wu Kun brought Wang Biao and Li Si and hurried over. Seeing Xiong Yun's injury, Wu Jun took out the medicine prepared by Bianyu without saying a word and applied it directly on his wound. Commander Wu, please be gentle. The moment the golden wound medicine touched the wound, Xiong Yun twitched in pain and gasped. Weren't you so arrogant just now? You really don't know how to live or die. Wu Jun couldn't help but curse. He had seen the entire process of the tank brigade's charge just now, and was also moved by Xiong Yun's desperate performance. But he still had to scold him. Otherwise, if it continued like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. Damn it, Dr. Bian's medicine is simply deadly. Xiong Yun couldn't help but curse. Haven't you heard that bitter medicine is good for the disease? Take this healing pill now. Wu Jun said this without waiting for Xiong Yun's consent. He directly took out the healing medicine and stuffed it into his mouth. Fortunately, Xiong Yun was sitting on the ground at the moment. Otherwise, Wu Jun might not be able to reach his mouth with his hand. Ignoring Xiong Yun's bitter face, Wu Jun turned to the other members of the tank brigade and said, "You guys should also apply the golden wound medicine and take a healing medicine. We will rest for a while before moving on." Okay, Commander Wu. Everyone sat on the ground next to the tank, with several strong men gathered together. It felt like the whole thing was almost as big as a tank. If the modified car wasn't small in size, these strong men would probably only be able to sit on the roof. Wu Jun did not sit down to rest, but climbed into the tank through the cockpit. If the base can possess such a powerful weapon, the combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. Wu Jun had already memorized the appearance of the tank in his mind, and when he was watching the tank brigade charging just now, he had already carved the shape of the tank on parchment. The reason why he chose to enter the cockpit was because Wu Jun wanted to depict the internal structure as well, so that he might be able to replicate the tank after returning. Hey, what is this? Could it be? A look of joy appeared on Wu Jun's face, and he walked out of the cockpit holding a piece of parchment. It seemed that he didn't need to draw anymore. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for passing the tank position, and you will be rewarded with a tank design blueprint 1. What? Tanks? Has Boss Haotian traveled to the future? This is the end of the world. What the hell is a tank? Just now I was looking at the fine iron bow and chainmail with great interest, but now I suddenly don't like them anymore. I want a tank too. Please read carefully. What Haotian got was just the blueprint. Who knows how many resources are needed to manufacture the tank? Anyway, I can't make it even if you give it to me. Not to mention that the lords in the world chat box were very shocked. Even Zheng Haotian himself was extremely surprised. However, while he was surprised, he was also relieved. After all, he had received news about Wu Jun and the others. Knowing that they were fine was actually more important than the reward of the tank design drawings. That's great. I didn't expect that you would give me a tank design drawing. This is incredible, Zheng Haotian said with a smile. At this moment, Zheng Haotian and his 5-member team were still walking steadily towards the depths of the research institute. Since Liu Laowu had never been so deep into the research institute before, every path they took at this moment was groping in the dark, and what they would encounter ahead was completely unknown. Wu Jun didn't know that when he got the tank design drawing, it would be reported to the world chat box by the mysterious system, but he was very happy to get this design drawing. Have you all rested enough? It's time to move on. Wu Jun waved at everyone. After breaking through the tank position, what else can stop them? In the interrogation room of the research institute, except for Liu Laowu, who was still sitting steadily on the chair and chatting with the masked man, the other 6 members of the investigation team had been knocked unconscious during the interrogation. How many hours do you take turns on night patrol? The masked man gradually began to ask about the layout of the base's combat equipment and the frequency of personnel replacement during night watch. Sometimes the shifts are 4 hours, sometimes 6 hours. If there is no order emphasizing the need to keep watch, we basically have no one to keep watch, Liu Laowu said casually. I hope what you said is true. You don't want to see your companions get hurt. The masked man coldly threatened again and walked directly in front of Liu Laowu. Can you help me open these handcuffs now? My hands and feet are numb from sitting so long. Liu Laowu shook his hands helplessly. The masked man seemed very confident. After taking a look at Liu Laowu, he actually started to unlock the door for him. Click! After 3 consecutive rings, Liu Laowu was finally no longer restricted. I advise you to be honest, otherwise your companions will be in great trouble. The masked man dared to let Liu Laowu out because he still had the other 6 people as leverage. Don't worry, I never thought of running away. I'm waiting for you to let me out in person. Liu Laowu's mouth corners raised slightly. The masked man looked confused. What made Liu Laowu so confident? After walking for nearly half an hour in the metal corridor, Zheng Haotian and others finally walked out of the metal corridor. However, the next road seemed to be even more difficult to walk than before. How can there be such a place in the institute? Zheng Haotian showed a puzzled expression on his face. In front of them, a swamp appeared. This was the end of the metal corridor. My lord, shall we continue to move forward? When Zhang Daqiang saw the swamp, the scene at Wei Tai's place appeared in his mind. We can't retreat now. Even if there are dangers ahead, we have to fight our way through. Zheng Haotian spoke in a firm tone. He would not order a retreat before finding Liu Laowu, unless he really encountered force majeure. Yes, sir. We will follow your orders, Lord. Zhang Daqiang and his companions knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Let's go. Let's see what other tricks they can come up with. Chapter 117. The Determination of the Reconnaissance Team. In the dark interrogation room, Liu Laowu sat quietly in the position of the interrogated person. The masked man left after getting the information he wanted from him. There were 2 robots guarding the door, and the 7 members of the reconnaissance team were also bound to each other. So the masked man opened the shackles on Liu Laowu without any worries. Each of the 7 interrogation rooms is 2 meters apart. If I knock on the wall, I should be able to transmit the information to the interrogation room closest to me. The layout of the previous interrogation room flashed through Liu Laowu's mind. He was the last one to be brought into the interrogation room, so he observed the whole situation. But if I make a sound, it will definitely attract the attention of the robots outside. How will I explain it then? Liu Laowu knew very well that the prerequisite for escaping was not to let the robots outside see his intention to escape. Otherwise, as long as the other party strengthened their surveillance, he would not be able to escape. What's more, he was thinking of taking all the members of the reconnaissance team with him. Dinkling! Liu Laowu casually touched the metal handcuffs on his body, making a crisp collision sound. At the same time, the sound attracted the robot guarding the door. Its 4 red pupils were staring at Liu Laowu. It seemed that if he showed the slightest desire to escape, he would be ruthlessly controlled by these 2 robots. Calm down, my 2 brothers. I just touched the handcuffs accidentally. Liu Laowu waved his hands nonchalantly and said to the 2 robots with a smile. The robot paid no attention to Liu Laowu's words, but did not continue to stare at Liu Laowu. Instead, it turned around and returned to its previous position. It seems that these iron lumps don't have much brains, which reduces the difficulty a lot. Liu Laowu thought to himself. Liu Laowu began to look carefully at the closed interrogation room. Apart from a metal door guarded by 2 robots, there were only gray walls around it. So if Liu Laowu wanted to escape from here, the The only way was that metal door. So the question is, how can he break through the two robot guards? Even if he escaped from the interrogation room, how would he rescue the others? Things are difficult to handle, but ultimately it all depends on human efforts. Liu Laowu had a bold idea in his mind. Liu Laowu pretended to walk around the interrogation room unconsciously, picked up a chain unknowingly, and walked behind the metal door, which was a blind spot monitored by the robot guards. Dinkling! Liu Laowu swung the chain fiercely, and as expected, the two guards were immediately attracted and turned around to search for Liu Laowu. When they failed to find Liu Laowu, their instinct drove them into the interrogation room. Iron Lump, you guys are really stupid. Liu Laowu, who was hiding behind the metal door, rushed out directly and kicked one of the robots hard. With the rebound force, he went out of the door of the interrogation room and closed the door tightly. All members of the reconnaissance team, take action. Liu Laowu's voice instantly attracted the attention of all robots, and the members of the reconnaissance team also began to use their methods to respond to the call of Captain Liu Laowu. Feng Sun, how are you? Liu Laowu was running wildly. The robots seemed to have received some orders and did not all chase him. Only one robot was sent to each interrogation room, and the other one was still guarding the members of the reconnaissance team. According to his memory, Liu Laowu rushed to the interrogation room where Feng Sun was and rescued the main force first. This way, he could split up to rescue the others and maximize efficiency. Captain Liu, I'm unlocking the door. Wait a moment. Feng Sun spoke to reply to Liu Laowu. He did not receive the same treatment as Liu Laowu and was still tied to a stool. However, without anyone guarding him, this small chain was just a toy and could not trap the people from the reconnaissance team at all. Call out. Bang. At the moment when Liu Laowu smiled, a blue-purple energy bomb passed through the ends of his hair from behind him, and a burnt smell made his hair stand on end instantly. These robots are killing. Everyone, pay attention. The robots have entered the killing mode. Watch out for their attacks. Liu Laowu screamed hoarsely and quickly ran towards the interrogation room where Feng Sun was. He had to find a cover. The previous attack seemed to be just a warning. The robots continued to chase Liu Laowu, but did not fire a second energy bomb until Liu Laowu faced the remaining robot guarding the interrogation room where Feng Sun was. Iron Lump, come and chase me. Liu Laowu kicked the robot hard, but it had no effect and sent it flying backwards. However, it succeeded in angering the robot, and it abandoned its guard and chased after Liu Laowu. At this moment, Feng Sun successfully broke free from the shackles and ran out of the interrogation room. Captain Liu, let me help you. Feng Sun said as he was about to help Liu Laowu lure the robot, but was stopped by Liu Laowu. Go and rescue the others. Don't worry about me. When Feng Sun heard what Liu Laowu said, he hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and went to other interrogation rooms to rescue people, as Liu Laowu said. Call out. Bang. Another bullet just grazed Liu Laowu's clothes and hit the wall in front of him, instantly burning a small hole in his clothes. Fortunately, Liu Laowu put out the fire in time, otherwise it would have been burned. On the other side, with the help of Feng Sun, Long Biao also successfully escaped from the interrogation room, followed by the others. The robots seemed to be only following established procedures. There were 5 robots that were locked up in the interrogation room by several members of the investigation team. In other words, except for the 7 robots that were chasing Liu Laowu, all the others were locked up. Captain Liu, are you okay? Compared with the smooth progress of other members of the reconnaissance team, Liu Laowu was now in tattered clothes. His exquisite marine uniform had turned into a holy suit, and the robot behind him also began to enter a runaway mode. The exit is there. Get out quickly. Don't worry about me. Liu Laowu pointed to the road leading to the metal corridor, and he ran in the opposite direction. He wanted to buy more time for others. No, we can't abandon Captain Liu. Long Biao, you take the others and go first. I'll go help Captain Liu. Vice Captain Feng, let's go together. That's right. Feng Sun, let's go together. These iron lumps are definitely not our match. Long Biao didn't want to be one of the ones to retreat. Feng Sun was stunned for a moment, but then he showed a determined look and said seriously, Then let's go together. Beat these iron lumps. Knock down the iron lump. Everyone shouted in unison. Chapter 118. Whitebeard Chief Left Alone. Looking at the gray swamp in front of him, Zheng Haotian felt a surge of worry in his heart. For the people in the research institute, this was undoubtedly the best ambush location. Everyone, please be aware of your surroundings and slow down. Although Zheng Haotian hoped to rescue Liu Laowu and the others as soon as possible, he was well aware that haste makes waste. If he was anxious now, it would only bring more unpredictable crises in the future. Yes, Lord, everyone answered in unison. The two robot units, Mechanical War Girl and Robert, still protected Zheng Haotian on the left and right. Zhang Daqiang was responsible for leading the way, and Zhang Erqiang was responsible for the rear. The five people maintained a diamond formation and advanced at a slow pace. As they went deeper, white mist began to fill the air all around. Zheng Haotian's heart suddenly tightened. He could sense that something was about to happen. "Oh, stop moving forward," Zheng Haotian shouted. "Everyone stand back to back and pay attention to your surroundings." There was an inexplicable feeling of oppression, and something was slowly approaching Zheng Haotian and the other four. The cry just now was made by that unknown creature. Sure enough, after a while, groups of creatures that looked like mud were surrounding the crowd. "Oh!" The cry was not harsh, but it made the already depressing environment even more gloomy. Shooting. At Zheng Haotian's command, everyone took out their energy guns and fired energy bombs at the mud monster. Call out. Bang. The energy bomb glowed with a bluish-purple glow, directly blasting the mud monster on the ground into pieces. This monster doesn't seem to be threatening at all, Zhang Daqiang muttered to himself. Maybe it just hasn't shown up yet. As soon as Zhang Erqiang finished speaking, the remains of the mud monster that were blasted into pieces were actually swallowed up by another mud monster that had crawled by, and after the swallowing, the mud monster became even larger. Everyone, please be careful. They could devour and fuse. Do not stop attacking. Make sure to smash all the monsters to pieces. Do not let them continue to fuse. Zheng Haotian observed this keenly and gave orders for everyone to stop this scene from happening. However, some things, even if discovered, seem difficult to change, just like these mud monsters at this moment. Why can't we kill all these ghosts? Zhang Daqiang looked at the energy bar of the energy gun in his hand that dropped to 40 and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Zheng Haotian and his four companions were surrounded by a thick layer of mud monster remains. In order to prevent them from being swallowed by other mud monsters, everyone could only increase the shooting range. But this was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. No, we can't go on like this. Some of the slime monsters have successfully swallowed and grown bigger again, and this enlarged slime monster is more difficult to deal with than the initial one. It can even withstand a bullet from the energy gun. In the end, it is only because of the explosive force caused by the sudden burst of energy that it is killed. But the fundamental problem is that the bullets of the energy gun are not infinite. It depends on the remaining energy in the energy gun, which is running out at the moment. Robert, use the mecha. As you command, Lord. No one knows what the consequences will be if the mud monster gets close to them, but Zheng Haotian definitely doesn't want this to happen, so he has no choice but to let Robert release the mecha to attack. Phew! The capsule was thrown out, the black and white energies were released, and the mecha appeared above the remains of the mud monster. Robert moved close to the mecha, and the next second he became one with the mecha. The mecha's eyes turned red instantly, and combat mode was activated. Leave it to me from now on. The laser sword in the mecha's hand lit up, and the artillery fire on its body flashed, instantly bombarding the surrounding mud monsters. With powerful firepower coverage and extremely sharp laser sword, the surrounding mud monsters were cleared out in an instant, and there was no moving one left within the range visible to the naked eye. This mecha is so powerful. If each of us can own one, perhaps the base will be invincible, Zhang Daqiang said with a hint of fantasy. Shut up. Don't speak at critical moments in the future. Zhang Daqiang suddenly yelled, and Zhang Erqiang could only shut his mouth in disappointment. Zheng Haotian smiled, not knowing whether it was because the two brothers were arguing or because the mud monsters around them were cleared away. Robert, fly around and look carefully to see if you can find where these mud monsters come from. I feel that they won't be so easy to eliminate. Zheng Haotian ordered. As you command, Lord. Robert's voice was heard from inside the mecha, and then he accelerated forward and searched around. Let's stay here and wait for a while. As you command, Lord. The mecha flew back not long after it left. Robert had searched the area within a radius of 50 meters, but did not find the location where the mud monster was born, and he could not even see any mud monster anymore. Reporting to the Lord, the birthplace of the mud monster has not been found. Robert came out of the mecha and reported to Zheng Haotian respectfully. Zheng Haotian showed a hint of doubt on his face, but since he hadn't found it, there was no need to force it. Maybe it really didn't exist. Okay, let's keep going, but at a slower pace. Do you need me to scout the way ahead? Robert asked. No need. If someone deliberately hides himself, you will never find him. Zheng Haotian said something meaningful, and then everyone continued to move deeper into the swamp. The speed was very slow, just like the speed of the fog spreading around them, but for the next 10 minutes, they indeed had smooth sailing and did not encounter anything. It seemed that as soon as the 10 minutes were up, the fog began to spread rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, the 5 people were surrounded by thick fog, and it was almost impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Everyone hold hands, and be careful not to get separated. Zheng Haotian said hurriedly, but heard no response. He turned around and looked behind him, but Zhang Daqiang was gone. Looked forward again and glanced to both sides. In this thick fog, he was the only one left. He was alone. Zhang Daqiang, Erqiang. Zheng Haotian shouted several people's names, but there was still no response. Zheng Haotian suddenly became nervous, thinking that it must be someone from the research institute who took action. Come out. Is it fun to hide like this? Zheng Haotian stopped, stared at the front, and said coldly. Bang, bang, bang. A round of applause rang out, and a figure walked out slowly from the thick fog. It was an old man with white hair and beard. How did you find me? You guess. Zheng Haotian put his hands in his pockets, tightly holding the mecha capsule, ready to throw it out at any time. Chapter 119, Visiting the Research Institute. The old man with white hair and beard is the director of the God-Making Research Institute. He has a very resounding name, Godlord. Haha, you still have the mind to make jokes at this time. You are worthy of being the one I have chosen. You are very good, very good. The god laughed with his head raised, which sounded a little scary. Let my people go, and I will leave immediately. How about we keep to ourselves? Zheng Haotian frowned slightly. The old man who suddenly appeared must be someone special. Don't interfere with other people's business. Do you think it was me, the river, who interfered with your well water? First, it's not impossible for me to release him. But shouldn't you return Fong Tian as well? The god narrowed his eyes and said with a smile on his face. Zheng Haotian's face suddenly changed. The other party really knew that Fong Tian was in his base at this moment. Then the zombie attack not long ago was probably really the work of the Research Institute, as he guessed. Is the zombie attack related to you? Zheng Haotian's eyes were fierce and his tone was very unfriendly. If Fong Tian had not just made the mecha last time, the base might have ceased to exist and Zheng Haotian's life would have been in danger. I originally just wanted to give you a warning, but who would have thought that you would actually steal the scientific and technological achievements of our institute? Instead, you were able to fight off the zombie army head-on. I have to say, you are very powerful. The god did not deny the zombie attack. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Zheng Haotian took out the energy gun from his waist and pointed it directly at the god. As long as he pulled the trigger, the god would surely die. You are not a bloodthirsty person, and you really don't dare to kill me now, right? The god kept smiling on his face and didn't care at all that Zheng Haotian drew his gun. The most confident people often die the most miserable deaths, and you are no exception. Zheng Haotian pulled the trigger directly. Call out. Bang. The god remained calm, letting the mud splash under his feet and stain his white robe with yellow-green stains. Are you interested in visiting the Research Institute with me? The God King didn't care about Zheng Haotian's behavior just now, but instead invited him to visit. Such an action made Zheng Haotian really confused. What on earth did this old man want to do? Don't you dare. The smile on the god's face became even more intense. Provocation doesn't work on me. If you tell me your identity first, maybe I will agree to go on the tour with you. Zheng Haotian said lightly. The Lord's expression suddenly turned calm, and he replied coldly. Shouldn't you have already guessed it? I am the director of this institute. Zheng Haotian thought to himself, as expected, and then nodded slightly, saying, You lead the way. Haha, great. Follow me. After hearing that Zheng Haotian agreed to the visit, the director of the institute laughed again. Zheng Haotian put the energy gun back on his waist, put his hands into his pockets unconsciously, and followed the god in a nonchalant manner. Director, what's your name? My name is Zheng Haotian. You can just call me Haotian. I think your institute is a bit exaggerated. There's even a swamp. Tut, tut, tut. Zheng Haotian seemed to have turned on the chatterbox mode and kept talking to the god. What you see is just the simulated space. This place is not just a swamp. I can also turn it into a forest, a volcano, an ocean. As long as you can think of an environment, the simulated space can basically simulate it. The god said without any hesitation, without hiding his thoughts from Zheng Haotian. Mimetic space. Zheng Haotian smacked his lips. If he could capture this research institute, he might be able to obtain a lot of architectural drawings at once, and maybe among them there would be a building as amazing as the Mecha platform. Our institute is divided into 4 areas in one room: living area, discussion area, experimental area, innovation area, and central control room. Next, I will show you the living area of the institute. The god said this with a smile, then waved his hand gently, and the next moment the fog around him quickly dissipated. Watching the environment in front of him change from a swamp to a metal corridor, even though the god had just explained it, Zheng Haotian was still a little surprised. This level of technology was indeed far beyond Zheng Haotian's imagination. This is the living area. It's where the researchers at our institute eat and live. It can also be considered a simulated space, but it's only a partial simulation. Most of it is real architecture. As the god pushed open a metal door, Zheng Haotian felt like he had come to another world, a futuristic world full of technology. Cars hovering in the air, elevators that act like slides, automatically delivered meals, and robots everywhere. This is definitely a world of the future. What do you think of our living area? I'm a little dissatisfied. It would be better if these green areas were not simulated. The god said with a smile. Are you still not satisfied with this? Zheng Haotian didn't know whether to say that the Lord of God was greedy or that his demands were too high. It's pretty good. After holding it in for a long time, I could only come up with 4 words. Then let's go to the discussion forum. Right now, our institute is discussing a topic. Should robots be given the ability to think independently? Do you think they should be given the ability? If we can ensure that they will not betray, the ability to think independently will definitely improve their abilities. Zheng Haotian replied subconsciously. You agree with the majority of people, but we can only control it in the settings. After they have the ability to think, whether they will come up with independent ideas is something we cannot control. The god said as he pushed open another door, and the sound of heated discussion immediately reached Zheng Haotian's ears. The current robot hardware design has reached its peak. We must start software development, and the most useful one is definitely intelligence. Have you ever thought about how much impact it would have on the institute if the robot got out of control? The entire institute would be paralyzed. We can't take such a risk. The affirmative side said something, the negative side said something, and for a moment, they were arguing with each other in the same way as the god had said, and it was quite unbending. Hello, director. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Just continue. When the god walked by, the discussion ended immediately, and everyone greeted him. It seems that you have a very high reputation in the institute, but why did you attack Fong Tian's friends? And you want to persecute Fong Tian? Zheng Haotian was puzzled. I attacked Fong Tian's friends? And I persecuted Fong Tian? Did you listen to what Fong Tian said? No wonder you are so hostile to me. This is not the case. When the god heard Zheng Haotian's question, he suddenly looked shocked, as if he didn't know any of this. Could it be that there is another hidden story behind this? Zheng Haotian's thoughts were a little confused for a moment. Chapter 120. Fake Turn. Before Zheng Haotian opened his mouth to ask, the god began to continue talking. I actually have some impression of the researcher Fong Tian. He is an orphan who was adopted by the institute since he was young. But for some reason, he has been very withdrawn and unwilling to communicate with others. If it weren't for his outstanding research ability, he probably wouldn't have become a researcher in the end. A loner. Zheng Haotian hesitated. In his impression, although Fong Tian is not very cheerful and enthusiastic, he is definitely not a loner. Haotian, you are still young and have not experienced much. You don't know that some people will change their personality due to stress response when entering a new environment. If the Fong Tian you saw was not a loner, it doesn't mean I'm lying to you. It's very likely that he became like that after being stressed. The god explained with a smile and wanted to pat Zheng Haotian on the shoulder, but he dodged sideways. The god, who missed the opportunity, was not angry at all. He rubbed his hands together and put them back on both sides of his body. According to you, why did Fong Tian escape from the institute? And your institute even sent people to hunt him down. Zheng Haotian asked in a cold tone. It is impossible for Zheng Haotian to change his impression of Fong Tian with just these few words. After all, although Fong Tian has not been in the base for a long time, the contribution he has made is unmatched by other farmers. He sneaked into the core area of the Institute and stole the core technologies of many research projects. After our persuasion to return the technology failed, we could only temporarily put him under house arrest in the Institute. We didn't expect that he took advantage of the sympathy of the guards, brutally killed several guards, and escaped from the Institute. After I found out about what happened, I naturally sent people to bring him back, but the orders I issued were not to harm him, and there was absolutely no such thing as taking his life. The god showed a helpless expression, but his tone of voice sounded somewhat sincere. So, I've sheltered a big sinner in your institute. Zheng Haotian laughed. It has to be said that the director of this research institute has really good acting skills. Zheng Haotian was fooled by him at the beginning. But when Fang Tian was mentioned, the god series of blame-shifting words made Zheng Haotian instantly realize that this guy was deceiving him. If you are willing to bring Fang Tian back to me, I can assure you that all your men will appear outside the institute intact, and from now on, your base will never be attacked by zombies again. If you need it, I can even share with you all the research results of our institute, except for the core technology. The god's words of assurance are very attractive to any lord. Putting aside the fact that releasing the people is the right thing to do, as long as they can stop being attacked by zombies, it is already a very exciting thing. Not to mention that they will share the high-tech achievements of the Research Institute with him. As long as I hand Fang Tian over to you, that's all that's needed. Is that right? That's right. I only want Fang Tian. As for the energy weapon manufacturing technology he has taught your base, I don't care. I can even give you the manufacturing technology of a higher-level energy cannon, which is our latest research result. The smile on the god's face grew wider, as if he felt that Zheng Haotian had no reason to refuse. The conditions you offer are indeed very tempting, but I'm sorry, I refuse. Zheng Haotian waved his hands, looking indifferent. Why? The god's smile suddenly froze, and he asked in a cold voice. I really want all of what you said, but Fang Tian can't give it to you. Zheng Haotian said lightly. He is a traitor, and he brutally killed the loyal guards of our institute. You still want to protect such a person? The god's tone became a little angry. I don't know what kind of person he was before, and I don't want to know. And no matter what he did in the past, as long as he didn't commit any crime in my base, he is my loyal subordinate. As a lord, do you think I would use my subordinates as bargaining chips? Zheng Haotian said seriously, seemingly not caring about the furious god. Haotian, you are refusing to accept my toast, and now you have to drink a forfeit. There was a hint of threat in the god's tone. Really? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Isn't everything you just said fake? Including everything you showed me, isn't it all fake? Even you yourself seem fake. Zheng Haotian revealed a mysterious smile, slowly took out the energy gun, aimed it at the god's head, and pulled the trigger. Call out. Bang. The energy bomb actually passed through the god's head and hit a wall behind him, making a loud noise. The god on the opposite side obviously did not expect this scene to happen, and he showed a surprised expression. How did you find out? You guess. Whether the god believes it or not, this is Zheng Haotian's intuition. At first, he really thought that everything the god said was true, but just now an inexplicable thought appeared in his mind, constantly telling him that all of this was an illusion, all fake, including the living person in front of him, who was actually fake. After the experiment, it was confirmed that his intuition was correct. As for how it happened, Zheng Haotian could only attribute it to his high luck. People who are lucky often guess accurately. If you had brought the person back to me, I would have really let you go, but now it seems that I've been a little too nosy. In that case, I will kill you first, then destroy your base, and then capture Fang Tian back. The god showed an evil smile, and his open mouth looked really scary. When Zheng Haotian heard this, he immediately held the mecha capsule tightly. The next second, the surrounding metal walls opened up, revealing a series of pitch-black gun barrels. Damn it! Zheng Haotian didn't hesitate. After cursing inwardly, he threw out the mecha capsule directly. It's amazing that such a large item can be stored in a small capsule. But do you think a piece of iron like you can block the energy cannon? The god did not rush to order to open fire, but teased Zheng Haotian. Whether it works or not, you won't know until you try it. Zheng Haotian jumped up and entered the cockpit of the mecha directly. The mecha's eyes turned red and entered combat mode. Oof. You don't know how to live or die. Fire. The god snorted coldly, cursed, and then ordered all the guns to fire at the same time. Boom! For a moment, blue-purple electric light covered everything where Zheng Haotian was. Chapter 121, Furious Robert. While Zheng Haotian was being attacked by the director of the institute, Shunjun, Robert, who was separated in another place, was frantically attacking a defensive fortification. This guy's weapons and equipment have surpassed the highest level of the institute. If he continues like this, the energy shield will definitely not be able to withstand it. The director has issued a death order. We must keep this guy here. When the director is done with his business, he will personally deal with this tough guy. It turned out that the swamp fog just now only served to divide the battlefield. Through observations during the last zombie attack, and this time within the Institute, the director of the Institute, Shunjun, determined that the combat effectiveness of the mechas could definitely not be defeated in a head-on combat. So he wanted to divide the battlefield and defeat them one by one. The idea is indeed good, but in each of these separated battlefields, the Institute seems to be at a disadvantage, especially the one where Robert is. Hand over the Lord, or I'll break your turtle shells and you'll be dead. Robert's voice came out from the mecha, and the threatening words made the researchers behind the energy shield a little panicked. They had never imagined that as researchers, they would have to go to the battlefield one day and face such terrifying existences. Hurry up and contact the director. This guy is definitely a man of his words. We can't just sit here and wait for death, a researcher said in a panic. I just tried to contact him, but it was useless. It seems the director is busy with something right now. Another researcher said helplessly. The director must still be in the command room. Xiao Shun, go over there quickly and tell him about our situation in detail so that he can send someone to help as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Be careful. I will be back as soon as possible. One of the researchers quickly ran toward a metal door and quickly disappeared behind the energy shield. You forced me to do this. Burn the backup energy. Originally, the mecha did not have this kind of attribute similar to overdrafting the mecha's functions. But after Robert merged with the mecha, he could control all the attributes of the mecha, including burning backup energy. Buzz. The laser sword suddenly burst into a blazing red light. The shells fired by the mecha were much more powerful than before, and the energy shield began to twist irregularly, seeming that it could break at any time. Quick! Increase the energy and output to the maximum extent. Quick! The researchers behind the shield suddenly panicked and hurriedly adjusted the energy supply of the energy shield. It's not that they weren't afraid at the beginning, but this maximum energy output would lead to a sharp increase in consumption, so the shield could last even shorter. But now they have no other choice but to hold out as long as they can. As long as they can hold out until the director arrives, they will have accomplished their mission. But can they really hold out? They would soon find out how terrifying the violent Robert was. On the other side, looking at Zheng Haotian, who was covered by artillery fire, a smug expression appeared on the face of the god. This is what happens when you refuse to accept my toast. I hope you won't make the wrong choice again in your next life. I don't think I made the wrong choice, and why should I wait until the next life? Zheng Haotian's disdainful voice came from the gunfire, and a silver-gray mecha slowly walked out. Artillery bombardment is just a tickle to the mecha, and it cannot even break the outermost layer of defense. This, humph, don't be too proud too soon. The god had an expression of disbelief on his face, but he still spoke calmly, as if he had other plans. Use whatever tricks you have, otherwise you will have no chance. Zheng Haotian's tone turned cold. He already had the intention to kill. He would not have the slightest mercy for someone who wanted to kill him. Do you think a mere mecha can surpass all the technologies in my institute? You are too naive. Zero Regiment, attack. The god sneered and waved his hand vigorously towards Zheng Haotian. Then the metal walls around him disappeared completely, and behind them were small robots. Zheng Haotian's eyes focused, and he controlled the mecha to raise the cannon in his hand and directly fired at one of the walls. Boom! With a roar, the small robot flew back directly, without any ability to resist at all. That's all. Zheng Haotian shook his finger at the god with disdain. Such a robot is not as powerful as the energy weapon just now. You'll find out soon enough. The god was not at all flustered and waved his hand gently again. At the same time, those small robots actually spewed fire from their feet, flew in the air, and then raised their hands one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A burst of small lasers shot out from their hands. They were very fine, but their penetrating power was quite terrifying. Zheng Haotian had no time to dodge and was hit by dozens of dense attacks. The defense that was as solid as a rock just now was actually broken. The fine laser directly acted on the outer shell of the mecha, leaving fine black spots on it. This thing's attack is so exaggerated. We have to kill them all as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian opened fire at full force, and in an instant, artillery fire flew everywhere, like a carpet bombing, covering the locations of all the surrounding small robots. Boom! After a burst of loud noise, another round of applause rang out. Snap, snap! Your mecha is really good. If you're willing to hand over the core technology of mecha manufacturing now, maybe I can really let you go. Why don't you consider it? A smile appeared on the face of the god again, and he didn't care about the bombing just now. Without those small robots, what capital do you have to negotiate with me? If you release my people now, maybe I can give you a way out. Zheng Haotian said coldly. The god smiled without saying anything and pointed to the center of the bombing. After the smoke cleared, the small robots were still floating in the air as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? This time it was Zheng Haotian's turn to be surprised. With the all-out bombing just now, even a zombie army of 1,000 people would probably be wiped out, but these small robots seemed to be unharmed. Are their defenses so strong? Zheng Haotian began to feel nervous. You still have a chance. Hand over the core technology of the mecha, and I will let all of you go. The god said with a smile. Dream on. I want to see if your robot can withstand the next bombing. Smash them all. Zheng Haotian roared and pressed the bombing button again, and a burst of fire illuminated the entire place again. Chapter 122. Internal and External Cooperation. The flames shot up into the sky, carrying with them a scorching heat that seemed about to melt the remaining metal walls around them. While Zheng Haotian was happy about his powerful mecha, he was also very confident that those small robots should have melted into a pile of wastewater by now. But the result was not so. After the fire ended, Zheng Haotian saw the smiling face of the director of the institute, Xinjun, and in front of him, a bunch of small robots were still intact. The powerful attack launched by the mecha had no effect on these little guys, which made Zheng Haotian begin to doubt. How did you do it? Zheng Haotian did not continue to attack. After all, no one would deliberately do useless work. You guess. The god showed a playful expression and actually said the same words that Zheng Haotian had said at the beginning. Since I can't kill your robot, then I won't kill it. But it seems that your little robot can't stop me from leaving. Zheng Haotian said lightly. He would not be stupid enough to be delayed here. Since he couldn't destroy it, he might as well just ignore it. Zheng Haotian was about to leave in his mecha, but the Lord of God said something that forced him to stop. Don't you want to save your men? The god's indifferent tone made Zheng Haotian furious. He knocked away all the small robots blocking his way, then controlled the mecha and stepped on the god's illusory body. But this is obviously useless. The god does not really appear here. He is just a projection. Sure enough, the next second the god appeared on the other side again, still with that smiling and asking for a punch look on his face. What do you want? Don't think I can't find you if you hide him. At worst, I can tear your research institute apart, and then I'll find him. Zheng Haotian said this with a vicious look, but the god still didn't care at all. Go ahead and demolish it. If you're afraid, I lose, the god said arrogantly. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment. What the hell did this mean? As the director of the institute, he didn't care about the institute at all? Or does he feel that he is unable to demolish the research institute? Even if I give you a year, you can't destroy the institute. In less than 3 days, your men will die of thirst because they have no water to drink. Do you really want to do this? The god grasped Zheng Haotian's weakness, and his words made Zheng Haotian feel at a loss. If I give you the core technology of a mecha, will you let the person go? Are you sure you won't lie to me? There was a sense of compromise in Zheng Haotian's words. Hearing this, the smile on the god's face became even more exaggerated, and thick wrinkles appeared. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you, but only after I'm sure that what you give me is the real core technology for mecha manufacturing. The god said with a smile. Good. Zheng Haotian finally decided to hand over the core technology of the mecha. After all, this was far less important than the lives of the farmers under his command. The so-called core technology is nothing more than the mecha blueprint improved by Fong Tian. This is the best way to manufacture mecha without the need for an energy core. Just as Zheng Haotian took out the blueprint from his body and was about to hand it over to the god, an accident happened. A scream reached the ears of the two. Master, help! A man wearing a mask and gray-white researcher's uniform rushed out, looking very panicked and shouting for help. Asshole, why are you so flustered? What happened? Tell me now. The smile on the god's face disappeared in an instant, and the core technology of the mecha that was about to be obtained was lost. Captain, we couldn't stop the people over there. They broke out. What did you say? The god roared directly, but when the sound was still floating in the air, a loud bang was heard. Bang! Hand over my lord, or I will wipe you out. Broken metal debris was scattered all around, and a mecha with blue-purple electric light appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Who else could it be but Robert? Hey, Lord! Robert greets the Lord. Are you okay? The moment Robert saw Zheng Haotian's mecha, he hurried forward and saluted respectfully. I'm fine, Robert. What's going on? Zheng Haotian asked with some confusion. Reporting to the Lord, this group of people wanted to trap me to death, but they ignored the power of the mecha, and I forced my way out. Robert replied respectfully. A bunch of rubbish. The God King cursed on the other side, and anyone who encountered this would be unable to help himself. Haotian, think carefully. Even if you have 2 mechas, it is impossible to find your other subordinates in a short time. As long as you honestly hand over the core technology of mecha manufacturing, what I just said will still count. The god said to Zheng Haotian in a bewitching tone. What? Lord, you can't do that. If they obtain the manufacturing technology of mecha, they will definitely use it to attack our base. Robert hurriedly dissuaded them. At this moment, he seemed to have evolved from a robot into a real human being. Zheng Haotian knew it in his heart, but if the core technology was not handed over, Liu Laowu and the others would be in real danger. I need to see my men first and make sure they are safe now. Zheng Haotian made a request. Okay, I promise you. What Zheng Haotian didn't expect was that the god actually agreed directly. Go to the dungeon quickly, connect the projection equipment, and then put the projection here. The god began to instruct the researcher who had just failed to live up to his expectations. Just as the researcher nodded in agreement and was about to go to the dungeon to find Liu Laowu and others, another loud noise was heard. Boom! A giant tank crashed out from the other wall. If it hadn't braked in time, it would have crashed out. What's going on? The god was going crazy. Why was there always one problem after another? After the tank stopped, the door of the cab opened, and 2 people came out. I greet the Lord. Liu Laowu, Long Biao, weren't you? Were you arrested? Zheng Haotian was shocked. The person he was looking for actually appeared in front of him. My lord, they think they can trap us in such a small dungeon? You are just dreaming. Zheng Haotian felt like he was dreaming. There were so many unexpected things happening one after another, and there was a collaboration between inside and outside forces. It was simply amazing. Chapter 123. All members present. Mission completed. The god standing by was even more dumbfounded. The guy outside had a mecha with him, so it was understandable that his researchers couldn't stop him. But the people captured inside were clearly unarmed, and they actually had a tank stolen from them? If no one had chased them out, the god would definitely have caught them and scolded them severely. But it seems that there is no chance now. My lord, are we going to flatten this place now? Long Biao said excitedly. The feeling of driving the tank all the way without any obstruction just now was really great. Okay, let's start with these small robots in front of us and wipe them out. Of course, Zheng Haotian would not be polite anymore. As long as he ensured the safety of the members of the reconnaissance team, the others who followed him into the research institute would not be in any danger. After all, they had made sufficient preparations for this trip. As you command, Lord. Haotian, you will regret it. After the director of the institute, Shun Jun, uttered his last resentful words, his projection disappeared from the spot, and the surroundings instantly became desolate. It turned out that everything here was also created with mimicry technology. He actually ran away. What a coward. Wang Song was operating the gun in the tank. He didn't expect that the enemy fled before he could fire twice, which made him feel very bored. Let's continue to go inside. I don't believe that his research institute has endless space. Let's gather everyone and leave. Zheng Haotian gave an order. He didn't really want to wipe out the research institute in one go. The main purpose this time was to save people. Testing the research institute was just a side job, and he now basically understood it. This research institute was somewhat different from what he had imagined. At least in terms of defense capabilities and combat effectiveness, it was still far behind their base. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian is still driving the mecha. He may face a counterattack from the research institute at any time. So even if it consumes a lot of energy, he has no choice but to keep driving. By the way, I wonder if there's any cell phone signal now. Zheng Haotian took out his cell phone and started dialing Wu Jun's number. Beep, beep, beep. With a beep sound, the phone was connected. Wu Jun, can you hear me? Zheng Haotian asked tentatively. My lord, I heard you. I just tried to call you, but the call didn't go through. I didn't expect it to go through now. Wu Jun's voice was full of joy. I know. Are you guys okay now? Have you encountered any situation? Can you report your current location? Zheng Haotian asked 3 questions in a row. Wu Jun quickly replied. We encountered a tank position, but thanks to the bravery of the tank brigade, we successfully overturned the tank and found a tank design inside. Oh, that's great. Let Lu Fu give extra meals to the tank team when we get back to the base. Although he had already known through the system that he had obtained a tank design drawing, Zheng Haotian still showed joy on his face after hearing Wu Jun's description. Then I would like to thank the Lord on behalf of the members of the tank battalion. Wu Jun also responded with a smile. By the way, Lord, we seem to be in a wasteland now. It's really hard to tell the exact location, but we have a very conspicuous building here, a spire. A steeple. Zheng Haotian looked up at the sky and saw a spire not far away. Then, you lead everyone towards the spire now, and we will meet at the bottom of the tower. Zheng Haotian gave the order. As you command, Lord. I'll take my men there right away. After hanging up the phone, both groups of people began to approach the spire. As they got closer and closer, Zheng Haotian suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pressure in his heart, as if there was some terrifying existence in the spire. What is going on? Why do I have this feeling? Zheng Haotian became more and more confused. The speed of mechas and tanks is very fast, especially in this wasteland without the obstruction of trees and jungles. In less than 3 minutes, Zheng Haotian had arrived under the spire. From a distance, it looks like a spire, but in fact the bottom of the tower is a huge white disk area that stretches as far as the eye can see. Looking up from the bottom, one cannot tell how high in the sky the spire is. My lord, shall we go up and take a look? Robert's voice came from the mecha. Zheng Haotian shook his head. His intuition told him that it was not yet the time to step onto the tower. If he forced his way up, the consequences could be serious. They didn't have to wait long. Perhaps because the tank brigade members were already closer to the spire, after another 6 or 7 minutes, the huge tank brigade members walked towards the mecha. My God, how did you get this big lump of iron? Xiong Yun trotted to the side of the tank. If he hadn't seen Liu Laowu and his men sitting on it, he would have thought that he was going to lead his men to overturn the tank again. Of course it's based on your brain, Liu Laowu said with a smile. I guess it just depends on luck. There was a hint of sourness in Xiong San's tone. This tank was obtained by the people of the Reconnaissance Brigade, and it will definitely be used by the Reconnaissance Brigade in the future. He was very envious. Wu Jun ignored the chatter of the others and walked directly to the mecha driven by Zheng Haotian. He saluted respectfully and said, Your Excellency, the 2nd and 3rd convoys have a total of 10 people and have returned intact to report to you. Very good. I was originally thinking of looking for Daqiang and Erqiang, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Not long after the tank brigade members arrived, the mechanical warrior girl pulled the 2 brothers Zhang Daqiang and Zhang Erqiang on the left and right and rushed towards the brigade. My lord, are you okay? The mechanical warrior girl seemed to have come to her senses. After arriving at the crowd's location, she left the 2 brothers behind and rushed towards Zheng Haotian, asking with concern. I'm fine, but now that everyone is here, let's go back. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, announcing the official end of this journey to the Research Institute. As you command, Lord. Hearing the loud voices of the crowd, Zheng Haotian showed a look of joy on his face. Before leaving, he inexplicably turned back and took a closer look at the white spire behind him, and a voice was echoing in his heart. Next time, I'll climb up and take a look. It was another period of silence on the journey. Except for Xiong San, Xiong Yun, and several other members of the tank brigade who insisted on driving their tanks for fun, there were no other incidents. When you successfully return to the location of the modified car, a loud prompt sound from the system will sound at the same time. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for successfully passing the God-Making Research Institute. Chapter 1, 24 Rewards and Upgrades. Is that it? Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment and stood there for a while, unable to recover from the shock. However, the system's voice did not stop, but continued to broadcast on its own. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for receiving a clearance gift pack. Please open it and check it out. Perhaps because it would be reported to the world chat box, the system did not directly state the content of the reward, which could be regarded as protecting Zheng Haotian's privacy. But this did not affect the shock of other lords at all, and they even speculated about Zheng Haotian's unknown reward. Boss Haotian is so awesome. He actually made it through this Research Institute. I'm really curious about what he got. Boss Haotian, please accept my knee. I just want to know what you got. Please satisfy my curiosity. Need I tell you what they got? It must be high-tech that people like us can't even imagine. I now have every reason to suspect that Boss Haotian is definitely a GM. Zheng Haotian didn't know that the world chat box had once again started a heated argument because of him. The system reward package for completing the game could only be viewed after returning to the base, so he didn't waste any more time. Let's go. Let's go back to base. As you command, Lord. 3 modified cars and a combat tank drove towards the base in a mighty manner. On the way back, Zheng Haotian was still thinking. Now that they have unexpectedly cleared the research institute, will there be another zombie attack in 2 days? Or will they just be resolved by him? Such a possibility does exist, but it is impossible to give up the preparation work because of this uncertain thing. Everything that needs to be prepared must be prepared. Even if the zombie attack does not come in the end, at least the security level of the base can be improved a lot, so as to deal with possible crises in the future. Putting aside the unrealistic ideas in his mind, Zheng Haotian began to think again about the next base construction plan. First of all, the manufacturing of the mecha cannot be stopped. This trip to the Research Institute has proved the powerful combat effectiveness of the mecha, and this time they accidentally obtained a real energy core, which of course cannot be wasted. The upgrade of the buildings in the base cannot be delayed. I have mentioned before that the residential houses should be upgraded. I will upgrade them first when I go back, so that the farmers under me can live more comfortably. In addition to residential houses, Zheng Haotian also plans to upgrade the construction platform first. This is another way for him to obtain population besides the daily fixed summons, although what he gets are robots. However, it turns out that Robert is definitely not a robot in the general sense. His growth potential even exceeds that of ordinary farmers, and he can merge with mechas to exert terrifying combat power. If I can upgrade the construction platform to level 4 in one go, I will have 7 more robot subordinates. If I equip them all with mechas, then the mecha brigade of the base will be formed. Zheng Haotian thought excitedly. Although the unknown material of the fusion core is included in the conditions for upgrading the construction platform, Zheng Haotian understands that materials can be replaced sometimes. Just like this fusion core, it actually sounds similar to the charging core. It is nothing more than a collection of energy. It is definitely not impossible to replace the fusion core with the charging core. While he was thinking, the convoy had already entered the base, and they had arrived at the base. My lord, you are finally back. If you had come back any later, Sister Shuang would have wanted to eat me up. After hearing the noise at the gate of the base, Wang Li hurriedly brought people to greet Zheng Haotian and his group, and then teased Shuang beside her. Sister Lily, what nonsense are you talking about? Shuang's face turned red immediately. She was thin-skinned and couldn't stand teasing. Huh, okay, Wang Li, stop bullying Shuang. Go and tell Lu Fu to prepare some delicious food to welcome my group of warriors. Zheng Haotian laughed loudly, then waved his hand and said, Understood, my lord. Wang Li walked towards the kitchen with a smile, while Shuang walked forward and took Zheng Haotian's arm. My lord, you must be tired after this trip. Let Shuang massage your shoulders when you get back. Shuang said softly. Of course I won't refuse a beautiful lady's invitation. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. He stared at Shuang for a while until she shyly lowered her head. Then he smiled and walked towards the base hall. Back in the hall, Zheng Haotian opened the system reward package for clearing the level while enjoying Shuang's massage. Obtain primary resources, wood 100W, stone 100W, iron or 100W, food 200W. Intermediate resources, copper or 10W, silver or 10W, gold or 5W. Advanced resources, jade or 10,000, energy core 5,000. Special resources, life crystal core 10W. Zheng Haotian was stunned. This gift pack for completing the game was so damn awesome. This is not a big gift package at all. It is simply a mountain of resources. In addition to the resource quantities reported by the system, Zheng Haotian also had 3 more drawings in his hand. They're the simulated space technology drawings, micro-robot design drawings, and virtual projection technology drawings. This is the technology from the Research Institute brought to me. Zheng Haotian's current mood is no longer something that can be described by the word happy. He is absolutely very happy. Seeing Zheng Haotian laughing continuously, Shuang, who was massaging behind him, also had a smile on her face. She didn't know why Zheng Haotian was happy, but she knew that if the Lord was happy, then she would be happy too. I've rested enough. It's time to get busy. Zheng Haotian stood up from the chair, crossed his hands, and moved his arms, then twisted his waist and found that his flexibility seemed to be getting better and better. The back pain that he had suffered from sitting in front of the computer for a long time seemed to have disappeared one by one after he became the lord of this base. Could it be that while building the base, my physical fitness will also be further improved? This thought came to Zheng Haotian subconsciously, but whether it was true or not still required some follow-up practice. Taking Shuiying out of the base hall, Zheng Haotian then controlled the base panel, clicked on the house, and prepared to start upgrading it. The third-level residential houses can already be considered country villas, so Zheng Haotian is also looking forward to how luxurious the fourth-level residential houses will be. Do you want to consume the following resources to upgrade the residential buildings? Yes? No? After lightly clicking the yes button, a golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire area where the residential house was located. Upgrade start. Chapter 125 Changes in the Construction Platform. The golden light enveloped the area where the houses were located for a long time, and only slowly faded away after 15 minutes. The residence, which originally looked like a country villa, was now completely renovated and had become a 20-meter-high large villa complex. Moreover, it is separated from the base by a certain distance, as if it were independent, with the mountains behind it and dense forests in front of it, giving it a feeling of being a unique flower in the deep mountains and old forests. The changes in the house are actually far more than just on the outside. When Zheng Haotian checked the properties, he was shocked again the next second. Building comfortable residential building. Level 4-star. Attributes: shelter, healing, growth, reproduction. Special attributes: comfortable. No matter how bad-tempered or sad a person is, as long as they move in, they will feel happy. Note: the house is no longer a house. It is a warm home that belongs to everyone. You know, in times of war, especially in such a doomsday, it is impossible for farmers to have the mind to reproduce offspring, let alone have any sense of home. However, the fourth-level residential houses can allow them to temporarily escape from the apocalyptic world and enter a home where they can feel comfortable and carry out all activities. I greet you, Lord. Thank you for your grace. It was dinner time. Except for Ma Jun, who had not returned from the library, everyone else was in their homes, so they all experienced the light of the home upgrade. Although this did not bring about any major changes to them, everyone's physical strength increased by 10 points due to this upgrade. For them, this meant prolonging their lives. This is why they worship Zheng Haotian. Having a lord who always cares about them is like having a signpost on the course of life. Everything has direction. Everyone get up. You are all talented people in a base. There is no need for such a grand ceremony. Zheng Haotian said with a smile and made a slight gesture of pretending. Thank you, Lord. Everyone stood up and spoke respectfully again. Dinner is ready. Come on, everyone. When Lu Fu's loud voice was heard, everyone smiled and walked towards the dining room. It was another rich dinner. Chef Lu Fu easily convinced several new members with his golden fingers. My lord, it's safe outside the base now. Why don't we continue working? Chaobin had just finished his meal and was about to tell the farmers to go and rest, but he suddenly spoke up. That's right, Lord. Our daily working hours are indeed too short. We are so sorry for your kindness to us. Wang Biao also said. The two people's words instantly aroused heated discussions among everyone. For a while, everyone rushed to work, and their enthusiasm shocked Zheng Haotian for time. Originally, Zheng Haotian still wanted to refuse everyone, but Shuiying pulled his clothes from behind with a pleading look in her eyes. For these farmers, what they need is not endless comfortable days, but a fulfilling life that can prove themselves. Okay, you must pay attention to safety at night, and it's best to act in groups. I won't arrange any specific tasks, just do as you please. Zheng Haotian said helplessly. As you command, Lord. In this way, Zheng Haotian watched a group of farmers walking towards the gate of the base with smiles on their faces. Since everyone is so hard-working, I, as the Lord, can't be so relaxed. Zheng Haotian walked slowly towards the construction platform. This special building was always on his mind. Taking a walk after a meal is one of the great enjoyments in life, especially when accompanied by a beautiful woman. However, Zheng Haotian had no intention of taking a slow stroll. Instead, he strode towards the construction platform and soon arrived at the location of the construction platform with Shuiying. Zheng Haotian immediately opened the panel of the construction platform and began to check the upgrade requirements. Building construction platform. Level 1 star. Attributes. Each level can summon corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements. Wood 8,000, stone 4,000, iron or 2,500, fusion core 20. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and only obey the orders of the Lord, so they cannot be given as gifts. At first, due to the lack of a fusion core, the construction platform could not be upgraded, but now it is different. I had originally thought of asking Fong Tian to do some research to see if the energy gathering core could be used to replace the fusion core. However, when he got a full 5,000 fusion cores from the clearance gift pack, this process could be skipped. Let me see how powerful the robot I summon next will be. Zheng Haotian clicked the upgrade button with great interest. The construction platform has been successfully upgraded and is currently at a 2-star level. Building construction platform. Level 2-star. Attributes. Each level can summon corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements. Wood 40,000, stone 20,000, iron 12,000, fusion core 200. Number of summons available 22. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and only obey the orders of the Lord, so they cannot be given as gifts. Oh my god, the upgrade requirement for the next level have increased 5-fold, and the main material, the fusion core, has increased 10-fold. Zheng Haotian was secretly astonished. It turned out that the construction platform was not an ordinary building. It had something special. However, when he saw the number of robots that could be summoned, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh. 2 more robot warriors were about to arrive at the base. Start summoning. Without hesitation, Zheng Haotian started summoning directly. Mechanical Servant Kate, greetings to the Lord. Mechanical Servant Kid, greetings to the Lord. 2 mechanical servants, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. If it weren't for the metallic luster on their bodies, Zheng Haotian almost thought they were 2 real people. After the construction platform is upgraded to level 2, the robots summoned seemed to be different. Zheng Haotian waved his hand casually, signaling them to stand up, and then clicked on their attribute panels. Name, Kate. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy 800800. Attributes, dark defense, dark attack, lurking assassination. Loyalty. Mechanical servants are absolutely loyal to the Lord. Judging from Kate's attributes, there's a big difference between her and Robert, and these attributes make her a robot assassin. If we need to assassinate an opponent in the future, you can be of great use. Zheng Haotian smiled, and then looked at Kid's attributes. Name Kid. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy 300300. Attributes, light defense, light attack, light therapy, light shield. Loyalty. Mechanical servants are absolutely loyal to the Lord. Chapter 126 Zombies in the Dark. The word nanny appeared in Zheng Haotian's mind. Judging from Kid's attributes, he is a person who can both carry and nurse. The construction platform is really surprising. Zheng Haotian's mouth curled up slightly. This is just the beginning. Of course, he will choose to continue upgrading next. Night is gradually falling. However, unlike usual, the farmers at the base are still doing their jobs outside. With the soft moonlight, they still had enough vision to find their workplace. Mining, logging, hunting, the basic operations have been engraved in their bodies, and there is no pause at all. But in the darkness, there's a group of creatures that are more agile than them, because they are the real masters of the night. This is its zombies. Zheng Haotian's prediction was wrong this time. The zombie army did not change at all because they successfully passed the research institute and still wandered around in the ruins of the city. Moreover, their range of activities became even larger after Zheng Haotian led his men through the research institute. They began to move towards various bases at a slow speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The darkness provided them with the best concealment, and these lords who were already in deep sleep would not be aware that danger was approaching at all. Deep in the city ruins, a zombie as big as a 10-meter-high building was emitting a strange sound wave. The zombies around it became extremely manic because of this sound wave. Roar. There was another roar, and the zombies responded one after another. The silent city ruins seemed to sound the horn before the war. This time, Wang Biao followed his habit and came to a location a certain distance away from the base to hunt, because he knew that this was where the creatures he wanted to catch were. That is a cicadere. During the day, because of the abundant light, the clever cicadere can spot Wang Biao from a distance, but this is not the case at night. Wang Biao could still see clearly with the help of the moonlight, but the Sika deer, with its poor night vision, was like a blind man and could only hear a slight movement through its ears. However, Wang Biao was not a wild beast with low IQ. His steps were quite light, and he slowly approached the Sika deer step by step. Just when he was about to pounce on the deer and capture it alive, a black shadow swish knocked the deer down. Damn it! How dare you steal my prey? Wang Biao had never been humiliated like this before, so he kicked the black shadow directly. The black shadow was kicked away by Wang Biao, but the Sika deer was already dead. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Biao was so angry that he took out the energy gun from his waist, aimed at the black shadow, and pulled the trigger. Call out! Bang! The blue-purple electric light exploded on the black shadow, and at this moment Wang Biao also saw clearly what the black shadow was. Oh my god, why are there zombies here? Wang Biao made a surprise sound. Although he was quite a distance away from the base, he was definitely not in an area where zombies were present. No, I have to go back and tell the Lord. Wang Biao knew in his heart that this was definitely not a trivial matter. He didn't have time to care about the dead Sika deer and the remains of the zombies, and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the base. Zheng Haotian looked at the 3 identical scientific research robots in front of him, with a helpless expression on his face. He had been looking forward to forming a robot brigade and equipping each robot with a dedicated mecha, but when 3 identical robots with only the attribute of scientific research and innovation appeared, he knew that his plan had failed. My lord, have we disappointed you? Scientific research robot number 1 seemed to notice that Zheng Haotian was in a bad mood and actually asked him a question, which was quite humane. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, it's just quite different from what I expected. Zheng Haotian said very frankly, My lord, are you absolutely sure that the 3 of us cannot defeat them? Research robot number 2 pointed at Kate and Kid. Zheng Haotian nodded slightly. In terms of combat capability, the 3 scientific research robots are definitely not as good as the light and dark combination of Kate and Kid. After all, they can only engage in scientific research and innovation. They are just 2 robots that can only fight. We are different. We can use our brains. There's a saying that goes, people who use their hands often don't use their brains. Scientific research robot number 3 said bluntly. It was unwilling to be outdone by 2 robots that could only fight. Zheng Haotian said helplessly, What I lack now is people who can fight. As for those who could do research, they're already a group of people. They're members of the scientific research team. If 3 scientific research robots had appeared on the construction platform before he summoned them today, he would have been extremely happy, but he had already summoned them all. So among the scientific research robots now, he was the most inexperienced and very steady. That's all. Give us some time, and we can make better robots, more sophisticated than the ones we just saw. The 3 scientific research robots surrendered without hesitation. Zheng Haotian shook his head, looking like he didn't quite believe it. After all, these robots were all produced by the system. Who could be stronger than the system in terms of manufacturing alone? Just when Zheng Haotian wanted to say something, Wang Biao hurried over. Wang Biao, why did you come back suddenly? Did something happen? When Zheng Haotian saw Wang Biao, he immediately thought that something bad had happened. Reporting to the Lord, I have made an unexpected discovery. There's zombies not far from our base, but there don't seem to be many. I only encountered one. Wang Biao reported. Zheng Haotian frowned. He didn't expect that there would be news about zombies again. How far is it from the base? Are you sure it's a zombie? Don't make a wrong assessment. There's a high probability that something bad will happen. Zheng Haotian warned. Wang Biao thought about it, and thought it was at least 5 kilometers, or maybe a little further, but he really couldn't tell the exact location. My lord, the distance from us is not fixed. I think there may be people around us. We must be careful. Zheng Haotian was silent for a moment, then patted Wang Biao on the shoulder and said softly, Sometimes there's no point in confronting someone head-on, so you'll occasionally encounter a voice of rescue and a tough look. You did a great job on this trip. Although you didn't bring back any confirmed news, there's still some work to do. You can finish it at any time. Since Wang Biao had returned, Zheng Haotian did not send him away from the base again, but let him return to his residence to rest. At this moment, a strange roar came into Zheng Haotian's ears, and it seemed that something was about to happen. Chapter 127, The Lord's Panic. However, nothing happened next, as Zheng Haotian thought it would. The roar stopped abruptly the next second after it sounded, as if it was just a reminder. Zheng Haotian secretly put the matter of preventing zombie attacks on the agenda and then focused on the construction platform. His resources were enough to upgrade the construction platform to the next level. Building construction platform. Level 3-star. Attributes. Each level can summon corresponding mechanical servants. Upgrade requirements. Wood 400,000, stone 200,000, iron or 120,000, fusion core 2,000. Number of summonable items 0-3. Note, mechanical servants are fearless and only obey the orders of the Lord, so they cannot be given as gifts. Zheng Haotian opened the construction panel and found that the resource requirements for upgrading were 10 times higher than the previous level, and this time the requirement for all materials had really increased tenfold. If I hadn't passed the Research Institute, I would have used up all the resources in the base long ago. Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly. It is true that only when you manage household expenses do you not know how expensive food and daily necessities are. Only when you upgrade the buildings yourself will you realize that there are so many upgrade resources at each level. My lord, do you want to continue upgrading the construction platform? Just as Zheng Haotian gritted his teeth and stomped his feet to click the upgrade button, the scientific research robot number 1 next to him spoke. What's wrong? Xiaoyi. Zheng Haotian was puzzled for a moment. The reason he knew this was scientific research robot number 1 was because there was a flashing serial number on their little heads. Xiaoyi, Sanner, can we modify this construction platform? I think its main function seems to be restricted. Xiaoyi did not directly answer Zheng Haotian's question, but spoke to the scientific research robots number 2 and number 3 next to him. Xiaoyi, I think it's okay. The 3 robots looked at each other with their smart eyes, and then came to a positive answer. Lord, can you give us a chance to modify the construction platform before you upgrade? We also want you to know our abilities. As a representative and proposer, Xiaoyi expressed their wishes to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian hesitated for a moment and asked, how confident are you? Is there a possibility of failure? What will be the consequences if you fail? If it were any other building, Zheng Haotian might not say too much, but the construction platform is currently the fastest way to improve the combat effectiveness of the base, so he had to ask a few more questions. Please rest assured, Lord, even if we fail, the construction platform will not be affected in any way. Xiaoyi said slowly. In that case, let's get started. As long as there are no adverse consequences, Zheng Haotian will certainly not care too much about it. At most, he will just delay the upgrade of the construction platform. As you command, Lord. The 3 scientific research robots did not hesitate. After saluting respectfully, they immediately began their operations. Right in front of Zheng Haotian, 3 scientific research robots, which were originally the size of ordinary 10-year-old children, suddenly changed their appearance. Their bodies are like elevators, rising directly on the spot, and even moving forwards and backwards. Moreover, their bodies were like treasure bags, constantly taking out tools that Zheng Haotian had never seen or heard of before. Amid the ding-dong sounds of operations, the appearance of the construction platform began to change dramatically. Just as Zheng Haotian was absorbed in building the platform, a wave of heated discussions broke out in the world chat box. Did anyone hear a strange sound? The farmers in my base suddenly came over and told me to be careful. I was totally confused. Me too. And my farmer also mentioned the word zombies. Could it be referring to the zombie attack in 2 days? Oh my god, I'm definitely dead. Let's not talk about it. There are only 3 farmers left in my base. I plan to enjoy the last few days with them. I wonder if there's any big guy who can give me some good food and drinks. Although Zheng Haotian did not see the news from everyone, Wei Tai happened to see it and chose to stand up and give everyone confidence. Lord Wei Tai, hello everyone, I am Wei Tai. After seeing everyone's comments, I feel I need to stand up and say something. Finally, a big boss has stood up. Long live Big Boss Wei Tai. Please save the poor little lord. That's right, Boss Wei Tai is the spokesperson for the country. He will definitely lead us out of this desperate situation. I have given up hope. Just give me something delicious to eat and drink. Let me have a good life in my last few days. Some people hope to be saved, while others have already begun their own end-of-life care. After everyone spoke, Wei Tai's next message was sent out. Lord Wei Tai, I know everyone is worried about the upcoming safe period, and they are afraid that they will fall into the mouths of zombies. But what I want to tell you is that we don't need to be afraid of these monsters that don't even have brains. As long as we don't give up, we will definitely be able to defeat them. Perhaps you think that what I said is just empty talk. So today, I'm not just going to send these seemingly useless messages. I will give you the most practical help. When Wei Tai offered to help everyone, a group of lords began to ask questions. Boss Wei Tai, how can you help us? Some lords only have 3 or 5 peasants left in their bases, and the system has bound the base to the lord. Once the base is destroyed, we, as lords, will also die. A lord named Chen Xinyu asked a question that everyone wanted to ask, and everyone wisely stopped speaking and waited for Wei Tai's answer. Lord Wei Tai, the reason why everyone feels that they can't resist the zombie attack is simply because they feel that there are too few people in their base and they don't have any sophisticated weapons, so they lack confidence. But the special envoy I introduced to you before has a method that can help us get through this crisis without the need for farmers and sophisticated weapons. However, Wei Tai's speech suddenly ended, causing the expectant lords to ask more questions. Just what? Boss Wei Tai, please tell me quickly. I can do anything as long as it can save my life. Yes, that's right. I am the lord of the base you just mentioned with only 3 peasants. It's a miracle that I can survive until today. No matter what the conditions are, I will accept them. I beg Boss Wei Tai to save my life. In fact, most of the lords were in despair because no one knew whether they would become food for zombies at the last moment. After a moment of silence, Wei Tai said something that made all the lords fall into deep thought. Chapter 128. Next stop at dawn. The party being saved needs to pay a certain price. Wei Tai did not behave as selflessly as he did at the beginning. His words silenced all the lords, including those who said at the beginning that they could sacrifice everything. No one is willing to sacrifice anything unless it is really necessary. So before they officially faced the crisis of zombie attack, all the lords changed color when they heard Wei Tai say that a certain price would be paid. Boss Wei Tai, don't you represent the country? The country is so powerful. Why would it need us little lords to pay anything? What the lord above said is right. Shouldn't the country serve us? Boss Wei Tai, please stop joking. Since you have received help from the country, please help us too. That's right. You're the only one enjoying the country's help. Don't you feel guilty? Seeing the series of speeches below, Wei Tai's face instantly turned ugly. He never thought that the so-called moral kidnapping would happen to him at this moment. Are you sure you want to do this? Do you want to get something for nothing? Wei Tai asked angrily. What do you mean by getting something for nothing? We are the people of this country. Haven't we made contributions to this country before? Now that we need this country, it wants to take it from us again? What is this? The sharp words made Wei Tai at a loss for words for a moment. After looking at the special envoy from another area beside him, he chose to remain silent. Lord Wei Tai, lords who sincerely wish to seek national aid, please privately message me. Others, please do as you please. This was Wei Tai's last words. In this end-time era, all words are redundant. Only real actions can express everything. Hey, Wei Tai, what do you mean? What do you mean by sincere and seeking help? Brothers, don't go to him if it's not for the money, but for the reputation. This crappy national spokesperson is just a villain. I've seen through it. At the beginning, they boasted about how fair and just they were, and even gave us a resource exchange ratio. It turns out that they just wanted to take advantage of us. Wei Tai bastard, if you don't save me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Comments like the one above filled the world chat box for a while. How many people who have failed miserably before, at the end of the world, still only complain that they are bad farmers, that they have not received help from noble people, and that they do not have the right conditions of time, place, and people, but they have never thought that it is their own fault. Wei Tai closed the world chat box in frustration, feeling a bit complicated. He thought that if he stood up and spoke, even if he couldn't get 100 responses, at least a large number of people would choose to trust him. However, the result was a slap in his face. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, don't think too much. Some people should indeed be eliminated by this apocalypse. They don't deserve to see tomorrow's sun. I understand. Wei Tai nodded, and the chat box flashed. Sure enough, someone chose to chat with him privately. Zheng Haotian had no idea what was happening in the world chat box. At the moment, he was shocked by the masterpieces of the 3 scientific research robots. After being transformed by the 3 scientific research robots, the construction platform has basically lost its original appearance. It was no longer just a small summoning platform, but had turned into something similar to a teleportation array, covered with many indistinguishable patterns and a groove in it. We have completed the transformation and lived up to the Lord's trust. The number 1 scientific research robot walked to Zheng Haotian and reported with a smile on his face. Long before it reported, Zheng Haotian had already opened the properties panel of the construction platform. You can see that the properties above have changed from only being able to summon responsive robots at each level to being able to summon a robot every day as long as enough energy cores are filled, and this does not affect the number of summons for each upgrade. Zheng Haotian could only be excited. You guys are really amazing. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but praise. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. In fact, we know more than just this. The waiter said without any modesty. Haha. Zheng Haotian laughed loudly, walked onto the construction platform, then took out the energy core and filled it into the corresponding position. The strange patterns on the construction platform began to flash continuously, and then the energy core disappeared, replaced by a mechanical servant in the center. Mechanical servant Catherine greets the Lord. Name Catherine. Occupation, mechanical servant. Energy 2002000. Attribute, mind control. Loyalty. Mechanical servants are always loyal to the Lord. The only attribute is mind control, but Catherine's energy is as high as 2,000, which means that she almost does not need to replenish energy deliberately. Of course, this is just what Zheng Haotian thought. Lady Catherine? Kate greets Lady Catherine. Kid meets Lady Catherine. When Kate and Kid saw Catherine appear, they knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. You don't need to salute me. We are both the Lord's mechanical servants now. We have the same status. I'm no longer the original Catherine. Catherine said lightly, and then stood beside Zheng Haotian in silence. When Zheng Haotian saw the situation, he immediately knew that there must be some inside story. However, since these mechanical servants chose to keep silent, as a qualified lord, Zheng Haotian chose to respect them. Continue to upgrade the construction platform. Zheng Haotian clicked the upgrade button again. Even if he still couldn't build a robot army in the end, he had to upgrade all those that needed to be upgraded to the top. With the investment of a large amount of resources, the construction platform was once again shrouded in white light. After a moment, the white light disappeared, and the construction platform was successfully upgraded to level 4. Keep calling. 4 robots slowly walked out of the construction platform and came to Zheng Haotian to salute. Mechanical servant Colin greets the Lord. Mechanical servant Brian greets the Lord. Mechanical servant Peter greets the Lord. Mechanical servant Solomon greets the Lord. The appearance of these 4 newly appeared robots is also very similar, but each robot has a different pattern on its body. Colin was a tornado, Brian was a golden lightning, Peter was azure raindrops, and Solomon was a silver-white thunder. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Are you hinting at something? Zheng Haotian had a smile on his face. Although it was already a dark night, how far would it be from dawn to the next stop? Chapter 129 Application of Mimic Space. The busy nighttime passed faster than the daytime. After Zheng Haotian sent out a group of newly emerged mechanical servants to notify the farmers, they all returned to the base. However, since there was no preparation in advance, everyone's midnight snack was only the white porridge cooked by Lu Fu at night, served with some pickled beef. However, all this has made the farmers very happy. After all, after hard work, being able to drink a mouthful of hot porridge is definitely an extremely happy thing. Zheng Haotian also returned to his room to rest early, as there would be more things to do tomorrow. It is worth mentioning that Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box and looked at the records before going to bed. He knew what Wei Tai said and what he had experienced, so he comforted him a little in a private chat. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Zheng Haotian got out of bed with Shui Ying's help. After breakfast, and arranging everyone to do their work, Zheng Haotian came to the factory. Now Fang Tian is no longer alone. Greetings, Lord. As soon as Zheng Haotian arrived in the factory, Fang Tian came up to him and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. How are you doing now? Zheng Haotian asked when he saw 3 scientific research robots busy with something. Thank you very much, Lord. These 3 young seniors are really amazing. I didn't understand some theoretical knowledge before, but they solved it as soon as I asked them. They are even better than the most powerful researcher and mentor in our institute. Fang Tian said excitedly that it seemed that the summoning of the 3 scientific research robots was not in vain. So how long does it take to make a mecha now? And it would be best if we could improve the mecha's properties based on the characteristics of the robot. The robots that Zheng Haotian summoned later were all extraordinary. If they all used the same mecha, it would probably limit their original strength. This would have been impossible. But with these 3 young seniors, it may not be possible. We will try our best to do it. Fang Tian's face was full of confidence. That's great. Let's go and see what these three little guys are doing. Zheng Haotian was still somewhat curious about the research of the three scientific research robots. Fang Tian naturally smiled and nodded, then followed Zheng Haotian's footsteps. When they got closer, they could clearly see that three small scientific research robots were studying a blueprint. It was the Mimicry Space Technology Blueprint, one of the three blueprints that Zheng Haotian got from the clearance gift pack yesterday. Xiaoyi, Xiaoer, and Sainer, you guys are watching very carefully. Have you figured out anything? Zheng Haotian asked with a smile. Greetings, Lord. The three small scientific research robots greeted Zheng Haotian respectfully, but did not stop what they were doing. After all, they were robots, and it was easy for them to do several things at once. My lord, we have almost understood this mimicry space technology, but it is not convenient to build a mimicry room here in the factory, so we cannot start it now. We plan to study the manufacture of small robots first. Scientific Research Robot Number 1 said, shaking his head with a feeling of an old scholar. How big a space do you need? If the factory is not enough, you can find a vacant lot somewhere else in the base. If you need any materials to build the simulation room, you can go directly to Wangli to get them. Zheng Haotian simply waved his hand and said, since he had already mastered the technology of mimicry space, there was no reason not to make one. Thank you, Lord. In that case, let's go now. The research environment here is no match for the one in the simulated space. The waiter said bluntly, which made Fang Tian feel embarrassed. He also wanted a better research environment. But isn't there only one factory here? It happens that I'm free now, so let's go together. Fang Tian, you can come too. If possible, you can also do research in the simulated space in the future. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Really? That's great. Thank you very much, Lord. Fang Tian couldn't help but smile brightly. The three small scientific research robots are not only fast in research, but also run very fast. Soon they selected a piece of open space, and then Zheng Haotian took out the materials they needed. However, Zheng Haotian did not expect that the construction of the mimicry room actually also required an energy core, which made Li, who had already consumed a lot of energy cores, even more nervous. My lord, you and Fang Kid, please step back a bit and let us take care of what's going on. After the waiter finished speaking, he patted number 1 and number 3, and the bodies of the three scientific research robots underwent the same changes as before. These three young seniors are really shocking. Fang Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, three scientific research robots are showing their skills. Under their polishing, various materials are turned into objects that can be fused together. In the blink of an eye, an almost transparent square space is slowly taking shape on the open space. It was also the first time that Zheng Haotian saw such a magical operation. His eyes glowed with a faint light, and he felt a little excited. About 15 minutes later, the three scientific research robots placed the final energy core at the specific position and declared the task complete. My lord, we've done it. This means it's a mimicry room, the waiter said excitedly. Although they have rehearsed it repeatedly in their minds, it is definitely something to be happy about to succeed in practice. Then let's open it now, Zheng Haotian said with a smile. He wanted to see which one was stronger, the simulated space created by his little robots or the one created by the Research Institute. As you command, Lord. Scientific Research Robot Number 1 quickly opened the mimicry space. As rays of light refracted in the simulation room, a research room full of futuristic technology appeared on the right side of the room. Some of the instruments inside made Fang Tian, who was next to Zheng Haotian, stunned. He originally thought that this simulated space only provided an environment, but he didn't expect that it could also provide scientific research equipment, and it was not ordinary scientific research equipment. My lord, the one on the left is also a research area, but it is a research area for the three of us. On the right, Gui Fang, there are two mimicry spaces that have not been opened. They could be skill spaces for training and improving skills, or they can be entertainment and leisure spaces. Number 1 explained in detail. Zheng Haotian didn't even think about it and said directly, then there's no need to think about it. Just turn one into a skill space and the other into an entertainment space. Yes, my lord. Xiaoyi nodded respectfully. Immediately after he pressed a button, spaces with a sense of technology appeared in front and behind the simulation room. Mimic space technology has been applied to base construction. Chapter 130. The Beautiful Cook and the Animal Tamer. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but applaud. This mimicry space technology really shocked him. Xiaoyi, can this mimicry space technology cover all the necessary places in the base? Zheng Haotian asked with some anticipation. Of course, but Lord, I heard that the base will soon face a crisis. It will be better for us to spend our time developing mechas and robots. As for fully covering the base with mimicry space technology, we can do it after the crisis is over. Xiao Yi analyzed in a reasonable manner. Zheng Haotian nodded involuntarily. That's right. Now they should concentrate their efforts on setting up the mecha brigade. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything, you can come to me directly or go to Butler Wong. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Then let's get busy. I'll go do other things first. Zheng Haotian smiled and waved his hand, then turned and walked towards the summoning table. Today's 6 new members had not been summoned yet. Moreover, today Zheng Haotian decided to restart random summoning, because there is no team that needs to be formed at present, and the Mecha Brigade is also pending for the formation of mechanical servants. So, Zheng Haotian chose to summon a wave randomly. Maybe he could summon subordinates with super abilities. Walking slowly towards the summoning platform, Shuiying still followed Zheng Haotian, quietly and well-behaved. Zheng Haotian can be considered a New Age otaku, so he doesn't have the idea of having 3 wives and 4 concubines like in ancient times. Otherwise, he should use Shuiying as a template and summon 5 more maids. But it is indeed too exaggerated to do so now. After all, we still face the crisis of zombie attack in 2 days. Shuiying, what kind of companions do you think we can summon today? Zheng Haotian suddenly asked Shuiying before summoning. Well, the Lord can summon whatever he wants. Shuiying didn't know how to answer for a moment, so she could only speak in general terms. Then I'll borrow your good words, haha. Zheng Haotian laughed a few times. According to the proportional relationship between luck and fortune, he was still somewhat confident. Because he lived with Shuiying for 5 days, his luck value increased by 5 points. Combined with Shuiying's own lucky aura, his luck value now reaches 6 points. Starts summoning. Zheng Haotian's expression began to become serious, and then he opened the summoning panel and clicked the random summoning button. I, the Commoner Tian Xiaoer, greet you, Lord. I, Wanjun, greet my Lord. I, Feng Song Long, pay my respects to the Lord. I, Yin Song Hu, greet my Lord. I, Riwans, greet the Lord. You, the lowly Dian, do not need to pay homage to the Lord. 6 new farmers joined the base, but as usual, female members were few in number, with only 1 this time. So Zheng Haotian first clicked on Tian Xiaoer's attribute panel to check her abilities. Name, Tian Xiaoer. Occupation, descendant of the kitchen god. Physical, fitness 150150. Abilities, cooking, carving, grilling. Special ability, possession by the god of cooking. When activating the special ability, you can summon the ancient god of cooking to possess you. Loyalty, 75. Note, she has 2 cooking skills, so don't just think of her as a cook. Zheng Haotian looked at Tian Xiaoer carefully. She is definitely a great cook. Moreover, this seemingly kind-looking beautiful cook is probably not a good person. If anyone dares to provoke her easily, the price they pay will definitely be huge. My lord, can I go to the kitchen and take a look? Tian Xiaoer asked softly. Judging from her body shape, she really doesn't look like a chef, because in Zheng Haotian's impression, a chef should be like Lu Fu, with broad shoulders and a big waist, but Tian Xiaoer is as weak as a girl from a wealthy family. You don't even know where the kitchen is. How about this? Shuiying, take Xiaoer to the kitchen, and then tell Lu Fu that from now on, the 2 of them will be responsible for the base's 3 meals a day. Zheng Haotian turned to Shuiying and gave her an instruction. Since Tian Xiaoer had expressed her desire to go, Zheng Haotian had no reason to refuse her. As you command, Lord. Sister Xiaoer, please come with me. Shuiying first responded respectfully to Zheng Haotian, and then called Tian Xiaoer. The 2 walked toward the house, where the kitchen was. After arranging the beautiful chef, Zheng Haotian temporarily ignored the 4 big men Feng Yun, Lei Dian, and instead checked the attributes of Wanjun. Name, Wanjun. Occupation, animal tamer. Physical fitness 200200. Ability, animal language, frenzy, beast transformation. Special abilities, beast aura, can amplify tamed beasts within 10 meters. All army attack, activate the ability to increase the speed and attack of all tamed beasts by 200. Note, an excellent animal trainer often only needs the simplest method to train animals. He's actually a beast tamer. Zheng Haotian was surprised. Wanjun is a small and thin man, and doesn't look like he can withstand the attack of wild beasts, but his attributes are clearly reflected. My lord, I sensed the presence of a breeding farm in the base. Could you let me go there first? Wan Jun also made a request. As a beast trainer, he longed to get close to the beasts. Wait a moment. I have some questions to ask you. Zheng Haotian said helplessly. Now, it seemed that the farmers summoned one by one have learned to take the initiative. My lord, please ask. What conditions are required for you to tame wild beasts? Or how many wild beasts can you control in total? Zheng Haotian needs to make a basic assessment of Wan Jun's combat effectiveness. Reporting to the lord, not all wild beasts can be tamed, but I will try to tame all of them except those that are in a frenzy or have lost their minds. There is no limit to the number. Wan Jun said lightly. Doesn't that mean that your combat power depends on the number of beasts you have tamed, and there is no upper limit? Zheng Haotian was shocked by Wan Jun's words. That's not true. The range in which I can amplify the trained beasts is only 10 meters around me. The rest of the trained beasts cannot be affected by my amplification and can only fight according to their instincts. Wan Jun responded seriously. Zheng Haotian nodded. As expected, he had guessed this a long time ago. However, even with these restrictions, it would not affect the combat effectiveness too much. After all, when thousands of beasts attacked, a little bit less amplification would not have much impact. Great. Okay, then just go to the farm directly. It is now under the charge of Sun Jiaobao, so just say that I asked you to go and tell him directly if you have any requirements. Zheng Haotian instructed. As you command, Lord. A beautiful cook and an animal trainer. The first two had already made Zheng Haotian very happy, but the next four strong men seemed even more unusual. Chapter 131. Transforming the barracks with superpowers. Name, Feng Long. Occupation, psychic. Stamina, 100,100. Power value, 500,500. Attribute, control of wind. Special attributes, wind rage. A superpower? Zheng Haotian was confused. There seemed to be something wrong with the farmers he summoned now. Or it could be said that they were no longer farmers at all. They actually had their own professions. Could it be that the other people summoned now also have professions? Zheng Haotian had a doubt in his mind, but he denied it the next moment. Ever since arriving at the base, he knew that every peasant he summoned was different from the others, so it was very likely that he would be unique this time as well. Feng Long, what kind of ability do you have to control the wind? Zheng Haotian asked curiously. Your Excellency, I can demonstrate it to you. Feng Long said respectfully. Okay, is this place suitable? Do you want to change place? Zheng Haotian asked casually. This is fine. Then you start. Zheng Haotian nodded and said. After getting the consent, Feng Long started his performance directly. His first movement made Zheng Haotian's eyes widen because his body actually floated up slowly. This was not because he had the ability to fly, but because the wind created by the airflow around him enabled him to overcome gravity and float into the air. The next moment, Feng Long gently raised his hands upwards, and then a small tornado appeared between his hands. Although it is small in size, Zheng Haotian can faintly feel the enormous energy contained in it, which is a powerful aura that is difficult to conceal. Okay, Zheng Haotian's voice became a little solemn. As you command, Lord. The small tornado in Feng Long's hands disappeared directly, and he slowly fell to the ground. Zheng Haotian looked at him and checked his attributes. Apart from the 10 points of power value being consumed, nothing else changed. Your current ability value shows 500, so please describe to me the power of the wind that you can control now. Zheng Haotian asked again. Reporting to my lord, my power value of 500 means that I am only a beginner power user at the moment. Power values between 1 to 1,000 are considered beginner power users. I am at the intermediate beginner level and can only control wind force below level 3. Feng Long replied respectfully. Zheng Haotian nodded. Although he didn't understand everything, he got the general meaning. Then how can your superpowers be upgraded? Zheng Haotian was very concerned about this question because it was related to the growth potential of these 4 superpower users. Reporting to the Lord, as long as you continue to use your supernatural powers and consume a certain amount of supernatural power points, the upper limit will be increased, but the supernatural power points I can recover each hour are only 100 points. Feng Long said slowly. Zheng Haotian said he understood. So 50 points are restored every hour, which means that if Feng Long has used up all his energy points, he will need to rest for a full 10 hours to fully recover. Next, Zheng Haotian certainly would not let go of the other 3 psychics and check them one by one. And the result was just as he imagined, and it was related to their names. Yin Senghu's supernatural power was the control of rain, while Li Wang's and Diandong's supernatural powers were the control of thunder and electricity respectively. Their ability values are all capped at 500 points, which means they are beginner level to intermediate level ability users like Feng Songlong. However, Yin Senghu's control over rain is more gentle, while Li Wang's and Dian Buji control more violent thunderstorms and lightning. There is no need for fighting now, but we can't just let them stay in the base. Zheng Haotian muttered to himself. He had to find a training place for these 4 psychics. The next second, a place appeared in Zheng Haotian's mind, the barracks. You guys follow me, Zheng Haotian ordered. As you command, Lord. Zheng Haotian walked straight towards the barracks. Several blacksmiths who were summoned yesterday did not go to the barrack for training because they were busy making equipment. Zheng Haotian weighed the pros and cons and felt that it would not have any impact, so he did not deliberately ask them to train. Soon, the 5 people arrived outside the barracks. Since the population of the base is not large and everyone is busy with their own affairs, the barracks, like many buildings, is rather deserted. The current barracks already have separate arenas and training rooms, and Zheng Haotian just had another idea in his mind. They can completely use the simulated space in the barracks, so that many things can be simulated through the simulated space. You 4 will train here. First, participate in the systematic training in the barracks, and then find a suitable training room by yourself. According to your usual habits, further improve your supernatural powers. Zheng Haotian gave the order. As you command, Lord. The 4 psychics quickly entered the barracks and began systematic training. After completing the training, they will have a second identity, soldiers. Zheng Haotian did not leave immediately, but clicked on the attribute panel of the barracks. He wanted to see if there was anything that could be improved or changed. You don't know until you see it, and it's true. Training environment transformation. Zheng Haotian had ignored this tiny button before, perhaps because he was always busy and had no time to check it, so he curiously clicked the training environment modification button. Hey, no way. Such a coincidence. After Zheng Haotian clicked on the training environment transformation, a large number of options appeared, and among them there were 4 extremely suitable environments. Strong winds, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Zheng Haotian read it out word by word. It turned out that the barracks could create such a natural environment. If that's the case, then why shouldn't I do it? Zheng Haotian clicked the transformation button without hesitation. However, he soon received a prompt that transforming the environment would consume life crystal cores, which made Zheng Haotian think that the plan would fail, but the system showed that there were sufficient life crystal cores in the base. When did the base start using things like life crystal cores? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. But when he transformed the first environment and saw that the number of zombie crystal cores had decreased, he reacted instantly. It turns out that the life crystal core is the zombie crystal core. Then what else is there to think about? Just keep on transforming. Zheng Haotian directly clicked on the next environment, a rainstorm environment suitable for Yin Senghu. Chapter 132, The Lord Who Disappeared Inexplicably. Perhaps because Feng Songlong and his companions were people with special abilities, they completed their basic training very quickly. Just as Zheng Haotian saw that the renovation of the 4 exclusive training rooms in the barracks had been completed, Feng Songlong and his 4 companions stood in front of Zheng Haotian with an additional identity. My lord, we have completed the training. Please give us your instructions. Feng Songlong, as the team leader of 4 people, reported to Zheng Haotian. Very good. Next you go and take a look. I have renovated an exclusive training room for you. If it suits you, you can start training in it. If you have any questions, you can come to me again. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. As you command, Lord. The 4 followed the instructions and went to 4 exclusive training rooms. After a while, the 4 of them rushed out of the training room with surprise on their faces and went straight to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian looked puzzled. Was there something wrong with the training room? Isn't the training room suitable? Zheng Haotian asked Feng Songlong, who was in the lead. No, Lord. How did you do it? In those environments, our energy recovery speed increased by more than 10 times, and the energy consumption was reduced to 1/10 of the original, but the energy limit increase speed increased by 2 times. Feng Songlong's expression was very excited, and his voice was trembling. Training in such a training room, it would probably not take long for them to become intermediate psychics, which was something they had not dared to think of before. So that's how it is. You don't have to worry about so much. Since it suits you, just go and train well. Zheng Haotian patted Feng Songlong on the shoulder and said with a smile. As you command, Lord. After watching the 4 people enter the training state, Zheng Haotian walked towards the library. Bite. On the way to the library, Zheng Haotian noticed that the private chat box was flashing, so he stopped and took a look. Lord Haotian, please take a look at the world chat box. This is a message from Wang Lu. What's wrong with the world chat box? Zheng Haotian was a little confused, but he still opened the world chat box and found that other lords were discussing something very strange. Zheng Haotian flipped through the messages and found the first lord who sent the message. My lords, I have a question for you all. Has anyone had a good relationship with a lord who suddenly disappeared? Lord above, have you also encountered this situation? Just yesterday, an old friend of mine who used to complain to each other every day, today, he didn't even reply to any of my messages. I don't know what happened to him. It turns out that everyone has encountered this situation. I was wondering why my goddess suddenly ignored me, and it turned out that she disappeared. The bootlickers can find excuses for themselves, but rational and sober people realize that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Disappearing inexplicably may mean the loss of a life. What on earth happened? Zheng Haotian frowned and quickly sent messages to several people who had helped him obtain the lore before, but he soon received a response. But the fact that the lord he was familiar with was fine didn't mean that this matter had nothing to do with Zheng Haotian. On the contrary, he felt that there was a high possibility that he would encounter him. Lord Wang Lu, what do you think about this matter? Zheng Haotian chose to discuss it with Wang Lu. Lord Haotian, I'm not too sure either, but I always feel there's a big problem. Wang Lu said helplessly. Before Zheng Haotian could speak, Wang Lu continued, and I think we should prepare for a rainy day. Now it's other lords who have disappeared. Who knows who will be the next one among us? It's not that Wang Lu is pessimistic, but this situation is indeed possible. Even though the combat effectiveness of Zheng Haotian's base far exceeds that of other bases, who can guarantee that he will be fine? After all, he is not truly invincible yet. No matter whether it is a more terrifying zombie army or a more powerful technological force, it is entirely possible that his base will be destroyed before Zheng Haotian has time to react. So Zheng Haotian must also take this matter seriously. Logically speaking, we are still within the safe period, and the Lord's disappearance should not happen inexplicably. If the current situation occurs 2 days later, I would not be surprised at all. After all, the zombie army is not a kind existence. Zheng Haotian said lightly. Then how can we find out? The current situation does not support us to investigate the bases of those missing lords. Wang Lu pointed out the biggest problem. No matter what the circumstances, relying solely on speculation is illusory. If you want to know the truth, you must practice it yourself. That is, find the bases of those disappeared lords and discover information from them. Although we cannot conduct on-site inspections, we can ask the people who know the missing lords best through online interactions. Zheng Haotian said slowly. Now he can only settle for the second best. I understand. I'll go ask some of the lords who spoke. Wang Lu was also impatient. He entered the private chat decisively and went to ask someone. Zheng Haotian was not idle either. He immediately sent messages to the lords who had received his help and asked them to go to the world chat box to find someone to ask. A group of lords centered around Zheng Haotian is taking shape unknowingly. Deep in the forest, there is a huge white tower towering into the clouds. People who don't know have no idea that it has a total of 360 floors. What fewer people know is that some floors of this giant tower had actually been occupied by some people, including Harold, the Prime Minister of the British Empire. Like other chosen lords, Harold was an ordinary lord at first. After getting an opportunity unexpectedly, he began to explore the world and eventually became a member of this ivory tower through hard work. But he was never truly satisfied. After owning a mid-level main city, he was eager to upgrade it to an imperial capital. He wanted to reach the top of the ivory tower, so he began to use some unfair means. For example, occupying the base center of other lords. The reason why there is a saying that if the base exists, the lord lives, and if the base dies, the lord dies, is because of the base's source heart, which is the substance that truly binds the lord's life. Lord Harold, today the hunting team destroyed a total of 8 lords' bases and retrieved 3 units of base cores. Well done, but the number is still a little small. How long will it take me to get to the top? Give the order to speed up. As you command, Lord Harold. Chapter 133 Investigation and Questioning Doubts Put Aside. Zheng Haotian didn't know that these lords were destroyed by a big boss hidden somewhere in order to improve himself, but the subordinates of the big boss Harold were not stupid either. They were targeting those with weak bases, some of whom were still lords of the initial first-level bases until the last few days. In this Doomsday, where the strong prey on the weak, they're often the lowest level of the food class. As long as the upper class needs them, they have to sacrifice their lives obediently. Do you know what happened before your friend disappeared? Zheng Haotian found a lord who said in the world chat box that his friend disappeared and revealed his identity and began to ask him questions. Boss Haotian, am I dreaming? You actually chatted with me privately. Oh my god. Zheng Haotian was confused. What was this? Did he meet his idol? Was it necessary to make it so exaggerated? The reason why Zheng Haotian had such thoughts was that he had not yet realized his significance to these lords. He was not just an idol, but also an absolute big boss. As long as he was willing to shake his hands and give the little lord some things, maybe he could survive the upcoming zombie attack. So how could he not be excited? Calm down and answer my question first. Zheng Haotian didn't have time to listen to the lord's words of respect. He was very busy. Okay, it's like this, Boss Haotian, I need to calm down first. I'm really too excited that you're looking for me. Zheng Haotian did not press on any further. He waited for the lord to adjust his mood, and then he continued speaking. This happened yesterday. I just chatted with my friend around 8 o'clock last night, and we had a pretty cheerful chat. He is a relatively insignificant lord. My base has now been upgraded to level 2, but his is still level 1. Moreover, when I asked him if he needed some help from me, he flatly refused. When Zheng Haotian read the news about the lord named Bei Gu, a thin man with a stubble on his face immediately appeared in his mind. This kind of insignificant person probably has this image. Then I mentioned it to him again last night to give him some help, but he refused again without a doubt, and then happily told me that he no longer needed my help. If he didn't want to, there was someone who could help him upgrade the base to level 3. I could only listen to what he said, because he used to say this kind of nonsense often. He once said that if he wanted to go back, he could have gone back a long time ago, so I took it as a joke. But the next morning, when we were chatting and joking, I couldn't contact him. There was a hint of sadness in Bei Gu's message. It was not easy to have a friend who had no desires or demands and could argue with you in the end times. Zheng Haotian roughly understood the process of Bei Gu's good friend's disappearance. It happened just last night, and he didn't even have time to leave any words before he disappeared. I understand. Thank you for providing me with this information. Zheng Haotian thanked him politely. Boss Haotian, you are too polite. If possible, could you lend me some resources? I will definitely return them to you when I have the chance. The farmers in my base are still wearing straw clothes. If the zombies come, they will probably all die. Bei Gu was also a smart man. He took this opportunity to make a request to Zheng Haotian. Of course, Zheng Haotian did not refuse. After all, a few sets of chain mail were really insignificant to him now. Received 5 chain mails, excellent grade, and 5 sabers, excellent grade, from Lord Haotian. When Bei Gu heard the voice transmitted by the system, his face immediately flushed. Thank you, Boss Haotian. Please rest assured, as long as you survive the zombie attack, I will definitely return the things to you with interest. Seeing Bei Gu's last heartfelt words, Zheng Haotian just smiled. If this lord named Bei Gu could really survive the zombie attack, then it would be considered a good deed he had done. Then Zheng Haotian went to find a few lords who had spoken and asked them about the situation before their friends disappeared, just like he asked Bei Gu. However, the information he got was almost the same as what Bei Gu said. It was because of a few little fangirls that Zheng Haotian wasted a lot of time. Lord Haotian, I just want to find the 4 or 5 lords who spoke and found that their friends didn't seem to show any signs of abnormality before they disappeared, and I didn't hear that anyone's base encountered any crisis. It was as if they evaporated out of thin air. Wang Lu sent a message. My results are similar to yours, but have you noticed one thing? Their friends all have one thing in common. First of all, they're basically all men. I asked 7 or 8 of them, and there was only 1 female lord. Also, their base construction has basically not been touched. Most of their bases are only level 1. Zheng Haotian spoke out his analysis, and Wang Lu nodded repeatedly as he listened. That's right, we don't have any female lords here, and their bases are all level 1. Wang Lu also said affirmatively. But this information doesn't seem to be of much use. What should we do now? What should we do next? Wang Lu was a little confused. After all, they really had no way to conduct a field investigation. In this situation, it is impossible to thoroughly investigate the situation, but we can temporarily relax. According to the common rules of the disappeared lords, we are basically unlikely to encounter such a situation. Zheng Haotian said slowly that he was going to put the lord's disappearance incident aside for the time being. After all, they didn't have much time left for safe development, and they had to race against time. I understand. Let's put it aside for now. After finishing the private chat, Zheng Haotian prepared to continue walking towards the library. He had just been standing there chatting with a group of lords for nearly an hour. My lord, good news, good news. The sound was not too loud, and Fang Tian's voice was not small either. When Zheng Haotian was walking on his own, researcher Fang came running behind him. What good news makes you so excited? Are you going to get married? Zheng Haotian teased Fang Tian. Oh lord, please stop teasing me. Someone like me is destined to be a bachelor all my life. Fang Tian said somewhat embarrassedly. What's the good news? Zheng Haotian brought the conversation back to the point. Oh yes, it's the 3 young seniors. They have developed a special mecha. Chapter 134 Light and Darkness and the 4 Elephant Mecha. Zheng Haotian's face suddenly lit up with excitement. He really developed a new mecha? How long had it been? So fast. Where are they now? Take me to see. Zheng Haotian ordered. Reporting to the Lord, the 3 young seniors are in the mimicry laboratory. They specifically asked me to notify you to go over and take a look. Fang Tian said somewhat helplessly. He was a great researcher, but now he was doing errands. Very good. Let's go and take a look now. Zheng Haotian patted Fang Tian's shoulder, then trotted towards the simulated space. Fang Tian could only run after him helplessly, thinking to himself that he would have to exercise more in the future. Because they were jogging all the way, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the location of the mimicry space. At this moment, the 3 small scientific research robots were still busy in the mimicry laboratory. The frosted glass outside blocked the situation inside, and it was impossible to see clearly from the outside. My lord, just put your hand on the space glass. The 3 young seniors have already entered your information into the simulated room. Fang Tian saw Zheng Haotian standing outside the simulated space in a daze, so he reminded him. Only then did Zheng Haotian realize it and reached out his hand. Then he felt a warm feeling. It turned out that the glass was heat insulating. The next second, the glass slowly disappeared, and a door appeared that was large enough for Zheng Haotian to pass through. Zheng Haotian walked straight in, and Fang Tian followed closely behind him. Xiaoyi greets the Lord. The waiter greets the Lord. Sanner greets the Lord. When the 3 small scientific research robots saw Zheng Haotian, they immediately put down their research and walked forward to salute respectfully. Fang boy, go to the mimicry room and wait for our orders. Compared with Zheng Haotian's imperial treatment, Fang Tian was very miserable and started his errand-running career again. Okay, senior shower. However, Fang Tian was also smiling and did not show any reluctance. After all, the scientific research community follows a rule, which is the wise are the teachers. Show me your modified mecha quickly. Zheng Haotian came here just to see the modified mecha, so he gave the order directly. As you command, my lord. Xiaoyi said respectfully, and then he took Zheng Haotian to a stand, and then Shower spoke. Fang boy, simulate the light god mecha. After the waiter gave the order, Fang Tian pressed a button in the operating room. Immediately afterwards, less than 2 meters in front of Zheng Haotian, a high-tech mecha with white light all over its body slowly appeared. From the exquisite appearance of the mecha and the aura it exuded, he could draw a conclusion that this modified mecha was definitely stronger than the previous small mecha. My lord, this mecha is designed for Kid. It suits his properties. This way, when it is integrated with a mecha, it will be twice as effective with half the effort and can get the greatest improvement in properties. This is the fundamental purpose of our designing this mecha. Sanner said slowly as a commentator. Zheng Haotian nodded. This mecha seemed to be perfectly in line with Kid's light attribute, and the name Light God Mecha was really quite appropriate. Very good. How did you 3 do it? It's only been a short time, and you've developed such a powerful mecha. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but ask. He felt that he had underestimated these 3 small scientific research robots. Reporting to the Lord, in fact, the modifications we made are all based on the small mecha, and we just increased the attributes. The difficulty is much easier than designing a completely new mecha. Xiaoyi explained patiently. Very good. Then let's release the second mecha and have a look at it. Zheng Haotian ordered. As you command, Lord. After responding, the waiter said, Fang boy, next one is the Dark God Mecha. Immediately afterwards, the light God Mecha in front of Zheng Haotian suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and then darkness began to fall. Along with the appearance of a black light, a pitch-black mecha appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. This was completely different from the light god mecha just now. Zheng Haotian also knew that this machine was designed for Kate. This one is called the dark god mecha. We modified the attributes of the mecha into dark attributes, which matches Kate's attributes. After the fusion, it can exert powerful combat effectiveness. Sanner explained softly again. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but applaud. If these mechas were not just simulated through the mimicry space, he really wanted to call Kid and Kate over to actually operate them. With these two powerful mechas, the combat effectiveness of the base has been further enhanced. You have done a great job. Keep up the good work. Zheng Haotian encouraged and was about to leave. Wait, Lord, it's not over yet. We have modified more than just these two. Xiaoi said hurriedly. What? Anything else? Zheng Haotian was really shocked this time. 1 or 2 mechas were not enough. In just a few hours, they successfully modified 3 mechas? How many more are there? Zheng Haotian asked after swallowing. The waiter smiled in a humane way and said, Fong boy, playing them one by one is too slow. Let's play them all at once. Okay, senior shower. Fong Tian received the order and pressed 4 buttons in succession. Then Zheng Haotian felt a gust of wind in front of him. As the wind blew violently, a rainstorm followed by lightning and thunder. The rumbling sound made Zheng Haotian feel as if it was real. The next 4 mechas are modified according to the attributes of Colin, Brian, Peter, and Solomon. We call them the 4 elephant mechas. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? I feel like I accidentally got into trouble again. Zheng Haotian muttered to himself, and the last trace of worry in his heart about the possible zombie attack disappeared. With a powerful mecha team, what is a mere zombie army? My lord, are you satisfied with our transformation? The waiter asked with a smile. Satisfied, of course I am satisfied, but I still have a question. How long will it take to successfully manufacture these mechas? Zheng Haotian asked. What was in the simulated space was just a simulation. What he needed was a real mecha. Don't worry, Lord. According to the discussion between Fong and the blacksmith shop, it only takes half a day to prepare the raw materials. We have also made some improvements to the equipment at the mecha station. Now we can produce 2 mechas at the same time. So it only takes a day and a half for 6 mechas to appear in the base. Xiaoi said seriously. Very good. Very good. Chapter 135. Unknowingly, just one step away. The light god mecha, the dark god mecha, the 4 symbols mecha, a primitive small mecha in Robert's possession, and his own mecha. The base will soon have a total of 8 mechas. Fong Tian, you must always pay attention to the manufacturing status of the mecha. Currently, Catherine is in charge of the robot brigade. If you need their cooperation, just go to Catherine directly. Zheng Haotian reminded. Understand, Lord. I will definitely assist the 3 young seniors to successfully manufacture the mecha. Fong Tian said excitedly. He was sincerely happy to be able to complete such a task that would be of great help to the construction of the base. Zheng Haotian nodded to show that he had received it, and then reminded the 3 small scientific research robots not to forget to transform a mecha for Catherine, and then walked towards the outside of the mimicry room. However, the 3 small scientific research robots rarely showed embarrassed expressions. Catherine's identity was not ordinary, and the mecha that could match her was far from as simple as simply changing its attributes. Since the Lord has given the order, let's take action, brothers. Encouraged by Xiao Air, the 3 little scientific research robots began their busy research work again. On the other side, Zheng Haotian walked out of the simulated space and headed towards the library according to his goal. On the way, he happened to meet Shuang, who came to look for him, so the 2 naturally chose to go together. Lord Haotian, you look very happy. Can you share it with Shuang? Shuang asked playfully, pulling Zheng Haotian's hand. Zheng Haotian smiled, gently tapped Shuang's delicate nose, and said, Of course. On the way to the library, Zheng Haotian shared with Shuang the design of the 6 modified mechas. Really? Then the base will no longer be afraid of danger. Shuang's face was full of excitement. Zheng Haotian shook his head and said, It can only be said that the safety factor is a little higher, but it is definitely impossible to guarantee absolute safety. In this apocalyptic world, how can there be any place that is truly safe? Shuang rubbed Zheng Haotian's palm and gave him a comforting look. As Zheng Haotian's personal maid, she knew best how many issues Zheng Haotian had to consider on a daily basis. Don't worry, I'm full of confidence now. Even if the base is not an absolutely safe place, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to destroy the base. Zheng Haotian said with high spirits. When Shuiying saw Zheng Haotian like this, little stars of admiration suddenly appeared in her eyes. As the two chatted, they soon arrived at the library. In addition to Ma Jun, the full-time librarian, the housekeeper Wang Li, and the two brothers Wu Jun and Wu Kun were also there. "Greetings, Lord." The four of them bowed respectfully to Zheng Haotian one after another. "No need to be so polite. Everyone, get up." Zheng Haotian raised his hands upwards. "Thank you, Lord." Before Zheng Haotian opened his mouth to ask, Wang Li stepped forward and asked, "Lord, you are here to see me, right?" The scene seemed to be stagnant for a moment, and Zheng Haotian did not react for a moment. He looked at Wang Li and asked in confusion, "How did you know I was here to see you?" Wang Li's guess was correct. Zheng Haotian did come to her for something. He wanted to complete the construction of the base as soon as possible, and it would be best if he could upgrade the base from level 4 to a primary main city before the final deadline tomorrow. Because the Lord looked at me at first sight, and the beautiful sister Shuiying was next to you, so it must be that he didn't look at me because I was pretty today. He must have something to ask me. Wang Li analyzed slowly. I have to say, women's sixth sense is really scary, and Wang Li's guess is really quite accurate. Haha, you don't have to underestimate yourself. You are also a great beauty, Zheng Haotian said with a big laugh. Wang Li blushed for a rare moment, but recovered quickly. However, Shuiying's face couldn't help but turn red after being praised. Ma Jun, you guys go and do your work. I am indeed here to look for Wang Li, Zheng Haotian said lightly. As you command, Lord. The other three continued to work on their own jobs, while Zheng Haotian asked Wang Li to lead the way, as they needed a quiet place for their discussion. My lord, please follow me. The three of them soon arrived at one of the meeting rooms in the library. Shuiying helped Zheng Haotian take a seat, while Wang Li stood aside respectfully. May I ask what instructions your lordship has for me? Wang Li asked respectfully. You should also guess the reason why I'm looking for you. Zheng Haotian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Since the Lord asked me to guess, I will make a bold guess. You want me to coordinate the amount of resources needed for the current base construction, right? Wang Li said slowly. Zheng Haotian nodded gently and said, That's right. I need you to calculate according to the construction requirements. If I want to upgrade the base to a primary main city, how many resources will I need? As you command. Please give me some time, my lord. I will start the calculation now. Zheng Haotian waved his hand, indicating to Wang Li that she could start. Then Wang Li quickly mobilized the general data of the base and made a calculation based on the number of resources required to upgrade each building and the resources currently available in the base. There are currently 3 level 4 buildings in the base. If we need to upgrade 7 more buildings, the resources we need will probably be around 1 million primary resources and around 50,000 intermediate resources. Special resources are not needed for now, but a certain amount of special resources will be needed to upgrade the main city. Wang Li's hands kept moving on the white paper, writing down the names of the buildings and the resources needed to upgrade them to level 4, as well as the resources needed to upgrade the main city. My lord, I noticed that you seem to have prepared all the special resources for upgrading the main city. Now the primary resources require 4 million, and the number of copper and silver mines in the intermediate resources is also sufficient. You wouldn't know until you calculated it. It turns out that there are only a few steps left to upgrade the base into the main city. It can be said that it is just the finishing touch. That's right. Because it's the first time the base has been upgraded to level 4, the system has rewarded a lot of resources, which happen to be used to upgrade the main city. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. I understand. Judging from the amount of resources the base has harvested so far, there's only a day and a half left before it can be upgraded to become the main city. When Zheng Haotian heard the answer given by Wang Li, he couldn't help but show his excitement, but he didn't know what rewards he would get for upgrading the main city for the first time. Chapter 136, Danger of Gunboat, Xiaoguang. Wang Li handed Zheng Haotian a piece of white paper filled with words and numbers, then pointed at it and said, My lord, we can upgrade these buildings to level 4 first, including the blacksmith shop and the breeding farm. Zheng Haotian listened to Wang Li's words and nodded repeatedly. He felt that he could now be an incompetent lord, and there was someone who could handle everything for him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Li, I realize that it's been a waste of time that I've ignored you during this period of time. Zheng Haotian said, while clapping and praising. Thank you for your praise, Lord. This is what I should do. Wang Li said with a smile, neither overly modest nor proud at all. Then I will follow your design and upgrade all these buildings. Zheng Haotian wasn't sure whether the next few buildings to be upgraded would take some time, so in order not to delay the subsequent upgrade of the main city, he had to race against time to complete the basic work. Thank you for your hard work, Lord. The upgrade of the base can only be completed by you personally, Wang Li said with a smile. Zheng Haotian nodded slightly, then took the white paper given by Wang Li and walked out of the library with Shui Ying and went to the base hall to upgrade the building. On an island far away from the mainland, there is a fairly neatly maintained base. The farmers here are busy planting and catching fish and shrimps in the sea. This is their basic daily work. This refers to Zheng Haotian's subsidiary base, which is also the base of Lord Xiaoguang. With the help of Zheng Haotian, his base had already been upgraded to level 3. However, due to being too comfortable, the combat effectiveness of the dozens of farmers under Xiaoguang was not very strong. Not to mention being completely worthless, they were not much worse than the others. Alas, I don't know when Boss Haotian will be able to take me away from this broken island. This life is so boring. Compared to the lords who spoke from time to time in the world chat box about what dangers they encountered today and what magical things they experienced yesterday, Xiaoguang's days were very monotonous, and he just adjusted the work of the farmers. He would either let one go fishing or let another go to work. He was even bored and made a deck of cards and asked the idle farmers to play do diju with him. However, there was invisible class suppression after all, so they didn't even dare to defeat Xiaoguang, which made the fight more and more boring for him. Fu Bo, Chen Qing, come and play landlord with me. After looking through the messages in the world chat box again, Xiaoguang suddenly felt bored, so he called 2 farmers who often played cards with him. As you command, Lord. I thought today would be a very leisurely day, but soon Xiaoguang no longer had the mood to continue playing do diju. Report to the Lord. Something seems to be approaching us. What? Something's approaching us. When Xiaoguang heard what his peasants said, he immediately stood up, threw a hand of bad cards into the pile, and then walked towards the coastline. Sure enough, within sight, a huge yacht was slowly approaching. Could it be that someone is coming to save me? Xiaoguang suddenly became excited. But he is a lord after all, and he is not a brainless person. So he immediately opened the private chat box and found Zheng Haotian's chat interface. He wanted to ask Zheng Haotian whether he had sent someone here. After all, he had only given the coordinates of the island to Zheng Haotian alone. Boss Haotian, have you sent someone to rescue me? Xiaoguang asked directly. What? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. When did he send someone to find Xiaoguang? Could it be that someone else discovered the location of the island? Xiaoguang became inexplicably worried. What happened? Zheng Haotian asked again. Xiaoguang quickly informed Zheng Haotian of the news of the yacht appearing outside the island. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. If the person driving the yacht has no bad intentions, then he can only be considered a visitor at most. However, if the other party comes deliberately and has bad intentions, then Xiaoguang may be in danger. Boss Haotian, what should I do next? This was the first time Xiaoguang encountered such a situation, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. Don't be in a hurry. Tell your farmers to temporarily stop all work and wait for the yacht to dock. Try to act as poor as possible and don't show off your wealth. Zheng Haotian reminded. As long as the other party is not here with the intention of robbing you, I believe that if you pretend to be poor, the other party will no longer have any bad intentions. Of course, you still have to be prepared. Once they have bad intentions, don't hesitate. Use all the weapons I gave you. Even if you can't defeat them, you can still make them lose some skin. Then you return to the base as soon as possible and open all the fortifications. Zheng Haotian was commanding remotely, but he didn't know that Xiaoguang's base buildings were no match for his, and the farmer's combat effectiveness was also very low. After hearing what Zheng Haotian said, Xiaoguang felt a lot more relieved, but when the yacht actually docked, his heart beat faster unconsciously. Hello, I'm a lord here. May I ask who you are? Xiaoguang mustered up his courage and stepped forward to greet him. A total of 20 to 30 people walked out of the yacht, and from the looks of it, they were all wearing uniform a bit like camouflage, and each of them was holding a strangely shaped weapon. Is the 3rd level base near here yours? Since these 20 or 30 people were wearing helmets, Xiaoguang couldn't tell their ages, but from the voice, the leader should be a middle-aged man. Yes, there's only one base on the entire island, and it's mine. Xiaoguang admitted subconsciously, but he soon regretted it. The source core of the 3rd level base should be enough for the task. Let's get started. Understood, Captain. After a brief conversation, These 20 or 30 uninvited guests actually raised their strange weapons and pointed them at Xia Guang and his farmers. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Xia Guang shouted hurriedly, his expression becoming extremely nervous. "Shooting. Da da da." Bullets emitting white light were shot out from the strange weapons of this group of people, and the farmers under Xia Guang were shot and flew backwards one after another. "My lord, run!" Xia Guang was dumbfounded. They hadn't even discussed the matter clearly yet. Without any conditions, they just started a massacre? What was this? Xia Guang was filled with grief and indignation, but he still adhered to the idea that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and he chose to retreat urgently. But the pursuers soon caught up, and Xia Guang was really in danger this time. Chapter 137. Dialogue with the so-called senior management. Thanks to the farmers' unremitting efforts and their fearlessness of life and death, Xia Guang successfully returned to the base. However, the money he had saved for so long could probably not be saved much at this moment. "Boss Haotian, something bad has happened. Please save me." Xia Guang immediately asked Zheng Haotian for help. With the defensive strength of his base at the moment, he would definitely not be able to stop this group of seemingly well-trained soldiers. "What's going on? Did they attack you?" Zheng Haotian asked with a strange look on his face. "They were like crazy. They didn't say anything and attacked my people right away. If I hadn't run fast, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to send you a message." From the words in the message, Zheng Haotian could tell that Xia Guang was very anxious, and it was very likely that his life was really at stake. "Don't be anxious. Tell me what kind of people they are." Zheng Haotian comforted Xia Guang. "I don't know either. They're just a bunch of people in uniforms like soldiers from some organization. The weapons in their hands are also very strange and powerful. The chainmail you gave me can't even withstand a single bullet." Xia Guang's tone was still very panicked. When Zheng Haotian heard this, he couldn't think of any good solution for a moment. After all, he couldn't get to Xia Guang in a short while, so he couldn't provide any military support at all. "Don't struggle anymore. Hand over the origin core obediently. Maybe we can spare your life." Just as Xia Guang was waiting for Zheng Haotian to find a way to rescue him, the other party's shouting came from outside the base. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Xia Guang roared, but there was no way he could open the city gate. "You open the door, and you'll soon find out who we are." "You are dreaming. It's impossible." Xia Guang roared like a cat on the verge of death. His fighting power was not high, but his voice was not small at all. "Since you were so uncooperative, you can't blame us." Da da da. Loud gunshots were heard, and the gate of the base made a bang 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 sound at the same time, and it kept shaking as if it would be shattered at any time. "Boss Haotian, please save me. They've already started attacking the gate of my base. If they continue like this, my base will definitely be breached." Xia Guang was really a little desperate. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing while staying on such a remote island. Damn it. Zheng Haotian also cursed inwardly. He couldn't just sit there and watch Xia Guang do nothing. After all, this was one of his affiliated bases, and it also added a spot to his daily summons. If Xia Guang's base was destroyed like this, his place would definitely disappear as well. "Xia Guang, quickly shout to them and tell them that you want to talk to their leader. Then hand the phone to their leader, and I will talk to him." The only thing that can be done now is peace talks. Zheng Haotian needs to understand why these people attacked Xia Guang. As long as he understands their purpose, Zheng Haotian will have a way to save Xia Guang. It may require sacrificing something, but it is definitely worth it. "Okay, I'll be there right away." When Zheng Haotian saw Xia Guang's affirmative response, he immediately gave him a mobile phone. In order to protect the base, Xia Guang immediately shouted loudly outside the city gate. "Stop it first. I want to talk to your leader. I don't know what you want, but as long as you stop attacking, I can give it to you." After Xia Guang's voice was heard, the attack outside the city gate indeed stopped. "Are you really willing to give us the origin core? Then just hand it over, and we will leave immediately." A middle-aged man's voice came from outside the city gate. "I don't know what the origin core you were talking about is. Are you sure I have it here? Can you let your leader talk to me?" Xia Guang said anxiously. "I'm the leader. You must have the origin core here. As long as you are willing to hand it over honestly, we will retreat immediately." The voice of the middle-aged man outside the door sounded again. Then the phone in Xia Guang's hand rang. Zheng Haotian had called him. "Boss Haotian, I'm negotiating with them. My life is in your hands." Xia Guang knew that the only one who could save him now was Zheng Haotian. "Tell him I'm your boss. I want to talk to him, and I can add conditions." "Okay, Boss Haotian, After responding to Zheng Haotian, Xiaoguang immediately started shouting to the people outside. I'm just a small fry, and I have a boss above me. Since you're the leader, would you mind talking to my boss? Maybe he knows what the origin core is, and he can give you more. Okay, call your boss out. I don't know if the other party heard that he could get more origin cores, so he agreed immediately. My boss is not here now, but I have a device that can be used for remote communication. Don't open fire. I will have someone lower them down from the city wall. Xiaoguang shouted to the people outside again. Hurry up. Don't waste time, otherwise we will be rude to you. The middle-aged man's voice sounded a little impatient. Chinamo, go up and take this down to them in the basket. Be sure to pay attention to safety. As you command, Lord. Xiaoguang warned his men that he certainly would not put himself in danger. After all, if something happened to him, no one in the base would survive. Xiaoguang finally breathed a sigh of relief as his men climbed up the city wall and passed the phone to the leader of the group outside the door through a hanging basket. How do you use this thing? The middle-aged man outside the door asked puzzledly. It was the first time he saw a mobile phone. Put it next to your ear, Xiaoguang said lightly. Although he was a little confused, the middle-aged man still did as he was told and put the phone to his ear. Hello, I'm the boss of the base you are attacking. Tell me your terms. Zheng Haotian went straight to the point and said that the other party spent so much time attacking Xiaoguang. It must not be out of boredom. There must be a special purpose. Who are you? I want the source core. Ask him to hand over the third-level source core of the base, and I will lead my men to retreat immediately. The middle-aged man said directly without any further ado. Origin core? What is this thing? Zheng Haotian was a little confused. He knew about energy core and energy core, but he had never heard of this origin core. The origin core is the core of the summoning station in the base. Hand it over, and we will leave immediately. Summoning platform, core? Zheng Haotian's face changed instantly. How could he possibly give this thing to him? Chapter 138. Personal appearance of Mecha to show its power. Zheng Haotian forgot to reply for a moment, and the middle-aged man immediately said impatiently, Have you made up your mind? Hand over the origin core, or let us destroy your base. We can't hand over the core of the summoning platform to you. It is the foundation of the Lord's life. Without it, how can we summon our subordinates? Zheng Haotian, of course, refused. Not to mention that this might directly affect Xiaoguang's life. Even if it didn't, Zheng Haotian would never let him hand it over. After all, without the core, the summoning platform would definitely no longer be usable. Without the summoning station, what is the use of building a powerful base? No one will guard it. Moreover, without enough peasants, it would be impossible for the Lord to make the base strong and big. Humph. Since you guys won't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude. If negotiations fail, then there is only one solution left, and that is war. Bang! The middle-aged man rudely threw his cell phone to the ground, then pointed angrily at the gate of Xiaoguang base. Break it for me. Xiaoguang, who was inside the base, of course also heard the roar and was instantly confused. Why was the situation getting worse as the conversation went on? Boss Haotian, what happened? Why did they start attacking again? Xiaoguang asked anxiously. What they want is the core of the summoning station. If you give it to them, you will never be able to summon peasants again. Zheng Haotian said very seriously. What? How dare they? Xiaoguang was confused. No lord would choose to hand over what they wanted. There was no way to negotiate except to fight to the death. So I refused without hesitation, and they started attacking you again. You must be mentally prepared. Zheng Haotian's words were very serious. After seeing this message, Xiaoguang immediately hid his inner fear. Now he had no right to be afraid. If he cannot eliminate the group of people outside the base, then he will be the one to be eliminated. Boss Haotian, can you still help me now? Xiaoguang's voice began to become a little hoarse, which was due to the reduced saliva secretion caused by tension. I'll try my best. Zheng Haotian was struggling over whether he should put himself in danger for the sake of a branch base. But in the end, he made an idealistic decision. Shuiying, I need to save someone. It may be dangerous, but don't worry, I will pay attention to safety and will not put myself in danger. Zheng Haotian must obtain Shuiying's consent before going to help, because he will need her help later. Lord Haotian, do we have to go? Shuiying's face instantly turned ugly when she heard this. She obviously heard the hidden meaning of Zheng Haotian's words. They say safety will be guaranteed, but the safest way is actually to stay inside the base. If I don't go, he will definitely die. If I go, there's a high probability that I can save him. Zheng Haotian said heavily. Shui Ying was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "My lord, please remember that we are still in the base, and you are the most important person to us." Zheng Haotian looked at Shui Ying seriously, then nodded vigorously. Then he immediately contacted Xia Guang and gave Xia Guang a formation diagram. He wanted to use the teleportation formation diagram he had obtained from Wei Tai before to go to the deserted island where Xia Guang's base was located. "Boss Haotian, you stop talking nonsense and open the formation diagram quickly. I will help you launch the attack," Zheng Haotian said sternly. "Okay." Xia Guang was so excited that he could hardly utter any words. If he didn't clearly understand that he and Zheng Haotian had no blood relationship, he would have doubted whether he was Zheng Haotian's illegitimate son. After all, Zheng Haotian helped him just like he was helping his son. Following Zheng Haotian's instructions, Xia Guang quickly set up the teleportation array and waited for Zheng Haotian's arrival. With a flash of white light, Zheng Haotian disappeared in the base and then arrived at the deserted island where Xia Guang was. "Boss Haotian, I'm Xia Guang." Xia Guang looked at the young man in front of him who was wearing an exquisite robe, hesitated for a moment, and immediately greeted him. Zheng Haotian did not have time to observe Xia Guang carefully and walked directly to the city wall. He wanted to take a general look at the opponent's combat effectiveness. "Xia Guang, gather all your farmers. I may need your help later," Zheng Haotian ordered. "Understood. Boss Haotian, just give me your orders." Zheng Haotian nodded, then looked down and saw dozens of humanoid creatures in uniform attacking the city gate with strange gun-shaped weapons. "Stop it!" Zheng Haotian roared. "Huh? Are you his boss? How come you are here?" The middle-aged man in the lead asked in confusion. They had just had a short conversation on the phone, but he was still a little surprised when they met face-to-face. "You don't need to know. Now I give you two choices. One is to retreat immediately. I can forgive your rude behavior. The other is to be annihilated by me. In this way, you will all be buried here," Zheng Haotian said coldly. "Uh-huh. Brothers, he said he wanted to annihilate us? This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Just you." The middle-aged man in the lead said with great disdain that he didn't believe that Zheng Haotian could do anything to them alone. "You chose this yourself." Zheng Haotian knew that words alone were not enough, so he took out the mecha capsule and threw it gently onto the ground of the city wall. "Look, he actually threw a capsule. TSK, TSK, is he planning to blow us up?" Mocking laughter continued to come from outside the city walls, but soon they stopped laughing. Accompanied by the black and white energies, a mecha with an exquisite appearance appeared in front of everyone. "I hope you can still laugh later." Zheng Haotian's cold voice reached everyone's ears, and then he jumped up and directly entered the mecha. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the mecha's pupils lit up red, and the combat mode was activated. "Fuck, what is this thing? Shoot it!" the middle-aged man ordered immediately. The team outside the city immediately turned their guns around and fired directly at the mecha driven by Zheng Haotian. "The speed is too slow. Take my shot," Zheng Haotian said lightly. Whoosh! Flames shot up into the sky behind the mecha, and shells flew out instantly, hitting the group of people accurately. Boom! Bang! "Is it over?" Xia Guang also came to the city wall and was stunned when he saw Zheng Haotian displaying his mighty power. "Damn, what the hell is this?" There were holes in the uniforms of the middle-aged men, but they didn't seem to be seriously injured, and the battle seemed to have just begun. Chapter 139, Final Preparation. Zheng Haotian's eyes narrowed. It was hard to believe that he could remain unharmed after being hit by the mecha's fire, except that his clothes were somewhat damaged. "Everything is fine? How is this possible?" Xia Guang looked down from the city wall with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Oomph. So what if you can hold on for a while?" Zheng Haotian snorted coldly. The mecha's two-handed laser swords appeared with a swoosh, and then Zheng Haotian controlled the mecha and rushed directly toward the group of people led by a middle-aged man. "Retreat!" Just as an urgent voice was heard, a red light suddenly appeared out of nowhere under the group of people, and they disappeared from the spot the next second. Zheng Haotian just stood there in a daze. It was the first time he encountered such a thing. "Where are they?" Xia Guang hurriedly came down from the city wall, opened the city gate, and walked out with the farmers. They also seemed to have used a teleportation method and escaped directly. Zheng Haotian said uncertainly. Just now he thought that the other party would fight him to his heart's content, but he didn't expect that in the end he chose to retreat directly. He was really cowardly to a certain extent. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the middle-aged man. It was the first time they saw such a powerful combat weapon as mecha so they were inevitably panicked, and it was understandable that they subconsciously chose to escape. By the way, Boss Haotian, they also parked a gunboat on the coastline. Should we go and take a look? Xiaoguang suddenly thought of it and then spoke. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything. He controlled the mecha to soar into the sky and flew directly towards the coastline, but it was already too late. The location where the team just teleported seemed to be this gunboat. When Zheng Haotian arrived at the coastline, they had already sailed towards the open sea at the fastest speed. Now only a shrunken shadow could be seen. They ran away, and the gunboat was driven away. After Zheng Haotian returned to Xiaoguang's base, he walked out of the mecha and said, "Just run away. Boss Haotian, they won't come again, right? Half of the farmers in my base died in this battle." Xiaoguang's voice was a little frustrated. Only then did Zheng Haotian notice this young man who looked like a student. This was their first formal meeting. "I can't give you a definite answer, and the dangers you may encounter in the future will definitely not be limited to this one. They may even be more dangerous than this time, so you have to be mentally prepared," Zheng Haotian said directly. "In this doomsday, there is no safe place, and it is even more impossible to never encounter danger. The only way is to improve yourself infinitely. I really want to go back. I was doing well in university. Why did I end up in a place like this?" Xiaoguang waved his fist helplessly. The overly comfortable island life made him feel less sense of the end of the world. Zheng Haotian shook his head gently. The teleportation array only had 3 chances left to be used, and he would not come to rescue people in person next time. Rescuing someone once might make people feel grateful, but if you rescue them repeatedly, it will only make the other person dependent on you and feel that it is their due. Xiaoguang, no matter what happens next, you have to rely on yourself. You must not think that the environment you are in is safe, because there is no truly safe place in the end times. Even if you can give up your base and follow me to my base, I can't guarantee that you will be safe. And you have to understand that the only person you can really rely on is yourself." Zheng Haotian said earnestly that Xiaoguang was the first lord he had invested in, but so far this investment had not brought him much gain, although a summoning spot was already very good. "Boss Haotian, I understand. Don't worry." Xiaoguang seemed to have grown up in an instant, and his eyes became more determined as he watched Zheng Haotian disappear in the white light. As soon as he returned to the base, Zheng Haotian felt a soft body jumping into his arms. "Lord Haotian, can you please not go next time? I'll be fine, don't worry." Zheng Haotian gently stroked Shuiying's hair and spoke slowly in his most gentle voice. He should have remained as cold-blooded as possible, but how could a person be truly ruthless? What was tying Zheng Haotian down at this moment was no longer the bond between the base and his life, but the lives within the base. He couldn't bear to see anyone get into trouble. After all, everyone was capable of sacrificing their lives for him. Tender time is always short, as there are too many important things waiting for Zheng Haotian to do. There's only 1 day left before the safety day, so all the lords are making final preparations. No one wants to be ruthlessly eliminated. Blacksmith shop, start upgrading. The gunboat that escaped from the island did not continue to look for other lone lords, but chose to return under the leadership of the middle-aged man. In fact, they had already successfully destroyed 3 second-level bases and 5 first-level bases, and obtained 8 different levels of source cores. The reason for launching an attack on the island where Xiaoguang was located was purely a coincidence. Any hunter who finds another prey within reach on the way home will choose to spend more time to capture it. This is what the middle-aged man thought. But at first, everything went just as he had imagined. Who would have thought later that the prey turned out to be a hedgehog, which would prick its mouth, so he could only run away in shame? "Captain, are we just leaving like this? That's a level 3 origin core. If we can get it..." "Shut up. Don't I know? But can you guarantee that no one of us will be killed by that strange weapon?" The middle-aged man cursed viciously. "Sorry, Captain. I just feel a little sorry for it. Chiozei, don't think that you can question my decision just because you have a relationship with Lord Harold. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you," the middle-aged man said coldly. The team member who had just spoken immediately shut his mouth tightly. He didn't dare to break the taboo again. "Let's return now and tell Lord Harold what happened here. We must investigate clearly what that mysterious weapon is. Otherwise, we will definitely suffer the next time we encounter it," said the middle-aged man lightly. "Yes, Captain." Although Zheng Haotian had guessed that the people in this team were not simple, he did not know that they were actually the subordinates of the culprit who caused the Lord's mysterious disappearance. Otherwise, he might really have to force them to stay. But it's only a matter of time before they meet. Chapter 140. The First Battle of Light and Dark Mechas. According to Wang Li's design plan, Zheng Haotian chose to upgrade all the buildings in the base that could be upgraded. Other buildings, such as blacksmith shops, farms, etc., were successfully upgraded to level 4 after a large amount of resources were invested, and they all had great improvements. As the chief blacksmith of the blacksmith shop, Zhao Tai has now grown to the point where he can forge purple excellent level equipment, and even has a certain possibility of forging orange legendary level equipment. The breeding farm is not only for increasing production, but also has a training ground and mutation incubation room, so that the farmed animals are no longer just food, but have the opportunity to become combat pets. Looking at the luxurious properties of each building, Zheng Haotian suddenly began to yearn for what the main city would look like after it was completed. There would definitely be great changes. All that's missing now is the city defense. In order to upgrade the main city, Zheng Haotian must also make certain modifications to the city walls so that it has the defensive power of a main city. The arrow tower is no longer enough. It must be upgraded to a turret. Just use the energy weapons made by Fang Tian to convert the automatic firing arrow tower into an automatic attack turret, and its power will increase several times in an instant. In addition to the defense of the turret, the carnivorous plant species outside the city wall have grown into big guys. With the nourishment of the moat, they are showing their fangs and claws, and look like they are ready to swallow all creatures that may break in. Of course, there cannot be only these carnivorous plants under the huge city wall. Zheng Haotian also transformed the city wall into 5 buildings similar to watchtowers, which are equipped with weapons similar to turrets. Anyone who dares to attack Zheng Haotian's base will first encounter a strong counterattack. My lord, we succeeded. While Zheng Haotian was busy, time unknowingly approached noon, and a joyful voice liberated him from his busy schedule. Fang Tian, why are you here suddenly? Is there any new progress on the mecha? Zheng Haotian saw Fang Tian's excited look and subconsciously thought of the mecha. Obviously, his guess was correct. That's right, Lord. We have successfully manufactured the Light God Mecha and the Dark God Mecha. The 3 young seniors also modified a small component. These 2 mechas can not only fight independently, but also merge into the Light God Mecha and the Dark God Mecha. Fang Tian said excitedly that although the Light God Mecha and Dark God Mecha were not researched by him, they were made by him personally, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Very good. Let's go and take a look. Zheng Haotian also smiled. I've been busy for a while, so I might as well take a break and appreciate the powerful capabilities of the 2 modified mechas. Fang Tian hurriedly led the way and walked straight towards the mecha platform. The current mecha manufacturing still requires the use of sophisticated instruments in a mecha platform. By the way, Lord, I was so excited just now that I forgot to inform Kid and Kate. They have to come in person to test the performance of the mecha. Fang Tian stopped in embarrassment. Okay, then you go and notify them. They should be at the barracks now. I'll go to the mecha station to take a look at the mecha first. Zheng Haotian didn't blame Fang Tian. Anyone might forget other things when encountering something exciting. Yes, my lord. Immediately afterwards, Fang Tian turned around and headed for the barracks, while Zheng Haotian continued to walk towards the mecha platform with Shui Ying. Is this the god of light and the god of darkness? Zheng Haotian was stunned by the 2 gorgeous mechas in front of him. The white god of light stood there, unconsciously releasing an indescribable brilliance that made people unable to help but take a few more glances, as if their souls had been baptized. And when Zheng Haotian turned to look at the dark god mecha, he was instantly immersed in it. The deep black does not give people a sense of evil, but rather a kind of charm that makes people fall into it and cannot extricate themselves. Master Haotian, these 2 mechas are so beautiful. Shui Ying said it all in one sentence. Yes, the feeling given by these 2 mechas has transcended combat. They are more like 2 works of art. If we really let them go into battle and get damaged, it would be really heartbreaking. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. However, the mission of the mecha is of course to go onto the battlefield. It is impossible for such a powerful weapon to be used only as a work of art. Perhaps it was because Fang Tian described the appearance of the mecha. The 2 mechanical servants, Kid and Kate, actually carried Fang Tian over quickly. The whole trip took less than 3 minutes. Almost as soon as Zheng Haotian finished admiring the gorgeous appearance of the 2 mechas, 2 mechanical servants rushed to the mecha platform. Are these 2 mechas really for us? Kid and Kate both showed expressions of disbelief, and at first glance they looked like real human beings. You should be able to tell whose is whose. Let's try it now, Zheng Haotian said with a smile. As you command, Lord. The two mechanical servants rushed directly to their respective mechas, leaped up, and immediately the same scene as Roberts appeared. The perfect fusion of mecha and mechanical servants is a perfect state that Zheng Haotian cannot enter when controlling the mecha. The next second, light appeared in the pupils of the two mechas. The eyes of the light god mecha are actually deep black, while those of the dark god mecha are bright white. This delicate contrast enhanced the beauty of the mecha to the extreme, shocking Zheng Haotian so much that he was speechless for a while. Mechanical servant Kid greets the Lord. Mechanical servant Kate greets the Lord. The two mechas knelt on one knee and expressed their most sincere respect to Zheng Haotian. Very good, but I can't tell anything from it. Zheng Haotian had a better idea in his mind. He just threw out the mecha capsule, then jumped directly in, and he also entered the mecha. You two, follow me. Zheng Haotian drove the mecha into the sky, heading towards the location of the city ruins. Buzz. The light god and dark god mechas took off immediately and followed closely behind the mecha driven by Zheng Haotian. The flying speed was obviously faster than driving any other means of transportation. The three mechas arrived at the location almost when they saw the city ruins. This is a good place to test firepower. Zheng Haotian smiled. Now fire at full force and blast them hard. At Zheng Haotian's command, artillery fire was directed at the zombie group in front, and the poor zombies once again became a test stone for swords. Yes, sir. Whoosh. The shells, which were white mixed with black and looked like chaotic colors, successfully hit the ruins of the city. Next second. Boom. Chapter 141, End of Safety Day. Zheng Haotian subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. Although the light produced by the explosion was not that dazzling, when the two forces of darkness and light that should have repelled each other merged, the feeling it gave people was indeed extremely shocking. Go on. Let them see the true power of the mecha today. Zheng Haotian didn't plan to end it like this. At least he had to lure out one or two big guys. As you command, Lord. Of course, Kate and Kid obeyed Zheng Haotian's orders and drove the light god and dark god mechas towards the interior of the city ruins, while Zheng Haotian followed closely behind them. Roar! The zombies on the ground roared loudly, but ordinary zombies could not reach the high altitude where the mecha was, so they could only accept the bombardment of artillery shells. Boom! Bang! A loud noise echoed in the ruins of the city. The mecha was equipped with a renewable energy core, and the shells used the energy in it, so its sustained combat capability was quite strong. Be careful of flying zombies. The further you go into the city ruins, the greater the possibility of encountering mutated zombies. So Zheng Haotian gave a reminder. Clear. Kid and Kate replied, and their progress slowed down a bit. Sure enough, the flying zombies soon appeared in the air, but the light god mecha and the dark god mecha soon made them regret becoming a flying zombie. Swish! The two laser swords, light and dark, were almost deadly. The flying zombies' bodies could not withstand the power of the swords and were split in half and fell to the ground. Very nice. Zheng Haotian looked at the two mechas in front of him, which were clearing away the zombies as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and couldn't help but praise them. This is just the most common means of attack. If the two mechas are combined into a light and dark mecha, the combat effectiveness can be further enhanced. However, Fong Tian just emphasized that this combination is, after all, the forced fusion of two mutually exclusive energies, which will inevitably cause certain damage to the mecha, so it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Now, Zheng Haotian naturally will not let them use it just to test their combat effectiveness. Be prepared to retreat at any time. It's not time for us to fight them yet. They had already gone about 1 kilometer deep into the city ruins, and Zheng Haotian knew that a big guy would soon appear. After receiving the order, Kid and Kate immediately stopped their offensive, and the power device behind them was in standby mode, ready to perform extreme acceleration at any time. Howl! A roar that echoed throughout the ruins reached Zheng Haotian's ears, and then a zombie about the size of a 3-story building appeared. This was just the beginning. Soon, nearly 10 huge zombies of the same size appeared in succession around them. When Zheng Haotian saw this scene, he knew that the time to retreat had come. Launch one final attack, then we retreat. As you command, Lord. Kid was seen flying in the light god mecha in midair, and then a huge beam of white light gathered on the mecha, and then arrived in front of a giant zombie in the next moment. Boom! The white beam of light hit the giant zombie like a cannon, melting it instantly, and there was not even any debris left on the ground. At the same time as the white beam of light was emitted, there was also a black beam of light, which was emitted by the dark god mecha controlled by Kate. The result was almost the same. The zombies hit by the black light column melted in an instant, and no trace could be found on the ground, as if this 3-story tall giant zombie had never appeared. Retreat. Knowing when to quit, Zheng Haotian immediately turned around and took the lead to fly out of the city ruins, followed closely by Kid and Kate. Just as they had left the city ruins, an angry roar came from the center of the city ruins, followed by a shaking of the city ruins. When the Corpse King gets angry, the earth shakes. After testing the mecha, it was time for lunch. All the farmers who had been working outside also rushed back. After everyone was gathered, Zheng Haotian announced that the meal was officially ready. Today's lunch is a little different from the previous ones because this time the delicious chef Tian Xiaoer has joined in. Not to mention how much the aroma has been enhanced. The appearance of the dishes alone is mouth-watering. Let's raise a toast to welcome the new members to our base. We should all be like a family from now on. Let's work together to protect the base. Zheng Haotian raised his glass, which contained the rice wine that Liu Fu had brewed long ago. He was slightly tipsy, but not drunk. Thank you, Lord, for giving us such a safe base. We will definitely protect it well. The word protection is not just empty words. From the previous sudden zombie attack, Zheng Haotian realized that everyone truly cared about the base, just as everyone truly respected him as the Lord. After eating and drinking, everyone started to work hard again. Although it was boring, they no longer felt tired as long as they thought about making their own efforts for the construction of the base. Time passed minute by minute, and when night fell, the wind god and rain god mechas among the 4 elephants mechas were successfully manufactured. Only the last thunder god and mad power mechas were left, and the 4 elephants mechas would be completed. Late at night, Zheng Haotian held Shuiying in his arms and said softly, "Tomorrow is the last day of the safety day. Do you think everything will go smoothly for us? Master Haotian, you must believe in yourself and believe in us. The base will definitely overcome all difficulties smoothly, and I will always be by your side." Shuiying hugged Zheng Haotian's waist tightly, tried to melt away Zheng Haotian's fatigue of the day with her warm body. There are many lords who have trouble sleeping like Zheng Haotian. After all, not everyone can remain calm when facing death. Those lords who are still the first-level bases at this moment have basically accepted their fate, and they have no capital to struggle anymore. However, when there's a countdown to death, especially when one knows exactly when he or she will die, almost no one can make it through it. In other words, those who can make it through are extraordinary people. The next day, Zheng Haotian's base was still carrying out the same preparations as yesterday. The difference is that Zheng Haotian organized all the people from the Reconnaissance Brigade, Tank Brigade, and Mecha Brigade. He wants to take advantage of today's summoning opportunity to replenish their combat power once again. Yesterday's construction station quota was not used, so you can summon 2 mechanical servants today. As for the summoning station, if I don't need to choose directional summoning, I can add 6 more members, and if I use directional summoning, it will be 5. At least 7 new units will join the base, and together with everyone, face the official end of Security Day. Come on, everyone. Chapter 142, The Zombie Army Moves Out. The last day is often the time when miracles happen. Lords who do not actively upgrade their bases on weekdays rely on the last day's construction to save their lives, even though it is somewhat futile. For Zheng Haotian, the last day was preparation before the battle. Shuiying, how was the dry food that Liu Fu prepared going? Zheng Haotian asked. With the battle imminent, we must have sufficient food and fodder. Lord Haotian, Chef Liu has started preparing early in the morning, and Xiaoer is also helping. They said that 3 days' rations for everyone in the base can be prepared before noon. Shuiying replied respectfully. 3 days are not enough. Let them do more. They don't have to participate in the combat training in the afternoon. Zheng Haotian said after thinking for a while. Okay, Master Haotian. Shuiying hurried to the kitchen to convey Zheng Haotian's instructions. Zheng Haotian was not idle either and continued to issue various instructions. Wang Li, I notified everyone this morning to stop working for a day. You will gather everyone together. Except for the people from the Mecha Brigade, all others will be under your command. You, Wu Jun and Wu Kun will come up with a defense plan and show it to me as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian said slowly. Understood, Lord. By the way, remember to send out the people from the reconnaissance team to keep an eye on the movements in the city ruins at any time. Today is the last day, and they will definitely not behave themselves. Zheng Haotian gave another order. As you command, Lord. Wang Li walked out of the base with a serious face. This was not an ordinary time. In the state of war, everyone had to obey orders and stand still. After giving the order, Zheng Haotian came to the simulated space again to check on the progress of the 3 small scientific research robots. Catherine's mecha design made these 3 little guys a little overwhelmed. Don't worry, there's still time. After saying a few words of comfort, Zheng Haotian walked towards the mecha platform again. The last 2 of the 4 symbols mechas should be manufactured soon. Greetings, Lord. Fang Tian was busy at the mecha platform, and Shun Ku was called over to help because of the need. Of course, this was all instructed by Zheng Haotian. After all, nothing was more important than manufacturing the mecha. No need to be so polite. How was the manufacturing of the mecha going? Zheng Haotian waved his hand to signal the 2 to stand up and then asked. Reporting to the Lord, we are currently manufacturing the Thor mecha among the 4 symbols mecha. The energy gathering core has been completed, and the mecha capsule filled with Hunyuan Erki that I asked Shun Ku to infuse has also been completed. The only thing left is the final step of assembly. Fang Tian said excitedly. Very good. Zheng Haotian also showed a satisfied smile, and the mecha brigade was immediately completely formed. Keep it up. Tell me directly if you need anything. All resources in the base are now prioritized for mecha manufacturing. Zheng Haotian patted Fang Tian on the shoulder and said, I understand. I will definitely not let my lord down. Fang Tian said very seriously. Zheng Haotian nodded, and then continued to rush to the next location. The last day of summons was about to begin. Just as Zheng Haotian was busy preparing for the base, just as he expected, the zombie army did not wait until the last moment to attack, but had already begun their pre-war mobilization. The Zombie King, level zombie located in the very center of the city ruins, is constantly emitting sound waves that only zombies can hear, summoning zombies scattered in every corner of the city ruins. Those lost refugees living in the ruins are trembling at this moment. Normally, they dared to come out occasionally to look for food, but now they can only stay in the underground pipe system of the city ruins and dare not even make a loud noise. Roar! The zombies let out roars that resounded through the sky, like the sound of a horn before a war, and each of them became restless as if they had been injected with hormones. With the huge Zombie King as the center, circles of strange-looking zombies surround it. Some zombies have a thick pillar-like thing growing in front of their bodies. Others have cannon barrel-like things growing all over their bodies. The most familiar ones are, of course, the flying zombies flying in the air, but among them, there are actually mutants with 3 heads. There are not only human-shaped zombies surrounding them, but also some vicious dog zombies with blood-red eyes and pieces of flesh falling off their bodies, and giant rat zombies with sharp mouths and fangs and bodies larger than 6-year-old children. These 2 types of animal zombies are the most numerous, and there are various other animal zombies interspersed among them, all showing their fangs and claws, roaring continuously, as if someone had overturned their nest. Set off. An order was issued from the Zombie King, and the zombie army, which was mainly composed of a huge number of human-like zombies, began their first general attack. As if driven by an unknown force, they have only one goal, which is to destroy everything. Every lord could feel a hidden murderous intent. Although they were in different positions, no one could escape the attack of the zombies, not even Xia Guang on the island. When the zombie army began to slowly surge towards Zheng Haotian's base, the members of the reconnaissance team also noticed everything without missing a single thing. Long Biao, drive back to inform the Lord first and tell him that the zombies have started to move. I will continue to keep an eye on them. Okay, Captain Liu. When Long Biao heard Liu Laowu's instructions, he immediately trotted to the modified car and then drove towards the base at the fastest speed of the modified car. Liu Laowu stared at the group of zombies that were moving as fast as old men with crutches, and secretly made up his mind that he must completely eliminate this group of guys. Aren't they just a bunch of zombies? We can definitely defeat them. Liu Laowu secretly encouraged himself in his heart. Zheng Haotian, the base, opened the world chat box again because of Wang Lu's private chat. Wang Lu only sent him one message, which was the zombies are starting to move. After Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box, he saw a very depressing speech. This may be the last day of my life. I will not let the zombies eat me. I will commit suicide and then burn the entire base to ashes. I hope to bring a glimmer of hope of life to others. My peasants have already told me that the zombies have started to move. I only have a shabby first-level base. I almost couldn't stop a few zombies at the beginning. I was doomed. No matter who you are, as long as you can save me, I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Really, I mean what I say. Zheng Haotian's face gradually became gloomy. These remarks, full of negative energy, made him feel a little overwhelmed. If you can, try your best to survive. Zheng Haotian uttered this sentence silently, and everyone fell silent. Chapter 143, Blocking to Buy Time. In the minds of all the lords, Zheng Haotian is undoubtedly an absolute figure of times. But this time his speech did not cause heated discussion, but silence. In this doomsday, there are no truly good people, but everything Zheng Haotian had done before was undoubtedly a great good deed that benefited many lords. But it is impossible for him to help everyone. After all, he is just an ordinary human being. Even if he is extremely lucky, he cannot take care of everyone. This is an impossible task. However, Zheng Haotian's consolation was not in vain. Some lords really cheered up and conveyed their intentions to their peasants for the last time. In any base, it is not just the lord who is bound to the base. All the people summoned from the summoning platform have a close relationship with the base. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. My lord, hold on. We will always be by your side. We are not afraid, even of death. So what if it's a level 1 base? You'll be fine with me by your side. What the hell are these zombies? I won't fall for them. Don't even think about chasing us away. We'll fight the zombies to the death. These words were spoken by the lords, but each one was actually said by the farmers in the base. Come on, everyone. If we can get through tomorrow, maybe everything will be different. All lords accept disappointment and hope, overcome despair and disappointment, and bloom hope and despair, and finally they can truly stand firm, and everything is accomplished smoothly. After closing the world chat box, Zheng Haotian tried his best not to immerse himself in the possible dangerous atmosphere, but continued to cheer himself up. Boom! The sound of a modified car speeding towards him reached Zheng Haotian's ears, and he hurried out of the base. Sure enough, it was Long Biao who was driving the modified car directly towards the base hall. After stopping the car, Long Biao hurriedly got out of the driver's seat, ran to Zheng Haotian, and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the Lord, the zombie army has begun to march towards the base. Long Biao said respectfully with a hint of worry. Zheng Haotian nodded expressionlessly. He restrained himself and did not show any panic. He could not have any wrong emotions at this moment. Otherwise, it would affect the farmers at the base. Understand, where are the other members of the reconnaissance team? Zheng Haotian asked indifferently. Captain Liu and I will be responsible for the reconnaissance of the first sentry post, and the others will be guarding the road between the base and the city ruins. Long Biao replied respectfully. What about Liu Laowu and the others? Are you the only one who came back? Zheng Haotian's expression changed slightly. He had already guessed what Liu Laowu was thinking. Captain Liu asked me to come back and inform you first. He is still at the location we are investigating. Zheng Haotian did not ask any more questions, but directly said to Long Biao, go and inform Wang Li to have everyone gather at the gate of the base. We can't let the zombies get outside the base smoothly. As you command, Lord. Those who go to stop the zombie army must be agile, move in unison, and have sufficient combat power. The tank brigade requests to go into battle. Xiong San said with a proud and ambitious look on his face, standing in front of the tank seized from the research institute. The tank brigade is one step behind and is lying in ambush at the 3rd reconnaissance point. The mecha brigade will follow me to take the lead in blocking the zombie army. We must not only slow down their marching speed, but also rescue Liu Laowu unharmed. As you command, Lord. The current mecha brigade consists of Zheng Haotian himself, mechanical servants Robert, Kid, Kate, as well as Wind God Mecha Operator Colin and Rain God Mecha Operator Peter. Although they do not have the largest number of people, their combat effectiveness is definitely the best in the base, and there is no second team with stronger combat effectiveness. Feng Songlong, Yin Songhu. The 4 of you are the attacking force of the 2nd reconnaissance point. You don't need to defend it to the death. After launching a round of attack, immediately lead the members of the reconnaissance team there to retreat. Don't have the slightest thought of fighting. As you command, Lord. The 4 psychics are also another strong force of the base, and Zheng Haotian has tested them personally. After a day of special training in the barracks, their control over their respective abilities has improved to a certain extent. They have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies, and can even fight one against 100 with ease. Wang Li, You take the others and guard the fourth reconnaissance point. After all of us retreat, you let everyone use up the energy in their energy weapons and then quickly retreat back to the base. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian issued the last order. My lord, I understand. Wang Li had a determined look on her face. Her last echelon had the largest number of people, but their combat effectiveness was also the weakest, and they could only rely on energy weapons to launch attacks. Mech Brigade, follow me. Without any extra words, Zheng Haotian drove the mecha directly into the sky. The battle with the zombie army had already begun in advance. At this moment, Liu Laowu was still crouching in a hidden reconnaissance point outside the city ruins, watching the zombie army moving slowly. He thought of a way to further slow down their speed. Fortunately, I learned a few tricks from Li Si. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to dig the trap properly. Liu Laowu muttered to himself. That's right. He planned to use several large traps to deal with the zombie army. Of course, although this is unlikely to cause them to lose many members, as long as they can be delayed for a moment, the construction of the base can be more perfect and the possibility of being breached will be reduced, so Liu Laowu's actions are still meaningful. Hey, what's going on? Why did they suddenly speed up? Liu Laowu's face changed instantly. At the turtle-like pace just now, the vanguard of the zombie army should need another half an hour to reach the trap he had set. But now only 5 minutes have passed, and the zombie army has already gone halfway. Damn it, I can't finish the trap. Liu Laowu cursed inwardly, but continued with his actions. He still wanted to complete the trap as much as possible. Tick-tick. Liu Laowu seemed to hear the sound of a bell in his ears, and the sound of the countdown made the sweat on his forehead uncontrollably. Roar. With a roar, the zombies were already in front of the trap. Done. Liu Laowu shouted excitedly, but a zombie also pounced on him at the same time, and he had no time to escape from the trap. Call out. Bang. Liu Laowu was frightened by the sudden explosion of zombies in front of him, but a familiar voice soon came. What are you standing there for? Get up. Yes, Lord. A look of ecstasy appeared on Liu Laowu's face. Chapter 144. Enemy at the Gate. Zheng Haotian was somewhat helpless. Could it be that Liu Laowu was frightened and stupid? Why was he standing there and grinning like an idiot? Liu Laowu, stop smiling foolishly and run quickly. Zheng Haotian reminded again. As you command, Lord. Liu Laowu finally broke free from his fantasy. The feeling of escaping death was really shocking, terrifying, yet quite exciting. While Zheng Haotian was shouting, his eyes never left the dark army of zombies. He really didn't know where Liu Laowu got the courage to dig a trap here alone to resist the zombie army. He is now driving a mecha about 10 meters in the air, but when he looks at the zombie army, he can't see the end of it. You know, the nearest zombie is right under his feet. Zheng Haotian couldn't estimate whether this zombie army numbered in the millions or tens of millions. He only knew that if this zombie army was allowed to reach the outside of the base wall, he would not be able to deal with it even if his combat power was increased tenfold. Mech Brigade, get ready. Fire. As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground. Since this zombie army cannot be defeated in one blow, we will have to wear it down bit by bit. As you command, Lord. After the mechanical servants responded respectfully, a total of 6 mechas' back turrets made harsh sounds one after another, and the artillery fire was ready. Whoosh! The sound of the shells breaking through the air resounded through the air, and the next second they fell into the zombie army, causing a horrific explosion. Boom! Looking around, there were at least thousands of zombies that were blown into pieces, directly covering the ground with a thick layer of meat, and the stench instantly filled the surroundings. Fire freely. If any situation arises, retreat immediately. Clear. Last time we tried out the power of the God of Light and God of Darkness mechas. This time, it's the turn of the 4 symbols mecha to show its power. I saw the Wind God mecha controlling the airflow and creating a tornado directly on the spot. Ordinary zombies were swept into the air and then torn into pieces under the influence of the strong wind. The Rain God mecha transformed the water mist in the air into solid ice beads and controlled them to shoot at the zombie army like bullets. The huge impact force made ordinary zombies shatter into pieces like pieces of paper. It has to be said that the terrifying combat power of the mecha is really an added bonus when used to deal with zombie attacks. If it were just these ordinary, most rubbish zombies, even if there were hundreds of millions of them, they would not be enough for the mecha to kill. However, Zheng Haotian will create powerful weapons, and the zombies will also undergo stronger mutations. This is what they mean when they say the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Just as a group of mechas were bombarding the zombie army happily, their movements also attracted the attention of the flying zombies. According to Zheng Haotian's estimation, they should be zombie scouts. After all, their combat effectiveness is not optimistic. Oh my! The flying zombies made a shrill sound, as if warning Zheng Haotian and his group of iron lumps and mechas, but the next second, Robert let them know the consequences of screaming. Bang! He directly picked up the energy spear and shot a member of the flying zombie. Everyone, stop them quickly. They want to go back and inform the police. Zheng Haotian shouted. The moment Robert hit the flying zombie, he knew that this move had alerted the enemy. After all, this is a huge zombie army. Even if Zheng Haotian and others launched a large-scale bombing, they were still not discovered by the leader of the zombie army. However, this group of flying zombies is different. They can directly transmit information to the leader's location. Forget it. We can't pursue them any further. Let's just bombard them one last time and then retreat to the second reconnaissance point. It's all my fault, Lord. Robert was a little frustrated. He could have killed a few more zombies. It's also my fault that I didn't notice it. It's not your fault. Everyone, hurry up and bombard. We will retreat in 30 seconds. Yes, Lord. Now we are on the battlefield, and the most important thing is to obey orders. Zheng Haotian's mecha brigade has done this very seriously. After Zheng Haotian fired the last round of shells, he flew towards Liu Laowu, grabbed him directly, clamped him on the side of the mecha, and personally took him to the second reconnaissance point. Robert and his 4 companions did not linger in the battle. They followed Zheng Haotian and quickly arrived at the second reconnaissance point. Greetings, Lord. The superpower team is ready. Feng Songlong was appointed as the temporary head of the superpower team. After seeing the arrival of the mecha driven by Zheng Haotian, he hurried forward and said respectfully, I'll leave it to you guys from now on. Remember not to fight too long. As you command, Lord. Members of the reconnaissance team also held up energy weapons, ready to block the zombies at any time. After the bombing of the mecha brigade and the unfinished traps set up by Liu Laowu, the speed of the zombie army slowed down again and was very close to the speed that Liu Laowu saw at the beginning. This was also within Zheng Haotian's estimation. He first led the mecha brigade to fly to the base. Blocking was only a measure. In the end, it was inevitable to rely on the defense battle of the base. There was no hearty lunch on the last day. When we were hungry, we took out the distributed dry food and ate it. When we felt thirsty, we took out the water bottle we carried and took a sip, and then continued to wait. Time passed by minute, and the afterglow of the sunset gradually fell on the buildings of the base. I have to say that today's sunset was really beautiful. Reporting to the Lord, the blocking of the 4th reconnaissance point has been completed. All personnel have withdrawn to the base and are awaiting your next order. When Wang Li arrived at the base hall, Zheng Haotian knew that the final time was about to come. Let everyone rest where they are, replenish their energy as much as possible, and then stand in the same positions as they did in the morning drill. Yes, my lord. Wang Li hurriedly left after receiving the order, and Zheng Haotian also walked out of the hall, but did not go towards the mecha platform, but went to the breeding farm. Wan Jun, the next action is very dangerous. I can allow all the combat pets to be sacrificed, but you must come back intact. I will send out a mecha to keep an eye on your movements at any time. Zheng Haotian said very seriously, Please rest assured, Lord. I will disperse the zombie army while ensuring my own safety. Wan Jun promised, patting his chest. Zheng Haotian nodded seriously. This would be the opening ceremony of the defense battle. When zombies approach the city, Wan Jun leads one beast to attack and break through the huge zombie army. Here we go. Is everyone ready? The night had arrived unknowingly, and the zombie army was already quietly waiting 5 meters outside the base's wall. At this distance, they only needed a few seconds to reach the city gate, but they seemed to have been paused. In front of the zombie army is a group of ferocious beasts, which are the trained beasts led by Wan Jun. Roar. Follow my orders. Charge. Chapter 145 War Cry Pain. Ugh. Roar. Howl. Originally, there were only bison in the farm, but after the upgrade was completed, with the cooperation of Wan Jun and Sun Jiabao, they successfully transformed it into a more ferocious mutant bull. This mutated bison has a pair of larger and sharper horns than ordinary bison, and its body is much larger, looking like a prehistoric mammoth. The mutant bull is just one of the trained beasts, numbering about 300. It was created by Wan Jun's sleepless nights and the powerful effect of the upgraded breeding farm. Other species such as cheetahs, spotted tigers, and lions only have a few dozen or so. Although they have also undergone certain mutations and modifications, their numbers are indeed too small. Don't underestimate these few hundred trained beasts. Their strength is far more terrifying than it looks, because they have the aura of thousands of troops blessing them. Hundreds of trained animals, under the command of Wan Jun, ran out like a mighty army. The entire open space under the city wall was shaking, as if it was already afraid of their iron hooves. Scatter them! The animal trainers rushed into the zombie army like a sharp knife, dividing their whole body with great success. This was the declaration of war slogan issued by Zheng Haotian's base. No matter what creature it is, don't even think about trampling on my city wall. Different from the high morale of Zheng Haotian's base, many lords were already trembling as they looked at the zombie army not far away from them. They shouted and complained about the unfairness of fate, wondering why they were brought to this doomsday when their original world was so peaceful. Is there anyone who could take me back? Please, take me back. I don't want to stay here any longer. I will die. I will die tonight. Give up. No one can save you, and you can't save yourself. Everything is arranged by fate. We are the chosen victims. Damn zombies. I won't let you off easy even if I die. I'm going to bite you to death, and we'll die together. Words of despair echoed in the world chat box. But this had no effect other than causing sadness in the sad ones and making the desperate ones even more desperate. However, at this moment, no one stands up to encourage everyone because some people really do not deserve sympathy and encouragement. They should be eliminated, which is their best fate. On the other hand, outside the city wall of Zheng Haotian's base, the animal trainers were already covered in wounds and were almost on the verge of collapse. Zheng Haotian had anticipated this situation, and he had already decided in his heart that this group of trained animals were actually sacrifices used to hinder the zombies' massive attack and to launch the base's defense battle. Wan Jun also knew very well that the moment the trainers were taken out of the base, they were doomed to never go back, because any wound could cause them to be infected, and the probability of this happening was very high. Children, make use of your remaining energy. The huge zombie army was actually pierced several times by hundreds of trained beasts. The powerful mutant bulls were like speeding tanks, and they were equipped with bayonets. How could their attack not be powerful? But no matter how powerful the creatures are, they will eventually reach the end of their lives. In their final attack, they will be completely surrounded by the zombies that are pouring in like a tide, and they will not be able to break out again because they are too tired. 10,000 troops retreat. Zheng Haotian's voice came from the city wall, and then Robert drove the mecha towards the army. As Wan Jun looked at the trainers with reluctance, Robert took him away from the zombie army and flew towards the city wall. Without the blessing of the halo of 10,000 armies, the beast trainers were like camels that had their last straw broken. They roared and fell into the lake of zombies, contributing their last strength to the defense of the base. At this moment, there is only half an hour left before the zombies launch their general attack, and Zheng Haotian has already made everyone ready. Everything depends on whether we can survive tonight. It turned out that the 6 newly summoned farmers all possess special abilities. Because there was no time to get familiar with them, Zheng Haotian had to hand them all over to Feng Songlong for management, as they were the key to the defense of the base. The 2 mechanical servants summoned during the construction process happened to be Catherine's maids by accident. Naturally, Zheng Haotian arranged for Catherine to manage the 2 mechanical maids. The battle is about to begin, and everyone is getting nervous. How can they not be nervous when faced with the zombie army, so huge that it stretches as far as the eye can see? As if it were a routine, Zheng Haotian stood on the city wall facing all the members in the base. He looked at everyone with a serious expression, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth. I know that Steward Wang has told everyone everything. Yes, we are about to face a major crisis. If we fail to handle it properly, the entire base will be destroyed. Tonight is destined to be a restless night. Our enemies are already outside, ready to launch a general attack at midnight. This time is different from the last time. Unless we eliminate them all, they will continue to attack our base. We don't have any chance of escaping because the base is our life. Everyone, do you have the confidence to join me in defeating them? Zheng Haotian shouted loudly, pointing the energy gun in his hand directly at the zombie army outside. Have. The word yes, resounding throughout the base, shows the unity and pride of the farmers in Zheng Haotian's base. Damn it, beat them. Xiaoyan's catchphrase made everyone laugh. The laughter drowned out the tense atmosphere and made the perfect opening for the final battle. Come on, I'm not afraid. Inside Wei Tai's base, he was also standing on the city wall, with the special envoy from another area standing next to him. The two of them silently looked at the zombie army not far away. Is there really no other way? Wei Tai's voice was a little dull, and he seemed like a different person. Wei Tai, you should understand that sometimes certain sacrifices are necessary. Moreover, this sacrifice is absolutely worth it. The envoy's voice has a special magnetism that makes people feel immersed in it after listening to it. Understand. That's it. The beginning of a war often foreshadows the continuation of suffering. Whenever a life dies, another or even more lives will fall into suffering. This is war, a war that cannot be avoided even if you shout until your throat is torn. Chapter 146. Continuous Offensive, Bad News. Tick, tick. It was as if there was an invisible clock ticking in the air, and the sound of the moving second hands rang in everyone's ears. This was the countdown to death. But not everyone will die because of this. Some people have long learned to control their own destiny, such as Zheng Haotian. Time is almost up. Zheng Haotian looked at the rioting zombie army with an expressionless face. Their number was so huge that it made people feel despair. Is this really something that can be defeated by human power? Zheng Haotian also had such desperate thoughts before, but now he decided to let go of everything. No matter what the result is, he must fight to the end. Lord Haotian, they seem to be moving. Shui Ying's reminder indicates that the zombie attack has officially begun. Now is the time to test the base's defensive strength. Prepare the turret. Fire. As before, the turret is also controlled by members of the reconnaissance team, including Xiao Bin, Wang Biao, and Li Si. Each person controls a turret, and as long as the attack distance is controlled well, this will be the first line of defense that the zombies cannot cross. Bang! Boom! When the zombies entered the attack range of the artillery fire, what awaited them was a baptism of violent bombardment. The remains of their bodies flew into the air in an instant, and the scene was quite shocking. This is just the beginning. Zheng Haotian thought to himself, if you dare to attack my base, the price you will pay will be absolutely unimaginable. All lords, please note that the safety day is over and the zombie siege has officially begun. Roar. When Zheng Haotian heard the system prompt and the zombies roar, he was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was just the official start, but it was no big deal. The result was the same. Follow me and kill. The flying zombies in the air flapped their wings and flew towards the base. Zheng Haotian simply waved his hand, and the mecha brigade immediately turned from defense to offense and rushed towards a group of flying zombies. Call out. The artillery fire from behind the mecha instantly hit the flying zombies in the air, causing fleeting fireworks to bloom in the dark night sky, albeit a little bloody. Swish. Artillery fire is just the appetizer. The real main attack is the close combat of a laser sword. 8 mechas, 8 laser swords of different colors, flashing different lights. But the ending is the same, turning every zombie that comes into contact with a laser sword into a real corpse without life. My lord, they seem to have retreated. A joyful voice came from Robert. The flying zombies were defeated step by step under the attack of the mechas, and finally they changed direction and ran away. Zheng Haotian was unhappy and became more cautious instead. He believed that something must be wrong when something was out of the ordinary. It is obvious that the zombie army has the upper hand now. The flying zombies in the sky are simply overwhelming and cannot be killed. How could they retreat so easily because of the attack of mechas? Don't take it lightly. Roar. As expected, as soon as Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a roar came from behind the group of flying zombies. A huge zombie soared into the sky, directly defeating the entire group alone, and confronted the mecha flying in the air. My lord, here comes the big guy. While Robert was reporting, Zheng Haotian also saw the huge flying zombie. There are 2 slightly smaller heads next to a huge head, and the huge wings are enough to cover the sky when spread out. Concentrate your firepower and don't let it get close to the city wall. As you command, Lord. Once the zombies' attack is launched, it will be a fight to the death. However, not every zombie army outside the base is as terrifying as the one outside Zheng Haotian's base. Most of them are not even far from the level of the last zombie attack outside Zheng Haotian's base. But it is also a catastrophic war. Is there really anyone who can survive this zombie attack? Dear lucky lords, Liu Laowu will go first. Boom! Zheng Haotian turned his head and looked towards the northwest, where the loud noise came from. Lord Liu Tao sacrificed himself. Self-destruction of the base is not the last option. Lords, please come on. Why do I need to give you a reminder? Zheng Haotian frowned. The reminder sound of this system sounded like a death announcement. It did not bring motivation to everyone, but made many lords follow in the footsteps of the first one. The prompt has been closed. Please click again to open it. Zheng Haotian had an idea. He didn't expect that this prompt was actually intelligent and could be turned off. Without paying attention to the giant flying zombie in front of him, Zheng Haotian quickly opened the world chat box and sent a message. Everyone should think about turning off the system notification sound. Don't be affected by it. Keep going. Even if you can't win, you can't just lose like this. Zheng Haotian's message did not receive any response. Perhaps someone saw it and did what he said, or perhaps no one would open the world chat box again to check the message. After all, the system had already given a prompt. System prompts have been turned on. Start receiving system messages. After sending a message, Zheng Haotian chose to open the system prompt again. Zheng Haotian is different from other lords. He has made plans for a do-or-die battle. Even if he learns that all the lords have sacrificed themselves, he will not commit suicide. Lord Chen Lu sacrificed himself. Lord Wang Qin sacrificed himself. Lord Lu Dong sacrificed himself. Not long after, news of the Lord's sacrifices reached Zheng Haotian's ears. The names were unfamiliar, but Zheng Haotian knew that the next time he heard these names, they would no longer be the same people. Damn it, you damn guys. Zheng Haotian swung the laser sword angrily, and now only the last big head was left of the 3 heads of the giant flying zombie. Under the siege of 8 mechas, it was no match for the opponent fighting alone. When it was not paying attention, its 2 little heads were chopped off by Kid and Kate, one on the left and one on the right. Therefore, it eventually became a spent force, and Zheng Haotian's fierce attack became the last straw that broke the camel's back. After a scream, the last head of the flying zombie soared into the sky and was chopped off by Zheng Haotian's laser sword. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for defeating the general-level zombie Iron Corpse and being rewarded with a first-level origin core. As the flying zombies fell rapidly from the sky, Zheng Haotian heard a system prompt sound next to his ears, and this sound also reached the ears of all the lords. Boss Haotian is awesome. Even if we're going to die, we will defeat these zombies. I'm not afraid of hearing about other people's sacrifices. This is a kind of motivation for me. If I don't fight hard, I will die. Boss Haotian, please help me kill a few more zombies after I sacrifice myself, and you will definitely be able to survive. The news that Zheng Haotian defeated the Iron Corpse encouraged everyone, and everyone was excited. Chapter 147, Upgrading the Main City Cannon in Times of Crisis. After the Iron Zombie fell, the zombies' attack seemed to stagnate for a while. There were not many powerful general-level zombies like the Iron Zombie in the entire zombie army, so this attack was considered to have dealt a heavy blow to them. Everyone returned to the base and rest for a while. As you command, Lord. The God of Light, God of Darkness, and 4 Symbols mechas have not actually yet truly launched their full-strength combat operations. After all, this is just the beginning, and they cannot use up all their energy in one breath. Otherwise, they will not be able to cope with subsequent unexpected situations. Wang Li, report the current situation. Everyone was relieved by the zombies' suspension of attack. Even with sophisticated artillery, the invisible pressure was still enormous facing such a large group of zombies. Reporting to the Lord, the energy consumption of the major energy turrets is currently around 30. There are no casualties for the time being, and there are no other special circumstances. Have you found any special circumstances among the zombies? Zheng Haotian asked again. The reconnaissance team has no special reports. I think so. I will go and confirm with Captain Liu again. Zheng Haotian nodded. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. In addition to knowing your own consumption, you must also know the changes of the enemy. By the way, do we have enough resources to upgrade the base? I have upgraded all the buildings you mentioned to level 4. Reporting to the Lord, I checked the amount of resources after dinner. At present, everything else is sufficient, but there are still thousands of iron ore missing from the $1 million iron ore. Now it is impossible to go out to mine, so Zheng Haotian certainly understood what Wang Li meant, which was that the base might not be able to be upgraded before the battle was over. Understand. Go and discuss the recent battle with Liu Laowu first. I'll handle the rest. As you command, Lord. Since it is impossible to obtain iron ore through mining, Zheng Haotian can only ask other lords. Fortunately, transactions can be conducted through the world chat box. Otherwise, if the main city cannot be upgraded due to the lack of these tiny resources, which will eventually lead to some bad consequences, it would be a loss of the big picture. Without hesitation, Zheng Haotian first opened the private chat box with Wang Lu and sent a message. I need 5,000 units of iron ore. I'll trade it with you for a Zhuge crossbow. Zheng Haotian sent the same message to Xia Guang and Wei Tai, but as expected, they did not reply. It's not that they ignored Zheng Haotian, but probably no one has time to read private messages now, because the war is an intense situation. My lord, they are attacking again. Everyone prepare to fight. Zheng Haotian couldn't wait any longer, so he gave an order and the base entered combat status again. Arriving at the top of the city wall, Zheng Haotian's expression became solemn again. This time the zombies' attack seemed to become more organized. My lord, the zombies in the front have thick skin and flesh, and even the energy cannon cannot stop them from advancing. Wang Li's voice sounded somewhat anxious. At this rate of advance, they would soon be under the city wall. Tank battalion, prepare for battle. Those shield-like zombies standing in front of the ordinary zombies blocked the fire of the energy cannon, making the first line of defense of the base almost useless. Zheng Haotian could only send out members of the tank brigade. The tank was the one that was captured at the beginning, but after being modified, its combat capability was incomparable to the original one. Damn it, Lord, leave it to us. Xiongyan slapped the hard shell of the tank, and then entered the tank. The city gate opened, the tanks drove out quickly, and the steel behemoth was about to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the shield zombies. Zheng Haotian watched the tanks rushing towards the zombie formation and began to get nervous. This was no joke. Although the tanks were strong, those shield zombies could also withstand the energy shells. It was still unknown who was stronger. Boom! A dull sound came from the collision site, and the shield zombie that had been advancing steadily actually took several steps back as it was blocked by the tank. Beautiful, Zheng Haotian said with a wave of his hand. Gosh, get back here. Boom! The close-range firing caused the tank to move back a little due to recoil, but at the same time, the shield zombie was almost overturned, and the sniping effect was perfectly demonstrated. Come again. Boom! The gun turned around and fired another shot, and another shield zombie retreated a step. The power of the tank was so terrifying. Something is wrong. How come these zombies can be repelled so easily? Zheng Haotian saw with his own eyes the energy cannon hit the shield zombie, but it did not move at all. Even if the tank's attack power is strong, it can't be much stronger than the energy cannon. The original plan was that the two would be evenly matched, and then Zheng Haotian would send out a mecha brigade to conduct a joint operation and finally annihilate these shield zombies outside the city gate. But according to the current situation, it seems that the mecha brigade is of no use. Just when Zheng Haotian realized something was wrong, one of the shield zombies suddenly moved, and they unknowingly formed a siege on the tank. These guys were not zombies without intelligence, and they actually used the strategy of luring the enemy into a trap. Not good. Mecha Brigade, follow me and attack. Zheng Haotian immediately gave the order. He couldn't just watch the tank brigade being surrounded and killed. As you command, Lord. The Mecha Brigade was forced to attack this time in order to rescue the besieged members of the tank brigade. Bombardment. The intensive artillery fire bombarded the strange bodies of the shield zombies, eventually leaving wounds visible to the naked eye. These zombies would eventually be injured. Tank battalion, retreat now. Roar. Just when Zheng Haotian thought he was going to successfully rescue the members of the tank brigade, a roar that resounded through the sky reached everyone's ears, and all the people in the mechas in the air and the tanks on the ground paused. Immediately afterwards, a zombie monster with a giant figure appeared among the zombie army. It casually pushed aside the shield zombies and kicked the tanks away with one foot. It punched the city wall that was almost the same size as its body, and it wanted to demolish the base. Damn it, this monster is too much. The turrets should attack quickly, and everyone should be careful. Received a gift from Lord Wang Lu. Received a gift from Lord Xiaoguang. Received a gift from Lord Wei Tai. Enough iron ore. An idea flashed through Zheng Haotian's mind. He quickly drove the mecha back to the base and clicked the button to upgrade the main city. At the same time, the city wall rose rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and a terrifying cannon appeared on it. Is this the main city? Chapter 148. The Corpse King's servant is a shot. Zheng Haotian never expected that the first thing that appeared after the main city was upgraded was the weapon system. The huge cannon, like a tank standing on the wide city wall, was already facing the zombie army outside the city wall. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for upgrading his main city for the first time. You will be rewarded with 1 intelligent cannon and 3 secondary cannons. Dramatic changes are still taking place in the base, and system prompts are ringing in my ears one after another. 3 consecutive rings. The same content brought different shocks. The first sound is a reminder, the second sound is surprise, and the third sound is shock. Those lords who were fighting against the zombies seemed to have a new force injected into their bodies the moment they heard the news, and everyone's combat effectiveness increased a lot in an instant. How to use the smart cannon. This is what Zheng Haotian cares about most now. The tank brigade is in danger now. The intelligent cannon can be controlled by thoughts, and the lord can attack directly through the system panel. This Doomsday is indeed a real world, but some things make Zheng Haotian always feel that this is like a game world, and he is just one of the more powerful players. Okay, aim at the zombies outside and fire. As Zheng Haotian was shouting, a virtual panel appeared in front of him. This was a miniature smart cannon. Zheng Haotian could manually control its aiming and then click the launch button on the side. Tank Battalion, pay attention to the sky. Zheng Haotian shouted on the city wall. He had already controlled the intelligent cannon to aim at the huge zombie. And while aiming, he also saw the name of this zombie. Servant of the Corpse King? Is this just a servant of the Corpse King? Then what about the real Corpse King? Zheng Haotian didn't dare to think about it. Now he could only pray that the smart cannon would work. Zheng Haotian pressed the launch button while thinking secretly, and then the surroundings became silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were on the intelligent cannon. Black cracks appeared in front of it, and the attack had already hit the zombie servants without any sign of death. Bang! What the hell is this? The zombie servants actually disappeared. Such a huge zombie servant actually disappeared completely under a single shot from the intelligent giant cannon. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for defeating the Quasi-King zombie and being rewarded with his second-level source core. If all the zombies in that place had not disappeared at the same time, and the system prompt sounded in his ears, Zheng Haotian would have suspected that the zombie servants had dodged away. After all, this was really a bit exaggerated. Tank Battalion, withdraw quickly. Zheng Haotian shouted, and then aimed the intelligent cannon at the remaining shield zombies, ready to eliminate these uninvited guests. Main gun is charging. Remaining time, 59:35, temporarily unable to attack. An hour of charging time? Zheng Haotian was stunned. It turned out that great power required corresponding efforts. After changing his mind, Zheng Haotian opened 2 more secondary guns. Sure enough, the 2 secondary guns could still attack. Since the main gun is so powerful, the secondary gun must not be much worse. It should be no problem to deal with these shield zombies. Zheng Haotian directly aimed the secondary gun at the shield zombie and then clicked the fire button. Boom! The secondary guns made a much louder noise than the main guns, and it was really loud enough to be heard. Although the sound does not mean power, the secondary gun did not disappoint Zheng Haotian. The shield zombie was directly blown to pieces, leaving only a large explosion hole on the spot. And the most important point is that the secondary gun only takes 1 minute to charge. The crisis regarding the shield zombies has come to an end, but Zheng Haotian does not dare to relax at all. After all, what they just faced was just a servant of the Zombie King. It is still unknown how powerful the real Zombie King is. Reconnaissance team, continue the attack and bomb the area where zombies are densely populated. Zheng Haotian shouted at the turret area. As you command, Lord. More than half an hour had passed since the zombies launched the attack. With the sad news of the Lord's sacrifices constantly coming in, Zheng Haotian's heart became more and more heavy. The casualties this time were really too great. Although it was not known how many lords there were in this area, from what Zheng Haotian heard, the number of casualties had exceeded 3 digits. What they heard was just the news of the lord's death. There was no doubt that the peasants in their base would not survive either. With this calculation, the number of casualties might be about 10 times higher. Wang Lu, are you okay now? The zombies outside seemed to be attacking in waves, and now was time for a break. So Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box, but apart from the last words left by some lords, there was still no other useful information. So Zheng Haotian chose to chat privately. He wanted to know about the other people's situation. Lord Haotian, Have the zombies outside your base stopped? The situation here is not optimistic. Just now, several giant zombies almost rushed into the base. Wang Lu's words were a little sad. Yes, the zombies' attack is indeed carried out in rounds, and now they have stopped 50 meters away from our base. Zheng Haotian replied indifferently. I heard a lot of system prompts. Lord Haotian is indeed extraordinary. He can actually deal with such powerful zombies. But I have a doubt. There doesn't seem to be any general-level zombies outside our base, let alone quasi-king level ones. Wang Lu raised her doubts. In fact, Zheng Haotian had thought of this a long time ago. The zombies outside each base seem to be different. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, those outside his base might be the most powerful. Yes, it may be related to the level of base construction, but this growth is not a bad thing, because if we can survive this level, we will definitely get more rewards. Zheng Haotian replied slowly and gave Wang Lu an affirmative reply. I understand. Lord Haotian, please take care of yourself. I hope to have the opportunity to communicate with you in person. After Wang Lu replied to the last sentence, she stopped sending messages. Zheng Haotian knew that the zombies outside her base must have started attacking again, because he felt the same way. Taking advantage of the situation, Zheng Haotian closed the world chat box, waved his hand, and shouted, Prepare the guns, fire! No one knew that at this moment one of the bases had already wiped out all the zombies outside the base, but only one ordinary zombie was left. Why don't you kill this one too? The envoy looked at Wei Tai with a puzzled expression on his face. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. It's not the time for me to stand out yet. Wei Tai's eyes were a little distant, as if he was waiting for something. Chapter 149 Light and Dark Mecha Chaos Cannon. Boom! Amid the roar of artillery fire, the zombies outside the base were being cut down one after another like rice in summer. But again, there hasn't been much change in their numbers because there are just too many of them. Aim the secondary guns. Fire, Zheng Haotian said secretly. Once the 1-minute cooling time is up, he will control the secondary gun of the intelligent giant cannon to fire at the location where the zombies are most densely populated. Almost every shot can kill tens of thousands of ordinary zombies, and even some mutated zombies are vulnerable. The war entered a tense stage, and the zombies no longer carried out any organized combat. Instead, they seem to be planning to continuously consume Zheng Haotian's artillery shells with their numbers. Everyone hold on. Looking at the zombie army that could not be killed no matter what, people could not help but feel a little desperate. At this time, Zheng Haotian stood up and cheered everyone up. My lord, should we take the initiative to attack? I think we should capture the leader first. If we can eliminate the zombie king, then these zombies will definitely retreat on their own. Wang Li saw the fatigue in the eyes of the reconnaissance team members. Although the tank team members also climbed onto the turret and fought alongside them, they couldn't help feeling tired as they watched the turret's energy source gradually decrease while the zombies were still endless. I understand, but Zheng Haotian is of course aware of this truth. But taking the initiative and counterattacking are completely different concepts, and the risks they need to take will be greater. Necessary sacrifices may be worth it. My lord, please stop being indecisive. Wang Li's tone was a little heavy. If they didn't compromise, the only thing waiting for them would be slow death. Okay, I'll lead the team myself. Zheng Haotian's eyes suddenly became firm. He wanted to lead the mecha brigade deep into the zombie army and find a zombie king. No, lord, you can't go in person. It's too dangerous. Wang Li subconsciously uttered the disrespectful refusal. Then she knelt down hurriedly and said, My lord, please forgive me. I was too anxious and said the wrong thing, but you really can't put yourself in danger. If something happens to you, everything will be in vain. Don't worry, I will be fine, but I really need to do it myself this time. Otherwise, how can I boost everyone's morale? Zheng Haotian did not blame Wang Li, but smiled and said, But Zheng Haotian did not give Wang Li a chance to stop him. He threw out the mecha capsule and said loudly, All members of the mecha brigade, follow me into battle. As you command, lord. A loud voice was heard, and 8 mechas took off almost at the same time. The base's strongest force went into battle again. My lord, please be careful. Zheng Haotian's choice of meaninglessness was also correct. When they flew out of the base, there was a light in everyone's eyes that was the light of hope. Pay attention to your surroundings. This time, our goal is to find the zombie king. If we can destroy it, that would be great. If not, lure it into the attack range of the intelligent giant cannon. Judging from the combat power of the zombie king's servants, the true king of zombies must be even more powerful, so Zheng Haotian didn't even dare to ensure that the intelligent giant cannon could destroy it, let alone relying solely on the power of the mecha. As you command, Lord. The 8 mechas were led by the god of light and the god of darkness. Robert was protecting Zheng Haotian on his side, and the 4 mechas in the back formed an arch to protect Zheng Haotian in the middle. The mechanical servants also knew that the most important thing after fighting was to protect the Lord. When a mecha flew into the range of the zombie army, a large group of flying zombies soon flew over in an overwhelming manner, aiming to stop them. But how could a mere flying zombie withstand the fire of the mecha? After destroying the first group of flying zombies, a shrill scream was heard, and 3 giant zombies with 3 heads and 6 arms took off into the air. They were exactly the same as the previous general-level zombies. 3 general-level zombies? It seems that the Zombie King is nearby. Zheng Haotian was not surprised, but happy. The strengthening of the defense undoubtedly indicated that the Zombie King they were looking for must be nearby. God of Light, God of Darkness, unite. Take care of them quickly. As you command, Lord. Following Zheng Haotian's order, the Light God Mecha and the Dark God Mecha quickly approached each other, followed by a flash of black and white light, and a black and white light ball appeared in the air. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, a black and white mecha that was a circle larger than the Light God Mecha just now appeared in the air. Chaos Cannon. Black and white shells were fired from behind the Light and Dark God Mech and directly hit the nearest general-level zombie. The mysterious black and white shells looked extremely ordinary, just like ordinary balls, but the moment they came into contact with the general-level zombies. Boom! A beam of white light came out from the point where the shell hit, and the entire air fell into silence. The next moment, a fine black line appeared. This attack almost broke the space. It's so strong, Zheng Haotian said in disbelief. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for killing a general-level zombie, and be rewarded with a first-level source core. Only after hearing the system prompt sound did Zheng Haotian finally confirm that the blow just now had actually destroyed a general-level zombie with 1 blow. My lord, leave the remaining 2 to us. You go find the Corpse King. The voices of Kid and Kate came from the mecha, and at this moment a laser sword with alternating light and dark appeared in the hand of the mecha. As soon as he finished speaking, the Light and Dark God mecha quickly flew towards the remaining 2 general-level zombies and started fighting with them. Go! Trust them! As you command, Lord. The remaining 6 mechas, led by 2 Four Elephants mechas and followed by the other 2, flew deeper into the zombie core. Now looking from the air, the zombie core underground was still endless, and they also did not find any trace of the Zombie King. Why can't we find it? Zheng Haotian frowned, because a larger group of flying zombies were approaching them. In a huge base on a huge platform on top of the giant white tower, a person was watching a huge display screen. Is this the powerful technology you mentioned? If you failed because of this, it is understandable. Harold looked at his men in front of him. When he heard that they had missed a level 3 origin core, he couldn't help but want to kill them. However, when he saw the powerful mechas of Zheng Haotian and others through the LCD screen, he uttered such kind words. Master Harold, if our main city can obtain this technology, it may be more meaningful than upgrading it to the next level. Hearing this, Harold didn't say anything, but shook the recliner under him and gave a strange look. Chapter 150. The Corpse King appears on Catherine's throne. Swish! The blazing laser sword swept through the flying zombies. Zheng Haotian finally chose to engage in close combat with this group of newly emerged flying zombies. After all, artillery shells consume relatively more energy, and now they haven't found the target Corpse King yet, so they must save energy as much as possible. Moreover, during the battle, Zheng Haotian always had an inexplicable feeling, as if someone was really spying on everything, but he couldn't find any evidence. Swish! With another sword, a flying zombie was split in half and fell from the air. My lord, my mecha is faster. If I go deeper, I might be able to find the trace of the Corpse King. Colin's voice came from the wind god mecha. He could use the power of the wind around him. In terms of speed, he was indeed the fastest. Okay, but you must be extremely careful, Zheng Haotian reminded them. Now, they were entangled by a group of flying zombies, and it would take a lot of time to kill all of them. So Colin's proposal was a good idea, and Zheng Haotian did not refuse. Understood. Please rest assured, Lord. Colin took advantage of the situation to chop away the zombies blocking his way, then quickly broke through. The flying zombies immediately surrounded them upon seeing this, but Robert quickly stood up, roared, and said, "Where are you going? Your opponent is me." Swish! The laser sword chopped continuously, and the flying zombies were successfully lured back. The battlefield is now divided into 3 parts. One is the turret defense at the base. One is the fight between the light and dark god mecha and 2 general-level zombies, and the rest is the battle between 5 mechas and a group of flying zombies. After flying away from the battlefield, Colin immediately began to search for the whereabouts of the Zombie King. With the help of his speed, he successfully avoided the encirclement of another group of flying zombies. Damn, where is it? Colin showed human anger. He couldn't afford to waste time. Even the Lord was blocking the zombies for him. Just when Colin was at a loss, he suddenly discovered a strange scene among the zombie army. There's one place where the zombies are particularly dense, as if they are deliberately hiding something. Could it be that? With the idea of trying everything possible, Colin directly launched an artillery attack. A series of wind attribute shells hit the area where the zombies were densely packed. Boom! With a loud roar, the dense zombies were instantly turned into debris. At the same time, a huge figure appeared below. No one could have imagined that the Zombie King would hide among ordinary zombies and let these ordinary zombies trample on him. If it weren't for Colin's attempt, they would probably not be able to truly discover the existence of the Zombie King, even if they searched the entire zombie army. Huh, I finally found you. Take my shot. Colin laughed loudly, and the wind god cannon was fired again. A series of shells hit the huge body of the corpse king hard. Howl! Bang! With a roar, a huge figure slapped the ground and jumped directly into the air, performed a difficult backflip, and then landed heavily on the ground. It is simply a foul that a body as tall as a 10-story building can still perform such flexible movements. It can't be hurt at all. Colin was shocked when he saw that the wind god's cannon had no effect on the corpse king. Howl! Just as Colin was shocked, the corpse king moved. After a roar, the huge body soared into the sky, and the huge palm was swung towards the wind god mecha in the air. Bang! The wind god mecha, which was originally of considerable size, was like a bug under the palm of the corpse king. It had no time to react and was directly slapped away. Colin's whole body was shocked. An alarm sounded from inside the mecha. The previous attack almost destroyed the mecha. No, we have to retreat quickly. This was the only thought in Colin's mind at the moment. It seemed that the corpse king thought the function mecha was nothing big at all. He did not target this little bug, but turned around directly. His 3 huge heads looked at Zheng Haotian and others who were fighting with the flying zombies at the same time. Colin's hair stood on end when he saw this. This was the prelude to the corpse king's attack. "My lord, be careful." Colin shouted towards Zheng Haotian as loudly as he could. God helps those who work hard. Zheng Haotian turned his head and looked over. At this moment, there were only a few flying zombies left, so he successfully saw the huge monster. Is this the corpse king? Get ready for battle. Zheng Haotian hesitated for a moment and immediately gave the order. Compared with this behemoth, the flying zombies were nothing. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for killing a general-level zombie, and be rewarded with a first-level source core. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, and the battle on the side of the light and dark god mecha was about to end. Howl! The speed of the corpse king was faster than expected. It leaped up and moved at almost supersonic speed, arriving in front of Zheng Haotian and others in the next second. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for killing a general-level zombie, and be rewarded with a first-level source core. Before the attack was launched, another prompt sounded, and the figure of the light and dark god mecha quickly came to Zheng Haotian's side. The corpse king did not launch an attack at the first moment, but instead looked at Zheng Haotian, who was in the mecha, and the function mecha also came to the team at the same time. My lord, the speed and attack power of this corpse king are very strong, Colin said in a serious tone. I understand. Zheng Haotian nodded slightly. Judging from the opponent's acceleration just now, it can be seen that this is definitely not an ordinary opponent. What are you waiting for? Let's start the war. Zheng Haotian roared. The corpse king has appeared, and the next step is a fierce battle. The war outside the base was in full swing, and the people inside the base did not stop at all. Fong boy, hurry up, Xiaoyi urged. That's right. Now is the critical moment. Don't let me down, said the waiter impatiently. If Catherine's throne mecha is completed, this crisis will not be a big deal, Santa said seriously. Sweat kept pouring down Fang Tian's forehead. The three little scientific research robots' words were simply a serial call of death. He also wanted to make one as soon as possible. Don't rush me, young seniors. I'm already doing it as fast as I can. Fang Tian responded helplessly. No, it has to be faster, the waiter urged again. Fang Tian had no choice but to keep silent and directly press the button for the last step. The level of this mecha has surpassed the previous ones. The energy core seems to be insufficient, so this energy core has to be used up. Fang Tian held a deep blue crystal in his hand. This was the only energy core that Zheng Haotian obtained from the Research Institute. It must succeed. Chapter 151. The Dawn of Victory in the Fierce Battle. Bang! Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. As soon as the battle began, the Corpse King dealt them a heavy blow. With such powerful strength and unavoidable speed, the Zombie King hit all the mechas like basketballs, without any chance of fighting back. All that could be heard was the sound of the Corpse King's huge palm colliding with the solid metal shells of the mechas, followed by the mechas flying up and down continuously. My lord, this is not a good way to go on. Our mecha won't last much longer, Robert warned. But how could Zheng Haotian not know this? He was just beaten a little bit, and for a moment he didn't know how to deal with this powerful Corpse King. When the enemy advances, we retreat. Four words suddenly appeared in Zheng Haotian's mind. Since he couldn't win, there was nothing to consider. The best option was to avoid the fight temporarily. Howl! The Corpse King howled again and waved his huge palm like a palm leaf fan. In the next second, he was about to slam the Wind God Mecha to the ground, but this time Colin dodged it. My lord, I'm even faster, Colin said excitedly. At the critical moment, his control over the Function Mecha was further improved. Stop talking nonsense and retreat immediately. The main gun of the intelligent giant cannon on the city wall had already been charged. Since he was no match for the Corpse King in hand-to-hand combat, Zheng Haotian decided to let the Corpse King taste the power of the intelligent giant cannon. Clear. Colin quickly caught up with the retreating team, but how could the Corpse King watch these little bugs escape from him? He kicked the ground with his feet angrily, leaped up and chased after the Mecha Brigade, his speed once again exceeding the speed of sound. We will be caught up soon like this. For elephant mechas, it's time to combine. As you command, Lord. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the four natural phenomena, correspond to four majestic natural forces. When Zheng Haotian gave the order for the four elephants mecha to combine, the three big heads of the Corpse King who were chasing them actually revealed a trace of fear on their faces and stopped immediately. Whoosh, swish, boom, rumble. The sound of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Suddenly, the sky became dark, and the combination of the four mechas actually subtly changed the celestial phenomena. Four mechas of the same shape disappeared in the lightning, and a huge blue-white mecha with a lightning halo appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Don't fire, let's just retreat. Colin, as the main operator of the fusion mecha, was about to try to let the Corpse King taste the new four-elephant cannonball, but Zheng Haotian ordered him to stop it. As you command, Lord. Although he was a little confused, Colin naturally chose to obey the Lord's orders as they were heavy as a mountain. Everyone come around. I will use the wind acceleration to take you with me. After the fusion of the four elephants mecha, they gained some abilities that they did not have before, including a breathtaking speed increase. If we let them deal with the Corpse King now, they might be able to gain some speed advantage. However, Zheng Haotian does not intend to take this gamble. His goal is to completely destroy this Corpse King. Howl! Even though it was only a moment of fear, it made the Corpse King feel very unhappy. As the king of a zombie army numbering tens of millions, he was actually scared by a small insect. Bang! He slammed the ground with both palms, changed from landing on both feet to landing on all fours, and the next second he chased after Zheng Haotian and others at a faster speed than before. It turned out that this was his real running form. Just as the Zombie King personally arrived at the battlefield to fight, all the zombies became like chickens with their blood pumped up and attacked the city walls one after another. Why hasn't the Lord come back yet? These zombies have suddenly become so ferocious, and the energy cannon is seriously insufficient. Liu Laowu looked solemn. They were already at a disadvantage, and if their weapons were not supplied with energy, it would be like adding insult to injury, making people feel like a rainy day with a leaking roof. Look, what are those? They are our Lord. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Just when Liu Laowu and others were thinking about Zheng Haotian, he brought his men back, Seeing the dense zombies outside the city wall, Zheng Haotian directly ordered a concentrated bombing. The mechas opened fire one after another, and after the next second of bombing, the number of zombies near the city wall decreased by one circle. "Greetings, Lord. May I ask if you have found the Corpse King?" Wang Li asked hurriedly. Zheng Haotian gave all the coordination work to her, so she had to be aware of all the situations in order to make the best offensive plan. "Wait a little longer, it will be here soon." Zheng Haotian did not answer directly, but used an alternative way of answering. Hearing what Zheng Haotian said, Wang Li also followed his gaze and looked towards the zombie army outside the city wall. "I saw a creature like a 10-meter-long giant bear running wildly on the ground. The ordinary zombies and even the first-level mutant zombies along the way were stomped into pieces by it. Is this the Corpse King? Your lordship, it's too big." Wang Li showed an expression similar to Zheng Haotian's before. Logically speaking, zombies are caused by humans or animals being infected by viruses, but what kind of creatures are the infected bodies of those huge zombies? Shaking his head, Zheng Haotian stopped worrying about this unimportant question. He directly called up the control panel of the intelligent cannon. He wanted to let the Corpse King see the power of the cannon. "Four symbols Mecha, light and dark god Mecha. You go and entangle the Corpse King, and never allow it to get close to the city wall. Then pay attention to my instructions at all times. Once I tell you to get out of the way, you must immediately fly into the sky." Zheng Haotian gave the order in a serious tone. "As you command, Lord." The two fusion mechas rushed towards the powerful Corpse King without hesitation. Although there was a gap in strength, this time, everyone held the mentality of success or death. Zheng Haotian's eyes were as sharp as torches. He moved the aiming point of the giant cannon, aiming directly at the head in the middle of the Corpse King. "Watch me blow you to pieces with one shot," Zheng Haotian said, secretly gritting his teeth. "Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The time is now. Get out of my way." Zheng Haotian's familiar voice was transmitted into the two mechas, and then the four elephants mecha and the light and dark god mecha that were fighting the Corpse King quickly changed direction and flew straight into the sky, leaving the three confused Corpse Kings behind. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound was heard, and the space was once again filled with fine black lines, and the head in the middle of the Corpse King disappeared silently. Bang! The huge body slowly fell to the ground, and the Corpse King was actually killed by just one shot. "We did it!" Zheng Haotian showed a look of ecstasy. The dawn of victory was just around the corner. Chapter 152. The city wall was damaged after being divided into 3 parts. The joy did not last long. When Zheng Haotian looked intently outside the city gate, his face changed instantly. How is this possible? The Corpse King, whose head was blown off, actually stood up slowly with his hands on the ground, and blood sprouts were actually coming out of his bald neck, as if something was trying to drill out. Zheng Haotian was shocked. This operation was simply against the will of heaven. 4 elephant cannon, fire! Colin's voice came from the 4 elephants mecha, and then a cannonball surging with blue-purple light was shot out from behind the 4 elephants mecha, heading straight for the newly grown head of the Corpse King. Swish! Boom! A figure flashed, and the Corpse King's huge body actually moved down by the length of his head, just enough to dodge the 4 symbols cannon. The powerful 4 symbols cannon bombarded the dense group of zombies. Accompanied by a roar and a shocking lightning, a large open space appeared behind the zombie king, and all the zombies there evaporated on the spot. It was actually dodged. Colin couldn't believe it. The speed of the 4 symbols cannon was almost instantaneous. Even though the Corpse King was injured, he still had such a fast reaction speed. Careful! The next second, Zheng Haotian's anxious voice reached Colin's ears, and the 4 elephants mecha quickly turned and avoided the slap attack of the giant at lightning speed. If Zheng Haotian had not noticed the movements of the Corpse King, who would have thought that this guy could continue to attack without stopping after dodging the attack? Everyone, please be careful around you. Robert and Zheng Haotian both landed on the city wall at this moment. There were only 2 combined mechas in the air, the 4 symbols mecha and the light and dark god mecha. They were the ones that Zheng Haotian reminded. However, the Corpse King's attack just now seemed to be just a warning. After the attack, it landed directly on the ground, and the head that had been blown off had successfully grown out. "My lord, it's not moving." Robert said in confusion that after the Corpse King missed its attack just now, it just stood there quietly without moving. Zheng Haotian also showed a look of doubt on his face. Could it be that the attack of this zombie king also has an intermission period like that of ordinary zombies? The reason I think so is that when the zombie king stopped attacking, those ordinary zombies also stupidly stopped where they were, and it was so eerie that it looked like a still picture. Something's wrong, Lord, it seems to be. Wang Li suddenly spoke, but she didn't know what to say halfway through her words. Does it want to split? When Zheng Haotian saw the appearance of the Corpse King outside the city wall, a term from the high school biology textbook suddenly appeared in his mind. Howl! The Corpse King let out another terrifying howl, and the dark night seemed to light up in an instant. I saw its 3 heads shaking constantly, and a horrified expression appeared on its face, which made people feel creepy. The next moment, cracks appeared on the Corpse King's body, followed by another scream coming from the mouths of its 3 heads. Really it cracked. The Corpse King was successfully split into 3 parts. Except for its smaller body and smaller head, it looked no different from before. Snort! Oh no! Everyone be careful. Zheng Haotian keenly observed the movements of the Corpse King. It was about to launch an attack. The 4 mechanical servants in the 4 elephants' mecha all showed solemn expressions. It was already difficult to deal with one powerful Corpse King, and now there were 3 of them at once, which simply raised the difficulty from normal to hell level. The 3 Corpse Kings made a reasonable division of labor. One entangled the 4 elephants' mecha, one attacked the light and dark mecha, and the last one aimed at the city wall of the base. Zheng Haotian knew from the beginning that the Zombie King was different from ordinary zombies. Its intelligence was definitely not lower than that of ordinary humans. Its strategy of gradually breaking down the city walls and accurately discovering that they were the key to stopping the zombie army had already demonstrated its intelligence vividly and exquisitely. The main gun is still charging, so we can only try the secondary gun. Zheng Haotian thought to himself that it was not good, and at the same time, he controlled the 2 secondary guns of the intelligent giant cannon to aim at the Corpse King rushing towards the city wall. Whoosh! The fire from the secondary guns cut through the space and accurately hit the Corpse King, leaving 2 large holes in its originally hard body. Great, it works! Zheng Haotian said happily, but he was soon slapped in the face. He was too happy too early. The 2 big holes on the Corpse King's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after walking a few more steps, there was no trace of them at all. How is this possible? Zheng Haotian has been shocked too many times by this Corpse King. Its abilities are simply beyond human imagination. My lord, let me stop it. Robert asked for battle. Now, in the entire base, except for Zheng Haotian himself, he is the one with the strongest individual combat ability. Although he is still far inferior to the Corpse King, he must stand up. Be careful. I will operate the secondary gun to assist you. Zheng Haotian said very seriously that it would be life-threatening to use a single mecha to deal with a zombie king. Leave it to me, Lord. Robert controlled the mecha into the air and rushed towards the Corpse King with the momentum of the wind is whistling and the Yishui River is cold. The 2 secondary guns were still cooling down. 1 minute was not a long time, but it was not a short time at this critical moment. Stop it! Robert roared and moved forward as the shells behind the mecha were fired. He swung the laser sword rapidly, and it hit the Corpse King almost at the same time as the shells. Swish! The laser sword was swung, and the sound of metal colliding was heard, but the Corpse King's body surface only had a white mark. This attack did not even break through the Corpse King's basic defense. The shells also failed to have much impact on the Zombie King. It didn't even care about Robert, the little bug, and walked slowly towards the base. Damn it! Stop it! Robert directly hit the Corpse King's head. Even the Corpse King was caught off guard by this blow. It staggered, and an angry expression appeared on its face. It swung its huge palm towards Robert. Robert, who was about to dodge, suddenly became stiff for a moment and was slapped away by the Corpse King, falling heavily to the ground. Robert! Zheng Haotian yelled angrily, but there was nothing he could do. The Corpse King did not lose his temper after slapping Robert away. He strode towards the city wall and then slapped it hard, hitting the wall heavily. Warning! Warning! The city wall is under attack. Please pay attention, Lord. A loud sound appeared in Zheng Haotian's ears. The city wall was actually damaged by this attack. Chapter 153. Catherine's Throne Goes to War. The city wall began to shake noticeably. Although it was divided into 3 parts, the strength of the Corpse King was hardly affected. His powerful strength was simply not something that the little protection of the city wall could withstand. Concentrate your artillery attacks. Hit its head. Zheng Haotian gave an order, not allowing the Corpse King to continue destroying the city wall. As you command, Lord. The turret began to fire continuously at the Corpse King. The rumbling sounds continued, but it was like tickling, and it didn't even make the Corpse King turn around and target the turret. Bang! Bang! Stop it! Seeing the Zombie King hitting the city wall, Robert struggled to fly up from the ground, wielding the laser sword and stabbing it hard into the Zombie King's left eye. The Corpse King still had its sense of pain, and Robert's attack made it roar in pain. It stopped hitting the city wall, and instead slapped Robert away, then covered its bleeding left eye. Robert. Zheng Haotian's voice was hoarse. He didn't know whether Robert could still survive. He didn't even know how many more hits the city wall could withstand from the Zombie King. Smart giant cannon, get better soon. Zheng Haotian roared in his heart. It seemed that the base sensed Zheng Haotian's mood, and the secondary gun of the smart giant cannon finally cooled down. Fall down. Zheng Haotian controlled the two secondary guns of the intelligent cannon and aimed closely at the Corpse King's head. Whoosh. Bang. No. How is this possible? Zheng Haotian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The Corpse King outside the city wall actually performed a difficult turning movement. This is not the most important thing. The key is that it just avoided the bombardment of the intelligent cannon, and the next attack will take a full minute to cool down. How? The bleeding on the Corpse King's left eye stopped, but it did not fully recover like before. Its vision was still half missing because it had its left eye tightly closed at this moment. Let's stop it. Feng Songlong stood up and said, since the mecha can no longer stop the Corpse King, let their special power team take action. No, you have no protection on you and will be infected by zombies. Zheng Haotian rejected it outright. The most powerful thing about zombies is not their hard bodies or powerful attack power, but their ability to infect silently. So Zheng Haotian has always only let the mecha brigade fight. But if we continue to let it attack the city wall, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold out for long. Feng Songlong tried to persuade Zheng Haotian. A conflicted look appeared on Zheng Haotian's face. Feng Songlong was right. He could clearly see the durability of the city wall. The part that had just been hit had only 80 of its durability left. As long as you have a little wound, it will be infected, and then there will be no cure. Zheng Haotian said heavily. There is no other way, my lord. No, maybe there is a way. At this moment, Wang Li interrupted their argument, because an extremely colorful light appeared at the mecha platform, as if something extraordinary had appeared. What is that? At the mecha platform, Fang Tian's face showed ecstasy. He succeeded again, and this was his first attempt using the energy core. He did not expect that the energy that erupted would be so terrifying. Catherine's throne is born. You succeeded, Fang Boy. Xiaoi showed a look of relief on his face. It's all thanks to our good guidance. The waiter said bluntly. Kid Fang is very good. Tell Catherine to come over. Sander said calmly. I'm already here. While the three small research robots were talking, Catherine had already reached the mecha platform with steady steps. Just now she was almost ready to go out of the base to deal with the Zombie King herself, but a feeling told her that it would be better to wait a little longer, and it inexplicably guided her towards the mecha platform. And the moment she saw the birth of Catherine's throne mecha, she knew that it belonged to her. Queen Catherine, the city wall is in danger. Please get into the mecha quickly, said the two mechanical servants beside her. Catherine nodded, took light steps, and then, as if gravity disappeared, she jumped directly into the throne mecha that was glowing with colorful light. Buzz! Without any hesitation, Catherine's throne rose into the air. The next second, the Corpse King who was about to hit the city wall staggered and almost fell to the ground. This could it be? Zheng Haotian looked at the exquisite Catherine throne mech that appeared above the city wall and subconsciously thought of the research projects of the three previous scientific research robots. My lord, Catherine is late. Leave the rest to me. Catherine, be careful. It reacts very quickly. When Zheng Haotian heard Catherine's voice, he quickly gave her a warning. Catherine didn't reply because the Zombie King attacked again. Inside Wei Tai's base, the envoy, whose body was hidden in a black robe, looked at the zombie imprisoned in the iron cage, and then turned to look at Wei Tai. 3 hours have passed. Since it has been upgraded to the main city, why hasn't it dealt with these few zombies yet? The envoy sounded a little puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, the strength of this zombie attack is probably determined by the level of base construction. Upgrading the main city can't solve the problem. It only proves one thing, that his base construction was very strong from the beginning, which is simply beyond my reach. After several contacts, Wei Tai had gained a certain understanding of Zheng Haotian. This person is extremely cautious and relatively kind. He is able to help someone he is not very familiar with and give advice to the Lord from time to time. But this does not mean that Zheng Haotian is easy to bully. His thinking is also very logical, which is proportional to the strength of his base construction. Without strong command capabilities, how could he obtain so many resources through his peasants? Moreover, from some unofficial information, Wei Tai knew that the loyalty of the peasants in Zheng Haotian's base was terribly high. As he also has subordinates with a loyalty level of 100 points, he knows better what this means. So you still want to wait for him to complete this mission first? With our support, it is only a matter of time before you upgrade to the main city. You don't need to worry about him at all. The envoy said indifferently. This is different. He relies on himself for every step, and he also. Wei Tai did not continue speaking, but his determination was already very firm. What if he really can't survive this zombie crisis? This has happened before. A high level of base construction doesn't mean everything. Wei Tai shook his head, looked into the distance with a confident look, and said lightly, I believe him. Chapter 154. First kill of the Corpse King on the 8th floor of the White Tower. Zheng Haotian didn't know that someone was silently watching him. Now all his energy was focused on the Corpse King in front of him. Howl! The attack from Catherine's thrown mecha made the Corpse King howl in anger. It did not expect that a mere little bug could be so arrogant in front of it. The huge figure of the Corpse King flashed, and the next second he appeared directly above Catherine's thrown mecha and attacked Catherine hard, but unexpectedly missed. Bang! The zombie king slammed the ground with both his palms, and another large group of ordinary zombies became scapegoats and turned into debris on the ground. It's my turn to attack next, Catherine said lightly, as if she didn't take this powerful Corpse King seriously at all. With colorful light flashing, Catherine's thrown mecha instantly disappeared from its original place and appeared in front of the Corpse King the next moment. Swish! The colorful laser sword was swung, and the originally extremely hard skin was actually cut with an obvious bloody mark, and the Corpse King also let out a cry of pain. Boom! The attack was effective, but Catherine's thrown mecha did not stop. It fired a cannon from its left hand, directly blasting the Corpse King back repeatedly. Catherine, well done. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but praise loudly. This scene really boosted morale. Taking advantage of this momentum, Zheng Haotian ordered the artillery to attack regardless of the consumption of energy, and suddenly all the zombies within 5 meters outside the city wall were wiped out. If there weren't some zombie remnants underneath, I'm afraid no one would believe that zombies ever existed here. Now the battlefield is still divided into 3 parts, but the 4 elephants mecha and the light and dark god mecha are all suppressed by the Corpse King. Only Catherine's throne is in the upper hand, and it is more than just a little advantage. Howl! At this moment, the 3 separated Corpse Kings howled at the same time, as if they were conveying some message. Don't even think about it. Catherine cursed angrily and controlled the throne mecha to speed up again, directly catching up with the Corpse King who wanted to meet up with the other 2. Boom! Another shot was fired, and a hole as big as a bowl suddenly appeared in the Corpse King's body. Ah! A scream of pain came from the Corpse King's mouth, and the big hole in its body began to ooze out a green, smelly liquid. It was no longer possible for its body to heal. Colin, kid, pay attention. Although Catherine tried her best to stop the zombie king, it still escaped from its attack range and successfully joined up with 2 other zombie kings that were almost unharmed. Catherine had no choice but to scream to remind Colin in the 4 elephants mecha and Kid in the light and dark god mecha. What are they going to do? Are they going to merge together again? Zheng Haotian had already guessed the Corpse King's next move. That's right, they actually merged into one and once again formed a 3-headed Corpse King. What no one expected was that the fused Corpse King was actually a bit larger than the original one. The fused Corpse King hardly stopped and rushed directly towards Catherine's throne, still giving her a slap without any embellishment. Bang! The sudden acceleration prevented Catherine from reacting in time, and the mecha was knocked out heavily. Fortunately, Catherine had already opened the energy shield of the mecha in advance, so the damage to the mecha was not serious, but the durability of the energy shield was reduced a lot. This guy is much stronger than before. You 2 stay here to assist me. Remember not to get attacked by him. Catherine looked stern. The The Corpse King that just split apart was no match for her, but this one was completely different. She had to deal with it more seriously. Understood. Your Majesty. Colorful light flashed behind Catherine, and she rushed towards the combined Corpse King, attacking him with a cannon in her left hand and a laser sword in her right hand. Swish! Boom! The speed of the Corpse King did increase a bit after the fusion, but its huge body still affected it a little. It could hardly avoid the attacks of mechas as small as Catherine's throne. Both the artillery fire and the lightsaber actually hit the Corpse King, leaving indelible marks on it. With a cry of pain, the Corpse King's eyes gradually turned red, a sign that it was about to enter a state of frenzy. My lord, the Corpse King seems to be much weaker than before. Should we give it another heavy blow, we might be able to kill it. Wang Li's eyes revealed a wise look. Wait a minute, I'm looking for an opportunity. Zheng Haotian also discovered the changes in the Corpse King, so he had already used 2 secondary guns to track and aim at the 2 heads of the Corpse King. As soon as the main gun was cooled down, he would fire 3 shots in a row to blow off all 3 heads of the Corpse King. Bang! Bang! The 4 elephants mecha and the light and dark god mecha found an opportunity and went up to attack the Corpse King twice. Although they could not really hurt the Corpse King, it was enough to prevent it from focusing on dealing with the powerful attack from Catherine's throne. Howl! With an angry howl, the Corpse King went completely berserk. Boom! Catherine's throne launched another cannon attack, but this time the Corpse King actually blocked the attack with a slap. Even though a big hole appeared on its hand, it didn't care at all and directly used its injured hand to give Catherine's throne a heavy blow. Bang! Catherine's throne fell heavily to the ground. Your Majesty, damn it. Take my shot, Kid said angrily, and the Chaos Cannon fired out. Colin also stood in front of Catherine's throne to prevent the Zombie King from continuing to attack her. The situation suddenly changed, and sweat began to form on Zheng Haotian's forehead. He had to get rid of this Corpse King as soon as possible. 3 more minutes. The main gun of the intelligent giant cannon only has 3 minutes left to cool down, but no one can estimate whether the 3 mechas can survive 3 minutes under the hands of the frenzied Corpse King. Although the secondary gun had already cooled down, Zheng Haotian could not alert the enemy. He had to wait until the main gun had cooled down before he could deal a truly fatal blow to the Corpse King. Hold on. Catherine seemed to sense her lord's thoughts. The throne mecha flew back into the air, and the battle continued. Tick-tick. Sweat kept dripping from Zheng Haotian's forehead, just like the time hands kept moving, and there were only 30 seconds left until the end of 3 minutes. It's almost there. Bang. Under the heavy blow of the Corpse King, the 4 elephants mecha fell heavily to the ground and was unable to get up again for a while. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Catherine, Zheng Haotian shouted, and Catherine's throne moved instantly, and the 3 huge heads of the Corpse King were exposed to the attack of the intelligent cannon. Buzz! A shrill cry was heard, and the 3 heads of the Corpse King standing on the ground had all disappeared. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for successfully killing the Zombie King and obtaining the qualification to live on the 8th floor of the White Tower. Chapter 155 Trial ends. At the same time, the sound of the system prompt rang in the ears of all players who were alive at the moment. Many lords of lower levels in the main cities were able to survive the zombie crisis safely because they temporarily exchanged the weapons that Zheng Haotian and other high-level fighters had placed in the trading center. The King of Loss, Boss Haotian, is awesome. Boss Haotian, please accept my knee. Inside Wei Tai's base, the black-robed envoy spotted Wei Tai, who was in a daze. What happened? Didn't he make it? Wei Tai, whose thoughts were pulled back by the black-robed envoy, laughed crazily. Ha! I knew it. I knew that Brother Haotian would be able to make it. The King of Zombies. Brother Haotian actually killed the King of Zombies. The black-robed envoy was stunned. As he was not a lord, he had no idea about the system's prompt just now. Seeing Wei Tai almost crazy at this moment, he had no doubt that the information was false. Fighting a general-level zombie took up all their strength. He could fully imagine how terrifying it would be facing a king-level zombie, which was 2 levels higher than a general-level zombie. At this moment, he developed an extremely strong interest in Zheng Haotian, whom he had never met before. Kill that zombie. Congratulations to Lord Wei Tai for successfully killing the general-level zombie Iron Corpse and completing the mission. You will be rewarded with a first-level source core. At the same time, Wang Lu base. Bang! A laser shot out, and the huge zombie's head was blown up, and the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu for successfully killing the general-level zombie Iron Corpse and completing the mission. You will be rewarded with a first-level source core. Congratulations to Lord Xia Guang for successfully killing the general-level zombie Iron Corpse and completing the mission. You will be rewarded with a first-level source core. At the same time, several system prompts sounded. Several more lords, whose main cities reached level 3, have completed their tasks. Just when everyone was ready to rejoice, the system notification sound poured cold water on them. Lord Wang Lu sacrificed himself. Lord Lu Qin sacrificed. Lord Chun Dong sacrificed himself. At this moment, all the surviving lords mourned for a long time for the sacrificed lords. Seeing Zheng Haotian's serious expression, Shui Ying stepped forward and held Zheng Haotian's big hand. Looking at Zheng Haotian with concern, Master Haotian, were you injured in the battle just now? Only then did Zheng Haotian regain his consciousness from his previous sadness. Looking down at Shui Ying, whose face was full of anxiety, Zheng Haotian felt warm in his heart. I'm fine, don't worry. Shui Ying would never believe it. No, you have to let Dr. Bien take a look at you. Seeing the determination in Shui Ying's eyes, Zheng Haotian did not refuse and let Shui Ying pull him toward the strategic medical tent temporarily built by Bienyu. From a distance, Shui Ying shouted loudly, Dr. Bien, please check for the Lord to see if he is injured. Bienyu was treating Xiangshan at the moment. Shui Ying's words were like a huge stone falling into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Xiangshan, who was lying on the bed and asking Bienyu to be gentler, immediately jumped up from the bed, looking anxious, and said, What? The Lord is injured. Bienyu was pleased with this scene. Don't move. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Sit down quickly. Why are you still sitting? The Lord is injured. Don't worry about me. Go and see the Lord first. There was no need for Xiangshan to say anything at this moment, as Bienyu had already stood next to the shed. Zheng Haotian looked helpless. It's okay, I'm fine, but Shui Ying is worried, so I want you to see her to feel at ease. It's okay there. Lord Haotian, you didn't look very well just now. Upon hearing this, Bienyu could not stand still and quickly pulled Zheng Haotian to the bed for a thorough examination. How is it, Dr. Bien? Is Lord Haotian okay? Bienyu let out a long breath, and his solemn expression slowly disappeared. Don't worry. The Lord is fine. He just needs to have a good rest. Hearing this, Shui Ying jumped up excitedly and hugged Zheng Haotian, who had just stood up. That's great. Shui Ying, you stay here and help Bien, you take care of the patient. I'm going to go check out the battle situation first. Shui Ying looked shy. Yeah. At this moment, Xiangshan was lying on the bed with a helpless look on his face. He struggled to get up and salute, but was suddenly held down by a big hand. No need to be polite. Have a good rest. We are waiting for you to have a celebration banquet. Turning around, Xiangshan saw Zheng Haotian, who looked concerned. My lord, Before he could say anything, Zheng Haotian's eyes stopped him from saying anything. He could only look at Zheng Haotian with excitement. Xiangshan's loyalty rose to 90. After comforting Shui Ying, Zheng Haotian hurried towards the battlefield. How is it? How many casualties are there? My lord, we have no casualties, but the soldiers all have some injuries. I have sent the seriously injured to Dr. Bienyu, and the less seriously injured are cleaning up the battlefield right now. Zheng Haotian nodded repeatedly. Having such a virtuous wife saved him a lot of trouble. On the battlefield, Zhang Daqiang and others were dealing with the corpses of zombies, and 7 mechas in the air were quickly cooperating with the ground troops to clean up the battlefield. 3 scientific research robots and Fang Yu gathered around Robert. The system notification sounded again. Event: Zombie attack. Progress and first place, Haotian. Second place, Wei Tai. Third place, Wang Lu. Fourth place, Mechanic. Number 10, Swordmaster. This time the system announced the rankings, and the comment section was once again boiling with excitement. Although many lords died, there were still many powerful lords who survived, which made them see hope. Boss Haotian is still number 1. I was right. It really is Haotian. Boss Haotian, are you still accepting younger brothers? Lieutenant Colonel Wei actually came in second place. He's so strong. He really deserves to be a member of the country. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Wei, did the country send someone here? Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Wei. This time the country has sent rescue workers to help you through this difficult time. As soon as he started talking, he immediately attracted the attention of a large number of lords. Zheng Haotian still did not speak, just silently looked at the contents in the comment section. After this zombie craze, there were fewer unreliable people in the comment section, but there were still some, which made Zheng Haotian secretly relieved. As expected, not all lords would be attacked by zombies at the zombie king level like himself. Lord Wei Tai, I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. Chapter 156, Trial Rewards. As soon as the person at the center of the topic came out, the entire comment section instantly became quiet. Lord Wei Tai, let us first pay tribute to the deceased lords here. Let us observe a minute of silence for them. 1 minute is up. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, I'm going to tell you a good news. As everyone expected, the state sent people here. This time I was able to survive thanks to the state's rescue. So the state also has a plan this time. That is, this time we will integrate all of our lords. Those who are willing to integrate can send me their approximate locations. We will make the next plan after understanding your distribution. After Wei Tai finished speaking, the comment section became active again. Great. We are finally saved, Lieutenant Colonel Wei. I will send you my location right away. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Wei. I have also sent you my location. Please ask the people from the country to come here quickly. If they don't come, I will starve to death here. Hey, who are you kidding? I just passed the trial, so I got a big gift package, right? Don't tell me you didn't receive one. Big gift bag. Oh my God, I almost forgot about this. I'm leaving now, everyone. You guys go ahead and get busy. As soon as this paragraph was posted, the number of people speaking in the comment section suddenly dropped. Zheng Haotian was the same, and just then he remembered about the big gift package. First place in Zombie Tide Defense Battle. Rewards are as follows. Infinite Armor X1. Energy Core X10. 5 Elements Qi Yuan Dan X1. Although he had received it once before, Zheng Haotian's face was still filled with excitement. Click to receive. A flash of light appears, and a very exquisite mecha appears in front of you. This looks like the Iron Man mecha we saw in the movie before, isn't it? Zheng Haotian touched the mecha with excitement on his face. Just when Zheng Haotian's fingers touched the mecha, the entire mecha disintegrated instantly and wrapped Zheng Haotian up in the next second. A gentle female voice sounded. Master, I am your intelligent mecha assistant phantom. Zheng Haotian was surprised. Meng, what can you do? I can help the master to drive the mecha quickly, maintain the mecha, etc. Zheng Haotian secretly felt relieved. It was true. As an otaku in his previous life, he was inevitably a fan of Marvel and was eager to have a mecha one day. And now he is here. Without any pause, Zheng Haotian drove the mecha into the air rapidly with a look of joy on his face. With the experience of driving that huge mecha before, Zheng Haotian was able to fly rapidly in the air very skillfully in just a moment. Because the noise reduction function of the mecha was so strong, Fang Yu and others only discovered this treasure mecha after Zheng Haotian slowly fell down. Fang Yu's eyes lit up. My lord, this is infinite energy mecha. Oh my God, Lord, how could you own this kind of mecha that only exists in legends? Although it was a mechanical voice, it was not difficult to hear the surprise of the scientific research robot shower. What? This is the infinite energy mecha. Fang Yu's face was full of surprise. The scientific research robot shower slowly stepped forward and said, yes, this is an infinite energy mecha. It can convert all energy into its own use. So basically, this mecha has unlimited energy. But I have seen a half-finished product before, but it was many times bigger than this one. My lord, can you let me study this mecha? What the two said also made Zheng Haotian stunned. He thought this was just an ordinary small mecha, but who knew it had such a powerful origin? Is it really that strong? In response to Zheng Haotian's question, the four of them nodded deeply with affirmation. Zheng Haotian was naturally not stingy with such scientific researchers under his command, and he immediately let the mecha detach from his body and give it to them for research. After Fang Yu and his friends left, Zheng Haotian finally remembered what happened in the comment section and quickly opened the private message to send his location to Wei Tai. He immediately saw a bunch of private messages Wei Tai had sent him. Brother Haotian, congratulations. Brother Haotian, thank you for the equipment you gave me before, otherwise I might not be able to pass this level. Brother Haotian, are you there? I have an important matter to discuss with you. Brother Haotian. Seeing these private messages, Zheng Haotian felt a little embarrassed and sent their location. Wei Tai immediately replied, Brother Haotian, you are finally online. Facing Wei Tai's message, Zheng Haotian could only find an extremely reluctant but seemingly reasonable excuse. Brother Wei Tai, I have suffered some serious damage here, so I just opened the private message now. Oh, I see. Do you have time now? I have something very important to discuss with you. Okay, I've finished everything here, you go ahead. Okay, then I'll tell you about our plan. A special envoy has come from my country, but the situation on this side of the country is not optimistic either. So now the higher-ups want us to unite everyone first and see if we can move the bases together or let everyone figure out their own positions. In short, this time we want to unite everyone. Well, okay, Brother Wei, I support this. Now we can only stick together to keep each other warm. Otherwise, sooner or later we will be drowned by this endless tide of zombies. Okay, since you agree, Brother Haotian, we need to start as soon as possible. Let everyone rest for a day or two. I will sort out everyone's information and contact you then. By the way, Brother Haotian, the phone you gave me last time? It's okay. I have a lot here. I'll get a few for Brother Wei later. After sending 3 mobile phone messages to Wei Tai and confirming that neither Wang Lu nor Xia Wang had sent him a private message, Zheng Haotian slowly closed the chat box. There were so many zombies on the battlefield that it was dark when we were only halfway through clearing them out. With Kate and 6 other mechanical servants guarding outside the city, it is absolutely safe even at night. All the subordinates gathered in the simulated space at this moment, and the rest area became the current dining hall. Zheng Haotian stood on the platform. I am very happy today that all our brothers are still sitting here intact. Thank you very much for your protection. These peasants had never seen a lord who was so kind to them, just at the moment he spoke. The loyalty of the peasants summoned today increased by 5 points at this moment. My lord, Chapter 157, Late Gift Package. After a night of harvesting, Zheng Haotian raised the loyalty of all his subordinates to over 90, with only 1 or 2 still at 80. The zombies' attack did not cause any damage to the facilities in Zheng Haotian's territory. Chef Liu and the beautiful cook Tian Chiaoer still prepared breakfast as usual. This day is destined to be an extraordinary day. As soon as I got up, system sounds rang in my ears. Congratulations to Lord Wang Lu, the second to be promoted to a 4-star main base and rewarded with a special level 3 infrastructure core. Reward resources with 3,000, stone 2,000, iron or 1,000, food 3,000. Congratulations to Lord Wei Tai, the 3rd main base to be upgraded to a 4-star base and a special level 3 infrastructure core as a reward. Reward resources 3,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron, or 3,000 food. Congratulations! Zheng Haotian immediately opened the comment section. Ha! I and nobody actually have a chance to turn things around. You may not know this, but I've actually been promoted to level 3. What's so great about level 3? Didn't you see that the main cities of Boss Wang Lu, Lieutenant Colonel Wei, and the top 10 bosses have already been upgraded to level 4? No one answered him, and extremely excited voices echoed in the comment section. At this time, Zheng Haotian, who had been paying attention to the content of the comment section, was attracted by a comment. Ah, my main city has been upgraded to level 4. I've finally caught up with Boss Haotian. Xiao Haotian, where are you? Come out quickly and let me see how awesome you are. Hey, who is this person? He is so arrogant that he dares to challenge Boss Haotian. I don't know. It's probably that idiot. He may have gone insane. Zheng Haotian smiled slightly. To be honest, he really liked this atmosphere. He slowly typed a string of content. Haha, not bad. You're good, very powerful. I'll send you my location in a private message later. After this post was sent, Zheng Haotian looked at the comment section with a little confusion. The font color of the message he just sent was unexpectedly different from the previous one. It was no longer white, but blue, which stood out particularly compared to the white text of other lords. The entire comment section paused for 10 seconds because of Zheng Haotian's message. After the pause, the comment section went crazy again. Zhao, what operation blue font? VIP. It turns out that Boss Haotian has activated VIP. I thought he activated G. No wonder Lord Haotian is so powerful. He turns out to be a VIP player. Please tell me how to upgrade to VIP, Mr. Haotian. The comment section was filled with barges of comments, and private messages flashed rapidly. As soon as I opened it, I saw the private message from Wei Tai. Lord Wei Tai, Brother Haotian, is yours really a VIP? Zheng Haotian was also puzzled. After a few breaths, he replied to Wei Tai, Brother Wei, I don't know why the font is blue. Lord Wei Tai, what will happen then? Just as the two were wondering, a loud system voice rang in their ears. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to be promoted to a 5-star main base, and rewarded with a special level 4 infrastructure core and a gift package. The crazy comment section paused again, and after the pause, the comment section exploded again. Brother Haotian is awesome. Brother Haotian, I will always be your most loyal little brother. When did Boss Haotian reach level 5? Is he that strong? Boss Haotian. Zheng Haotian himself had already closed the comment section and went to receive the newbie gift package. No one knows whether there will be another wave of zombies suddenly attacking, and as a master of time management, he naturally will not waste a single moment of time. Last time, I received a bunch of special drawings in the novice gift package. What will it be this time? Zheng Haotian thought with great anticipation. Open the gift bag. First base upgrade to level 5 gift pack. Rewards are as follows. A heavy military factory. Reward resources. Wood 8,000, stone 8,000, iron 8,000, food 8,000. Faced with so many resources, Zheng Haotian couldn't suppress the joy on his face. Master Haotian, what's the matter? You look so happy. Shui Ying's extremely gentle voice quickly drew Zheng Haotian's attention back. Ha ha, Shui Ying, our base can be expanded quickly again. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Shui Ying was excited. Great, this way our base will be safer, and Master Haotian won't have to take such risks. The two of them went straight to the cafeteria, talking and laughing, and everyone was already waiting in the cafeteria. As soon as Zheng Haotian arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. My lord. Well, everyone, don't be so polite. You all worked hard yesterday. Come and have breakfast. After that, you can have a good rest today. You don't have to work anymore. Upon hearing this, Liu Laowu said anxiously, Lord, I don't need to rest. Please don't chase me away. The others also looked at Zheng Haotian anxiously and were very afraid that Zheng Haotian would let them rest. To them, they would be useless if they were not allowed to do anything. Facing these loyal subordinates who only wanted to contribute to the base, why was it so difficult to let them take a day off? Zheng Haotian thought. Suddenly Zheng Haotian's eyes lit up. Okay, then I won't let you rest today. I'll give you a new task. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, his restless subordinates finally calmed down. As long as there was something to do, they would do anything. After a short breakfast, except for the two cooks and Feng Yu, who was rarely seen in the cafeteria, everyone else followed Zheng Haotian to the summoning platform, ready to start today's summoning. The barrage of comments in the comment section remains unabated. Everyone be quiet. I found out why the chat font of Haotian Boss is blue. What's the reason? Isn't it said that VIP players can have blue fonts? Don't make any noise. Let the brother above speak. In less than a moment, the entire comments section fell silent. Everyone knows that I have a scholar farmer. I just asked him, and he actually knows why Haotian Boss's chat font is blue. I won't disgust you all or keep you in suspense. The reason why Boss Haotian's chat font is blue is because his main city has been upgraded to level 5. And if you upgrade further, you will also have purple fonts, gold fonts, etc. After the Lord finished his speech, the entire comments section exploded again. That's actually the case. Isn't Haotian a VIP? It's confirmed. Boss Haotian is undoubtedly G. Otherwise, how could he reach level 5 so quickly? He is simply not a human being. Those lords who had just upgraded their territory gods to level 4 were even more surprised. When they had just upgraded to level 4, they were stunned by the upgrade conditions of the level 5 main city. This is too scary. The resources needed to upgrade the main city to level 5 are terrifying. I don't even have 1 million pieces of wood. 1 million pieces of wood. Can I hope to reach level 5 in this lifetime? At this moment, Zheng Haotian, the center of the topic, had no idea how much shock his bright blue font had once again brought to the lords of the entire world. Chapter 158 Population Upstarts. Zheng Haotian Base. Liu Laowu looked in the direction ahead and looked at Zheng Haotian expectantly. Lord, are you taking us to meet our new partners today? Zheng Haotian didn't say anything, but just nodded slowly. The level 5 main city was so much larger than the previous level 4 main city that it took Zheng Haotian and others more than 10 minutes to complete the journey that used to take 3 minutes. It seems that I will need a means of transportation to travel in the future. Zheng Haotian said to Shui Ying helplessly. Start summoning. Name Bian Cheng. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 100 to 100. Ability, collection, treatment. Special ability, cure all diseases with medicine. As long as there is the right medicine, there is no disease that cannot be cured. Loyalty, 60. When Zheng Haotian saw the first subordinate he summoned, his face was filled with joy. The previous battle revealed that if there was only one doctor, Bianyu, he would definitely not be able to support the needs of the entire base. Unexpectedly, the first person summoned today was a doctor with exactly the same attributes as Bianyu. "I, Bian Cheng, greet my lord." Zheng Haotian quickly stepped forward to help Bian Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground, up. No need to be so polite. Almost at the same time, system prompts sounded in my mind. Farmer Bian Cheng's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Soldier Bian Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. The loyalty of the Soldier Bian Yu has reached 100. Congratulations, Lord. You now have your 23rd Death Warrior. This sudden reminder made Zheng Haotian very happy. At the same time, Bian Cheng had just been helped up by Zheng Haotian when he saw Bian Yu behind him. Senior brother. Junior brother. At this time, Zheng Haotian was very tactful and left enough space for the two of them. At this moment, the second and third farmers were also summoned. Name Jian Weiqi. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness, 300 to 300. Ability, radiation resistance, blasting. Special abilities, super strong physique, can resist 100 millisieverts of radiation, exquisite detonation. Any bomb in his hand can exert a terrifying effect. Loyalty, 60. Name, Li Feixiang. Occupation, farmer. Physical fitness 300300. Ability, radiation resistance, blasting. Special abilities, super strong physique, can resist 100 millisieverts of radiation, exquisite detonation. Any bomb in his hand can exert a terrifying effect. Loyalty, 60. I, Jian Weiqi, greet the Lord. Ali Feixiang, greet the Lord. As soon as he saw the attributes of these two people, Zheng Haotian couldn't stand it. He was worrying about not having soldiers suitable for fighting, but he didn't expect that two of them would come now. He quickly stepped forward and helped the two of them up. No need to be so polite. Please get up quickly. Once again, Zheng Haotian used the same action, the same expression, and the same language. It still made the two people who had just arrived burst into tears, as if they were a talented horse meeting a good horse trainer in his old age. Chen Ming, take them downstairs to rest first. Yes, my lord. You two follow me. Zheng Haotian did not continue to summon the next person. He looked at Chen Ming and the other two who were walking to the side with a confused look on his face and fell into deep thought. The next moment, Zheng Haotian came out of his contemplation and looked at the people behind him with dignity. Zhang Daqiang, Liu Laowu, Qiao Bin, Chen Ming step out. After receiving Zheng Haotian's order, the four of them immediately stood out from the line without any hesitation. My lord, looking at the four people who were saluting, Zheng Haotian's eyes were full of heroism. The four of you stand side by side. Yes. Wang Li, you will be responsible for recording the people who will be summoned later and directing them to the same queue. If there are any special situations, you will be available to handle them. Wang Li responded with a serious face. Yes, Lord. Seeing Zheng Haotian giving orders, Shui Ying's eyes sparkled with stars. Wang Li was very efficient and acted in an orderly manner immediately after receiving the order. Wan Junyi ability, reconnaissance, go to Liu Laowu's team. Fangbo, Shui, ability, mining, go to Qiao Bin's queue. San Genius, ability. After seeing everyone start to line up in an orderly manner, Zheng Haotian turned around and took Shui Ying to walk towards the research institute. Three young seniors, this is how it is done. Not the way you just did it. You little brat, what do you know? As soon as he entered the door of the simulated space, Zheng Haotian heard the noise coming from the laboratory. Perhaps the four of them were too focused and did not notice Zheng Haotian until he walked behind them. Cough. Hearing a cough behind him, Fang Yu quickly turned around. Lord, my lord, please forgive me. Just now, when he turned around and saw Zheng Haotian, Fang Yu quickly knelt down to apologize. But how could Zheng Haotian, a management master, let him kneel down? He directly held up Fang Yu, who was about to kneel down, and said, "It's okay. You don't need to apologize in this situation. I allow you to have this privilege." Zheng Haotian's words immediately made Fang Yu excited, with a gleam of light flashing between his eyes. "You didn't even go to eat breakfast. How can you stay in a lab all day? Zheng Haotian suddenly changed his previous kindness and looked at Fang Yu sternly. To punish you, you must eat breakfast on time every day. Fang Yu was not a summoned peasant. Otherwise, he would have one more death warrior by now. While having breakfast, Zheng Haotian did not see Fang Yu. He knew without a doubt that this guy must have come to the laboratory again. Okay, show me your research progress. Upon hearing about the research progress, Fang Yu's demeanor immediately changed. The four people who had been arguing endlessly became particularly united at this moment because of Zheng Haotian's arrival. They cooperated very tacitly and took Zheng Haotian to visit their masterpieces. Weitai Base. After a whole night, Weitai finally sorted out the locations of all the players. At this moment, Weitai was looking at the player positions that he had just sorted out, thinking anxiously, so much so that he didn't even notice that the man in black robe had arrived behind him. What's wrong? Is there any difficulty? Weitai saw the person coming, shook his head, and said anxiously, Special Envoy, the locations of these lords are too scattered. Even if you want to integrate them, it is not easy. Seeing Weitai's worried face, the black-robed envoy took the drawings from him. The black-robed envoy frowned more and more, and after a long time he slowly uttered a sentence. It is indeed a bit difficult. I will ask the higher-ups to see if there is any solution. In less than a moment, the black-robed envoy slowly walked out of the room, looked at Weitai with a worried look on his face, and slowly shook his head. There is no extra force to help us now. Chapter 159, The Second Wave of Zombie Frenzy. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave of zombies will last for 2 days. Lords, please be prepared. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave of zombies will last for 2 days. Lords, please be prepared. Notice, the second wave of zombies will arrive in 15 days. This wave of zombies will last for 2 days. Lords, please be prepared. Weitai stood up with a look of horror. What? Weitai's actions startled the black-robed envoy, who asked anxiously, What happened? There is a second wave of zombies coming, and it will be in 15 days. This piece of news stunned the black-robed envoy. After a long time, he slowly stood up and walked towards the inner room, which was the place where he usually consulted for information from the organization. Looking at the figure of the black-robed envoy, Weitai fell into deep thought with a worried look on his face. Zheng Haotian was startled by the system's prompt and quickly opened the comment section. At this moment, the comment section was already full of cries for help and wailing. Especially knowing that the next zombie craze would last for 2 days, they were panicked. What? There is a second wave. Is there a third wave or more? Can anyone tell me why? Woo 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 woo. Almost all of my peasants died, and I only managed to survive this time. Why is there a second wave? Mom, I want to go home. Kid, there's no going back. Just accept your fate. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, help me. Is there any news about the people sent by the country? When will they come to rescue us? I don't want to be a lord anymore. I want to live. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Wei. Has there been any news from the country? Didn't they say they would come to rescue us after last night? Why haven't they come yet? At this moment, many weak lords placed all their hopes on the country and on Colonel Wei. Lord Weitai, I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. I will now broadcast an urgent notice. I hope everyone will keep the public screen clean. After Weitai emphasized 3 times in a row, the messages in the world chat box stopped abruptly, waiting for the urgent notification from Lieutenant Colonel Wei. I believe everyone has received the news, but don't be discouraged. Since we have survived the first wave of zombies, we will definitely be able to survive the second and third waves. Fortunately, we have 15 days to prepare this time, but we must make full use of every day. In addition, the organization has considered that some lords may not be able to cope with the second zombie craze, so we have formed a rescue team to send the lords who need rescue to a safe place. If there are any lords who need rescue, please send me a private message as soon as possible. Although we cannot guarantee that we can rescue more people, we will do our best to rescue everyone. Finally, please don't lose heart. Now, if there are any lords who need rescue, please send me a private message as soon as possible. After seeing the news, Zheng Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the country has rescue. Then he opened the private message and sent a message to Weitai. Brother Wei, the organization doesn't need to worry about my safety. Rescue other lords in need first. There was no reply. Zheng Haotian thought for a moment and then typed again. If Brother Wei needs any help, please feel free to contact me. If conditions permit, I can provide some help. After sending this private message, Zheng Haotian immediately closed the chat box. Shuiying, go to the cafeteria and ask Chef Liu to prepare enough dry food. We'll need it after 15 days. At least enough to last for 3 days. Seeing Zheng Haotian's anxious look, Shuiying immediately walked quickly towards the kitchen. Zheng Haotian asked Feng Yu and the other 3 to develop a simplified version of the steel mecha as soon as possible, and then he quickly walked towards the summoning platform. Now he was completely racing against time. He knew that the system would not give them so much time to prepare for no reason. The reason why there's so much preparation time is that there's only one situation, that is, the next wave of zombie attack will definitely be very powerful. This time, a zombie king appeared in just 7 days. What level of zombies will he face next time? Zheng Haotian was secretly shocked. 3-headed corpse king? Or 5-headed corpse king? He didn't know. At this moment, Wei Tai looked at his chat box anxiously. The private messages that flashed dozens of times a minute made Wei Tai very worried. Kwong. The door in front opened. That was where the black-robed envoy had gone before. How's it going, Special Envoy? Is there any news from the organization? Seeing Wei Tai's excited face, the black-robed envoy shook his head vigorously and said with a lonely face, "The higher-ups said that they can't spare any extra forces right now, so if we have any extra forces here, try to mobilize some of them over." This news made Wei Tai's face full of anger. What? How is it possible? How can we have any extra strength here? As soon as he finished speaking, the anger on his face was gradually replaced by loneliness. The black-robed envoy did not answer. To be honest, he felt helpless about this result. He was fully aware of the situation in Wei Tai's territory. If it weren't for the energy gun he brought with him when he came here before, Wei Tai would have probably been killed by the zombies by now. After a long while, Wei Tai slowly raised his head, looking helplessly at the black-robed envoy. So, we can only rely on ourselves. The black-robed envoy nodded helplessly without saying anything. If only we could get together, we would have many solutions. Wei Tai muttered to himself with his head down and lifeless eyes. Hearing Wei Tai's words, the black-robed envoy's eyes lit up and he patted Wei Tai on the shoulder. Yes, we can unite, so we can have a great chance of survival. Wei Tai was in a depressed mood and had no idea what he had just said. He was stunned by the slap from the black-robed envoy. He looked at the black-robed envoy with doubtful eyes. Union? Yeah. Don't you have some kind of lord ranking? If you can unite those powerful lords and cooperate with other lords who are closer, you may be able to survive this zombie crisis. Hearing this, Wei Tai's eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. Yes. Why didn't I think of this method just now? Okay, I'll contact the other lords right now. Chapter 160. Zheng Haotian, who was outmaneuvered by his initial armor. Ding ding. Could it be Brother Wei calling? Zheng Haotian wondered, looking at the unfamiliar number on his phone. Hello, hello. Hearing Zheng Haotian's voice, Wei Tai showed a hint of joy on his face. Brother Haotian, it's me, Wei Tai. Brother Wei, I thought you were busy. I sent you a private message just now, but you didn't reply. What's the matter? Tell me. The previous words were directly ignored by Wei Tai. Okay, then I'll say it. He said in a very low voice. Brother Haotian, we're looking for you this time in the hope of getting your help. Hearing Wei Tai's slightly depressed voice, Zheng Haotian was stunned. Brother Wei, if I can help you, I will definitely do it without hesitation. Wei Tai didn't waste any time and directly told Zheng Haotian about the predicament. The more he listened, the more Zheng Haotian's brows furrowed, and he remained silent for a long time. So, Brother Haotian, Brother Wei won't put any extra pressure on you. Think about it first. If you can, call me anytime. Zheng Haotian said and hung up the phone. To be honest, he was not sure whether he had the absolute strength to overcome the next difficulties. After all, one corpse king is so powerful. If there are more of them, he will not be able to resist them at all. After Wei Tai hung up the phone, his face was full of joy and he immediately opened the chat box. Lord Wei Tai, Lord Zhang Daqiang, please pay attention. Lord Wei Tai, Lord Zhang Daqiang, please pay attention. Lord Wei Tai, Lord Zhang Daqiang, please pay attention. After 3 consecutive announcements, the comment section, which originally only had 1 or 2 sentences floating around, became quiet again. Lord Wei Tai, Lord Zhang Daqiang, please take note. We are about to start rescuing you. Please be prepared to be rescued. Lord Wei Tai, you will be rescued by Lord Haotian. Please contact him in time. Also, please ask the other lords to be prepared to be rescued at any time. After Wei Tai's news came out, the entire comment section exploded again. Long live the organization. We are finally going to be rescued. Lord Zhang Daqiang is so lucky. I don't know when I will be rescued. Hey, Lord Zhang Daqiang doesn't seem to be here. Could he have been eaten by zombies? That's possible. He hasn't responded in such a long time. I don't know what's going on. Seeing the information in the comment section, Wei Tai's face gradually became solemn. If this lord is infected by zombies, then there will be no lord so close to Zheng Haotian's territory. Just when he was feeling depressed, a message appeared which made him feel relieved. Lord Zhang Daqiang, really? Are you really going to rescue me? Thank you to the organization, thank you to Lieutenant Colonel Wei, and thank you to Boss Haotian. Okay, no more talking. I'll go get ready first. After Zhang Daqiang sent the message, he really didn't send any more messages, leaving only a group of puzzled people in the comment section. Only then did Wei Tai slowly turn his attention from the comment section and look at his flashing private messages, as if he was thinking about something. Hello, Lord Wang Lu, I am Wei Tai. Zheng Haotian had no idea that Wei Tai had tricked him. At this moment, he was being pulled by Fang Yu, who was looking excited. Lord, look, this is the initial first-generation mecha concept that we simulated all night based on your infinite mecha. Looking at the mecha projected by the holographic system in front of him, Zheng Haotian's face was full of excitement. The human-sized mecha in front of him was clearly visible, and it was not much different from the one he had worn before. At this moment, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but look at the man and 3 robots with satisfaction again. With such scientific researchers, there was no need to worry about protecting his base. If this trend continues, it will be just a matter of time before we reach the technological level of previous countries. Seeing the smile on Zheng Haotian's face, Fang Yu and the 3 scientific research robots also showed proud smiles on their faces. How is it, Lord? Zheng Haotian patted Fang Yu on the shoulder. Not bad. Can we start manufacturing this mecha now? No problem. Don't worry, Lord. After a night of simulation, we have simulated all the materials needed for the mecha. We can produce it with the existing resources in our base. Fang Yu puffed out his chest and explained to Zheng Haotian with great pride. As soon as he finished speaking, the pride on Fang Yu's face instantly faded. He looked at Zheng Haotian helplessly and said, "It's just that this mecha requires a lot of gasoline, so even if we make it, we may not be able to afford it. Although we still have enough gasoline reserves now, it may not be enough in the future." Fang Yu's words startled Zheng Haotian, and then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I thought it was something else, just this energy issue." Zheng Haotian patted Fang Yu's shoulder again and said, "Don't worry, energy is not a problem. We have found the location of the gas station in the nearby city. You guys should make the mecha first. There won't be any problem with the fuel, but you may need to develop equipment that can store a large amount of gasoline." Zheng Haotian's words made Fang Yu happy. Hee, Lord, don't worry. We have already researched this. Okay, in that case, I'll find time to go to the city and get the gasoline. You could develop the mecha while getting the equipment to store the gasoline. As soon as Zheng Haotian gave the order, Fang Yu and his companions ran towards the mecha platform. Seeing the 4 people leaving in a hurry, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but have deep expectations for the future of his territory. After all, if this kind of equipment that can only appear in science fiction films of big countries can be manufactured, then isn't it just a matter of time to get out of this area in the future? Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. At this time, in a 3rd-level base, a very burly man was looking at the chat box in the hall with anticipation. It turned out that it was Boss Haotian who came to save me. That's awesome. Xiaoling, tell everyone to quickly collect all the rare resources around us in the next few days. Don't collect other unimportant resources for now. We need to move to a safer place to live. As you command, Lord. Haotian base, summoning platform. No, Laowu, this person should belong to me. I'm still short of 1 person. Daqiang, I'm in dire need of a talent like this. Give this one to me first. If there are new brothers tomorrow, I will definitely let you choose first. Chapter 161, A Powerful Rescue Team. At this moment, Wang Lu was also looking at the 2 people who were arguing helplessly. Just when she was distressed, she saw the handsome figure in the distance, and the worry on her face immediately disappeared. Lord. Wang Li's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear. Zhang Daqiang and Liu Laowu, who were arguing, immediately came to their senses and looked in the direction where Wang Li was looking. When they saw Zheng Haotian, they hurriedly saluted and said, "Lord." As these leaders saluted, the farmers who had just been summoned behind them saluted in unison. "My lord." This chorus of voices filled the empty summoning platform area with the echo of this voice. Zheng Haotian was shocked by this scene. As a homeboy in his previous life, he had never experienced such a thing before. Fortunately, his strong thinking ability allowed him to react immediately. No need to be polite. Get up quickly. Yes. Everyone stood up again in unison. Zheng Haotian was confused by the sudden increase in population. He looked at Wang Li with a puzzled look on his face. "Who are these extra members?" Wang Li replied with a smile on her face. "Lord, these are not extra. They're all companions summoned by our summoning platform." Zheng Haotian was even more confused. Summoned by the summoning platform? We're only a level 5 main city. Even if there are more, it is only one more than before, and we can only summon 6. How can we summon more than 30 people? Wang Li continued to explain patiently. "My lord, you may not know that each first-level infrastructure core can summon one more peasant. The higher the level, the more peasants can be summoned. We obtained a lot of infrastructure cores during this zombie craze, which is why we were able to summon so many farmers this time." After Wang Li finished speaking, the doubts on Zheng Haotian's face disappeared instantly. Immediately took out the cell phone. Didi. At Wei Tai's base, Wei Tai looked at the mobile phone and the Lord distribution map on the table with a dejected look on his face. As soon as he saw the caller, Wei Tai immediately became excited. "Hey, Brother Wei, I've made up my mind. I can help you this time. Send me the location of the Lord closest to me, and I'll send someone to rescue him tomorrow." Really? Brother Haotian, on behalf of the organization and the people, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. After saying that, Wei Tai put down his phone, stood up, and saluted in a standard manner. However, Zheng Haotian didn't know all this. At the moment, he was looking at the dozens of people in front of him with excitement. He immediately clicked on the attribute panel of the nearest farmer who had just been summoned. Name, Xiao San. Occupation, soldier. Physical fitness 200200. Ability, mining search. Special ability, super concentration, mining critical hit x100. Super fanaticism, mining, special, or obtaining chance x100. Loyalty, 70. Zheng Haotian was immediately attracted by the last message, which showed a loyalty of 70. He thought that this should be caused by his base being upgraded to level 5. After taking a look at the farmers who suddenly appeared in the field, Zheng Haotian smiled unconsciously again, and the worries in his heart disappeared instantly. "When I came over here just now, I seemed to hear you arguing. What's going on?" Liu Laowu and Zhang Daqiang looked at each other, and they stood up with apologetic looks on their faces, not knowing how to start. Seeing this, Wang Li slowly spoke. "My lord, Captain Liu was just discussing with Captain Daqiang about the ownership of the last farmer. As you know, their voices were inevitably louder, but now they have solved it." Seeing Wang Li helping them out, Liu Laowu and Zhang Daqiang looked at her with gratitude. "Okay, since you have solved it, I will tell you something." As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Haotian showed a very serious expression on his face. Everyone immediately perked up. "We are now going to form a rescue team. Liu Laowu, listen to my orders." When Liu Laowu heard the Lord call his name, he immediately stepped out and saluted. "I am here. I now appoint you as the captain of the first rescue team. You select 7 people to be your team members." Liu Laowu was stunned and immediately showed a very excited expression. "Yes, but I have already selected the 7 people in my team." Zheng Haotian looked at the 8 people behind him and found that the attributes of these people were probably not much different from Liu Laowu. He couldn't help but have a new understanding of Wang Li's coordination ability. "Okay, after you take these subordinates to the barracks for training, go find Fang Yu to get 3 mecha equipment, and go find Zhao Tai to get the equipment for others. Have a good rest tonight, and tomorrow go find Chef Liu to get some dry food, and then you can set off early in the morning." "Yes." After Liu Laowu returned, Zheng Haotian looked at Wu Jun, who was standing next to Wang Li. "Wu Jun, listen to my orders." Wu Jun was not at all surprised that Zheng Haotian would call on him, and slowly stepped out of the line. "I'm here. You are in charge of the first rescue team. Is there any problem?" Wu Jun was delighted and quickly responded, "My lord, no problem." After Wu Jun stepped back, everyone hoped that Zheng Haotian would look at him, including Zhang Daqiang. "Zhang Daqiang, listen to my orders." Zhang Daqiang was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood out of the queue with great joy. I'm here. Now, I appoint you as the captain of the second rescue team. Like Laowu, you go and select 7 team members. Zhang Daqiang slowly turned around, looked at the 7 people behind him, and said in a heroic manner, Brothers, are you willing to carry out this mission with me? The 7 people standing behind him said in unison, Yes. Willing. Zheng Haotian was also stunned by Zhang Daqiang's move. He didn't expect that he knew how to inspire fighting spirit and win people's hearts. After doing all this, Zhang Daqiang gave Liu Laowu, who was standing beside him, a provocative look. Seeing this, Liu Laowu immediately shouted, Brothers, are you willing to follow me to carry out this mission? Willing. Willing. Zheng Haotian didn't expect things to turn out this way, and he was extremely happy. Those subordinates who followed him in the early days were all death-defying warriors, so there was no need to worry about rebellion or anything like that. On the contrary, through their actions, they instantly created a great atmosphere for the entire team. Zhang Daqiang saw that Liu Laowu was also imitating him. He looked at him with contempt and immediately looked at Zheng Haotian with a serious face. My lord, the personnel under my command have been selected and are ready to set off at any time. Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly. It's not time yet. You'll also leave tomorrow, but you may be late. So after you take these subordinates to the barracks for training, go find Feng Yu to get 3 mecha equipment, and go find Zhao Tai to get the equipment for others. You all have a good rest tonight, and are always ready to follow my orders. Yes. Chapter 162 Rescue the First Lord 100 People. When Zhang Daqiang returned to the team, other subordinates looked at Zheng Haotian with great anticipation, hoping to take on this task as well. Zheng Haotian's eyes swept towards Wang Li again. Wu Kun, listen to my orders. I'm here. Wu Kun's face was now slowly filled with a smile. You are in charge of the second rescue team. Any questions? Wu Kun was overjoyed and quickly responded, My lord, no problem. I will complete the task successfully. With Zheng Haotian nod silently, Wu Kun returned to the queue again. After a quick glance, he found that there were only about 40 people left. Zheng Haotian spoke again. Other personnel who did not participate in this mission need to follow the captain's instructions and be ready to participate in the rescue mission at any time. All captains are responsible for taking new partners to training and then collecting equipment. Yes, although they were not able to participate in this mission, they were very happy to be able to stay in the base and work. Looking at the backs of his subordinates leaving, Zheng Haotian showed a happy smile on his face again, and he became more hopeful about the trial in 15 days. Ding ding. Hey, Brother Haotian, the Lord has contacted you. I have also sent you the map. Please receive it. Thank you for your hard work this time. Don't worry, the organization will not forget your contribution. After this crisis is over, I will definitely ask for credit for you. Sure enough, after hanging up the phone, as soon as Zheng Haotian opened the chat box, a series of private messages flashed up. Detected that Lord Wei Tai sent a map. Do you want to receive it? Take over. A map suddenly appeared in Zheng Haotian's hand, and he immediately started to check the locations marked on the map. The nearest player is so far away from me. It seems I need more cars. After checking the map, Zheng Haotian checked the private message. Lord Zhang Daqiang, is Boss Haotian here? I'm the Lord you want to rescue. Let me tell you about my situation. After learning about the information about this Lord's base, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel happy. This Lord not only has a 3rd-level base, but there are also many rare resources next to his base, which are exactly what he needs to upgrade his buildings. Okay, then you collect as many scarce resources as possible. My rescue team will set out tomorrow morning and will arrive around noon. Be prepared. Along with this message, Zheng Haotian directly sent a mobile phone to the Lord and then closed the chat box. Zhang Daqiang base. Lord Haotian is giving me a mobile phone as a gift. Do you want to receive it? Mobile phone. Zhang Daqiang was surprised. Boss Haotian has already developed a mobile phone? Too powerful. Take over. Haotian base, outside the city gate. 2 mechas, one black and one white, stood proudly outside the city gate like a solid guard, quietly protecting the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield. Kid Kate. My lord. Well, I'll give you a new mission. Tomorrow, Kid will carry out the rescue mission with Liu Laowu, and Kate will carry out the rescue mission with Zhang Daqiang. Yes. 2 emotionless mechanical male voices sounded again. After everything was explained, I quietly waited for the next day to come. The busy day passed quickly. With Shui Ying's careful care, Zheng Haotian slept so soundly that he almost couldn't get up the next day. Seeing Zheng Haotian coming, Liu Laowu and others who had been waiting outside the house immediately saluted, "Lord." The momentum of Liu Laowu and others immediately pulled Zheng Haotian out of his hazy state. Looking at the stars flashing in the eyes of Liu Laowu and others, Zheng Haotian felt a little embarrassed. However, as a lord, one must have the nerve to be a lord. Zheng Haotian still spoke slowly and calmly. "Well, okay, you can set off when you're all ready. If you encounter any major difficulties, just call me directly for instructions. You must ensure your own safety. The rest of you are outsiders. I don't want any of you to die outside the base forever. Do you understand?" The tone of Zheng Haotian's last sentence rose by 2 levels. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Zheng Haotian's ears. System prompts. Soldier Wei Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. Soldier Huang Bu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. Faced with such a caring lord, the loyalty of the 7 newly summoned peasants increased by 10 points at this moment, and some even increased by 15 points. After Zheng Haotian's encouragement, the morale of the entire team was raised to a new level. "As you command, Lord." Watching the 10 modified armored vehicles slowly driving towards the city gate, Zheng Haotian opened the chat box and sent a message to Lord Zhang Daqiang and Wei Tai respectively. The rescue team has set off. Because Shuiying went to Tonkei Tower to pray for Liu Laowu and the others after she got up. So at this moment, only Zheng Haotian could walk towards the summoning platform. As soon as I arrived, I saw Wang Li, who had been waiting for a long time. "My lord, no need be polite. Wu Jun and Wu Kun have already been assigned tasks. The arrangement of these new members will be left to you." Zheng Haotian's words made Wang Li's eyes sparkle with stars again. "I, Guan Xinji, would like to pay my respects to the lord. My daughter Wei Dongling greets the lord. My daughter Yuan Yushin pays respect to the lord." There are still 35 new members, but this time there are more than 10 female members. Except for 2 who were kept by Wang Li to learn from her. The other female members were arranged to be Chef Lu's assistants. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to recruit 100 peasants, and a big gift package as a reward. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to recruit 100 peasants, and a big gift package as a reward. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to recruit 100 peasants, and a big gift package as a reward. 3 deafening system prompts sounded again, which made Zheng Haotian happy. "Can I get rewards if I recruit 100 people?" The comments section has once again entered a frenzy. "What? 100 farmers? How come it's so fast? I only have 20 farmers now. How did Boss Haotian do it?" It's confirmed. Boss Haotian is undoubtedly G. "Oh, I was too hasty. I was going to show off my 40 people, but I didn't expect that Boss Haotian would have 100 people. You've already shown off. Despise. Wei Tai was stunned at this moment, looking at the chat box with surprise. Chapter 163. Encountering Zombies on the Road. Wei Tai shook his head, laughed helplessly, and said to himself, "This kid actually has so many people. No wonder he agreed so quickly. No, he has to do more. Otherwise, we won't be able to save all the lords." After he finished speaking, Wei Tai's smile became even more wanton. Ding ding. At this moment, Zheng Haotian, who was walking on the way to the mecha platform, looked at the caller and smiled helplessly. "Hey, Brother Wei, congratulations." "Brother Haotian, I only have more than 40 people, and you have already recruited 100 people. Can you tell me some secrets?" Listening to Wei Tai's joke, Zheng Haotian shook his head. "Hey, brother, I don't have any secrets. It's just that I have better luck." While luck was indeed better from the beginning, Zheng Haotian was very satisfied with his answer. After hearing Zheng Haotian's explanation, Wei Tai knew that it was impossible to rely on luck, so he stopped talking about it and immediately changed his tone. "Brother Haotian, it's like this. Now there are more and more lords who need rescue here, so the organization still hopes that you can do more." "Okay, no problem. Brother Wei, please mark the locations of some lords who are closer to me." Zheng Haotian agreed without any hesitation. After Zheng Haotian agreed, Wei Tai's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone again. "Haha, okay, Brother Haotian, I'll send it to you right away. Don't worry, the organization will definitely remember your efforts." System prompts. Lord Wei Tai has sent a map. Do you want to receive it? As soon as he hung up the phone, the map was sent to him. Zheng Haotian smiled secretly in his heart. It turned out that Brother Wei knew that he would agree and had even prepared the map. After seeing these players on the map, Zheng Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. Although these lords were a little far away from him, they were only half a day's journey away, and the farthest one was only 14 hours away. He had a car and a mecha, so even if any accidents occurred on the road, he could provide timely support. He folded the map and walked towards the mecha platform again. Ha ha! Another one! As soon as I walked to the door of the mecha platform, I heard Fong Yu's extremely excited laughter. After the upgrade, the mecha platform now looked like a long corridor the size of a factory and was no longer a single platform like before. Seeing Zheng Haotian coming, Fong Yu quickly saluted. My lord. However, Zheng Haotian pulled him back. No need to be polite. He immediately changed the subject. Tell me how many mechas you have produced so far. Talking about this, Fong Yu regained his previous confidence. Lord, we have now produced 7 pieces of armor. In addition to the 3 pieces that Captain Liu Laowu received yesterday, there are 4 pieces that have been completed. After a pause, Fong Yu showed a trace of worry on his face. But there's a problem, Lord. Although we have a lot of materials for manufacturing, we have no fuel. By then, patting Fong Yu on the shoulder, Zheng Haotian slowly said, You guys make mechas first, at least 30 of them. Fuel is not a problem. You prepare the things to store gasoline, and I'll go get it. As soon as Zheng Haotian finished speaking, Fong Yu took out 2 egg-sized balls and said with a smile, My lord, the container for gasoline is ready. Zheng Haotian grabbed the ball from Fong Yu's hand and smiled. As expected, you are always in such a hurry to do things. Fong Yu touched his head and smiled foolishly. The main thing is to contribute to the base as soon as possible. Zheng Haotian stopped dwelling on this topic. Okay, have you guys finished researching my mecha? Lord, we have already researched it. Within 10 kilometers, you only need to summon the smart assistant, and he will quickly equip you with it. Sure enough, after Zheng Haotian secretly called out Phantom, within 3 seconds, before he could even react, the infinite armor was equipped on him. Zheng Haotian exclaimed in his heart that it was magical. At this moment, Liu Laowu and his team members had already traveled 1/3 of the distance. Looking at the village outside the window, Liu Laowu's face gradually showed a trace of worry. A roar sounded. Captain, there are zombies! There are zombies! With a cry of surprise, the entire convoy braked to a sudden stop. As a veteran, Liu Laowu had seen this kind of situation many times, so he immediately gave the most effective order. Don't panic. Leave 3 people to guard the vehicle, and the others will follow me to fight our way out. After the order was given, Wu Jun, who was sitting in the middle vehicle, nodded secretly. All members of the rescue team had received military training, so killing zombies was no problem for them. Coupled with their extremely advanced equipment, they killed all of the more than 100 attacking zombies in less than 5 minutes. 3 people will be on guard, and the others will quickly clean up the battlefield. Less than 10 minutes after the zombie attack, the entire convoy set off again, and the loyalty of all the new members increased by another 5 points at this moment. System prompts. Soldier Jiang Zheng's loyalty increased by 5 points. System prompts. Soldier David's loyalty increased by 5 points. System prompts. A total of 7 reminder sounds rang in Zheng Haotian's ears, and at this moment Zheng Haotian was secretly happy. It seems sending them out to fight can also improve their loyalty. Since Shuiying went to the cafeteria to help prepare things, and there were insufficient materials to upgrade the buildings, Zheng Haotian suddenly didn't know what to do. In his rare free time, he opened the chat box, looked at the flashing private messages, and clicked on them. Lord Xiaoguang, Boss Haotian, when can you rescue me? I'm so scared here alone. Seeing this message, Zheng Haotian smiled and sent a message. Don't worry, the technology here will soon be able to develop a battleship, and I will be able to pick you up then. During this time, you should hurry up to upgrade the base and prepare for defense. System prompts. Lord Haotian is giving you a set of mechas. Do you want to accept it? At this moment, Xiaoguang was sitting in the hall with a confused look on his face. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ears, which made Xiaoguang extremely excited, and he immediately opened the chat box. Boss Haotian, you are finally online. Lord Haotian, well, I've been busy lately, so I rarely open private messages. If you have any urgent matters, remember to call me. I sent you a set of mechas. You can keep it for self-defense. After sending this message, Zheng Haotian ruthlessly exited the private chat interface. Oh, I don't know when someone will come to rescue me. My farmers are unwilling to go out to work now. It's so difficult. Hey, mine too. Now I rely on the clearance resources given by the system to make a living. A cloud-piercing arrow. Chapter 164. Lord Zhang Daqiang's jaw dropped. Seeing the still active comment section, Zheng Haotian showed a smile on his face. System prompts. Lord Xiaoguang offers 50,000 food as a gift. Do you want to accept it? The system prompt made Zheng Haotian stunned, but thinking that the boy had food everywhere, he slowly chose to receive it. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated base in front of him, Liu Laowu felt happy. Old Wu, this should be it. Wu Jun immediately checked the map that Zheng Haotian had given him when they set out. Seeing that the small blue dot and the small black dot on the map had overlapped, he smiled and nodded. Yes, this is it. After getting the confirmation, Liu Laowu started shouting at the top of his voice. Brothers, we are here. Come down. As soon as everyone got off the car, they saw the base surrounded by an ordinary stone wall. All the soldiers couldn't help but think of the very sci-fi walls of their own base, and their hearts were filled with pride again. System prompts. Soldier Wei Yu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. Soldier Huang Bu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. The sudden reminder made Zheng Haotian happy again. At this time, they should have arrived. Zhang Daqiang base, main hall. My lord, something bad has happened. A small group of well-equipped soldiers has arrived outside. Go and have a look. The subordinate's words shocked Zhang Daqiang directly, and a look of worry gradually appeared on his face. Just when he didn't know what to do, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Zhang Daqiang was delighted. Only Zheng Haotian knew his number. Hey, Boss Haotian. Yes, it's me. Lord Zhang Daqiang. My rescue team should have arrived at your base. These words made Zhang Daqiang extremely excited on the spot. He quickly agreed and took the remaining 20 farmers to the gate of the base to welcome the rescue team sent by Lord Haotian. Seeing the team of soldiers at the door, Zhang Daqiang was stunned. Armored vehicle, power gun, full body armor and weapons. For soldiers wrapped in mechas stood beside the armored vehicle with great spirit. Aren't these modern equipment? Zhang Daqiang was surprised. While he was in a daze, Wu Jun saw the burly man surrounded by a group of soldiers. He asked with a hint of respect on his face, Hello, are you Lord Zhang Daqiang? We are the rescue team, sent by Lord Haotian. Wu Jun's words gave Zhang Daqiang enough face, which made Zhang Daqiang feel very happy. Not to mention anything else, the equipment Wu Jun had on him was something Zhang Daqiang had only seen in movies. He could easily enter their base and wipe them out. Such an extremely powerful person was still very polite to him, and he had deeper expectations for the big boss Haotian whom he had never met. Zhang Daqiang had also seen great storms, so he adjusted himself immediately and responded humbly. Well, I am Lord Zhang Daqiang, and I am very grateful for your rescue. As you should. Since there are only 10 of us, we only drove 10 cars here. I'm sorry to bother you a little bit. If it weren't for Wu Jun's humble expression, Zhang Daqiang would have said with disdain, Who can stand this Versailles language? Don't feel wronged. I've done my job well and have had enough time. Now that you're here, let's set off quickly. Zhang Daqiang didn't dare to talk to this man anymore. Even though he had a strong psychological endurance, he couldn't withstand Wu Jun's attack, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting. Before getting in the car, Zhang Daqiang once again looked at the dilapidated base, his eyes full of reluctance. However, once he got in, the comfort inside the armored vehicle instantly eliminated any trace of worry he had previously felt. If the slightly dilapidated scenery outside the window had not reminded him, he would probably have thought that he had returned to the time before he traveled through time. Zhang Daqiang couldn't wait to open the chat box. After reporting his safety to Zheng Haotian and Wei Tai, he immediately expressed his feelings in the comment section. Lord Zhang Daqiang, brothers, big news, big news. His message was noticed as soon as it was sent out. Hey, aren't you the first lucky person rescued by Boss Haotian? It seems so. Yes, that's him. I guess the base is built on shit. He's so lucky. Ha, you're going a bit too far. Stop for a moment and listen to what he is saying. Seeing these words full of envy in the comment section, Zhang Daqiang felt very happy, until the comment section paused again. Here, I would like to thank Boss Haotian and the organization for giving me this opportunity to become the first lord to be rescued. Thank you very much. Immediately, one of the lords couldn't stand Zhang Daqiang's invisible pretense anymore. Zhao, you're not going to ask us to listen to you in Versailles, are you? Don't interrupt him. Let him continue. If he really wants to show off, I have my 40-meter long sword ready. I can make him run 39.9 meters first. Brother, you are so cruel. The comment section stopped again, and Wei Tai spoke again with a look of joy on his face. Don't worry, brothers. I'm definitely not here for Versailles. This time no one interrupted him, but said to themselves in their hearts, You have already been Versailles. Boss Haotian's rescue team picked me up, but guess what? I won't keep you in suspense. Let me first tell you about the lineup of Haotian's rescue team. As soon as he sent this message, the lords who were watching the chat box focused their attention. This was breaking news, and they also wanted to see what kind of equipment the team that had always been at the top of the list had. First, let me introduce to you the means of transportation for Boss Haotian's rescue team. The luxury of this car is much better than the Mercedes-Benz A4 I drove before my rebirth. At this moment, Wang Lu was also following the news about Lord Zheng Haotian in the comment section. Although she was a little surprised to see the news, she was not too surprised. After all, he is a strong man who can kill the Corpse King alone, so it is not strange for him to have a car. Next, let me introduce to you the equipment of Lord Haotian's rescue team. Everyone must take good care of your heart, because the following news may stimulate your heart, so keep it down and don't let it jump out. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was also looking at the chat box. When he saw the message from this lord, a smile appeared on his face. Guess what equipment Haotian's rescue team has? Forget it. I guess you can't guess it. Anyway, I didn't think of it before. Sitting next to me is a member of Haotian Boss's rescue team. First of all, he is fully armed. From head to toe, except for the exposed nose and mouth, all other parts are covered by the armor. I just tried punching with his strength. Guess what happened? Chapter 165, the second team departs. Guess what? Oh, I seem to have kept you in suspense again. I apologize to everyone here. My hands are still shaking, but the armor on that little brother is not damaged at all. Under the force of my punch that can kill a cow, he just shook his body and didn't move at all. Anyway, no one believed that he could kill a cow with one punch, but after he talked about the armor's defense, everyone had an idea of it. I'm sure many people don't believe it, but I tell you very seriously and earnestly that this is true. Also, after talking about protective gear, let's talk about weapons. Have you ever seen an energy gun? It's the kind in the movies. I just saw it, and I didn't believe it either. But after I took it and fired a shot, and it pierced through my wall, I believed it. Another, the long swords they carry on their backs, are all excellent grade weapons. What a sin. In my entire base, my weapons are the only ones of sophisticated grade. I thought the distance between me and the boss had narrowed, but after seeing this, I feel inferior. This is the end of my sharing. Thank you, everyone. After he sent this message, no lord spoke for a long time. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little strange, Zheng Haotian clicked on the chat box. Lord Haotian, don't be surprised. Once you have a level 5 main city, these things will be standard configuration for you. Seeing this lord, who is the only one in the whole server with a blue chat font, the comment section went crazy again. Wow, it's the boss himself. Swish, we caught a Haotian boss. Seeing the comment section becoming increasingly crazy, Zheng Haotian simply chose to exit the chat box. At Haotian base, the second rescue team is ready to set off. Your Excellency, Zhang Daqiang and Wu Kun, along with a group of soldiers, came to pay their respects to Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian nodded slowly and said seriously, Is everything ready? I'm ready, my lord. Zheng Haotian was very confident in Zhang Daqiang's ability to do things, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you must always pay attention to safety. Watching the car gradually going away, Zheng Haotian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Wei Tai. The second rescue team has set off, and looked at the soldiers who were still cleaning up the battlefield. Zheng Haotian stopped slacking off and summoned the Phantom Mecha, flying towards the nearest city. In just 15 minutes, an extremely cool mecha appeared above the city closest to him. Because of the previous cleanup, the number of zombies in the entire city was reduced by more than half. However, there were still many zombies gathered where the gas station was. Without any hesitation, Zheng Haotian dived down after finding the right location. With the strength of his current armor, there is no need to be timid. Bang! Just as the zombies landed on the ground, several zombies were killed on the spot because they could not withstand the impact. Master, I have detected that you will face a large wave of close combat attacks. Do you need to activate the close combat mode? Hearing this mechanical female voice, Zheng Haotian was stunned. Oh, Phantom, does this mecha have this function? The mechanical female voice sounded again. Yes, master. Open. Receive the order. Close combat mode activated. Melee mode is activated. Melee weapons have been switched. Defense is increased by 100. Strength is increased by 100. As soon as the mechanical female voice fell, the original mecha palm was replaced by a sharp-looking blade, and the few pores on the armor outside the mecha were all closed. Bang! With one punch, he blew up a zombie on the spot. After tasting the pleasure brought by the power, Zheng Haotian rushed directly into the group of zombies. However, there were too many zombies. Zheng Haotian had just rushed in and was unable to block dozens of attacks at once. In a moment of carelessness, a zombie's attack directly landed on Zheng Haotian's mecha. However, after a few seconds, Zheng Haotian still didn't feel any discomfort at all, and he couldn't even feel the slightest impact. With this terrifying defensive power, I guess I can fight hard even against the zombies. Zheng Haotian was secretly happy in his heart. The commotion here attracted many zombies again, and many tall zombies could be vaguely seen in the distance. At this moment, a mechanical female voice sounded. Master, it is detected that you are about to face a large wave of obstacles. Do you want to activate the small energy cannon? Energy cannon? Enable. Activation successful. Weapons switched. As a mechanical female voice fell, a huge cannon muzzle appeared in the palm of the mecha's left hand, which was originally just a fist. Wow, isn't this Iron Man's skill? Zheng Haotian was overjoyed. Boom! A beam of light shot out straight away, and the zombies that touched the beam shattered on the spot. 5 minutes later, looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Zheng Haotian's face in the mecha was full of joy. It feels so good to be full of power. On an island countless miles away from the Haotian base, a tall tower stands. Master Harl, look at the comments section. The fat man sitting above opened his eyes and said with contempt, What are you looking at that thing for? Those people are just lambs to be slaughtered. Don't worry about them. Hearing Lord Harl's answer, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seems that Lord Harl didn't attend their chat. Chiozei smiled slightly and said in a charming manner, Master Hello, I found a plan that is more beneficial to our plan. Hearing Chiozei's words, the fat man sitting above opened his eyes again. Oh, what is a more advantageous plan, tell me? Seeing Chiozei's eyes swaying left and right, Halu spoke again. Come up and tell me. Chiozei showed a very sinister smile on his face and slowly walked to Hali's ear. Master Halu, we can't do this. After a long time, Lord Harl's arrogant laughter was heard in the hall. A figure slowly descended from the sky above the Haotian base. Fang Yu, I got you some gasoline. Start production as soon as possible. I hope you can produce all 30 mechas by tomorrow. Seeing the two small balls in Zheng Haotian's hand, Fang Yu said excitedly, Don't worry, Lord, we will be able to produce these mechas before tomorrow. Night gradually fell, and all places outside the base were shrouded in darkness. Feeling the silence outside the car, Zhang Daqiang couldn't help but shudder. A voice came from the vehicle audio system. Attention all units, please be alert when you arrive at the place where you encountered zombies before. Chapter 166. The rescue team's strong combat power. Zombies. Have you encountered any zombies here today? Just when the team member was about to answer him, yes, a figure suddenly rushed past the car window. Ouch! Captain! Captain! Vehicle number 5 has been attacked by zombies. Vehicle number 5 has been attacked by zombies. Request instructions. Request instructions. Report to the captain. Vehicle number 8 has also been attacked by zombies. Request instructions. Report to the captain. However, within a few breaths, all the vehicles were attacked by zombies. Looking at the densely packed zombies outside the car, Liu Laowu said solemnly, 3 of you will guard the car, and the others will follow me to kill these beasts. Receive. Receive. Lord Zhang Daqiang, just wait for us in the car. It won't take much time. After Wu Jun said this, he picked up the supernatural gun and rushed out of the car. Bang! Bang! For a moment, bursts of gunfire rang out. The entire rescue team members did not show any fear on their faces. They faced the dense swarms of zombies that suddenly attacked in a very orderly manner. Under the fierce fire from the rescue team, it took 5 minutes before the densely packed zombies were cleared to create a clearing. 10 soldiers from the rescue team formed a circle and fired wildly with their special-powered guns. The zombies fell down quickly one after another, but there was no joy on Liu Laowu's face. Instead, it was filled with deep sorrow. At this time, Zhang Daqiang also got off the car holding his big sword, and he was the only one who got off the car. He was very clear about what equipment his soldiers were equipped with. In such a situation, if they came out, not only would they be useless, but they would also cause a huge burden to the entire team. Captain Liu, it should be over now. It was not until Zhang Daqiang spoke that Liu Laowu noticed his presence. He shook his head and looked at Zhang Daqiang with a worried look on his face. Maybe, if nothing unexpected happens. Liu Laowu's words stunned Zhang Daqiang. Just as he was wondering, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Ouch! As the howl sounded, all the zombies attacked more frantically. For a moment, Zhang Daqiang, who originally had no chance of escape, had to use his long sword to chop and kill the zombies rushing towards him. At this moment, all the soldiers of the rescue team put away their special-powered guns and drew out the sophisticated swords on their backs. In an instant, everyone was able to resist the crazy attacks of these zombies. However, the endless stream of zombies directly consumed a huge amount of everyone's physical strength. Liu Laowu issued an order in a panic. Everyone listen up. Chew energy bars to replenish your energy while fighting. While chewing the energy bar himself, he also gave one to Zhang Daqiang, who was sitting beside him. Looking at the energy bar in his hand, Zhang Daqiang was a little confused, but after seeing Liu Laowu put it directly into his mouth, he immediately did the same. The next second, an expression of great surprise appeared on his face, because this energy bar tasted so good. Among the food he had eaten these days, this energy bar that didn't look very good was actually so delicious. Zhang Daqiang was shocked again. Feeling that the energy he had previously consumed had been replenished, Zhang Daqiang swung his sword even faster. Consume and replenish at the same time, and resist the crazy attacks of the zombies. In this way, the 10 members of the rescue team plus Zhang Daqiang have been resisting the endless stream of zombies for half an hour. Suddenly, all the zombies stopped attacking. Zhang Daqiang's face lit up with joy, and he exhaled, "Damn it, these zombies have finally been repelled." His words received no response, and all the rescue team members looked towards the darkness ahead. In the dark night, there seemed to be a little light flickering. As time passed, the light was getting closer and closer to the rescue team. Until now, after the zombies' attack stopped, a huge figure appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Daqiang, who had just turned his head, saw this giant mecha and saw fear in his eyes. This is a mutated mecha zombie. Liu Laowu did not answer him, but stared at the figure with a serious face and nodded slowly. Under Liu Laowu's command, everyone moved closer instantly. Zhang Daqiang was puzzled again, because he could not see any despair on the faces of these team members. This was the big boss he met during the zombie craze, and he had used up all his strength to finally defeat him. "Captain Liu, let's run. This zombie is scary." Liu Laowu shook his head to refuse and looked at the 3 soldiers in mechas. "Go ahead and try it. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with the operation of this mecha." "Yes, Captain." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them were instantly wrapped by the mecha. One of them had fire coming out his feet, and he just leaped up. The other 2 surrounded the mechanical zombie on the left and right. "David, I'll use the energy cannon to attract his attention from a distance, and you get close and look for his weakness." "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, the warrior who was rushing towards the left side of the mechanical zombie stopped, with bursts of red light coming out of his hands. Wheel! Bang! A beam of energy hit the mechanical zombie, and bursts of white gas emerged. This scene made Zhang Daqiang extremely surprised again. Actually, there is damage. The battle continued. The soldier's attack successfully attracted the attention of the mechanical zombie, which roared and strode towards the soldier. Another soldier did not forget his mission. He was originally on the right side of the mechanical zombie, but suddenly he was behind it. He was immediately overjoyed, and red light appeared in his hands, bombarding the spine of the mechanical zombie. Once again, the mechanical zombie was enraged and immediately turned around and charged at the mecha warrior behind him. But this time, the mecha warrior launched an attack again. Bang! An attack hit the mechanical zombie's left leg, and the mechanical zombie changed its target again. The mecha warrior behind launched an attack again, and the mechanical zombie's right leg was attacked again. But this time, the mechanical zombie did not change direction and still rushed straight towards the mecha warrior on the left. No weakness found. I didn't find any weaknesses here. Then the last place should be the only one that has not been tried. The mechanical zombie was huge in size, and it was about to reach the mecha warrior in just a moment. Run! Seeing that the mecha warrior did not dodge, Zhang Daqiang shouted at the warrior. Everyone's attention was now on the huge mechanical zombie in the field. At this moment, the mecha warrior moved. Chapter 167. Combined Attack Level 5 Civilian House. Now, 3 extremely excited voices sounded at the same time. The mecha warrior on the left quickly raised his arm and aimed it at the mechanical zombie's head. The muzzle of the mecha warrior on the right was also aimed at the mechanical zombie's head. The muzzle of the mecha warrior that had been flying in the air was pointed directly at the head of the mechanical zombie. Bang! X3. I saw 3 dazzling lights condensed on one point. A long howl sounded again. The ground shook violently. If they hadn't watched the huge mechanical zombie fall to the ground with their own eyes, they would have thought it was an earthquake. 5 minutes later, the rescue team, having collected the spoils, set out again. Zhang Daqiang was sitting in the car, feeling so mysterious. He was so surprised that he immediately thought of the comment section. Lord Zhang Daqiang, important news. Important news. Hey, what's up? Are you showing off again? My sword has been sharpened. Please think carefully. My promise to you to run 39.9 meters still stands. Zhang Daqiang was a little embarrassed. My dear friends, I'm not here to show off. I was just shocked. Guess what I saw? What did you see? If you keep telling me, I won't be able to hold back my thirsty sword. Tell me now. Lord Zhang Daqiang, okay, boss. Just now, we encountered zombies on our way back to Boss Haotian's base. There are so many zombies, and there are mechanical zombies. It's so scary. Is it abnormal to encounter zombies? No, you mean mechanical zombies? Did you escape? Lord Zhang Daqiang, yes, they're mechanical zombies, the kind that are as tall as a house. But we didn't run away, and we killed him without any casualties. The Lord was extremely surprised when a message popped up. What? Are you sure you are not lying to me? You killed a mechanical zombie without any casualties. Are you kidding me? Seeing the Lord's surprise in the chat box, Zhang Daqiang felt a little more balanced. Lord Zhang Daqiang, yes, I still haven't come to my senses yet. Lord Haotian's rescue team is too strong. With only 10 people, they killed hundreds of zombies. In the end, only 3 soldiers were dispatched to kill the mechanical zombies easily. They are too strong. Lord Haotian, so strong. Sure enough, Haotian is worthy of being Haotian. Zheng Haotian was completely unaware of the news in the comment section. He had already fallen asleep slowly under Shuiying's service. After all, with such a beautiful maid by his side, it would be a sin not to go to bed early. Under Shuiying's service, Zheng Haotian arrived at the summoning platform early. At this time, Shuiying went to the Bronze Sparrow Tower to pray, as usual, and then went to the kitchen to help prepare dry food. For such a caring maid, Zheng Haotian had no choice but to go to bed early every day to comfort her. Zheng Haotian had just arrived, and Wang Li was already waiting there, my lord. As for this good wife, Zheng Haotian wondered whether he should comfort her that day, but if he did, he would have to wait a few days. Today, Zheng Haotian's grand plan is about to be implemented. Wang Li, we will still form 7 powerful teams like before, but this time they will not have mechanical servants following them, so you can limit the number of people to around 15. After handing the matter over to Wang Li, Zheng Haotian slowly picked up his mobile phone and found Wei Tai's number. Ding ding. As soon as the call was connected, Wei Tai's hearty laughter came directly from the other end of the line. Haha, brother Haotian, I didn't expect your team to be so strong. I'm so envious. Tell me, what's the matter? Wei Tai was still as capable as ever. He immediately changed the subject after making a joke, which made Zheng Haotian, a young man who was not very good at responding to compliments, very happy. Brother Wei, I have organized 7 more rescue teams. They will set off today. I will report to you. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, there was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time, so Zheng Haotian had to say a few more words. Wei Tai was surprised. Brother Haotian, how many did you say? Qiji, what's wrong? Hearing Zheng Haotian's confirmation, Wei Tai was stunned and asked again in confusion. Are they all the same configuration as your previous team? When Zhang Daqiang talked about the lineup before, he didn't seem to mention Kid, so it seems to be the same configuration. Zheng Haotian thought to himself. Yes, the configuration is the same, but this time I added 5 more people to each team. After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, there was still silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Brother Haotian, you really are, Zheng Haotian said with a little doubt. What's wrong, Brother Wei? Is it not possible? If not, I can reduce the number of troops a little, and only send 3 or 4. Wei Tai quickly said, Yes, why not? Brother Haotian, on behalf of the organization and the people, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you once again. Well, if that's okay, Brother Wei, I'll go and prepare first. Wei Tai base. The black-robed envoy patted the stunned Wei Tai and said, What's wrong? Did something bad happen? No, it's just that the amount of information is a bit too much, and I can't recover for a while. The black-robed envoy looked puzzled. Oh, what news is it that you can't digest for a while? A moment later, in the lobby of Wei Tai base, 2 figures stood in the hall for a long time, without speaking. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the upgraded library in front of me. It was extremely grand and had already caught up with the libraries of ordinary universities before my reincarnation. Looking at the many upgrade plans made by Wang Li on the control panel, Zheng Haotian's face was full of smiles. Just think of it as upgrading civilian houses and military barracks. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade a level 5 residential building and be rewarded with a high-level resource package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade a level 5 residential building and be rewarded with a high-level resource package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade a level 5 residential building and be rewarded with a high-level resource package. Just as everyone was preparing to congratulate, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level military camp and be rewarded with a series of fighter blueprints. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level military camp and be rewarded with a series of fighter blueprints. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the 4th level military camp and be rewarded with a series of fighter blueprints. Is this still a human? My house is still level 2, but Boss Haotian has already upgraded it to level 5. The supplies needed for a level 4 military camp are terrifying. You are worthy of being called a boss. Please accept my yin shuangying. Chapter 168. The First Territory. Although Zheng Haotian is a big recipient of system rewards, he was still excited when he heard about the system rewards. Fighter jets. It seems like we need to plan the town carefully and build an airport. Zheng Haotian muttered to himself. He was very aware of the noise caused by the fighter jets. If the whole city remained as chaotic as it was now, it would not be long before a big mess would occur. However, after seeing that there were few resources left on the display panel, Zheng Haotian had to postpone this idea. Building airports and manufacturing airplanes are both major projects. When Zheng Haotian was distracted, a voice rang out from outside the door. Lord, Wu Jun, are you back? Zheng Haotian was overjoyed when he saw that the person who came was Wu Jun. Yes, Lord. The mission has been successfully completed. Although there were some setbacks along the way, it did not affect the progress of the mission at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun handed Zheng Haotian a storage capsule. Lord, this is the resource we obtained after defeating the zombies on the road. Zheng Haotian did not take the storage capsule immediately, but pulled Zheng Haotian and looked him up and down with concern. You are not hurt. At this moment, Wu Jun's eyes were already flashing with light. If his loyalty had not been full, Zheng Haotian's death squad would probably have added one more member. My lord, we are all fine. Only after confirming again and again that this important member of the think tank was fine did Zheng Haotian take the storage capsule from Wu Jun. As soon as the storage capsule was opened, Zheng Haotian was stunned. The resources that had been exhausted suddenly amounted to more than 5 million, and he instantly turned from a farmer into the master of his own business. There were so many zombies that Zheng Haotian couldn't imagine how many zombies they had killed to collect so many supplies. Seeing Zheng Haotian fall into silence, Wu Jun quickly reminded, My lord, Lord Zhang Daqiang has arrived outside the gate of our base. Haotian base, city gate. Zhang Daqiang was shocked when he saw the very tall city wall in front of him, with its outer walls made of metal plates. Although he had imagined in his mind what Lord Haotian's base would look like when he saw the rescue team's equipment before, he was completely stunned when he saw it at this moment. He had only experienced this feeling of oppression brought by buildings when he climbed the long dragon of the Eastern Divine Kingdom. Just as he came back from his shock, he saw 2 robots as high as half the city wall stationed outside the city gate. Seeing the light in their eyes, Zhang Daqiang once again fell into a long daze. It was not until Zheng Haotian came out that he was awakened by the salute of a group of soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield. My lord, no need to be polite, just continue. Yes, Lord. Zheng Haotian was a little surprised when he saw the burly man in better clothes who was surrounded by several beggar-like farmers in front of the convoy, not far away. A lord who is so funny in the comment section is actually a burly, muscular man. Seeing the handsome man in a beautiful outfit surrounded by Wu Jun and others in front of him, Zhang Daqiang was stunned, and his face lit up with joy. Boss Haotian. Boss Haotian, I finally see you. Sure enough, he is just as majestic as I imagined. Boss Haotian, you must accept my knee. But just when he was about to kneel down, he was grabbed by Zheng Haotian. Now the infinite armor was attached to his body as if it was nothing. Needless to say, his strength was so great that he was more than enough to lift a 160-pound man. No need to be so polite. You are also a lord. Zhang Daqiang was stunned when he felt that his whole body was lifted up gently by the boss Haotian in front of him. Especially the last part of Zheng Haotian's words. You are also a lord. Woke Zhang Daqiang up, and his eyes were full of excitement. He couldn't have imagined that at a time like this, Boss Haotian would still be thinking about him and not be arrogant at all. System prompts, the loyalty of a nearby lord to you has reached 60. Do you want to make him your vassal? Territory? What is territories? Territory. Territorial nature. Same as building a sub-base. Number of buildable items. Unlimited. Construction conditions. Affiliation agreement must be signed, and the loyalty of the lord of the party to be signed must reach 60. Appendix 1. If the base of the signatory is destroyed, he can use the territory to revive. Appendix 2. The party to the agreement can still recruit personnel freely. Zheng Haotian's direct choice was yes. Just that one extra life and one extra farmer recruited every day could not be bought with any amount of resources. Agreement sent. Please wait for the other party's reply. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Zhang Daqiang's ears. System prompts. Lord Wei Tai is willing to sign a territorial jump agreement with you. Do you agree? Seeing Zheng Haotian's eyes, Zhang Daqiang looked at Zheng Haotian with excitement and chose to agree without thinking. System prompts. Successfully own a territory lord. Reward a gift package. Zheng Haotian had not expected this reminder, but thinking back to when he had received a gift package when he established the branch base, this one did not have any impact. Wu Jun, take Lord Zhang Daqiang and his subordinates to rest for a while. Yes, Lord. At this moment, Zhang Daqiang was no longer surprised. When signing the territorial agreement, the system played the above content directly in his mind word by word, so whenever he encountered a critical moment. After 10 minutes, under the leadership of Wu Jun, they returned to the rest area, thinking that they could tour their own territory in 10 minutes, and that Zheng Haotian's base was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Daqiang was once again shocked by the vastness of Haotian's base. As soon as he returned to the room, he couldn't hold back his desire to share and immediately opened the chat box. Lord Zhang Daqiang, breaking news. Breaking news. Hey, kid, you finally come out again. Did you see Boss Haotian himself? What does Mr. Haotian look like? Is he handsome? Don't make a noise. Don't make a noise. Let him talk. The comment section calmed down again because of Zhang Daqiang's arrival. Lord Zhang Daqiang, as everyone expected, I came to the base of Boss Haotian and met Boss Haotian himself. Brother Haotian is very handsome, even more handsome than I imagined. He is definitely more handsome than those young handsome guys before he turned around. Another thing, let me introduce to you the scale of Boss Haotian's base. First of all, the wall is very high, about 20 meters, and there is metal protection on the outside of the wall. After entering the base, I found that the area of the base is equivalent to 20 times the size of my third-level territory. Chapter 169 Tank Army Level 2 Tonkei Tower. Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly, shook his head, and closed the comment section. Although he knew that his equipment was far ahead of those lords, he did not expect that they would be so shocked. My lord, I just went to the library and found another tank blueprint. I found that there are many areas that could be improved on it. Seeing Fang Yu, who appeared behind him with a look of delight, Zheng Haotian was stunned and almost forgot about it. Okay, take me to see it. As soon as I arrived at the simulated space laboratory, a tank projection suddenly appeared. The appearance of this tank is very different from the one found in the laboratory before. If it weren't for the long gun barrel with a very high-tech feel, Zheng Haotian almost wouldn't have recognized that this was a tank. It's even more sci-fi than the sci-fi blockbusters in a certain country. Zheng Haotian looked at Fang Yu with a look of surprise and said slowly, "Are you sure you can make this perfectly?" Lord, don't worry. If the tank on the previous blueprint is manufactured It will not be able to adapt to our world in a short time. Fang Yu pretended to be mysterious and paused for a moment before speaking again. Moreover, this new tank requires less materials than the previous tank. This news startled Zheng Haotian. The more he looked at Fang Yu, the more he liked him. He patted Fang Yu's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Then the manufacturing of this tank will be handed over to you. Build 100 as soon as possible. And when you finish the driving manual, put in the library for everyone to study." Fang Yu's face lit up. Okay. After leaving the simulated space, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but imagine the scene of these 100 tanks being built and sent into battle to kill the zombies. As soon as I arrived at the library, I saw Wang Li arranging a group of newly summoned farmers to learn basic knowledge. These farmers were learning with great joy. They had never had such an opportunity to learn these things before. Zheng Haotian quietly walked behind Wang Li and patted her shoulder. Wang Li was startled, and her face was instantly filled with anger. But when she turned around and saw Lord Haotian looking at her with a smile, the anger on her face instantly disappeared, and she looked at Zheng Haotian with a red face, preparing to salute. In this situation, if she opened her mouth, all the farmers who were concentrating on their studies would definitely be disturbed. Zheng Haotian immediately covered Wang Li's mouth, indicating that it was not necessary, and the two of them walked quietly towards the control room. Zheng Haotian was stunned. He was a little confused. The supplies on the control panel were actually more than before he upgraded 2 buildings yesterday. Each of the initial resources was worth tens of millions, and some intermediate resources had exceeded the 5 million mark. What made Zheng Haotian even more delighted was that there were some more scarce resources in the control panel, and a number of some original scarce resources also exceeded 10,000. As if she could see the surprise on Zheng Haotian's face, Wang Li brushed her hair and said with a smile, "My lord, these resources were obtained when we cleaned up the battlefield last night and this morning." Zheng Haotian was stunned again. So many resources were actually brought by only half of the zombies. At this moment, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel that this zombie craze did not seem to be useless. He even looked forward to the next wave of zombie craze. If other lords knew his thoughts, they would probably suspect that he was a psychopath. After a moment, Zheng Haotian finally came back to his senses from his shock. Wang Li, go to the summoning station to welcome a new comrade. After Wang Li left, Zheng Haotian looked at the upgrade guide prepared by Wang Li again and directly clicked to upgrade a building. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 5 and reward a rare resource package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 5 and reward a rare resource package. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 5 and reward a rare resource package. Shocked again in the comments section. I guessed right. Lord Haotian will definitely upgrade the blacksmith shop next. You're not bad, kid. Oh my god, my blacksmith shop is only level 2, but Boss Haotian has already reached level 5. I feel bad. Woo woo woo. Mine is the same, +1 for the people above. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was unaware of the shock among the people in the comment section. Instead, he looked solemnly at a rather special building on the control panel, the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Upgrading a level 2 Bronze Sparrow Tower directly used up the resources required to upgrade an ordinary building to level 4. Zheng Haotian couldn't help feeling pained. No wonder Wang Li didn't include this building in the upgrade strategy. After hesitating for a long time, he simply clicked on the upgrade. Upgraded successfully. The current level of Tonkatai is level 2. Unlocking new attributes. Shelter. Shelter. System. What function can shelter have? Building Tongxue Tower. Attributes. Blessing. Invest a certain amount of sacrifices, and more rewards may appear. Shelter. All base personnel, including territories and sub-bases, will each receive a 50 defense amplitude. Summon. Unlocked. Upgrade conditions. Wood 2 million, stone 100,000, iron 80,000, copper 10,000, uranium 1,000. Looking at the extremely terrifying protection attribute on the control panel, Zheng Haotian was shocked. 5 minutes later, in the center of Haotian base, 4 copper pillars carved with phoenix patterns stood on the Bronze Sparrow Tower surrounding the altar, emitting bursts of light. When the light disappeared, the entire Bronze Sparrow Tower instantly expanded 3 times, and 4 more copper pillars carved with phoenix patterns appeared on the altar. At this moment, an invisible light enveloped everyone in the Haotian base, including the newcomer Jiang Xin and his subordinates. My lord, I feel like my defense has become stronger. Oh, mine too. Mine too. At this moment, Zhang Daqiang himself also felt the increase in his defense. He immediately opened the chat box and found that no one mentioned this matter. He immediately opened the system, calling the system. Why did I just feel that my defense power increased? Under testing. 3 seconds later, the system sound rang again. Test completed. Because the lord has signed a territorial agreement with other lords, the buff of the building amplitude of that lord can also be shared by the lord, including the lord's peasants. When the system voice fell, Zhang Daqiang was stunned. Then his face lit up, and he looked at the farmers who were full of surprise, and slowly said, "Don't panic. This is just some of my little tricks." Chapter 170, News of Salvation. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Daqiang finished speaking, he heard a series of system prompts in his mind, and his smile began to spread again. System prompts. Soldier Wang Fangdong's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. Soldier Wan Fengshan's loyalty increased by 10 points. Thousands of miles away from the Haotian base, in the boundless ocean, a small island stands out. Feeling the increase in his defense and hearing the reports from his subordinates, Xiaoguang was delighted and directly attributed the situation to Lord Haotian. In Xiaoguang's heart, he wouldn't be surprised even if Zheng Haotian poked a hole in the sky. At Haotian base, all soldiers felt the sudden increase in defense, and their loyalty increased again. System prompts. Soldier Wang Dongxian's loyalty has increased by 10 points. System prompts. Soldier Liu Wu's loyalty increased by 10 points. In the kitchen, Shuiying, who was preparing food, felt this moment, and her eyes instantly sparkled with stars. In the library control room, Zheng Haotian looked at the upgrade conditions on the monitor and became worried again. I originally wanted to upgrade the Bronze Sparrow Tower to level 3 in one go. A single shelter has brought me such a huge benefit. The summoning looks very unusual, otherwise it would not be used as the finale function. But I had never heard of uranium-59 before, but it seemed to be an extremely scarce resource. After a moment of annoyance, Zheng Haotian smiled bitterly. It seems that I can only let fate take its course for this level 3 Bronze Sparrow Tower. Wang Lu base. An impassioned female voice resounded through the hall. This time, you must ensure your own safety while saving others. Remember, your lives were given by me, so please bring them back to me intact. Do you hear me? All the soldiers present showed extremely excited expressions on their faces, and their eyes were shining. I heard it, Lord. We promised to complete the mission. Although their lord was a woman, she was still very friendly to them, so much so that their loyalty reached 100 points early on. Okay, let's go. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Looking at the backs of the 20 well-equipped soldiers gradually going away, Wang Lu felt reluctant to let them go. These 20 people were his strongest force. Only when the soldiers were no longer visible did Wang Lu slowly open the chat box and send a message to Wei Tai. We have already set off. Wei Tai was always paying attention to his private chat box. When he saw the happy message from Wang Lu, he once again showed a very excited smile on his face. Thank you, Lord Wang Lu, for your contribution. Don't worry, the organization and the people will never forget your efforts. Just after sending the message, several messages flashed in the private chat box. After sending the message, the organization and the people will never forget your contribution. One by one, he slowly closed the private chat box and opened the comment section, which was still very active at this moment. Lord Wei Tai. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. There is an important announcement. Please keep the public screen quiet. Lord Wei Tai. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. There is an important announcement. Please keep the public screen quiet. Lord Wei Tai. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. There is an important announcement. Please keep the public screen quiet. 3 consecutive messages made the entire comment section quiet again. Lord Wei Tai. Don't worry. I'm here to tell you a good news today. Lord Wei Tai. Just a second ago, more than a dozen rescue teams have set out to rescue the surrounding lords. Lord Wei Tai. Let me once again express my gratitude to Lord Haotian, Lord Wang Lu, Lord Jianzhu. Lord, your deeds will be remembered by the organization and the people. This notice ends here. Everyone continue. Wow. Worship the boss. They're all lords on the top 10 list. Woo 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 woo. I finally see hope. I really hope I can be rescued soon. I can't stay in this crappy place any longer. I am Guan Wenkong, the next lord to be rescued. I would like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian for rescuing me, and also to the leaders of other rescue teams. Boss Haotian, oh my god, another lucky guy, I'm so envious. I am Lord Gui Yiming, who will be rescued next. I would also like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian who rescued me, and also thank the leaders of other rescue teams. Zhao, another one, they're all Oversai. I am by Lechi, the Lord who will be rescued next. I would also like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian for rescuing me, and also thank the leaders of other rescue teams. 5 more identical messages were sent out, and the entire comment section fell silent again. A few seconds later, another message was sent. I am Lord Wang Dadong who will be rescued next. I would also like to express my gratitude to Lord Wang Lu who rescued me, and also thank the leaders of other rescue teams. Sigh. Finally, a lord who was rescued by other bosses came out to speak. Otherwise, I would have thought that everyone was rescued by Boss Haotian. I am Lord Lu Dong who will be rescued next. I would also like to express my gratitude to Lord Jianzhu who rescued me, and also thank the leaders of other rescue teams. Zheng Haotian was unaware of the wave of gratitude and envy that appeared in the comment section. He had just sent cell phone messages to the lords who were about to be rescued by him, and he almost forgot about this matter. Guanwenkong Base. System prompts. Lord Haotian sent a mobile phone. Do you want to receive it? Guanwenkong, who had just closed the chat box, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind and quickly opened the private chat box again to express his gratitude to Lord Haotian. This scene took place in the hall of Bai Lechi and other nameless lords who were saved by Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian didn't pay attention to all this, but looked at the 3 unopened gift packages on the operation interface. With a wry smile, Zheng Haotian slowly chose to open it. Advanced Resource Package. Bronze 3000, Gold 3000. Rare Resource Pack. Tungsten 1500. At this moment, Zheng Haotian only remembered the first place gift package he had opened before, and he almost forgot the reward inside. He hurriedly searched the operation interface for the reward for the first place in the defense against the zombie craze. Looking at the colorful 5 elements vitality pill in his hand, which looked like an elixir, Zheng Haotian showed a very pleased smile on his face. Chapter 171. Becoming a superpower 5 elements vitality pill. Holding the 5 elements vitality pill, Zheng Haotian walked to the secret room next to the control room and swallowed the colorful 5 elements vitality pill in one gulp. As soon as it entered his mouth, Zheng Haotian felt a warmth flowing into his intestines. A force gradually spread out from the 5 elements Yuan Qi pill and entered every part of his body. At this moment, on top of a tall tower, looking at the team of 30 people in front of him, Harold's face was filled with a wanton smile. Qiuzhe said flatteringly, Master Harold, all personnel have been counted and are ready to go at any time. Harold nodded and said, Well, that's right, Qiuzhe. This time I will let you be in charge of the management of the entire team. Yes, I will live up to Lord Harold's expectations and complete the task successfully. After Qiuzhe finished speaking, a righteous expression immediately appeared on his face. Seeing Qiuzhe like this, Harold smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Qiuzhe's performance. A warship slowly set off and headed towards the sea. Qiuzhe looked at the sea ahead with a sinister look on his face. Humph. This time, I wonder if you can still hide from us. Jinqian's face showed bursts of pain. At the beginning, the power was not very strong, but after 10 minutes, the feeling of power made him suffer. His whole body was shaking and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. At this moment, the door of the secret room was slowly opened. Looking at Zheng Haotian, who looked extremely painful, Wang Li immediately became anxious. But at this moment, she could also see that Zheng Haotian was making some important breakthrough. Seeing the sweat gradually covering Zheng Haotian's face, she walked to the bathroom very quietly, took out a wet towel, walked to Zheng Haotian's side again quietly, squatted down slowly, and wiped the sweat off Zheng Haotian's face very carefully. Feeling the coolness on his face, the pain in Zheng Haotian's heart was instantly reduced a lot. Seeing Zheng Haotian's expression gradually relaxing, Wang Li walked towards the bathroom again, washed the towel again very quietly, and continued to wipe Zheng Haotian. 20 minutes later, the intense bloating and pain in his body slowly subsided. Zheng Haotian felt overjoyed as he felt his body filled with energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Li, who was wiping his face anxiously. Wang Li was wearing particularly cool clothes today, which caused Zheng Haotian to see something he shouldn't have seen when he lowered his head. Zheng Haotian suddenly opened his eyes, which scared Wang Li. She immediately withdrew her hand that was wiping Zheng Haotian's face. Her face turned red instantly, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. At this moment, Zheng Haotian felt a surge of anger in his body that had not subsided. He looked at Wang Li with a look of burning heat in his eyes. He grabbed Wang Li's hand, which she had not retracted. To Wang Li's shock, he picked her up and walked towards the bed. At this moment, Zheng Haotian discovered that Wang Li's figure was actually comparable to Shui Ying's. He then smiled evilly, kissed Wang Li again, and tapped Wang Li's upturned nose. "You can take a day off today." At this moment, Wang Li had to nod slowly, because she really couldn't move at this moment. After leaving the library, Zheng Haotian eagerly summoned the Phantom Infinite Mech and flew rapidly towards the city gate. Seeing the two huge mechas under the city wall, Zheng Haotian was delighted. Seeing Zheng Haotian coming, Feng Tonglong and Yin Tsonghu immediately jumped out of the mecha. "Lord, it's just right. Since both of you are here, please explain to me how you operate your superpowers." After Zheng Haotian finished speaking, the two looked at each other, and then Feng Tonglong said with a puzzled look on his face, "Lord, if your body has not awakened its superpowers, you cannot practice. But since you want to know, Lord, we will explain it to you. A superpower, first of all, must slowly manipulate the superpowers in his body, and then that energy." At this moment, Zheng Haotian was like a student studying. While Feng Tonglong was talking, Yin Tsonghu beside him supplemented him from time to time, and Zheng Haotian started to practice. 2 hours later, a golden light shot out from Zheng Haotian's hand and landed on the city wall, leaving an almost invisible mark. However, all three of them are assisted by mechas, and their eyesight is far superior to others. Seeing this scene, Feng Tonglong and Yin Tsonghu showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Lord, you also have special powers." Seeing the incredible expressions on the two people's faces, Zheng Haotian's mouth corners slightly raised. Without saying anything, he just nodded slowly. After understanding how to use this supernatural power, Zheng Haotian flew straight towards the back mountain, leaving behind Yin Tsonghu and Feng Tonglong with surprised faces. Bang! A golden light flashed by, and the trunk of the tree was directly shattered, and the whole tree fell straight down. Zheng Haotian looked at his hands with great joy. "Ha ha! I never thought that I, Zheng Haotian, would actually become a superpower one day." From Feng Tonglong and Yin Tsonghu, Zheng Haotian thoroughly understood the power of the psychics. With just one psychic, he could kill hundreds of zombies with his bare hands and prevent them from getting close. Even with larger mechas, they could deal with them on their own. If it is equipped with a mecha, it can directly fight against zombies at the corpse general level. Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian laughed wildly again, launched another attack, and then looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. Then he flew towards the base with a reluctant look. After all, there was Wang Li, whom he had just applauded, waiting for her. Above the wasteland, Captain! Captain!" Hearing the call from the car, Chunming frowned and slowly said, "What's the matter? It seems that we have discovered a rare mineral vein ahead. Should we go check it out?" After he finished speaking, Chunming's frown slowly relaxed. "Slow down and follow my instructions." After giving the order, he immediately opened the map, looked at the halfway mark, and then looked at the big sun hanging high in the sky. His face lit up. "Stop moving forward. Vehicle number 2 will take the lead and head towards the mineral vein you found." As Chunming finished speaking, an extremely excited voice came from the radio again. "Yes." Vehicle number 2 drove to the front of the convoy and drove rapidly to the right. Chapter 172, Lord Guan Wenkong. Under the sunlight, the minerals in front of us are particularly dazzling. A soldier said with joy on his face, "Captain, this seems to be a new type of rare resource." Hearing this, Chunming immediately took the scanner from the soldier. Seeing the species name, uranium-59, displayed above, Chunming gradually smiled. "First, quickly mine 100 units and mark this place on the map." "Yes." 2 hours later, the convoy set off again. Chunming looked at the time, frowned, and thought to himself, "I still underestimated the progress of rare resource mining. Lord, we seem to have arrived." Looking at the dilapidated base in front of him, Liu Laowu couldn't help but be shocked. He compared the wall of his own base with the wall of the base in front of him, and instantly saw how big the gap was. He was not the only one who was shocked. All the new members behind him felt a surge of honor and pride in their hearts at this moment. System prompts. Soldier Yuwu's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompt. Soldier Zhang Zai's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haotian, who was carefully feeding Wang Li at the moment, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind, and a smile gradually spread across his face. A sudden burst of noise brought Liu Laowu back to his senses from his surprise, and he immediately took out the mobile phone that the Lord had given him. Ding ding. A series of cell phone rings rang out not far from Liu Laowu, and Liu Laowu happily ran towards the source of the sound. After walking a few steps, a hearty laugh covered the ringing of the phone. Haha, it must be Lord Haotian's rescue team coming. A rough man with a full beard appeared in front of Liu Laowu and others, but when Guan Wenkong saw the lineup of the team in front of him, the smile on his face gradually froze. Although he knew that Boss Haotian's rescue team was well-equipped and had made sufficient mental preparation, he was still shocked at this moment. Look at the team in front of you, and then look at the soldiers behind you. Guan Wenkong's eyes were filled with disappointment, but he adjusted himself in just a moment and walked slowly towards Liu Laowu, who looked like the team leader. Hello, I'm the lord of this base, Guan Wenkong. I guess you're the rescue team sent by Lord Haotian. Liu Laowu slowly grasped Guan Wenkong's outstretched right hand and said in a very gentle tone, Yes, after Lord Wenkong has finished packing, we can start our journey. Haha. As expected of Lord Haotian's rescue team, they are so efficient. After saying that, Guan Wenkong looked at the group of soldiers behind him and then looked at the dilapidated city wall. We have packed up. Let's set off immediately. The moment he sat in the armored vehicle, Guan Wenkong was shocked again. He was so excited that he immediately thought of the chat box. Lord Guan Wenkong, brothers, I'm saved. I'm already on Boss Haotian's rescue convoy. I think I'll be able to meet Lord Haotian himself soon. Hey, here comes another Versailles guy. I'm so envious. I wonder when I can be saved. Brother Wenkong, come quickly. I'll be waiting for you at Boss Haotian's base. When Guan Wenkong saw this news, his eyes lit up. Isn't this the first person who was rescued by Boss Haotian before? I immediately opened the private message and added him as a friend. Zhang Daqiang, who was still drinking afternoon tea and basking in the sunlight in the Haotian base, stood up immediately. Lord Zhang Daqiang, haha, hello, Brother Wenkong. Seeing Zhang Daqiang's uninhibited words, Guan Wenkong was looking forward to seeing the grand scale of Haotian base as soon as possible. Hello, Lord Zhang Daqiang. By the way, Brother Wenkong, can you sign a territorial agreement with Boss Haotian? Guan Wenkong was stunned and asked Zhang Daqiang with a little confusion. Territorial agreement? Brother Zhang, what is this? Lord Zhang Daqiang, then I will tell you in detail when you come. Then you will know that the benefits are huge. Looking at the news above, Guan Wenkong was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He was completely immersed in the territorial agreement that Zhang Daqiang had mentioned before. Suddenly, Guan Wenkong was delighted. System, what is the territorial agreement? Dear Lord, a territorial agreement means that you admire a certain lord very much, and then sign a territorial agreement with him and become his territorial lord. The system's words once again aroused Guan Wenkong's curiosity. Then what can I gain from signing a territorial agreement? Dear Lord, if you sign a territorial agreement with a powerful lord, you will gain the amplitude of his special buildings and share his technology. What? This piece of news made Guan Wenkong stunned. If he signed an agreement with Haotian, wouldn't he be able to build a force like the one that rescued him now? Thinking of this, Guan Wenkong was delighted. At this moment, the team led by Zhang Ming has also received the third Lord Guiyiming, but their situation is not very good at the moment. Not only is the road extremely steep, but there are also half-zombies wandering around. Roar! Suddenly, a huge half-zombie howled and blocked the way in front of Chun Ming's convoy. Car number 1 crashed straight into the half-zombie, but could only force it back 2 steps and could not cause any more damage to it. Chun Ming frowned, comforted Gui Yiming beside him, and immediately directed the convoy to move closer. In just 10 seconds, the convoy of 15 vehicles formed a circle and became a defensive fortification for the rescue team. At the roar of the huge half-corpse, dense swarms of zombies surrounded Chun Ming's convoy. Seeing the highly skilled combat capabilities of the rescue team, and thinking of the combat capabilities of his previous soldiers, Gui Yiming's eyes showed waves of yearning and expectation. Ha ha! Good thing I didn't meet a completely new human being. Fresh blood is waiting for me. Don't grab them. I want to be the first to suck their blood. Oomph! The best get it. Let's see who runs faster, you or me. While the two of them were talking, suddenly a figure rushed towards Chun Ming's convoy at a rapid speed. Seeing this figure, the two half-corpses who had been arguing before looked unhappy and said at the same time, "Damn, this kid has no martial ethics." Hearing the words of these half-corpses, Chun Ming smiled and snorted coldly. "Humph, do you really think we are your prey? Brothers, they are within range, beat them hard." Chapter 173, Crisis Moment. Bang! Boom! For a moment, there was continuous artillery fire. Because the team behind did not carry mechanical servants, they were all equipped with heavy weapons. It was originally thought that the members of the rescue team had become meat on the chopping board, but who would have thought that the next moment they would become souls shot by those meat on the chopping board? The ability of these half-zombies to withstand attacks is not as good as that of zombies. In just a moment, the densely packed half-zombies were swept out of a small open space by the powerful firepower of the rescue team. However, the scope of this open space is still expanding. "Captain, we can't go on like this. Although these half-zombies can't get close to us, there are still a lot of them. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on." Listening to the words of the team members beside him, Chun Ming quickly shot at the half-zombies. Looking at the dozens of extremely huge figures among the still densely packed half-zombies in the distance, Chun Ming frowned again. 10 minutes later, the distance between the rescue team and the half-zombies had not changed at all. On the contrary, because there were so many half-zombies, they provided some cover for the half-zombies behind them. Relying on these covers, they were actually moving forward slowly. Seeing this, Chun Ming looked at his teammates who were fighting hard beside him, then looked at the pairs of expectant eyes in the vehicles, gritted his teeth, and took out his cell phone. "Hello, Lord. I'm Chun Ming. We encountered an attack by half-zombies 50 miles east of the base. Request support." Zheng Haotian, who had just come out of the library, heard the news on the phone and showed anger on his face. "Hold on. I will send a rescue team to help you. You must hold on for half an hour. If you can't win, try to escape." "Yes." Chun Ming hung up the phone with a dejected look on his face. He looked at the field again and saw that many half-zombies had found ways to use cover to resist damage. If they continued like this, they would be breached in less than half an hour. Looking at the huge half-corpse in the distance that had blocked all escape routes for the rescue team, Chun Ming frowned again. While Chun Ming was distracted, Zheng Haotian had already flown over the road where the 5th rescue team was taking. "Phantom, can the speed be any faster?" As Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. "Yes, master, you can turn on the rapid mode." "Then turn on the fast mode for me." Zheng Haotian's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect that it would actually work after he asked this question. After all, the speed was already very fast now. Speed mode is on. Rapid mode is turned on. The acceleration port is cut. The acceleration port has been switched, and the speed has been increased. In an instant, the speed at which the scene below was receding suddenly increased. 15 minutes later, the half-zombie was less than 2 meters away from the rescue team. "Captain, these half-zombies are about to attack us. What should we do?" In the panic, Chun Ming was stunned. Suddenly, he saw the half-corpse man who had just been blown up in the field. His eyes lit up. "Use a bomb." As soon as Chun Ming finished speaking, bursts of explosions rang out again. In just a moment, all the half-zombies within 5 meters of the rescue team were eliminated. However, Chun Ming did not show any joy on his face, because once the bomb was used up, it would be gone. Just as he was worried, the soldier beside him spoke again. "Captain, why don't you let the mecha team go? This way we can wait for the arrival of the rescue team." Looking at the serious and anxious face of the soldier, Chun Ming felt very conflicted. If he sent him, the safety of the mecha team would not be guaranteed. If he did not send him, the next wave of these half-zombies would approach again, and if they wanted to activate the mecha team, they would have to resort to close combat. This is the scene that Chun Ming least wants to see. The half-corpse people are not zombies. The half-corpse people still have thoughts, so it is not so easy to deal with them. Seeing Chun Ming lost in thought, the soldier spoke again anxiously. "Captain, give the order quickly. There is no time to lose." Looking at the soldier's determined face, Chun Ming hesitated again. "Captain, the half-zombies are attacking again, and this time they are much faster than before." A voice came from the other side and directly disrupted Chun Ming's thoughts. Looking at the soldier in front of him, Chun Ming patted his shoulder and said with a choked voice, "You must come back alive." As soon as he finished speaking, an order was issued. "Mech squadron, attack." "Yes." The soldier looked at Chun Ming, and his body was slowly wrapped by the mecha. The next second, he went straight into the dense tide of half-zombies. Seeing this scene, Gui Yiming was shocked again and stuttered to himself. Isn't this the mecha from Iron Man? With 3 fewer people, the rescue team's firepower dropped again. At this moment, the 3 members wearing mechas fell straight down from the air, bringing with them gusts of air waves, and directly took away the half-corpse man in the book. Seeing this scene, a very burly half-corpse in the rear said fiercely, "Send people to entangle them. Don't let them disrupt our attack plan." Yes. As soon as the words fell, 3 huge half-corpse bodies rushed towards the location of the mecha team. Chun Ming, who had been watching the battle, saw this scene and sighed. "Sure enough, the thing I was worried about has happened." He shouted anxiously into the intercom, "Mecha team, be careful. A powerful half-corpse is coming towards you." The 3 team members in mechas were killing like crazy at this moment. In just a moment, they had killed dozens of half-zombies. When they heard Chun Ming's words, they quickly changed their formation. Seeing that there were powerful companions to deal with the iron box in front of them, all the ordinary half-zombies bypassed the mecha team and attacked other humans frantically. In an instant, the pressure on Chun Ming and others doubled. Bang! At this moment, 3 huge half-corpses faced the mecha team. With just one collision, the strength of both sides was instantly revealed. The mecha team did not retreat a single step, while the 3 half-zombies were pushed back 4 or 5 steps in this first confrontation. The shock in their hearts could be seen from their struggling faces. Chun Ming and the 3 members of the mecha team were delighted and immediately had a clear understanding of the strength of the mecha. The burly half-corpse man in the distance saw this scene and frowned on his rotten forehead. 3 more people. If we can't fight them alone, we can use the human wave tactic to hold them back. While the 3 defeated half-zombies were stunned for a moment, the mecha team took the initiative to attack. Chapter 174, The True Meaning of Rescue. The 3 tall half-zombies only realized the mecha team was in front of them and could only hastily make simple defensive moves. Bang! The half-zombie who had made a temporary defense was hit by 3 fists wrapped in armor and vomited green blood. He had to run towards the place where his companions who came to rescue him were. However, their speed was not as fast as that of the mechas. They were caught up by the 3 men in a few breaths. 3 energy cannons were fired, and 3 hollow heads appeared. 3 tall half-corpses slowly fell to the ground, which made Gui Yiming stunned and horrified. You have to know that he has encountered the power of these half-corpses. He had killed several farmers by such a powerful half-corpse before. In that instant, he came to his senses and sent a bunch of exclamations to the chat group. "Lord Yiming, damn it, brothers. I saw 3 strong half-zombies fall in front of me. Being hunted down one by Lord Haotian's rescue team is so shocking." As soon as the words fell, another lord spoke up. "Oh, Lord Haotian, you're the top boss again. I guess they will have our current lineup on the 2nd or 3rd day. Don't be surprised. That's right. What are you comparing with Lord Haotian? He is a real god, and we are just human beings. I would believe you if you said that Lord Haotian shot down the sun. I have already been completely conquered by Lord Haotian." Seeing the comments section once again in a frenzy, Gui Yiming quickly closed the chat box and decided that it was more important to pay attention to the battle in front of him. Just as the 3 half-zombies were knocked down, the 3 giant half-zombies who came to support them were stunned. "You look at me, I look at you," meaning, are we still going to move forward? At this time, a burly half-corpse surrounded by many half-corpses came to his senses and said angrily, "If 6 more people go, you 9 people don't need to come back if you can't kill the 3 of them." Yes. 6 tall half-corpses ran rapidly, and the whole earth began to tremble. Feeling the increasingly strong vibrations coming from under their feet, the mecha team members frowned. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded, and flew rapidly into the air. The 9 half-zombies were stunned by this scene. How did it fly up into the sky? Just as he was shouting, he was greeted by a wave of light. When he felt a heart-pounding breath, several half-zombies immediately dodged. Looking at the white mist rising from the ground, the rotting faces of several people became more and more hideous. "You actually dare to fly into the sky. Do you think it will be safe up there?" The burly half-corpse man looked viciously at the mecha team that flew into the sky. "How?" The mecha team, who had been feeling complacent just now, suddenly lost all their joy when they heard this heart-pounding voice, leaving only a look of sorrow. "Hide quickly. There are flying half-zombies." As soon as a mecha warrior finished speaking, a huge black shadow knocked them down from the clouds and fell straight towards where the 9 half-corpses were. Seeing the 3 mechas falling down, the 9 half-zombies laughed arrogantly. This time they did not hesitate at all and rushed quickly to the place where the 3 mecha team members fell. Seeing this scene, Chun Ming's expression became even more worried. He wanted to rescue people, but faced with the dense crowd of half-zombies in front of him, he was too powerless to be distracted. He could only secretly hope that the rescuers would arrive soon. Just when the 3 members of the mecha team were about to land among the 9 tall half-zombies, a jet suddenly appeared behind them and forcibly changed the landing location of the 3 people. Seeing the 3 people land safely, a smile appeared on Chun Ming's face. As soon as the 3 of them landed, 9 half-zombies attacked. How could they, who were already agile, not be able to catch up with the speed of the falling mecha team? Bang! Puff! As soon as they started fighting, the 3 of them were so shocked by the powerful force that they vomited blood. The attack of the half-zombies continued without any pause. However, in just 3 minutes, the faces of the mecha team had been completely dyed red, and their bodies were shaking. It was even difficult for them to maintain their combat effectiveness. Haha, it seems you can't hold on for much longer. Let me, Oro, summarize you. Seeing the trembling figures of the 3 people, a half-corpse laughed arrogantly. The 3 people's eyes were gradually blurry at this moment, and black spots filled their eyeballs from top to bottom. Is this the prelude to death? A mecha crew member simply closed his eyes with a slight smile on his face. Looking at his companion who was slowly falling to the left, Han smiled on his resolute face. Lord, I can only repay your kindness in my next life. At this moment, Chun Ming saw the mecha team members slowly falling down and roared angrily, Hold on. The Lord is coming to rescue us. As soon as he finished speaking, he chopped off the head of the half-corpse who had just rushed onto the armored vehicle. Gui Yiming's eyes could not help but sparkle with light. He said ruthlessly, Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy. Although his peasants were all summoned, they were full of passion and could not wait any longer when they saw that those who came to rescue them were about to be sacrificed. After one shout of, Yes! More than 20 people drew out the rough metal swords behind them and rushed into the battlefield in an instant. This time, Chun Ming was stunned. Looking at the soldiers behind him rushing into the battlefield to kill the enemy, he smiled again and had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Perhaps this is the meaning of the Lord sending us to rescue. With the addition of Gui Yiming soldiers, the pressure on the 7 members of the rescue team was instantly reduced a lot. In just a moment, all the half-zombies were once again blocked 3 meters away from the armor vehicle. Seeing that the battle situation was slightly better, Chun Ming raised his arm and said, Come here, 3 people. Follow me to fight and rescue Han and the others. Yes. At this time, Gui Yiming had no choice but to call on his soldiers to fill the missing defense gaps. Chun Ming and his 3 friends had just fought their way forward for less than 5 meters when they were once again surrounded by a tidal wave of zombies, and their speed was extremely slow. Han was the last mecha operator who still had the strength to stand. When he saw Chun Ming coming to rescue him, he was deeply moved. At this moment, his body was shaking and he was slowly falling down. Just when his eyes were about to be filled with darkness, he suddenly saw a red figure in the sky. Han couldn't help but sneered. Huh, are you hallucinating? It seems that you are really going to die. Chapter 175, Lord's Rescue. Phantom Mecha demonstrates its power. Don't worry, you will be fine today. A deafening sound suddenly rang out, and Zheng Haotian used the energy conversion of the Phantom Mecha to directly use sonic attacks on the 9 huge half-corpses. This kind of sound does not cause much harm to humans, but it is extremely harmful to zombies and can cause short-term mobility. In just this moment, Chun Ming's face lit up with joy when he heard the sound flying in the sky. While all the zombies had not yet reacted, he took 3 team members back to the defense circle. At this moment, Han and the others had slowly fallen to the ground. A red mecha fell rapidly and pushed the half-corpse that was about to approach the 3 of them back a long way. The burly man behind the half-corpse frowned again. At this moment, he had already thought about retreating. With such a powerful mecha, he had no confidence at all that he could keep these people. Gui Yiming looked at the very gorgeous mecha in the distance, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of killing Thanos. This mecha was so similar to that one. At this moment, he realized why he thought of Iron Man when he saw the mecha team before. It turned out that there was a real Iron Man here. Phantom, Switch to melee mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Conversion successful. The weapon's mentality has changed, and the attack and defense power have been strengthened. Looking at the two huge cannon muzzles emerging from his hands, Zheng Haotian's face lit up with joy, and the energy gathered in his hands became stronger and stronger. When the 9 zombies were about to rush forward, the energy lasers in Zheng Haotian's hands had completed the final energy gathering. Pooh! Bang! The sound of laser shooting and bombardment rang out at the same time, and all the zombies within a range of 20 meters near Zheng Haotian were killed, including the 9 huge half-corpses. As soon as the voice fell, all the zombies stopped moving, and Chun Ming and others in the distance were also stunned. Gui Yiming couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god, what kind of huge killing power is this? It's so powerful. It seems to be the Lord's new type of mecha. After a long time, Chun Ming spoke slowly. Gui Yiming was shocked again. Boss Haotian? That one in the distance is Boss Haotian. Oh my god, I finally met my idol. At this moment, Zheng Haotian had already brought the 3 members of the mecha team over. Because of the mecha, Zheng Haotian's voice at this moment also carried bursts of mechanical sounds. Settle the 3 of them, and leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure rushed into the tide of half-zombies again. But the difference this time was that the beams of light in his hands had shortened to about 1 meter. Just that one move consumed 20 of the energy of the entire mecha, forcing Zheng Haotian to be cautious. However, when the energy remained at 1 meter without weakening, Zheng Haotian showed a full smile on his face. It seems that there are many operating methods of this mecha that I don't know. Just as he was surprised, dozens of half-zombies died under his laser. Retreat! Retreat! The burly half-corpse man who had originally held on to a glimmer of hope, seeing that Zheng Haotian still had such strong fighting power, immediately gave the order to escape. A big bird fell straight down from the sky and immediately took away the burly man and other powerful half-zombies, and all the zombies that were close to Zheng Haotian failed to survive. In just 10 minutes, after Chun Ming and Gui Yiming's soldiers joined in, all the half-zombies who had not escaped were shot dead. Clean up the battlefield quickly in 10 minutes. I will guard you for 10 minutes. You must set off immediately after 10 minutes. After killing the last half-corpse, Zheng Haotian gave the order while retracting the light beams on the hands of the mecha. Yes, Lord. Although there were only 7 people, they exuded the momentum of 70 people. Gui Yiming was once again impressed by Zheng Haotian. The execution ability of this team was something he could not compare to, not to mention those high-tech armors. System prompts. A lord with a loyalty of 60 is detected nearby. Do you want to send a territorial agreement? Zheng Haotian was just about to look at the lord in front of him and thinking about how to make the lord's loyalty reach 60 and then sign a territorial agreement. When the system popped up, Zheng Haotian was delighted and directly chose yes. The agreement has been sent, waiting for the other party to confirm. At this moment, Gui Yiming was also stunned. Just now, a sentence popped up in his mind. System prompt, the lord on the other side is willing to sign a territorial agreement with the lord. Do you want to accept it? Looking at the technologically advanced mecha opposite him, Gui Yiming was delighted and directly chose receive. Signed successfully, territory +1. Daily summon population +1. Not long after, he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Zheng Haotian was delighted. He patted Gui Yiming on the shoulder, said, I'll wait for you at the base, and flew into the air. It's just like Ultraman and Ultraman who leaves every time after defeating the monster. Signed successfully, all personnel's defense power increased by 50. Gui Yiming hadn't reacted until Zheng Haotian left. Only the reminder sounded in his mind. 10 minutes later, Gui Yiming, who was sitting in the car, felt more and more that it was fantastic. After patting the subordinate next to him on the thigh to confirm that he was not dreaming, Gui Yiming was overjoyed and directly shared his joy with the lords in the chat channel. Lord Yiming, brothers, I'm here again. I'm extremely excited at the moment. I just met Haotian himself. He was wearing a mecha, just like Iron Man in Marvel. We were originally trapped by the half-zombies, but with the arrival of Boss Haotian, we were able to strangle thousands of them in just over 10 minutes. After a series of messages were sent out, the lords in the chat channel could no longer sit still. What? Iron Man? No wonder Boss Haotian is so strong. It turns out that Boss Haotian is Iron Man. I envy this lord. It would be great if I could be rescued by Haotian. Unfortunately, I asked Lieutenant Colonel Wei but I'm too far away from Haotian, so he can't come to rescue me. What? You can still ask? Then I have to go and ask if I can have a chance to be rescued by Boss Haotian. I'll go ask too. In an instant, the entire chat channel fell silent again. Seeing the news from everyone, Gui Yiming was overjoyed. Summer Light Base. Looking at the ship approaching from a distance, he showed a worried look on his face. He quickly took out his cell phone and found the only person he could contact. Hey, Boss Haotian, I saw the ship that came to seize my infrastructure core last time again. Chapter 176. A sinister plan to take advantage of the enemy's strategy. Zheng Haotian, who was flying through the clouds at the moment, gradually showed a look of worry on his face when he heard the content on the phone. You should be fully prepared to see what they are planning to do this time. Since they're coming again, they are probably not with the same people as last time. Zheng Haotian thought for a moment and spoke again, but they are definitely from the same organization. Don't hang up your phone yet. I'm monitoring you here. Be prepared to activate the teleportation array at any time. If there is any danger, I will rescue you immediately. Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, the sadness on Xia Guang's face disappeared instantly, and all the defensive fortifications were completed in just a moment. Qiuzhe looked at the base that had already begun to deploy defenses and the crooked equipment on the base, and sneered. A lord like this is only worthy of dedicating the infrastructure core to us. Xiao Lu, go send a radio call to the other side and tell them that we are here to rescue him and ask them not to worry. Yes, after receiving the order, Liu immediately ran to the control room and sent a radio message to the other side. Xia Guang was stunned when he heard the news on the radio. Because it was broadcast loudly, Zheng Haotian also heard the content of the radio at this moment. Just as he was wondering, Xia Guang's voice rang out. Boss Haotian, I haven't received any news from Lieutenant Colonel Wei saying that someone is coming to rescue me. Hearing this news, Zheng Haotian was stunned, remembering that the previous organization attacked Xia Guang because they wanted to seize his infrastructure core. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Haotian raised his lips slightly. You can follow them if you're fully prepared. You don't need to bring the infrastructure core with you. Just find a fake one. Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Xia Guang's face lit up with joy. As a college student, he had a very flexible mind. He agreed to the other party's request, even though he knew what he was doing. Isn't this a very clever strategy? By the way, do you have anything that looks like an infrastructure core? Xia Guang smiled and said, Don't worry, Boss Haotian. The last time they came to me, I secretly found this thing and imitated several of them. I was afraid that they would come again, and I could use this to fool them. After hearing that Xia Guang actually had this little plan, a smile appeared on his face. After understanding Zheng Haotian's plan, Xia Guang's acting skills instantly improved. He summoned all the people in the base, holding a blue square box in his hand, and waited quietly at the gate of the base. Seeing Xia Guang's cooperation, Qiuzhe showed a very proud smile on his face. 5 minutes later, the ship slowly approached Xia Guang's base. Xia Guang cooperated very well and held the blue box and walked onto the battleship alone. Seeing that there was only one person walking onto the warship from the opposite side, Qiuzhe gave Xiao Lu beside him a look. Xiao Lu immediately understood and asked Xia Guang, Why did you come up here alone? Where are your farmers? Xia Guang smirked and looked at the shifty Xiao Lu in front of him with a smile. Commander, let these peasants of mine fend for themselves on the island. They can go back anyway. If you take me with you, you won't have so much burden. Xia Guang's words stunned Qiuzhe, who was standing beside him. When he came to his senses, the smile on his face became even more unrestrained. Xiao Lu, who was good at checking people's expressions, saw the smile on Captain Qiuzhe's face and quickly praised Xia Guang. One person is good. One person is good. As soon as he got on the boat, Xia Guang was like a curious baby. Captain, where's the place you're taking me to? Is it safe? Is there any delicious food there? Are there any pretty girls? After hearing Xia Guang's nonsensical questions, Qiuzhe immediately let go of his guard against Xia Guang and walked towards the lounge on the battleship. He didn't want to see this silly Xia Guang again. Seeing that Qiuzhe had lost interest in the young man in front of him, Xiao Lu changed his previous friendly expression and said with a hint of malice, Boy, sit still. It will take us 2 days to get back to a safe place. During this time, we still have to rescue other lords. Xia Guang, who was scolded by Xiao Lu, nodded like a child who had made a mistake. He was very frustrated and just looked around while holding his blue box. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Haotian immediately contacted Wei Tai when he heard that this group of people were going to rescue other lords. Hey, Brother Wei. As soon as the call was connected, Wei Tai's hearty laughter rang out. Brother Haotian, what's the matter? Do you have any good news to tell me? Zheng Haotian said awkwardly, Brother Wei, I guess this is not good news. After hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Wei Tai's expression changed from his previous relaxed state and gradually became solemn. He knew very well in his heart that if Zheng Haotian, a top leader on the list, said that the news was not good news, then it must be extremely bad news. After a pause, Zheng Haotian spoke again. Brother Wei, I have previously established a sub-base in the ocean, but today someone said that a rescue team was going to rescue them. Do you have any arrangements for a rescue team on the ocean? Wei Tai frowned. Among all the lords who contacted me, only the Sword Lord has his base at the seaside among the top 10, but he doesn't have the ability to go into the sea to rescue people now, so? Seeing Wei Tai pause, Zheng Haotian knew what was going on and told Wei Tai the facts and his plan in detail. It took a long time for Wei Tai to digest Zheng Haotian's news. Then, Brother Haotian, how do you need me to cooperate with you? Zheng Haotian smiled. Brother Wei, I need you to contact all the lords in the ocean. After hearing Zheng Haotian's plan, Wei Tai was overjoyed. Ha, Brother Haotian, if your plan was put in ancient times, it would definitely be a great plan. Then Brother Wei means that it won't work now. That. Of course, I was just making a metaphor just now. Faced with Zheng Haotian's joke, Wei Tai didn't know how to respond for a moment. I was just joking, Brother Wei. Don't take it seriously. I won't bother you anymore. After all, if we were a minute late, someone would have fallen victim to this organization's murderous hands. After hanging up the phone, Wei Tai smiled helplessly and quickly entered the chat channel. Lord Wei Tai, all lords whose bases are in the ocean, please contact me as soon as possible. Lord Wei Tai, all lords whose bases are in the ocean, please contact me as soon as possible. Lord Wei Tai, all lords whose bases are in the ocean, please contact me as soon as possible. Chapter 177, A New Way to Increase Loyalty. In Zheng Haotian's mind, Wei Tai's ability to do things was absolutely reliable. After hanging up the phone, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he arrived at the base, Zheng Haotian went straight to the summoning platform. He never forgot this matter on the way. Zhuang Si, greet the Lord. A middle-aged man in a gray robe knelt on the ground. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but be overjoyed and immediately checked his attributes. Name Jance. Occupation, priest. Physical fitness 300300. Abilities, defense, planning, coordination. Special ability, strategy amplification, defense, coordination, planning. Loyalty, 70. Zheng Haotian was delighted to see Zhuang Si's attribute panel. However, seeing that his initial occupation was actually a priest, this was absolutely no different from the prime minister in ancient times. This was exactly the talent he needed at the moment. He quickly stepped forward to help Zhuang Si up. No need to be polite, get up quickly. As soon as Zhuang Si looked up, he saw Zheng Haotian's concerned eyes, and his heart was instantly excited. System prompts. The loyalty of the priest Zhuang Si has increased by 10 points. Zheng Haotian said with joy, since your profession is a priest, then you will now serve as the priest of my Haotian base. Looking at the Lord's serious and resolute face, he didn't seem to be joking. So Zhuang Si immediately took back what he wanted to say. He looked into Zheng Haotian's eyes with sincerity. I will obey your orders and live up to your love. My lord, since I am now a priest, I will start my duties. After thinking for a moment, Zhuang Si continued, I have detected that my lord has 2 territories that have not been settled. Please take me to the hall. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good. Okay, come on, follow me. Since the journey was not very far, Zheng Haotian led Zhuang Si directly there. Along the way, seeing the dazzling buildings, Zhuang Si's loyalty increased by another 10 points, and he directly reached the 80-point mark. This discovery reminded Zheng Haotian of a method to refresh the loyalty of the summoned farmers. He secretly memorized it in his mind and would tell Wang Li about it when they were in bed. In just a moment, the two arrived at the hall. Looking at the very sophisticated mimicry sand table in front of him, Zhuang Si was a little excited. However, it only took him a short while to figure out the environment around the entire Haotian base. After another round of adjustment, Zhuang Si looked at Zheng Haotian, who had always been by his side, with a look of satisfaction. It was the first time he had seen such a humble lord. My lord, take a look. I have already planned everything for you. A large simulated scene appeared before his eyes, and a small Haotian base was prominently displayed. In the valley behind the Haotian base, dozens of smaller base templates were unfolding, looking like small towns. Seeing that Zheng Haotian didn't speak, Zhuangzi was stunned for a moment, then began to explain, "My lord, this is our current base." After that, Zhuangzi pointed to the small Haotian base on the map and slid his finger towards the small base group behind it and continued, "The land in the valley behind is where the Lord will settle his territory in the future. Look, Lord, our base is right at the exit of the valley. This way, when we face a crisis later, we only need to use all our strength to defend the Haotian base. In this way, first of all, the safety of our base is guaranteed to the greatest extent. Second, we can integrate the soldiers of all the lords and increase our strength." Hearing this second point, Zheng Haotian's eyes lit up. "Excuse me, priest, I have to interrupt you. What you just said, can we still integrate the soldiers of the territorial lords?" Zhuangzi was so excited that he felt that the Lord was too respectful to him. He explained with a trembling voice, "Yes, Lord, but the prerequisite is that they can integrate only when they can ensure that their territory has enough population. Of course, it is another matter when they encounter a crisis." System prompts. The loyalty of the priest Zhuangzi has increased by 5 points. Hearing the system prompt his mind, Zheng Haotian felt very happy and nodded with a smile. After receiving Zheng Haotian's signal, Zhuangzi continued, "Third, we don't have to worry about our territory being captured. In this way, we will integrate all the resources we have. If the Lord creates an alliance in the future, he will have a very high starting point." Zheng Haotian nodded. It was true. After thinking for a moment, he let Zhuangzi take full responsibility for the matter and sent Robert to protect his safety. In Haotian base, the mechanical servant is Zheng Haotian's living seal. This operation directly increases Zhuangzi's loyalty to 90 points. Night gradually fell. During dinner, Zheng Haotian introduced Zhuangzi to everyone. Zhuangzi was very excited, but his loyalty still did not increase. Zheng Haotian was not discouraged about this, because the last 10 points of loyalty increase would require some chance. In front of Zheng Haotian's small building, Tian was holding a beautiful woman's hand and walking slowly towards the small building. The two beautiful women would raise their heads and secretly glance at each other from time to time. The two girls' little movements naturally did not escape Zheng Haotian's eyes. When he got to the small building, Zheng Haotian smiled slightly and looked at the two girls. "You two, stop peeking at us." When they found out their little trick had been discovered, the two girls' faces turned even redder. After a moment, Shuiying, who was the first woman to become Zheng Haotian, put aside her previous shyness and took the initiative to step forward and hold Wang Li's hand. "Sister, you've worked hard today. I'll take you to rest." Wang Li looked at Shuiying with excitement, then looked at Zheng Haotian, who was sitting on the sofa, and nodded slowly. A moment later, Shuiying returned to Zheng Haotian with a smile on her face and lay in Zheng Haotian's arms shyly. Holding Shuiying's warm body, Zheng Haotian said reluctantly, "Shuiying, will you blame me?" How could Shuiying blame the Lord? As long as the Lord does not abandon Shuiying, it will be fine. As soon as Shuiying finished speaking, Zheng Haotian directly expressed his feelings to her with practical actions. After a while of making love, Zheng Haotian looked at Shuiying, who was limp on his chest, and tapped his nose. "Next time you say something like this, I will make sure you can't get out of bed." Zheng Haotian's joking words made the already shy Shuiying bury her head even deeper. The next morning, Zheng Haotian and Shuiying just got up and saw breakfast on the table and Wang Li sitting beside them waiting for them. Hearing the sound behind her, Wang Li immediately stood up and was about to salute, but was stopped by Zheng Haotian. "You are mine now. You don't have to salute me at home in the future. Remember this." Looking at the majesty on Zheng Haotian's face, Wang Li felt warm in her heart and hummed very quietly. A voice broke the slight awkwardness. "Ah, you are so bad. You just bully your sister." Chapter 178, The Embryo of a Small Country. The three of them parted ways after breakfast. Shuiying's schedule today was different from the previous ones. She went to Tonkei Tower to pray early in the morning, and then went to the kitchen to help the beautiful cook prepare food. Zheng Haotian and Wang Li went to the summoning platform and began to summon today's farmers. "I, Peng Huang, greet my lord. Ned Huan, greet my lord." Looking at the 38 people standing in front of him, Zheng Haotian was extremely happy. Since his base was upgraded to level 5, All newly summoned peasants not only have an initial loyalty of 70, but are also dual attribute talents. The more the population increases, the better our safety will be guaranteed. On the way to the summoning platform, Zheng Haotian told Wang Li about his thoughts yesterday. Under the leadership of the two, a team of 40 people began to tour the Haotian base until they finally entered the military camp. The loyalty of all the newly summoned farmers today reached more than 85 points. After saying goodbye to Wang Li, Zheng Haotian summoned a phantom mecha and flew towards the main hall. Ha, priest, that's great. Then you can arrange this position for me. This is the closest to Boss Haotian's base. If zombies attack, we can provide support immediately. As soon as Zheng Haotian arrived at the door, he heard Zhang Daqiang's hearty laughter. He couldn't help but smile and strode into the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Zhuang Si spotted Zheng Haotian. My lord. Zhang Daqiang immediately turned around and looked at Zheng Haotian with excitement. Boss Haotian. Zheng Haotian's joining made the atmosphere instantly solemn. Although Zheng Haotian behaved very easygoing, Zhang Daqiang and Zhuang Si still couldn't get along. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian asked Zhuang Si to be fully responsible for the construction of the branch base, and then found an excuse to leave. My lord, the rescue team is back. A voice sounded, changing Zheng Haotian's itinerary. He ordered someone to call Zhang Daqiang and Zhuang Si, and the three of them got on the armored vehicle and rushed towards the city gate. Haotian base, city gate. Seeing a mecha servant in the team in the distance, Gui Yiming's eyes lit up and his face lit up with joy. Ha! You must be Brother Wen Kong. Seeing the person coming, Guan Wen Kong, who had been stunned for a moment, burst into laughter. Ha! You must be Brother Yiming. I finally see you in person. Ah, yes. The cool robot next to you is very eye-catching. It was already bustling outside the city gate. With the arrival of an armored vehicle, everyone immediately stopped joking and looked at the vehicle in front of them with familiarity. The car slowly stopped, and Zhang Daqiang instinctively prepared to get out of the car to help Zheng Haotian open the door, but the door was automatic, which made him feel a little embarrassed for a moment, but when he saw that no one noticed, he immediately stood aside. Zheng Haotian naturally noticed Zhang Daqiang's little action. He patted him on the shoulder when getting off the car, and instantly resolved the embarrassment in Zhang Daqiang's heart. Seeing the Lord, all the rescue teams saluted in unison. Lord. Zheng Haotian still nodded expressionlessly, but he was extremely happy in his heart. The sound of the rescue team's salute directly scared all the lords, and the happiest one at this moment was Gui Yiming. When he was rescued before, he only saw Zheng Haotian wrapped in a mecha and had not seen his true face. He was very happy at this moment. Zheng Haotian was wearing a dark blue brocade robe today. Under the faint sunlight in the early morning, he looked even more handsome. Hello everyone, I am Lord Haotian. After these 9 words were spoken, all the lords were even more delighted. After a pause, Zheng Haotian spoke again. I don't need to say anything else. Since you have been saved by me, I will be your solid line of defense from now on. As long as my base survives, you will not be harmed in the slightest. System prompts, Lord Guan Wen Kong's loyalty has reached 60. Do you want to send the territorial agreement? System prompts, Lord Bai Lechi's loyalty has reached 60. Do you want to send the territorial agreement? System prompts, with just one sentence, the loyalty of all the lords directly reached 60. Zheng Haotian didn't say anything else and directly chose to send. Okay, Boss Haotian, I will follow you from now on. Me too. In just a moment, 5 people agreed to the territorial agreement. Lord Haotian sends you a territorial agreement. Do you want to accept it? Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Kong Shuyuan frowned. Boss Haotian, there's one thing I want to confirm. As soon as the Lord finished speaking, Zheng Haotian nodded. You go ahead. After receiving Zheng Haotian's command, Kong Shuyuan spoke directly. Boss Haotian, although I admire you very much, I want to ask if I become your vassal. Will you let my peasants be cannon fodder? As soon as he finished speaking, the other lords, especially Zhang Daqiang, cast unfriendly looks at him. They were about to speak, but were interrupted by Zheng Haotian. Don't worry about this. I, Zheng Haotian, swear to heaven that I will not let any peasant of a vassal lord be cannon fodder. Zheng Haotian's sonorous and powerful words fell, and 2 system prompts immediately rang in his mind again. Lord Kong Shuyuan accepts the territorial agreement and becomes a territorial territory. Population +1. Lord Duan Wenbin accepts the express delivery agreement and becomes a vassal. Population +1. At this moment, the number of people Zheng Haotian could summon every day increased by 6, and he was delighted. Leading everyone to the kitchen, they heard that Zheng Haotian had already prepared food for them, and their faces were filled with joy again. They had been running around all night and were indeed tired and hungry. Although they had energy bars, those things could not compare to the smell of real food. When Zheng Haotian received the message from several lords, he directly sent a message to Wei Tai. Wei Tai was overjoyed when he received the message. Open the chat channel directly. Lord Wei Tai, Wei Tai, on behalf of the organization and all the lords, would like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian for successfully rescuing the 9 lords. Lord Wei Tai, Wei Tai, on behalf of the organization and all the lords, would like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian for successfully rescuing the 9 lords. Lord Wei Tai, Wei Tai, on behalf of the organization and all the lords, would like to express my gratitude to Lord Haotian for successfully rescuing the 9 lords. After Wei Tai's message landed, the chat channel became active again. Wow, 9 lords are so lucky. I wonder when it will be my turn. Upstairs +1. Zhang Daqiang, who had been paying attention to the information in the chat channel, immediately greeted all the lords, and the chat channel was directly dominated by Zheng Haotian's territorial lords. Chapter 179 Haotian Canyon. Lord Zhang Daqiang, thank you, Boss Haotian, for rescuing me. Lord Yiming, thank you, Boss Haotian, for rescuing me. Lord Wenkong, thank you, Boss Haotian, for rescuing me. 9 convoys appeared in unison, making the entire chat channel silent again. Compared to the silence of the chat channel, the cafeteria of Haotian Base is very lively. At this moment, the large restaurant on level 5 can easily seat 2,000 people. There were more than 300 people in a line, and once they sat down, the contrast was immediately apparent. The left side of the cafeteria is filled with rescued lords and soldiers, and the right side of the cafeteria is filled with soldiers from the Haotian Base, all dressed in blue. The lords seemed to have discovered this problem at this moment, and they all looked a little embarrassed. But when they thought that their army would be able to be like the soldiers on the opposite side in the future, their eyes were filled with strong anticipation. Seeing the embarrassment of the lords, Zheng Haotian spoke slowly. Today, as the host, I once again welcome the arrival of all the lords. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause. The faces of the lords were once again filled with light, and their admiration for Boss Haotian deepened again. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his mind, Zheng Haotian showed a smile with just the right arc on his face. With the buffs of the 2 gods of food, all the meals were very delicious. After eating, the lords were still reluctant to leave. After the meal, all the lords chose the location for building their bases, and with Zheng Haotian's escort, they began to build their own bases. Flying in the air, looking at the 9 cities rising from the ground below, Zheng Haotian's heart was filled with pride. At this moment, he began to look forward to the scene of the canyon being filled. At the Liu base, Liu felt a little worried as he looked at the rescue team, whose equipment was not much better than his own. Seeing that the lord above the base did not move, the rescue team below spoke again. Lord Liu, we are the rescue team sent by Lord Wang Lu. Liu was puzzled as to why the equipment of the soldiers were so different even though they were both big bosses. Boss Ren Haotian has luxurious armored vehicles, mechas, and energy weapons, but the rescue team in front of him has no other advanced equipment except an energy weapon and a number of sophisticated weapons. Liu had a great struggle in his heart, but finally, remembering that there were only 12 days until the second wave of the tsunami, Liu had no choice but to take all his belongings and follow the rescue team. On an unknown sea surface, looking at a base in front of him, Xiuzei's face lit up with joy. Quick, send a radio to the lord on the other side. Xiuzhen, who received the radio call, was stunned and said to himself, sure enough, it's just as Lord Wei Tai said. After a while, seeing that the opposite base still had no response, Xiuzei was a little annoyed, with a hint of anger on his face. This kid is so ungrateful. Xiaolu, send another radio message. Just as Xiaolu was about to send, a voice sounded over the radio. First of all, I'm very grateful for the assistance of your base, but other lords have already sent me messages to rescue me, so I'm very sorry. Xiuzei was stunned when he heard the information on the radio. After a moment of silence, Xiuzei directly ordered the ship to drive to the island base and began to shout, hello, Lord inside. I am here to rescue you based on the information from Lieutenant Colonel Wei. So you could just tell the Lord who said he would come to rescue you, so that he doesn't have to make an extra trip. Haotian sneered and thought to himself, Humph, he is indeed a liar. Lieutenant Colonel Wei has already made it clear to us that no sea rescue forces have been sent, but this guy actually claimed to be sent by Lieutenant Colonel Wei. After ordering all his men to prepare for absolute defense once again, Haotian slowly spoke. No need, Lord. The Lord who came to rescue me has 5 warships. I think I can get greater security by going to him. And he just sent me a message, and it will only take half an hour to arrive. How about you wait with me for a while? Qiu Zhe, who was already furious, was frightened by Haotian's words. 5 warships and half an hour. How could he dare to stay for a moment longer? After bidding farewell to Haotian in a hurry, the battleship ran at full speed and disappeared on the sea level in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the warship going away, Haotian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My lord, I have something important to report. Zheng Haotian, who had just returned to the base, was intercepted by Chunming. Seeing Zheng Haotian nod, Chunming slowly said, Lord, when we went to rescue you, we found a place with abundant rare materials. When Zheng Haotian heard about rare materials, he immediately became interested. The reason was simple. There was still no news about the last rare resource that could be upgraded to level 3 for the Bronze Sparrow Tower. He nodded and looked at Chunming with anticipation. My lord, look, this is the rare material. The 10 of us dug for 2 hours and only got 100 units of this material. After saying that, Chunming slowly handed the thing in his hand to Zheng Haotian. After taking Chunming's storage capsule and opening it, a new substance immediately appeared on the system resource interface. Uranium 59. Seeing that the new resource displayed on the resource interface was what he had been looking for in the past few days, Zheng Haotian was overjoyed. He looked at Chunming eagerly and asked, Where did you find this? Seeing the Lord so excited, Chunming's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took out the map. Taking the map and seeing the green origin marked on it, Zheng Haotian was delighted again. It's only half a day's journey. After the excitement, Zheng Haotian patted Chunming on the shoulder and said, Well done, kid. You will be responsible for the mining of this resource, and try to get me 1,000 units as soon as possible. Yes. Chunming watched Zheng Haotian leave with great joy. Ding ding. Before he had walked far, Zheng Haotian's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Wei Tai calling, Zheng Haotian immediately became serious. Brother Haotian, as expected, what you said last time was true. The First Lord has already encountered that group of thieves. After listening to the news on the phone, Zheng Haotian's face showed a solemn expression. After a pause, Wei Tai continued. However, according to your method, the Lord has fooled them safely. But if it happens a second time or a third time, it will probably be dangerous. But there is also good news. There is no other Lord within 100 miles of the Lord just now. According to their current speed, it will probably take another 4 or 5 days before they can find other Lords again. Chapter 180 Rescue the huge rescue team again. After hanging up the phone with Wei Tai, Zheng Haotian's face showed a look of worry. To manufacture ships, Zheng Haotian had taken a look before and found that the first condition was that the heavy factory needed to be upgraded to level 6, which meant that the base must be upgraded to level 6. It is not very difficult to upgrade to level 6, but Zheng Haotian knows that his base is not near the sea, and this flaw makes it impossible for him to build ships. Just as he was confused about this, a voice made him look happy. Lord Haotian, you said last time that we needed to tidy up the city. Now I have stopped all construction for half an hour. We can get started. Hearing this gentle voice, Zheng Haotian immediately turned around and saw Wang Li walking slowly towards him. Zheng Haotian tapped Wang Li's nose and said with a smile, You are really my good wife. In the control room, an order was issued to the control panel, and all the subordinates of Haotian base rushed towards the hall. Some who were too late went directly to the city wall. All the work is ready, and Zheng Haotian starts the operation. As soon as the start button was clicked, all the buildings suddenly blurred, revealing a transparent outline. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but think of a war game he played in his previous life. Shaking off his thoughts that were about to go astray, Zheng Haotian continued to operate all the buildings. If this job was not something that only the Lord could do, Zheng Haotian really wanted to continue to be lazy. Fortunately, Zhuangzi and the think tank have already made a plan, and Zheng Haotian only needs to follow it. All heavy industries and barracks were moved near the city gates. All the farmers' dormitories were moved to the back, together with the canteen, infirmary, and library, like a small modern community. There is still enough open space around, where real and fake dormitories and other convenience buildings will be placed in the future. At the same time, another special building, the Bronze Sparrow Tower, was placed directly near the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the City Lord's mansion has changed. It looks like a small forbidden city standing in the center of the Haotian base. At the front is the usual meeting hall, which is also the control room. Walking towards the middle is the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Because the other buildings are not very tall, the Bronze Sparrow Tower has become the tallest building in the City Lord's mansion. There is no need to worry about not being able to increase the loyalty of these newly summoned farmers. Going further back, it is Zheng Haotian's residence. There are also small buildings on both sides for later use. Also placed at the rear is a huge open space used to build an airport, and in front of the open space is a heavy industrial factory. The distances between all the buildings were just right, which made Zheng Haotian marvel at the benefits of having priests and think tanks. I instantly understood why the profession of prime minister came into being in ancient times. It was definitely a way for the emperor to use it when he was lazy. Half an hour later, the entire Haotian base was instantly renewed. When all the subordinates walked into the base again, a series of system prompts sounded in Zheng Haotian's mind. System prompts. Soldier Wang Mie's loyalty increased by 10 points. System prompts. Soldier Zhang Han's loyalty increased by 10 points. All the subordinates gathered in the square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Even Fang Yu and the 3 small scientific research robots put down their research. Looking at the team of nearly 200 people below, Zheng Haotian felt deeply moved. It had been more than 10 days since he came to this world. From the original 3 people to nearly 200 people now, a sense of pride arose in his heart. Zheng Haotian strained his throat, and a very majestic voice slowly sounded. Today, our base has been reorganized, and everything is developing in the best direction. Are you happy? Everyone excitedly said in unison, happy. Seeing the excited crowd, Zheng Haotian thought of the Lord soldiers he had just rescued and looked a little lonely. But I want you all to live a better life, so we have to keep working hard. Another thing is that we cannot fight alone. Fighting alone will eventually lead to our own destruction. Therefore, I need to form 2 more rescue teams with a total of 100 people. After a pause, Zheng Haotian coughed and continued. Next, the soldiers whose names are called will step out of the line and go behind Priest Zhuang Si on the right. Everyone said in unison again, yes. Zheng Haotian slowly stepped aside, and Wang Li walked onto the stage, slowly reading out the names one by one. 10 minutes later, 100 people stood in unison behind Zhuang Si. At Zheng Haotian's signal, each team added 2 more mechanical servants, and the 4 mechas of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were among them. At the front are 30 soldiers equipped with first-generation mechas. The scene fell silent again, and all the soldiers focused their attention on Zheng Haotian standing on the platform. Zheng Haotian paused. Liu Laowu, listen to my orders. Liu Laowu stepped out of the line, half knelt, and said politely, I am here. Zheng Haotian said with a serious face. Now I appoint you as the captain of the first rescue team. Yes. Zhang Daqiang immediately nodded, accepted the order, stood up, and returned to the queue. Zhang Daqiang, listen to my orders. Hearing Zheng Haotian's deep voice, Zhang Daqiang immediately walked out of the queue, half knelt, and said politely, I'm here. Zheng Haotian's face was full of majesty. Now I appoint you as the captain of the second rescue team. Yes. Zhang Daqiang immediately nodded and accepted the order. Zheng Haotian looked around the room with a serious expression and said in a dignified voice, Anyone else? Do you have any objections? Everyone said in unison again, No, no. Looking at these soldiers with great momentum, Zheng Haotian was overjoyed. Since there is no one, Zhang Daqiang, Liu Laowu, you lead your team to reorganize. Gather here and set off in 2/4 of an hour. Zhang Daqiang and Liu Laowu immediately stepped out of the queue, bowed and saluted, saying, Yes. Watching the 2 people return to the queue, Zheng Haotian slowly shifted his gaze to look at the 95 people who had not been selected. The rest of you, your mission is even more important. While you're gathering resources, you also need to be ready to rescue them at any time and also do a good job of defending the base. Zheng Haotian paused for a moment and said loudly, So your task is very huge. Do you have confidence? The rest of the subordinates responded in unison, Yes. Seeing the soldiers scattering and starting to get busy, Zheng Haotian felt a strange feeling in his heart. Weitai Base. Looking at the map where there were still a large number of lords who had not been rescued, Weitai's face was full of worry. Even though more than a dozen lords had been rescued now, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Ding ding. At this moment, the sound of the phone ringing made him happy. Chapter 181. Departure to the frenzied chat channel again. At this moment, the only one who can call me is my brother Haotian. Weitai, who had just answered the phone and heard Zheng Haotian's plan, was stunned. No, he was shocked. Hearing no sound from the other end of the phone, Zheng Haotian spoke again. Hello, Brother Wei, are you still there? Still here. I was distracted just now. The voice on the phone immediately woke Weitai up. Weitai came back to his senses with a look of worry on his face. 100 people, Brother Haotian, if you send out so many people, what if your base is attacked? Hearing Zheng Haotian didn't say anything, Weitai continued, and your safety is more important than saving other lords. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for this. Weitai's words warmed Zheng Haotian's heart. He had never thought about this problem. However, although he sent out 4 mechas and half of his military force, but there is still the infinite battle armor and a mecha that can counter the power of the Corpse King. There are also 2 energy cannons in the base. As long as there are no more than 2 Corpse Kings, Zheng Haotian is 100% sure that he can hold on. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Haotian slowly said, It's okay, I still have backup forces here, so I should have no problem protecting myself. Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Weitai sighed. Okay, since you have made up your mind, I will choose to believe you. The organization and the people will never forget your contributions. After saying that, Weitai stood up and saluted with a standard military salute with a serious face. Needless to say, Zheng Haotian also knew that Weitai would send it to him. Sure enough, as soon as I hung up the phone, the system prompt sounded. Lord Weitai sent a map. Do you want to receive it? Take over. A map with the same material as the previous one appeared in Zheng Haotian's hand. The only difference was that there were more green spots inside, and 9 of them turned blue. Without any hesitation, Zheng Haotian directly called the think tank. All the think tanks were shocked when they saw the light and electricity on the map. There were still so many lords after such a huge zombie tide. Some of them couldn't understand how these lords survived the zombie frenzy. After all, they had spent so much energy to kill the zombie king. Seeing everyone's shock, Zheng Haotian slowly said, This zombie tide is divided according to the level of the lord's bases. As for his group of think tanks, Zheng Haotian only needed to give them a few words and they would completely understand the reason. With their doubts resolved, they came up with 2 solutions in less than 10 minutes. Zheng Haotian was very happy about this, and his anxious heart gradually calmed down. This time, he did not send any think tanks to accompany the rescue team, so he was a little worried that they might not have enough strategies. Now that he had 2 optimal plans, he was no longer worried. At this moment, Weitai, who hung up the phone, opened the chat channel. Lord Weitai, I have an important announcement to make. Please keep the public screen simple. Lord Weitai, I have an important announcement to make. Please keep the public screen simple. Lord Weitai, I have an important announcement to make. Please keep the public screen simple. Weitai sent out 3 messages, and the chat channel instantly became quiet. Lord Weitai, here, I would like to announce a piece of good news to everyone. Lord Haotian's rescue team of 100 people will set out today and will rescue all the lords within 500 miles. Next, I will send private messages to all the lords who will be rescued. You must be prepared to be rescued at any time. Here, on behalf of the organization and the people, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Lord Haotian for his selfless behavior. When Weitai's message came out, the comment section went crazy. A rescue team of 100 people. Long live Boss Haotian. Oh my God, I received the message. Thank you to the organization and thank you to Boss Haotian. Me too, brothers. I am safe now and I have become successful, but I will not forget the brothers present here. Zhang Daqiang, who had just opened the chat channel, immediately found the message. He immediately opened his mobile phone and shared this shocking news with several other lords. After receiving the news, the 9 people rushed to Haotian base. As soon as I arrived, I saw a team of hundreds of people lined up neatly in front of me. Seeing that there were 2 huge mechas behind each team, they were completely shocked. They had seen the 2 huge mechas guarding the city gate before, but they never imagined that that was not the full strength of Boss Haotian. Seeing that they could not catch up, The 9 people directly climbed up the city wall and looked at the most luxurious lineup in this apocalyptic world so far from afar. Standing on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, looking at the orderly lineup below, Zheng Haotian's face was full of pride. The time has come. Let's go. Zheng Haotian directly activated the sonic function of the infinite armor, and the entire Haotian base heard this deep and majestic voice. At this moment, 8 copper pillars carved with phoenix patterns stood in the center of the bronze sparrow tower, surrounding the altar. Standing, there was an extremely beautiful woman. Shuiying had her hands firmly on her chest. When Zheng Haotian's voice fell, bursts of light appeared above the bronze sparrow tower. Buzz! A warm, pale golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire rescue team. Is this a miracle? Gui Yiming and others who saw this scene from a distance were completely stunned. This kind of situation had only been seen in science fiction movies. They never imagined that one day they would witness this scene in real life. System prompts. Lord Gui Yiming's loyalty has increased by 20 points. System prompts. Lord Kong Xiuxian's loyalty has increased by 20 points. System prompts. As the golden light fell, 4 giant mechas flew up directly. 30 soldiers equipped with a series of armors spread out in all directions, forming a square and wrapping all the rescue team members in it. A line of troops slowly and majestically moved towards the city gate. This kind of lineup can only be seen in ancient war movies. I didn't expect to see it today. Only Boss Haotian can train such a well-trained army. No, as the first group of territories under Boss Haotian, we must not discredit him and must train our own team. As soon as the Lord finished speaking, he was immediately met with the criticism of the other lords. Yes, I will find a chance to ask Lord Haotian about the secret of training soldiers. I must train my own army. It is precisely because of their decision at this moment that the 9 dragons under Zheng Haotian will be completely resounding throughout the apocalyptic continent. As soon as the words fell, several people immediately walked down the city wall and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 182. Looking to the future. The storm is coming. In a moment, the rescue team disappeared from Zheng Haotian's sight. Despite this, he still stood there. It was not until he heard the roar of a car in the distance that Zheng Haotian retracted his gaze and slowly walked towards the city lord's mansion. Boss Haotian! Boss Haotian! Several voices sounded, causing Zheng Haotian to turn his head again. Seeing the 9 sweaty lords, Zheng Haotian smiled slightly. Why are you here? Several people stopped not far from Zheng Haotian and said breathlessly, How? Boss Haotian, we also want to have an army as well-trained as yours. Can you share your experience with us? Hearing this, Zheng Haotian was stunned. Experience in training troops? Several people nodded repeatedly. System, can my military camp be used by the peasants summoned by the territory? Peasants summoned by the territory can use all the learning resources of the Lord. Hearing the system's prompt, Zheng Haotian was delighted. He looked at the determination on the faces of the lords and nodded. Okay, follow me. They all went directly to the library, called Wang Li, and after giving these lords a brief explanation of what they could learn in the library, they took a few people and walked towards the military camp not far away. When they saw Wang Li, several lords were instantly stunned by her beauty, but after knowing that Wang Li was Zheng Haotian's wife, they didn't look at her anymore. At the military camp, there were farmers coming out with joy on their faces. Seeing the muscles on the peasant's body, several lords were envious. However, when they thought that they would also have such soldiers in the future, they were instantly filled with joy. Just like in the library, Wang Li once again told the Lord how to use the military camp. With Zheng Haotian's permission, several lords happily ran toward the canyon, but they were stopped by Zheng Haotian after taking a few steps. Wait a moment. Hearing Zheng Haotian's voice, several people were stunned for a moment and turned around with innocent and expectant looks, as if they were afraid that Zheng Haotian would go back on his word. Seeing the expressions of several people, Zheng Haotian shrugged and smiled helplessly. Why? Are you still afraid that I will regret it? Several people spoke up, which made Zheng Haotian laugh again. Huh? What are you thinking? As long as you behave yourself, I will never take back your authority. Don't worry. After a pause, Zheng Haotian continued with a smile on his face. You must be exhausted from running back and forth like this all day long. Come with me to get a few motorcycles. What? A motorcycle? Boss Haotian, is that true? Upon hearing that there was a motorcycle to be had, several people were so excited that they almost jumped up to celebrate. System prompts. Lord Guo Yiming's loyalty has been raised to 100. Death Soldier Lord +1. System prompts. Lord Guan Wenkong's loyalty has been raised to 100. Lord of Death Soldiers +1. System prompts. Listening to the prompt of the system in his mind, Zheng Haotian was a little shocked. He didn't expect that even if the Lord's loyalty was increased to 100 points, he could become a dead soldier. Originally, they were only going to be given motorcycles, but after hearing the news, they were directly given an armored vehicle each, which made them very happy again. If Wang Li had not been there, they would probably have directly thrown Zheng Haotian up to express their gratitude. 9 armored vehicles slowly drove towards the canyon, and several people expressed their joy directly in the chat channel. Lord Wenkong, brothers, I just found out that Boss Haotian's armored vehicle can actually drive automatically. Upon hearing this, one of the lords immediately lost his composure. Damn, so strong. How did you know? When I was driving just now, I wondered if it could be driven automatically, but I didn't expect that it could be driven automatically. Oh my god, are you already in the car? Yes, Boss Haotian gave it to us. He said it's for our transportation. What? It can actually drive automatically. I didn't know that. I have to go and try it. Well, I'll go try it too. Several lords started to talk nonsense, and their words became more and more outrageous. In the end, only 9 of them were speaking. It was not until a long time later, after it was confirmed that this group of Versailles was gone, that some people started to pop up again. Seeing the car going away, Zheng Haotian directly asked questions to the system. System, what is the Death Soldier Lord? Death Soldier Lord. Conditions for becoming a lord. The loyalty of the lord of the sub-base or territory reaches 100. Note, the lord can use 100 of all the resources of the Death Warrior Lord, and the Death Warrior Lord can also use the lord's training resources. The system voice slowly fell, and Zheng Haotian was shocked. If this was the case, wouldn't he have more Death Lords in the future? Zheng Haotian didn't dare to think further. After placing Wang Li in a library, Zheng Haotian directly summoned infinite mechas and flew towards the research institute. Herald Base. A man in blue knelt in the hall with a pleading look on his face. Lord Herald, I am willing to lead a small team to plunder the infrastructure core of the landlord again. Herald raised his head and looked at the man in blue kneeling in the hall with his nose. He said coldly, Oh, Renjio, why should I believe you? You almost killed my fleet before. Hearing this, Renju began to get anxious. Master Herald, okay, since you have this intention, I will only give you 10 people this time. If you can't plunder them, you don't have to come back. After saying that, Herald waved his hands with an annoyed look on his face like a beggar. Seeing this, Renju immediately left the hall with a smile on his face. As soon as he left the hall, the smile on Renjio's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a very cold expression. Chiozei? He was originally the most powerful subordinate of Herald, but because of his last defeat, he was reported by Chiozei and lost all his power. Now the person who reported has replaced him. He knows that if he doesn't take a gamble, he will probably have no good days again when Chiozei comes back. Haotian Base. As soon as I landed at the entrance of the Research Institute, I heard a quarrel inside. Zheng Haotian shook his head helplessly and slowly walked into the laboratory, which was a combination of a mecha platform and a simulated space. Cough. A cough was heard, and the man and 3 robots immediately stopped arguing. My lord. Zheng Haotian walked slowly in front of the 4 people with his hands behind his back, looked at the mecha in the huge sandbox, nodded and said, No need to be polite. How is the recent research mission going? My lord, we're trying to combine the first generation of infinite battle armor and the L1 mecha. If successful, the strength of our army will be greatly enhanced. Chapter 183 Oh my god, isn't this Ant-Man? As Feng Yu spoke, he projected the conceptual mecha he envisioned from the test bench. Zheng Haotian was delighted when he saw what was projected. In the projection, the original rough version of the mecha had disappeared, and what was left was a mecha with a brand new look. Many redundant parts had disappeared, and now all that was left of the mecha was the essence. Seeing Zheng Haotian was shocked, the anxiety on Feng Yu's face disappeared instantly and was gradually replaced by a smile. Feng Yu continued, My lord, also, although this mecha is in the state of an ordinary human body now, it can be transformed at any time. After saying that, Feng Yu clicked a button, and the mecha, which was originally in the form of a human body, changed drastically in an instant. His body suddenly turned into a table and chair, and a huge monster instantly rose from the ground. A huge robot instantly appeared in front of Zheng Haotian, and the small mecha had been completely immersed in the interior of the huge robot. During this time, Fang Yu explained, "Lord, we directly combined the mecha capsule with the first-generation mecha, and then we can start it directly, which saves a lot of time. It also solves the biggest problem of not being able to use the mecha capsule if it disappears or is shot down when it is deployed." Zheng Haotian was surprised. At this moment, he had thought of something else, which was a character in the movie. "Well, isn't this Ant-Man?" Hearing this new term, Fang Yu asked in confusion, "My lord, Ant-Man? What is Ant-Man?" Hearing this, Zheng Haotian was stunned. Indeed, Ant-Man was only a character that appeared in the movie, and people in this world didn't know him either. However, thinking of the experiments they had done, Zheng Haotian clearly told Fang Yu and the 3 scientific research robots what he knew about Ant-Man. When the 4 of them heard this, their thoughts instantly drifted away following Zheng Haotian's words. As soon as Zheng Haotian finished speaking, the 4 of them immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, they began to operate on the operating table. In less than a moment, Zheng Haotian saw a huge model shrinking in front of him. I couldn't help but be stunned, but when I thought about it, these were all things simulated in the mimicry space, and they were still a long way from being truly produced. He just didn't expect that these scientists of his had such strong hands-on skills, but Zheng Haotian attributed all this to his own ability to explain. "No, I explained it clearly enough. Otherwise, how would they know it?" Seeing some doubts on their faces, Zheng Haotian said, "That machine is controlled by both the clothes and the controller." After Zheng Haotian said this, the doubts on the 4 people's faces disappeared instantly. In less than a moment, an Ant-Man mecha that could grow or shrink will appear in front of them. Several people were delighted at first, but then they showed a very lonely expression. Alas, what a pity this thing can only be displayed in the mimicry space and cannot be fully used. What a pity. This answer was within Zheng Haotian's expectations. Looking at the few people who seemed a little disappointed, he slowly spoke to comfort them. "It's okay. You can apply the concept of this thing to the mecha you made." After hearing the Lord's consolation, they gradually came back to their senses from their desolation. At this time, Fang Yu realized that his lord had not yet explained the reason for his visit, and asked apologetically, "Lord, why are you here?" Zheng Haotian said slowly, "I wanted to ask you how the last time we made the tank went." Fang Yu's face lit up with joy. Everything has been prepared a long time ago, and I have replaced all the materials. I'm just waiting for you, the Lord, to personally give the order to start manufacturing." This news made Zheng Haotian happy. "Okay, then you start making tanks from today. Make me 100 tails first." Hearing this huge number, Fang Yu was shocked, and then overjoyed. "Don't worry, Lord." Suddenly, Zheng Haotian thought of the previous aircraft drawings. See if this aircraft can be improved. As Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a blueprint of a fighter jet appeared in front of everyone. In less than a moment, Fang Yu imported the data of the fighter jet blueprint into the test bench. A fighter jet suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Compared to Zheng Haotian's joy, Fang Yu and the others looked disdainful. "Oh my god, this aircraft is too crudely designed. Yeah, how much combat power can this thing have? I think this thing is just wasting resources. It's a bit of a waste to use such good resources to build this thing." As he listened to what they said became more and more outrageous, Zheng Haotian became more and more delighted. This thing was a very powerful existence in his previous life. Some countries only have a few of them, so its rarity and manufacturing difficulty are certain. As expected, to Zheng Haotian's delight, the 4 of them immediately started to make changes after showing some contempt. "Just replace this metal with this one, right? This engine performance is not good. It accelerates too slowly for takeoff. I'm afraid it will be gone before the zombies attack. With this volume, we can get another one for reserve." Just like this, an original fighter jet was instantly changed to its original appearance after being modified by a few people. A very cool fighter jet that only existed in science fiction blockbusters appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Zheng Haotian immediately asked anxiously, "Can we start making this fighter now?" Hearing Zheng Haotian's question, several people's faces instantly fell. "We have replaced all of them with the best materials, so Lord, this kind of material has not been seen in our warehouse yet." Hearing this, Zheng Haotian felt a little disappointed, but it was also within his imagination. If it was really so easy to manufacture, there wouldn't be so few organizations in the previous world that own fighter jets. "It's okay. You guys keep an eye out. If you find that energy source, tell me right away and I'll take the team to mine it. After hearing Zheng Haotian's encouragement, the dejection on the four people's faces gradually disappeared. Zheng Haotian suddenly remembered something more important. It would be interesting if there was a tank, but no one knew how to drive it. He quickly asked, "Have you got the driver's manual?" Fan Yu immediately revealed an expression of great pride. "Lord, don't worry. I have already made it and will put it in the library later. This is an improved, quick version, which is easier to use than the previous one." Hearing this, Zheng Haotian immediately gave Fan Yu a thumbs up. Chapter 184 50 Death Warriors shocked everyone. Zheng Haotian and Fan Yu went to the library together. Since Fan Yu could manufacture the tank, you can start planning the next step. In the library, Wang Li, who was leading today's farmers in study, suddenly saw Zheng Haotian coming. The cold expression on her face immediately disappeared, and she looked at Zheng Haotian with tenderness. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian walked up to Wang Li and tapped her nose. "I'll assign you a small task." Wang Li was delighted. "Master Haotian, please tell me. I will definitely complete the task." Seeing Wang Li's expression, Zheng Haotian smiled slightly and said, "Don't be so nervous. First, learn the contents of this book, and then print more copies. After you learn it, you need to observe every day which soldiers are suitable for learning this. Let them learn it. Select at least 100 of them first." Then, seeing the expectation in Wang Li's eyes, Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly and told her directly about his tank army plan, which made her excited again. After Zheng Haotian left, Wang Li immediately took the books and started studying attentively. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, Zheng Haotian's figure slowly fell from the sky. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhuang Si, who was studying the base buildings. Sensing someone coming to the door, Zhuang Si quickly looked up and saw Zheng Haotian's figure, and immediately saluted. "My lord." Zheng Haotian nodded slightly and said slowly, "How is the research going?" Zhuang Si showed a trace of apology on his face. "My lord, I haven't thought of a better way to improve it yet. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Zheng Haotian laughed. "Haha, Zhuang Si, you said that everything about you is good, except for one thing. Do you know what it is?" Zhuang Si asked with some doubt. "My lord, I don't know where I didn't do well enough. I hope you can give me some advice. Otherwise, I will feel bad." Zheng Haotian smiled slightly, patted Zhuang Si on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You are straightforward, but in fact you have only one shortcoming." Zheng Haotian paused for a moment, then slowly uttered 3 words, "lack of confidence." When Zhuang Si heard this, he was slightly startled. Zheng Haotian continued, "You have obviously already arranged the layout of the entire base very well, but you're still studying it, which not only takes up a lot of time, but also delays other things." Zheng Haotian pretended to be serious and continued, "So, now in order to punish you, I'm going to give you an important task." Hearing that there was a mission, Zhuang Si immediately focused his attention. Zheng Haotian told Zhuang Si directly about the tank army, and Zhuang Si immediately understood what Zheng Haotian wanted. There was a gleam in his eyes, and without any hesitation, Zhuang Si's hands flew rapidly above the console. As Zhuang Si fiddled with it, the originally chaotic area was gradually cleared up, and an open space filled with various terrains was sorted out. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian's face was full of shock. This tank training base is stronger and more diversified than ordinary training bases. Zhuang Si's violently shaking hands gradually slowed down until they stopped completely, and a complete and clear topographic map appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. Looking at Zheng Haotian, Zhuang Si wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "My lord, I have fulfilled your mission. It's done." Zheng Haotian walked forward slowly, patted Zhuang Si on the shoulder, and flipped the tank training terrain map on the drawing left and right. A moment later, Zheng Haotian's face was full of smiles. This construction drawing was much more perfect than he wanted and than the tank training base he had imagined. How could he not be happy? He laughed and looked at Zhuang Si. "Haha, okay, you are worthy of being my priest. I will leave this matter to you to be fully responsible for the construction. If there is anything missing or if you need help, just ask Wang Li directly." Seeing Zheng Haotian's face full of joy, Zhuang Si was stunned. From what Zheng Haotian had just said, he fully understood the importance of this matter. "I never thought that the Lord would let me take full charge of this matter, even though I had only been here for 2 days and had not made any achievements. I was so excited that my body trembled. I will definitely live up to the Lord's high expectations. As Zhuang Xi's trembling voice came out, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Zheng Haotian's mind at the same time. System prompts. The loyalty of the priest Zhuang Xi has increased to 100, and the 50th Death Warrior has been obtained. At the same time, another continuous system prompt sounded. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to have 50 dead soldiers. Reward the peasants with 10 upgrade pills. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to have 50 dead soldiers. Reward the peasants with 10 upgrade pills. Congratulations to Lord Haotian, the first to have 50 dead soldiers. Reward the peasants with 10 upgrade pills. In the chat channel, all chats came to an abrupt end. 5 minutes later, a large wave of information emerged at the same time. Oh my god, Boss Haotian, 50 death warriors. I don't even have 50 soldiers. They are too strong. Oh, it's the same for everyone. I only have more than 30 soldiers now, and there are only a few death squads. I don't know when I will get the next death squad. Is Boss Haotian still a human being? With 50 assassins, how can we face life positively? Hearing the system prompt in his mind at this moment, Wang Lu was startled and quickly picked up the phone, found the contact Zheng Haotian, and pressed the dial button. In the Haotian base, Zheng Haotian was a little distracted at the moment and was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Seeing that the caller was actually Wang Lu, Zheng Haotian felt a little confused. Hello. Oh my god. Boss Haotian, do you have any secret to upgrade soldiers to death warriors? Tell me quickly, I want a gift package too. Hearing Wang Lu's excited voice on the phone, Zheng Haotian smiled and said slowly, Lord Wang Lu, you are joking. I don't have any secrets. I just treat my subordinates better. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lu's somewhat lonely voice gradually sounded. Is that so? I thought you had some method to quickly improve the loyalty of the soldiers. Zheng Haotian, sensing Wang Lu's desolation, pondered for a moment and slowly said, I do have a folk remedy here. I wonder if it will work. Hearing this, Wang Lu's voice full of loneliness disappeared instantly and was replaced by an excited voice. I said you must have a way. Tell me quickly. Zheng Haotian reminded, I haven't tried this method, so I don't know if it will work, but it is theoretically feasible. Are you sure you want to know? Wang Lu's somewhat anxious voice slowly sounded. Boss Haotian, if what you said is theoretically feasible, then it must be feasible. There is absolutely no problem with this part. You tell me, even if it doesn't work, I won't blame you. Zheng Haotian said helplessly. Okay, my method is to let my subordinates get married. This can greatly improve their loyalty and enhance their sense of belonging to the base. Chapter 185, Special Method to Improve Loyalty. But in order to directly have death warriors, I suggest you choose 2 subordinates with a loyalty of 90 points. This way, there's a great possibility that you will directly have 2 death warriors. As soon as Zheng Haotian finished speaking, Wang Lu on the other end of the phone showed joy on her face and began to look for subordinates who met the requirements in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said goodbye to Zheng Haotian and hung up the phone. Wang Lu base. Looking at the 2 subordinates, a man and a woman, Wang Lu felt a little excited, but also a little shy. After all, she was a girl and she had never done that kind of thing. It was a bit of a stretch for her to be a matchmaker. However, in order to have his own loyal followers, Wang Lu cleared his throat, looked at the 2 subordinates in front of him, and said righteously, Lu Qing, Yu Huarong. When they heard the Lord read their names, they immediately perked up and saluted. Your subordinates are here. Looking at the 2 extremely serious people, Wang Lu was a little hesitant for a moment and said timidly, Do you 2 have someone you like now? Wang Lu's words resounded in the hearts of the 2 men like thunder. They immediately showed an extremely anxious expression on their faces. Yu Huarong spoke first. My lord, is it because I did something wrong? Do you want to drive me away? Yes. Lord, is there something we didn't do well enough? Lu Qing also said. The anxious words of the 2 startled Wang Lu. She had thought of many different situations in her mind, but she had never thought of this one. She was confused all of a sudden and didn't know what to do. Then her eyes lit up. Boss Haotian, yes, this method was proposed by Boss Haotian. Boss Haotian definitely knows how to deal with it. He immediately said to the 2 of them, I'm not trying to chase you away. I just want you to wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Wang Lu ran towards the house anxiously. Yu Huarong and Lu Qing were left confused. The Lord seems a little different today. Did you notice? After hearing Yu Huarong's words, Liu Qing slowly came back to his senses and nodded slightly, saying, "It seems a little strange. It seems different from a usual lord who does things in a swift and decisive manner." Zheng Haotian had just put down his phone and was about to go see Zhuangxi building a tank training base when the phone rang again. Originally, he thought it was Lieutenant Colonel Wei calling, but it turned out to be Wang Lu. Zheng Haotian picked up the phone with a puzzled look on his face and heard a whisper coming from the other end. "Boss Haotian, I just asked 2 of my subordinates. As soon as I took them over, they immediately told me anxiously not to chase them away. What should I do now?" Hearing this, Zheng Haotian smiled and asked, "Did you ask this in front of them?" Wang Lu immediately asked in surprise, "Well, how did you know, Boss Haotian?" Zheng Haotian patted his forehead and said helplessly, "How can you talk about this kind of thing in front of them? You have to ask them one by one. If that doesn't work, ask your other subordinates who are closer to them to ask, and then you can make a choice. You have to know that when it comes to relationships, if you force 2 people who don't want to be together, their loyalty will probably not increase, but decrease. Do you understand?" Hearing Zheng Haotian's words, Wang Lu was stunned. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had asked Boss Haotian again. Otherwise, the loyalty of her 2 capable men would have been reduced all of a sudden, and she wouldn't have had a place to cry. This time, Wang Lu did not hang up the phone in a hurry, but continued to ask Zheng Haotian if there was anything else he needed to warn her about. Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Anyway, you have to know that feelings are something that cannot be forced. If you use them well, their loyalty, which was originally only 80 or 70, will probably be directly increased to 100, and they will become loyal soldiers. Also, this kind of thing can't be rushed. It needs to be done slowly." Wang Lu nodded repeatedly after listening to this. She was just an elementary school student in this area and knew nothing about it. After hearing Zheng Haotian's hints, she nodded repeatedly and took note of them deeply. After hanging up the phone, Wang Lu walked out of the room with a smile on her face. She looked at Yu Huarong and Liu Qing in the hall and said slowly, "Yu Huarong, follow me first." Yu Huarong was a little confused and followed Wang Lu to the side in a daze. Seeing that the distance was about the same, Wang Lu slowly stopped and said slowly, "Don't worry, I don't mean to let you leave." After receiving Wang Lu's assurance, Yu Huarong's anxiety instantly disappeared, and he just looked at Wang Lu with a puzzled look. "Then who is the Lord?" Wang Lu suddenly changed her previous calm and composed look, as if she had transformed into an old lady who likes to listen to gossip. "I want to ask you, do you have a favorite woman, such as Liu Qing, in your heart? I really want to find a marriage for you, so you have to answer me honestly." Seeing the determination and gossip on Wang Lu's face, Yu Huarong blushed and said a little embarrassedly, "My lord, I actually like Miss Liu Qing more, but she doesn't seem to have any feelings for me." After Yu Ronghua finished speaking, Wang Lu showed a look of joy on his face and patted Yu Huarong on the shoulder. "Huh, you should have said it earlier. Now, leave this matter to the Lord. I will help you with it, but you must learn to read my eyes and act accordingly." Yu Ronghua's cheeks turned red again. He looked at the Lord in front of him with excitement and nodded vigorously. At this moment, Liu Qing was alone in the hall, thinking when he suddenly saw the Lord and Yu Huarong walking towards him, talking and laughing. "Huarong, if you work hard, I will reserve a position of general for you." Yu Huarong looked extremely grateful. "Okay, Lord, rest assured, I will do my best to protect the base." "Okay, go down first. I have something to talk to Liu Qing." "Yes, Lord." Liu Qing's face was full of doubts. It was not until Yu Huarong disappeared outside the door that Wang Lu coughed and said, "Don't look at him anymore. He's gone far away." Hearing this, Liu Qing's face instantly became anxious. Just as he was about to explain, he was immediately interrupted by Wang Lu. "No need to explain. He just told me that he likes you." Liu Qing's face turned red instantly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Wang Lu was delighted and secretly said to herself, "There's hope." Then, she said to Liu Qing earnestly, "You have been following me for quite some time. I really hope that you can find someone you like and have a little more beauty in this end times." Seeing Liu Qing was about to speak, Wang Lu immediately made a stop gesture. Chapter 186, Emotional Card. You don't have to explain. What I said this time is true. If you don't like Ronghua and like someone else, just tell me, and I will try my best to bring you together. After saying this, Wang Lu did not forget to smile. Seeing the serious and smiling expression on the Lord's face, Liu Qing blushed and said softly, "Lord, Yu Huarong really said that he likes me. After saying that, there was a hint of expectation in Lu Qing's eyes. Seeing this, Wang Lu's face lit up, and she nodded and said, "Well, he said so himself. But if you don't like him, I won't force you." Lord. Hearing Lord Wang Lu's words, Lu Qing's heart felt like it was running wild, and she lowered her head with a blushing cheek. Seeing Lu Qing actually lowering his head, a trace of loneliness flashed across Wang Lu's face, and she lowered her voice and said, "It's okay. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll go and talk to him right away." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lu took a step and prepared to walk towards the door. Hearing Wang Lu's words, Lu Qing was startled. He exclaimed, and quickly raised his head and grabbed Wang Lu. His cheeks were still flushed as he spoke. "Lord, don't." Before she could finish, Wang Lu saw her expression and immediately comforted her with a righteous look. "It's okay. Leave it to the Lord to solve it. Don't worry." At this moment, Lu Qingshan realized that his lord really didn't understand matters of the heart, and he immediately said, "No, Lord, I like Yu Huarong too." As she finished her words, a look of determination appeared on her face. Seeing this, Wang Lu was a little confused and asked doubtfully, "Then the way you look just now, I thought." When asked by Wang Lu, Lu Qing said coquettishly, "Oh, Lord." Seeing Lu Qing's expression, Wang Lu could tell what was going on and immediately smiled. "Oh, have you liked Yu Huarong for a long time?" Lu Qing didn't look up, still with his head lowered, and just nodded in response to Wang Lu's words. Wang Lu was immediately overjoyed and shouted, "Come in." Yu Huarong, who had been waiting outside the gate at this moment, heard Wang Lu's hearty laughter. A burst of joy appeared on his face, and he walked quickly into the hall. Seeing Yu Huarong standing outside the door, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "Fortunately, I held the Lord just now." As soon as she thought of this, her cheeks flushed again. At this moment, Yu Huarong's eyes were always on Lu Qing. Seeing her shy look and not daring to look at him, the joy on Yu Huarong's face became intense again. Arriving in front of Wang Lu, Yu Huarong half knelt and said, "Lord, are you looking for a subordinate?" Seeing Yu Huarong's serious look, Wang Lu found it a little funny, and then she also showed a serious expression. Yes, yes. Seeing the expression on Wang Lu's face, Yu Huarong's heart skipped a beat. Before he could continue thinking, Wang Lu's words rang out again. "I called you here today to announce something to you. That is, Lu Qing will be handed over to you from now on. If you let her suffer any injustice, then I will not let you off easily." Wang Lu sighed and felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to act mysterious to whet the appetite of his subordinates, but who knew he could finish it in one breath. However, looking at his two subordinates who were excited at this moment, Wang Lu was in a good mood. As soon as Wang Lu finished speaking, Lu Qing stepped forward and half knelt in front of Wang Lu with Yu Huarong. He said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Lord, for your help." Wang Lu waved her hand and looked at the two with a motherly smile. "You're the first couple in our base. You must set a good example for others." "Yes," they said in unison. At this moment, Yu Huarong laughed in his heart. "Don't worry, Lord. I'm just going to show off my love for others to envy. Don't worry." But he also thought about it in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would probably be beaten up by the two women in front of him. Looking at the affectionate eyes of the two people in front of her, Wang Lu's eyes were a little envious, and she slowly turned her head. "Okay, you guys go down first. You can move in together now, and I will personally host your wedding tomorrow." This news once again made Lu Qing and the others overjoyed, and they were so excited that their bodies were shaking. After expressing his gratitude, Yu Huarong quickly stood up, helped Lu Qing up, and they supported each other as they walked out the door. At this moment, the other subordinates outside saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with envy. Lu Qing had just walked to the door of his residence when a trace of rationality suddenly came to his mind. He immediately looked at Yu Huarong affectionately and then ran towards the meeting hall. Wang Lu was just about to call Zheng Haotian to tell him about this when she was startled by a scream. "My lord! My lord!" Lu Qing ran in with an anxious look on his face, scaring Wang Lu. Lu Qing panted, "Lord, Lord." Seeing her like this, Wang Lu hurried forward, patted her on the back, and asked seriously, "What's wrong? Shouldn't you be with Yu Huarong? Why are you back alone now? Did he bully you?" He definitely bullied you. Just wait. The Lord will avenge you soon." After saying that, Wang Lu took a step forward aggressively. Wang Lu's words startled Lu Qing again. He quickly pulled her and said anxiously, "No, no, Lord. Yu Huarong didn't bully me. I came here to tell you something else." Wang Lu still looked at her seriously. Are you sure? Lu Qing's face was firm, and he nodded heavily. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Her complexion gradually improved. A hint of a smile slowly appeared on her face, and she said softly, Okay, as long as he doesn't bully you, then tell me what you want to report. You are so anxious that you don't even want your groom. Listening to Wang Lu's teasing, Lu Qing slowly lowered her head and said coquettishly, Sister Lu, please stop teasing me. Hearing her call her Sister Lu, Wang Lu's face showed joy. Yes, he and Lu Qing were in a lord and subordinate relationship. But Lu Qing was the first farmer he summoned, and the two of them had always gotten along like best friends. However, now that there were more farmers summoned, Lu Qing had to maintain absolute respect for Wang Lu in front of outsiders. Okay, then tell me what's the matter, so you can go and accompany your groom. Ha ha. After saying that, the smile on Wang Lu's face became even more intense. Lu Qing was not wasting time. Sister Lu, you suddenly mentioned that you and Yu Huarong have some tasks to complete. If you want to get more subordinates who love each other to get married, I can help you. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Wang Lu's face was filled with joy. Yes, why didn't he think of it before? Subordinates understand subordinates better. Not to mention that she is a rookie when it comes to relationships. Chapter 187 Matchmaker, Zheng Haotian. At this moment, when Lu Qing said this, she immediately laughed and said, Haha. Okay, Xiaoqing, from now on you will be the matchmaker of my base, haha. After finishing the matter, Wang Lu looked at Lu Qingyuan's leaving figure and heard the system prompt in his mind. He was overjoyed and quickly took out his phone. Haotian base. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was flying in the air, looking at the tank training base that had been selected and was ready to be built. Ding ding. Looking at the caller, Zheng Haotian smiled. Ah, Boss Haotian, I have good news for you. The method you mentioned really works. I now have 2 more assassins. Haha. Listening to Wang Lu's extremely excited laughter on the other end of the phone, Zheng Haotian smiled. Ha! Then congratulations, Lord Wang Lu. Maybe you will become the second lord to have 50 death warriors. Girls can't stand compliments when they are extremely excited. Zheng Haotian's compliment made Wang Lu laugh again. Haha, that's right. At this moment, Wang Lu seemed to remember something and said with a hint of mischief, By the way, Mr. Haotian, you are considered their matchmaker, so do you want to give something to their wedding tomorrow? Huh, I told you this good method, but you still want to steal my equipment. Is this justice? Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly. Wang Lu's voice was heard on the other end of the phone again. Isn't it because they think that you, Haotian, are their real matchmaker? Besides, you have a big family and a big business, right? Zheng Haotian was delighted, and after muttering this funny guy in a low voice, he slowly said, Okay, then I will go and see if there's a suitable gift and send it to you tomorrow. Even though the phone was blocking the way, Zheng Haotian could not help but feel Wang Lu's joy. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Haotian. I thank you on behalf of the 2 newcomers. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Haotian smiled helplessly. He has always been the first in everything. This time, I didn't expect that the first couple in the entire apocalypse would be from other people. Although I had my own opinions, they were not from my base after all. Shaking off his drifting thoughts, Zheng Haotian quickly flew towards the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop, now upgraded to level 5, is completely different from the original small shop. The current blacksmith shop covers an area of nearly 100 acres, and the heat can be felt from a long distance away. As soon as Zheng Haotian stepped into the blacksmith shop, he was immediately spotted by Zhao Tai, who was directing others to forge iron. Lord, you are here. No need to be so polite. I'm here to trouble you with a favor today. Seeing that Zhao Tai was about to salute, Zheng Haotian immediately stopped him and spoke slowly. Zhao Tai also knew his lord's temper, so he went straight to the point. Lord, you say. Zheng Haotian thought for a few seconds and slowly said, I need 2 pieces of armor that have slightly better defense and are more beautiful, suitable for couples to wear. After that, Zheng Haotian continued, It's for other people, not for my own use, so it's fine as long as it can be made before tomorrow. Zhao Tai has already started to think about how to make this pair of armor in his mind. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian left quietly. In the air, looking at his subordinates coming and going below, Zheng Haotian began to wonder whether he should assign wives to these subordinates. One reason is that the base is becoming more and more powerful, and the other is that the base is summoning more and more people every day, and the originally very scarce female subordinates are also beginning to increase. While he was thinking about it, 9 armored vehicles drove up from behind the base. Zheng Haotian's eyes lit up. In order to prevent the loyalty of his subordinates from decreasing, this emotional villain decided to use his own territorial lord for another experiment. Looking at the direction they were running, Zheng Haotian chose to wait for them in the barracks. At this moment, Guan Wenkong and his companions were driving towards the barracks with great joy, already imagining that they would also have an army as powerful as the soldiers of Boss Haotian. And when they saw that Boss Haotian was actually waiting for them in front of the barracks, their faces were filled with irrepressible joy. Before they could speak, Zheng Haotian's voice rang out slowly. Let them go in for training first. Without further ado, they immediately arranged for their subordinates to enter the barracks and begin training. When these subordinates saw the magnificent military camp in front of them, their eyes sparkled with stars. When several lords heard the system prompts ringing in their minds, the joy on their faces became more and more intense. When the last peasant was sent into the barracks, several lords hurried towards Zheng Haotian. Guan Wenkong chuckled and spoke first. Boss Haotian, are you looking for us to tell me how you were able to have 50 assassins so quickly? Hearing what he said, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the other lords, and they looked at Zheng Haotian with anticipation. Zheng Haotian remained serious and didn't say much. He just nodded slowly. This move made all the lords happy again. Seeing that he and others seemed to be too happy, he immediately stopped smiling and looked at Zheng Haotian with a slightly apologetic look on his face. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zheng Haotian smiled slightly. When Kong is right. I came to you just to tell you this method that can quickly increase the loyalty of your subordinates. This news made everyone excited again, but this time they tried their best to restrain themselves, and no sound came out. Zheng Haotian then said, this method is only applicable if you have female subordinates. Boss Haotian, you're not saying that we should let them get married. A voice full of doubt sounded again. Zheng Haotian nodded. Yes, I have just told Lord Wang Lu about this method, and she has successfully obtained 2 assassins. As Zheng Haotian finished speaking, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Lord Wang Lu, oh my god, is it the boss Wang Lu who has always been on the leaderboard? Zheng Haotian didn't say anything, just nodded slowly. This news made them exclaim, oh my god, it turns out that Wang Lu has always been supported by Haotian. I was wondering how she could surpass us so much. Now we are also lords with people behind us, and we have a chance to be on the ranking list, haha. Looking at the people who were gradually going crazy, Zheng Haotian coughed to stop everyone's thoughts from wandering. I just made some exchanges with her. I didn't help her much. Zheng Haotian's slow and unhurried words rang out again, causing everyone to exclaim again. What? My god, Boss Haotian just helped her a little bit, and there's another boss. Chapter 188. The correct way to increase loyalty. If we can use Boss Haotian's resources, how powerful we will become. No need to guess. From now on, Boss Haotian will be number 1 on the list, and we will be the ones from number 2 to number 10. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Guan Wenkong laughed again. Zheng Haotian touched his nose, a little surprised. Just a few words from him made these lords so surprised. Gui Yiming reacted first, looking at Zheng Haotian expectantly. So, Boss Haotian, have you figured out a relatively perfect plan for us? As Gui Yiming finished speaking, everyone focused their attention and looked at Zheng Haotian with anticipation. Zheng Haotian raised the corner of his mouth in a perfect arc. Yes, first of all, this kind of shortcut usually has risks. So, in order to reduce the risk, I suggest you use subordinates with a loyalty of more than 80. This will greatly increase the success rate. The second thing is that you can't force them together. It depends on their willingness. If neither of them is willing, then it's easy to deal with. You can slowly create opportunities for them and bring them together. As for how to bring them together, I believe you have all read a lot of novels and you all understand this kind of plot in novels. After saying that, Zheng Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. Everyone smiled knowingly. This is the correct way to increase loyalty. After speaking, Zheng Haotian flew into the air again, leaving behind the lords with envious looks on their faces. This mecha is so majestic. I wish I could own one someday. It was all just a dream before, but now as long as we behave well, we can have it. Look, don't we all have cars now? After saying that, everyone looked towards the armored vehicles in the distance, with joy in their eyes. Above Haotian base, a mecha flew rapidly toward the place not far away. Looking at this special building standing in the wilderness, Zheng Haotian's face showed waves of joy. That's right, this is the laboratory from before. Zheng Haotian has never forgotten the energy tower standing on the plain when he left for the last time. After remembering the direction, Zheng Haotian flew downwards quickly. No longer did I explore slowly along the road, as I did before. Phantom, switch to charge mode. Receive the order, switching to charge mode. Mode is opening. Switch successful. The mecha's attack power increases by 150%, and its defense power decreases to 50%. Weapon form switch. Seeing the cone shield in his hand, Zheng Haotian's eyes lit up with joy. Bang! Bang! The sound of walls being pierced echoed throughout the wilderness, scaring the animals away into running distance. There were already some zombies gathered in the laboratory at this moment, but they were blown up the moment they met Zheng Haotian. Half an hour later, looking at the energy tower standing in the distance, Zheng Haotian's face was full of joy. He had felt that this energy tower was not simple at the beginning. The heart-pounding aura coming from it completely aroused his curiosity. Phantom, switch to melee mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Switching, turning off charge mode. The charge mode has been closed successfully, and the melee mode is being turned on. Mode is opening. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100, attack increased by 100%. Weapon form, transformation. In less than 3 breaths, bursts of flames appeared from the soles of Zheng Haotian's feet. He bent his legs slightly and rushed forward rapidly. The further he walked, the stronger the palpitations in Zheng Haotian's heart became. Finally, driven by curiosity, Zheng Haotian suppressed his palpitations and came to the huge energy tower. A white door with a sense of technological futurism appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. With great fear in his heart, he mobilized all the energy in his body, picked up a light shield with his left hand that could defend against any impact, and Zheng Haotian slowly pushed his palm towards the white door in front of him. At this moment, he was standing under this huge door like an ant. Seeing that the door did not move at all, Zheng Haotian exerted a little force with his palm, and the door did not move at all. Now, Zheng Haotian was a little puzzled, and then he mobilized his forces again. There was still no movement at the door, and Zheng Haotian was stunned. Is it impossible to get in? Or do I need a password? After saying that, Zheng Haotian immediately inspected the entire gate. Half an hour later, Zheng Haotian looked at the door in front of him helplessly. He was very helpless and didn't know how to open it. Phantom, can you detect how this door opens? Scanning. A mechanical female voice sounded, and a model of the gate appeared in front of Zheng Haotian. 5 minutes later, the mechanical female voice sounded again. Scan completed, unable to find a way to open the door. Zheng Haotian felt a little lonely and muttered, I should have left a researcher here earlier. Researchers, yes, Fanyu. After saying that, Zheng Haotian immediately switched the mecha to rapid mode and sped towards the base. At the top speed, it only took 15 minutes to reach the base. Out of habit, Zheng Haotian ran straight to the laboratory. This time he came up empty-handed and immediately rushed towards the heavy factory. Seeing Fanyu operating the machine not far away, Zheng Haotian felt a little troubled. Should I build the tank first, or ask him how to open it first? Driven by curiosity again, Zheng Haotian took a step forward. Fanyu, hearing the voice of the Lord behind him, Fanyu immediately turned around and saluted, Ah, Lord. Zheng Haotian immediately helped him up and said anxiously, No need to be polite. I want to ask you something. Did you know that there was a huge energy tower in your laboratory before? Fanyu fell into deep thought. After a moment, a trace of desolation appeared on his face. Lord, the energy tower you mentioned should only be known by the director. Generally, only the director has the authority to control such energy towers. Although Zheng Haotian was somewhat disappointed by Fanyu's words, he had already prepared himself mentally and smiled slightly. He patted Fanyu on the shoulder and said, It's okay. I don't think this will be of much use. Just focus on making the tank first. At this moment, the chat channel became crazy again because of the words of a lord. Hey, guess what I saw? What did you see? I saw Boss Haotian's rescue team. He's coming, running towards me quickly. Oh my god, are you in Versailles? Watch out, my 40-meter-long sword is waiting for you. No, big brother, I'm scared, but Boss Haotian's rescue team is too big. Chapter 189. Save the last bullet for yourself? While this lord was chatting in the water channel, the rescue team from afar had already arrived in front of his territory. Seeing the lord's extremely dilapidated base, the subordinates in the rescue team, whose loyalty was less than 100, once again increased their loyalty a little. System prompts. Soldier Liu Laowu's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System prompts. Soldier Liu Laowu's loyalty has increased by 5 points. System prompts. Zheng Haotian was delighted when he heard the system prompt in his mind. There was indeed no way to enter the tower for the time being. Thinking of his first base, Zheng Haotian slowly rose into the air and flew rapidly towards the east. Even with Wei Tai's map, he couldn't be sure of his current location. He only knew the general direction. As long as he kept flying east, he would definitely reach the seaside. Even though the Phantom armor switched to rapid mode, the sea could not be seen after flying for a long time. Just when Zheng Haotian wanted to leave, the mountains below were no longer continuous, and a huge plain appeared. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian was delighted. Looking at the time displayed on the screen in front of him, Zheng Haotian immediately sent a message to Wang Li and Shui Ying, and then quickly rushed forward. At this moment, a loud gunshot attracted Zheng Haotian's attention. Looking down, there were 30 teams equipped with modern weapons, struggling to resist the crazy attacks of a large wave of zombies around them. "Come on, you monsters, I'll kill you." A rough voice accompanied by bursts of bullets rang out. However, the number of zombies was too large. Although they were well equipped, their weapons did not give them much advantage against these fearless zombies. Looking at the zombies approaching, the man with the rough voice showed a trace of loneliness on his face. "Brothers, it looks like we're going to die here today, but when the zombies rush over, you must save the last bullet for yourself." "Did you hear that clearly?" The man suddenly raised his voice. Everyone said in unison, "I heard it clearly." There was another round of crazy shooting. At this moment, all the zombies were only 1 meter away from them. Seeing this, a trace of determination appeared in everyone's eyes, and some soldiers had already pointed their weapons at their heads. After one person did this, the others also gave up resistance and turned the weapons that were previously used against the zombies against themselves. At this moment, a figure like a god, descending from heaven, woke them up with a deep voice. "Are you all cowards? You're giving up resistance now." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a violent tremor that almost made the soldiers lose their balance, and they all supported each other. Looking at the god who suddenly appeared before them, several people showed joy on their faces. At the same time, the zombies were directly knocked away by Zheng Haotian's heavy blow. Phantom, switch to melee mode. Receive the order, turn off the rapid mode. Quick mode is closed, close combat mode is activated. Melee mode is activated, weapon form is switched, defense is increased by 100, attack power is increased by 100. After leaving these words, Zheng Haotian flew towards the zombie group without stopping. Wherever Zheng Haotian goes, several zombies will disappear from this world. The zombies' flesh was still floating in the sky. The soldiers who saw this scene were extremely excited. Without hesitation, they picked up their weapons again and fired wildly at the zombies around them. 10 minutes later, the densely packed zombies had all disappeared, leaving only the minced meat all over the ground. Seeing this, the 30 soldiers were shocked. During this period, they had been protecting themselves, so 95 of these zombies were killed by the godlike man wrapped in a mecha in front of them. A rough voice sounded again. Wasteland Extraordinary Force, 5th Battalion, 1st Special Operations Regiment Commander Wu Qi, and all the team members thanked the heroes for the rescue. After saying that, everyone half-knelt on the ground. Looking at the people who were performing this great ceremony, Zheng Haotian's deep voice sounded again. "Stand up. Maybe you can explain why you are here and what is going on with your Wasteland Extra Division troops." Seeing this, the rough voice sounded again. "Hero, for some reason, a huge number of zombies suddenly appeared in the world. We just received an order, and we're supposed to wipe out the zombies. But before we could launch the attack, the base was attacked by zombies, and we were separated from the troops. So now we are fighting on our own without any contact. If it weren't for the hero's rescue today, our 1st Special Operations Regiment would have been wiped out." After saying this, a look of loneliness flashed across Wu Qi and a group of soldiers' faces. At this moment, Zheng Haotian was extremely shocked. From Wu Qi's words, it was not difficult to analyze that they were the original inhabitants of this world and the original troops. This was also the second time, besides Fang Yu, that Zheng Haotian encountered a normal human being who had not become a zombie or a half-zombie. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zheng Haotian's deep voice rang out again. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect the zombies to be so powerful that even the army base was breached." Zheng Haotian's words made Wu Qi and the others look even more dejected. Seeing this, Zheng Haotian continued. So what are your plans now? Do you want to continue looking for the main force? Hearing this, Wu Qi's eyes lit up and he looked at Zheng Haotian. Now, apart from us, we can't contact other troops. Our Special Operations Regiment was the strongest unit in the entire army before, but now we only have 30 people left. The other troops are probably also at this moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qi looked at Zheng Haotian with expectation in his eyes. I wonder if we can follow the hero. Hearing this, the other soldiers were filled with anticipation. Zheng Haotian was stunned, looking at the 30 soldiers in front of him. They could survive for so many days under the attack of so many zombies. Their strength was self-evident. At this moment, Zheng Haotian also had the idea of recruiting them. Do you want to follow me? Hearing Zheng Haotian's question, Wu Qi was delighted and nodded quickly. Yes, as long as you are willing to recruit us, we will serve you until death. System prompts. The loyalty of the 30 warriors in front of you has reached 80. They can be directly counted into the total population if they are recruited. Hearing the familiar system voice in his mind, Zheng Haotian was delighted. Chapter 1, 90 Special Forces. Zheng Haotian looked at the 30 well-equipped people in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, wrapped in the mecha, Wu Qi and others did not know Zheng Haotian's excitement. Seeing that he had not spoken for so long, Wu Qi looked impatient and spoke quickly. Sir, don't worry. We will show our absolute loyalty to you. As Wu Qi finished speaking, the others spoke anxiously. Seeing that the situation on the field had developed in a new direction, Zheng Haotian quickly said, Since you are willing to follow me, then you will be a member of my Haotian base from now on and no longer belong to your previous organization. Are you willing? Hearing the seriousness in Zheng Haotian's words, the anxiety on everyone's faces slowly faded away. Wu Qi said excitedly, Don't worry, sir. As long as we submit to you, we will all be members of your organization. Although he didn't say it, he knew in his heart that his previous organization might have already fallen apart. Otherwise, they would not have received any information from the organization until now. As Wu Qi finished speaking, the other soldiers nodded heavily. Zheng Haotian calculated the distance to the base in the mecha, sighed, and led everyone on the road. Such an elite force is extremely difficult to build, and no one would want it. Without any hesitation, Zheng Haotian agreed to their request immediately. While traveling, Zheng Haotian began to look for abandoned cities around him. Having gotten used to the speed brought by the mecha, it would be very uncomfortable for Zheng Haotian to travel on foot at this moment. Another thing is that since we have recruited this group of soldiers, they are our own people, and of course we will not let them suffer. God helps those who work hard. After searching for half an hour, they finally found a ruin that looked like a city in the extremely blurry view of the mecha. Zheng Haotian immediately changed the direction of the team's advance and headed towards the ruins. For the soldiers whose duty was to obey orders, they did not hesitate or doubt at all about the change of direction, and followed Zheng Haotian forward. Along the way, there were many scattered zombies, but there was no opportunity for Zheng Haotian to take action. Because of the zombies, everyone's journey is no longer so boring. Thanks to Zheng Haotian, the soldier's journey is no longer so worrying. An hour passed slowly and the sky began to darken. Looking at the city with tall buildings in front of him, Zheng Haotian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know what had happened in this world. The originally densely populated cities have all become a paradise for zombies. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but feel sad. Just as Zheng Haotian was sighing, a huge roar pulled him back from his thoughts. He was so scared that he dropped his hand, and a flash of light emerged from his hand and shot forward. Boom! As the shells in Zheng Haotian's hand flew out, a 30-story building collapsed, leaving all the soldiers stunned again. The zombies' roar became louder again because of this sound, and several similar roars slowly sounded. Hearing the noises of so many zombies, the surprise on the faces of the soldiers instantly turned into horror. Wu Qi's face showed deep anxiety. Everyone prepare for battle, be ready to cover the adults, and leave at any time. Yes, everyone's unanimous report suddenly rang out. Zheng Haotian, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this. He looked at everyone with a puzzled look on his face. You don't have to cover me. Just protect yourself. Zheng Haotian's words made Wu Qi's anxiety even more intense, and he said anxiously, Sir, we have encountered this kind of zombies before, and it is precisely because of this level of zombies that we suffered such tragic casualties. So, please make sure to protect your own safety. This type of zombie is much stronger than the previous ones. Wu Qi paused for a moment and spoke again. Zheng Haotian shook his head, feeling somewhat relieved, but he also had to gain a new understanding of his system's control over the loyalty of his subordinates. A loyalty of 80 is enough to make them put their lives first. Thinking of this, Zheng Haotian slowly shook his head and said, "Don't worry." Seeing Zheng Haotian say this, everyone stopped talking and just put protecting Zheng Haotian's safety first in their hearts. The roar of the zombies was getting closer and closer, and the ground began to shake. All the soldiers showed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Seeing a large number of zombies emerging from the ruined city in front of them, Wu Qi looked at Zheng Haotian beside him and sighed. Originally, they thought that Zheng Haotian had the ability to fly and had a wide field of vision in the sky, so he could lead them to a safer place. But he never expected that Zheng Haotian would lead them to such an extremely dangerous place. Although he felt a little regretful, Wu Qi still commanded his soldiers in an orderly manner to carry out the safest and most effective defense so far. Zheng Haotian, who was surrounded in the middle, was delighted. If there is such a person to lead the army, the subsequent troops will not have to worry about not having a good commander. As the zombies gradually approached, at Wu Qi's shout of fire, the weapons in the hands of all the soldiers emitted rays of light. In a large group of zombies in the front, more than 100 of them were killed in just one confrontation. At this moment, Zheng Haotian noticed that the weapons in everyone's hands were much better than his own weapons that had not been improved by Feng Yu and others. This discovery made Zheng Haotian very happy again. The combat effectiveness of this group of people is much stronger than those soldiers trained in their own base. Every time someone fired a gun, one zombie would be blown up directly, and it was rare for a zombie to be hit with a second shot. What Zheng Haotian didn't know was that these soldiers had only recently mastered the skill to blow up these zombies with one blow. However, the number of zombies was still too many, although Wu Qi and others did not waste any bullets. But the gun's attack speed has been increased to the extreme. Looking at the zombies gradually approaching, the worry on Wu Qi's face intensified again. He unconsciously glanced at Zheng Haotian, who had been standing in their protection circle. He still looked calm and composed, but his anxiety increased a bit. "Captain, the zombies are approaching us. Should we retreat?" 5 minutes later, a report suddenly sounded. Wu Qi frowned, looking at the group of zombies that were only 5 meters away from them, and his mind was quickly thinking about how to deal with it. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Chapter 191, Zombie Training. Prepare for battle. The deep voice came from Zheng Haotian. The phantom mech soared into the sky and stood in front of everyone like a god of war, facing the zombie army without fear. Phantom, switch to charge mode. Receive the order, switching to charge mode. Mode is opening. Switch successful. The mecha's attack power increases by 150%, and its defense power decreases to 50%. Weapon form switch. Changing from melee combat mode again, Zheng Haotian prepared to break through the zombie formation, first to create a chance for the special forces to fight. My lord is so powerful. Wu Qi couldn't help but have little stars in his eyes. The powerful phantom mecha and the wise Zheng Haotian left him with an indelible impression. Captain Wu, I will divide the battlefield, and you continue to command the next battle. Zheng Haotian's voice reached Wu Qi's ears. Actual combat is always the fastest way to make progress. The Special Operations Forces now have the basics, but they lack training in the barracks, so they're a little immature compared to the soldiers in the base. So, Zheng Haotian took this action. Understood. All team members, prepare for battle. At Zheng Qi's command, everyone raised their weapons. A small group of about 100 zombies were now their opponents. First team, defense. Second team, long-range attack. Third team, maneuver. Attack. Wu Qi is in the second team. His marksmanship is among the top 3 in the entire Special Forces team, if not the best. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew towards the zombies, and the precision of the point fire allowed each bullet to find a reasonable attack position. The zombies fell down one by one. The remaining zombies continued to attack the defense line of the first team. However, the zombies were unable to penetrate the defense line composed of flesh and blood after several attacks, and could only be continuously harvested. My lord, we have won. More than 100 zombies, under Wu Qi's command, actually lasted less than a minute, and even the third mobile squadron was not really put to use. Zheng Haotian showed a look of surprise on his face. This Special Forces team, as long as they go back and strengthen their training, will definitely become a great help to the base. Attention! The second wave of zombies is coming. Roar! Zheng Haotian released another part of the zombies. He could attack with all his strength and eliminate all the zombies as quickly as possible. The speed would even be much faster than the current simple blocking, but it would not be able to survey the situation of the Special Forces. As the zombies roared, about 200 zombies rushed towards the Special Forces again. Wu Qi has completely understood what Zheng Haotian meant. There's a gleam of stubbornness in his eyes. He also wants to prove to his lord that he, Wu Qi, and the Special Forces are no pushovers. First team, charge. Second team, full fire. Third team, heavy weapon support. Follow me, kill. Wu Qi rushed into the first team and took off the sword from his waist. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Swish, bang, boom. The sound of knives cutting into zombies' flesh, the sound of bullets piercing through bodies, and the sound of shells shattering the ground, like a magnificent symphony resounding in the sky and the earth. It seems that there is no need to prove anything anymore. Zheng Haotian smiled. Saving these Special Forces members might be their luck, but it was also an opportunity for him. Zheng Haotian, zombies are just the first step. Phantom, switch to melee mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Switching, turning off charge mode. The charge mode has been closed successfully, and the melee mode is being turned on. Mode opening. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100. Attack increased by 100%. Weapon form, transformation. Turning around and looking at the group of zombies, Zheng Haotian's mouth corners slightly raised. You guys can go die now. A loud rumbling sound resounded across the earth. Zombie flesh and blood flew everywhere, and members of the 5th Special Operations Regiment stopped in their tracks. Everything indicated that this encounter was officially over. Wu Qi, pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times and follow me back to the base first. As you command, Lord. Special Forces Wu Qi's loyalty increased by 10 points. Special Forces Chun Jun's loyalty increased by 10 points. Zheng Haotian once again conquered the team of 30 people from the bottom of their hearts, and now they were only one step away from becoming his death squad. It was obviously unrealistic to just walk back to the base. Zheng Haotian had already thought about it and knew that there must be vehicles in the city, so he first led the Special Forces into the nearest city ruins. As luck would have it, I ran into the same group of people I had met before. It's Boss Haotian. Boss Haotian, why are you back? He brought a group of people with him. What's going on? After seeing Zheng Haotian, they all came forward and greeted him respectfully. You guys continue to explore the wasteland. I need to take my newly recruited men back to the base to rest. Zheng Haotian explained casually. Boss Haotian is so awesome. It's only been a short time, and he has recruited so many subordinates. That's right, Boss Haotian. Please remember to take us with you. That's right, you don't need to be as good as Boss Wang Lu, as long as you can make the list. Zheng Haotian smiled. Of course he would help them, but not everyone could be like Wang Lu. Be safe. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Haotian. Farewell, Mr. Haotian. A chorus of farewells rang out, and Zheng Haotian continued to search for the car with 30 people. God helps those who work hard. Not long after, they found a shabby 4S shop with more than a dozen cars parked inside. Zheng Haotian said with a smile on his face, "It's time to return." On their way back, the huge white tower of the Research Institute emitted invisible energy waves that quickly spread to most of the wasteland. Humans did not have any special reaction when exposed to the energy waves, but the zombies underwent horrible changes. One of the wilderness hunting teams quickly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Look, what's going on with those zombies? Something's wrong. Shoot them, kill them. Da-da-da-da. The machine gun fire did not achieve the effect they expected, but the crisp sound of bullet shells falling to the ground was the final death warrant. Roar. The speed of some zombies was horribly increased, and scarlet spikes grew on their hands, and they quickly rushed into the hunting team. Swish. The sound of spikes piercing the flesh was heard, followed by a final scream of despair. No, save me. The same scene was happening everywhere in the wasteland. Suddenly the wasteland was stained with blood and full of dangers. At the same time, Zheng Haotian had brought his men back to the Haotian base. After handing over 30 Special Forces members to the housekeeper, He climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. It seems like something is happening. Chapter 192, White Tower Core. After learning the news that Zheng Haotian had returned to the base, Shuiying ran over immediately and just happened to see the face on the city wall looking into the distance with a stern look in his eyes. Lord Haotian, what happened? Shuiying asked worriedly. It's okay. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Go ask Lu Fu to prepare dinner. Today we have to welcome the new members of the base. Zheng Haotian did not express his uneasiness. Instead, he smiled, took off his mecha, and gently touched Shuiying's head. Okay, I'll go right away. After Shuiying left, Zheng Haotian muttered softly. No matter what kind of monster you are, don't even think about harming my base. On the wasteland, a group of figures were running fast, and it seemed that something terrible was approaching behind them. Liu, take your people and run first. I will stop them. Everyone at Fenghua base form a defensive formation. Zhang Fenghua is a little-known lord who successfully resists the zombie attack. In order to make the base develop better, he and his like-minded friend Qin Lu go to the wilderness to seek opportunities. Everything was going very smoothly at the beginning, but no one expected that the zombies would suddenly mutate not long ago, and their combat power became more than 10 times stronger, causing their team to be defeated directly. If they had not accidentally obtained a life-saving space equipment that allowed them to move a short distance in space, they would have had no chance of escape. But now, the zombies are chasing them again. Brother Hua, I won't leave. Qin Lu, go quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave. Zhang Fenghua pushed Qin Lu hard. Sad dramas are always unnecessary in the end times. Qin Lu obviously understood this very well, and he pounded the ground hard. After a roar, Qin Lu roared and said, Brother Hua, I will work like a slave for you in my next life to repay your kindness. Qin Lu, if you have a chance to go back, take good care of my parents for me. Zhang Fenghua tightly grasped the sword in his hand and looked carefully. It turned out to be a product from Zheng Haotian's base. There are only 12 people left in the team of more than 20 people. Qin Lu, who is also a lord, cannot abandon his men. Roar. The roar of the zombies reached Zhang Fenghua's ears, and the next second, their figures appeared in front of Zhang Fenghua. How did it become like this? Looking at the zombie in front of him whose body had turned a little pale, Zhang Fenghua showed shock on his face. Bang! However, the zombies will not slow down because of human shock. The defensive formation set up by Zhang Fenghua's team was attacked by the white zombies. We can't passively defend. Follow me and kill. Zhang Fenghua gave an order and took the lead in launching a defensive counterattack. Bang! Hiss! The long sword chopped at the nearest zombie, but it was unable to break the zombie's defense. Then Zhang Fenghua suddenly pulled it back and stabbed it out again, finally piercing the zombie's body. Oh! At this moment, the zombie let out a horrible howl, and the long sword that had pierced into its body began to dissolve rapidly. This seemingly successful attack actually had no effect at all. No! The screams soon resounded throughout the wasteland, and Zhang Fenghua's team of 12 people were almost overwhelmed by the swarm of white zombies in the blink of an eye. When the zombies left the place, nothing was left behind, and the human corpses turned into new white zombies. White terror spreads rapidly. Inside the Haotian base, 30 Special Forces members led by Wu Qi had completed their training and appeared in front of Zheng Haotian in a more capable appearance. Your subordinate Wu Qi leads the members of the Haotian Special Operations Brigade to pay a visit to the Lord. Your subordinate greets the Lord. What does it feel like when 30 people shout in unison? It's probably earth-shaking. Zheng Haotian truly felt it at this moment. Why can a group of warriors break a bridge with just one step? Besides resonance, it's because they are one. The power of unity is absolutely the most terrifying in the world, no doubt about it. Very good. Follow me to the private house. You will live there from now on. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Zheng Haotian said with a smile. Thank you, Lord. 30 people followed Zheng Haotian to the residential area. Zheng Haotian asked Shuiying to lead everyone to their seats, but he walked towards the base hall alone because his private message box was constantly jumping. Something happened. Check the world chat box. This was the message sent by Wang Lu. There were more than a dozen similar messages, all reminding Zheng Haotian to check the world chat box. Zheng Haotian was confused, but he still did as Wang Lu said and directly opened the world chat box. White terror sweeps across the wasteland, A new battle is about to begin. Help! Zombies have appeared again, and they have mutated. It must be related to that huge white tower. Boss Haotian, help me. White tower. Zombies? Mutations? For some reason, after seeing these words, Zheng Haotian's heart suddenly became nervous, and his intuition seemed to have accurately predicted it again. Someone come and tell us the details. Everyone keeps silent. Zheng Haotian tried to speak to clear the screen. In an instant, the world chat box became quiet and no one was talking anymore. The one called Qin Lu, come out and speak. Didn't you experience it yourself? Weitai stepped forward and directly mentioned the name of the Lord. Boss Haotian, Boss Weitai, are we finished? Those white zombies are too scary. My big brother. He couldn't even hold on for a minute. Qin Lu's words revealed his fear. Don't be nervous. Tell us everything you have experienced. This is not just your battle, but a battle for all of us lords. Zheng Haotian replied seriously. Qin Lu paused for about a minute and then spoke again. They look similar to ordinary zombies, but they are covered in a strange white color. They're very fast and powerful. My eldest brother Zhang Fenghua and I lost 3 of our men as soon as we encountered them. Then we chose to run away, but in the end, we tried every possible way and still couldn't escape. If it wasn't for my eldest brother blocking the zombies for me, I wouldn't have been able to return to the base. Qin Lu choked up a little and stopped speaking. White zombies. Could they really be related to the White Tower? But I was awarded the right to live on the 8th floor. Could there be some other mystery? Zheng Haotian's thoughts were in a mess for a while, and he couldn't get a definite answer. Does anyone have any opinions on this? Feel free to speak up now. Boss Haotian, my name is Wang Qi. I think the white zombies are the soldiers sent by the White Tower. We must attack the White Tower next. Please lead us. Chapter 193. Transforming the Special Forces. The world chat box was instantly filled with messages for help, almost all of which were similar messages begging for the leadership of several big guys. However, at this moment, Zheng Haotian did not choose to reply. The word White Tower was all in his mind. He has not officially gone there since he obtained the right to live on the 8th floor of the White Tower, but he has not forgotten about it. Perhaps now is the time to go to the White Tower and find out what's going on. White Tower Legion. I like to see what it's like. Zheng Haotian showed an expectant look on his face. Master Haotian, why did you come to the base lobby alone? The people in the Special Forces said they would wait for you to arrive before they would eat. Just as Zheng Haotian was thinking about how many men he should lead to the White Tower, Shuang trotted into the hall and said while panting. Zheng Haotian smiled and said, "These people are still a bit stubborn. Then let's go over there." After saying that, he and Shuang walked towards the house together. These members of the Special Forces could not be ignored. When they arrived at the house, Wu Qi spotted Zheng Haotian immediately and gave an order. "Everyone stand up. Greetings, Lord." Zheng Haotian was startled by the thunderous voice and waved his hands helplessly. "Okay, everyone sit down. It would be bad if the food got cold." "As you command, Lord." They stood up and sat down in an orderly manner. The Special Forces personnel were indeed somewhat different from the peasants summoned by the base. Although they do not have unique abilities or strong attributes, they have the strictest discipline. After the base was upgraded to the main city, Lu Fu had already made proper arrangements for daily meals, so Zheng Haotian did not have to worry about the population growth leading to food shortages. After the welcoming banquet, Wu Qi came to Zheng Haotian with a conflicted look on his face. He had a question in his mind. "Just say whatever you want to say. Don't be so reserved," Zheng Haotian said with a smile. "My lord, I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. I do have a question in my mind, and I hope you can answer it for me." Zheng Haotian nodded, motioning for him to continue. "That's right. How should we arrange the 30 of us? I have observed that everyone in the base has his or her own full-time job, but it seems that we 30 people have no other skills except marching and fighting, so?" Wu Qi said very embarrassedly. He asked Zheng Haotian to incorporate their special forces, but when he arrived at the Haotian base, he found that they seemed to be a little redundant to the base. "What I want is your strong combat capability. However, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. I don't need you to do anything now because the time is not right yet." Zheng Haotian still had a smile on his face. "But, Lord, we can't just eat and not do anything, right? We have all passed the barracks training, and what we need most now is actual combat." Wu Qi couldn't help but continue. "There will definitely be a chance in actual combat, but we need to wait a little longer." Zheng Haotian shook his head and said. Wu Qi had a worried look on his face, and it seemed like what he said was no different from what he said in vain. Zheng Haotian reached out and patted Wu Qi's shoulder, as if to comfort him. What are you still standing there for? Gather the team. I'll take you to sharpen your knives. What? The worry on Wu Qi's face turned into confusion. It was not until they arrived at the blacksmith shop that Wu Qi came to his senses. Was the Lord going to improve their equipment? But would it really be useful to come to a place like a blacksmith shop? Zhao Tai, I need 30 sets of excellent grade armor. How long will it take you to make them using the entire blacksmith shop's production capacity? Zheng Haotian said directly to Zhao Tai without any nonsense. Reporting to my lord, researcher Fong and I have developed a light battle armor using fine iron as the material. With researcher Fong's charging technology, we can complete one piece every 30 minutes, and its defense is far superior to that of excellent grade armor. Zhao Tai brought a surprise to Zheng Haotian. I was originally planning to report to you this morning, but I learned that you had to leave the base for something, so I didn't make it in time. Now is the perfect time. I suggest that we directly build light armor and mobilize the entire blacksmith shop. I am sure that we can complete the manufacture of these 30 sets of light armor by tomorrow morning. Zhao Tai said confidently. What else could Zheng Haotian say? He naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Which boss wouldn't like such a good employee? Wu Qi, you heard me. The light armor will not be completed until tomorrow morning. Remember to bring someone to pick it up tomorrow morning. As you command, Lord. Next we will go to the laboratory. Your weapons also need to be improved. Zheng Haotian is now familiarizing the 30 new members with the base. Of course, the main purpose is to give them new equipment. Wu Qi and others also understand his idea. The faces of the Special Forces members are full of anticipation. Moving from the blacksmith shop to the laboratory, this is a simulated space created by a scientific research robot based on the drawings obtained from the Institute. The appearance is no different from that of an ordinary laboratory, but the interior is very different. This is exactly what the saying, "there is a world inside," means. Greetings, Lord. When Zheng Haotian arrived at the laboratory, Fang Yu happened to walk out of the laboratory with an expression of joy that was hard to conceal on his face, which instantly aroused Zheng Haotian's curiosity. Fang Yu, what makes you so happy? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, there is good news. No, now it should be too. Fang Yu said excitedly. The blacksmith shop developed a light armor. What's the other one? Have you been to the blacksmith shop? Zhao Tai, this kid, said he would wait for me to report to you together, but he actually spoke first. Fang Yu was a little indignant and cursed Zhao Tai in his heart. It just so happens that I need armor, so he told me. Tell me, what's the other good news? Reporting to the Lord, the 3 robot predecessors and I have developed a weapon that is more powerful than the energy gun. It is also more convenient to carry and charge than the energy gun. Fang Yu secretly observed Zheng Haotian's expression while speaking. Wu Qi, it seems that our researcher Fang has guessed the purpose of our visit. Ha ha ha. Zheng Haotian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The members of the Special Forces couldn't hide their joy either and laughed one after another, which made Fang Yu a little confused. What's wrong with this group of people? Just as sleepiness met the pillow, the first step of the Special Forces transformation plan was completed almost effortlessly. We have the armor and weapons, and we will need some large equipment next. Zheng Haotian turned and looked at the tank factory, which was the next location of the transformation plan. Chapter 194, Accelerated Rescue. Outside the heavy weapons factory, Zheng Haotian has handed the responsibility over to Hanju. Because it is fully automated, tank production has begun to proceed in an orderly manner. Greetings, Lord. No need to be so polite, get up. Zheng Haotian gently raised his hands upwards. How was the tank production going? Are there any finished products yet? Zheng Haotian asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, what the arsenal can produce now is the Tiger, 1 heavy tank. According to your instructions, we are producing it at maximum capacity. Now, there are 2 finished products in the warehouse. Hanju replied with a smile. Great. Take me to the warehouse. Yes, Lord, this way, please. Following Hanju's footsteps, Zheng Haotian and Wu Qi, a team of 30 Special Forces members, came to the arsenal warehouse together. The moment Hanju lifted the black cloth covering the tank, everyone was shocked. Equipment: Tiger, 1 heavy tank. Attributes: Defense 1000, Attack 2000, Speed 500, Potential 200. Special attributes: Heavy weapons, powerful firepower, solid armor, amazing defense. Note, this is a real steel beast. On the battlefield, except for airstrikes, it will be invincible. My lord, Is this the large equipment you prepared for us? Wu Qi was stunned, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Isn't it big enough? Zheng Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. Big, very big, too big. After the Special Forces equipment upgrade was completed, Zheng Haotian sent this group of people to the barracks. The simulated training room, there was enough for them to kill some time. After all, it will take some time to forge the equipment, and it will not be officially completed until tomorrow morning. 5 Tiger, 1 heavy tanks, 30 pieces of light armor, 30 enhanced energy guns, and 30 elite Special Forces members. Zheng Haotian didn't even know how to break the so-called White Tower. I'm afraid it's too easy. Dinkling. Just as Zheng Haotian was about to take a break, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Wei Tai calling. Lord Wei Tai, what do you want to talk to me about? Zheng Haotian asked indifferently. His tone was not very good. He had not forgotten the trick he had been given before. Can I look for you if there's nothing wrong? Brother Haotian is too serious. Wei Tai's voice sounded with a hint of smile. It's getting late now. If you have nothing to do, you wouldn't choose to disturb me at this time. Wei Tai's voice suddenly stopped, and he seemed to fall into an awkward silence. Haha, Brother Haotian is indeed smart. He deserves to be the first lord who can upgrade the 5th level base. Then I will speak frankly. Wei Tai's voice suddenly became serious. After Zheng Haotian said, Wei Tai continued. Actually, I came to you because of the matter of rescuing other lords. The appearance of the White Tower Legion proves one thing. The world we live in now is not without indigenous people. And there's a great possibility that the people living in the White Tower are the indigenous people of this world. Perhaps they were the ones who caused the zombie crisis. Even our traveling to this world may have something to do with them, so they're our real enemies. Get to the point. Zheng Haotian directly interrupted the Wei Tai story session. He had already analyzed these contents a long time ago. Ahem. It seems that Brother Haotian has already thought of it. What I mainly want to say today is that we must speed up the progress and rescue all the lords as soon as possible. This is not only to deal with the second round of zombie crisis in 15 days, but also to deal with the unknown White Tower army. Wei Tai coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and then stated his true purpose. Now the lords on the island are still unable to carry out rescue. As for those on land, I have contacted another 30 lords. I will send people to rescue them in batches. I can't speed it up any faster. Zheng Haotian's tone was still calm. It turns out that Brother Haotian has already started to act. My reminder seems a bit unnecessary. Haha, but it doesn't matter. In this case, I will also do my best to rescue other lords and strive to form our Doomsday Alliance army as soon as possible. Wei Tai felt quite ambitious. Anything else? If not, hang up. It's getting late. Okay, then Brother hung. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound of the call being hung up on the phone, Wei Tai looked at the black-robed envoy beside him with helplessness. He's so arrogant. There's nothing I can do. I was a little unkind last time, but there's nothing I can do about it. I think he will forgive me in the future. Wei Tai waved his hands, not seeming to care too much about Zheng Haotian's last rude behavior. Putting down his phone, Zheng Haotian tightened his arms and hugged Wang Li and Shuiying a little tighter. Master Haotian, what happened? My lord, if you have anything to say, you can tell us. You don't have to keep it all to yourself. Shuiying and Wang Li both looked worried. It's okay. It's getting late. It's time to start our nightlife. Come on, little darling. Hate it, lord. Hee. Master Haotian, please stop tickling me. The next morning, looking at the 2 girls with tired looks on their faces, Zheng Haotian sat up from the bed with satisfaction. Ever since he took the 5-element Qi Yuan pill, he has not felt tired again. It must be said that the products produced by the system are truly top-notch. Liu Laowu, Zhang Daqiang, come to the base lobby. Zheng Haotian took out his mobile phone and issued an order, summoning the leaders of the 5 major rescue teams. After a while, Liu Laowu and others arrived at the base hall, waiting for Zheng Haotian's instructions. Everyone come over here. Due to some special reasons, our rescue operation must be accelerated, so everyone's task today is quite arduous. I hope everyone can overcome the difficulties and complete the task. Don't worry, Lord, we promise to complete the task. Everyone shouted in unison. Zheng Haotian nodded and began to assign specific tasks. Liu Laowu, head northwest. The 5 lords in this direction are Ko Yi, Kuang Wei, Lan Yu, Tang Shang, and Chunda. These 5 lords are your mission today. Rescue them safely. Daqiang, head northeast. Pointing at the map, Zheng Haotian quickly assigned everyone's tasks. Although it was difficult, no one showed any fear. There may be White Tower troops on the road now, so everyone should remember safety first. Do you understand? Understood, everyone shouted. Very good, let's go. Chapter 195, First Battle with the White Tower Legion. With Zheng Haotian's shout of, "Let's go," the gate of the base opened, and the 5 rescue teams began to move forward rapidly in the established direction. They were destined to race against time today. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Haotian opened the world chat box and sent a message, which immediately excited everyone. The rescue operation begins today. All contacted lords, please be prepared. Lord Tangshang, Boss Haotian, I'm always ready. Wow, this is another lucky guy. When will it be my turn? Zheng Haotian did not check the series of messages. He could not sit idle while his subordinates were busy. Wu Qi's special forces team of 30 people had already assembled. Zheng Haotian first brought everyone to the blacksmith shop. With Zhao Tai's overnight work, the target of 30 pieces of light armor had been completed. Everyone, put on your armor. Zheng Haotian gave the order. Everyone started to receive light armor and then began to change it on the spot. The light armor weighs only 1 kilogram, but its defensive capabilities exceed those of 30 kilograms of heavy armor. More importantly, it will not affect the soldier's flexibility, and it covers an astonishing 80 of the body area. All vital parts have been forged twice, making the defensive capabilities even more amazing. After a short while, the 30 people put on brand new bright silver armor, and their aura changed significantly in an instant. Good. Zheng Haotian was very satisfied. How could such a team not be able to defeat the White Tower Legion? Thank you, Lord, for giving us the armor. No need to be polite. Get up. Special Forces Wu Qi's loyalty increased by 10 points. Special Forces Qin Ming's loyalty increased by 10 points. Special Forces Yuan Lung's loyalty increased by 10 points. After a group of Special Forces grew up and put on this light armor, their loyalty began to rise rapidly, and everyone truly felt the sense of security brought by the light armor. Next, follow me to the laboratory and get your weapons. As you command, Lord. The Special Forces are in high spirits, and Zheng Haotian has a beaming smile on his face. With so much unity, why should we fear the unknown future? While Zheng Haotian was busy with matters in the base, Liu Laowu, as the leader of the first rescue team, had led all members of the first rescue team and drove a modified car to the base of the First Lord Koyi. My lord, there's an unknown convoy heading towards us outside, and it is almost reaching the city gate. When Koyi heard the report from his subordinates, he was not surprised, but happy. He knew who the visitor was because Zheng Haotian had already mentioned it in the world chat box. It must be Boss Haotian's rescue team that has arrived. Everyone, follow me to welcome them. Our base is saved. Koyi had an excited look on his face and hurriedly arrived at the city gate with his men. Seeing that the city gate was wide open, Liu Laowu signaled Long Biao, who was driving, to stop, and he opened the door and jumped out. Are you Lord Ke? We are from the Haotian base, and my name is Liu Laowu. Liu Laowu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Welcome, welcome. I am Koyi. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for leading the team to rescue me. I'm so grateful. Koyi's tone was very excited. You're welcome. Gather your people, and I will escort you to a safe area first. Liu Laowu said lightly. Understood, understood. We have gathered and are ready to go at any time. Taking the people from Ku base with him, Liu Laowu took the lead in leading them back along the original route, according to the original plan. There are no zombie threats within 100 miles of Haotian base. As long as they are sent into this range, Liu Laowu can go to rescue the next lord. The process went very smoothly, and Koyi and his group were quickly sent to within 100 miles of Haotian base. After contacting Wang Li in the base, Liu Laowu rushed towards the next rescue target. After all, the task was arduous and time was somewhat tight. However, the second trip was not so smooth, and they were very lucky to encounter the White Tower Legion squad. Captain Liu, there's something going on ahead. A zombie covered in white appeared on the surveillance screen of the modified car, and the vehicle's speed suddenly dropped. Can we avoid it? Our first priority is to rescue rather than eliminate the zombies. Liu Laowu said with a frown. No, their location is on our only way. If we choose to take a detour, it will probably take us 2 more hours, and we're not sure we'll be safe. Long Biao shook his head. Damn it, kill them then. First rescue team, listen up, destroy the zombies ahead as quickly as possible. Open fire. Liu Laowu is very decisive. Since he can't hide, he will just start fighting. The energy machine guns on the modified cars are still the same as before. Although Fong Yu has developed more powerful weapons, he has not had time to equip the modified cars with them. However, this does not mean that the energy machine gun has weak combat effectiveness. Even an unimproved energy machine gun is still a horrific nightmare for the zombies. The first rescue team had a total of 3 modified cars, and 3 powerful energy machine guns attacked the white zombies in front of them at the same time. For a moment, the sound of bullets firing echoed throughout the wasteland. Bang! Seeing the group of white zombies being overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, Liu Laowu was about to say that this group of zombies was rubbish when a modified car he was riding in suddenly made a loud noise and the car was almost overturned. What's going on? Zheng Haotian asked directly. Captain Liu, it's bad. The zombies are coming and they're trying to break the armor of the modified car. What? How is this possible? Bang! Bang! There were 2 more loud bangs, followed by a series of clapping sounds. The modified car seemed to be shaky for a moment. This group of zombies actually moved so quickly and was able to break through the dense barrage of bullets. Liu Laowu took out a bullet from his waist. This was the mecha capsule that stored the mecha. Liu Laowu was ready to use the mecha. Mecha squad, listen to my command. We will use the mechas to cover the modified car. I will count to 3, and we will open the car door together and get out. Understood, Captain Liu. The first rescue team has a total of 3 small mechas, which are their real hidden combat power. 3, 2, 1. Open the door. Snap! Liu Laowu and 2 others pushed open the door of the modified car, then quickly closed it and threw the mecha capsule to the ground. Phew! As the chaotic energy was released, 3 small mechas appeared on the spot. Get on the mecha! Long Biao, retreat quickly. Got it, Captain Liu. You guys have to be careful. Liu Laowu nodded slightly, driving the mecha to face the group of white zombies in front of him with cold eyes. Go to hell. The first confrontation between Haotian Base and the White Tower Legion has officially begun. Chapter 196. Chasing and Intercepting. Buzz. The mecha made a shrill, buzzing sound, and then a shell was fired from the back of the mecha, slamming hard into the group of white zombies with white smoke trails. Bang! Now rush out! Liu Laowu gave an order, and as the roar was heard, the 3 modified cars suddenly accelerated and directly broke through the interception of the white zombies. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the position covered by the mecha's artillery fire, and a zombie began to swell and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene made Liu Laowu's heart suddenly tighten. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Increase firepower output. The small energy machine guns on the mecha's arms also began to fire at full power, and shells on the back were fired again, but still could not prevent the appearance of the giant white zombie. Captain Liu, our attacks have no effect on these guys. What should we do? If we delay a little longer, we must let the convoy retreat to a safe location first. Liu Laowu's face was serious. They couldn't retreat now. Roar. With another roar, the white zombie, which had grown larger, was now as tall as a 10-story building, and its size also increased with height, like a giant. Bang! Captain Liu. The other 2 mecha pilots screamed as the mecha driven by Liu Laowu was hit by the fist of the giant white zombie and crashed heavily to the ground. Don't worry about me, just dodge. Warning, warning, the mecha has been severely damaged and has lost 30 of its functions. Liu Laowu heard the automatic alarm of the mecha, and his face became increasingly uglier. Captain Liu, you retreat first, and the 2 of us will stop it. No, let's go together. I'm fine. Liu Laowu controlled the mecha to rise into the air again. The laser sword in his hand appeared instantly, and he chopped fiercely at the giant white zombie. Hiss! Howl! The burning laser sword slashed across the chest of the giant white zombie, causing it to scream in pain. It turned out that this mutated white zombie had a keen sense of pain. Now let's retreat. Knowing that the 3 modified cars had left the danger zone, Liu Laowu gave the order to retreat without hesitation. The 3 small mechas changed direction immediately, their jet devices overloaded, and chased after the modified car at the fastest speed. Roar! But everything was not as smooth as Liu Laowu had imagined. Their escape was met with relentless pursuit by the white zombies. The giant white zombie was like an emperor, controlling the group of white zombies to chase in the direction of the mecha. Captain Liu, it's bad. They are catching up. How is this possible? With the speed our mechas are flying, how could they possibly catch up? Liu Laowu's voice sounded a little shocked, but he knew very well that the zombies were really catching up with him. We can't let them catch up with the convoy. Let's change direction. Yes, Captain Liu. The convoy continued to move northwest in the original direction. Originally, Liu Laowu and others could have caught up with them, but because of the zombies' relentless pursuit, he had to choose to move northeast. Warning, warning, the mecha's energy is only 30 left. Please replenish the energy in time. Captain Liu, we have reached the energy warning line. I know. If we continue like this, we will all die. Liu Laowu's voice became a little anxious. They couldn't even get rid of the group of white zombies now. Bang! As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. The mecha was already running low on energy. The giant white zombie jumped up and punched the mecha next to Liu Laowu heavily into the ground. Damn it! Fire the shells at me! Liu Laowu roared, and a white light flashed behind the mecha. The energy shells hit the giant white zombie hard. Boom! The artillery fire dissipated, and the giant white zombie was still unharmed. The mecha's energy cannon was simply much ado about nothing. It had no effect at all and was just wasting the mecha's energy. Separate and run away. Whoever survives will be the best. Seeing this scene, Liu Laowu was completely desperate. Their first head-on confrontation with the White Tower Legion would end in failure. Captain Liu, we can stop it. You can run back to find the Lord. He will definitely be able to save us. No, if I want to stop it, I have to come here myself. All of you get out of here. Liu Laowu shouted angrily. Roar. However, the giant white zombies' attack came again, and they really had no time to discuss. Run. 3 mechas, 3 directions, moving forward at full speed, and life and death are left to fate. Looking at the mechas fleeing in 3 directions, the giant white zombie identified one of the directions, which happened to be the route Liu Laowu took to escape. At Haotian base, the transformation of the Special Forces members has come to an end, and they have all received their own improved energy gun. My lord, can we go to the barracks shooting range to test the power of our weapons? Wu Qi asked excitedly as he looked at the improved energy gun with a blue-purple exterior in his hand. Of course, no problem. I will go with you. But before that, I have something to remind everyone. Zheng Haotian readily agreed, but then changed the subject. Please give me your instructions, Lord. No matter how good the weapons are, they're just external things. The reason why your Special Forces team caught my attention is because you possess powerful strength and abilities beyond ordinary people. I hope you don't forget this. Zheng Haotian said seriously. Understood. We will never forget it. Wu Qi and a group of Special Forces members responded in unison. Very good. Let's go to the barracks shooting range now. On the way to the barracks, Zheng Haotian's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate, just like the feeling after strenuous exercise. The thumping sound of his heartbeat was amplified dozens of times and tightly surrounded his ears. What happened? Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? Zheng Haotian wondered. No, I have to check. Did something happen to the rescue team? The 3 modified cars were equipped with mobile phones for communication, and Zheng Haotian decided to eliminate the problem of the rescue team first. You guys go to the shooting range first. I have some urgent matters to take care of. I'll come find you after I'm done. You guys try out the power of this gun first. As you command, Lord. After arranging the special forces, Zheng Haotian quickly came to the base lobby and began to dial the rescue team's phone number. It's me. Is everything going well for you? My lord, it's bad. We have encountered a group of white zombies. They're not afraid of bullets or the strafing of energy machine guns. Captain Liu is leading people to block them. We are already outside the danger zone. White zombies. The White Tower Legion. Chapter 197 Special Forces First Battle. Zheng Haotian's voice suddenly became louder. He didn't expect that the White Tower Legion would arrive so quickly. My lord, what should we do now? Captain Liu and the others haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they are in danger. Long Biao's voice sounded a little anxious. You continue to act according to the original plan and leave the rest to me. Zheng Haotian said calmly. Some things cannot be avoided once they happen. There is no use in panicking. It is better to face them calmly. This is Zheng Haotian's principle in dealing with things. It is also because of this that he can calmly work hard in this doomsday. Understood, Lord. I promise to complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Haotian did not stop for a moment and rushed directly to the arsenal, where the special forces were waiting for the completion of the Tiger, 1 heavy tank. Greetings, Lord. No need to be so polite. How is the tank manufacturing going now? Have the 5 heavy tanks been completed? Zheng Haotian signaled everyone to stand up and then asked Hanju, reporting to the Lord, the fifth one is being manufactured now, and it is estimated to be completed in another 15 minutes. Hanju replied respectfully. Speed up, we don't have that much time. Zheng Haotian said in a serious tone. Hanju noticed something was wrong, nodded vigorously, and walked into the arsenal. There is indeed a way to speed up the manufacturing process, but the consumption will be several times the normal level. It will also cause the subsequent production to be halted for 10 hours. 3 minutes later, Hanju drove the last tiger, one heavy tank out of the arsenal, and the manufacturing time was shortened by 5 times. My lord, 5 tanks are ready. Very good. Thank you for your hard work, Hanju. Go and have a good rest. Leave everything from now on to us. Zheng Haotian patted Hanju on the shoulder. As you command, lord. After Hanju left, Zheng Haotian turned around and looked at the Special Forces members. There was a burning desire to fight in everyone's eyes. They understood that their first battle was about to come. Everyone, I believe you have already thought of something. That's right. The reason why I urged Hanju to complete the tank quickly is because it is necessary for our next action. Among the 5 rescue teams sent out this morning, one team encountered the White Tower Legion. They're a group of mutated white zombies. They are more terrifying than the zombies you have encountered before, and there may be more of them. We are not afraid. Wu Qi shouted excitedly. Zheng Haotian showed admiration in his eyes and nodded slightly, then signaled everyone to be quiet, as he had not yet finished speaking. I know you're not afraid. You were not afraid before, and now, with such sophisticated equipment, you will be even less afraid. However, our goal is not to defeat that group of white zombies, but to support the first rescue team. So once we rescue them, everyone must retreat immediately. Do you understand? Zheng Haotian's voice was very serious. Understood. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Very good. Now everyone get on the tanks. Wu Qi will lead the team. I will scout the way ahead. You all should pay attention to my signals at any time. Yes, my lord. After the order was given, the Special Forces members were full of fighting spirit and quickly entered the tanks, ready to set off at any time. The major actions within the base naturally did not escape the notice of the housekeeper Wang Li, but she did not say anything. Instead, she quietly came to Zheng Haotian. Lily, something happened to Liu Laowu. I have to go there in person, and the base is left to you. Zheng Haotian gently hugged Wang Li in his arms. Don't worry, the base is very safe. You must be careful, and don't forget that we share the same fate with you. Wang Li was like a docile cat. She no longer had the edge to stand on her own. At this moment, she was just a little wife who was worried about her husband who was on an expedition. I will. The mecha capsule was thrown out skillfully, and the phantom mecha intelligently wrapped Zheng Haotian inside. Special Forces, move out. Phantom, switch to flight mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Switching, turning off charge mode. Dash mode is turned off successfully, and flight mode is being turned on. Mode opening. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100. Speed increased by 300. Mecha streamlined form activated. Boom. The propulsion device behind it sprayed, and after a roar, the phantom mech broke through the sky, and 5 Tiger, 1 heavy tanks also began to move forward at full speed. Warning, warning, the mecha's remaining energy is less than 5. Please recharge as soon as possible. Liu Laowu heard the shrill alarm again, but he had no time to deal with the so-called lack of energy because the giant white zombie approached again. Roar. Bang. The mecha was knocked away again. Liu Laowu, who was inside, felt dizzy and a hint of despair appeared in his heart. Am I really going to die here today? I'm sorry, Lord. Laowu can't complete the task you assigned. Boom. Just when Liu Laowu was in despair, a loud noise came from behind the giant white zombie, and a familiar figure appeared in Liu Laowu's eyes. It's the Lord's mecha. The Lord is here to save me. Old Liu, cheer up. Activate the mecha's backup energy source. Don't worry about whether it will be scrapped or not. Zheng Haotian felt a pang of fear in his heart. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, Liu Laowu, the veteran who had followed him the longest, would really be gone. What made him feel angry and helpless was that Liu Laowu was reluctant to part with this mecha and did not even use the last backup energy source. As you command, Lord. Activate the backup energy. Are you sure you want to activate the backup energy? Once the energy is consumed, the mecha will be completely paralyzed and cannot be repaired. Yes or no? Without a doubt, Liu Laowu clicked yes. Backup energy is being activated. The mecha has entered extreme mode. When the energy is consumed, the mecha will be paralyzed. My lord, let Laowu fight this zombie again. Liu Laowu roared and drove the mecha directly towards the giant white zombie. Roar! Zheng Haotian's artillery attack just now also failed to cause any damage to the giant white zombie. This guy's body was simply invulnerable to swords and guns. Pay attention, just hold it back, we have backup. Clear. Those who have experienced despair know best that they will be fearless in facing anything from then on, and this is the case with Liu Laowu at this moment. Stand back. Bang! The mechas and zombies fought each other. In the distance, 5 Tiger, 1 heavy tanks are approaching rapidly. The first battle of the Special Forces is about to begin. Chapter 198, The Real White Tower Legion. Fire! As Wu Qi's voice sounded, the tank fired the first shot it had ever made. Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive gunshots were heard, and the muzzle of the Tiger, 1 heavy tank, flashed brightly. Then the earth shook like a roar, and the body of the giant white zombie was blasted back again and again. Go to hell. Liu Laowu, driving the small mecha in extreme condition, rushed directly towards the giant white zombie that was retreating like an angry lion. Hiss! Howl! The laser sword in extreme state passed directly across the face of the giant white zombie, leaving an indelible mark on its face, and it also let out a shrill scream of pain at the same time. The shells of the Tiger, 1 heavy tank, also injured the giant white zombie. This phenomenon shows that this 10-story-high monster is not an iron barrier, and can also be broken. Old 5, come back soon. Just as Liu Laowu and the Special Forces were preparing to launch a second attack, Zheng Haotian suddenly shouted. What happened? Liu Laowu was confused, but the next second his body flew out involuntarily, and the small mecha made its last sound. Warning, warning, energy is exhausted. The mecha will activate the self-destruct device in the countdown of 3 seconds. Please leave in time. Catapult. Liu Laowu roared and slammed a red button next to the mecha control position. Phew! With a jet sound, Liu Laowu was ejected from the mecha, and the small mecha began to flash red light. Laowu, come in quickly. Zheng Haotian grabbed Liu Laowu in time and brought him into the phantom mecha control room. Beep beep. Boom. The small mecha turned into a ball of fire, blooming its final glory in the air. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. No need to be polite. I'll take you to a safe place first. Remember not to be reckless anymore and make sure to hide well. Zheng Haotian said in a serious tone. It was really a close call, just now. If he hadn't happened to discover the movements of the other white zombies below, Liu Laowu would probably not know how he died. As you command, Lord. But what exactly happened just now? Why did I suddenly lose control? Liu Laowu couldn't help but ask. Look outside. Zheng Haotian pointed to the display screen inside the mecha, which was currently reflecting everything that was happening outside. What the hell is this? Just where Liu Laowu's mecha was just now, a group of 3-meter-tall zombies with white flesh wings appeared. They were the last straw that broke the camel's back for the small mecha. Those white zombies have been mutating all the time, and this is just one of them. Zheng Haotian's voice was a little heavy. The screen's perspective shifted downward, and a group of white zombies that looked like fat pigs appeared at some point. Although they were not as big as the Tiger, 1 heavy tanks, their number was 100 times more. What should we do? Lord, do we need to retreat? Liu Laowu was not timid, but his military strength was far inferior to that of the enemy at the moment, and a head-on confrontation was not a wise thing to do. We can't retreat. Their speed is not much slower than ours. It is obviously unwise to run away. There is only one way now, and that is to kill them. Zheng Haotian didn't waste any more time and took Liu Laowu directly to a hidden bush. Then he threw him out and drove the phantom back to the battlefield. Special Forces members, listen up. Your target is now the group of fat white zombies on the ground. Leave the rest to me. Do you understand? Clear. Artillery preparation. Fire. Boom. Bang. The tank's shells hit the fat pig zombies with great force, turning them into white debris all over the ground. This instantly improved Wu Qi's mood. Very good. Keep bombarding. Make sure these zombies never come back. Boom. The sound of artillery fire continued, and the fat pig zombies slowly disappeared one by one. But Wu Qi and others did not notice that the remaining fat pig zombies seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. While the Special Forces were attacking with all their might, Zheng Haotian was certainly not idle either. His opponents were the giant white zombies and countless flesh-winged zombies. Giant zombies that can both attack and defend, agile and versatile flesh-winged zombies, and fat pig zombies that are not afraid of death. This is probably the true configuration of the White Tower Legion. Zheng Haotian thought to himself that those white zombies at the beginning were just low-level zombies that had not changed their profession. The ones that could really display their combat power were this group of zombies that had undergone targeted mutations. Even if you were fully equipped, today I will let you know that all means are pale in the face of powerful force. Zheng Haotian snorted coldly and gave the order directly. Phantom, switch to melee mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Switching, turning off charge mode. The charge mode has been closed successfully, and the melee mode is being turned on. Mode opening. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 100. Attack increased by 100. Weapon form, transformation. The flesh-winged zombies let out a shrill cry, and then swarmed towards Zheng Haotian. Swish! The blue-purple laser sword is like a magical weapon, and killing zombies is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. As the phantom moved and flashed, the flesh-winged zombies were separated from their heads and fell to the ground like dumplings. Seeing this scene, the giant white zombie could not stand anymore. It took big steps and rushed towards Zheng Haotian. Its huge palms slapped towards the phantom with the color of breaking through the air. Whoosh! Under Zheng Haotian's control, the phantom mech was like a nimble butterfly, fluttering in the gaps between attacks and continuing to kill the flesh-winged zombies without mercy. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Zheng Haotian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill all the flesh-winged zombies in the air first, and then face the giant white zombie alone. Otherwise, if he was disturbed, he might not be a match for the giant white zombie. My lord, we have a situation here. Wu Qi's voice came into Zheng Haotian's ears with a hint of panic. What's wrong? Those fat pig zombies, they've gotten bigger. What? Zheng Haotian was stunned for a moment and looked down at the ground. The number of fat pig zombies has been reduced to only about 20, but their size has increased 5 or 6 times than before, and they look even more terrifying than before. Could it be that they can devour the corpses of their own kind? Doesn't that mean? Zheng Haotian looked at the place where the flesh-winged zombies had just fallen, and the corpses had disappeared. The White Tower Legion has revealed their true fangs. Chapter 199, Killing Notice. Danger is approaching quietly. The number of flesh-winged zombies in the sky is getting smaller and smaller, while the size of the fat pig zombies on the ground is getting bigger and bigger. Wu Qi, retreat. As you command, Lord. The White Tower Legion is too strange. At present, they are not absolutely sure that they can defeat this group of zombies that are mutating all the time. Temporary retreat is the best option. Special forces, listen up and start retreating. Wu Qi issued a retreat order as instructed by Zheng Haotian, and the Tiger, one heavy tanks began to retreat in the direction they came from. You all stay here. Zheng Haotian in the sky roared, and the group of flesh-winged zombies wanted to chase the tank, but they were intercepted by the phantom controlled by him. The giant white zombies are indeed fast enough, but the fat pig zombies are different, especially after their bodies have expanded to be as big as a tank. Their ability to move is no longer as good as before. Zheng Haotian's only thought now is to stop these guys and give the Special Forces members enough time to retreat. Roar! While intercepting the flesh-winged zombies, the giant white zombie launched its attack. It actually grabbed the fat pig zombie on the ground and threw it toward the phantom mech controlled by Zheng Haotian. Crash! The huge body directly blocked Zheng Haotian's sight, but fortunately the phantom mecha flew very fast, and the fat pig zombie did not hurt him at all. That's it. Keep going and see what tricks you have. Zheng Haotian looked at the giant white zombie with disdain. This mutated zombie is like a commander and king among the zombies. Just like the one encountered during the siege before, he possesses wisdom that ordinary zombies do not have, and it is not low. Swish! Zheng Haotian did not stop swinging the blue-purple laser sword in his hand. All the zombies who wanted to break through his defense and chase the tank were shot down one by one. It was like a steel barrier. No zombie could break through his defense line. The situation was at a stalemate for a while. The retreating special forces did not leave directly. At Zheng Haotian's signal, Wu Qi met up with Liu Laowu, who was hiding in the bushes, and prepared to rush to the base as ordered, but was stopped by Liu Laowu. We can't go back now. Why? But the Lord has already given the order, and we must follow his instructions. Wu Qi is the kind of person who follows orders and has old-fashioned thinking. He insisted on acting according to Zheng Haotian's orders. No, the Lord is just trying to ensure our safety, but we can't do this. He needs our assistance. Even if we can't play a key role, as long as we can play a little role, maybe we can help the Lord. Liu Laowu is a typical considerate person. He will act according to his own thinking. Of course, Wu Qi would not listen to Liu Laowu so easily. Not to mention that he was not very familiar with Liu Laowu. Zheng Haotian had not given any order to help anyone. If he did it, wouldn't it be a thankless task? You are too old-fashioned. What if something really happens to the Lord suddenly? Are you going to continue with the plot that he won't come unless he calls you? We don't have so much time. Liu Laowu said coldly. He had already seen the giant white zombie leading groups of ordinary zombies rushing towards Zheng Haotian. Then what do you think we should do? What can we do to really help our Lord? Wu Qi was also a little persuaded. Don't worry, we will wait for the opportunity. But there is one thing we must do, and that is we must never retreat at the critical moment. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Liu Laowu said with a serious expression. We will never run away from the battlefield. Everyone looked at Zheng Haotian fighting the zombies with firm eyes, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Zheng Haotian didn't know that his men had secretly disobeyed orders and stayed behind to assist him and complete some tasks they could do. Phantom, switch to melee mode. Receive the command, switching mode. Switching, turning off melee mode. The melee attack has been successfully closed, and the melee mode is being turned on. Mode opening. Mode switch successful. Defense increased by 50. Attack increased by 200. Weapon form, transformation. The flashing blue-purple laser sword was already stained by a strong light, and then a long stick made of copper and zinc broke the ladle-like image. Boom! He used all his strength to hit the giant white zombie's forehead with the stick and immediately beat the zombies back. However, if they are fat and ferocious, and their movements are not very agile, and they only eat based on their size, then we don't need to consider their existence. Roar! Seeing Zheng Haotian slaughtering his men crazily, the giant white zombie finally couldn't stand it anymore. It roared angrily and swung its huge fist towards Zheng Haotian. Bang! Unable to dodge in time, Phantom was hit and flew backwards, but Zheng Haotian quickly regained his balance. There's still a long way to go. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zheng Haotian was preparing to launch the next counterattack, loud artillery fire came from below. Wu Qi and others did not leave and launched another attack. Wu Qi, what are you doing? Why don't you retreat? Zheng Haotian was unhappy and angry. Don't these people know his good intentions? My lord, please be prepared to give it a fatal blow and leave the rest to us. Liu Laowu's confident voice reached Zheng Haotian's ears. Zheng Haotian had no other choice but to try his luck. Brother Wu Qi, keep bombarding its feet. As long as we can destroy its balance, we can create more flaws for this behemoth for the Lord. Liu Laowu's thinking was very clear. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Everyone listen to my orders. Aim at the giant white zombie's feet and fire. Boom, boom, boom. Now, Lord, it's up to you next. Liu Laowu shouted. With the concentrated attack of the tanks, the giant white zombie staggered and almost fell to the ground, revealing a flaw in front of it. Energy cannon. The phantom mech flashed a dazzling blue-purple light. On its shoulder, a turret larger than its head was mounted, followed by a giant energy column. Hiss! With a flash of lightning, a huge hole appeared in the chest of the giant white zombie, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for killing the chief officer of the White Tower Legion. You will be rewarded with a copy of the White Tower Order. Chapter 250 Attachments. The kill notice was pinned on the world chat box for a long time, and everyone was shocked because the horror of the White Tower Legion had just been reported not long ago. But Zheng Haotian had already been killed. Boss Haotian is so awesome. The chief officer of the White Tower Legion was actually killed. I knew that Boss Haotian could handle it easily, just like the zombie siege before. Boss Haotian YYDS. Master Haotian, please lead us. I am willing to turn my territory into your subsidiary territory. Lord Wei Tai, everyone please calm down. Lord Haotian certainly doesn't have time to explain so much to you right now. Once he resolves the current situation, I will share with you all about the White Tower Legion. The noisy world chat box was stabilized, and the emotions of the lords also calmed down a lot. Zheng Haotian, the real boss, was now doing the finishing work, as Wei Tai said. The death of the giant white zombie was not the end. Its body was also eaten by the group of fat pig zombies, and all the flesh-winged zombies in the air had been eliminated by Zheng Haotian. What should I do with these fat pig zombies? Zheng Haotian was in trouble. They move very slowly, even slower than an average human being walks, perhaps because they are too large. However, their defense was equally astonishingly terrifying. Zheng Haotian summoned Special Forces members to bombard the fat pig zombies, but those big guys, whose sizes were almost as big as giant white zombies, actually swallowed the shells directly. My lord, why don't we retreat for the time being? This group of zombies cannot pose any threat to us. Instead of wasting time on this, it might be better to speed up the rescue operation for other lords. Liu Laowu put forward his suggestion. Zheng Haotian has always been a democratic person, so he adopted it. Special Forces members, listen up. We are retreating. The huge fat pig zombie was left in the wilderness, moving slowly in an unknown direction like a reptile. After dealing with the giant white zombie, Zheng Haotian chose to lead the team back to the base. After the White Tower Legion was dealt with, the wasteland became surprisingly safe, and even ordinary zombies were rarely seen. This made the rescue team members of Haotian Base feel a little uncomfortable. If there is no danger, then what is the point of their existence? My lord, do I really not need to change a mecha to catch up with the team? Liu Laowu asked, somewhat depressed. Zheng Haotian replied without hesitation. Did we encounter any danger on our way back? Do you think it is necessary? Wait for the rescue team to come back, and then you can set off with them. We don't need a mecha this time. The wasteland has become as safe as the base as it has been explored. As you command, Lord. After Liu Laowu left, Zheng Haotian opened the White Tower command rewarded by the system. Special item, White Tower command. Attribute, unknown. Effect, unknown. Note, this is a very important instruction. Zheng Haotian was puzzled. Everything was unknown. So how could it be said to be important? Does it need to climb up the White Tower to be revealed? Zheng Haotian couldn't help but think to himself. But no one knows what the truth is. Dinkling. The cell phone rang. It was a call from Lord Wei Tai. Is there something wrong? Zheng Haotian's tone was neither salty nor bland. Lord Haotian, I'm glad you answered my call. You should have read the message in the world chat box, right? I think this White Tower Legion is definitely not an ordinary existence. We must unite all the lords and face it together, just like facing the next zombie attack that is about to happen. Wei Tai said very seriously. So, you want to use me again? Wei Tai was silent for a moment before continuing to speak. Lord Haotian, I apologize to you for what happened before, but you have to understand that I have my own reasons. You once saved my life, and I would not simply use you. You should believe me. Wei Tai said sincerely. Zheng Haotian did not comment. Green tea girls will also apologize, but apologizing does not mean they will change, and changing does not mean they will not do it again. So it is meaningless. After all, some things have already happened. I don't think there's anything interesting for us to talk about. If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up first. I have some things to do at the base. Beep, beep, beep. Zheng Haotian hung up the phone directly and gave Wei Tai on the other end of the phone a series of tail sounds. Although he had no intention of paying attention to Wei Tai, Zheng Haotian was not prepared to fail to unite with other lords. Otherwise, he would not have sent out a rescue team. My lord, the second rescue team has returned safely. We have successfully rescued Lord Xinquan and Lord Feng Su, and are now preparing to set out to rescue several other lords. My lord, the third rescue team has returned safely. Just as Zheng Haotian began his daily summons, good news kept coming. Lords who were far away in other places were rescued and brought to his vicinity, and their bases were successfully moved. And there is no doubt that they all chose to become subsidiary bases of Haotian Base, because in this way they can not only get the protection of Zheng Haotian, but also share many buildings that they do not have, thus enhancing the combat capability of their base. The sky gradually darkened. The dozens of farmers summoned today had already joined the main force. The subordinates of the lords of other bases also finished their basic work for the day and returned to the base one after another. My lord, the first rescue team has returned safely. We have no casualties, and we have brought back the four lords, Kuang Wei, Lan Yu, Tang Shang, and Chunda. Please give us your instructions, Lord. You've worked hard, go and have a rest. Zheng Haotian patted Liu Laowu on the shoulder. This guy was really a qualified assassin. He was simply torturing himself to death and was unwilling to stop for a moment. As you command. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Lord Kuang Wei requests to become your subordinate base. From now on, we will form an alliance and share certain buildings. Do you agree? Yes, no. Lord Lan Yu requests to become your subordinate base. From now on, we will form an alliance and share certain buildings. Do you agree? Yes? No. Lord Tang Shang, Lord Chinda. As soon as the four lords arrived, they requested to become subordinates. Zheng Haotian, of course, chose to agree. And just after the last yes was clicked, the Haotian base suddenly shone with light. Congratulations to Lord Haotian for achieving the achievement of owning 50 affiliated bases, and a reward building a beacon tower.